Chapter 1 Doomsday Fortress System. Su-chan, take a good look in the mirror. What do you have that makes you worthy of me? Don't think that just because you helped me with a little thing, you can take advantage of me. Give up on that idea. There's no way I could ever like you. Yunqing University, School of Arts. School beauty Xiao Mangyao looked at Su-chan, who was holding a bouquet of flowers, with disdain. In an instant, the surrounding students burst into ear-piercing laughter, and Su-chan seemed to become a clown. At this moment, the handsome guy Su-chan opposite him was thinking. It was Xiao Mangyao who took the initiative to contact him yesterday, saying that as long as he dared to confess his feelings in public, she would agree to be his girlfriend, so he specially bought flowers to confess his feelings today. As a result, Xiao Mangyao not only refused him, but also publicly humiliated him. Damn it! I took it seriously, but you treated me like a Japanese person? Xiao Mangyao is a well-known school beauty. Originally, Su-chan had no interaction with her. One day a month ago, Su-chan ran into her outside the school. At that time, she had an upset stomach and was in so much pain that she was about to faint. Su-chan took her to the hospital and even paid more than 1,000 yuan of her medical expenses. Xiao Mangyao initially acted quite normally. Although she hadn't paid him back, she would often take the initiative to chat with him, and the two quickly became acquainted and friends. A toad trying to eat swan meat? You ordinary men, don't overestimate yourselves and harass Sister Yao Yao anymore. Su-chan is a cautionary tale for you. Then a woman started yelling from the side. Su-chan recognized her. She was Xiao Qian, Xiao Mengyao's best friend. Su-chan understood perfectly well that Xiao Mengyao was using him as a negative example to scare others. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do to the other party. Oh well, I guess I'll just consider it stepping in dog poop. Xia University's campus bell, remember what you did today. I wish you a day when you'll suffer the consequences. Su-chan said a few words, turned and left, casually throwing the flowers into the trash can. On the school path, Su-chan was returning to his dormitory when he suddenly remembered something, took out his phone and sent a voice message to Xiao Mengyao. You bitch, give me my money back. I was so angry that I forgot the most important thing. As a result, the transmission failed, and a red exclamation mark was displayed in front of it. Damn, I've been blocked by them as a precaution. Su-chan was feeling down when a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! The apocalypse has been detected. This system has awakened. What is this? Doomsday? System? Did I hear that right? Su-chan stood there, stunned. However, the mechanical noise continued. This system, named the Doomsday Fortress System, aims to help the host build the perfect shelter. Please complete rescue missions to earn merit points and unlock system functions. Rescue mission: rescue any woman whose appearance score is 8 or higher. Tip: the higher the attractiveness of the person you rescue, the greater the difficulty of the rescue and the greater the reward. Additionally, each person you rescue will randomly awaken at least one of your skills. It's not a hallucination, it's real. Su-chan was astonished. He realized he had a cheat code, and he even knew in advance that the apocalypse was coming. Master, when exactly will the apocalypse come, and what kind of apocalypse will it be? Su-chan asked hurriedly. Ding! The apocalypse type is extreme cold disaster. Earth will be frozen globally. A mysterious virus will be carried in the snow. The day the snow melts will be the day the virus breaks out. Earth's creatures will mutate, and the dead will resurrect. In other words, the zombies that humanity once fantasized about will become a reality. System detection indicates that there are 3 minutes remaining until the apocalyptic event begins. Su-chan's expression changed. Is this some kind of thrilling game? What can you do in 3 minutes? This system has a strange quirk. It requires women with an 8 or higher level of attractiveness to be rescued. Is it some kind of LSP system? Besides, he once helped the most beautiful girl in Xia University. How did she treat him? Why would the system still ask him to help women? They wouldn't even save the dog. Ding! To help you complete the mission more effectively, a newbie reward pack has been issued. As the system's voice faded, Su-chan instantly felt a change in his body, with a continuous flow of power pouring into him. Power, double boost complete. Agility, double boost complete. Physical fitness, double enhancement complete. Energy, double boost complete. Kidneys, double enhancement complete. His body visibly became stronger, as if he had undergone a long period of effective fitness training. In an instant, his energy and spirit improved, and he seemed to have been reborn, no longer a frail college student. Su Chen reached up and touched his stomach, then froze. I have abs now. And I took a picture with my phone, and I think I even look a little more handsome? In fact, Su Chen has always had a dream, to become as handsome as the readers. Now, he's starting to show signs of that. What's even more reassuring is that, despite his enhanced physique, he didn't become exaggeratedly strong. Rather, he was just right muscular when undressed and lean when clothed. The system even specially strengthened his kidneys. It has to be said, the system really knows its stuff. With a thought, a virtual personal panel unfolded before my eyes. Host, Su Chen. Strength, 18. Agility, 16. Constitution, 16. Energy, 14. Merit points, 0. Note, the baseline average for adults is 10. I am now terrifyingly strong. Su Chen was overjoyed. This system really was something. You want to save a beautiful woman? Sure, I'm saving beautiful women. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the sky changed color, dark clouds gathered, a strong wind blew, and a heavy rain poured down. It was early summer, and the weather was unpredictable, which was quite normal. But Su Chen knew that the apocalypse had begun, so he immediately sped up and ran back to his dormitory. The students around were also running to avoid the rain. In front of Su Chen, a girl in a long skirt was running when she suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. Ding! Target woman meeting rescue criteria identified. Mission data generated. A system voice sounded, and a panel unfolded next to the girl. Name, Lin Wansi. Age, 19. Rating, 8.9 points. Grade, excellent. Blank sheet of paper. Task details, slipping in the rain. Task difficulty, normal. Mission reward, completing the rescue will grant 10,000 merit points and activate the Doomsday Fortress. Note, starting merit points are 1,000. Merit points double for every 0.1 increase in goddess score. Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't this Lin Wansi, the campus belle of the teacher's college? He had bumped into her a few times before, but they had never interacted. He had only ever caught a glimpse of her from afar. As long as Lin Wansi is helped up, the mission will be completed, right? Su Chen thought to himself, and quickly went over to her. As expected of a renowned school beauty on par with Xia Mengyao, Lin Wansi is 1.7 meters tall with an extremely voluptuous figure, especially her towering and dazzling front. Her exquisitely sculpted face is stunning. Even without makeup, she already surpasses many others. However, Lin Xiaohua fell rather awkwardly and couldn't stand up for a while. Are you all right? Su Chen asked. Hearing this, Lin Wansi looked up at Su Chen and said, Do you even need to ask? My dress is all dirty. Can you help me up quickly? Su Chen frowned. This person was quite good looking, but her temper was a bit. However, considering the reward, Su Chen didn't dwell on it and reached out to help her up. Ding! You have successfully rescued your target goddess. You have gained 10,000 merit points. Congratulations! You have met the activation requirements for the Doomsday Fortress. The system responded immediately. Su Chen was overjoyed. The mission was completed so easily. Let go now. Just then, Lin Wansi called out. Su Chen snapped out of his daze, only to find that Lin Wansi had already shaken off his hand. The latter looked down at the dress with a pained expression. Oh no, my new dress is probably going to never get clean. Suddenly realizing something, Lin Wansi turned around and glared at Su Chen. Do you have something else to do? Why aren't you leaving? Su Chen smiled and said, I helped you, shouldn't you say thank you? Lin Wansi rolled her eyes. Why are you like this? Can't you see I'm in a bad mood? Besides, letting you help me is already a favor to you. Su Chen laughed in exasperation. What an arrogant little fairy. Even in the apocalypse, she's still acting all high and mighty. She'll be begging me for help someday. Oh really? Then you can lie back down, I won't help you up. Su Chen sneered and pushed him away. Ah! Su Chen was incredibly strong at this moment. Lin Wansi screamed, somersaulted, and fell to the ground again, getting mud all over her face. She looked even more disheveled than before. By the time she realized what was happening, Su Chen had already dashed away like a shot. Stop right there, you hear me? Don't let me find out who you are, you bastard. If I ever see you again, I'll make sure you pay. Ignoring the loud octaves behind him, Su Chen ran all the way back to the boys' dormitory building. Ding! You have met the requirements. Do you wish to activate the Doomsday Fortress immediately? The system sent a query. Su Chen didn't hesitate. Activate. Ding! Doomsday Fortress activated. Doomsday Fortress successfully activated. Viewable. Su Chen's consciousness instantly entered a dark space, vast and boundless, like the universe. A fortress suddenly appeared in this space. Chapter 2 Fusion Fortress. On the surface, the Doomsday Fortress looks very rudimentary. It's just a small hut with 4 walls and a ceiling. Su Chen's consciousness entered the fortress, only to find it completely empty, with an area of only 10 square meters, roughly the size of a dormitory room. A virtual screen appeared in front of Su Chen. Doomsday Fortress. Status, activated. Level, LV1 initial. Attribute, indestructible. Item, empty. Note, there are no fixed rules or limits to upgrading and modifying the Doomsday Fortress. The host can build it as they wish. The next second, Su Chen's consciousness returned to reality. Su Chen was a little confused. System, how do I use this Doomsday Fortress? The method of using the fortress is determined by the host and involves its integration with real-world architecture. Note, fusion is a one-time process. Once fused, it cannot be changed or moved in the future. Please choose carefully. Su Chen nodded, understanding. In other words, he now needed to find a house to merge with the Doomsday Fortress. Where should we choose? Su Chen stroked his chin. If it were someone else, they might not hesitate to integrate into their own family and protect themselves and their loved ones. But Su Chen was an orphan with no close relatives or home, and had always lived in the school dormitory. So, what about integrated dormitories? Su Chen shook his head. He wasn't the only one living in the dormitory. There were 5 other roommates. He doesn't want to stay with these roommates after the apocalypse. As tomato readers know, the apocalypse means the disappearance of order and humans begin to kill each other. So unless necessary, Su Chen just wants to stay alone in the fortress. The biggest taboo in the apocalypse is having a saintly heart. So he only had one choice. Soon, Su Chen returned to his dormitory, 503, only to find it empty. He had skipped class specifically to confess his feelings, while his roommates were still in class. Su Chen changed into clean clothes, then quickly packed his belongings and brought his luggage to dormitory 513. This is an abandoned dormitory room that was sealed off earlier due to safety concerns. The door is still sealed off. Su Chen tore off the seal, kicked open the dormitory door, and went inside. You can see that a large section of the dormitory ceiling has fallen off, and the school hasn't had time to repair it yet, which is convenient for Su Chen. The Doomsday Fortress will be set up here, turning this most insecure dormitory into the safest place in the entire building, and even the entire school. This is it, system, help me fuse the Doomsday Fortress. Su Chen said without hesitation. Ding! Doomsday Fortress merging. Merging complete. In an instant, the dormitory changed. Walls, floors, ceilings, doors, windows. Everything was replaced at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, the entire dormitory was transformed into a brand new space. What's particularly amazing is the doors and windows. Su Chen discovered that he could control them with his mind. As long as he didn't want to open the doors and windows, no one could open them. Ding! The fortress has been activated, but is still not habitable. Would you like to upgrade it immediately? The system initiates a query. Su Chen said, yes, modify it. 5,000 merit points consumed, fortress under renovation. The scene changed again. First, the space rapidly expanded to 100 square meters. Walls appeared out of nowhere, dividing the space into a living room, bedroom, kitchen, toilet, and bathroom. Next, washing machine, refrigerator, air conditioner, tables and chairs, sofa, mattress. Various daily necessities appeared out of thin air. In just a few moments, the fortress had been transformed into a fully equipped home, looking just like a beautifully decorated luxury apartment. At this moment, a physics student was dumbfounded and asked, "Is this scientific?" It was all so amazing that Su Chen felt like he was dreaming. The system's voice sounded again. Ding! Fortress upgrade complete, fortress level now upgraded to LV2. Ding! The Doomsday Shop is now online. Your first use will give you a full refrigerator of food. You can choose to enable the automatic refill function, which will randomly refill your refrigerator daily and deduct merit points in real time. Limited time 90% off in the store. For just 3,000 merit points, you can get unlimited clean, fresh air. For 2,000 merit points, you can get unlimited electricity. The system's voice sounded at the right time. Su-Chen didn't hesitate. Buy. Ding. You have gained infinite air by consuming 3,000 merit points. Ding. You have gained unlimited power by consuming 2,000 merit points. A refreshing feeling washes over you. Su-Chen took a greedy breath. This air was even fresher and more pleasant than the morning air in the mountains and forests. The key point is that it's still unlimited. At the same time, the lights in the room came on. The power was back on. In this way, this doomsday fortress has met the most basic conditions for survival. Of course, this is far from enough to survive in the long run. More resources are needed. System, may I check out the doomsday shop? Su-Chen asked. In an instant, the Doomsday Mall panel appeared before Su-Chen's eyes. This mall was similar to a shopping app, and it had everything. Furthermore, every resource shares a common attribute: it is unlimited. For example, unlimited mineral water, unlimited bread, unlimited weapons, etc. Su-Chen was overjoyed. With this infinite mall, he could survive in the fortress forever. However, these supplies all require merit points to purchase, and he had just run out of merit points. Su-Chen walked to the refrigerator, a double-door refrigerator with a capacity of 600 liters. Opening the refrigerator door, he saw it was full of food, including instant noodles, bread, mineral water, milk, vegetables, fresh meat, and so on. Su-Chen estimated that if he ate frugally, this food would be enough to last him a month. But what about a month later? I need to continue with new tasks. Su-Chen pondered. Actually, the system's requirements are quite high. Even in universities, there are only a limited number of girls with an 8 out of 10 appearance, and they must be in need of assistance. Fortunately, the apocalypse has arrived, and the goddesses will most likely need to be rescued. All he can do now is wait for the extreme cold to arrive. Su-Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a notice sent from the class group. Due to abnormal weather, Yunqing had activated a red rainstorm warning, and the school required all teachers and students to suspend classes immediately and return to their dormitories. Before long, the dormitory building became lively as students rushed back. The class group chat has also become more active. Wang Yang, oh my god, I'm finally back. I almost got swept away by the rain. Li Chun, what's going on? This rain is terrible. Will it turn into a flood? Class teacher Li Xin, each dormitory head, please report the situation and see if any students have not returned to their dormitories. Xiahua, teacher, Su-Chun from our dormitory hasn't come back. Class teacher Li Xin, what's wrong with him? Xiahua, I don't know, all his things are gone, it seems he moved away. Class teacher Li Xin at Su-Chen, where are you? Where did you go? Class teacher Li Xin, you even skipped my class today, what's the reason? Su-Chen saw the message and was about to reply when a phone call came in. It was from their homeroom teacher, Li Xin, who was known as a she-devil by her classmates because of her bad temper. Su-Chen answered the phone. Su-Chen, where are you? You're the only one in the whole class who's not in the dorm, and you've moved all your things out. What happened to you? Li Xin asked abruptly. Su-Chen smiled and said, I've moved out. Li Xin angrily said, who gave you permission? You're violating school rules. Move it back right now. The school will probably be locked down in this weather. Hurry up. Su-Chen said, oh, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Su-Chen didn't take it seriously. It was the apocalypse who cared about school rules anymore? The apocalypse began in the afternoon, and the unprecedented downpour continued into the night without stopping. During this time, the students received a message that, given the current situation, the cafeteria would suspend dinner service, and the students would need to find their own meals. The torrential rain finally subsided around 9 p.m. Su-Chen went to the balcony and saw that the area below had become a vast expanse of water, with the water reaching a depth of more than a meter. At this moment, other students also ran out to observe the situation, causing a chorus of exclamations. Su-Chen's gaze fell on the girls' dormitory building across the street. The two buildings were about 30 meters apart, and with the help of the lights, he could clearly see the faces of the people on the other side. Su-Chen immediately spotted a pretty girl, whose looks were estimated to be above 8 points, definitely a school beauty. And this is... Su Chen felt she looked familiar, but after searching his memory, he couldn't place her. He must have seen this girl's photo back then, as the students of our school had previously held a campus beauty pageant. At this moment, the pretty girl seemed to notice Su Chen's gaze and looked over at him as well. Their eyes met. "What are you looking at, you loser?" The pretty girl gave a snort, showed a look of disdain, and turned to go into the dormitory. "Ha!" Su Chen chuckled coldly. "How come it's another noble goddess? Now I really want to know who you are." Chapter 3 Extreme Cold arrives. Xing Fei. Su Chen looked down at his phone, where a page was open, showing the previous campus beauty pageant. There are as many as 20 candidates for school beauty, including Xia Mengyao and Lin Wanzi, but among these girls, only about 10 can probably score above 8 points. Su Chen's gaze fell on one of the girls' photos. It was Xing Fei, the pretty girl from across the building, a sophomore in the foreign languages department. "You call me a loser? Ha! I'll wait until you come begging to me," Su Chen whispered, as Xing Fei happened to be the closest to him. It's the end of the world. These goddesses who are usually so high and mighty won't be noble for long. The problem is that Xing Fei doesn't seem to need help right now, otherwise the system would have triggered the task just now. It seems we need to wait a little longer. As time goes by, especially with the arrival of extreme cold, problems such as hunger and cold will follow one after another, and no one can escape them. In fact, most of the students are hungry now because they missed dinner, and the class group chat is filled with complaints. Some students risked going downstairs and wading through the water to buy food at the supermarket, but bad news soon came that the supermarket was closed, and these students could only return empty-handed. Some students were thinking of ordering takeout, but all the takeout platforms had stopped operating because the entire city of Yunqing was flooded, and delivery drivers couldn't make deliveries unless they used boats. Then came another piece of bad news. The school issued a notice stating that it was temporarily unable to provide assistance to students and was urgently studying solutions, which would not be available until tomorrow morning at the latest. At this point, everyone's last hope was dashed. Except for those students who had stored food, it was certain that most people would go hungry tonight. The class group chat was filled with requests for food, and someone even created a temporary mutual aid group. Su Chen joined the mutual aid groups without hesitation, joining as many as he could find. These groups would prove very useful to him in the future. It was already 10 p.m. Su Chen was also hungry, so he took out bread and milk from the refrigerator. The bread was soft and fluffy, sweet and delicious, and the milk was also high-quality fresh milk. Even before the apocalypse, Su Chen couldn't bear to buy it to eat, let alone now. While showing off, Su Chen opened the largest mutual aid group and looked at the students' wails in the group. Li Kuei, Chinese language and literature, help. We don't even have a single pack of instant noodles in our dorm. We're starving. Economist Lin Yu, I have a case of Kengshifu, a brand of instant noodles, 30 yuan a pack, DM me if you're interested. Chen Mengmeng from the Department of Foreign Languages, are there any handsome senior students who can bring me some food over to Building 3? You can get my WeChat ID. Ugly guys, please don't bother me. Most of the messages in the group were requests for help, and some people even took the opportunity to start businesses. They are quite talented, I must say. Su Chen turned on his camera, took a picture of the bread and milk, and sent it to the group chat. I quickly edited a message. Su Chen, Physics Department, free gift, for beautiful women only. Feel free to send a photo of yourself without makeup to verify. Ugly women, please do not disturb. Please feel free to share this message. This news caused a huge stir as soon as it was released. Li Kuei, Chinese language, no, buddy, you've got your abacus beads jumping right into my face. Legal scholar He Yan, where did this guy come from? He's probably brainwashed by venomous insects, and he only eats beautiful women. So, if you're not good looking, you're not worthy of being eaten? Disgusting. Vomiting emoji. Lin Yifan, Art Department, Su Chen? Was it you who came to our college today to confess your feelings to Senior Xia Mengyao? Hee hee, you're certainly confident. Artist Jolly, oh, it's that ordinary guy. No wonder. Who would dare eat food from someone like that? I wouldn't even take it if it were given to me for free. Group admin Luofeng, Su Chen, it's good that you can share food, but your request is a bit excessive. This is a warning: if it happens again, you'll be kicked out. Su Chen looked indifferent, silently copied his message, switched to another group, and sent it. After a series of operations. As expected, all the groups launched a barrage of criticism against him, and he was almost drowned in a sea of insults. The girls, in particular, were all very upset and looked like they wanted to curse Su Chen to death. Some group admins even kicked him out of the group. Su Chen ignored them. All the message had been sent out, and that was enough. Don't be fooled by the fact that everyone is criticizing him now, it's just that the time for it to happen hasn't come yet. After leaving the last group, Su Chen planned to take a break. Suddenly, a verification message popped up. Chen Mengmeng from the Foreign Languages Department requests to add you as a friend. Business is coming in. Su Chen happily clicked accept. Chen Mengmeng from the Department of Foreign Languages, hey classmate, post a picture first. I only accept food from handsome guys. If you approve, bring the food to building 3. Su Chen chuckled and gave the other party 2 words. Idiot. Block and delete directly. In a dormitory in building 3, a short, chubby girl with acne-covered skin jumped up in anger upon seeing the prominent words idiot. She typed out a long string of insults, but the message failed to send, and the girl was furious. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Su Chen received several more private messages over the next few hours. Some were from men and some from women. Some were cursing him, while others offered to pay for his photos, but refused to release them. Su Chen ignored the man, while the woman insisted that he send a photo for verification. In the end, only one girl sent a photo, but even with beauty filters, it could only be rated 5 out of 10. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry at all. There were very few girls who scored above 8 points, and this was just the beginning. After turning off WeChat, Su Chen checked the time. It was almost midnight. The extreme cold will arrive soon. Tonight is destined to be a long night. Su Chen murmured to himself as he returned to his room, took out the quilt and winter clothes, placed them on the bed for future use, and then climbed into bed. Soon, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Su Chen fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen suddenly shivered and woke up from the cold. He instinctively put on his cotton-padded coat, covered himself with a quilt, and turned on the air conditioner. Looking out the window, he saw countless snowflakes falling, and icicles had already formed on the windowsill. The extreme cold has finally arrived. Ding! Temperature inside your Doomsday Fortress is dropping rapidly. The air conditioning is about to fail. Your fortress urgently needs an upgrade. Please modify it as soon as possible to enhance its cold resistance. The system issued a notification. Su Chen frowned. He currently had 0 merit points, which was not enough to upgrade the fortress. He needed to earn merit points as soon as possible. Su Chen picked up his phone and checked the time. It was already 3 a.m. In WeChat, all the group messages are over 99, and they are still active. However, the topic of conversation had shifted from hunger to cold. Am I hallucinating from hunger? Is it snowing outside? I was wondering why it suddenly got cold. How could this happen? This is the South, and it's already May. I'm going crazy. Does anyone know what's going on? No one realized that the end of the world was coming, but it was coming soon. Su Chen shook his head, too lazy to pay any more attention, covered his head with the quilt, and went back to sleep. The next morning, Su Chen was woken up by the cold again. The temperature has clearly dropped again, and the air conditioner has stopped working. It's no longer functional. Su Chen wrapped himself in the quilt, got up, walked to the window, looked outside, and was stunned. Overnight, the outside world had transformed into a vast, white, snowy wonderland. Snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, and the floodwaters caused by last night's torrential rain had not receded but had frozen into thick layers of ice, sealing everything in the world. Su Chen picked up his phone and checked the weather. Temperature, 30. Chapter 4 Chaos begins. A message to the entire nation. Last night, extreme cold weather suddenly descended, and it has now affected the entire globe. It has been preliminarily identified as a global extreme natural disaster. The cause is still unclear, and it is impossible to determine when it will end. Please take precautions against the cold and avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. Officials will begin rescue operations as soon as possible. That morning, an announcement was released through official media. The whole country was shocked. At the same time, similar announcements were issued by all the countries on Earth. All of humanity was terrified. Some people were the first to realize that the end of the world was coming. Suddenly, the doomsday theory spread like wildfire, and panic began to spread rapidly. Yunqing University. The school subsequently issued a new notice. Given the current situation, the school is unable to provide assistance and can only try to contact the authorities. Students are asked to stay indoors and not go out, and patiently wait for official assistance. The announcement caused the students to break down emotionally. They had been hungry all night, and now that rescue seemed far off. Were they going to starve to death? Inside the Doomsday Fortress. In the living room, fresh slices of meat, fish, meatballs, and vegetables were laid out on the dining table. The iron pot was steaming hot, the meat broth was bubbling and boiling, and the aroma was irresistible. In this cold weather, what could be more comforting than a hot pot meal? Suchen felt much warmer while eating hot pot, and even broke out in a light sweat. Suddenly, Suchen realized something, put down his chopsticks, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, there was a great commotion. The students seemed to have gone mad, with people constantly running out of the dormitories. The corridors were full of people, rushing downstairs in a chaotic mess. Run fast! Someone has broken down the supermarket door. If you're too late, it'll be all gone. Let's go to the canteen, they're sure to have food supplies there. Who the hell pushed me? Are you looking for a fight? Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. Is it because of the school's announcement? Everyone's starting to go out and grab supplies. That's true, without rescue, we can only save ourselves. Although the temperature is now as low as 30 degrees Celsius, wearing more clothes will still be enough to keep you warm. Going out and taking a chance is better than sitting in the dormitory and waiting to die. The students who ran out were mostly boys. Sure enough, at this point, women were at a disadvantage. Most girls didn't dare to go out, and those who did were usually outmatched by the boys. Before even reaching the supermarket, people were already falling down due to pushing and shoving, and others were being trampled. Screams could be heard intermittently. Although the supermarket itself was not visible from here, one could imagine how chaotic the scene must have been. Su Chen was a little taken aback. If it weren't for his system. In fact, the scene before us is just a microcosm. At this moment, the whole world has entered a state of chaos and disorder, and similar scenes are happening throughout Cloud City and even the whole world. In an out-of-control situation, there is no such thing as queuing to buy things. To be precise, it's robbery. People rush to the nearest supermarkets and shopping malls like madmen to sweep through them, and the resulting trampling, fighting, and brawls are inevitable. Su Chen then saw that there were related videos taken by netizens online, showing chaotic and crazy scenes that left people speechless. Su Chen sighed, unable to imagine how his former frail self would survive in this apocalypse. He would probably be among the first to die. As he was marveling at this, Su Chen suddenly raised his gaze and looked towards the dormitory opposite, where he was surprised to see Xing Fei standing on the balcony observing the situation outside. At this moment, Xing Fei was wearing thick winter clothes, her eyebrows were furrowed, and she looked worried. She was clearly frightened by the scene outside and didn't dare to go downstairs at all. Su Chen then heard the system's voice. Ding! Target goddess found who meets rescue criteria, data generation in progress. Name, Xing Fei. Age, 18. Rating, 8.5. Level, excellent, has a current boyfriend, but they've only held hands. Mission details, food shortage, incompetent boyfriend, isolated and helpless. Mission difficulty, nightmare. Quest reward, completing the rescue will grant 30,000 merit points and awaken one skill. Su Chen was overjoyed. He had triggered a mission, and the merit points were as high as 30,000. Was it because the extreme cold had descended and the mission difficulty had become nightmare level? I did the math, and the merit points for a nightmare level mission are a full 5 times that of a normal level mission. In addition, you can awaken a skill. Su Chen rubbed his hands together, eager to complete the mission. However, Su Chen quickly calmed down. In the past, it wasn't difficult to bring food to Xing Fei. Just wearing more clothes would basically solve the problem of keeping warm. But the cold isn't the main problem. The chaos outside wasn't the main problem. Su Chen's body had been doubled in strength, ensuring he wouldn't be harmed by others. The main problem is that the system once said that the snow outside is poisonous. Tongzi, you said the snow carries a mysterious virus. What precautions should we take if we are exposed to the snow? Su Chen asked cautiously. Ding! Tests have shown that as long as you take proper precautions and avoid direct skin contact with snowflakes, it is safe to go outside. Even if you come into contact with snowflakes, washing your skin within 1 hour will ensure safety. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. What if it's not clean for more than an hour? This condition can lead to viral infection and cause fatal skin lesions. Fatal? Will it turn me into a zombie? Su Chen asked quickly. Because the virus is in a frozen state and has not yet completed its evolution, it will not turn into a zombie for the time being. Su Chen nodded, understanding. Although it wouldn't turn him into a zombie, it was still deadly. Without 100% protection, I'd better not go out, Su Chen murmured, frowning. But if he went to deliver food, how would he complete the mission? You should know that this is a school dormitory, not a residential complex. There is no underground parking garage connecting the buildings, so if you want to get to the building across the street, you have to be exposed to the outside. Given the current situation, Su Chen has no intention of going out. Then there's only one way. That is, let Xing Fei come over herself. I won't go to save you, I want you to come to me and beg me to save you, Su Chen said with a slight smile. At this moment, Xing Fei, who was opposite, also noticed Su Chen and looked at him. Their eyes met again. Unlike last night, Xing Fei didn't show any disdain this time, probably because the current situation made her too preoccupied to care. Just as she was about to look away and ignore Su Chen, she saw Su Chen wave to her. What are you doing? Xing Fei said coldly. She didn't even want to talk to Su Chen anymore, yet Su Chen still dared to wave at her. In her eyes, Su Chen was just a peeping Tom. Since the male and female dormitories faced each other, this situation was hard to avoid. She had seen plenty of peeping Toms. Her dormitory always kept the curtains drawn. Xing Fei was puzzled. Wasn't the dormitory across the hall empty for a while? When did this guy move in? And while all the other boys went out to loot supplies, this guy was too scared to go out. He's such a coward. Xing Fei couldn't help but feel contempt for Su Chen again. Su Chen gestured for him to wait a moment, then turned and went inside. Soon after, Su Chen came out again, waving his hand with a bag of instant noodles in his hand. Xing Fei was stunned. So this guy didn't go out to loot supplies because he had stockpiles of them. I have some food, do you want some? Su Chen asked with a smile. Xing Fei sneered inwardly. So he's still just a sycophant, trying to curry favor with me. I'm not surprised at all. However, although she looked down on Su Chen, she was really hungry and wanted some. After a moment's internal struggle, Xing Fei finally succumbed to the temptation of the food and said, "Bring it to our building downstairs, and I'll go down and get it." Su Chen laughed and shook his head. "Beautiful lady, you seem to have misunderstood. If you want it, come and find me." Chapter 5: The School Beauties Collapse. Bang! Xing Fei slammed the glass door to the balcony shut in a huff and then pulled the curtains shut. It's infuriating. That perverted jerk across the street actually wants her to come find him before he'll give her instant noodles. Is that even possible? Not to mention how incredibly cold it is outside. Even if she could brave the cold to go out, how could she possibly offer herself up? This guy is simply taking advantage of her misfortune and has ulterior motives. You think you can win me over with just a packet of instant noodles? What a delusional loser. For a moment, Xing Fei's contempt for Su Chen reached its peak. Watching Xing Fei's figure disappear, Su Chen chuckled, not in a hurry at all. It wasn't that his instant noodles weren't attractive enough, but rather that this woman wasn't hungry enough. In those apocalyptic movies, people who are extremely hungry eat cockroaches, and earthworms even become a staple food. Therefore, unless Xing Fei obtains food through other means, she will change her mind sooner or later. Back inside, Su Chen casually tossed the instant noodles aside and continued cooking hot pot. Pick up a slice of beef, put it into the boiling soup, wait 8 seconds, take it out, dip it in some pre-mixed satay sauce, and it's absolutely delicious. Su Chen felt he had gone too far while others were risking their lives to grab supplies. He was enjoying himself. Eating hot pot alone is a bit boring, so Su Chen opened his phone and started looking at things. This natural disaster has become the most talked about topic online. Open any app and you'll see people discussing it enthusiastically. At first, some people were celebrating that they no longer had to go to work or school, but these voices quickly disappeared as the deadly harm brought by the natural disaster became apparent. Besides hunger and cold, there are many other problems, such as transportation being completely paralyzed, large numbers of plants and animals freezing to death overnight, and even people freezing to death. Numerous online posts have also appeared seeking help to find missing relatives and friends. Su Chen came across a video. A netizen had filmed the current state of Yunqing from a skyscraper. The entire city was covered in ice and snow, a vast expanse of white. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, frozen in the ice, looking like small ice blocks. The situation is similar in other cities. Some remote areas have even lost power and internet access, leaving entire regions disconnected. And this is just the beginning. Su Chen finally realized directly that this world was really going to end. The supermarket in the dormitory area wasn't very big. Before long, students posted photos in the group chat showing that the supermarket had been completely looted, leaving only a mess. More than an hour later, the students returned to their dormitories one after another, and the noise outside gradually subsided. The various mutual aid groups experienced an unprecedented surge of activity, with everyone discussing the operation, especially the girls, who all chimed in. Accounting student Wu Meifeng at group owner, most of the items were taken by the boys, and we girls didn't get much. I suggest that the boys hand over the supplies and share them with us girls. Li Wenwen, management, I second that suggestion, and I also recommend that the supplies be collected and distributed equally. I volunteer to be in charge of the statistics and distribution. Pandan, Department of Foreign Languages, +1. During this special period, I hope our male students will take the initiative. This is your chance to shine. The girls all typed +1, basically demanding that the boys hand over their supplies. The group seemed to be controlled by the girls, and the girls were united as one. In contrast to the girls' unity, the boys were divided. Xiashan, Department of Civil Engineering, come on. I got this through my own hard work, why should I share it with you women? Li Jianxin, Department of Chemistry, I feel sorry for the goddesses. I agree with them. They are a vulnerable group, and we men should be more magnanimous. Wang Ji, law student at Li Jianxin, Chemistry Department, have you never seen a woman before? You're so eager to please. I only managed to get 2 pieces of bread, not even enough for myself. Pay up yourself. Chen Yongsheng, Department of Physics, actually, I didn't manage to get any supplies either. I'm in favor of distributing them equally. Economics Linyu, selling Kangshifu, a type of Chinese medicine, 300 yuan per bag, open to both men and women, DM me if interested. For a time, everyone was arguing fiercely, and the messages were being updated at a frantic pace every minute. Su Chen watched silently, thinking that if things continued this way, things would probably descend into chaos very soon. The girls are doing all right, trouble will start on the boys' side first. It's simple, the boys aren't united, and most of the resources are concentrated on their side, making conflict very easy to break out. Before we knew it, it was evening. Many people have actually not eaten for a day and a night. Judging from the comments in the group, some people are on the verge of starvation and collapse. Then another big problem arose, the dormitory's water supply was cut off. Due to the extreme cold, the water pipes were completely frozen, cutting off the water supply and putting everyone in a situation of being without water and food. Building 7, Dormitory 513. Xing Fei huddled under the quilt, extremely worried. She was one of those who hadn't eaten for a day and a night. Because she usually pays attention to skincare and rarely eats snacks, she had no food reserves. She was almost out of her only bottle of water, and now that the water supply had been cut off, she didn't dare drink anymore. Her roommates still had food, but when she shamelessly asked them for some, she was met with a cold refusal and sarcastic remarks. Sorry, there's not even enough for myself. Don't you not eat snacks? What if you eat them and my pimples come out? I can't afford the consequences. Hee, why don't you ask your school heartthrob boyfriend to deliver it to you? She then realized that because she was beautiful and had a handsome boyfriend, her roommates were usually envious and jealous of her, and now they were no longer pretending. Unable to get food from her roommate, she went to find her boyfriend, Li Haoming, a music major who was known as the campus heartthrob at Yunnan University. Actually, she had been asking Li Haoming for help since the rainstorm started last night. At first, Li Haoming responded, but then he disappeared. By the way, Li Haoming lives in dormitory 620 across the street. They used to go to the balcony to show their affection from afar, which made others envious. Over the past day and night, she went to the balcony many times, hoping to see Li Haoming, but was disappointed each time. Instead, she saw the peeping Tom directly opposite her twice. Fei, honey, why aren't you replying to my messages? I'm so worried about you. Xing Fei opened WeChat and tried sending a message to Li Haoming. Just when I thought Li Haoming still wouldn't reply, I heard a ding-dong sound and Li Haoming replied to my message. Tomorrow will be better, I'm here, baby, how are you doing? Xing Fei immediately became excited. Fei, I'm not feeling well, I'm starving. Did Bao go to the supermarket today and bring me some food? There was a moment of silence on the other end before a message was sent back. Tomorrow will be better, do you think I'd go? Does it fit my image? Actually, I wanted to ask you for food. Xing Fei was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but feel very disappointed. He couldn't even help her, and now he wanted to ask her for something. Fei, what do we do now? Can you borrow some from someone else? As a result, Li Haoming did not reply again, and it seemed that he had disappeared again. Xing Fei couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Was she really going to starve to death? She suddenly thought of the voyeur right across from her. He did have instant noodles and was willing to give them to her, but he asked her to go and get them herself. Xing Fei shook her head vigorously. No, she absolutely couldn't agree to that pervert's request. There's still one last hope. The school and the authorities should be here to rescue us soon. I can hold on a little longer. Xing Fei comforted herself. Just then. Ding dong. The school's latest announcement was posted in the class group chat. Announcement: through the school's extensive efforts, we have secured a rescue opportunity for everyone. An official rescue team will be dispatched to the dormitories in 3 days to distribute supplies. Please be patient, remain calm, and maintain order. Until then, please take precautions to help yourselves. Upon seeing this announcement, Xing Fei broke down on the spot. Chapter 6: I've got you. Xing Fei broke down. She couldn't hold on any longer. In 3 days, she would most likely starve to death. There's really no other way now, we have to save ourselves. Do I really have to go after that pervert on the other side? Xing Fei was extremely conflicted. She really didn't want to. While struggling with her decision, Xing Fei opened a mutual help group. She joined the mutual aid group after the supermarket robbery happened today, hoping to get food through the group. However, the group was filled with arguments between men and women, and the atmosphere became very tense. The dispute has not been resolved yet. The mutual aid group became lively again after the school issued its new announcement. Some girls suggested again that the food be distributed equally, because the rescue would arrive in 3 days, and those who had food didn't need to hide it anymore. They should share the extra food so that everyone could survive. At this point, the suggestion seemed very reasonable, and even those who had previously refused to share food began to waver. After all, everyone was a student who hadn't experienced the harsh realities of society and was still quite kind. Subsequently, the Yunnan University Student Union intervened and took over the mutual aid group, making a decisive decision. Student Union President Yao Tongwei: at everyone, as resolved by the Student Union, please demonstrate mutual assistance and friendship by handing over any food you have. The Student Union will then manage and distribute it. 1 hour later, students should gather at the second-floor stairwell by building. Please supervise each other. Anyone found to have food but not handing it in will be dealt with according to school regulations, including a major demerit or expulsion. Upon seeing this message, Xing Fei almost jumped for joy. That's wonderful. This is fantastic news. We're finally saved. What made her even happier was that she no longer had to go to the peeping Tom across the street for food. Now we're just waiting for the student council to distribute the food. That guy's going to be furious. Xing Fei thought smugly, feeling a surge of satisfaction at the thought of the peeping Tom across the street failing to get his way. However, her joy didn't last long. The official media suddenly issued a new nationwide announcement. Emergency order: all citizens are urged to keep doors and windows tightly closed and to refrain from leaving their indoor spaces. The reason will be announced later. The fewer the words, the bigger the matter. The ban immediately caused an uproar online, sparking countless discussions and speculations. Soon after, Yunqing University issued a new announcement. Announcement: students, please note that the school has received information that the rescue operation originally scheduled for 3 days later has been temporarily cancelled. Please wait patiently for further notification regarding future rescue efforts. Furthermore, in accordance with national regulations, students are strictly prohibited from leaving their residences. Those who violate this rule will be severely punished according to school regulations. The mutual aid group exploded upon seeing this announcement. Management student Li Wanwen: oh my god, what happened? Does the boy still have to pay for his food? Xia Shan, Department of Civil Engineering: seriously? Didn't you see the strict rule against going outside? And who knows if there will be any rescues later? Zhou Shui, Fine Arts Department: what am I going to do? I'm starving. At Student Union President Yao Tongwei: say something. Student Union President Yao Tongwei: the school's decision is my decision. I hereby announce the cancellation of the resolution just passed. Everyone, please remember not to go out. Upon hearing this, the group chat erupted in groans, especially among the girls, many of whom burst into tears on the spot. Xing Fei was completely dumbfounded. Her mood was like a roller coaster, with highs and lows. This time, it was utter despair. Just as the girls in the group were in a state of collapse and despair, a message suddenly popped up. Su-Chen, Physics Department, free food and water, plenty available, for beautiful women only. Feel free to send a photo of yourself without makeup to verify. Ugly women, please do not contact. Please share this message. Someone immediately remembered, it was that guy from yesterday, he's here again. Student Union President Yao Tongwei, this student, you. Li Wenwen, Department of Management at Su-Chen, Department of Physics, are you serious? You're not joking? He Yan, a legal scholar, it's you again, you shameless jerk. I curse you every time I see you. Vomiting emoji. Artist Zhao Li, where's the group admin? Why aren't you kicking them out? Zhou Shui, Department of Fine Arts at Su-Chen, Department of Physics, I've added you. Please accept my request. Inside the Doomsday Fortress. Su-Chen crossed his legs, leisurely enjoying the sweetbread while looking at his phone. The atmosphere is noticeably better today, Su-Chen murmured. Although some people in the group were still criticizing him, the intensity was clearly not as high as last night. It seems that everyone was quite hungry. This is a good thing. When the student council issued the resolution requiring everyone to hand over their supplies, Su-Chen was genuinely bewildered. If that were the case, he didn't know when he would be able to complete his mission. Fortunately, things took a turn for the better. He seized the opportunity and sent out the message from last night with slight modifications. Su-Chen could roughly guess the reason for the new official announcement. It was highly likely that the authorities had discovered the snow was poisonous. The advertising was indeed much more effective today than yesterday. Despite the many people in the group still criticizing him, he subsequently received a constant stream of friend requests on WeChat. Now I can take my time choosing. Su-Chen opened the verification page and began browsing it. Suddenly, Su-Chen's face lit up with joy as his gaze fell on one of the verification messages. Foreign languages expert Xing Fei requests to add as a friend. Haha, got you. Su-Chen chuckled and casually clicked accept. You and Xing Fei from the Foreign Languages Department have become friends. You can start chatting now. Su-Chen didn't send any messages first, but waited for the other party. A moment later, Xing Fei couldn't hold it in any longer. Foreign languages teacher Xing Fei, hi classmate, is it possible to get free food? Su-Chen quickly typed a reply. Su-Chen, Physics Department, yes, post your photos, a bare-faced photo and a full-body photo, no photoshopping. Although I knew what Xing Fei looked like, the procedures still had to be followed. Foreign languages Xing Fei, how do I know if you really have food? Su-Chen, Physics Department, you can believe it or not, it's up to you. Xing Fei fell silent, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Su-Chen remained unhurried, switched to the verification page, and continued making his selections. Unfortunately, among the school beauties, only Xing Fei took the bait. The other beauties, including Lin Wanxi, remained unmoved. Xia Mengyao is an exception. He has Xia Mengyao's WeChat, but she has blocked him. He doesn't know what's going on with her now. A moment later, a message notification sounded, and Xing Fei replied to the message. When Su-Chen clicked in, he saw that Xing Fei had sent 2 selfies. One was a close-up of her face without makeup, and the other was a full-body photo taken in front of a mirror. As expected of a school beauty, her bare face and figure were both top-notch, and she was even more beautiful in person than in the photos. Su-Chen's goal was to get Xing Fei to come over on her own, so he had to break through her psychological defenses first. He deliberately left her hanging for a while before slowly replying. Su-Chen, Physics Department, you can come over now. Please strictly follow the following instructions. Before going out, cover your hands and face thoroughly to prevent your skin from coming into contact with snowflakes. Don't ask why, just do as I say. Foreign languages Xing Fei, which building are you in? Su-Chen, Department of Physics, Building 9, send me a message after you enter the building. Chapter 7 No Other Choice. Building number 9. Xing Fei looked at Su-Chen's reply and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Su-Chen is actually in the building across the street. She couldn't help but think of the peeping Tom directly opposite her. Could it be such a coincidence? Could he be Su-Chen? Probably not. Xing Fei comforted herself. Moreover, she decided that once she got there, she would just take the food outside the door and return, never going in. Regardless of whether Su-Chen had any ulterior motives, he would not succeed. After thinking about it, Xing Fei called her boyfriend, Li Haoming, and asked him to accompany her. Li Haoming did not answer the phone. Xing Fei had no choice but to send Li Haoming a message. Fei, honey, I'm coming to your building now, can you come down and meet me? Received reply. After sending the message, Xing Fei took action. She was starving. Despite her wariness, she didn't want to miss any chance to get food, especially since it was her only hope right now. She didn't know why Su Chen asked her not to touch the snowflakes, but she complied anyway, putting on a cotton coat, cotton gloves, a mink hat with ear flaps, and wrapping her face with a scarf, leaving only her eyes exposed. Her behavior quickly caught the attention of her roommates. Aren't we strictly forbidden from going out? Are you going out? A roommate asked. Xing Fei didn't answer. After silently getting dressed, she opened the dormitory door and went out. Several roommates started discussing it. She's probably starving, she's probably going to ask her boyfriend for food. Whatever, I'm not going to give her any food anyway. I've disliked her for a long time. Hey, let's report her. It was much colder outside than inside. It was already past midnight, the sky was dark, and the wind and snow were hitting her face. Xing Fei shivered, involuntarily shrank her neck, and quickened her pace. Fortunately, Su Chen was in the building across the street, only a few dozen meters away. Xing Fei took less than 10 minutes to get downstairs, braving the falling snow, and quickly crossed the snow to reach Building 9. Upon entering Building 9, Xing Fei shakily took off her gloves and pulled out her phone to check her phone. Li Haoming still hasn't replied to her messages, so there's no hope for him. Gritting her teeth, Xing Fei sent a message to Su Chen. Foreign languages. Xing Fei, I'm in. Su Chen replied quickly. Su Chen, Physics Department, come on up, 513. Xing Fei's head buzzed. 513, wasn't that the dorm room where that peeping Tom lived? Damn it, Su Chen really is that peeping Tom. Xing Fei was in a dilemma. First, she had a very bad impression of Su Chen, and this guy might have ill intentions. Second, she had scolded Su Chen before, and now she was coming to ask for food. How embarrassing. However, one thing is certain. Su Chen really has food. Thinking of the food she would soon have, she hesitated. She couldn't possibly turn back without food, she would really die. Since we're already here. Xing Fei finally decided to go upstairs and call Li Haoming again, but he still didn't answer. They quickly reached the 5th floor. Xing Fei steeled herself and headed towards room 513, constantly reminding herself that no matter what Su Chen said, she absolutely could not go in. When she arrived at the door of 513, Xing Fei took a deep breath, a little nervous, and knocked on the door. Inside the fortress. Hearing the knock, Su Chen put down his phone, went to the door, and saw Xing Fei through the peephole. After confirming that she was alone, Su Chen opened the door. We meet again. Come in, Su Chen said with a slight smile. Xing Fei blushed and subconsciously took 2 steps back, saying, I won't go in. Just give me the food, and I'll take it and leave. Su Chen said, oh, I was trying to help you, but you treat me like a bad guy. Since you don't even trust me that much, then go back. Bang. Su Chen closed the door immediately. This woman thought she could get food so easily, but she was really overthinking it. It's true that the food was free, but that doesn't mean she didn't have to pay anything. It's very simple. What Su Chen wants is her loyalty. Right now, only she knows he's in room 513, and he needs to make sure she doesn't tell anyone. Of course, even if she told others, it wouldn't be a big problem. After all, the fortress is indestructible, so Su Chen wasn't afraid. He was just using it to test Xing Fei. Now, Xing Fei only has 2 choices, turn back or listen to him. He was confident that Xing Fei would choose the latter. When he told Xing Fei that he was in room 513, Xing Fei must have already known who he was, but she still came up, which meant that she had no other choice. Sure enough, after a while, the knocking sounded again. Su Chen opened the door and saw Xing Fei standing awkwardly outside. Please. Su Chen stepped aside. Xing Fei reluctantly went inside. Just as Su Chen had expected, she had no other choice. She had previously thought she would never enter Su Chen's dormitory, but Su Chen had easily broken through her plan. She then realized that she was completely under Su Chen's control. When Xing Fei first entered, she was extremely nervous, but the next second, what she saw in front of her stunned her. Is this a dormitory? Shouldn't it only be 10 square meters with 6 beds crammed in? How come it's so spacious and bright, looking like a high-end apartment that costs millions? Oh my god, am I hallucinating from hunger? Xing Fei patted her head. No, this wasn't a hallucination, it was actually real. Although Su Chen's dormitory looks no different from other dormitories from the outside, it is surprisingly hidden inside. It's amazing. What is the reason for this? Bang! Behind her, Su Chen casually closed the door, then walked past her and sat down on the soft, comfortable sofa in the living room. Now you can show your face. Su Chen smiled as he looked at Xing Fei, who was in a daze. Xing Fei snapped out of her daze and couldn't help but ask, "Why is your dorm room like this?" Su Chen said, "It's very simple, I've already modified this place." Renovation. Xing Fei murmured. Yes, someone used to live here, but it was empty for a while, and then Su Chen moved in. To be able to renovate the school dormitory is definitely not something an ordinary student could do. Just who is Su Chen? In her eyes, Su Chen suddenly became somewhat mysterious. Because she was so surprised, she even forgot her initial fear. Do you have any other questions? Su Chen asked again. Xing Fei shook her head, no more. Actually, she had many questions. She wanted to know who Su Chen was and why he wanted to renovate the dormitory, but Su Chen might not be willing to tell her. She was also afraid of upsetting Su Chen, so she had to suppress her curiosity. Su Chen said, "Then let's get down to business. Take off your scarf first." Mum. Xing Fei obediently took off her scarf, revealing a face that was flushed red from the cold. And you have to admit, because she had such a good complexion, she had a unique charm. With an 8.5 out of 10 appearance, a little makeup would make her a femme fatale. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. See that refrigerator over there? It's full of food and drinks. If you don't believe me, you can go over and open it to take a look, Su Chen said. Xing Fei was more curious than disbelieving. She walked over and opened the refrigerator door without thinking. She was stunned again, her eyes shining. Oh my god, food, it's all food, absolutely crammed with food. Anyone who has been starving for a day and a night knows the value of a refrigerator full of food. In an instant, Xing Fei's stomach rumbled reflexively, and she swallowed hard. Su Chen looked at her like she was a pet dog and smiled, "Eat whatever you want, make yourself at home." Chapter 8: The Eye of Insight. He was grabbing a piece of bread with his right hand and munching on it while drinking milk from a bottle with his left. His hands were practically fighting, he was incredibly busy. Xing Fei stood in front of the refrigerator, wolfing down her food, completely disregarding her ladylike image. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the sound of her eating. She doesn't usually eat much, but this time she devoured 4 pieces of bread, a liter of milk, a box of strawberries, and 2 carrots, 3 times her usual amount. She reluctantly stopped eating when she could no longer eat, and plopped down on the ground to catch her breath. Now she only had one feeling: she had finally come back to life. At the same time, Su Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, heard a ding sound in his ear. Ding! You provided food and successfully rescued Xing Fei. You have gained 30,000 merit points. Congratulations, you have awakened the skill, Eye of Insight. A strange sensation flowed through his eyes, and everything around him instantly became clear. Within a range of 50 meters, not even a needle could escape his eyes. Su Chen looked at Xing Fei and saw a virtual panel appear above her head. Name: Xing Fei. Strength: 7. Agility: 6. Constitution: 6. Energy: 9. Overall combat strength: 1 star. Holy crap! Su Chen was overjoyed. So this was the Eye of Insight? It could actually see other people's data. This skill was great. In the future, he could directly compare his strength with others. Immediately, Su Chen asked the system in his mind, "System, can I upgrade the fortress with my current merit points?" Ding! You currently have 30,000 merit points. The following upgrade projects are recommended. Unlimited domestic water, 10,000 merit points. Unlimited temperature control, 15,000 merit points. Su Chen nodded, "Okay, let's modify it." Ding! You have gained unlimited water for daily use by consuming 10,000 merit points. Ding! You have gained unlimited temperature regulation by consuming 15,000 merit points. Doomsday Fortress upgrade complete, current level, LV3. Su Chen was secretly delighted, finally able to get rid of this annoying cold. Have you eaten? Close the refrigerator door and come over so we can have a chat, Su Chen said to Xing Fei with a smile. Xing Fei stood up a little embarrassed. She must have looked terrible while eating. Su Chen was probably laughing at her behind her back. Su Chen handed a tissue to Xing Fei, who was sitting opposite him. Xingfei took the tissue and wiped her mouth, then asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Su Chen said, "Your future. You may not realize it yet, but this is not a short-term natural disaster, but the end of the world. Even the former will last long enough for you to not survive, but I can. Follow me, and you can live as long as you want. You won't have to go hungry or freeze anymore, and you will be very safe." Xingfei's expression changed. She knew Su Chen wouldn't help her for no reason, and subconsciously said, "I have a boyfriend." Su Chen said, "You have a boyfriend, so why are you asking me for food instead of asking him? Don't you want to?" Xingfei was a little embarrassed, because he didn't either. Su Chen said, "So you'd rather starve to death with him than live with me? You can think about it before you answer me." Xingfei fell silent. If she could, she would naturally choose Li Haoming without hesitation. How handsome he was. In comparison, Su Chen was plain-looking, barely passable, and a little handsome, but not much. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have given Su Chen a second glance. But the reality is that good looks can't put food on the table, and she would really starve if she chose Li Haoming. What disappointed her even more was that Li Haoming kept pretending to be dead. Not only did he not have any food, but he couldn't even show her any concern. Is a boyfriend like that worth giving up a chance to live? The answer is obvious. However, she still had some doubts about what Su Chen said. "You said that if I followed you, I wouldn't go hungry or cold, and you certainly have plenty of food, I don't doubt that. But it seems quite cold here." Su Chen chuckled and said, "Sorry, I was just experiencing the apocalypse, I didn't turn on the constant temperature." As he spoke, Su Chen silently chanted in his mind, "Constant temperature, start." As soon as he finished speaking, the chill inside the fortress began to dissipate rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the room became warm, as pleasant as spring. The infinite constant temperature function works, and he can adjust the temperature at will, making it as hot or as cold as he wants. This is really good stuff, Su Chen couldn't help but praise in his heart. It's so hot. Xingfei was shocked. She was still wearing a cotton padded coat, and suddenly she started to feel hot. Su Chen's house actually has a constant temperature control system. You know, it's 30 degrees Celsius outside. How much electricity does that consume? The school's voltage simply can't keep up. It would be difficult to even turn on an induction cooker on a normal day. I have an independent power supply here, so the power will never be cut off. Therefore, you can indeed never freeze here, Su Chen explained. Xingfei closed her eyes comfortably. She had been freezing these past 2 days. As a southerner, she was most afraid of the cold, and the feeling of warmth was wonderful. That alone was enough to make her reluctant to leave. If you want to know more, I can tell you that I also have independent water supply here, making it a true home with 24-hour hot water, Su Chen added. Xingfei was stunned. Wasn't the entire dormitory area without water? The water pipes were frozen. How could this be? She couldn't help but stand up, quickly ran to the kitchen, and turned on the tap. Wow! A stream of clear water flowed down, and quite a strong one at that. Water outage? Not a chance. Seeing the flowing water made her feel itchy and she really wanted to take a bath. Xingfei was completely shocked it was actually true. With water, electricity, and food, this place is practically a legendary doomsday shelter. Su Chen wasn't lying to her staying here, she could not only survive, but thrive. After turning off the tap, Xingfei returned to the living room, suppressing her excitement, and said, "So, as long as I become your girlfriend, you can stay, right?" Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "You seem to have misunderstood." Xingfei was taken aback. "Misunderstanding? Didn't you say?" Su Chen said, "I mean you have to follow me, but not be my girlfriend. You have to work for me. Being my woman is just the most basic obligation. The correct role is that you have to be my loyal servant, or you can call me a maid." Xingfei's expression changed. Servants, maids, these words were too jarring. Wasn't that the same as slavery? What era was this? This was too insulting. Her pride was instantly wounded, and she was furious. You've gone too far." Su Chen calmly replied, "So, you're unwilling?" Xingfei said angrily, "What do you think? Do you really think you can do whatever you want? They're right, you're really shameless." Because she was so shocked just now, she almost forgot that Su Chen was a voyeur and a pervert. She shouldn't have been surprised at all that he made such an excessive request. Su Chen wasn't angry. He said calmly, "Since you don't agree, you can leave." But let me remind you, only you know I'm here right now. If anyone comes to harass me later, it's only because you exposed me, and I'll kill you myself. Xingfei snorted, not wanting to say another word to Su Chen, and turned to walk out the door. Su Chen reminded him, before you go out, cover your face and don't touch the snowflakes. Xingfei frowned and said, I've wanted to ask you this before, why? Su Chen smiled and said, I don't need to tell you, you should know the reason soon enough. Xingfei bit her lip and didn't ask any more questions, but she did as Su Chen said and covered her face with the scarf again. He then went to the door and reached out to pull it, but the door was as if it were rusted shut and he couldn't pull it at all. Open the door, Xingfei said, turning her head. Go back and think it over carefully. If you change your mind, you can let me know any time, Su Chen said with a smile. With a thought, the dormitory door opened. Xingfei opened the door, walked out without looking back, and slammed the door shut. Chapter 9, I figured it out. Extreme cold hit us hard, it was unbearably cold. It was like two different worlds inside and outside the house. Inside was heaven, and outside was hell. Xingfei shivered, feeling a pang of regret, but her pride prevented her from accepting Su Chen's excessive demands, and she ultimately did not turn back. Actually, she had already made her choice. She could abandon Li Haoming and become Su Chen's girlfriend. What is a girlfriend? It's someone Su Chen has to pamper like a princess, dote on her in every way, and obey her every word. To put it bluntly, she's a simp. Indeed, before the apocalypse, someone like Su Chen would only be worthy of being her lapdog, and even then, the kind who couldn't get what he wanted. But Su Chen didn't play by the rules. He actually made her his maid and expect her to grovel before him. How could she possibly accept that? She was the school beauty. This is absolutely infuriating. And so, Xingfei returned to her dormitory, seething with anger. When her roommate saw her return, they exchanged glances but remained silent. Xingfei ignored them, took off her cotton-padded coat, climbed into her own bed, and covered herself with the quilt. Ding dong! At that moment, she received a message notification on WeChat. Thinking it was sent by Su Chen, she didn't want to look at it at first, but after a while, she couldn't resist her curiosity and clicked on it anyway. It turned out that it wasn't Su Chen who replied, but Li Haoming. Tomorrow will be better, I just fell asleep. Will you come find me? Where are you now? Xingfei was touched. It turned out that Li Haoming was actually asleep, and that he didn't really not care about her at all. She couldn't help but smile. Fei, you didn't reply to my message, but I'm back now. Tomorrow will be better. Baby, did you find something to eat? Come and bring me some. Come over again, okay? Xingfei was stunned. Fei, I didn't bring you food. Ring ring ring. Li Haoming immediately sent a voice call. Xingfei answered the call. Li Haoming berated him, are you kidding me? The school doesn't allow us to go out now. If you didn't have food for me, why did you come looking for me and give me nothing in return? Xingfei's smile froze. Li Haoming continued his tirade, you didn't come here to ask me for food, did you? I already told you I don't have any food. Did you think I was lying to you? Xingfei's eyes reddened. She had originally wanted to tell Li Haoming about Su Chen, but suddenly she didn't want to talk about it at all. Li Haoming didn't give her a chance after scolding her, he hung up the phone. Xingfei stared blankly at her phone, feeling utterly disappointed in Li Haoming. It turned out that he was only replying to her messages because he thought she was going to bring him food, not because he cared about her. In comparison, Su Chen looked much more handsome. At least Su Chen gave her a choice and didn't force her. Of course, she still couldn't accept Su Chen's excessive demands. Anyway, she wasn't hungry for the time being. She hadn't slept well for several days, and after eating and drinking her fill, she felt sleepy. She put down her phone and quickly fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time passed. Xingfei was suddenly awakened by the noise. When she opened her eyes, she saw several of her roommates sitting on the bed staring at her. They were deliberately banging on the bedboard, obviously trying to wake her up. Is something wrong? Xingfei asked, a little annoyed. Since the apocalypse began, her roommate's behavior has made her too lazy to even pretend to be polite anymore. You, surnamed Xing, can no longer stay here. You must move out immediately. This is a decision we all made together. A fat, tall girl said coldly. Xingfei said angrily, this is ridiculous. Why should I move out? The tall, fat woman sneered, why should I? It seems you don't know yet. Go online and see for yourself. Another girl with a face full of acne said, "You're a plague now, move out right now, or we'll get rough with you." Xingfei frowned. Their behavior didn't seem to be unreasonable. She quickly picked up her phone and saw a notice pop up prominently. Announcement to the entire nation, warning. After extensive investigation by the expert team, it has now been confirmed that the snowflakes contain an unknown virus. Please take all necessary precautions, abide by the ban, and strictly refrain from going out. If your skin has accidentally come into contact with the snowflakes, please wash it off within 1 hour. Anyone who has not washed their skin within 1 hour should self-isolate and remain in isolation for at least 7 days without any adverse reactions. Everyone must strictly comply and monitor each other, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Xingfei's expression changed drastically. Oh my god, are the snowflakes poisonous? Do you understand now? You went out and you've probably already been infected with the virus, the tall, fat girl sneered. I don't. Xingfei raised her head and retorted. She did go outside, but thanks to Su Chen's reminder, she didn't let her skin come into contact with the snowflakes, so she was fine. That's right, Su Chen seemed to have known that the snowflakes were poisonous even before the official announcement. How did he know? Xingfei felt a surge of surprise. Su Chen was becoming more and more mysterious. The tall, plump girl said sternly, "You think you can just say you didn't? You went out, and you went to sleep as soon as you came back without washing your skin. You're 99% infected. No, you absolutely are. You have to leave." Xingfei trembled with anger. Even so, what right do you have to kick me out? The announcement said that at most I would be quarantined. The tall, plump girl sneered, "Do you think you have a choice? There are several of us, we can carry you out. Do you want to try?" As she spoke, the tall, chubby girl jumped to the ground, staring intently at Xingfei, ready to attack at any moment. Xingfei's heart skipped a beat. It didn't take many people. This guy alone could lift her up with one hand. "Wait a minute, I can walk by myself, I just need a little time," Xingfei said quickly. Her mind raced. Where could she go after being kicked out of the dormitory? She quickly opened WeChat, clicked on Li Haoming's profile picture, and made a voice call. This time, Li Haoming answered immediately. "Baby, they want to kick me out of the dorm. Can I come live with you?" Xingfei asked anxiously. Li Haoming's voice was icy. "Do you think I didn't see the announcement? You've come here to find me now, are you trying to kill me?" Xingfei cried, "Then what am I supposed to do?" Li Haoming said, "I don't care what you do. Don't look for me anymore. From now on, we're breaking up." After saying that, Li Haoming hung up the phone. Xingfei was both angry and anxious, and she yelled into her phone, "Li Haoming, you scumbag. I was so blind before." Seeing this, her roommates all wore gloating expressions. It was so satisfying to see the once high and mighty school beauty reduced to this state. The tall, chubby girl chuckled and said, "Now you understand, right? No man is any good. What school heartthrob? He's nothing. I've never envied you." "That's right, we are all independent women, you're not one of us," another girl said. "I might as well tell you something else, we've already reported you to the school for leaving the school without permission. You're finished." For a moment, the group burst into shrill laughter. Xingfei was trembling with anger. She didn't say another word, silently got up, and started to get dressed. They thought that if they kicked her out, she would be doomed, but she did not do as they wished. She wanted to live, and live better than any of them. She suddenly realized that Su Chen's request wasn't so unreasonable. As long as she could survive, what did it matter if she was a servant? Compared to the awful faces of her roommates and boyfriend, Su Chen was practically an angel. After dressing as Su Chen had instructed, Xingfei sent Su Chen a message. "Foreign languages Xingfei, Su Chen, I've figured it out." After a tense minute of waiting, Su Chen's reply popped up. "Come here." Xingfei was overjoyed. She quickly packed her luggage and left the dormitory under the teasing gazes of her roommates. More than 10 minutes later, Xingfei had arrived at Su Chen's dormitory again and knocked on the door. The door opened, and Su Chen stepped aside, smiling, "Welcome, my beautiful maid." Chapter 10 The First Maid. Xingfei never expected that she would sleep until noon the next day, and now it is the third day of the apocalypse. If she hadn't eaten at Su Chen's place last night, she wasn't sure if she would have starved to death by now. Plus, after being kicked out of the dorm by her roommates, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Su Chen was her savior. On the third day of the apocalypse, the weather seemed to get colder again. As she walked along, her teeth chattered from the cold. But as soon as she stepped into Su Chen's fortress, warmth quickly enveloped her, calming her down rapidly. I have to admit, this feeling is just wonderful. May I ask what made you change your mind so quickly? Su Chen sat back down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked casually. Xingfei bit her lip and chose to tell the truth. They said I was infected with the virus and wanted to kick me out of the dormitory. Su Chen said oh, and smiled, you did as I said, so I can be sure you're not infected. Xingfei said, that's what I said too, but they don't believe me, and I can't beat them. Su Chen asked, what about your boyfriend? Xingfei said, don't mention him, he's not my boyfriend anymore. Did you dump him? Su Chen looked into Xingfei's eyes, which seemed to see right through people. In fact, his insightful eyes could indeed tell whether she was lying. Xingfei felt inexplicably guilty and said, actually, he was the one who broke up with me. She then explained the reason for breaking up with Li Haoming. Although, the result is the same, I have nothing to do with this person anymore. Xingfei added at the end. Su Chen nodded, it's good that you're aware of this. Now that you've become my servant, you can never have a boyfriend again in this life, and you absolutely cannot let another man touch you. This is the first ironclad rule, otherwise I will personally end your life, understand? Xingfei glanced at Su Chen with a hint of resentment, isn't there even a possibility that you'll be my boyfriend? Su Chen chuckled and said, you'd better get rid of that idea as soon as possible. I can only be your master, and you are both my servant and my woman. Xingfei was skeptical and snorted inwardly. Don't jump to conclusions so soon. Who knows what will happen in the future? With her looks, wouldn't it be easy for Su Chen to kneel at her feet? There is a second ironclad rule. Su Chen continued. As a servant, you must be 100% loyal to me. You must do whatever I tell you to do, and you must never disobey me. If you betray me, I will kill you with my own hands. Xingfei said, okay, is there anything else? Su Chen said, I'll tell you the rest later. Right now, I need to test your loyalty. Come here and kneel down. Xingfei thought she had misheard and knelt down? Is Su Chen serious? Su Chen was clearly serious, his gaze had turned somewhat cold. Shame, indignation, disgrace. Xingfei felt a mix of emotions. Su Chen was really going too far, but if she didn't comply, she wouldn't get through this ordeal. Su Chen might kick her out or even kill her. After all, she knew Su Chen's secret. If she couldn't even be loyal, then what reason would Su Chen have to keep her around? Suppressing her shame and indignation, Xingfei finally walked over, knelt down beside Su Chen. Call me master. Su Chen said. Xingfei bit her lip and whispered, Master. Su Chen smiled slightly, see, it's not difficult. Women are indeed very pragmatic, they will always make choices that are beneficial to their survival, and if that choice requires crossing the line, they will cross the line. So Su Chen was never worried that Xingfei would eventually choose to come back and bow down to him. In fact, Xingfei came back much faster than he had imagined. He thought Xingfei would be hungry for several more days before returning, but she came back before she was even hungry. As a result, the rescue mission was not triggered. Given Xingfei's current situation, he didn't want to send her away, otherwise she would really be driven to desperation and might even die. Master, do you have any work to assign me? Xingfei asked. She's already learned to take the initiative, this woman is quite perceptive. Su Chen asked, how's your cooking? Xingfei said, I started helping with housework at a very young age and I can cook a lot of dishes. Su Chen nodded, okay, then you can be my cook from now on and take care of my 3 meals a day. Xingfei replied, yes, master. Su Chen smiled and said, I can't wait to try your cooking, but before that, I'd like to try something else first. Xingfei understood immediately. Despite having mentally prepared herself before coming over, her face still flushed instantly, turning bright red to the roots of her neck. After all, she and Li Haoming had been dating for several months and had only ever held hands, yet Su Chen was already trying to take advantage of her. A wave of humiliation washed over her, and she could only console herself that this was just to survive, and that she must find a way to escape Su Chen's clutches in the future. What are you still standing there for? Su Chen spoke calmly. Come over. An hour later. Satisfied, Su Chen left Xingfei behind and went into the bathroom, while the latter slumped on the sofa, her rosy face full of fatigue. It was the first time for both of them. Xingfei was clueless and passive, while Su Chen had been working on the D drive for many years and was as skilled as a veteran. I've finally become a man. Su Chen sighed inwardly. What you learn from books is never enough, you must experience it for yourself to truly understand. The joy of genuine experience is incomparable to any amount of fantasy combined. Moreover, the object of his affections was a 19-year-old school beauty in the bud, with a well-proportioned figure without an ounce of excess fat, and fair and delicate skin. She was simply a work of art created by Nuwa. The most important point, really important. If he hadn't seen that she was about to give up, Su Chen wouldn't have finished so quickly. After his body was strengthened, he was still at full strength. Just as he was savoring the moment, Su Chen suddenly heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding! Detected that you have successfully won over the goddess, triggering a hidden reward. You have gained 60,000 double merit points. You have received a hidden skill reward, basic wind speed. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. There was actually a hidden reward? In other words, there is a hidden strategy mission in the system. If you succeed, you can trigger a hidden reward. Double merit points plus hidden skill. The reward is quite generous. This basic wind speed is clearly a speed-type skill, allowing him to move as swiftly as the wind. It's practically an essential skill for home travel, escaping from enemies, and anything else. Bite. Suddenly, the system beeped again. There's another surprise? Su Chen's heart began to race. You've recruited the first maid for the fortress. Maid feature is now available. Maid function, your maids contribute to the construction of the fortress, earning you merit points through their labor. Please assign tasks to your maids appropriately to make them your assistants. Su Chen thought to himself, holy crap. He took Xing Fei in as a maid with the intention of giving her a hard time, but he didn't expect that the system itself had a maid function. Why didn't the system tell him sooner? He now understood why the system had him rescue the 8-point goddess. Its purpose was to develop her into a maid. Shortly after, Su Chen came out of the bathroom and sat down next to Xing Fei, saying, "It's your turn. Clean up the floor before you go in." Xing Fei dared not disobey, so she forced herself to get up, grabbed a few tissues from the table, and squatted down to wipe the area. Looking at her posture, Su Chen felt a little restless again. Okay, let's let her recover first. Xing Fei felt extremely wronged and wanted to cry her heart out. Her most precious thing was gone just like that, and Su Chen showed no mercy at all. He was simply a devil. Xing Fei stayed in the bathroom for a full half-hour before coming out. When she came out, her eyes were red. Su Chen was looking at his phone and said without looking up, "You can go cook now. I'm looking forward to trying your cooking." "Yes, master." Xing Fei responded, walked to the refrigerator, and opened the refrigerator door. Looking at the abundance of food, Xing Fei finally felt a sense of comfort. With food to eat and the ability to survive, her efforts were worthwhile. Xing Fei suddenly had a thought. She remembered that the refrigerator wasn't this full last night, but now it was completely crammed with food. Clearly, Su Chen had restocked. How can he restock? Is there some kind of warehouse here? Xing Fei was extremely curious. Whatever the reason, this was a good thing, which meant that there was really no shortage of food here. Clinging to Su Chen's coattails is all that matters. Nothing else matters as much as surviving. Xing Fei sighed inwardly, finally understanding. Soon after, the sound of chopping vegetables filled the kitchen. The little cook had come online. In the living room, Su Chen nestled comfortably on the sofa, playing on his phone while waiting for dinner. It has to be said, this kind of life was too pleasant. Ring ring ring. Suddenly a ringtone sounded. Su Chen looked and saw it was Xing Fei's phone, which was lying to the side. Someone had sent a voice call. ID, tomorrow will be better. Su Chen frowned. Who is this? Chapter 11, A Great Humiliation. Ding. Your maid has worked hard and prepared a sumptuous meal. You have gained 1,000 merit points. Su Chen listened to the system's voice in his ear and looked down at the desktop in front of him. Mapo tofu, boiled beef, stewed pork ribs with potatoes, seaweed, and meatball soup. Xing Fei made some very home-style dishes, and they looked quite appealing. Master, would you like to try it and see if it suits your taste? Xing Fei served Su Chen a bowl of white rice and presented him with chopsticks with both hands. Su Chen tasted each dish one by one and nodded in appreciation. Not bad, you really know how to cook. It suits the taste of a lowly guy like me. Xing Fei. What Su Chen said was true. He had no home since he was a child and had no means to cook for himself. After starting school, he basically ate in the cafeteria. Such home-cooked meals used to be a luxury for him. Unexpectedly, after the apocalypse, I experienced it and even lived the life of a pampered young master, with everything done for me. Meanwhile, many people don't even have a pack of instant noodles to eat. Seeing Su Chen eating with great relish, Xing Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had tried everything to please Su Chen, afraid that he would be dissatisfied. At the same time, she was also drooling with envy, and her stomach started growling again. She hadn't eaten for 3 days, and what she ate last night had long been digested. Who knows the true value of a bowl of white rice in the apocalypse? Probably everyone in the dormitory area knows. Residents outside might still have some surplus food, but for the students, it's a real luxury. What's more, in addition to white rice, there's meat to eat and soup to drink. If other students saw this, they'd probably go crazy with envy. Noticing Xing Fei's reaction, Su Chen made no comment. Xing Fei was his servant, and servants should be treated with the proper etiquette. He would not allow Xing Fei to sit at the table with him for meals, otherwise she would become arrogant and overbearing. After finishing his meal, Su Chen put down his chopsticks and said, "You can have the rest." Xing Fei looked at the food and saw that although it was leftovers, there was still about a third of each dish left, which was enough for her to eat her fill. "Thank you, master," Xing Fei said gratefully. "From now on, when you cook, save a portion for yourself so you don't have to eat my saliva," Su Chen said, standing up and walking towards the sofa. Xing Fei was taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to consider her feelings. She felt grateful and quickly said, "I understand, thank you for your care, master." Then she couldn't wait to sit down and start eating. As soon as she took a bite of rice, she couldn't help but close her eyes. She couldn't be more satisfied. "Oh, right," Su Chen suddenly said, "someone just made a voice call to you. Do you want to call them back?" Xing Fei hummed in agreement, walked over, picked up her phone, and looked at it. Her expression immediately changed. "It's Li Haoming. Didn't he break up with her? Why is he still looking for her? Besides, she's with Su Chen now. If Su Chen finds out she's still in contact with her ex-boyfriend, what's wrong?" Su Chen asked casually. Xing Fei quickly replied, "I dare not hide it from you, master. The person who contacted me is Li Haoming, my ex-boyfriend. I forgot to delete him, I'll delete him right away." Su Chen said oh and smiled, "Don't rush to delete it. Didn't you say he dumped you? Give him a call and see what he's up to." Xing Fei asked hesitantly, "Master, what should I say?" Su Chen said, "Just tell the truth." Xing Fei called back the voice call and put it on speakerphone. "Is there something you need?" Xing Fei asked indifferently. Li Haoming seemed oblivious to her tone and chuckled, "Baby, it was a bit too much of a shock when I brought up breaking up with you before, and it was definitely your fault, but I don't blame you anymore." "What the hell?" Xing Fei almost laughed in anger, and said coldly, "And then?" Li Haoming said, "I found food. You remember Chen Lele, right? She promised to give me 3 packs of instant noodles." A hint of disgust flashed in Xing Fei's eyes as she said, "Of course I remember, she's your fangirl." Li Haoming said, "It's like this, I originally asked Lele, my junior, to bring it over, but she was too scared to go out. I thought since you've already gone out, you could just go and get it." Xing Fei was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "Li Haoming, do you even listen to what you're saying? You came to me to get back together just to use me to deliver food for you?" Li Haoming urged, "Baby, are you angry?" "No, why are you angry? Hurry up and go now, I'm starving." Xing Fei's tone was icy. "I'm sorry, I won't go. I never agreed to get back together with you. From now on, I'm officially cutting ties with you." Li Haoming immediately flew into a rage. "Damn it. What are you doing throwing a tantrum? I've already forgiven you, what more do you want?" Xing Fei sneered, "What did I do wrong that I need your forgiveness? You're the selfish one. You broke up with me because I didn't have any food for you, and then pretended to get back together when you saw I was still useful to you. I was so blind before." Li Haoming said in a deep voice, "Have you made enough of a scene? If you have, go get the food. I didn't say I wouldn't share with you." Xing Fei snorted, "I don't need your crappy instant noodles. I have food now, and it's very good." Li Haoming asked in surprise, "What? Are you serious? How do you have food?" Xing Fei glanced at Su Chen, wondering how she should tell Li Haoming. "Do you really want to know the reason?" "I don't think you'd want to hear it," Su Chen said calmly. Li Haoming was stunned for a moment, then excitedly asked, "Who is it? Who is speaking?" Su Chen said, "Tell him who I am to you." Xing Fei respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Li Haoming, "Did you hear that? He is my master, and I will only obey his orders." Li Haoming was furious. "What the hell? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Who is this person? Did you betray me? Tell me now." Xing Fei said, "What betrayal? We've already broken up, and you were the one who initiated it. Have you lost your memory?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Let me put it this way, seniorly. I provide her with food and lodging. She is my servant and has become my woman. She has nothing to do with you anymore. Don't even think about her. If you think about my woman, the consequences will be severe." As he spoke, Su Chen nodded to Xing Fei. Xing Fei quickly picked up her phone, hung up the call, and then proceeded to block and delete all of Li Haoming's contact information. "Master, I'm sorry, I promise this will never happen again," Xing Fei said apologetically. Su Chen said calmly, "I believe you are a smart person, but your ex-boyfriend is not necessarily so." At this moment, in dormitory 620 upstairs, Li Haoming stared at the disconnected call, his face turning ashen with rage. When he tried to contact Xing Fei again, he discovered that all his contact methods had been blocked, which only fueled his fury. "You slut, you've already hooked up with other guys so quickly, and with all this talk of master and servant. You're playing the field so much, you've already been slept with by them, haven't you?" Li Haoming gritted his teeth. He had been dating Xing Fei for several months, but Xing Fei would only let him hold her hand and refused to take things any further, saying that she had strict family rules and that they could only do so after they got married. As a result, only 3 days into the apocalypse, she gave it to someone else. "Damn it, this is a complete disgrace. Who the hell is that guy? You better not let me find you, or I'll kill you." Li Haoming clenched his fists angrily. Chapter 12 Sports Students. After eating, Xing Fei went to wash the dishes. When she came out of the kitchen, she found that Su Chen had already gone back to his room and closed the door. Su Chen told her that only he could enter that room, and she was not allowed to go near it without his permission. She could only sleep on the sofa in the living room. That room probably holds some secret, Xing Fei wondered to herself. She still didn't understand how Su Chen had created this place. It was as if he knew in advance that the apocalypse was coming and had made preparations accordingly. It was truly a mystery. She didn't know that Su Chen didn't let her into the room simply because he was wary of her. If she stabbed him while he was asleep, it would be game over. The first rule for survival in the apocalypse is to always be wary of others. No outsiders should be near you when you sleep. It's certainly comfortable to sleep with a woman in your arms, but only if that woman is someone you absolutely trust. Xing Fei is certainly not now. When Su Chen woke up, he looked out the window and saw that it was already dark, and the wind and snow were raging, seemingly even more intense than before. Su Chen checked his phone and, sure enough, the outdoor temperature had dropped to minus 35 degrees Celsius. This natural disaster was showing signs of worsening. At this rate, people are going to freeze to death. Su Chen couldn't help but feel grateful that he had a system. As long as he stayed inside the fortress, he didn't have to worry about the cold. Opening WeChat, there were many more verification messages. Although Su Chen hadn't advertised since yesterday, it was clear that as his hunger intensified, more and more people were thinking about him. It wasn't just girls who wanted to add him. The male-to-female ratio was surprisingly 50-50. One man got straight to the point, "Hey buddy, I have a round face and a full beard, and I love wearing red clothes. Want to consider me?" This left Su Chen speechless. Of course, most of the guys were normal in that area. Some offered to exchange supplies with him, some said they could pay for them, and some even sent threats, demanding that he give them supplies unconditionally. Su Chen continued his previous approach, ignoring all men and only looking at women. He currently has over 60,000 merit points, which, if used entirely to buy food, would be enough to sustain him for a long time, so there's no need to rush to do the next task. However, from a long-term perspective, he would not refuse another task if offered. It is conceivable that, as time goes by, there will be a large-scale human extinction, including beauties who are rated 8 or above. If all the goddesses die, how will he earn merit points? Once his merit points are used up, he will ultimately face the same fate as before. While humanity is still alive, I need to accumulate as much merit as possible, ideally enough for a lifetime, or at least set a small goal first, like earning 100 million. Su Chen was making plans in his mind. I have a dream, to lie peacefully in a fortress with a group of stunningly beautiful women, even if a great flood were to rage outside. Su Chen continued browsing the girl's verification information. After looking around, I couldn't find an 8-point goddess who met my criteria. Su Chen put down his phone with some disappointment, got up and left the room. But Xing Fei was sitting on the sofa, hugging her knees and sobbing. What's wrong? Su Chen asked. Xing Fei quickly wiped away her tears and stood up. Master. It's nothing, I just received a punishment from the school for violating the rules by going out without permission. I was given a major demerit, and my roommates reported me. Su Chen laughed. Just because of this? It's the apocalypse. What's the school? What's the school rule? Just wait and see, soon no one will follow it. Xing Fei asked curiously, is it true? Does Master know what will happen next? Su Chen said, it's not that I know, it's a reasonable deduction. If we keep starving, everyone will go crazy. Xing Fei nodded, it seemed to make sense. She had noticed that people in the mutual aid group had indeed become more aggressive. How terrible it would be if everyone went crazy. Xing Fei couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate. Here, there was food and drink, heating, a shower, and it was very safe. It was simply paradise. Choosing to become Su Chen's servant was truly a brilliant decision. Thinking of this, Xing Fei smiled through her tears. Okay, I'll listen to my master. Let them decide what to do, it doesn't matter. Seeing her tearful face, Su Chen felt a pang of pity for her and couldn't help but smile, saying, that's right. Come into my arms and let me comfort you again. Xing Fei Xia blushed and obediently walked over. There's not much you can do inside the fortress. For the next 2 days, apart from eating and sleeping, Su Chen did happy things with Xing Fei, eating 3 meals a day. Xing Fei gradually got used to it. It was also because Su Chen was strong enough that she experienced that kind of joy, and she was no longer so resistant to it. In this terrible apocalypse, the two of them lived such shameless and happy days. But outside the fortress, as time goes by, the human world is truly turning into hell. Building 9, Room 208. This is the dormitory for physical education students. All 6 of them are tall and strong. In their previous supermarket raids, they stole a lot of food, achieving remarkable success. However, their physical size also meant that they consumed more energy than others. After a few days, the food was running out, and everyone began to feel a sense of crisis. That day, dormitory head Zhao Feng said, this can't go on. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to go out and find something to eat. Upon hearing this, the others had many concerns. But doesn't the school prohibit students from going out? A girl was disciplined for it before, a roommate said. Zhao Feng scoffed, to hell with the school. Do whatever you want. Is getting a disciplinary action more important than starving to death? Another roommate said, hey, why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe the rescue will come soon. Zhao Feng shook his head, forget it. There are already rumors online that there is no rescue plan at all. Even if there is, who knows how long it will take? By then we will all starve to death. What's the point then? But the authorities say the snowflakes are poisonous. How do we get out? This is the most crucial question. Zhao Feng said, as long as the snowflakes don't touch our skin, there won't be a problem. Besides, our current target is this building, so we don't need to go downstairs or go outside, and we basically won't come into contact with the snowflakes. What Feng means is, we're asking the people in this building for food, but will they be willing to give it to us? Zhao Feng sneered, it's not their place to refuse if they won't give it to us, we'll just take it. After a moment of silence, everyone nodded in agreement. Brother Feng, you're the boss, you tell us what to do, we'll listen to you. Zhao Feng said, let's dismantle the beds first, use the bedboards and iron frames to make weapons, then start looting from the 3rd floor. After we've looted this building, we'll go loot the girls' dormitory next door. Without further ado, soon after, led by Zhao Feng, the 6 men, completely covered up and carrying homemade weapons, went up to the 3rd floor. The first to suffer was dormitory 301. A group of people forcibly kicked open the door and ransacked the room. Students who tried to resist were brutally injured. Since they didn't get much, they looted the 3 dormitories behind them before stopping and leaving. This incident quickly caused a sensation in the mutual aid group, with everyone condemning this outrageous behavior. Student Union President Yao Tongwei angrily stated, this is an act of robbery, extremely heinous in nature. On behalf of the Student Union, I strongly condemn this. If caught, they will be expelled immediately. I hope these students will pull back from the brink, turn back before it's too late, and not make the same mistake again, going down a path of no return. However, his words had no deterrent effect, and the robbery occurred again the next day. The student council is powerless against them, except for their impotent rage. Even more frightening was that imitators soon appeared. Just as Su Chen had predicted, the chaos started in the boys' dormitories. Robbery gangs appeared in almost all the boys' dormitories, and there were even cases of different gangs robbing each other. For a time, everyone was in a state of fear. Although the girls' dormitories are relatively calm for the time being, the girls are also in a state of panic. It's not hard to imagine that once the boys' dormitories are all taken, it will be their turn. Besides the possibility of their food being stolen, the girls had an even greater fear, their own safety, as they were highly likely to be sexually assaulted. Seeing how things were developing, Su Chen felt a little helpless. Given the current chaotic state of the boys' dormitory, the girls probably wouldn't dare to approach him anymore. However, on that very day, Su Chen suddenly received an unexpected message. Chapter 13 News about Xia Mengyao. Is anyone still in charge of the boys' dorms? It's completely lawless now? Men really are all potential criminals. At Student Union President Yao Tongwei, can you think of a solution? We girls are all very scared. In the mutual aid group, the girls are having a team-building activity in response to the current chaotic situation in the boys' dormitory. The boys, however, almost all fell silent. The school administration and student union seem to be paralyzed and are doing nothing about it. At this time, Su Chen resurfaced after a few days of silence. Su Chen, Physics Department, ladies, please note that my assistance continues. Free food and water are being provided. Feel free to send me a makeup-free photo as a verification message. Ugly girls, please do not disturb. Su Chen's eye-catching behavior immediately attracted the attention of the girls and made him the center of attention. He Yan, a legal scholar, oh, that deadbeat guy is back again, and he's not dead yet. Vomiting.jpg. Yang Lu, foreign languages, the boys' dorms are such a mess now, you must be lying. Artist Jolly, no doubt about it, he's a fraudster who specializes in stealing our photos. I'm a victim myself, so please, ladies, don't fall for it. Foreign languages Yang Lu, oh my god, what is he trying to do? Artist Jolly, he's a pervert. He must be masturbating while looking at our photos. It's disgusting. Zheng Xiuxiu Chinese, that's right, I can testify. He stopped responding after I gave him the photo. Looking at these replies, Su Chen frowned. This was slander. If the goddesses believed him, they wouldn't have come to him. He needs to clarify this. Su Chen, Physics Department, is it possible that I'm ignoring you guys because you're too ugly? I told you, I only help beautiful women. Artist Jolly, who the hell are you calling ugly? You grotesque bastard, you pervert. Can't you just go die already? Su Chen was too lazy to say more, so he found a photo of Jolly and posted it in the group chat. The girl in the photo is 1.4 meters tall and weighs 90 kilograms. She has triangular eyes and an upturned nose, but she has an incredibly confident expression. Su Chen, Physics Department, you can judge for yourselves. There was a brief silence in the group chat. Then Jolly went crazy, sending more than a dozen messages to furiously curse Su Chen. In the end, even the group admin couldn't stand it anymore and banned Jolly from speaking before things calmed down. Then, a new message suddenly popped up in the group chat. Xingfei Foreign Languages, hello everyone, I'm here to clarify something for Su Chen. His act of helping me was real. I received food from him and now I can eat my fill every day. This news caused a sensation immediately, even drawing out some male students. Yang Lu from Foreign Languages, Xingfei? Our department's most beautiful senior? Accounting major Wu Meifeng, it's certified by the department's most beautiful girl, so it's real? Li Jianxin, Department of Chemistry, holy crap, I'm so envious. I'm bowing down to you. Inside the Doomsday Fortress. Xingfei put down her phone and looked at Su Chen beside her. Master, is it okay for me to say it like this? Su Chen smiled slightly. Not bad, now no one should doubt me. With that, Su Chen closed the group chat. He had achieved his goal, and now all he had to do was wait for the goddess to come to him. Xingfei frowned secretly. Su Chen already had her, yet he still wanted to take in more beauties. Sigh, are men never satisfied? Although she had some objections, she didn't dare to say them aloud. She just silently hoped that Su Chen would fail. Su Chen only needed her. She didn't want other women to share food with him. The advertisement was quite effective soon. New verification messages started popping up everywhere. Just as Su Chen was about to click to see, an unexpected message popped up. Yao Yao, Su Chen, I heard you have a lot of food, right? Can I have some? Yao Yao, if you give me food, I'll consider forgiving you for harassing me the other day. It was Xia Mengyao. I don't know when she removed Su Chen from the blacklist, it might have just happened. Su Chen laughed in anger. How the hell did I harass you? You were the one playing me. Damn it, this brain-dead woman, you're too immersed in your role. You even believe your own acting. Su Chen, get the hell out of here. Although Xia Mengyao was undoubtedly the school beauty, Su Chen had no intention of helping her. The reason I didn't block or delete her immediately was to see when she would disappear. Clicking into Xia Mengyao's WeChat moments, one can see that she has been asking for food in her moments for the past few days. May 14th, what should we do? We don't have any food. Could you guys give us a chance to show our skills by bringing us some food? If you have food, please DM me. If you don't, please don't bother me, I'll block you. May 15th, day 2 of asking for food, are you guys there? Why is no one replying to me? May 16th, a bunch of heartless, useless men. When they were chasing me, they said they'd give me their lives, but after all these days, not one of them has even brought me food. Xia Mengyao's WeChat moments posts amused Su Chen. It was really funny this girl had broken down because she hadn't gotten the food she wanted. At this moment, Xia Mengyao sent another message. Yao Yao, no, Su Chen, what do you mean? Why are you cursing at me? Weren't you begging for food from pretty girls in the group chat? I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. You're really shameless. Su Chen was too lazy to argue with her, so he simply blocked her messages. Anyway, she's the one who's lacking food, so let her just sit there and worry. Just as I finished dealing with Xia Mengyao, another new source of amusement appeared. Su Chen suddenly received a message notification that his homeroom teacher, Li Xin, had tagged everyone in the class group chat. Class teacher Li Xin at all students, I understand the situation in the boys' dormitory. To prevent your supplies from being stolen, please pack your belongings carefully. I will help you store and distribute them. Please hurry up and take a picture of your packed items and send it to the group chat. Upon hearing this, the class group chat erupted in cheers. Everyone was really scared, worried that a robbery gang would come knocking on their door. Their homeroom teacher was their savior. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing a conspiracy. The apocalypse has been here for several days now, and our homeroom teacher has been pretending to be dead. Now he suddenly jumps out and says he wants to help everyone. Is this reliable? Before long, photos of packed supplies were posted in the class group chat. In the end, only Su Chen remained silent. Li Xin was clearly staring at the screen when a message popped up. Class teacher Li Xin at Su Chen, what about yours? Su Chen, sorry, I'm not in the dorm. Class teacher Li Xin, you didn't go back to the dormitory? At Xiahua, is it true? Xiahua, yes, Su Chen hasn't come back yet. Class teacher Li Xin, Su Chen, where are you now? You must have supplies, otherwise you wouldn't have survived. How much do you have? Su Chen, I do have them, and a lot of them, but I don't plan to give them to you. Xiahua teacher Li Xin, Su Chen has been in the mutual aid group these past few days saying he's going to give free food to pretty girls. Class teacher Li Xin, is that so? Su Chen, since you have food, shouldn't you help your own teachers and classmates first? Su Chen, why should I? Chapter 14 Xing Yue. Class teacher Li Xin, how can you talk like that? Don't you have any sense of team spirit? Tell me where you are right now. As long as it's not too far, I'll come find you. Su Chen, sorry, I won't give any. I suggest everyone not to give anything either. It's safest to keep the supplies in your own hands. Class teacher Li Xin, what are you saying? Teachers are doing this for your own good. How can you disrupt unity like this? Where is your conscience? Angry emoji. Su Chen immediately received a notification, you have been banned from speaking by the group owner. Class teacher Li Xin, everyone, don't listen to him. He's causing trouble. I never knew he was so wicked. Okay, students, I'm going to call someone to collect the supplies now. Xiahua, okay, teacher. He Liang, I have nothing. I'm waiting for the teacher to assign me something. Li Chun, speaking of which, I've never liked Su Chen. It seems everyone has finally figured out who I dislike. Chen Yongyin, he's just a clown. He only scams girls out of their photos in mutual aid groups. Ignore him. A chorus of criticisms against Su Chen erupted in the group chat. Su Chen shook his head speechlessly. He couldn't refute it since he was muted, so he simply closed the group chat. He was too lazy to look at it anymore. These idiots could just wait to be unlucky. They didn't deserve any sympathy. Fortunately, he didn't have the compassion to help them in the first place. He just ignored it. Just as Su Chen was about to continue looking at the verification information, a phone call came and it was from Li Xin. Su Chen really wanted to hear what she had to say, so he answered the call. Su Chen, I'm giving you one more chance. Tell me where you are and hand over the supplies. This is your last chance. Otherwise, after the disaster, I will report this to the school, and you will most likely be expelled. It will be a disgrace to the whole school. You don't want that, do you? Li Xin said bluntly. Su Chen chuckled. Still playing the threat game, he said calmly. As a teacher, how can you cheat your students out of their supplies? Do you have any conscience? I advise you to stop. Li Xin flew into a rage. How did I lie? I was doing it all for your own good. You're so stubborn. Just one question, are you going to hand over the supplies or not? Su Chen smiled and said, sure, if you can find me, I'll hand it over. Li Xin, you son of a bitch. Drop. Su Chen hung up the phone, letting the shrew rage on her own. At noon that day, Su Chen was using WeChat when the class group suddenly became very lively. He Liang, weren't we supposed to be distributing supplies? Why haven't the teachers arrived yet? Zhou Zigui at teacher Li Xin, are you here yet? Everyone's starving. Xia Hua has homeroom teacher Li Xin arrived yet? Despite being tagged by her classmates, Li Xin remains silent. Suddenly, a prominent notification popped up in the group chat. The group admin has enabled a complete mute for all members. Su Chen sighed. The shrew was no longer going to act. Hopefully, those idiots would wake up now. It's a pity they're muted, they won't get any laughs. There are still some fun things to do. Not long after, Su Chen found himself added to a new group, the temporary group for Class 3, Freshman Year, Physics Department. This group belongs to Xia Hua. Jian Li Xin is not in it. Xia Hua, everyone, let's talk here. We think we've been lied to by the teacher. He Liang, holy crap. What do we do now? I'm still waiting for relief. Zhou Zigui, damn it, this shrew is taking advantage of my misfortune. Does she have any conscience? Li Chun, wah, I still had 3 days worth of supplies. Su Chen was right, we really shouldn't have handed over the supplies. Chen Yongyin, we're all doomed this time. The group was filled with lamentations. Everyone realized they had been deceived by Li Xin and were filled with regret. Su Chen laughed loudly. It was so funny. He felt no sympathy for them at all. Suddenly, someone tagged Su Chen. Li Chun at Su Chen, where are you now? You must still have supplies there. Please help everyone. As soon as he said that, everyone agreed. Yes, Su Chen, you're the only one with supplies. We're all counting on you to survive. Brother Chen, we were wrong. Could you bring me a bottle of water? I don't ask for much, just give me a box of instant noodles, do you have any? Brother Chen, I apologize for scolding you before. Please forgive me. Su Chen didn't respond at all, silently clicked to leave the group, and immediately found peace and quiet. In his eyes, these classmates were already dead, and there was no need for them to stay in the group. At that moment, Su Chen received a message from a girl. This is a girl he just added. Her ID is gardening Xin Yue. The woman didn't say anything, she just sent over 2 photos. Holy crap! Su Chen's eyes lit up. So beautiful. He was certain that Xin Yue had not participated in the previous school beauty pageant. This was the first time he had seen her, but her appearance was in no way inferior to those of the participating girls, and she could even be ranked among the top among them. She appeared to be about 1.7 meters tall, with a youthful figure that seemed not yet fully developed, but her temperament was elegant and outstanding, possessing a budding mature charm. She had an oval face, long, flowing hair, bright eyes, white teeth, and a charming smile. The photo was taken in front of a flower bed, and it truly outshone all the beautiful flowers next to it. It was truly a beauty that could shame the moon and flowers. Su Chen was overjoyed. This was definitely a goddess. Moreover, Xinyue's appearance made him realize that he didn't know all the beautiful girls in the school, and there might be many he didn't know about. This also shows that his strategy of posting ads in the group was correct. Su-Chen, Physics Department, which dorm building are you in, classmate? Unexpectedly, Xinyue gave him an unexpected reply. Xinyue, Horticulture, I'm not in my dorm, I'm stuck in the library. It turned out that on the day the apocalypse came, Xinyue was studying in the library when a sudden downpour began. Although the school required everyone to return to their dormitories as soon as possible, Xinyue decided to wait for the rain to subside before going back because she did not have an umbrella. As a result, the rain intensified, and she was unable to return to her dormitory. Then, extreme cold descended, and she remained trapped in the library. Xinyue then told Su-Chen that there were actually more than 20 teachers and students trapped in the library like her. Su-Chen couldn't help but wonder how they, dressed in such thin clothes, had managed to survive in such extreme cold. Xinyue sent over a few photos, which answered Su-Chen's question. The photo shows a pile of burning online novels. It turns out they've been surviving by burning books for warmth all this time, and online novels are often huge, multi-million word articles that burn up really big fires. Su-Chen, Physics Department, so, are you planning to have me bring you food now? The library is several kilometers away from the dormitory area, so this is no easy task. Xinyue, Horticulture, I saw the situation in the dormitory area. I'm afraid to go back. It would be great if you could bring me some food, but if you feel it's inconvenient, then never mind. Su-Chen remained silent for a while. Su-Chen, Physics Department, let's video chat. Let me do a verification first. Xinyue, Horticulture, okay, please send it over. Su-Chen then initiated a video call. Xinyue answered the call quickly. In the video, she looks almost exactly the same as in the photos, and in fact, she looks even better in motion than in the photos. Look, I really am in the library, Xinyue said softly. As she spoke, she stepped aside, revealing the bookshelves behind her. Sure enough, she was in the library. Su-Chen didn't speak because the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Bite. Chapter 15 First Outing. Eligible recipients identified. Data generation in progress. Name, Xinyue. Age, 18. Rating, 8.8. Grade, excellent. Blank sheet of paper. Mission details, trapped in a library, facing a survival crisis. Mission level, Nightmare. Quest reward, 45,000 merit points. The mission has been triggered. Su-Chen was surprised. So, it wasn't necessary to be face-to-face. The mission could be triggered via video call. Xinyue's situation was completely different from Xingfei's. She had no supplies to keep warm and was unable to leave the library. In addition, the library was too far away, and it was impossible for a frail woman like her to walk there on her own. Therefore, if they want to save Xinyue, there is only one option: Su-Chen must go there. It seems I need to go out. Su-Chen pondered for a moment, then thought to himself, System, open the shop. I need to buy protective equipment. The system store page unfolds before your eyes. Su-Chen searched for information about protective suits. A set of protective clothing only costs 200 merit points, has excellent protective performance, and can not only protect against poison and cold, but is also very lightweight. Su-Chen was certain that this protective suit was not a product of Blue Star. Such a high-performance protective suit should not exist on Blue Star yet. Buy it. Su-Chen said. Ding. You have spent 200 merit points and obtained one set of protective clothing. A protective suit appeared out of thin air in front of me. I need to go out for a bit, Su-Chen said to Xingfei. Xingfei was preparing lunch in the kitchen when she heard this and peeked out. She saw Su-Chen putting on a protective suit, which included a gas hood and an oxygen supply device. The effect of wearing it gave her the feeling of playing Resident Evil. Master, what is this? Xingfei was stunned. Su-Chen even has this kind of equipment, he's so professional. And this must have been prepared before the apocalypse. She became increasingly certain that Su-Chen must have known in advance that the apocalypse was coming and had made ample preparations. She couldn't help but feel a sense of awe towards Su-Chen. Su-Chen quickly finished getting ready and headed towards the dormitory door. Owner. Xingfei quickly called out to him. What if someone comes knocking on the door if you go out? Her concern was not unfounded. Those student robbers were ransacking the entire building, and this place would naturally be no exception. It was only a matter of time. Su Chen said calmly, "Don't worry, no one can open this door while I'm not here." With that, Su Chen reached out, opened the door, and went out. Xing Fei was curious about what he meant. Did he mean that only he could open the dormitory door? She was a little incredulous. After waiting a moment and confirming that Su Chen had gone far away, she went to the door, grabbed the doorknob, and tried to open it. However, the dormitory door was as if it were welded shut, and she couldn't open it no matter what she did. It's true. Xing Fei was immediately surprised. After the apocalypse, Su Chen finally left the Doomsday Fortress for the first time, becoming the first student to leave the dormitory area. Outside the dormitory area, the earth was a vast expanse of white, covered with thick ice and snow. The eaves and treetops were covered with icicles, and a cold wind was blowing, making it feel like being in Siberia, the coldest region on Earth. Meanwhile, the sky was shrouded in gray haze, like a dark cage enveloping the Earth. It truly was an apocalyptic scene. It was so apocalyptic. The road was covered with snow, making it impassable for vehicles. Su Chen had to walk to find his way and then trudged through the snow towards the library. He was still safe at this moment. His protective suit shielded him from the poisonous snow, and there wasn't a soul around him, not even a ghost. Yunqing University, Library. Inside the hall, around a bonfire, more than 20 people huddled together for warmth. Some were wrapped in curtains, others had newspapers stuffed into their clothes. Everyone looked weak, and some were so hungry that they collapsed to the ground, on the verge of death. At this moment, among the crowd, Xin Yuwei was hugging her knees, in a daze. Since the apocalypse, they have never given up seeking help from the outside world, but as time goes by, their hope is becoming increasingly slim. Most of them had not eaten for more than 5 days and were surviving only on bottled water stored in the tea room. Xin Yuwei was one of them. Now there's very little bottled water left, and the snow outside is toxic, so even melting snow to get water isn't feasible. Yesterday, Xin Yuwei was chatting with her roommate and best friend Su Lingling when Su Lingling mentioned Su Chen. Su Chen is a male student in the physics department. He has repeatedly advertised in the mutual aid group, saying that he can give away food and water for free, but only to beautiful girls, not ugly ones. Su Lingling suggested that she try to find Su Chen, saying that Su Chen might be able to help her, and even added her to a mutual aid group. Reason told her that there's no such thing as a free lunch, and that Su Chen might have ulterior motives, but she really had no other choice. After agonizing for a day, Xin Yuwei finally made up her mind to find Su Chen. The process went smoothly. Her appearance passed Su Chen's verification, and Su Chen agreed to help her. However, she was feeling conflicted. On one hand, she was worried that Su Chen was just trying to fool her and wouldn't be of any help. On the other hand, she was afraid that Su Chen would make unreasonable demands of her when he came. What should I do if he makes unreasonable demands? Xin Yuwei wondered anxiously. There's no hope, there's absolutely no hope. If this continues, we'll all die. Suddenly, a muttered voice came from beside her, interrupting Xin Yuwei's thoughts. Xin Yuwei turned her head and saw that the speaker was a male teacher in his 30s. He was a young professor and also her elective course teacher, named Xue Fei. After the disaster, Xue Fei took the initiative to calm everyone down and organize them to save themselves. Given his status as a professor, everyone regarded him as their leader. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be the first to break down. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Xin Yuwei asked with concern. Others also looked over. Xue Fei raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and his expression desperate, and said, "I said, we're all going to die here." He looked a little scary, so Xin Yuwei quickly comforted him. "No, teacher, how long has it been since you slept? Why don't you get some sleep first?" Xue Fei smiled bitterly and said, "What do you mean you can't? Isn't it clear enough? This is the end of the world. There will be no rescue. It's already the 6th day. At most, people will die within a week. The remaining people will be forced to eat the dead to survive, and they will be able to eat each other until everyone dies." Upon hearing this, everyone was deeply moved. If this were true, it would be truly tragic, a living hell, and it was highly likely to be so. Xue Fei suddenly jumped up and said excitedly, "Either way we die, we might as well choose a more dignified way to die." He suddenly grabbed a burning book and ran towards the bookshelf. Everyone was shocked and cried out, "Teacher, what are you doing?" Xue Fei threw the burning book onto the bookshelf, which immediately ignited the books on the shelf. The fire spread rapidly, and a thick plume of smoke billowed up. Xue Fei actually wanted to set fire to the library and kill everyone in the flames. "You're insane. Stop him. Quickly, put out the fire." Everyone screamed in alarm and could no longer sit still. Some instinctively dodged, some tried to stop Xuefei, and some tried to put out the fire. The scene was chaotic. As Xuefei pushed aside the people rushing at him, he laughed loudly. "It's no use, we'll all die together." Seeing the rapidly rising sea of fire, Xin Yue was stunned with fear. It wasn't until the scorching heat hit her face that she snapped out of her daze and hurriedly retreated with the people around her. Ah! Suddenly, screams rang out. A male student who was trying to put out the fire was engulfed in flames, rolled on the ground, and struggled desperately, but was about to be burned to death. The people were terrified and dared not try to put out the fire, they simply fled in panic. Xin Yue was running when she was bumped by someone next to her. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. She endured the pain and was about to get up when she suddenly felt a figure approaching her. Looking up, she saw it was Xuefei. At this moment, Xuefei looked down at her with a strange expression. "Teacher," Xin Yue said in a panic, with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 16 Thrilling Rescue. Xuefei chuckled and said, "Xiaowei, do you know, you're my most admired student. I've noticed you for a long time." Xin Yue asked in a trembling voice, "Teacher, what do you want to say?" Xuefei said, "Since we're going to die soon anyway, why don't you grant our teacher's wish? Let's get married on the spot and become a pair of star-crossed lovers." Xin Yue was taken aback and instinctively tried to get up and run away. Xuefei lunged forward, grabbed Xin Yue's foot, and pulled her to the ground. "Help! Someone save me!" Xin Yue cried out in terror. However, everyone was too busy to help themselves. Some were so focused on retreating that they didn't notice what was happening here, while others, though they did see it, pretended not to because they were afraid of Xuefei. Despair filled Xin Yue's heart. She struggled and pleaded, "Teacher, no, please let me go." Xuefei sneered, "What kind of reaction is this? You don't want to be all alone after you die, do you? Wouldn't it be better to have your teacher with you in hell?" As he spoke, Xuefei pulled hard, trying to control Xin Yue. He was about to pounce on Xin Yue and pin her down. Just then, a figure strode towards him. He suddenly noticed and looked up, but before he could see who it was, he was kicked. He cried out in pain and flew out, rolling to the ground. Then he realized that the person was wearing a full protective suit, equipped with a gas mask and oxygen cylinder, and looked like a professional. Judging from his build, he was a man. Xuefei was stunned for a moment, then forgot the pain in his chest and exclaimed with joy, "Has the rescue arrived? We're saved." The visitor was none other than Su Chen. Ignoring Xuefei, since they were already indoors, Su Chen took off his gas mask, revealing his face, and looked at Xin Yue, asking, "Are you alright?" Xin Yue had video chatted with Su Chen and recognized him at a glance. She was both surprised and delighted that he had really come. Su Chen extended his hand and smiled slightly, "You seem surprised." "I said I would come, and I will come." Xin Yue took Su Chen's hand and stood up. She still felt like she was dreaming. Was it really not a hallucination before she died? Had Su Chen really come? "Hey, who are you? Aren't you a rescue worker?" Xuefei then called out again. Su Chen used the communication system to purchase another set of protective clothing, handed it to Xin Yue, and said, "Put it on quickly, we need to leave here." "Okay." Xin Yue quickly took it. Su Chen then turned to Xuefei and said coldly, "I am also a student of this school." Xuefei was stunned. He couldn't understand how Su Chen, a student, could get such professional protective clothing. But that's not important. "Excuse me, I'm Xuefei, a professor from the School of Economics. Could you please give me a set of protective clothing as well?" Xuefei said quickly. Su Chen said, "Sorry, no more." "Even if we did, would you be worthy?" Xuefei's expression changed. "How dare you talk like that, child? Don't you know how to respect your teacher?" Su Chen shook his head with amusement. "You, a beastly teacher, are trying to morally blackmail me?" Xuefei realized that Su Chen was unlikely to give him the protective suit, since Su Chen had indeed seen him trying to assault Xin Yue. "Since you don't know how to respect your teacher, don't blame me for being impolite." Xuefei snorted and pounced on Su Chen, attempting to forcibly snatch Su Chen's protective suit. Su Chen wasn't about to indulge him, he simply swept him off his feet in a big competition. Snap! Xuefei was knocked to the ground on the spot, half of his face was swollen, several teeth were knocked out, and his mouth was full of blood. Even if he were full and dizzy from hunger, he still wouldn't be a match for the enhanced Su Chen. Su Chen caught up and kicked Xuefei a few more times, finally stepping on Xuefei's shin with a crack, breaking his leg bone. Ah! Xuefei let out a heart-wrenching scream, his forehead covered in sweat from the pain. Su Chen grabbed his collar, lifted him up, and walked towards the sea of fire. Xuefei was terrified and cried out, "Spare me! I know I was wrong, I'll never do it again, please let me go." "Go ask the king of hell if he'll let you go?" Su Chen said coldly, then flung Xuefei into the sea of fire. Ah! Xuefei screamed in terror and was engulfed by the sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Su Chen returned to Xin Yue's side, only to find that she had already put on her protective suit and was looking at him with a surprised expression. Clearly, his methods for dealing with Xuefei had been too ruthless and had frightened her. "Are you ready?" Su Chen asked. Xin Yue nodded quickly, They have protective suits, whoever grabs them can escape. Just then, someone called out from behind, and a middle-aged woman blocked the doorway with her body. Su Chen recognized her. She was a teacher and employee at the library. In his memory, she was always smiling and gentle, but now she was a completely different person. Upon hearing her words, the others also reacted. Their survival instinct made them disregard morality, and they rushed towards Su Chen and Xin Yue in a swarm. Su Chen sneered, put on his gas mask, grabbed Xin Yue, and turned to go to the door. "They're running away. Come quick." The middle-aged woman screamed menacingly and reached out to grab Xin Yue. "Get out of my way." Su Chen punched the woman in the face. The woman's nose suddenly started bleeding profusely. Her body swayed, but she didn't fall down. Instead, she became even more ferocious. Su Chen frowned. He didn't intend to kill, only to scare the other party away, but he clearly underestimated the evil in human nature that can be unleashed under fear and despair. She just wanted to live. What did she do wrong? "But if you're going to hurt me just to survive, then you might as well be dead." Su Chen grabbed the woman's hair and flung her away. He then pushed open the library door and ran out with Xin Yue before the others could catch up. One of the male students was the fastest and the most impulsive. Inadvertently, he chased the two outside, where the freezing cold instantly frostbitten his entire body. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly beyond saving. Seeing this, the others were so frightened that they shrank back and could only watch helplessly as Su Chen and Xin Yue left. After walking 100 meters away, Su Chen and Xin Yue both looked back at the library. They saw that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, with flames shooting into the sky and thick smoke billowing out. It seemed that the entire library would soon be engulfed by the fire. Xin Yue's eyes were filled with lingering fear. If Su Chen hadn't come to save her, she would have died in the fire too. "Let's go," Su Chen said. Xin Yue responded and followed Su Chen as they turned and left. "Su Chen, thank you for saving me," Xin Yue said gratefully. Su Chen said calmly, "You should realize that regardless of the accident just now, my coming to rescue you means that you can no longer stay in the library." Xin Yue nodded. "That's true. If Su Chen brings her food, what will the others' reactions be? At best, they'll ask her to share. At worst, they'll try to take it from her. So no matter what, she can't stay in the library anymore." Su Chen said, "So, have you decided where you want to go? I'll give you two choices, go back to your own dorm or go to my dorm." Xin Yue was startled. Her worst fears had come true. Su Chen indeed harbored improper thoughts about her. "If I don't go to your dorm, will you abandon me and not give me any food?" Xin Yue asked in a trembling voice. Chapter 17, Xin Yue's Choice. Su Chen is a ruthless person. This was the impression Su Chen had left on Xin Yue, so Xin Yue was also afraid of Su Chen and felt uneasy. They are outdoors now, and if Su Chen threatens her to take off her protective suit, she will surely die. Even if Su Chen were to show mercy and allow her to wear the protective suit, it would be a near-death experience for her to return to the dormitory area on her own. In addition, without food, she would die sooner or later. It can be said that she is now completely passive and has Su Chen completely under her control. What choice does she have but to agree to go to Su Chen's dormitory? "Heh, what do you take me for? Let me finish what I have to say before you make your choice," Su Chen said calmly. Xin Yue paused for a moment, then said, "Yes, you go ahead." Su Chen said, "I have a safe shelter that can keep out the cold and has plenty of food and water. You don't have to worry about anything inside, and your life will no longer be in danger." Xin Yue's eyes widened, as if she had heard a fairy tale. Was Su Chen just fooling her? Was there really such a good place? Su Chen continued, "But there are conditions for going in. That is, you must become my servant, be loyal to me forever, and obey all my requests, including, you know what I mean. Xin Yue understood. Although she had never been in a relationship, she was no longer a child. She finally understood why Su Chen only rescued beautiful women. However, if there really is such a good shelter, then Su Chen's condition is not hard to understand. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and she understands that principle. The question is, does Su Chen really have such a good sanctuary? What's the second option? Xin Yue asked. Su Chen said, I will keep my promise and take you back to your dormitory and give you food. I choose option 2. Xin Yue said without hesitation. Su Chen nodded, not surprised at all. After all, Xin Yue had never seen the fortress, so it was normal for her not to believe him. In fact, he could have forced Xin Yue to submit, but he gave her 2 choices for another reason. As long as Xin Yue doesn't enter the fortress, she will continue to be in a difficult situation and will definitely need his help later. To put it bluntly, Xin Yue will become his tool for exploiting the system. Su Chen felt at ease. He had given her a choice, and it was her own choice, so he couldn't blame her. Okay, let's go. Su Chen smiled slightly and led the way. Walking in the snow was indeed a difficult task for Xin Yue, especially since she was so hungry that she was almost exhausted and got stuck in the snow several times. Fortunately, Su Chen was there and he only needed to lend a hand to rescue Xin Yue. Finally, Su Chen, finding Xin Yue too slow, simply picked her up and carried her on his back, making Xin Yue blush with embarrassment. For a moment, she felt complicated, both ashamed and grateful. Back in the dormitory area, Su Chen put Xin Yue down and asked, which building are you in? Xin Yue said, building number 3. Su Chen said, let's go, you lead the way this time. The two then headed towards building 3. The dormitory area for undergraduate students at Yunnan University is very large. Building number 3 is located at the very end of the dormitory area, nearly a kilometer away from building number 9 where Su Chen lives. Just as I was about to reach building 3, I suddenly saw a group of people walking out of the dormitory building, stumbling and walking towards me. There were 7 of them in total, 2 men and 5 women. The 2 men walked in front, and the 5 women followed closely behind them. Everyone was wrapped in thick clothes, and their heads were also covered tightly. Interestingly, they were all wearing homemade gas masks. Su Chen could easily tell that these were made by science and engineering students. Although they were crudely made, they were still useful in the short term. Upon suddenly seeing Su Chen and his companion, the 7 people opposite them were even more surprised, especially when they saw that the 2 were wearing professional protective suits, which made them even more suspicious. Are you rescue personnel? One of the boys was the first to react and asked tentatively. Su Chen didn't answer yes or no, but instead asked, where are you all going? The 2 boys exchanged a glance, and the boy who had just spoken turned cold, this is none of your business. If you're not rescue workers, then please leave. Su Chen gave an O and, too lazy to ask any more questions, prepared to leave with Xin Yue. Wait a minute, the boy suddenly called out to them again. What's up? Su Chen asked. The boy asked, I'd like to ask, where did you get your protective suits from? Su Chen's tone was also cold, it's none of your business. A flash of anger crossed the boy's eyes, and he seemed about to lash out, but after hesitating for a moment, he gave up, stopped talking, and turned away. Su Chen and Xin Yue went straight to building 3. Once inside, Xin Yue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been somewhat uneasy the whole way, fearing that Su Chen might change his mind at the last minute. Fortunately, Su Chen eventually brought her back. Xin Yue felt even more grateful to Su Chen, he really did seem to be a good person. The 2 went upstairs and found that all the doors and windows of the dormitory were tightly closed and it was unusually quiet. They didn't know whether the people inside were dead or alive. The door to Xin Yue's dormitory, 408, was also locked from the inside. Xin Yue went up and knocked on the door. After a long while, the door finally opened. The girl who opened the door was wrapped in a quilt, shivering, pale, and looked very weak. She was already quite ordinary looking, but now she looked even worse. Lingling, it's me. Xin Yue stepped forward and hugged the girl. This girl is her roommate and best friend, Su Lingling. Su Lingling looked incredulous. Xiao Wei, you're back? Is it really you? The 2 sisters were overwhelmed with mixed feelings of joy and sorrow, and they burst into tears in each other's arms. Su Chen followed him into the dormitory and casually closed the door behind him. Su Lingling looked at Su Chen and asked curiously, what's going on here? And who is this? Su Chen removed his gas mask and smiled. My name is Su Chen, and I am a freshman in the physics department of this university. Su Lingling suddenly realized and became excited. So you're Su Chen? Your advertisement was real, it really saved Xiao Wei. Xin Yuwei asked, Lingling, where are the others in the dormitory? Originally, only Su Lingling was in the dormitory, her other 4 roommates were not there. Su Lingling said, after the natural disaster, Li Jiao and Chen Anqi were taken away by their families. Xiaoxue, like you, didn't go back to the dormitory and is now missing. As for Fang Xiyu, she just left with someone. Xin Yuwei frowned. Li Jiao and Chen Anqi were both from wealthy and powerful families, so it was understandable that they could use their resources to take them away. But Fang Xiyu's family background was very ordinary. What do you mean? Who did she go with? Xin Yuwei asked. Su Lingling said, you don't know? There's a group of people in the boys' dormitory who claim to control a lot of supplies. They created a group specifically to recruit girls. As long as the girls they like join them, they can get food. Xin Yuwei and Su Chen exchanged a glance, both remembering the 2 men and 5 women they had encountered downstairs earlier. It turned out that Fang Xiyu was inside. Those 2 boys were members of that group, and it's obvious what they wanted to do with the girls. I want to go too. As long as I can survive, nothing else matters. But I'm not pretty enough, so no one wants me. I can only wait here to die, Su Lingling said with a self-deprecating laugh. Xin Yuwei frowned and said, how could they do this? Su Chen found it somewhat amusing. Were these people learning from him? This is actually quite normal. The apocalypse is a crisis, but it is also an opportunity. In the apocalypse, the primary issue is survival. To survive, one must possess resources, and possessing resources means possessing a voice. When men gain a voice, women will inevitably be among their next needs. Alright, you're safe now, I should go too. Here's some food for you, Su Chen said, taking out the food from his system space with a flick of his wrist. Chapter 18 The Golden Gang. A packet of instant noodles, a bag of bread, and a bottle of mineral water. These are the supplies Su Chen gave to Xin Yuwei, just enough for her to eat for one day. Su Chen had already devised a plan to exploit the system. Theoretically, as long as Xin Yuwei lacked food every day, a rescue mission could be triggered every day. Xin Yuwei and Su Lingling were both stunned, their eyes shining as they stared at the food, with Su Lingling's mouth practically watering. You've been carrying all this with you? Xin Yuwei was a little incredulous. She hadn't noticed before that Su Chen had food hidden on him. Su Chen said, this is all I can bring. I'll send you more tomorrow. Ding! You have successfully rescued Xin Yuwei, temporarily resolving her survival issue. You have gained 45,000 merit points. Hey! Mission accomplished, merits earned. Su Chen, thank you so much, I really. Xin Yuwei was so moved that she choked up a little. She felt a little guilty. Su Chen hadn't forced her and had actually brought her back for free and given her food. He was such a kind person. Su Chen smiled and said, no need to thank me. Remember what I said today. If you change your mind someday, just let me know. Xin Yuwei blushed. Su Lingling asked curiously, Xiao Wei, what are you talking about? Xin Yuwei said shyly, it's nothing. Su Chen said, I asked her to repay me with her body, but she didn't agree. Su Lingling blinked and said, brother, do you think I'm okay with this? I'm willing to give myself to you. Su Chen shook his head, you can't. Su Lingling still wanted to try, please think about it, good brother. I can still look good with makeup on. Goodbye. Su Chen took his leave. Xiao Wei, this Su Chen classmate knows you before, he's one of your suitors, right? Otherwise, why would he help you like this? After Su Chen left, Su Lingling asked while taking a big bite of bread. Xin Yuwei blushed and shook her head, no, we just met today. Su Lingling said, true friendship is revealed in times of trouble. You had so many suitors, do you see them now? But Su Chen risked his life to save you. He is truly a worthy person. Su Chen walked out of the girls' dormitory area. At this moment, snowflakes began to fall again, and the weather was getting worse and worse. Having completed his mission, he just wanted to return to the Doomsday Fortress as soon as possible. As he was walking, Su Chen frowned. While outside the fortress, Su Chen was very cautious, so he kept his eye of insight constantly open. Come out, what are you doing, sneaking around like that? Su Chen spoke coldly. Then a person came out from behind the snowdrift. It was the boy who had spoken to him not long ago. This guy hadn't left, but had been waiting for Su Chen. Why are you the only one? Where's the other one? The boy chuckled. Su Chen said, what does this have to do with you? The boy said, I still want to know where your protective suits came from. If you're not rescue workers, then who are you? Su Chen said, what can you do if I don't tell you? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the boy's eyes, and he chuckled, it's not your place to stay silent. You either tell me now, or I'll drag you back. As he spoke, the boy revealed his hand, which had been hidden behind his back. In his hand, he was holding a wooden stick covered in ice shards, clearly something he had picked up hastily. Su Chen chuckled. Just a college student from Shigo, threatening him. 3 seconds later. The boy was already lying on the ground, clutching his chest and groaning in pain, while the wooden stick was in Su Chen's hand. Despite wearing thick cotton clothes, Su Chen's kick almost made him lose his soul. You son of a bitch. The boy was still quite sarcastic. Don't get cocky. You were taking that girl back to her dorm, right? I saw her. She was in room 408 of Building 3. I turned around and had my men arrest her. If you won't talk, then make her talk. I'm going to take care of her. Su Chen's gaze turned cold. He didn't think this person was just talking. He believed that some people had already let themselves go with the arrival of the apocalypse and were capable of anything. Fortunately, only this guy knows that he left the girl's dormitory. His accomplices don't know. Since that's the case, we can't let his accomplices know. Is that so? What else do you want to do? Say it again? Su Chen's tone was colder than the surrounding snow and ice. The boy sneered, what, you're her boyfriend? Perfect, I'll be her groom, and let others be the grooms. I'll give you a dozen green hats. Bang! The sound of the wooden stick striking the boy's head interrupted him instantly. Su Chen swung the stick and began to strike him repeatedly on the head. Blood splattered out, staining the surrounding snowflakes red. The boy stared blankly, motionless, now just a pile of dead flesh. Su Chen casually tossed the wooden stick aside, not even glancing at it again, and turned to leave. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and the blood was quickly covered by the snowflakes. The boy's already stiff corpse added a terrifying touch to the world. After an unknown amount of time, several more figures appeared in the sky and earth, braving the wind and snow to reach the boy's corpse, and they all cried out in alarm. The boys' dormitory, Building 6, Room 303. There was a huge stockpile of bottled water and various dried goods and foods here, which was quite abundant. A boy with a refined appearance and wearing black-rimmed glasses sat on a row of mineral water bottles, his face gloomy. Really? Li Wen, whose head was smashed, the bespectacled boy said coldly. Beside him sat a burly, dark-skinned boy with an angry expression. Who the hell did this? Opposite them stood 4 boys, their clothes still covered in unmelted snowflakes. I don't know, the murderer had already fled by the time we found Li Wen, who, a boy said. The muscular guy looked at the guy with glasses. Brother Shui, what should we do? This bespectacled boy is named Chen Jinshui, a third-year law student at Yunnan University. He has a refined appearance and is usually cautious and timid. In the impression of those who know him, he is a cowardly and timid person. However, after the natural disaster, Chen Jinshui seemed to have become a different person overnight. On the second day after the natural disaster, he was almost the first person to set his sights on the supermarket supplies. However, he knew that he couldn't grab many supplies by himself, so he quickly assembled a team. The first person he pulled was Wang Chang, his best friend from high school. Wang Chang came from a family of boxers and his fighting ability was several levels higher than that of ordinary college students. His group eventually grew to 16 people, including his roommate and the students in the next dorm, as well as students from other majors. They became the biggest winners in the supermarket robbery. Chen Jinshui even gave his gang a name, the Golden Character Gang. From now on, we're all brothers. I won't treat you all unfairly. We'll share resources and women together. Those high and mighty beauties, including those school beauties, they used to not even give us a second glance. From now on, I'm going to make them kneel before us and sing conquer. Create another group and pull in all the beauties you know, like Lin Wanxi and Xiao Mengyao. They'll be begging to serve us. Chen Jinshui sat on his throne, his expression resolute. All the members of the Golden Gang burst into laughter. Things didn't go as smoothly as expected. The girls who were pulled into the group initially started to curse. Some cursed the men who were their subordinates, some angrily left the group, and some refused to join the group at all. But as time went on, hunger and cold followed, and the threat of death grew stronger. Finally, some girls couldn't take it anymore and agreed to join them. Li Wenhu, He Xiaofeng, you two go to the girls' dormitory and bring these 5 girls here. Tonight, they'll be the grooms. I told you, if you follow me, I won't treat you badly. Chen Jinxue said calmly. The crowd cheered and saw Li Wenhu and He Xiaofeng out the door. As a result, 5 girls were brought back, but only He Xiaofeng returned. Li Wenhu did not. Brother Xue, we just ran into 2 people in protective suits at the girls' dormitory. Wenhu said he'd stay and investigate. He Xiaofeng reported. The sight of people wearing professional protective suits made Chen Jinshui's expression grave. This unexpected turn of events made him feel uneasy. Li Wenhu never returned. Chen Jinshui couldn't wait any longer, so he called 4 men to go out and look for Li Wenhu. As a result, the 4 men brought back bad news: Li Wenhu was dead. The murderer was extremely ruthless. Li Wenhu's head was smashed, and his death was gruesome. Chapter 19. If you can't break it open, don't bother. Damn it! Was it those 2 in protective suits? Brother Xue, let's storm the girls' dormitory, find them, tear them to pieces, and avenge Wenhu. Wang Chang roared. Chen Jinxue, his face grim, said, the girls' dormitory is so big, how are we going to find it? Wang Chang said, search each room one by one, dig 3 feet into the ground to find them. Chen Jinxue shook his head, the commotion is too great. Given the current situation, we cannot expose ourselves, it would be a loss. Besides, we haven't figured out the identities of those 2 people yet, so it's not advisable to act rashly. Wang Chang asked anxiously, then what should we do? Are we just going to let it go like this? Chen Jinxue sneered, of course we can't let it go. Whoever killed our people, I will make them pay the price. Wang Chang said, then you tell us what to do, we'll do whatever you say. Chen Jinxue adjusted his glasses and said, these 2 are also students of this school and are active on campus. Someone must have seen them. Let's join all the school's groups. We're sure to find some clues. Anyway, we have plenty of time. We'll find them sooner or later. He paused, glanced at everyone, smiled slightly, and said, relax, everyone. We must avenge this. Go on, calm down, and enjoy what you have to enjoy. Wang Chang said, Brother Xue, of those 5 women, Fong Xiu is the prettiest. I'll bring her over for you. Chen Jinxue shook his head, keep them to you. I don't even want this kind of trash. By the way, I heard that Lin Wanxi and Xia Mengyao have been refusing to join the group. Wang Chang sneered, yes, they are school beauties after all, they're just aloof. If you ask me, we should just kidnap them and bring them here. Brother Xue, you give the word, and I'll take my men and do it right away. Chen Jinxue smiled slightly, no need, I like this kind of challenge. I want to see how long they can last. After sending everyone to the dormitory next door, Chen Jinxue was left alone. Chen Jinshui's face darkened again. He frowned and muttered, wearing protective clothing. And yet you're so ruthless. Who, exactly are you? At the same time. Opposite Building 6, at the side wall of Building 4, Su Chen stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the 3rd floor of Building 6. After killing Li Wenhu, he did not actually leave, but instead waited nearby until the people looking for Li Wenhu arrived. Then he followed them here. You guys had better not mess with me, or I'll have to wipe you all out. Su Chen murmured, his gaze icy, then withdrew his gaze and silently turned to leave. The wind and snow fell, quickly burying his footprints, and the surroundings fell into desolation and silence once again. Not long after, Su Chen returned to Building 9, went straight upstairs, and prepared to return to the fortress. As soon as I reached the 5th floor, I heard a series of smashing sounds coming from ahead. 3 tall boys, wielding sticks, appeared in front of dormitory 513 and were frantically banging on the door. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. So this is the gang of PE students who robbed people in this building? They've finally come after me. The dormitories before dormitory 513 were all in a mess, clearly having been looted. Su Chen stood at the entrance of dormitory 503, which was the dormitory he used to live in. The door to room 503 was smashed, and his classmates were also injured. Some were slumped on the ground, bleeding from head wounds. These students who attempted to rob the school naturally came up empty-handed, because their homeroom teacher, Li Xian, had already taken action before them and swindled all of everyone's supplies. At this moment, Su Chen was spotted. The other students inside also recognized him and all showed surprised expressions. They didn't recognize Su Chen, but he stood out because he was wearing a protective suit. Su-chen ignored them and walked forward. Su-chen quickly attracted the attention of the 3 physical education students. They all stopped what they were doing, turned around and looked at Su-chen with curious eyes. "Who are you?" a physical education student asked. Su-chen said calmly, "You don't need to know who I am, but you can know that what you are smashing is my dormitory." The 3 physical education students were stunned for a moment. "You live here? Is this door made of iron? Why can't I break it open?" one person asked curiously. Su-chen said, "If you can't break it open, then don't bother. Let's find another room." The 3 physical education students were furious. "Kid, you seem pretty arrogant. If you don't want to get beaten up, come and open the door," one of them said sternly, brandishing a wooden stick. Su-chen said, "Here's the thing, you can skip my dorm and everyone will be fine. You can take whoever you want, I won't interfere. What do you think of this suggestion?" The 3 of them looked at each other. "What's up with this kid? He's wearing a protective suit. He seems to be someone important. That's strange. I bet he has a lot of supplies in his dorm room. Damn, I'm so curious now, I have to go in and take a look." The 3 reached a consensus. "Hey, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, huh? Well then, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine," one of them sneered, raising a wooden stick as he approached Su-chen. Su-chen remained unfazed and calmly waited for him. The man closed in on Su-chen in the blink of an eye, and swung his wooden stick down on Su-chen's head. However, the next second, his wooden stick was snatched away by Su-chen. This was nothing, Su-chen's 4 stats had all doubled, and he didn't even need to use the basic wind speed skill. His agility alone far exceeded that of ordinary people. With the wooden stick in hand, Su-chen didn't hesitate at all. With a snap, he broke the stick in half and plunged the broken end into the other person's throat. Blood splattered out, and the man's eyes widened in terror. He made gurgling noises as blood seeped from under the scarf covering his face. Su-chen exerted force, grabbed the man, and casually threw him off the balcony. In the blink of an eye, the man landed on the snow below, his eyes wide open, motionless. In fact, he had already died before he even hit the ground. The remaining 2 physical education students were stunned. Many students who peeked out from the dormitories to watch the commotion were also completely dumbfounded. "Oh my god, someone's been murdered. And Su-chen is too fierce. That PE student is at least a head taller than him, yet he threw him off the building with ease." Su-chen casually tossed the remaining half of the wooden stick on the ground and calmly looked at the 2 physical education students. "Well, can you consider my suggestion now?" The 2 men were trembling all over, shaking like leaves, and one of them even wet his pants on the spot. Upon hearing this, they nodded in agreement. They were terrified and dared not speak. Although they had robbed their classmates, they had only injured them at most. They would never dare to kill them. Su-chen was 100 times more ruthless than them, and he was so strong that it seemed he was on a completely different level from them. "Then get lost. Don't let me see you on the 5th floor again," Su-chen said calmly, stepping aside. The 2 physical education students, like startled rabbits, scrambled away and quickly disappeared from the 5th floor. Su-chen glanced back and saw that the students who had been watching the commotion immediately scurried back like rabbits. Chapter 20: The Mysterious 513. Inside the Doomsday Fortress. Xing Fei was like a startled rabbit. The banging on the door almost scared her to death. Although Su-chen said no one could open the door, she was still extremely worried, just in case. She had finally come here and no longer had to worry about survival, and she didn't want to lose all of this. After a while, the banging on the door inexplicably stopped. She thought she heard people talking outside, but she didn't dare to look. A while later, the dormitory door clicked open, and a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. Su-chen was back. Su-chen walked into the house and closed the door behind him. Seeing Xing Fei's panicked face, Su-chen smiled slightly. "It's all right, they won't come again." Xing Fei was taken aback and asked, "Are they those sports students from this building? How did the owner persuade them to leave?" Su-chen said, "I killed one of them." "How convincing is that?" "Killed? Killed?" Xing Fei stared at Su-chen, trying to tell if he was joking, but when she noticed the bloodstains on Su-chen's protective suit, she was startled. "It seems to be true. My god, Su-chen really killed a sports student. How did he do that? Not only does he own a post-apocalyptic shelter, but his own strength is also unbelievably powerful. What are you standing there for? Get some water and help me wash my protective suit," Su-chen said. Xing Fei snapped out of her daze and quickly replied, "Yes, master, I'll go right away." She turned around and ran to the bathroom to get water, her heart filled with excitement. Her master was truly amazing. Her choice to follow him was like winning the lottery. She made up her mind, she would hold on to this powerful figure no matter what, and never let go. Su Chen was her greatest guarantee of survival in the apocalypse, and perhaps even her only guarantee. Su Chen took off his protective suit and handed it to Xing Fei to clean, then sat down on the sofa. Reflecting on today's experiences, Su Chen had an idea and immediately communicated with the system. "Master, I'd like to strengthen the fortress's external security. Do you have any suggestions?" Su Chen asked in his mind. Given the current situation, it is inevitable that the fortress will attract outside attention. He didn't want to have to personally go out and deal with every time someone came to cause trouble. Ding! It is recommended that the host install the fortress defense suit. This equipment can monitor the area around the fortress, and if enemies invade, it can activate a defensive attack. Su Chen was overjoyed. How many merit points does that defensive set require? Ding! The defensive set is divided into 9 levels, with the lowest level being level 1, which only requires 300,000 merit points. Su Chen glanced at his current merit points, which were less than 120,000, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that installation is not possible for the time being. Ding! The host currently does not have enough merit points. It is recommended to temporarily install monitoring equipment. Only 30,000 merit points are needed to monitor the activity around the fortress at any time. The monitoring range is 100 meters. The system's voice sounded again. Su Chen exclaimed, "That's a good idea. Install." Ding! 30,000 merit points consumed. The fortress is now equipped with a monitoring system. With a thought, Su Chen created a virtual panel that unfolded before his eyes, much like a surveillance camera, divided into several windows that showed the scene outside the fortress. With this monitoring equipment, Su Chen can receive an alarm as long as any abnormality enters the 100-meter monitoring range of the fortress, and this range basically covers the entire building number 9. In other words, Su Chen is now fully aware of everything happening in Building 9. Su Chen was satisfied. Although there was a lack of defensive measures, at least he could be aware of the danger in advance and take appropriate measures. Immediately, Su Chen tried to monitor the activity in the other dormitories. Dormitory 503. His classmates are having a discussion. Wasn't 513 supposed to be abandoned? How come someone is living there? Who is that person? And the dormitory door seems to have been reinforced. Even several physical education students couldn't break it open. Have you guys noticed that guy in the protective suit? He looks kind of familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before, but I can't quite place him. Nonsense. That guy is stronger than a normal person, how could you possibly have seen him? Dormitory 208. Zhao Feng listened to his 2 roommates, who had just returned, talking with a gloomy face. The 2 were clearly terrified, still trembling, crying with tears and snot streaming down their faces, and incoherently recounting their ordeal at the entrance of dormitory 513. Their account, however, was hard for the other 2 sports students to believe. Stop joking. Liang is 1.9 meters tall and weighs 180 kilograms. Who could lift him up with one hand and throw him downstairs? Yeah, this joke isn't funny at all. Where did Liang go? Tell us. What we're saying is true. Liang's body is still downstairs. You'll see for yourselves when you go. Zhao Feng spoke up, "Okay, let's go take a look." They soon reached the balcony, and when they saw their roommate's body in the snow, with half a wooden stick still stuck in his neck, Zhao Feng and the others all changed their expressions drastically. "Boss, that guy said he doesn't want to see us on the 5th floor anymore. Damn it, let's go avenge Liang right now. He's one person, but we have 5. I refuse to believe we can't take him down." Seeing that his 2 angry roommates were about to act impulsively, Zhao Feng shouted to stop them. "Stop. Brother Feng, he killed Liang. Are we just going to let this go?" Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but after a moment, his fists gradually loosened, and he said coldly, "From now on, no one is allowed to set foot on the 5th floor. Do you understand?" Inside the Doomsday Fortress. Su Chen looked at Zhao Feng on the monitoring screen and smiled slightly. "This guy has some brains, he saved me some trouble." He was not a bloodthirsty person, he was a student, not a devil. The reason he used swift and decisive methods to kill that physical education student was simply to intimidate his accomplices. As for the fact that these people went to rob other students, it had nothing to do with him and he didn't care at all. Of course, if these people insist on provoking him in the future, he wouldn't mind playing the devil and wiping them out in one fell swoop. Master, the protective suit is cleaned. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat today? I'll make it right away. At this moment, Xing Fei walked over and said with a sweet smile. This girl has gotten the hang of it. She's completely lost her former aloofness and has even learned to actively try to please him. Who could resist a passionate and proactive school beauty? Su Chen smiled and said, I am indeed hungry, but not in my stomach. Come and lie down. For a moment, the fortress was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Just as Su Chen had predicted, from this day forward, the Doomsday Fortress inevitably attracted the attention of the outside world. The outside world knew nothing about what was happening inside the fortress, except that a legend about a mysterious person in a protective suit living in dormitory 513 of Building 9 began to quietly spread. Chapter 21: The Belated Rescue. Ding! Rescue mission detected. Mission details: Xin Yue has run out of food and is facing a survival crisis. Quest level: Nightmare Plus. Quest reward: 45,000 merit points. The 7th day of the apocalypse, morning. Su Chen woke up to a system notification. Trigger a rescue mission remotely? This feature should only be available to target goddesses who have been rescued before. For those who haven't been rescued, face-to-face interaction or video call is required to trigger it. Su Chen understood and couldn't help but feel a little happy. He had originally wanted to make a video call to Xin Yue, but now he could save himself the trouble. After putting on his protective suit, Su Chen went out. Compared to the previous day, the situation outside had worsened again. The temperature had dropped further, approaching minus 40 degrees Celsius, and all exposed objects had formed hard, iron-like icicles. There were no green leaves to be seen around. All the flowers, grasses, and trees had withered, making the world seem even more desolate. Su Chen was walking when he suddenly saw something that sent chills down his spine. There, lying haphazardly beneath a nearby building, lay more than a dozen corpses. These should have been young and vibrant lives, but they had been frozen in ice and snow. Snap! Hearing a loud noise, Su Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw another corpse being thrown down from the building, landing on the snow like a discarded garbage bag. Even more shockingly, this was not a coincidence. The same thing was happening throughout the entire dormitory area, with bodies being thrown down from the upper floors overnight. 7 days have passed. Su Chen murmured. It is said that people can only survive for a maximum of 7 days when they lack food and water. Now they have reached the critical point of the 7th day, and thus mass deaths have begun. In fact, 2 days earlier, news of a death had already surfaced in the mutual aid group. The student who lost his roommate was in a panic and didn't know how to handle the body, so he was forced to live with it. Now, everyone has found the most convenient method: simply throw the body downstairs. At this point, we should even thank the severe cold. If so many corpses had not been frozen, they would have certainly caused a plague, and humanity would have been wiped out even faster. Even the most hard-hearted person would be moved by such a tragic scene. Su Chen, however, had even more ideas in mind. Besides people, plants are also withering away, and countless animals are freezing and starving to death. All of these are frozen in ice and snow, waiting to be resurrected. The day the snow melts will be the day the zombies rise. That was the real hell on earth. Just thinking about it made Su Chen feel numb. Soon after, Su Chen arrived at Xin Yue's dormitory. Thanks to Su Chen's supplies, Xin Yue and Su Lingling are still alive, but they haven't bathed for over a week. Even someone as beautiful as Xin Yue is hard to imagine anything about at this point. Fortunately, being dirty doesn't affect the score or cause a decrease in merit points. In this case, a shower will do the trick. Upon seeing Su Chen, the two women felt as if they had seen a savior. In particular, Su Chen's clean and refreshing appearance made it hard for them not to notice him. Brother, I wanted to ask you this yesterday: how did you manage to do it, as if you were completely unaffected by the apocalypse? Su Lingling couldn't help but ask. Su Chen smiled and said, because I take a shower every day. Taking a bath every day is a very ordinary thing, but to the two women at this moment, it sounded like a fairy tale. My God, you can take a shower every day? Su Lingling's eyes widened. Su Chen said, to be precise, it's taking a hot bath. The two women were stunned. Was Su Chen really not joking? Su Chen didn't continue the topic. He took out a bottle of water, a piece of bread, and a packet of instant noodles from his pocket. This is today's. I'll come here every day from now on, Suchen said to Shin Yue. Thank you. Shin Yue said gratefully. Suchen said, that's settled then. I'll head back now. See you tomorrow. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, and he successfully received 45,000 merit points. See you tomorrow. The two women saw Su Chen off and closed the door. Xiaowei, I really want to take a shower. Su Chen said he takes a shower every day. I wonder if it's true. Su Lingling said. I don't know either. Xin Yue shook her head, but a thought suddenly struck her. Su Chen said he had a shelter with plenty of food and water. She didn't believe him at first, but now she couldn't help but waver. Could it be true? It's certain that Su Chen is really clean. If he didn't have a shelter, how did he manage to do that? Su Lingling became increasingly curious. Su Chen is so mysterious. Where do you think his food comes from? Xin Yue said seriously, I don't know. Maybe it's not something we should know. Don't ask again. Su Lingling said okay. As Su Chen walked back to the fortress, his mood improved. Plans are in place. From now on, I can get at least 1 merit point every day from Xin Yue. Although he was somewhat lusting after Xin Yue's body, he wanted to earn more merit points than that. Moreover, he had a good impression of Xin Yue and didn't want to rush things. However, when Su Chen returned to the fortress, Xing Fei hurriedly came up to him. Master, did you see it? Xing Fei asked anxiously. Su Chen asked curiously, what do you see? Xing Fei said, the school's new announcement says that rescuers will arrive around noon today. Su Chen was stunned. No way. He quickly took out his phone to check. Sure enough, new announcements had been posted in various school groups, and the atmosphere in the groups was one of joy and tears. Although it was a bit late, the authorities launched a special rescue operation for the students. Young people are the future of the country, and the authorities will do their utmost to protect the future of the country. At noon, the authorities will dispatch helicopters to airdrop survival supplies to the dormitory area. After reading the announcement, Su Chen had mixed feelings. Good news, everyone can have their lives extended. Bad news, the beauties no longer need his help. Su Chen thought for a moment and finally smiled. This was for the best. They had reached a critical point of mass death. If everyone died, he wouldn't be able to earn any merit points either. Only when people survive can anything be possible. What are your thoughts? Su Chen put aside his own thoughts and looked at Xing Fei with a smile. Xing Fei quickly said, Master, don't worry. Even if there's a rescue, it's none of my business. I will never leave here unless you abandon me. Master, will you abandon me? She was telling the truth. She's not stupid. Can the official rescue efforts compare to this? The authorities can only provide some food and water at most, while here, food and water are just the least significant part. She would be truly foolish if she actually considered leaving. It's good that you're aware of this. Su Chen smiled slightly. I haven't had breakfast yet. Go ahead, I want to have meat porridge today. Xing Fei replied, okay, I'll go right away. Xing Fei went into the kitchen, and Su Chen looked down at the notice again, muttering to himself, although I won't go to collect the supplies, it won't stop me from watching the excitement and passing the time. Meanwhile, with the arrival of rescue news, the dormitory area, which had been somewhat lifeless, came back to life, and everyone was eagerly anticipating and ready to help. Building 9, Dormitory 620. Before the school issued a new notice, Zhao Feng and his accomplices continued their daily sweeps. Yesterday, after being defeated by Su Chen, they took a break for a day. This morning, they regrouped and, as expected, skipped the 5th floor and attacked the 6th floor. By this time, everyone had almost used up their supplies, their loot was decreasing, and their sweeping speed was increasing. They soon arrived at Dormitory 620. In previous raids, they had always encountered resistance to some extent, and fighting was commonplace. But here, they encountered no resistance at all, and the other side even took the initiative to pack up the last remaining food. As soon as they entered the dormitory, they saw 5 people kneeling on the ground. This is the dormitory for third-year music students. Since one person has died, there are only 5 people left, all of whom are quite handsome. Brothers, my name is Li Haoming, and I'm the dormitory head here. This is all the food we have, and it's all for you, said the most handsome one, with a beaming smile. Zhao Feng and the others were amused. These guys had a good understanding of things. Very good. Zhao Feng smiled and gestured for his roommate to collect the food. Brothers, we want to join you, please accept us. Li Haoming suddenly kowtowed. Zhao Feng gave a slightly surprised "oh" and looked at Li Haoming. With your bodies, you could be blown over by a gust of wind. What use are you to me? The physical education students burst into laughter. Li Haoming remained calm and said, although we are a bit weak, we can definitely help you. The school just issued a new notice that relief supplies will arrive at noon. Many hands make light work. If we work together, we can definitely grab more supplies. What? There's a rescue? Zhao Feng was stunned. Li Haoming quickly handed over his phone. Brother, you don't know yet, please take a look. Zhao Feng took the phone and looked at it. He was both surprised and delighted. Sure enough, a rescue was on its way. Ha ha ha. What did you just say? Many hands make light work. Alright, let's do something big this noon. Zhao Feng laughed loudly. Li Haoming laughed along, overjoyed. He had finally found a powerful backer. Su Chen, you just wait, I'll find you and tear you to pieces. Li Haoming roared inwardly. Through the mutual aid group, he already knew that Xing Fei had followed Su Chen. That day, Su Chen advertised in the group, saying that he could deliver food to beautiful women for free, and Xing Fei even came out to testify for him. When he saw it, he was so angry he almost exploded, and he vowed to kill Su Chen. He doesn't know which dormitory Su Chen is in yet and is still trying to find him, but he believes he will find him sooner or later. Moreover, he has now gotten in touch with a group of sports students, and with their help, Su Chen is doomed. What he needs to do now is to please these sports students, get them to accept him, and then use them to deal with Su Chen. Chapter 22: A False Alarm. With the arrival of official rescue news, the Yunnan University Student Union also came to life. Student Union President Yao Tongwei, at noon, please take strict precautions before going out. You may leave only after I give you further instructions. Student Union representatives will be present in each building at that time. Please follow instructions, maintain discipline, and queue in an orderly manner to receive supplies. Those who disobey will be severely punished. This message was pinned to the top of all the groups and remained there all morning. At noon, amidst everyone's anticipation, the roar of helicopters filled the sky above the dormitory area, and the rescue operation arrived as scheduled. Looking up, one could see more than a dozen helicopters filling the sky, each with a huge supply package suspended by thick ropes. As the helicopters slowly descended, the strong wind from their rotors scattered the snow on the rooftops. A helicopter landed at each building. When it got close to the roof, the helicopter disconnected the rigging cable, dropped the supply packs, and then took off without lingering. The moment the helicopter appeared, the entire dormitory area erupted in cheers. People rushed out of their dormitories and ran towards the rooftop, even though many were so hungry they were weak in the limbs. They were giving it their all at this moment. In the group chat, the student council president was furious. What are you doing? I haven't even told you to come out yet. But nobody paid any attention to him. On the rooftops, once the supply packages were dropped, everyone rushed over like zombies spotting prey, swarming to grab them. Building number 9, rooftop. A student council representative, looking at the surging crowd, shouted hoarsely, "What are you doing? Stop right there, do you hear me?" The starving students paid no heed to his words, completely ignoring his presence and rushing frantically toward the supply packs. The student council representative tried to stop them. Are you all crazy? Believe me, you'll all get major demerits. Stop it. Stop fighting. Do you hear me? Line up. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a wooden stick came crashing down on his head, smashing it open and causing him to fall to the ground with a scream. Screw your grandma's legs. The person who threw the object rushed forward. It was none other than Zhao Feng. The group of sports students following behind, along with Li Haoming and others, all had their eyes shining and their faces showing excitement. Grab it for me. Zhao Feng ordered. Similar scenes were playing out simultaneously on the rooftops of every building, including the girls' dormitory. The entire dormitory area was thrown into chaos, with noise echoing through the air. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Su Chen sat comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, with the rooftop monitoring screen displayed in front of him. Meanwhile, a constant stream of noise came in from outside the window. Even Su Chen was somewhat surprised by the crowd's frenzy. They must have been starving. Xing Fei stood on the balcony, looking up at the rooftop of the building opposite, a look of disbelief on her face. Master, they're looting supplies. Across the street was the girls' dormitory, where the girls were all acting like mad women, their hair disheveled, wrestling, biting, and screaming at each other. Xing Fei broke out in a cold sweat. If she were on the other side, would she have ended up like them? If she were still alive today, that's highly likely, but more likely she would already be one of those corpses downstairs. She suddenly didn't want to watch anymore, so she went back to the living room and lay down at Su Chen's feet, behaving as obediently as a cat. Su Chen casually stroked her hair, like petting a cat, but he was actually thinking about Xin Yue. This woman is quite timid. I wonder if she also participated in looting supplies? Ding dong. Suddenly, my phone beeped with a message notification. It was a message from Xin Yue. Xin Yue, horticulture. Su Chen, did you go out to loot supplies? Su Chen replied with 4 words, I don't need it. Xin Yue, horticulture, it's terrifying. Everyone seems to have gone crazy. I'm scared and I don't dare go out. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. It was good that he was afraid. However, Xin Yue then sent another message. Xiaoling went, though she said she'd give it her all. Su Chen's smile froze. Damn it. I almost forgot about Su Lingling. Is there any risk that this woman might manage to steal supplies? The frenzied looting of supplies lasted for more than an hour before gradually subsiding. All the supplies were looted, leaving only a mess on the ground, with bloodstains everywhere. The most tragic thing was that people died in the fighting in almost every building, leaving their bodies on the rooftops. After the looting ended, the mutual aid group was unusually quiet. Everyone seemed unwilling to speak, except for the student council president, who kept grumbling about his dissatisfaction. With no more excitement to watch, Su Chen turned off the monitoring panel. Ring ring ring. A voice call suddenly came and it was Xin Yue. As soon as Su Chen answered the call, he heard Xin Yue say in a tearful voice, something terrible has happened. Xiaoling is injured, and all her things have been stolen. Upon hearing this, Su Chen almost burst out laughing, even though it was a bit inappropriate. How could this happen? Su Chen asked, suppressing a laugh. Xin Yue said, someone knocked her down and stepped on her a lot. She's covered in bruises now and fainted as soon as she got back. Su Chen put on a sympathetic face. Poor Xiaoling, it's a pity I can't go out right now. I'll bring some medicinal wine with me tomorrow. After hanging up the call, Su Chen finally couldn't hide his smile. It was a false alarm. It seemed he could continue to earn merit tomorrow. Meanwhile, in dormitory 620. Because this place is close to the rooftop, it has now become a new stronghold for Zhao Feng and his gang. Teamwork really makes a difference. The dormitory was now filled with all sorts of supplies. In this scramble, they were undoubtedly the MVPs. The crowd was cheering and celebrating their victory. Li Haoming sidled up to Zhao Feng and seized the opportunity to flatter him. Brother Feng, without a doubt, you are the most capable person in our building 9. I would call you the king of the building, and you will surely dominate the entire dormitory area in the future. The king of buildings. The king of buildings. The king of buildings. Several music students joined in the commotion. Zhao Feng was smiling, but his smile suddenly disappeared. Did you guys notice? It seems like that guy from room 513 didn't show up today. Zhao Feng glanced at the group of physical education students. Several physical education students nodded in agreement, their expressions immediately turning serious. If Su Chen were also involved in looting supplies, he would definitely be wearing protective clothing, making him very conspicuous, and there would be no reason for them not to notice him. He is not involved, maybe because he doesn't lack supplies at all, but how is that possible? Zhao Feng frowned. He couldn't understand how Su Chen, who was a student, could possibly not lack supplies. Is it possible that he's planning to wait until we've finished grabbing from him before trying to steal from us? A physical education student said defiantly. Zhao Feng's expression changed. If that were the case, wouldn't they be the biggest culprits? Li Haoming was completely confused and asked curiously, Brother Feng, who are you talking about? Zhao Feng sneered, I'm talking about the real king of the building in Building 9. Chapter 23 Lin Wansi seeks help. It's already the 8th day of the apocalypse. Dormitory 408, Building 3. Ouch, that hurts. You hit me too hard, be gentler. Be good, just bear with it, it'll be over soon. This conversation is between Xin Yue and Su Lingling. Su Lingling is lying on the bed with bruises all over her body, and Xin Yue is helping her apply liniment. The medicinal wine was brought by Su Chen, who bought it from the system shop for 100 merit points. This time, he was helping Su Lingling, so there was no merit return and it was a losing deal. Considering Su Lingling's failure to seize supplies yesterday, Su Chen decided not to hold it against her. Because Su Lingling failed to secure any supplies, she triggered a rescue mission for Xin Yue this morning, so he came over. He sat to the side waiting, looking at his phone idly. Thanks to the official rescue efforts yesterday, everyone's lives were saved. When he came over today, he didn't see many new bodies downstairs. His WeChat account was also very quiet, with almost no new verification messages. Suddenly, a new prompt popped up on the verification page. When Su Chen clicked in, he was surprised to see a familiar name. Teacher trainee Lin Wansi requests to add as a friend. A system message immediately sounded in my ear. Ding! New rescue mission detected. Mission details: Lin Wansi has been robbed, lost all her food, and is injured, facing a survival crisis. Task reward: 50,000 merit points. A quest has been triggered. Yes, Lin Wansi is also a goddess he is saved, so he can trigger the mission remotely without having to face her. Su Chen had been wondering before why he hadn't triggered any missions for Lin Wansi. It seemed that she had never lacked food. Robbed? Could it be related to yesterday's rescue efforts? That woman was really unlucky. Not only did she fail to get any food, but her entire stock was also taken. She was even worse off than Su Lingling. Su Chen found it somewhat amusing. He still remembered how bad-tempered Lin Wansi was and didn't have a very good impression of her. But for the sake of merit points, Su Chen clicked accept. Lin Wansi sent a message almost immediately. Lin Wansi, a teacher, I don't need to post a picture, right? You said you'd give away free food, is that still happening? Su Chen replied with 2 words, yes. Lin Wansi, a teacher, then send it to me at building 11 now, and hurry up. Su Chen was speechless at the confident tone. Su Chen, physics department, sorry, you'll have to come and get it yourself. Lin Wansi, a teacher, are you kidding me? It's so dangerous outside, how could I possibly go out? Can't you just bring it over? Su Chen, physics department, that's ridiculous. You asked me for help, not that I owe you anything. You know it's dangerous outside, why would I risk my life to deliver it to you? Teacher Lin Wansi, at most, I'll give you a delivery fee. Su Chen, Department of Physics, message me when you get to Building 9. It's up to you whether you come or not. This woman has a lot of bad habits, and Su Chen won't indulge her. Now that he has Xin Yue, he's not in a hurry to earn her merit. Then Lin Wansi threw another tantrum, saying things like, how can you be like this? Su Chen ignored them all. After a while, Xin Yue finished applying the medicated wine to Su Lingling, got up and came over, saying, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. Su Chen smiled and said, it's alright, I also want to see how effective the medicine is. Su Lingling smiled and said, brother, your medicinal wine is really good. I feel much better now. Everything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality, you're absolutely right. Su Chen nodded, that's good. He then took out a day's worth of food and handed it to Xin Yue. The system immediately awarded 45,000 merit points. I'll head back now and come back tomorrow, Su Chen said, getting up and walking out. Xin Yue called out to him, Su Chen. Su Chen turned around and asked, yes, is there anything else? Xin Yue blushed, you should be careful on the road. Su Chen nodded, then put on a gas mask, opened the door, and left. After Su Chen left, Su Lingling couldn't help but tease him, oh, what happened just now? You didn't fall for him, did you? Xin Yue's face turned bright red, no, don't talk nonsense. Building 9, first floor lobby. 2 boys stood in a corner, their necks hunched, trying to avoid the cold wind, seemingly waiting for something. One of them was Li Haoming, and the other was his music student roommate. Damn it, it's freezing. Those damn PE students, they really treat us like they're underlings, the music student complained. Li Haoming gestured for silence, shoo, keep your voice down. We still need to rely on them. Don't say things like that again. Just then, a figure ran in from outside. It was also a boy, carrying a package in his hand. Are you here to exchange supplies? Please state your name, Li Haoming said, stepping forward. The boy asked, Zhang Dong, what about you? Li Haoming said, Li Haoming. Zhang Dong nodded and handed the package to Li Haoming, who took it and carefully checked it. Where is the medicine I asked for? Zhang Dong asked anxiously. After Li Haoming finished counting, he slowly took out a box of medicine from his pocket and handed it to the other party. The box was labeled with the words dermatitis. Zhang Dong quickly took the medicine, carefully inspected it, and then said with relief, "How much of this medicine do you have left?" "Our boss said we'll take as much as you have." Li Haoming said coldly, "Don't ask me. Let your boss talk to our boss. I'm only responsible for the transaction." "All right then." Zhang Dong chuckled awkwardly and stuffed the box of medicine into his pocket. Just then, another person rushed in from outside. Although she was wrapped up tightly, it was still easy to tell that she was a woman. Upon seeing this, Zhang Dong laughed and said, "You guys even make deals with girls?" "No, we only invited you," Li Haoming denied, while also giving the girl a curious look. The girl seemed surprised to see anyone there, and involuntarily took 2 steps back, scanning the 3 of them warily. She asked, "Which of you is Su Chen?" "Su Chen." Upon hearing this name, Li Haoming's expression immediately changed, and he stared at the girl. "You're here to see Su Chen? Is he the Su Chen who said he could give free food to beautiful women?" Zhang Dong laughed and said, "I've heard of this guy too. So, she must be a beauty. Hey, take off your scarf and let me see her." The girl frowned and said, "Since none of you are Su Chen, then it has nothing to do with you." Zhang Dong chuckled, "You're looking for Su Chen because you want food, right? We have food too, and we can give it to you for free. Want to consider it?" Li Haoming asked, "Miss, did you arrange to meet Su Chen here?" "He'll be here soon." The girl was already a little annoyed and snorted, "I've already said it has nothing to do with you, so what?" Li Haoming turned his head and whispered to his roommate, "Go upstairs and find Brother Feng. Tell him we're in trouble." Chapter 24 beat him up. Lin Wansi had been hungry all day, and the feeling of hunger was unbearable. She shouldn't have gone hungry, because she had a habit of stockpiling food, and her reserves were enough to last her for at least half a month. But yesterday, all her food was looted, and she was beaten up. The incident started yesterday when her roommate went to the rooftop to grab supplies. She offended someone she shouldn't have, someone who called herself the big sister of Building 11. This big sister brought a group of people to teach her roommate a lesson, and ultimately, she was caught in the crossfire. She had to find a way to get food, so she thought of Su Chen. In fact, besides Su Chen, there were many other followers who said they could give food to beautiful women. Some people had even tried to pull her into the group, but she ignored them all and only chose Su Chen. The reason was that Xing Fei had endorsed Su Chen, so she had credibility. She didn't trust anyone else. When she found Su Chen, her spoiled princess temper flared up again. Su Chen actually refused her request and told her to go get the food herself. Although Su Chen's attitude displeased her, it also reassured her that he didn't seem to have ulterior motives. So she came over. Upon arrival, she encountered Li Haoming and others who bombarded her with questions, especially Zhang Dong, whom she found particularly offensive. "How was my suggestion? Would you like to consider it?" Zhang Dong asked with a grin, leaning closer as he spoke. Lin Wansi subconsciously took a step back and said coldly, "I'm not interested." "Can you stop talking and get down on your feet?" Zhang Dong frowned. This woman had quite a temper. He was also a little annoyed and sneered, "You don't know who our boss is, do you? Let me put it this way, the supplies we looted yesterday are enough for you to eat for months. Isn't that more powerful than that Su Chen guy?" Lin Wansi remained silent, clearly too lazy to pay attention to the other person. Zhang Dong thought she was intimidated, so he took advantage of the situation and said, "Take off your scarf so I can see it. If it's really nice, I'll take you to see our boss. Get out." Lin Wansi snapped. Zhang Dong's heart sank. There were people watching. This woman was really disrespectful, making him lose face. "Damn it, you've fallen so low as to beg for food from men. What makes you so high and mighty? You won't let me see, huh? I'll show you what kind of trash you are." Zhang Dong snorted and stepped forward, reaching out to forcibly tear off Lin Wansi's veil. Lin Wansi was shocked and instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. Zhang Dong had already grabbed her shoulder, and his other hand was about to touch her scarf. "Let her go, or I'll chop your hand off." A voice suddenly came from over. Zhang Dong stopped what he was doing, looked up at the sound, and saw a person in protective clothing stepping into the room. While she was still in a daze, Lin Wansi had already broken free from his grasp. "And who are you to meddle in other people's business?" Zhang Dong snorted. Su Chen said calmly, "The person she's looking for is me. Aren't you the one meddling in other people's business?" Lin Wansi was overjoyed. You're Su Chen? Su Chen. Li Haoming stared intently at Su Chen, his eyes practically spitting fire. He had finally met the person who stole his girlfriend. Su Chen, where did you hide Fei Fei? Tell me now. Li Haoming roared, and suddenly pounced on Su Chen. This scene stunned Lin Wansi and Zhang Dong. What was going on? Seeing Li Haoming's desperate stance, Su Chen frowned, slightly dodged the opponent's lunge, and then reached out and grabbed Li Haoming's throat. Li Haoming, right? What did I tell you? Have you forgotten so quickly? Su Chen said calmly. Li Haoming's mouth was wide open, and he could only make a hissing sound. His face turned a liverish color, as if he would die at the slightest thought from Su Chen. Upon seeing this, Zhang Dong shuddered in fright and involuntarily took 2 steps back. This guy is too amazing. He subdued Li Haoming with ease. Lin Wansi's eyes widened in surprise. If it weren't for the possibility of scaring Lin Wansi away, Su Chen wouldn't have minded killing Li Haoming on the spot. He immediately flung Li Haoming away. Bang! Li Haoming crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. He covered his throat with both hands, coughed violently a few times, and finally caught his breath. He then looked up and glared at Su Chen with resentment. You bastard, just you wait. Brother Feng will be down in a minute. Let's see how he deals with you. Su Chen said oh, and asked, is Brother Feng the leader of that group of sports students? When did Li Haoming start hanging out with them? Xiaoming, what's going on? Just then, footsteps were heard coming from the stairs, and a group of people came down quickly. The one speaking was Zhao Feng. Li Haoming, as if grasping at a straw, cried out, Brother Feng, this guy forcibly took my girlfriend and even hit me just now. You have to get justice for me. Who's so arrogant? Zhao Feng's face darkened, and he turned to look at Su Chen, but his voice stopped abruptly as if he had braked suddenly. The 2 PE students behind him also changed their expressions drastically when they saw Su Chen, as if they had seen a ghost. Su Chen chuckled, Brother Feng, right? Are you planning to stand up for your little brother? Zhao Feng froze, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He quickly said, no, absolutely not. There must be some misunderstanding. Su Chen said, his girlfriend is indeed with me, and she's mine now. Zhao Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Su Chen really did steal Li Haoming's girlfriend. If he did nothing, how could he remain the boss? But if he really confronted Su Chen, it would be tantamount to courting death. Brother Feng, you. Li Haoming looked at Zhao Feng in confusion, not understanding why the usually domineering Zhao Feng had such a constipated expression. Shouldn't he be going up and beating up Su Chen? Su Chen smiled slightly and said, however, one thing needs to be clarified is that when she was with me, she had already broken up with Li Haoming. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. It means you didn't steal his girlfriend at all. Su Chen nodded, that makes sense. Fuck you. Zhao Feng turned to look at Li Haoming, his anger burning. You damn bastard, causing trouble for no reason. Snap. He suddenly slapped Li Haoming hard across the face. The latter's face immediately swelled up on one side as he tried to argue, but Zhao Feng winked at the 2 PE students behind him. Beat him up. 2 physical education students immediately pounced on him, pinned Li Haoming down, and gave him a sound beating, leaving the latter screaming in agony. Zhao Feng then looked at Su Chen and said with a forced smile, I'm sorry, it was my fault for not disciplining you properly. I sincerely apologize and promise that it won't happen again. I hope you will forgive my mistake. He then lowered his head. After a 10-second wait, Su Chen finally spoke calmly, get lost. Zhao Feng felt as if he had been granted a pardon, thank you. He then ordered his men to retreat quickly, and Li Haoming was dragged away by 2 physical education students like a dead dog. Back in dormitory 620, Zhao Feng was still shaken and increasingly angry. He turned around and kicked Li Haoming to the ground, cursing, you damn bastard, you almost killed me. Why did you have to provoke him? Li Haoming, his face bruised and swollen, looked extremely aggrieved. Brother Feng, what happened? Why do you seem so afraid of that guy? Zhao Feng retorted angrily, what did I tell you yesterday? The true king of this building is someone else. Su Chen? Li Haoming was completely dumbfounded. The ruthless killer Zhao Feng mentioned was actually Su Chen. Zhao Feng snorted, now you understand why I beat you up, right? I was saving you. Li Haoming was unwilling to give up. Are we just going to let him shit on our heads like this? There were so many of us just now, were we all still no match for him even if we attacked together? Zhao Feng shook his head. I would never risk my life without absolute certainty. Chapter 25. What should you say when someone helps you? First floor lobby. After seeing Zhao Feng and his group off, Su Chen turned around and saw that Zhang Dong had already sneaked away. Actually, he had noticed him earlier, but he hadn't paid any attention to it. This person seemed to be there to make a deal with Zhao Feng's gang. Bartering has become popular among students recently, so it's not surprising. However, Su Chen noticed a detail earlier. Zhang Dong's skin had many red spots, as if he had been frostbitten. Lin Wanxi stood there, stunned. She had never imagined that Su Chen would be so powerful. Even though Brother Feng was tall and strong and had a group of people with him, no one dared to mess with him. There's no one else here now, take off your scarf, Su Chen said. Mum. Lin Wanxi obediently untied her scarf, revealing her face. She had come to see Su Chen, and now that she felt a sense of awe towards him, she didn't hesitate at all. As expected of a top school beauty, the harsh living conditions of the apocalypse did not diminish her beauty in the slightest. She was still stunning. However, there were a few thin bruises on her face, clearly indicating that she had been beaten. Su Chen nodded and said, You are indeed Lin Wanxi. We meet again. Lin Wanxi asked in surprise, Again? Have we met before? She didn't remember knowing Su Chen. She was a teacher trainee and had no interaction with a science and engineering guy like Su Chen. Su Chen also took off his hood and asked, Do you remember now? Lin Wanxi stared at Su Chen's face, stunned for a moment. A bad memory surged into her mind, and she couldn't help but blurt out, It's you. On the day the apocalypse came, it was pouring rain. She was wearing a new dress and was rushing to find shelter from the rain when she slipped and fell. An ordinary-looking boy ran over and helped her up. She was only concerned about her broken dress and didn't pay much attention to the boy. However, after helping her up, he didn't leave and even asked her to thank him, which annoyed her, so she confronted him. As a result, the boy pushed her back to the ground and ran away. She was furious and vowed to find the bastard and make him pay. As the apocalypse approached, she gradually forgot about it. That despicable guy from that day is now the one she's asking for help from? What did you say that day? That if you saw me again, you wouldn't let me go? Su Chen looked at Lin Wanxi with amusement. So what are you going to do with me now? Lin Wanxi involuntarily took a step back, her voice trembling as she asked, You tricked me into coming here, what do you want? Su Chen knew it was her, and even promised to give her food, but he didn't really mean to give her food, he just tricked her into coming. She was both angry and scared, but the fear far outweighed the anger. She couldn't even beat an ordinary boy, let alone Su Chen. With a flick of his wrist, Su Chen produced a bag of bread and a carton of milk. Eat this. Lin Wanxi dared not answer. Su Chen must have put something in the food, either to poison her or to drug her and then do something terrible. She turned her head to look at the door, pretending to run away. Su Chen said calmly, Don't bother looking. Your chances of escaping from me are 0. You can try if you don't believe me. Help! Someone help me! Lin Wanxi shouted at the top of her lungs. Su Chen chuckled, Go ahead and scream, no one will hear you even if you scream your lungs out. Outside, a snowstorm had started again, and Lin Wanxi's voice was swallowed up by the wind and snow, unable to reach anyone else. Besides, even if someone did hear it, who would be interested in meddling in other people's business now? Lin Wanxi was both angry and anxious. You bastard, what exactly do you want to do? Su Chen said, Didn't I say that if you eat this, I'll let you go? Lin Wanxi was stunned, You're going to let me go? Tell me honestly, did you poison me and try to kill me? Su Chen's expression turned cold. If I wanted to kill you, would I need to poison you? Eat up, or I'll personally feed you. Is that what you want? Lin Wanxi naturally didn't want to, so she reluctantly accepted the bread and milk. As she ate, her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. The food, which was originally sweet and delicious, tasted like cardboard to her, and she was filled with fear. Su Chen only wanted to correct her bad habits, but look how scared she is. After a while, Lin Wanxi finally finished eating all the food. A system notification sounded in Su Chen's ear. Ding! You have successfully rescued Lin Wanxi, earning 50,000 merit points. You wanted food, and I've already given it to you. Others have helped you, so what do you want to say? Su Chen said calmly. Lin Wanxi bit her lip. This bastard still remembers what happened that day. Thank you. Lin Wanxi said through gritted teeth. Su Chen chuckled and said, See, it's not difficult. I'll leave a food container at the entrance of dormitory 513 every morning. You can come and take it yourself. Clearly, he wants to turn Lin Wansi into a tool as well. Also, take this back, it'll be useful for your injury. Su Chen then took out a bottle of liniment for bruises and threw it in front of Lin Wansi. After saying that, he left Lin Wansi and went upstairs. Lin Wansi froze on the spot. Had she heard correctly? Su Chen was giving her food every day? No. They clearly don't get along, so why is Su Chen helping her like this? Hey, stop right there. I have something to ask you. Lin Wansi called out, but Su Chen was already far away. Lin Wansi frowned and picked up the medicinal wine from the ground. This guy must have some ulterior motive, I won't fall for his tricks. Lin Wansi muttered, snorted, and raised her hand to throw away the medicinal wine, but after thinking about it, she put it away. For the rest of the day, Lin Wansi was filled with anxiety. She still felt that there was something wrong with the food Su Chen had given her. After returning to her dormitory, she lay on her bed waiting for the poison to take effect. When it was past midnight and nothing happened, I was relieved and couldn't help but take out some medicated wine to apply to the wound. I found that the medicated wine worked very well. It seemed that Su Chen was really helping her, but she was increasingly confused about Su Chen's motives. The next morning, after waking up, Lin Wansi's stomach started growling again. She was torn. Should she go and get Su Chen's food? Reason told her that no matter what Su Chen's purpose was, as long as she stopped looking for him and cut off all contact with him, nothing would happen. But reason cannot overcome hunger, only food can. She tried to get food through other means, but given the current situation, who would give her food for free? Others might be in a worse situation than Su Chen. At least the food Su Chen gave her yesterday has proven to be safe. Moreover, as she smacked her lips, she was already savoring the sweet aroma of the bread and milk. To be honest, it was really delicious. She didn't know what brand it was, as she had never tasted anything so good before. Lin Wansi swallowed hard, and her stomach started growling loudly. In the end, hunger overcame reason, and Lin Wansi mustered up her courage and went to Su Chen's dormitory. Sure enough, she saw a bag of food placed at the door. Lin Wansi was afraid of being tricked, so she cautiously approached, took the food, and quickly fled. After going downstairs, she opened the package and found a piece of bread, a packet of instant noodles, and a bottle of water, just enough to last her a day. You're so stingy. Lin Wansi was a little dissatisfied. She really wanted to drink the milk from yesterday. At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief, at least she wouldn't have to go hungry today. Back in her dorm, Lin Wansi received a message from Su Chen, to be continued tomorrow. Lin Wansi initially didn't want to reply, but after hesitating for a moment, she finally sent a message, thank you. Chapter 26 Lesions. The 9th day of the apocalypse. A scream shattered the morning tranquility of dormitory 620 in Building 9, waking everyone who was still asleep. As Li Haoming looked in the mirror, he kept repeating, how could this happen? What's wrong with me? His handsome face was covered with red spots, as if he had been frostbitten, and there was a burning sensation, which was preventing him from sleeping. He was terrified. As the school's most handsome man, he cared more about his appearance than any woman. Seeing him looking like this was like the sky had fallen. Zhao Feng, who was still a little sleepy, was jolted awake by his appearance and his face changed drastically. You're infected. Li Haoming exclaimed in shock, infection? No way, brother Feng, you must be mistaken. Zhao Feng didn't respond to him, and quickly ordered, quickly, take him to the bathroom and isolate him. No one dared to delay, so 2 physical education students jumped off the bed and grabbed Li Haoming. Let go, I'm not infected, you must have made a mistake. Li Haoming struggled instinctively. But the 2 athletes held him tightly, and he couldn't break free. Clang! During the struggle, the mirror in Li Haoming's hand fell to the ground and shattered on the spot. You better behave yourself. Zhao Feng roared and rushed over, punching Li Haoming in the forehead. The latter immediately lost consciousness, his head drooping. Lock him up, and never let him out, Zhao Feng said in a deep voice. The 2 physical education students dragged Li Haoming into the bathroom like a dead dog and closed the door. Everyone was terrified. Brother Feng, what should we do with him? A physical education student asked. Zhao Feng's expression was grave. Let's observe for a while. There's no evidence yet that this virus is contagious, but just to be on the safe side, everyone should avoid contact with him. Doomsday Fortress. Su Chen had already gotten up early, with the monitoring panel in front of him, observing the activity in the building. The scene that unfolded in dormitory 620 was witnessed by everyone. In just a few days, the number of infected people in the building has exceeded 50. Su Chen murmured, his brows furrowing slightly in a serious expression. 3 or 4 days ago, a special kind of plea for help began to appear in the mutual aid group. Some students said that they seemed to have frostbite, and the symptoms were red spots on their skin. At first, everyone thought it was just frostbite, but as more and more people fell ill, the situation became strange. At the same time, there was a large-scale discussion about this symptom online, and eventually everyone determined that it was not frostbite, but a viral infection. This virus is the same one mentioned in the previous official announcement, the one that's poisonous in the snow. 2 days ago, among the official relief supplies, in addition to food, there was another important type of supplies, medicine. Among the medicines, skin medication accounted for the largest proportion. In the past 2 days, there have been more and more requests for skin medication in the group. Students who have skin medication have suddenly become highly sought after. 1 tube of dermatitis ointment can even be exchanged for a whole box of instant noodles. Many people are regretting that they didn't grab more skin medication that day. Despite rumors circulating online that existing skin medications cannot treat the virus and can only provide temporary relief, this has not affected their supply shortage. There are also rumors that the authorities are organizing manpower to study the virus and strive to develop an effective treatment as soon as possible. However, this rumor has not been confirmed by the authorities. The only certainty is that the incubation period for this virus is 1 week. If you do not develop symptoms within a week of contact with snowflakes, then you can breathe a sigh of relief. This shows that the vast majority of the students who fell ill this time participated in the supermarket rush, inadvertently came into contact with the snowflakes, and then the outbreak occurred in the past few days. What's even more frightening is that there may be another wave. Many people who rushed to grab supplies on the rooftop a couple of days ago may have inadvertently come into contact with the snowflakes, and some may even have already started to fall ill. Tonzi, what will be the final outcome of being infected with this virus? Su Chen asked in his mind. Ding. Initial symptoms of this virus infection include skin erythema accompanied by a burning sensation, followed by skin ulceration. A small number of people may also experience neurological stimulation, becoming delusional, aggressive, and with increased strength. The ultimate outcome for all infected individuals is death. Su Chen broke out in a cold sweat, his mind went mad, his aggression and strength increased dramatically. Although he wasn't a zombie, he seemed to be no different from one. Are there any medications for this treatment? Su Chen asked again. Ding. Based on assessment, this virus's incurable prevention is the only option. Once symptoms appear, they are irreversible. Su Chen said coldly, even you can't do anything about it? Ding. The logic behind this system is to protect the host's survival in a post-apocalyptic environment. It does not have the function of destroying the apocalypse. Su Chen said, okay, so in other words, once the disease develops, there is only one way out, death. Ding. Not necessarily. The drugs provided by this system can delay the death of infected individuals and, theoretically, can be modified to delay it indefinitely. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be done like this? Master, I've put the food you asked me to pack at the door, Xing Fei said as she walked over. Su Chen nodded, okay. Xing Fei asked curiously, Master, may I ask who the food is for? Su Chen smiled and asked, do you know Lin Wanxi? Xing Fei asked in surprise, her? She's the campus belle. I bet everyone at Yunnan University knows her. Why doesn't the master just take her in? Su Chen said, it's not the right time yet. By the way, I have some news for you, your ex-boyfriend, Li Haoming, has been infected. A hint of surprise flashed in Xing Fei's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and said, what happens to him has nothing to do with me. I am now my master's maid, and I only care about my master. Su Chen smiled slightly, if we were to run into him one day, what would you do? Xing Fei said, I will do whatever my master tells me to do. I will obey my master. Su Chen said, what if I ask you to kill him? Xing Fei didn't hesitate at all, then kill him. Okay. Su Chen was satisfied with the answer. Go prepare breakfast, I'm hungry. Xing Fei went into the kitchen. Su Chen turned off the monitoring panel, took out his phone, and saw that there were more verification messages in his WeChat account. One of them caught Su Chen's attention. Chen Lanyu from the Department of Foreign Languages requests to add as a friend. Chen Lanyu. Su Chen recognized the name. She was one of the girls who participated in the school beauty pageant. He remembered all the names on that list. This is another business opportunity, Su Chen thought, and immediately added Chen Lanyu on WeChat. Chen Lanyu thoughtfully sent over the photos. The girl in the photos wasn't particularly stunning. She was inferior to Lin Wanxi and Xing Fei in terms of looks and figure. In Su Chen's opinion, she could only be considered an 8 out of 10 beauty. Chen Lanyu, Department of Foreign Languages, handsome guy, do you have any skin medication? Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. This woman wasn't asking for food, but rather for skin medicine. He never advertised any skin medications. It seems this person was just desperate and grasping at straws. Su Chen, Physics Department, you're infected? Chen Lanyu, Department of Foreign Languages, do you have it? I'm feeling really unwell right now. I've asked many people and no one has answered, so I came to you. Please. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Su Chen, Department of Physics, sorry, no. The other person sent a crying emoji. Su Chen shrugged. According to the system, this beautiful woman was already dead and had no value to him. He was still a little disappointed. Chen Lanyu's attitude was alright. She acted like someone seeking help should. Unlike Lin Wanxi, who acted as if you owed her something, even though she clearly needed your help. Not long after, Su Chen received feedback from the system that he had completed the task of rescuing Lin Wanxi and had earned 50,000 merit points. Su Chen glanced at his merit point balance, 282,400. I was overjoyed. We're about to break 300,000. Su Chen casually sent Lin Wanxi a message, reminding her to come again tomorrow. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he will continue to use Lin Wanxi as a tool, and will only consider bringing her into his fold if the situation changes. At this moment, Xing Fei brought up breakfast. Your maid Xing Fei has completed the cooking task, and you have earned 1,000 merit points. Su Chen put down his phone and started eating. You're also from the Foreign Languages Department, do you know Chen Lanyu? Su Chen asked casually. Xing Fei nodded, yes, she's a senior in her 4th year, and she's quite a prominent figure in our school. The person in question should have heard about her story. What deeds? Su Chen asked curiously. Chapter 27 Senior Sister Chen. Su Chen was genuinely unaware of Chen Lanyu's deeds. Xing Fei said, Master, you really haven't heard of this? This matter caused quite a stir back then, about 2 years ago. It turned out to be more than 2 years ago. Su Chen understood. He was still in high school at that time, no wonder he had never heard of it. That day, Senior Sister Chen suddenly became emotional in the cafeteria and accused a male student of taking pictures of her without her consent. Although the boy denied it and even showed Senior Sister Chen his phone's photo album, confirming that he hadn't taken any pictures, Senior Sister Chen wouldn't let it go and demanded that the boy apologize to her. In order to settle things, the boy had no choice but to apologize, Xing Fei said. Su Chen asked, is that all? Chen Lanyu did go a bit too far. The boy had already proven his innocence, yet she still wouldn't let it go. However, if she only wanted the boy to apologize, it wouldn't seem like such a big deal. After all, there are too many unreasonable women out there, so it's nothing unusual. Xing Fei said, the matter wasn't over yet. The next day, Senior Sister Chen found the boy again and said that a verbal apology wasn't sincere enough. She demanded that the boy write an apology letter by hand. The boy couldn't argue with her, so he had no choice but to agree. Su Chen frowned. Things seemed to be getting complicated. Let me guess, she hasn't let that boy off the hook yet? Su Chen said. Xing Fei said, you guessed right. On the 3rd day, Senior Sister Chen took the apology letter and went directly to the school, demanding that the school expel the boy on the grounds of misconduct. Su Chen felt his fist getting hard. How did the school handle it? Su Chen asked. Xing Fei said, the school couldn't find any evidence, and the boy realized what had happened and tried his best to prove his innocence, so the school didn't expel him but instead gave him a disciplinary warning. Su Chen was speechless. This school is really something. Since the boy is innocent, there's no reason to punish him. What is even worse is yet to come, Xing Fei added. Dissatisfied with the school's handling of the matter, Senior Sister Chen posted it online, and the boy was immediately attacked by countless female netizens. After that, Senior Sister Chen sued the boy, saying she wanted him to go to jail. At this point, Su Chen was practically grinding his teeth to powder when he asked, and in the end, what was the judge's verdict? Xing Fei said, I don't know. It seems like the verdict hasn't been reached yet. It's almost the end of the world now, so we can't wait any longer. Su Chen nodded. The judge might not rule, but he could. Based on Xingfei's description, it can be confirmed that Chen Lanyu's actions were a meticulously planned false accusation, an attempt to drive the boy to a dead end step by step. That boy shouldn't have apologized in the first place. If it were Su Chen in this situation, he wouldn't have offered a verbal apology, he would have slapped her a few times. However, many boys usually have the mentality of keeping the peace and not arguing with girls, thinking that taking a step back will solve everything. As a result, this mentality is taken advantage of, and they fall into the trap step by step, eventually leading to their utter ruin. I thought she was alright just now, but it turns out she was just pretending. She only shows her true colors when she needs something from someone, Su Chen thought with a cold laugh. Master, why did you ask about senior sister Chen? Did she come looking for you? Xingfei asked curiously. Su Chen said, yes, she's infected and asked me for help. Xingfei gave an "oh" and chuckled, then should Master help her? Master should be careful, senior sister Chen is not someone to be trifled with. Sure, we'll help. We'll help them properly. Su Chen chuckled. He suddenly changed his mind and decided to rescue Chen Lanyu. After breakfast, Su Chen opened WeChat and immediately started a video call with Chen Lanyu. Chen Lanyu answered the call, and on the screen appeared a girl in her 20s, who looked almost exactly like the photo she had given Su Chen before. Senior sister Chen, I just rummaged through the cabinet and found a box of dermatitis ointment. Do you still need it? Su Chen asked with a smile. Chen Lanyu was overjoyed, really? That's great. I'll take it. Thank you, junior brother, you're so handsome. Su Chen said, let me see your red spots so I can confirm. The woman did not have any red spots on her face, so it is unknown whether she is truly ill. Chen Lanyu rolled up her sleeves to show Su Chen her arm, and indeed, her hand was covered with red spots. Junior brother, can you see clearly? I would never lie to a boy. I'm an honest person. Chen Lanyu chuckled. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine and mentally communicated with the system. System, no missions? Ding. This woman's rating is 8 points, but she is not a suitable target. Su Chen thought to himself, check the details. Name, Chen Lanyu. Age, 24. Rating, 8. Grade, inferior toilet supplies, worthless. This was the first time Su Chen had encountered such a situation. Becoming a target goddess wasn't just about getting an 8 out of 10 and looks level was also a decisive factor. Fine, Su Chen said helplessly, but even if he didn't gain any merit this time, he would still continue to help. Good junior brother, handsome guy, just give me the ointment, I can get it myself. Where do you live? Hearing Chen Lanyu say. Su Chen smiled slightly, I'll deliver it myself. Senior sister will send me the address. Chen Lanyu was pleasantly surprised, really? Junior brother, you're so kind. From now on, you're my idol. That's all for now, Su Chen said, hanging up the phone. Chen Lanyu then sent her address. She lived in dormitory 318, Building 5. Building 5 is right next to Building 3 where Xin Yue lives. It's just the right time for Su Chen to deliver food to Xin Yue, and he'll go find Chen Lanyu on the way. Su Chen put on his protective suit and went out. He first went to find Xin Yue and successfully obtained his daily reward of 45,000 merits. At this point, his merit points balance exceeded 300,000. Building 5, Dormitory 318. Chen Lanyu opened the bathroom door and came out, immediately attracting the attention of her roommates. What are you doing out here? Shouldn't you be in quarantine? A roommate shouted. Chen Lanyu smiled and said, don't panic, I found some skin medicine, you'll be fine soon. Her roommate, however, expressed skepticism, really? How did you find it? We don't have that many supplies to change your medicine. Chen Lanyu said, it's free, no money required. Someone is giving you free medicine, who is it? My roommate asked curiously. Chen Lanyu smiled smugly, with my looks, isn't it normal to have a few simps? Not only are they free, but they're even personally delivering themselves to my door. They'll be here soon. My roommates all clicked their tongues in amazement. What kind of person is he? So licking. Even at this point, he still personally went to deliver medicine to his goddess. This guy is the ultimate simp. They can't wait to see what this king of simps looks like. A moment later, a knock was heard on the door. Coming. Chen Lanyu ran over to open the door with delight. A person wearing protective clothing was standing outside the door, which surprised everyone. Senior Sister Chen, may I come in? The other person asked with a smile. Chen Lanyu recognized Su Chen's voice and smiled. Of course, come in quickly, junior brother, did you bring my medicine? Su Chen walked into the dormitory, and with a flick of his wrist, he had a tube of dermatitis ointment in his hand. I brought it. Chen Lanyu was overjoyed and reached out to take it. But Su Chen moved his hand, causing her to grab at empty air. Su Chen said calmly, don't worry, Senior Sister Chen, this medicine isn't for nothing. Chapter 28. I know I was wrong. Isn't it free? Chen Lanyu was stunned. She had just been bragging to her roommates that Su Chen was her lapdog. If Su Chen were to make a deal, would he still be her lapdog? Where would she put her face? Junior brother is so funny, you're joking with me. I'm feeling really unwell right now, stop teasing me. Chen Lanyu chuckled, reaching for the medicine again. Snap. Su Chen slapped her hand away. Do you think I'm joking with you? Su Chen's tone turned cold. Silence fell over the entire dormitory. Chen Lanyu's roommates all stared wide-eyed, entering a state of gossip watching, and everyone's expressions became somewhat subtle. Chen Lanyu was stunned. Su Chen was completely different from before. This slap left her utterly humiliated. Hey, you surnamed Su, what do you mean by this? You promised to give it to me for free, and now you're going back on your word? Are you playing me for a fool? Chen Lanyu's expression immediately changed, and she angrily rebuked him. Su Chen chuckled and said, that's more like it. The way you act cute in front of me is disgusting. Chen Lan's tone turned hostile. What am I pretending for? What exactly do you want? Su Chen said, I want the truth. Chen Lanyu scoffed, what truth? What are you talking about? Su Chen said, the truth about your false accusation against senior brother Liao Xiaolong 2 years ago. Liao Xiaolong, the boy who was slandered by Chen Lanyu, is now exhausted both physically and mentally and has dropped out of school. Normally, he should be a junior in college. Chen Lanyu's heart skipped a beat, and she finally understood Su Chen's purpose. She shouted, I didn't falsely accuse him. He secretly filmed me. I'm the victim. Wrong answer. It seems you don't really want this medicine either, Su Chen said with a cold laugh, putting the medicine away. Wait a minute. Chen Lanyu said quickly. Of course it wants it, it's in so much pain right now, it doesn't want to delay any longer. Su Chen said, I'm giving you one last chance. Chen Lanyu stared into Su Chen's eyes, if I tell you, will you give me the medicine? Yes. Su Chen nodded. Chen Lanyu said, how do I know if you're lying to me? Su Chen said, do you think you have a choice? If you don't want to talk, then forget it. I can leave right now. Chen Lanyu quickly said, I said. That's right, I did misunderstand him, okay. But you can't completely blame me. He was sitting across from me with his phone pointed at me. I'm a girl, so it's normal for me to have some doubts, right? If I'm wrong, does that mean he wasn't wrong at all? Su Chen chuckled and said, since you know you wronged him, why did you pull those stunts later? What was your purpose? Chen Lanyu said, I'm a girl. If I admit I'm wrong, wouldn't I lose face? As a boy, shouldn't he be more magnanimous? Su Chen laughed angrily, is it that simple? Just because you care about your pride? Chen Lanyu said, yes, that was true at first, but things got out of my control later on because a lot of men were questioning and cursing me. I could only try my best to prove that they were wrong. In the end, I was a victim too, wasn't I? Su Chen shook his head, you are the victim next to your Mali neighbor, you are the complete perpetrator, how dare you act so shameless? Chen Lanyu's face turned red, and she hissed, did I say anything wrong? Why are you all questioning me? Can't this world be a little kinder to girls? Su Chen was too lazy to listen to her excuses anymore and said, apologize. Apologize publicly to senior brother Liao in the group chat, right now. Chen Lanyu trembled, what? No, I can't do this, I refuse. Su Chen chuckled and said, you don't want the medicine anymore? Chen Lanyu said angrily, you just promised me that you would give it to me if I told you the truth, and now you want me to apologize? Are there really no good men among you? Bye-bye. Su Chen turned and left. Chen Lanyu was furious. Damn it, this bastard is too hateful. He really just left without saying goodbye. Give me the medicine, it's mine. Chen Lanyu screamed and lunged at Su Chen, trying to snatch the medicine. Su Chen shifted his stance, turned around, and threw a punch that landed squarely on Chen Lanyu's face. The latter was immediately struck, her nose bleeding profusely, and she staggered to the ground. Trying to steal it? Who gave you the courage? Su Chen chuckled, then strode out. I apologize, okay. Chen Lanyu hissed from behind, her face contorted with rage and covered in blood, making her look like a madwoman. Su Chen stopped in his tracks. I'll wait. Then Chen Lanyu took out her phone, looked down and started typing. Before long, a new message appeared in the mutual aid group. Chen Lanyu, Department of Foreign Languages, 2 years ago, I slandered my junior classmate Liao Xiaolong. I now know I was wrong, and I hereby publicly apologize to Liao Xiaolong. I'm sorry, my actions hurt you, and I earnestly ask for your forgiveness. The news quickly caused an uproar in the group chat. At first, many younger students were confused, but after some older students explained what happened back then, everyone quickly learned about it and began to criticize Chen Lanyu. For a time, the group chat was filled with insults. Seeing all the insults and curses in the group chat, Chen Lanyu's face turned green with anger. She looked up at Su Chen and gritted her teeth, saying, "Bastard, are you satisfied now? Can you give me the medicine now?" Okay. Su Chen readily agreed and took out the dermatitis ointment again. Just as Chen Lanyu was looking forward to it, with a snap, Su Chen let go, and the ointment fell to the ground. Su Chen then stepped on it. The bottle caps instantly flew off, and the ointment inside splattered all over the floor. No! Chen Lanyu screamed and frantically rushed over, lying on the ground to try to save him. Ignoring the filth that covered the ointment, she desperately smeared it on the red spots on his body. Su Chen didn't look at Chen Lanyu again, turned around and walked out, leaving behind the frantic Chen Lanyu and her roommates who were dumbfounded. Chen Lanyu's story did not end there. Although the medicine was dirty, it was genuine. Su Chen had purchased it from the systems shop. Su Chen could have killed her to put an end to this menace, but killing her like that would be too easy on her. Su Chen had another purpose, to prolong her life, to let her continue to suffer, and also to test the drug's effectiveness. The medicine was quite effective. Chen Lanyu felt much better soon after taking it. After recovering, she immediately retracted her apology in the mutual aid group and launched a full-scale attack on Su Chen. It was Su Chen who threatened me, that's why I pretended to apologize. I did nothing wrong. The ones who should apologize are the criminal Liao Xiaolong and that bastard Su Chen. Ladies, please don't believe Su Chen. Any free gifts or scams, he's a despicable scoundrel. Girls, we should unite and distance ourselves from men like Su Chen who are so easily swayed. Chen Lanyu's words caused a stir, and many girls were incited to jump out and scold Su Chen. Just then, Su Chen quietly uploaded a video to the group chat, showing his interrogation of Chen Lanyu. It turned out he had recorded the whole thing. Chen Lanyu's disgraceful behavior was thus exposed to the public. After posting the video, Su Chen casually sent a message, "Let everyone judge for themselves who was right and who was wrong." For a moment, the entire mutual aid group fell silent. Chapter 29. Graduate student Jiang Xiaolu. Damn it, this woman is so shameless. Brother Chen did a great job. He's a role model for us all. That punch was so satisfying. We should have punched that bastard a few more times. After a brief silence, the group chat became lively again. Although some girls were still criticizing Su Chen, their voices were quickly drowned out by the emotionally charged boys. Amidst a chorus of curses, Chen Lanyu was kicked out of the group by the group admin. Inside dormitory 318 of Building 5, Chen Lan's voice was hoarse as she roared, "Su Chen, I will never let you go. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." By this time, Su Chen had already returned to the Doomsday Fortress. Seeing Chen Lanyu being kicked, Su Chen put down his phone with satisfaction. He had already anticipated that this woman would not let it go, so as soon as he entered the room, he had the system turn on the camera to record the whole thing. With this video, any normal person can judge right from wrong. As for those girls who are still stubbornly cursing him, he doesn't need to pay them any more attention. You can't wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. He should just respect their fate. In fact, Su Chen was right. After this incident, Su Chen's reputation was not ruined by Chen Lanyu. On the contrary, his reputation was greatly enhanced because of his righteous act. As evidenced by this, shortly afterward, his WeChat account received many new verification messages, and the number of girls seeking help increased even more than before. At the same time, Su Chen became a household name at Yunnan University, not just among undergraduates, but also among graduate students, international students, faculty, and staff. That afternoon, Su Chen suddenly received a call from his homeroom teacher, Li Xin. Su Chen, I heard you have some skin medicine. Could you give some to the teacher, and maybe some food too? Li Xian asked directly. Su Chen was speechless. This guy had cheated the students out of their food last time, and their teacher-student relationship had long been severed. How could he still have the nerve to come looking for him? Are you all right? Look in the mirror, are you a beauty? Su Chen chuckled. Li Xian said, I know I was wrong last time, but I had no choice. My whole family depends on me for food. Can you understand me, teacher? Su Chen said, your family's lives are lives, but our students' lives aren't? What do your family's lives have to do with me? Li Xian pleaded, I'm begging you, teacher. My son is infected, and his condition is very serious. The government has given us teachers very few supplies, and I've offended too many people before. I really can't find any medicine. Su Chen chuckled. It seemed this woman had not only deceived students but also her colleagues. Now she was getting her comeuppance. I'm hanging up, Su Chen said coldly. Li Xian quickly said, wait a minute, didn't you want a beautiful woman? As long as you give me the medicine, I'll introduce you to one. Su Chen responded with an O, and said, I'm listening. Li Xian said, she is a graduate student who just started studying this March. She is very beautiful and looks somewhat like a young Louis Fei. You definitely won't be disappointed. Su Chen asked, what is your relationship with her? Li Xian said, she is my husband's student. She is also in a bad situation. We helped her a few days ago. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, then this beautiful graduate student might have triggered a rescue mission. Have her add me on WeChat, I need to verify it, Su Chen said calmly. Li Xinqi asked, so you promise to give me the medicine? Su Chen said, if this beautiful woman you mentioned is useful to me, yes, I will give you the medicine. This is a transaction, and it has nothing to do with feelings. Li Xian said, could you give me the medicine first? My son is really feeling unwell right now. Su Chen said coldly, if you really care about your son, then stop talking nonsense. Li Xian paused for a moment, then said, okay, wait a moment. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen received a contact information from Li Xian, first-year graduate student Zhang Xiaolu. Su Chen clicked to add the other person as a friend, and the other person accepted almost instantly and sent a message. Zhang Xiaolu, first-year graduate student, hello junior, my professor's wife said she'd like to introduce us. Su Chen, is it convenient for you to video chat, senior sister? Zhang Xiaolu, a first-year graduate student, isn't this a bit too fast? And I haven't washed my face in ages. Su Chen, it's okay, I won't beat around the bush with my senior sister, I only help beautiful girls. Zhang Xiaolu, a first-year graduate student, I've heard about it. Wait a moment, I'll send it to you in a bit. A moment later, Zhang Xiaolu initiated a video call. The video call connected, and on the other end was a girl in her early 20s, who looked a bit disheveled. It was clear that she had tried to wipe her face, but there were still fresh scratches, so her looks were only about 60% visible. Even at 60%, it's already amazing enough. She has a standard oval face, almond eyes, peach cheeks, a delicate nose, and cherry lips. Her temperament is mature yet not quite mature. At first glance, she really does look 3 or 4 parts similar to a young Louis Fei. The system's voice then rang in Su Chen's ears. Ding! Target goddess found, data generation in progress. Name, Zhang Xiaolu. Age, 23. Rating, 8.7. Grade, excellent blank sheet of paper. Mission details, their mentor harbors ill intentions and is about to suffer physical harm. Mission difficulty, nightmare. Quest reward, 40,000 merit points and activation of a new skill. Su Chen was stunned. Her mentor was Li Xian's husband, and he had ulterior motives towards her. Did Li Xian know? Junior brother, am I ugly? Why aren't you saying anything? Zhang Xiaolu smiled, her smile adding to her sweetness and innocence. Su Chen snapped out of his daze and smiled slightly, senior sister is very beautiful. Zhang Xiaolu blushed and said, thank you. Su Chen said, I'm sorry, senior sister, I have some things to do right now. Let's talk next time. Zhang Xiaolu was clearly a little surprised. They were stopping talking so quickly? Su Chen had already hung up the video call and then called Li Xian. Can I have a chat with your husband? I'd like to learn more about senior sister Zhang from him, Su Chen asked bluntly. Li Xian said, what a coincidence, he just left not long ago. Or should I tell you, the little dear is a very kind person. Su Chen interrupted her, tell me senior sister John's address, and I will send the medicine to her and then give it to you. Li Xian said, Su Chen, in room 405 of building 2 of the graduate student dormitory, could you bring some more food for the teacher? Before she could finish speaking, Su Chen had already hung up the phone. The graduate student dormitory is located in the central area of Yunnan University, about 3 kilometers away from the undergraduate dormitory area. The good news is that the faculty and staff dormitory area is about the same distance from the graduate student dormitory, so if he's fast enough, he might get there even earlier than Li Xian's husband. Graduate student dormitory area, building 2, room 405. After Su Chen hung up the video call, Jiang Xiaolu was stunned for a moment. Could it be that her junior brother didn't like her? Otherwise, why would he suddenly stop talking to her? She couldn't think of any other reason besides this. She couldn't help but pick up a mirror, examine herself, and sighed in distress, it's not my junior brother's fault. I look no different from a female beggar now. Who would like that? My master's wife asked me to help cheer him up so he would bring her medicine and food. What should I do? How can I explain this to her? My teacher and his wife have been so good to me, yet I can't even help with this little thing. I'm so useless. For a moment, she was consumed by self-blame. An hour later, a man in protective clothing walked through the snow into the graduate student dormitory building 2. He then removed his gas mask, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Chapter 30 Junior, Stop It. Li Xian's husband is named Zheng Yifei. Although he is middle-aged, he is well-maintained and looks like a handsome man when he was young. He is a professor at the Academy of Arts and also a master's supervisor. Many of his graduate students are good-looking men and women. The most stunning of them all is undoubtedly Jiang Xiaolu. Jiang Xiaolu was surprised by her teacher's sudden visit. When she opened the door and saw Zhang Yifei, she was a little surprised. Teacher, what brings you here? Zhang Yifei laughed and said, you want me to stand at the door and say it? Jiang Xiaolu quickly said, Teacher, please come in. Zhang Yifei walked into the dormitory, placed a package on the table, and said, I brought you some food. You must be hungry. Open it and eat. Jiang Xiaolu said gratefully, thank you, teacher. But I heard from your wife that you also lack food. Why are you still? Zhang Yifei said, when did your master's wife say that the version has been updated? On the contrary, I just got a batch of supplies through a friend, which is why I had extra to send to you. Eat up, you'll have more energy if you're full. Jiang Xiaolu exclaimed happily, really? Then I won't be polite. After saying that, Jiang Xiaolu happily went up and opened the package. Inside, there were 6 bags of dry bread and 3 bottles of water, which should be enough for her to last for a week. Jiang Xiaolu was surprised. It seemed that her teacher was really well off, giving her so much money all at once. She was really hungry, so she sat down, tore open a bag of bread, and started eating. Zhang Yifei sat down next to her, looking at her with a kind and gentle expression. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Yifei took out his phone and saw that it was Li Xian calling, so he answered the call. Where did all the food we had at home go? Where did you put it? The children are hungry and crying for food. Li Xian was a little agitated. Zhang Yifei smiled and said, don't bother looking, I brought all the stored grain with me. What? You went out to find food, so why did you take all the stored food with you? What are you doing? Li Xian asked in surprise. Jiang Xiaolu, who was eating bread, stopped eating and looked up at Zhang Yifei in surprise. Zhang Yifei remained calm. What? Isn't it obvious? I don't want to live like this anymore. Li Xian retorted angrily, what nonsense are you spouting? Where are you right now? Zhang Yifei said, do you want to hear the truth? I've never loved you. Marrying you back then was just an arrangement by my family. Now I want to be myself. Li Xian screamed, Zhang Yifei, are you even speaking human language? The child is so sick, and you. Zhang Yifei hung up the phone and looked at Jiang Xiaolu. She still doesn't understand that there is no hope in this world, my son is beyond saving, and all of us will die sooner or later, so we might as well be ourselves while we are still alive. Jiang Xiaolu was shocked her teacher's mental state was clearly abnormal. Teacher, I can't accept this food. Please take it back to your wife, Jiang Xiaolu said, pushing the food in front of her toward Zhang Yifei. Zhang Yifei smiled and said, little dear, have I ever told you that you look a lot like my first love? Jiang Xiaolu had a bad feeling and quickly said, teacher, please stop talking. Zhang Yifei, however, said to himself, if my parents hadn't strongly opposed it back then, we wouldn't have broken up. This is the biggest regret of my life. As he spoke, Zhang Yifei reached out to grab Jiang Xiaolu's hand, but she quickly pulled her hand back in fright. Teacher, please don't do this. I'm scared. Please go back quickly. Jiang Xiaolu said in a trembling voice. Zhang Yifei smiled and said, don't be afraid. Your teacher just wants to spend your last days with you. You don't want to die alone, do you? Jiang Xiaolu suddenly stood up, took 2 steps back, and her expression turned serious. I don't need your company, you old man, get out of here right now. Zhang Yifei also stood up and said, I can't go back anymore. Come on, Xiaolu, I understand you can't accept it right now, but you'll accept it soon. Jiang Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise, what are you going to do? Don't come any closer. Zhang Yifei chuckled and said, your teacher is so good to you, don't you understand your teacher's feelings at all? Jiang Xiaolu had already retreated to the corner and said, please let me go, I would rather die than do such a thing. You probably don't have a choice now. Your teacher can't bear to let you die so soon. Zhang Yifei said, quickly approaching Jiang Xiaolu. You know what? The more you struggle, the more excited I get. That's why I'm making sure you're full first. Promise me you'll struggle as hard as you can later, okay? As Zhang Yifei spoke, a twisted, sinister smile appeared on his face. He. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yifei and Jiang Xiaolu were both taken aback. There were other people looking for her? Help! Jiang Xiaolu realized what was happening and immediately shouted loudly. Bang! With a loud bang, the dormitory door was forced open, and a person wearing protective clothing stepped into the room. The newcomer had already removed his gas mask, and Jiang Xiaolu recognized him at a glance, blurting out, Junior brother Su Chen? She never expected that Su Chen would come. Why would he come? Su Chen nodded, Senior, what happened here? Jiang Xiaolu's face flushed red as she looked at Zhang Yifei. It's the teacher, he tried to assault you? Su Chen looked at Zhang Yifei with a cold gaze. Zhang Yifei also realized what was going on, sized up Su Chen, and snorted, Who are you, and what are you doing here looking for Xiaolu? Su Chen said, I am Li Xian's student. If I'm not mistaken, you are her husband. I came here to deliver medicine to your son and was going to have my senior pass it on, but I didn't expect to run into you doing evil here. Zhang Yifei seemed to remember something and exclaimed, So you're the Su Chen from the rumors. I've heard Li Xian mention you before. Junior, our teacher is having mental problems. Can you help me talk to him? Jiang Xiaolu pleaded. Zhang Yifei chuckled and said, Just put the medicine down and leave. It's none of your business what happens between me and Xiaolu, and you'd better not meddle. Su Chen said calmly, If I want to interfere, what can you do about it? Zhang Yifei snorted coldly and grabbed a folding stool next to him. If you insist on courting death, then don't blame me. Su Chen wasn't afraid at all. He turned to Jiang Xiaolu and said, Senior, it looks like he's going to kill me. What should I do? Jiang Xiaolu was panicking, I don't know. Su Chen said, Then let me make the decision. Su Chen's composure annoyed Zhang Yifei. This kid seemed to completely disregard him. You brat, die. Zhang Yifei shouted, raised his folding stool, and charged at Su Chen. Su Chen dodged his attack by sidestepping, and with a flick of his foot, Zhang Yifei lost his balance and fell to the ground along with the chair, which then slipped from his grasp and landed to the side. Su Chen stepped forward, stepped on Zhang Yifei's back, bent down to pick up the folding stool, and smashed it down on the latter's head. Snap! One folding stool, and his head exploded. Snap! The second blow caused blood to splatter everywhere. Snap! After the third strike, Zhang Yifei was no longer moving. Jiang Xiaolu was terrified. Junior, stop. He looks like he's about to die. Chapter 31 Rampage. Zhang Yifei is indeed dead. The system's voice was already ringing in Su Chen's ears. Ding! You have killed the perpetrator and successfully rescued the target goddess, gaining 40,000 merit points. You have gained the skill, One Punch Critical Strike. One Punch Critical Strike. When using this skill, a punch is thrown with double the power. Double the power in one punch? Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. This skill was amazing. His body had already been enhanced, and his strength was already doubled. At this point, with the power of a single punch and the speed of a basic wind speed, he was already extraordinary, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he possessed superpowers. As we all know, creatures will undergo evolution and mutation in the future, and the legendary zombies will appear. Therefore, it is essential to enhance one's own strength. Suchen casually tossed the folding stool aside, turned to look at Jiang Xiaolu, who was clearly frightened by the scene before her face pale and her body trembling. It's all right, Senior's sister. He can't hurt you anymore. You should think about your next steps, Suchen said with a smile. Jiang Xiaolu murmured, I plan to. Suchen said, he brought you this food, right? After you finish eating it, will you have any other food sources? Jiang Xiaolu smiled wryly. Yes, this was the problem she was facing. I've always lived one day at a time, Jiang Xiaolu said, shaking her head. Suchen said, what if I told you I could let you live forever? Jiang Xiaolu raised her head, you can? Suchen said, I have a shelter and plenty of food. You are not only safe, but you also don't have to worry about food. Jiang Xiaolu's heart skipped a beat, but she immediately became cautious. What are the conditions? You can't possibly take me in unconditionally, can you? Suchen said, the condition is that you must become my maid. A maid? Jiang Xiaolu was stunned, thinking she had misheard. The servant in servant, right? I didn't mishear? Suchen said, you heard me right. You will belong to me completely. You must be loyal to me and fulfill all my requests. You should understand what all of this means. Jiang Xiaolu blushed, feeling both ashamed and angry. She suddenly realized why Suchen only rescued beautiful women. His purpose was to recruit maids. This was too perverted. What era is this? What does he take girls for? How is your behavior any different from that of a teacher? Jiang Xiaolu couldn't help but say angrily. Suchen smiled and said, of course there is a difference. He will force you, but I won't. You can agree or not. The choice is yours. I won't agree, please leave. Jiang Xiaolu said sternly. Suchen nodded, do you know how far you are from me? 3 kilometers. It would take most people more than an hour to get there, and it would take me about half an hour. So I'm only giving you one chance. Now that you've made your choice, your chance is up. Take care. Because of the distance, Suchen couldn't develop Jiang Xiaolu into a tool. The time cost was too high, so he had no choice but to give up on her. It's a bit of a pity, but not that much. Anyway, I've gained merit and skills. Maybe some goddesses are just one-hit wonders. After saying that, Suchen turned and walked out the door without any hesitation. Seeing him leave so gracefully, Jiang Xiaolu felt a pang of inner struggle. Suchen's conditions were certainly excessive, but if they could really allow her to live, could she tolerate them? Just as Suchen had stepped out the door, a scream and a flurry of footsteps suddenly rang out from outside. Help! Don't come any closer! A boy screamed and ran quickly to the door. Upon seeing Suchen, he pleaded anxiously, classmate, please help me. He's catching up with me. Luo Bin? When Jiang Xiaolu saw the boy, she asked in surprise, what happened? The graduate student dormitory is co-ed, and Luo Bin, who is also Zhang Yifei's student, lives on the second floor. Luo Bin also looked at Jiang Xiaolu and cried, Xiaolu, Junming has gone mad. A burst of maniacal laughter came from the stairwell. Luo Bin exclaimed in alarm, go in. Go in quickly. Suchen stepped back a few steps to let Luo Bin into the house. As soon as Luo Bin came in, he quickly closed the door, only to find that the lock had been broken. He had no choice but to use his body to hold the door shut. Bang! Then there was a loud bang, and someone outside suddenly slammed the door. Luo Bin couldn't resist at all and was knocked to the ground. The door opened, and a person appeared in the doorway. The man's face was covered in red spots, his skin was ulcerated, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a mentally ill patient who had lost control. Where are you going? The newcomer roared at Luo Bin. Luo Bin cried out, Junming, don't come any closer. Calm down. Don't hurt me. A struggle flickered in the newcomer's eyes, his face twitching, highlighting his festering skin and making him look utterly grotesque. I can't control it, I can't control it. Shouting, he pounced on Luo Bin, straddling him and relentlessly pounding Luo Bin's face with his fists. The force was extraordinary, and the latter was unable to break free. In the blink of an eye, he was beaten beyond recognition, with blood splattering everywhere. What's going on? Jiang Xiaolu was terrified, muttering to herself as she retreated to the corner again. Suchen stared at the newcomer, a chill running down his spine. This must be what the system had described as the symptoms of a late-stage infected person: mental derangement and extreme aggression. Su Chen activated his eye of insight, and a panel appeared above the visitor's head. Name: Qin Junming. Strength: 17. Agility: 9. Constitution: 10. Energy: 9. Overall combat strength: 4 stars. Just as the system said, the strength data was exceptionally impressive, only slightly weaker than the enhanced Su Chen. No wonder Luo Bin was no match for him. He really has gone mad. All infected people will eventually become like this, Su Chen said calmly, clenching his fist. Zhang Xiaolu was already pale with fright. If what Su Chen said was true, then what difference was there between this world and hell? It was definitely a living hell. The extreme cold and hunger were already making survival difficult, but with these ferocious infected, there was no way to survive. Suddenly, Qin Junming, who was beating Luo Bin, seemed to notice something, immediately abandoned Luo Bin, jumped up and pounced on the table. There's food. That's great. Qin Junming muttered something, like a starving ghost, as he grabbed a piece of bread and started biting into it. He then used his teeth to break a mineral water bottle, ignoring the blood streaming from his cut gums, and gulped down the blood-mixed water. Seeing this horrifying scene, Zhang Xiaolu could no longer bear it and turned to Su Chen. Take me away from here, please. Su Chen said, oh, you're willing to be my maid? Zhang Xiaolu nodded. I'll do anything you ask as long as I can get out of here. Su Chen said, you'd better think it over. Once you become my maid, you can't back out, otherwise you'll be disloyal to me, and I'll kill you with my own hands. I understand. Zhang Xiaolu nodded again. In her heart, she thought that no matter what conditions Su Chen proposed, she would agree to them for the time being and get through this ordeal first. Besides, she didn't believe that even if she betrayed Su Chen in the future, Su Chen would really kill her. She thought Su Chen was just bluffing her. Alright, from now on, you will be my maid, and I will take you away from here, Su Chen said. He knew, of course, that the woman had changed her mind on the spot out of fear. However, if she changed her mind again afterward, he would not hesitate to be ruthless. He would not show any mercy to a disloyal maid. A system notification immediately sounded in my ear. Ding! Zhang Xiaolu has become your maid. Quickly assign her tasks and earn merit points. Su Chen nodded, deciding to deal with Qin Junming first. Chapter 32 Spatial Magic? I want more food. I'm so hungry. Qin Junming muttered something, then suddenly looked up and stared intently at Zhang Xiaolu. You! Hand over all the food, do you hear me? Zhang Xiaolu was so frightened that she turned her head away, not daring to look him in the eye. I told you to give me food, didn't you hear me? Qin Junming suddenly became agitated, roared, overturned the table in front of him, and pounced on Zhang Xiaolu. Just then, a figure flashed over like lightning and instantly blocked Zhang Xiaolu's path. Hee, you want something to eat? Then take a punch from me. Su Chen sneered and threw a punch. With a whoosh, the force of the punch surged instantly, slamming into Qin Junming. Skill, 1-punch critical strike. Su Chen's strength instantly surged to 36 points, a level of power comparable to that of a moving electric vehicle. Qin Junming was sent flying backward by the impact. He spat out a mouthful of blood while in mid-air, then crashed into the wall with a thud. He was motionless when he hit the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Zhang Xiaolu was stunned. Holy crap, that's too fierce. The legendary punch that sends someone flying, is that something a normal person can do? Besides, Qin Junming himself is no ordinary person either. Su Chen didn't even glance at Qin Junming again, and said indifferently, I'll give you 3 minutes to pack your luggage. Okay. Zhang Xiaolu quickly went to tidy up. Su Chen walked over, lifted the table, took out a box of dermatitis ointment, and placed it on the table. Zhang Xiaolu saw it and asked curiously, this is? Su Chen said, I promised Li Xin that if she introduced you to me, I would give her the skin medicine. I'll leave it here and let her come and get it herself. 3 minutes later, Zhang Xiaolu packed a few sets of clothes and left the room with Su Chen. With Su Chen by her side, Zhang Xiaolu felt incredibly safe. Su Chen. Just as Zhang Xiaolu was about to ask a question, Su Chen interrupted her. You should change your address and call me master, Su Chen said calmly. Zhang Xiaolu paused, bit her lip, and softly called out, Master. This nickname was so embarrassing that Zhang Xiaolu blushed. Su Chen said, what do you want to say? Zhang Xiaolu asked, I want to ask where the shelter is? Su Chen said, "It's in the undergraduate dormitory building." Jiang Xiaolu was surprised. So, Su Chen's so-called shelter was just an undergraduate dormitory. She was immediately disappointed. Undergraduate dormitories were much worse than graduate dormitories. As they spoke, the two reached the first floor. Su Chen took out a new set of protective clothing and handed it to Jiang Xiaolu. "Put this on. We still have a long way to go." The return trip took a full hour and a half because Jiang Xiaolu walked too slowly and even became exhausted. Fortunately, Su Chen was there to help her, and they eventually arrived at the undergraduate dormitory area without incident. As Jiang Xiaolu followed Su Chen into dormitory building number 9, she felt increasingly disappointed. What kind of shelter was this? There was no surprise at all. Su Chen had better make sure she had plenty of food and constant protection, otherwise she might regret it. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, the young cook, Xing Fei, was tidying up the food and preparing dinner when she suddenly heard a noise at the door. It was her master returning home, so Xing Fei quickly went to greet him. "Master, and who is this?" Xing Fei was a little surprised that Su Chen hadn't come back alone this time. He had someone with him. Su Chen took off his gas mask and smiled. "You have company now. This is my new maid. Let me introduce you. This is Jiang Xiaolu, my graduate student. Xiaolu, and this is Xing Fei. Say hello?" But he didn't hear Jiang Xiaolu respond. Su Chen turned his head and saw Jiang Xiaolu staring in astonishment, frozen as a wooden stake. Su Chen and Xing Fei couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Xiaolu's reaction was exactly the same as Xing Fei's when she first entered the fortress. Jiang Xiaolu's heart was in turmoil at this moment. She had thought Su Chen's shelter was just an ordinary undergraduate dormitory, far inferior to her graduate student dormitory, but she never expected it to be so spacious and high-end. Compared to this, what graduate student dormitory was nothing but a joke. And it's so warm here, it's like a completely different world from outside. This is what a shelter should be like. Jiang Xiaolu couldn't help but feel excited. It seems I made the right decision. If I could stay here forever, being Su Chen's maid would be worth it. How did you do that? Jiang Xiaolu came to her senses and asked almost the same question as Xing Fei had asked that day. Su Chen smiled and said, "Xiao Fei, you answer for me." "Yes, master." Xing Fei smiled, walked up and took Jiang Xiaolu's hand. "Senior sister, let me show you around. This place has been modified by master." Su Chen let the two women go, glanced around the fortress, and began to ponder. "Now that we have two maids, it's time to consider expanding the fortress. We need to add at least one more room as a maid's quarters." Su Chen then communicated with the system and brought up the system store. "Tongzi, help me expand the room," Su Chen thought to himself. Ding! 10,000 merit points consumed, room quantity increased by 1. A system voice sounded, and in an instant, a new room appeared out of thin air inside the fortress, and the layout of the entire fortress was subtly and reasonably adjusted accordingly. At this moment, Xing Fei led Jiang Xiaolu to Su Chen's room and solemnly said, "Remember, this is the master's room. Only the master can enter. We must never go in." Jiang Xiaolu nodded. "Okay, I understand. So where will we stay?" Xing Fei said, "I've always slept on the living room sofa." Su Chen interrupted her, saying, "That was before. Now you can move into the room next to mine." "The room next door?" Xing Fei was stunned and couldn't help but glance to the side. She was immediately shocked. Damn, when did a room appear next door? She swore to God that she had not lost her memory or had any memory distortions, and that this room had never existed before. Was that an illusion? No, not at all. She went up and opened the door, and saw that the room was beautifully decorated, with a bed and wardrobe, and it was indeed a room. Xing Fei was utterly shocked. My God, did Master conjure this up out of thin air? What's going on? Does Master know magic, spatial magic? Jiang Xiaolu, unaware of all that, looked around the room with great delight. It was so beautiful, practically a dream room. In fact, even in the apocalypse, to be able to stay in a room like this was like a dream come true. All right, Xiaofei, go make dinner. Xiaolu, come with me to the room, Su Chen said with a smile. Yes, master. Xing Fei could only suppress her shock, respond, bow slightly, and then go to the kitchen to get busy. Su Chen led Jiang Xiaolu into the maid's room and closed the door behind him. How is this shelter? Is it all right? Su Chen asked. Jiang Xiaolu nodded, yes, it's much, much better than I imagined. Su Chen smiled slightly, I have given you what I promised, a safe shelter and plenty of food. Now it is time for you to fulfill your duties as a maid. Jiang Xiaolu's heart raced, what does master want me to do? Su Chen said, go to the bed and lie down. Jiang Xiaolu's face immediately turned bright red. She knew exactly what that meant. I'm dirty. Jiang Xiaolu said shyly. Su Chen said, it's okay, I like it. An hour later. Jiang Xiaolu walked out of the room with her hair disheveled, just in time to run into Xing Fei carrying dishes out of the kitchen. Their eyes met, and Jiang Xiaolu couldn't help but blush. The bathroom is over there. Xing Fei calmly pointed in the direction of the bathroom, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Xiaolu lowered her head and quickly ran to the bathroom. Xing Fei carried the dishes to the dining table in the living room and set them out. Then she went to the door of the maid's room and said respectfully, Master, dinner is ready. Inside the room, Su Chen, who was slowly getting dressed, replied, okay, I'm coming. Chapter 33 Shocking Change. Ding. Detected that you have successfully won over the goddess, triggering a hidden reward. You have gained 80,000 double merit points. As Jiang Xiaolu ran to the bathroom, Su Chen heard a system notification, having gained the greatest merit in his history. Su Chen was overjoyed. He had earned a lot of merit today. Jiang Xiaolu alone earned him more than 100,000 merits. With the addition of the other goddesses, his merit balance had exceeded 400,000. With so much merit, things I wanted to do but couldn't before, I can do now, such as equipping the fortress with defensive gear. After dinner, Su Chen communicated with the system. Master, I want to buy a defensive set. Ding. Based on your current merit points, a level 1 defense set will be matched, requiring 300,000 merit points. Confirm purchase? Su Chen thought to himself, buy it. Ding. You have obtained a level 1 defense set by consuming 300,000 merit points. How to use: the defense can be activated and deactivated at any time using only your mind. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. It was a bit expensive, but it was very practical. If enemies came to his door in the future, he wouldn't have to go out and deal with them personally, saving him a lot of effort and avoiding putting himself in danger. At this moment, Jiang Xiaolu was still in the bathroom. Su Chen knew that this was her first time experiencing such a thing and that she needed time to process it, so he didn't pay much attention to it and instructed Xing Fei, tell Xiaolu later that she will be in charge of cleaning from now on. Xing Fei nodded and said, yes, master. Su Chen then went back to his room to sleep. In the dead of night, all was quiet. Dormitory 620, bathroom. A pair of eyes suddenly opened, filled with terrifying bloodshot veins. This is Li Haoming, who was in isolation. After some restless writhing, he suddenly woke up. He seemed to have become a completely different person. The red spots on his face had rotted, and his eyes were full of ferocity. Let me out. Li Haoming muttered something under his breath, jumped up, and pounded on the bathroom door with both hands. The force increased until it became a frantic pounding, and finally he even rammed the door with his body, his voice turning into a roar. Everyone in the dormitory was woken up by the noise. What's wrong with this guy in the middle of the night? A physical education student complained unhappily. Zhao Feng frowned, leaned closer to see what was going on, and saw that the bathroom door was cracked open, which immediately snapped him back to reality. With a loud bang, the bathroom door was smashed open, and Li Haoming rushed out with a roar, knocking Zhao Feng to the ground. Zhao Feng instinctively tried to push Li Haoming away, but found that the other party was incredibly strong and he couldn't push him away. Li Haoming then seemed to lose control and tried to strangle Zhao Feng with both hands. Help! Someone come quick! Zhao Feng exclaimed in alarm. The others quickly gathered around, and the 4 physical education students rushed forward to pull Li Haoming away. Let me go! Li Haoming roared, struggling desperately and almost breaking free. One of the physical education students had to use his body to pin him down, while the other 3 held down his hands and feet, finally managing to subdue him. Damn, what's wrong with this guy? How did he become so strong? One person couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhao Feng, still shaken, got up and looked Li Haoming over. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and his expression changed drastically. Could it be like what they said online? He's turned into a berserker. Berserker is a new term that has only been circulating online in the last 2 days. It is said that some infected people suddenly become irritable and attack people like a psychopath, and they are also incredibly strong. Netizens have thus dubbed these infected people berserker. Brother Feng, what should we do with him? A physical education student asked. Another person said, he's gone mad. We can't leave him here any longer. What do you mean? Are you going to kill him? Upon hearing the word murder, everyone shuddered. After all, they were still students and had never killed anyone before. Zhao Feng frowned, unable to make up his mind for a moment. This is insane, this world must be insane. Suddenly, I heard a musician nearby mutter in fear. Zhao Feng looked at the man. What did you say? The music student looked up, his face pale. Many people in the group are saying that it seems like berserkers have appeared where they are too. What? Zhao Feng snatched his phone to look at it. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, the group chat was in an uproar. It turned out that many people were saying that their roommates had suddenly gone crazy, hitting and biting anyone they saw, and it took several people working together to barely subdue them. Some people also posted photos showing students baring their teeth and looking like they were possessed, with a bloody hand next to them, which was shocking to see. No one knew what was going on, and there was widespread panic in the group chat. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up with excitement. He ordered, tie him up first, tie him up tightly, and make sure he doesn't break free. A moment later, Li Haoming was bound up with clothes like a rice dumpling, his mouth was sealed, and he was wriggling desperately on the ground. Zhao Feng squatted down and stared into Li Haoming's eyes. Can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, nod. Li Haoming nodded. Zhao Feng laughed. The internet said that berserkers are just unable to control their behavior, but they still have intelligence and are not completely insane. Sure enough, that was true. Do you remember Su Chen, the guy who stole your girlfriend? Zhao Feng asked with a smile. Upon hearing the name Su Chen, Li Haoming became instantly agitated, his eyes blazing with fury, and he desperately made sounds. What do you want to say? Zhao Feng asked, reaching out to pull open the clothes that were covering his mouth. Su Chen, I want to kill him, I want to kill him. Li Haoming screamed hoarsely. Zhao Feng quickly resealed his mouth and laughed. Very good, just wait a moment, I'll let you go. A sports student nearby asked in surprise, Brother Feng, what are you planning to do? Zhao Feng stood up and sneered, I've never forgotten Liang's grudge, and the opportunity has finally arrived. This night was destined to be anything but simple for many. It was a long and arduous night. Overnight, several rabid individuals appeared in the dormitory area, frightening many people. Some were even injured or bitten by the rabid individuals. No one knew what to do next, and panic spread like a plague. But even the longest night will eventually pass. Daylight broke, marking the 10th day of the apocalypse. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Su Chen woke up naturally after a good night's sleep, got up, and stretched. Yesterday was a busy day. He traveled several kilometers to rescue Jiang Xiaolu, and after returning, he did some enjoyable things with Jiang Xiaolu. Even though his body had been enhanced, he was still a bit exhausted. Fortunately, he could sleep peacefully inside the Doomsday Fortress, and thanks to a good night's sleep, he was fully recovered. Upon entering the living room, Su Chen saw a figure squatting behind the sofa. It was Jiang Xiaolu wiping the floor with a rag. Hearing the noise, Jiang Xiaolu stood up, blushing, and bowed to Su Chen. Good morning, master. It seems that Xing Fei had already told Jiang Xiaolu to do housework last night, and Xing Fei had probably trained her. Good morning, Su Chen replied with a smile. Jiang Xiaolu said, does master have any instructions? If not, I will continue cleaning. Su Chen thought of something and said with a smile, wait a minute, go and call Xiao Fei out too. When Jiang Xiaolu and Xing Fei returned to the living room, they saw Su Chen sitting on the sofa, with two maid outfits on the coffee table in front of him. These are your uniforms. You'll need to change into them when you're working. Come on, let me see you now that you've changed, Su Chen said with a smile. Chapter 34 External Defense Equipment. Maid outfit. Jiang Xiaolu's face turned red again. Yesterday, Xing Fei did indeed discipline her, gave her some advice, and advised her to serve her master well. With her master's protection, everything was worthwhile. After some thought, she resigned herself to her fate. She was already Su Chen's woman, an unchangeable fact, so she got up early this morning, wanting to show Su Chen what she was capable of. Wearing a maid outfit? That's just too embarrassing. She couldn't accept it for a while. Xing Fei did not hesitate at all and bowed, saying, yes, master. As she spoke, she stepped forward, took a maid outfit, and changed into it right in front of Su Chen without blushing or skipping a beat, as if she were doing something perfectly normal. Su Chen looked it over and smiled, not bad, it fits perfectly. You can go back to your work now. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Xing Fei said with a sweet smile, and went straight to the kitchen. Su Chen then looked at Jiang Shelu. What about you? Jiang Shelu bit her lip, knowing she couldn't refuse, so she stepped forward to get the maid outfit, changing with a blush on her face the whole time. Her looks are comparable to Xing Fei's, but her figure is better. Wearing the same maid outfit, she looks more sculpted and full-figured. Because she is a few years older than Xing Fei and has a more mature demeanor, that's why her score is higher than Xing Fei's. Su Chen felt a surge of envy as he watched, and his throat became a little dry. That's good, you can continue working. Su Chen cleared his throat and said. Jiang Shelu nodded shyly, yes, master. He then took a rag, squatted down, and continued wiping the floor. Watching her busy movements, Su Chen felt his throat get even drier. This maid outfit was truly deadly. It was indeed a powerful weapon. Ahem, hold on a minute, come into the room with me, I have a new task for you. Su Chen said, standing up. Jiang Shelu was stunned for a moment, her face turning red to the roots of her neck. It was so early in the morning, she hadn't even had breakfast yet, and her master was already. However, she dared not disobey, so she stood up and prepared to go into the room with Su Chen. But at that moment, Su Chen suddenly frowned. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in my ears. Ding! New rescue mission detected. Mission details: Lin Wanxi is being threatened and persecuted, and is about to fall into the hands of others. Her personal safety is in danger. Mission level: Nightmare. Task reward: 50,000 merit points. What's going on? Is someone trying to harm Lin Wanxi? As Su Chen was thinking, he heard a ding-dong sound from his phone, indicating a message notification. The WeChat message from Lin Wanxi contained only one word: save. She didn't seem to have time to utter a complete sentence, which means she is very likely being blackmailed. I'm going out for a bit, wait for me to come back. Su Chen said, and immediately took out the protective suit and put it on. Just as I finished putting on the protective suit, the system's voice sounded again, this time as a warning. Drop. Warning. A group of rampaging infected has been detected approaching your Doomsday Fortress. Prepare to defend yourself. What is that? Su Chen frowned, and in the blink of an eye, a monitoring screen appeared before his eyes. Around Building 9, a group of people were running in from all directions. They all had their faces exposed and looked crazy, completely ignoring the wind and snow hitting them. Most of them had festering red spots on their faces, looking like a group of zombies who had seen fresh flesh and blood. A casual count revealed as many as 20 or 30 people. Holy crap, how did so many berserkers suddenly appear overnight? Su Chen was somewhat taken aback. What puzzled him even more was that these berserkers were all heading towards Building 9, seemingly with the Doomsday Fortress as their target. Besides those in other buildings, there were also some in this building. Su Chen noticed that Li Haoming was among them. Moreover, Li Haoming arrived the fastest. Bang! 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 Not long after, a loud banging on the door rang out. It was Li Haoming outside who was frantically banging on the door with his body. Su Chen, open the door. I'm going to kill you. Li Haoming roared, his eyes filled with terrifying bloodshot veins. Ah! Jiang Xiaolu was startled and couldn't help but recall what happened yesterday. She retreated in fear. Xing Fei was also alerted and ran out of the kitchen, asking, Master, what happened? Su Chen said, go and take a look. Xing Fei agreed and started to walk towards the door. Fei Fei. Jiang Xiaolu couldn't help but exclaim in fear. What if that thing outside broke down the door? Xing Fei comforted her, it's all right, the doors here can't be broken. As she spoke, she walked to the door without stopping, looked through the peephole, and her expression quickly changed. She blurted out, it's him, Li Haoming. Li Haoming has turned into a berserker so quickly and even came to kill us. That's not all. Before long, another berserker appeared outside and immediately joined in ramming the door, followed by a third, a fourth. In an instant, the sounds of banging on the door and screams mingled together. Even Xing Fei was so frightened that she took a few steps back, worried that with so many berserkers ramming against the door, could the door really hold up? Master, so many frenzied infected have arrived. What's going on? What should we do? Xing Fei exclaimed in alarm. Su Chen stared at the monitoring screen and said calmly, wait a little longer. At this moment, the commotion in Building 9 had already attracted the attention of the nearby dormitory buildings, and the mutual aid group suddenly became lively. My God, what's going on in Building 9? A bunch of crazy people have run inside. It seems like they're all heading to the same place, which is dormitory 513. Holy crap, did this dorm break some kind of divine law? The people inside are doomed. Building 9, room 513. I feel like I've heard of that before. For a time, everyone was paying attention. At this moment, Su Chen had no time to pay attention to the mutual aid group. A moment later, the last berserker also arrived at the door. 20 or 30 people crowded the corridor, rushing to break down the door like a group of zombies. It's time. Su Chen sneered, his mind racing. External defense equipment activated. Click. The next second, the group of berserkers who were banging on the door outside suddenly heard a crisp cocking sound above them. If they looked up, they could see a hidden cargo door above the lintel open, from which a heavy machine gun extended like a mechanical arm, its muzzle pointing downwards at them. Ta-da-ta-da. Gunfire erupted, and the berserkers fell one after another, their bodies flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, corpses littered the floor. Some had been blown off their heads, others had been cut in half by gunfire, and blood stained the stairwell. One of the berserkers reacted and turned to flee in panic, but the gun barrel only rotated slightly before a burst of bullets instantly riddled him with holes. The battle was over in less than a minute. The students in the building across the street who witnessed the scene were completely dumbfounded, as if they had seen a fairy tale. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Xing Fei witnessed the entire process through the peephole and was completely stunned, her scalp tingling. She was just worried about how Su Chen would deal with these berserkers, and now, she never dreamed that a heavy machine gun would be used. You're telling me, this shelter is actually equipped with a heavy machine gun? Chapter 35. An eye for an eye. The heavy machine gun, like a mechanical arm, could extend, retract, and swing at will. At this moment, it nimbly retracted, and the hatch closed immediately, as if it had never existed. Looking at the monitoring screen, Su Chen was very satisfied with the performance of the defensive equipment. It was even more powerful than he had imagined. There was no reasoning with these berserkers. They should be wiped out in a simple, brutal, and powerful way. With a thought, Su Chen turned off the monitoring and walked towards the door. As soon as the door opened, a strong smell of blood hit him, and Su Chen had to cover his nose with his hand. Seeing the horrific scene outside the door, Jiang Xiaolu's face turned pale, her legs went weak, and she could no longer walk. Xing Fei gritted her teeth and forced herself to stay awake, following behind Su Chen, because she wanted to see if Li Haoming was also dead. Suddenly, the pile of corpses in front of them surged, and a girl covered in blood sat up, swaying unsteadily. She was actually not dead. Her shoulder had been grazed by gunfire and was a bloody mess. Although she was also a berserker, the girl's face did not have any festering red patches. Instead, it remained intact. Su Chen recognized her. It was Chen Lanyu. It wasn't that she was lucky. Su Chen had actually noticed her earlier, so he deliberately spared her life. Those infected will inevitably die. There is no exception. However, the drugs provided by the system can modify infected individuals, theoretically extending their lives indefinitely. However, the cost of this transformation is extremely cruel. The infected will suffer immense pain and may even lose their minds completely, becoming like zombies. It was less a matter of prolonging life and more a punishment. Chen Lanyu, this is what you deserve. Su Chen smiled slightly, stepped forward, and punched Chen Lanyu on the forehead. The latter fell to the ground and fainted. Su Chen used the communication system to purchase a chain, which he used to lock Chen Lanyu's hands and feet. He then picked her up and threw her into the fortress. Owner. Suddenly, Xing Fei's voice trembled as she spoke. Su Chen followed her gaze and saw another survivor whose legs had been broken by gunfire. He was desperately crawling on the ground, trying to leave, leaving 2 long trails of blood on the ground. Li Haoming. Xing Fei's tone was full of complexity. She never imagined that her ex-boyfriend would end up in such a state. Su Chen glanced at her and said calmly, "He's in your hands now. Do whatever you want with him." Xing Fei nodded, took a deep breath to calm herself down, and turned to say, "Master, I need to go back to the kitchen." When she came out again, she was holding a kitchen knife. She quickened her pace and caught up with the crawling Li Haoming, blocking his way. Li Haoming looked up and saw Xing Fei's face. His eyes lit up immediately. "Fei, help me. I'm in so much pain." Xing Fei remained silent, her face cold. When Li Haoming saw the knife in her hand, his expression immediately changed, and he roared viciously, "You bitch, you dare to betray me? I'll kill you all." He bared his teeth and was about to crawl over and bite Xing Fei. Xing Fei was startled, and swung a kitchen knife at his face. Footsteps sounded, and Su Chen walked over. He kicked Li Haoming with his toe, but the latter was already motionless. Su Chen squatted down and took the bloodstained kitchen knife from Xing Fei's hand. Don't use this knife anymore. Go back, lock the door, and wait for me to come back, Su Chen said with a smile. Xing Fei nodded somewhat mechanically. Yes, master. With his legs feeling a little weak, he went straight back to the fortress. Watching her retreating figure, Su Chen felt a pang of emotion. Although this woman had become his maid, he wasn't entirely at ease with her. The same went for Zhang Shelu. They had only chosen to be his maids out of necessity, and their loyalty to him was questionable. Gaining their absolute loyalty will take time. Su Chen casually put away the kitchen knife and glanced to the side. He noticed that people from the neighboring dormitories were peeking out to watch the commotion. Upon meeting Su Chen's gaze, the students shrank back like rabbits, holding their breath in fear. Su Chen went up and knocked on the door, saying loudly, "Classmates, could you please help me wash the floor?" "Thank you." The students. After Su Chen finished speaking, he left with peace of mind. He was confident that his classmates would help clean the floor and do it thoroughly. Of course, he wouldn't let them work for nothing. He would repay the favor later. Meanwhile, the mutual aid group was filled with a powerful and resounding voice. I think I heard the sound of machine guns. Am I hallucinating? My God, they have machine guns? They're all dead. All those berserk infected are dead. I can testify that I was in Building 10 and saw it with my own eyes. This is outrageous. Does anyone know who lives in this dorm room? Ever since Su Chen killed the sports student Liang in front of the gate, the legend of Dormitory 513 in Building 9 had already spread to a small circle. After today's events, this dormitory has become the focus of the entire school. However, many people are unaware that the person living in this dormitory is none other than Su Chen, who is already famous throughout the school. Those who knew were already trembling with fear. Dormitory 620 in Building 9 was eerily quiet. Everyone was pale and sweating profusely. Even Zhao Feng was terrified, his hands trembling uncontrollably. As the mastermind behind this operation, Zhao Feng is now in a panic, with only one thought on his mind: escape. Su Chen certainly wouldn't let it go so easily. The fact that so many berserkers came to his door this time was definitely because someone was behind it all, and they were after him. Whoever the mastermind is, he will find them and retaliate in kind. However, he was in a hurry to help Lin Wanxi, so he had to put this matter aside for the time being. At this moment, Su Chen had already left Building 9 and was running quickly across the snow towards Building 11. Su Chen was a little anxious, unaware that he had been delayed by what had just happened. He wondered what Lin Wanxi's situation was now. He wasn't worried about Lin Wanxi. He didn't have any feelings for her. What he was worried about was failing the mission and not getting the merit points. A surge of anger rose within him. This guy who instigated the rage had wasted his time, and he would not let him get away with it. He would definitely settle the score with him later. Building 11, first floor lobby. A cacophony of noise erupted at that moment. Let me go. You can't do this. Help. Someone please save me. Lin Wanxi struggled desperately while screaming. Four girls were carrying her downstairs, scolding her as they went. Damn, they're as hard to catch as pigs. Stop screaming, no one will save you, this is your fate. It's so noisy. Do you have any tape to seal her mouth? Meanwhile, a tall girl was walking side by side with a boy ahead, chatting as they went. Sister AI, Brother Shui said that since you're so sincere, he won't hold what happened last night against you, the boy chuckled. The tall girl gave an awkward smile. Well, then our deal. The boy shook his head. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's talk about it later. The tall girl frowned, getting a little annoyed, and turned around to yell, Lin Wanxi, shut up. If you don't shut up, I'll slap you. Chapter 36 The Big Sister. You robbed all my supplies last time, and now you've arrested me. We have no grudge against each other, so why are you treating me like this? Lin Wanxi said angrily. The tall girl sneered, why? Because I'm the boss here, because I can do it. Is that reason enough? Lin Wanxi said, what big sister? Who recognizes you? I am not your servant, much less your personal property. What you are doing is illegal and criminal. The tall girl couldn't help but burst into laughter. You only have a pretty face, but no brains? What kind of time is this to bring up illegal things with me? It's hilarious. Lin Wansi retorted angrily, I don't care, you're a despicable and disgusting criminal who deserves to go to jail. No, you deserve to be shot. Hearing this, the tall girl reacted violently, rushing to Lin Wansi's side, pinching Lin Wansi's mouth with her left hand, and said coldly, listen, you are my maid, I can do whatever I want with you. If you keep talking, believe me, I'll cut your face. As he spoke, he took out a small knife and waved it in front of Lin Wansi. Lin Wansi was so frightened that her face turned pale. She cherished her face the most, and for a moment she didn't dare to say a word. The boy chuckled and said, Sister Ai, take it easy, her face can't take a lot of scratches. The tall girl said, don't worry, I was just trying to scare her a little, and also to help Brother Shui discipline her. Otherwise, with her bad temper, Brother Shui won't be able to handle her. The boy said, that's Shui Ge's problem. We just need to hand her over to him safely. That's right. The tall girl released her grip and instructed the 4 girls, tie her up, especially make sure her face is covered, so she doesn't get any snowflakes on her. The 4 girls nodded in agreement, then pinned Lin Wansi to the ground and began to tie her up. Lin Wansi dared not speak, her heart filled with anxiety, and she couldn't help but sob. When these people came to arrest her, she wanted to send a message to Su Chen for help, but before she could send a complete sentence, Ai Ching snatched her phone away. She didn't know if Su Chen had received her message. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Let her go, don't waste your time. That voice sounds so familiar. Lin Wansi looked in the direction of the sound and saw Su Chen wearing a protective suit at the door, which made her extremely happy. He received the message, and he's here. This was her 3rd meeting with Su Chen. Who would have thought that the guy who had caused her so much trouble the first 2 times would bring her such joy this time? Help me. They're going to take me away. Lin Wansi cried out. All eyes turned to Su Chen. The tall girl frowned and said coldly, who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Su Chen said calmly, is what she said true? You want to capture her and send her away. Why? And who are you going to send her to? The tall girl scoffed, what's it to you? Su Chen said, if I've encountered it, then it's related to me. Hurry up and tell me, my patience is limited. At this moment, no one noticed that after seeing Su Chen, the boy seemed to remember something, his expression suddenly changed, and he involuntarily took a step back. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the tall girl immediately flew into a rage. Where did this idiot come from? Go to hell. She suddenly flung her hand and threw the knife at Su Chen. Judging from her technique, she had specially practiced throwing knives, and it wasn't just a random throw. A cold light flashed straight past, about to strike Su Chen. When? A crisp, deafening impact rang out, and the throwing knife bounced away instantly to the side. Su Chen held a kitchen knife in his hand, protecting himself, and at the critical moment, he actually blocked the flying knife. The tall girl was stunned, and so were the others. They were unaware that this was a piece of cake for Su Chen. He possessed keen insight and agility far surpassing that of ordinary people. Besides, the opponent's throwing knife skills weren't particularly impressive. Su Chen's heart sank. This woman was aiming to kill him from the start. He usually only had one way to deal with this kind of person. You should just die. Su Chen sneered and threw the kitchen knife away. Strength determines speed and distance. The cleaver spun like a fan, its cold light flashing as it swept through the air. In the blink of an eye, the blade struck the tall girl's shoulder, half of the blade embedding itself in her scapula. Blood splattered. Ah! The tall girl only had time to let out a short scream before collapsing to the ground and fainting from the pain. Ah! The other 4 girls screamed in fright. The boy's legs were already weak and he was sweating profusely. Only Lin Wansi showed surprise. Su Chen was too awesome. He took down the opponent in one go. He's a savior. A true savior. Why? Su Chen helplessly shrugged. His original target was the other person's head, but he missed. However, he couldn't be blamed for it. He hadn't specifically practiced throwing knives, so it was understandable that he missed. He didn't rush to finish her off, but turned his gaze to the boy and said, if she won't talk, you talk. The boy's lips trembled, and he said in a shaky voice, it's you, it's you. Su Chen frowned. Was this guy scared out of his wits? What was he saying? You're the one who killed Li Wenhu, the boy finally blurted out. Su Chen became increasingly puzzled. Who was Li Wenhu? The boy said, last week, when Li Wenhu and I were on a field mission, we encountered 2 people in protective suits, one of whom was you. Li Wenhu stayed behind to observe you, but he never came back. When we found him, he was already dead, his head had been smashed open. Su Chen nodded in realization, so it was him. Yes, I killed him. This happened the day he brought Xin Yuwei back to her dormitory. At that time, the man already knew Xin Yuwei's dormitory and even threatened to kidnap her, which is why Su Chen killed him. At the time, he didn't know that the man's name was Li Wenhu. Seeing that Su Chen had admitted it, the boy's face turned even paler. He took 2 steps back and forced a smile. Dude, I didn't know you had anything to do with Lin Wanxi. It's a misunderstanding. I'll give her back to you. Let me go. Su Chen asked, You're the other man from that day. What's your name? The boy said, He Xiaofeng. Su Chen said calmly, He Tongxue, I know you're panicking, but I need you to calm down and tell me, who sent you to arrest Lin Wanxi? He Xiaofeng quickly said, It wasn't our idea to arrest her, it was all Ai Qing's idea. He pointed to the tall girl on the ground as he spoke. It turned out that Ai Qing had arranged a deal with the Golden Character Gang yesterday, exchanging skin medicine for a batch of food. However, during the transaction, Ai Qing changed her mind, feeling that she had given too much, which led to a conflict between the two parties. Ai Qing overestimated herself and tried to force herself to take the Golden Gang's drugs. As a result, she was beaten up by the Golden Gang and they also demanded that she hand over all the drugs. Ai Qing naturally refused. In order to get the Golden Character Gang to let her go, she proposed to hand Lin Wanxi over to Chen Jinxue, the leader of the Golden Character Gang, and Chen Jinxue agreed. He Xiaofeng came here today on orders to supervise Ai Qing. After listening to Yi Xiaofeng's story, Su Chen smiled coldly, although it was she who suggested it, you didn't refuse. Yi Xiaofeng quickly replied, That's because we didn't know you had a relationship with Lin Wanxi, otherwise we would never have dared to agree. Su Chen said, Really? What was Chen Jinshui's reaction when I killed Li Wenhu that day? Chapter 37 The Mastermind. Su Chen was quite curious about the killing of Li Wenhu. He didn't believe that Chen Jinshui wouldn't come after him. The most likely explanation was that he just hadn't been able to find him yet. He Xiaofeng said, Brother Shui was indeed very angry that day, saying that he must find you, and we did find you later. Su Chen said, Oh, and then asked, How did you find me? Now that you found me, why haven't you come looking for trouble with me? He Xiaofeng wiped away his cold sweat and said, We found you because we heard your legend, a mysterious person living in dormitory 513 of Building 9, wearing protective clothing, who instantly killed a physical education student with a single move. Su Chen nodded. So the story of killing the sports student that day had spread, and he had even become a legend. He Xiaofeng chuckled and said, After hearing your story, Brother Shui warned us not to mess with you anymore. So, as I just said, if we had known you had a relationship with Lin Wanxi, we would never have agreed to Ai Qing's request. Su Chen said, Is that so? In that case, the incident this morning where a group of berserk infected attacked my dormitory has nothing to do with you? He had no idea that his dormitory, 513, had become a legend, nor did he know how many people had heard of it. It now appears that everyone who has heard the legend could be the mastermind behind the berserker attacks. Since Chen Jinshui had also heard about it, and given his grudge against Li Wenhu, he was the prime suspect, just as likely as Zhao Feng. Yes, Su Chen initially guessed that Zhao Feng was the mastermind behind the attack, because Li Haoming was also involved in the attack. Even if Zhao Feng was not the planner, he was still a participant. Su Chen originally planned to go find Zhao Feng after completing the mission. Now that Chen Jinshui is as suspicious as Zhao Feng, it is naturally necessary to investigate him. No, I don't know. He Xiaofeng quickly replied. Su Chen sneered, You're lying. This guy's eyes were darting around, it was obvious he was lying. Even without the Eye of Insight, he could tell, let alone now that he had the Eye of Insight active. He Xiaofeng trembled all over, almost crying, I really don't know. What berserker attack? It has nothing to do with me. Still not honest? Even if I kill you, you still won't tell the truth? Su Chen's face darkened, and he took a step closer to He Xiaofeng. The latter was so frightened that he stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud, exclaiming, Don't come any closer. I'll talk. He was terrified. He believed that Su Chen was the kind of person who would kill him at the slightest provocation. After all, Su Chen had really killed people before, and he wasn't joking. Last night, around midnight, a berserk infected appeared in our building. Everyone was woken up. It was only thanks to our Golden Gang that we were able to subdue those berserkers. The mutual aid group was also very active at the time. The student union proposed to count the number of berserkers. According to everyone's feedback, berserkers appeared in almost every building. Shortly after, a member of the Jinshui gang received a friend request. Someone had added him as a friend through a mutual aid group, offering to help resolve the berserker issue. Through private chat, the other party's solution was to have the berserker attack dormitory 513 in Building 9. The other party claimed to be an insider and said that the mysterious person living in dormitory 513 in Building 9 had a lot of supplies, including effective skin medicine. Once the berserkers take over this dormitory, we can get the skin potion to restore them to normal. The other supplies can be shared among everyone afterward. The other party also stated that if they agreed to participate in the operation, they would arrange to release the rioter at 8 a.m. If they did not agree, they would immediately delete him from their friend list and pretend that nothing had happened. After careful consideration, Chen Jinshui agreed to the operation. It was a win-win situation, a perfect opportunity to avenge Li Wenhu. Having witnessed the power of the berserkers, no one doubted that the operation would fail. Everyone believed it would definitely succeed. Su Chen sneered, "The fact that I'm standing here now means your operation has failed, and I've killed all those berserkers." Ah? He Xiaofeng's face turned pale. Had Su Chen really killed all the berserkers? How could he be so powerful? But Su Chen is indeed standing here unharmed, which is most likely true. Su Chen could tell that he Xiaofeng wasn't lying this time. So, the mastermind behind this was someone else, but the Golden Gang was definitely involved. Do you know who planned this? Su Chen asked. He Xiaofeng shook his head, I don't know. Later, Brother Xu Wei talked to the other party himself. We don't know the specifics of what they talked about. Fine. Su Chen nodded, his gaze turning cold. You can die now. If he didn't know, that would be one thing, but now that he does, he doesn't intend to let anyone involved in this operation go unpunished. This operation was too vicious, it posed a life-threatening threat to him. If the fortress hadn't been indestructible, and if he hadn't had defensive equipment, he might not have been able to handle it. If we don't kill these people, they'll really think they're easy to bully and will dare to do it again next time. He Xiaofeng was so frightened that he wanted to run away, but found that his legs were too weak to move. Just as Su Chen was about to approach him, suddenly, a hand grabbed the pant leg of Su Chen's protective suit. It was Ai Qing who had woken up. Help me. Ai Qing's face was as pale as paper, and she pleaded in pain. Su Chen glanced back at her, shook off her hand, squatted down, and looked down at her with icy eyes. Sorry, someone who tries to kill me will only end up dead, Su Chen said coldly, reaching out to grab the handle of the cleaver and pulling it out with a forceful pull. Ah! Ai Qing let out a heart-wrenching scream, her face covered in large beads of cold sweat, and blood gushing from her shoulder. In that brief moment of delay, he Xiaofeng caught his breath, struggled to his feet, and frantically ran towards the door, trying to escape. Su Chen grinned at Ai Qing, guess if I can hit his head this time? Before he finished speaking, Su Chen flicked his wrist, and the cleaver spun like a fan, flashing with cold light as it slashed through the air. The blade struck He Xiaofeng's back hard, the entire blade plunging into him. The powerful impact knocked He Xiaofeng to the ground. He Xiaofeng's body twitched a few times and then stopped moving, with only blood flowing out from beneath him. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, it missed again. My throwing knives are still too bad. Ignoring He Xiaofeng, Ai Qing grabbed Su Chen's protective suit and pleaded, please, save my life, I don't want to die. Su Chen said calmly, what good would it do me to spare your life? Ai Qing said, you don't know where Chen Jinshui is, do you? I can take you to find him. No need, I know, Su Chen chuckled. He actually knew that. After killing Li Wenhu that day, he followed the Jinshui gang and found out where their stronghold was. Seeing that this wouldn't work, Ai Qing gritted her teeth and said, if you kill me, my brother will definitely avenge me. He's already on his way. Su Chen said oh, and replied, you're threatening me? Then you deserve to die even more. He then wrapped his arms around Ai Qing's head. Click. A crisp sound. Chapter 38 A Joyous Day. Ai Qing's neck twisted strangely to one side, her eyes wide open, frozen in a look of resentment and disbelief. She seemed unable to believe, even in death, that Su Chen could kill her so easily. Seeing her like this, the four girls were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even Lin Wansi was stunned for a moment. Su Chen was too ruthless. He killed 2 people. He was a monster who killed without blinking an eye. Recalling her previous attitude towards Su Chen, Lin Wansi couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. At this moment, Su Chen looked over at them. The four girls thought it was their turn, and they were so frightened that they wet themselves and lay on the ground crying and begging for mercy. Spare me. It's not my fault. AI Ching forced me to do it. Wah, I don't want to die. Suchen said coldly, get out of here, and don't let me see you again. The four girls felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and quickly got up and ran upstairs. Suchen stepped forward and untied Lin Wansi. I was so worried because I thought you hadn't seen my message. Thank you for coming to my rescue. Lin Wansi stood up, smiled, and her attitude was very different from before. Suchen's attention was on the system reward. He had already saved Lin Wansi, but he hadn't heard any feedback from the system. The mission isn't finished yet? Suchen frowned. Yes, AI Ching is going to send Lin Wansi to Chen Jinshui. Chen Jinshui is the beneficiary and also the one who will truly harm Lin Wansi. It seems that to complete the mission, we still need to get rid of Chen Jinshui. That just so happens that he was also planning to go find Chen Jinshui to settle a few scores at once. Go upstairs yourself, Suchen said calmly, turning and walking towards the door. Lin Wansi suddenly grabbed his arm. Wait a minute. Suchen asked, what? Lin Wansi said, Suchen, can you take me away? I heard there are a lot of berserk-infected people now, and with what happened today, I'm very scared. Suchen responded with an O, indicating that he had no intention of taking Lin Wansi in for the time being. He still needed her as a tool. However, what she said was true. The existence of the berserker was indeed very dangerous, and one could lose their life at any time. A dead goddess was worthless, and perhaps it was time to take her in. I can take you away, give you a safe place to live, and plenty of food, but can you accept my conditions? Suchen said calmly. Lin Wansi asked curiously, what are the conditions? Suchen said, you must become my maid, serve me, obey my orders, and not disobey me. This. Lin Wansi was stunned and involuntarily let go of her hand. Given her personality, it's more likely that others will serve her than she will serve others and become a maid. Suchen's conditions are simply too much and too domineering. If it weren't for her fear of Suchen's ruthless killing, she would most likely have exploded on the spot and given him a good scolding, but she simply didn't dare to now. Are you saying this on purpose because you don't want to take me with you? Lin Wan thought of a possibility and asked. Suchen chuckled, do I look like I'm joking with you? Go on up, I have things to do. As he spoke, he quickly walked to Yi Xiaofeng's body, bent down and pulled out the kitchen knife, then walked out the door. Lin Wansi watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Are you serious? Building 6, Room 303. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. The members of the Golden Character Gang were gathered together, all seemingly having suffered some kind of blow, and no one spoke. Chen Jinshui, sitting at the head of the table, also frowned and looked down at his phone. His phone had a mutual aid group open. In the group chat, students are having a heated discussion about Dormitory 513 in Building 9. The berserkers who attacked the dormitory were wiped out by heavy machine gun fire. Everyone who heard about this was shocked. Chen Jinshui felt his scalp tingling. If he were just a bystander, it wouldn't be a big deal. The problem is, he was the one who released several of those berserkers. He thought the operation was a sure thing with so many berserkers, that guy in the protective suit was doomed. But who knew? Heavy machine gun? Damn it, is this something a college student should own? Brother Shui, what should we do now? Will this guy come after us? Wang Chang broke the silence and asked a question that everyone was worried about. Everyone looked at Chen Jinshui. Chen Jinshui pondered for a moment and said, if a group of berserkers suddenly attacked us, I would also be curious about what happened and would definitely investigate. Upon hearing this, someone immediately panicked. What do we do? This person has the truth, aren't we doomed? Chen Jinshui said, calm down, I haven't finished yet. He might investigate, but whether he can trace it back to us is hard to say. So many berserkers means there are many participants behind the scenes, but we don't know each other, so it's impossible for us to betray each other. Unless he can find the initiator. Wang Chang frowned and asked, is that possible? Who exactly is the initiator? Chen Jinshui shook his head. That person kept his identity very well hidden. I tried to get information out of him, but he never revealed a single thing. Wang Chang asked, so, what's Brother Shui's conclusion? Chen Jinshui smiled and said, he probably won't be able to find anything. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang and the others breathed a long sigh of relief, finally putting their minds at ease. Chen Jinxue reminded everyone, let's pretend this never happened and not mention it again. Including one whose grudge, let it go. After all, that guy has the truth in his hands, and he's not someone we can afford to mess with. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Chang sighed, feeling frustrated, and said, I understand the logic, but it's really hard to swallow this anger if I can't get revenge. Chen Jinxue said, let's be patient for now. We also need to find a way to become stronger. If we can get our hands on the truth in the future, will we still be afraid of him? Of course, this requires careful planning. As for now, let's just continue as usual. He paused, then chuckled, don't bother with those long faces. Today's our big day. We're about to win over two top school beauties, Lin Wanxi and Xiao Mengyao. Chang Ji, you can choose first. Which one do you want? Wang Chang forced a smile and said, they all belong to Brother Shui, how could I dare to lay a finger on them? Chen Jinxue laughed and said, well then, let me taste it first to see if it's salty enough before you enjoy it. By the way, they should be arriving around this time. It was snowing outside at that moment. Several figures were braving the wind and snow, approaching Building 6 from different directions. From one direction, two women and a man were walking, all wearing simple gas masks. The man led the way, while the two women, who were fully covered up, followed behind each other, leaning on each other. From the other direction, Su Chen strode in alone, holding a kitchen knife. Chapter 39 Kill Him. After the apocalypse, the weather is always unpredictable, and it can snow at any time. Sometimes the snowstorm can last for several days. Traveling in wind and snow is a very difficult task, especially for girls. Xiao Mengyao and her best friend Xiao Qian were hurrying along the road, their steps uneven and slow, even though they were supporting each other. Before the apocalypse, they would stock up on a lot of snacks and drinks in their dorm room, and they have survived until now thanks to these. Previously, they had been posting on their WeChat moments for days asking boys to send them food for free, but no one did. They ran out of food and went hungry for 2 days, after which Xiao Mengyao decided to seek refuge with Chen Jinxue. The Golden Gang had been inviting Xiao Mengyao to join the group, but she had ignored them. In the end, however, Xiao Mengyao took the initiative to request to join the group. She was well aware of what it meant to side with Chen Jinxue. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have even given a second glance to a loser like Chen Jinxue. But the situation was different now. To survive, she had no choice but to compromise with the loser. The boy leading the way urged, the snow is getting heavier, hurry up. What's the situation with that person? Suddenly, Xiao Qian's gaze fell forward, and she asked curiously. The boy looked up and immediately showed a surprised expression. Suddenly, not far ahead, a person wearing protective clothing walked swiftly as if on flat ground, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had disappeared into the wind and snow. Could it be that person? The boy blurted out. Xiao Mengyao asked curiously, do you know this person? Who is he? A rescue worker? Xiao Qian said, did you notice? He's holding a knife. The boy was startled, are you sure? Xiao Qian said confidently, I saw it very clearly. Anxiety flashed in the boy's eyes. Without saying a word, he immediately abandoned the two girls, turned around and ran away, quickly disappearing from sight. This completely baffled the two women. What's going on? Xiao Mengyao was stunned, then said angrily, is this person crazy? How could he just abandon us? Xiao Qian said, it should be related to that strange person from earlier. By the way that person walked gave me a strange sense of familiarity. Xiao Mengyao asked, could it be someone you know? Who is it? Xiao Qian said, I don't remember, Sister Yao Yao, what do we do now? Building 6, room 305. The faint sound of a girl crying could be heard through the door. The dormitory could be described as dirty and messy. In addition to piles of miscellaneous items, each bed was covered with thick quilts. The dormitory, which was originally for 6 people, was crammed with more than a dozen people, including 7 girls. At this moment, 2 girls knelt on the ground, crying and sobbing. Brother Shui, please don't kick us out. We're doomed if we go outside. Brother Shui, please, I'll do anything if you just let me stay. The 2 women pleaded repeatedly. Chen Jinxue was sitting on a bed, adjusting his glasses, and said gently, I understand how you feel, but this is the rule. There are only so many beds available, and 3 new people are coming soon, so you'll have to give up your spots. One of the girls said, it's okay if a few more people squeeze in here. I can sleep on the floor, is that alright? Chen Jinxue shook his head, that's not the reason. It's because we have limited food and can't feed so many people. I'm sorry. The girl said, then I'll eat less. I'll only eat 1 meal a day. No, 1 meal every 2 days is fine too. Another girl chimed in, I only eat once every 3 days. Wang Chang frowned and said, do you think this is a vegetable market where you can haggle? Hurry up and leave, don't bother me with your hands. I don't want to die, please. The two women kowtowed desperately. Chen Jinshui didn't say anything more, but just nodded to Wang Chang. Wang Chang understood, stepped forward, grabbed the girl by the hair, and dragged her toward the door. No! Help! The girl screamed and struggled frantically. Damn it! Wang Chang punched the girl in the face, causing her nose to bleed profusely and she to faint instantly. Wang Chang then dragged her out the door like a dead dog. A boy was already waiting behind the door and opened it at the right moment. Just as Wang Chang was about to drag the girl outside, a person covered in snow rushed in. What's wrong with you? Weren't you supposed to pick up Xia Mangyao? Where is she? Wang Chang asked, frowning. Brother Shui, I saw that person, the boy said breathlessly as he looked at Chen Jinshui. Chen Jinshui frowned, who? The boy said, that guy in the protective suit, I just saw him walking this way. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that they were coming for them? Didn't Chen Jinshui say that the other party couldn't trace them back to them? Chen Jinshui stood up abruptly and asked, did he bring a gun? The boy was taken aback, a gun? I didn't know that. I only saw him holding a kitchen knife. Kitchen knife. Chen Jinshui was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle, is he planning to use a kitchen knife against us? He immediately relaxed and said to Wang Chang, this guy doesn't carry a gun, so we don't need to be afraid of him. Bring everyone along, find out his purpose first, and if he makes a move, try to capture him alive. I still have questions to ask him. Wang Chang nodded, casually tossed the unconscious girl aside, walked to a corner of the dormitory, picked up an iron rod, glanced at everyone, and said in a deep voice, come with me. The other boys also hurriedly put on gas masks, some grabbed knives, some grabbed sticks, and followed Wang Chang out of the dormitory. They quickly reached the stairs, but after only going halfway down, everyone stopped in their tracks. There stood a person in protective clothing, holding a kitchen knife, right at the bottom of the stairs, seemingly unaffected by the raging wind and snow. This is our territory, what are you doing here? Wang Chang asked in a deep voice. Su Chen said calmly, let's settle the score. Wang Chang snorted, you're the one who killed Li Wenhu, aren't you? We haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and here you are? Su Chen said, Li Wenhu asked for his own death. I killed him, and the score is settled. This morning, a group of berserkers came to attack my dormitory. You were involved, weren't you? This is the first score I need to settle with you. Wang Chang's heart sank. They said they wouldn't be traced back to us, but this guy solved the case so quickly? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you have any evidence? Wang Chang chuckled. Su Chen said, is what Yi Xiaofeng told me enough? Wang Chang was shocked, how could this be? Where is Xiaofeng? Su Chen said, this is the second matter I need to settle with you, which concerns Lin Wanxi. You want her, and so do I. Wang Chang gritted his teeth and said, where is Xiaofeng? Su Chen said, when I went to rescue Lin Wanxi, I killed him on the way. Wang Chang was furious. Yi Xiaofeng had also been killed by Su Chen. Su Chen had already killed 2 of them. How could he tolerate this? Kill him. Wang Chang gave the order decisively, his anger completely forgetting Chen Jinshui's instruction to capture Su Chen alive. Chapter 40 Total Annihilation. A group of people shouted and charged at Su Chen, brandishing knives and sticks. The first boy to approach Su Chen was the one who had just returned to report the news, and he smashed a stick at Su Chen's head. Su Chen dodged aside and retaliated with a punch, knocking the other man's gas mask away. The boy, exposed to the air, immediately looked terrified. Forgetting about dealing with Su Chen, he frantically tried to pick up his gas mask, but Su Chen kicked him, sending him flying 3 meters away. In the blink of an eye, the extreme cold turned the boy's face red. He lay on the ground, struggling desperately like a drowning man. At this moment, the others rushed down, wielding knives and clubs at Su Chen, launching a coordinated attack on him. Although they were all students and had little fighting experience, being surrounded by so many people and armed with weapons still posed a certain threat. Su Chen didn't want to get entangled in a fight with them. He activated his Eye of Insight and dodged all the attacks with his agile movements. Then he unleashed his ultimate attack with the kitchen knife. One slash each, and soon 3 corpses lay on the ground. The remaining people were terrified, as if they had seen a ghost or a god. How could someone be so powerful? Was this even human? They turned and ran upstairs, but since Su Chen had already started killing, how could he let them go? He quickly caught up and killed 2 more people in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, with a whoosh, an iron rod came crashing down on their heads. Wang Chang had made his move. Unlike others, Wang Chang is a sports student, strong and powerful, and his combat ability can be considered the ceiling among college students. But so what? In front of Su Chen, it's still far from enough. Su Chen easily dodged his attack, caught up in one step, and punched him squarely in the abdomen. Wang Chang grunted, flew up, crashed into the wall in the middle of the stairs, and fell to the ground, dropping the iron rod from his hand. Wang Chang was indeed strong. Despite vomiting blood, he did not lose consciousness and managed to get up. I'm going to kill you. With an angry roar, Wang Chang pulled a small knife from his waist and stabbed it at Su Chen, who had just walked up. Su Chen swept his sword horizontally, knocking Wang Chang's knife away, then grabbed his hair and slammed him against the wall. With a loud bang, Wang Chang's head was instantly bleeding profusely, his vision went black, and his consciousness became blurred. Are you still going to kill me? Su Chen sneered. Wang Chang muttered, unless I'm dead, as long as I live, I'll kill you sooner or later. Su Chen said oh, and then replied, then go die. The cleaver was pressed against Wang Chang's throat, and then it was sliced through. Clang! As blood splattered, the crisp sound of an iron rod hitting the ground echoed from upstairs. Su Chen looked up and saw 3 more people at the top of the stairs. One of them, seeing Wang Chang's miserable state, was so frightened that he couldn't even hold onto the iron rod. These 3 were the last remaining members of the Jinzi gang, besides Chen Jinshui. Su Chen released Wang Chang's corpse, climbed the ladder, and charged towards the 3 of them. Ah, don't come any closer. The 3 men were so frightened that they turned tail and ran away. But their fate was sealed, and they couldn't escape. In the corridor, Su Chen caught up with them one by one, and they were soon turned into 3 corpses. Su Chen then arrived at the door of room 305 and kicked it open. A pungent stench hit him, a mixture of body odor and urine odor that was extremely overpowering. There were 7 girls in the room. 5 of them were huddled on the bed, trembling and looking terrified. 1 girl was lying unconscious on the floor, and the remaining girl was lying face down on the floor. Chen Jinshui jumped off a building and ran away. The girl lying on the ground screamed as soon as she saw Su Chen. Su Chen walked to the balcony behind the dormitory and looked down. He saw a figure limping into the snow. With all his underlings killed, how could he let his boss escape? Without hesitation, Su Chen grabbed the railing, flipped over, and jumped down. The wind and snow were getting stronger and stronger, almost making it difficult for people to stand. Chen Jinshui was filled with panic, but his will to survive drove him to brave the raging wind and snow and run to the dormitory area's wall. There was a road just outside the wall, so he had no choice but to climb over it. His ankle was injured when he jumped, but he endured the excruciating pain and leaped up, grabbing the top of the wall with both hands and desperately trying to climb up. Suddenly sensing something, Chen Jinshui turned his head and saw that Su Chen had caught up and was looking at him coldly. Chen Jinshui was so frightened that he wet himself and tried even harder to climb up, but unfortunately his clothes were too thick and he couldn't climb up at all. He could only hang on the wall, looking like a struggling grasshopper. Who are you? We didn't do anything to you, why are you trying to kill us? Chen Jinshui shouted hoarsely. Su Chen said coldly, don't pretend you're confused. It's destined to be a life or death struggle between us. Others may not understand, but you should. This is the end of the world. Chen Jinshui said, can we make peace? If you let me go, I swear I'll never mess with you again. Su Chen shook his head, it's too late. I wouldn't feel at ease if you were alive. Spare my life, and I'll be your servant, I'll do anything you ask. I'll be your dog from now on, you'll definitely need my help. Chen Jinshui pleaded. Su Chen said, I don't think so. I wouldn't need anyone like you. Chen Jinshui finally gave up, his hands went limp, and he fell to the ground. Ah! With a scream, Chen Jinshui collapsed to the ground in pain. It's time to end this, Su Chen said calmly, and walked towards Chen Jinshui. Just as they reached him, Chen Jinshui suddenly jumped up, a small knife appearing in his hand. He then stabbed at Su Chen. It turned out that his fall earlier was an act, a ploy to retrieve the knife hidden on his person and launch an attack on Su Chen. Unfortunately, he was facing Su Chen. The next second, Su Chen grabbed his wrist with his left hand and then his right hand, forcefully twisting the blade and pushing it hard, the knife instantly piercing Chen Jinshui's throat. Blood splattered, covering Su Chen's face, but was blocked by his gas mask. Chen Jinshui knelt on the ground, making a gurgling sound in his throat and choking on blood. "You see, this is why I can't keep you. You're a wolf, you can't be my dog," Su Chen said calmly. With eyes full of resentment and despair, Chen Jinshui slumped down. A familiar voice immediately rang in Su Chen's ears. "Ding! You have wiped out the attackers and successfully rescued Lin Wanxi. You have gained 50,000 merit points." Su Chen nodded. The task was finally completed. Between heaven and earth, the wind and snow blew mercilessly. Downstairs in dormitory building number 6, the boy who first rushed towards Su Chen was already dead. His face, exposed to the air, was like a red-hot coal, frozen in a look of despair. The other dead people had also been frozen in the snow, their bodies stiff as wood. Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Qian stood beside the corpses, both with shocked expressions. After discussing it, they decided to come and check the situation, only to find that Su Chen had wiped them all out. "That person is so scary. What should we do, Sister Yao Yao? Let's run away quickly," Xiao Qian said in a trembling voice. Chapter 41: The Panicked School Beauty. Xiao Mengyao looked up at the building and said in a deep voice, "We have no food or water, and we'll die sooner or later if we go back. Shall we go somewhere else and see if we can find food?" Xiao Qian said. "No, let us go upstairs. The food we need is upstairs. We have no grudge against that man, he wouldn't kill us too." Xiao Mengyao's eyes showed determination. She was absolutely confident in her appearance. At worst, she would show her face to the other party, act cute, act pitiful, and that person would definitely not be willing to kill her. So they stepped over the stiff corpses, went upstairs, and knocked on the door of 305. The girl who opened the door for them was one of the two girls who had been lying on the ground earlier and had almost been kicked out by Chen Jinshui. "You're the newcomers, right?" Looking at the two of them, the girl showed a hint of disgust, because she had almost died because of them. If it weren't for the sudden turn of events, if it weren't for that person in the protective suit, she would already be dead. Xiao Mengyao nodded and asked, "Hello, where is that person? Has he already left?" The girl said coldly, "He went to hunt down Chen Jinshui. I hope God will have mercy and he can kill Chen Jinshui." "Princess." Just then, there was a knock on the door. The girl immediately tensed up, walked over and opened the door, and saw Su Chen step in. The girl looked surprised and delighted. "You're back. Where's Chen Jinshui?" Su Chen said calmly, "He's dead." The girl was overjoyed and suddenly knelt down on the ground. "What are you doing?" Su Chen asked curiously. The girl said, "My name is He See You. From this moment on, my life belongs to you. You are my master, and I am your servant." "He See You? Isn't this Shin Yao's roommate?" Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Looking at He See You's expression full of survival instinct, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This apocalypse had distorted people to such an extent that they had no dignity left. He See You was at least a 5 out of 10 in terms of looks. Before the apocalypse, girls of this caliber would have had many suitors, so she probably wouldn't have been interested in Su Chen. But now, she was groveling at Su Chen's feet, begging for his attention, but Su Chen had no interest in her at all. Chen Jinshui's blood was still on the gas mask, frozen into a blood-red ice. Since it was impossible to deal with it outside, Su Chen took off the mask. Upon suddenly seeing Su Chen's face, Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Qian were both shocked and quickly lowered their heads to avoid looking at him. Fortunately, they hadn't taken off their gas masks when they came in, and with their bulky clothes, there was no need to worry about Su Chen recognizing them in the short term. Xiao Mengyao was so scared she almost cried. She had said she wanted to show her face to the other person, but she never expected that the other person would be Su Chen. Now she wished she could cover her face with several layers of blankets. Su Chen took out a bottle of mineral water and poured it on the gas mask to wash away the bloodstains. The women were all dumbfounded. What a disaster! This was drinking water. Didn't he know how precious it was? "I have no interest in being your master. Don't worry, I won't stay here. By the way, you can clean up the corpses in the corridor outside yourselves," Su Chen said calmly. He See You was taken aback and said, You didn't come here to steal supplies?" After cleaning the bloodstains, Su Chen put on his hood and said, "I don't even need these supplies." The women were all stunned. They don't value the supplies? What an obscure term. What's going on now? People are fighting over a bottle of water and a piece of bread. They're even willing to submit to others just to have something to eat every day. And Su Chen actually said he didn't care about the large amount of supplies left behind by the Golden Gang. As Su Chen spoke, his gaze fell on Xia Mengyao and Xiao Qian beside him. He thought to himself, huh? I don't think I saw them earlier. They were wearing gas masks. Were they new here? His curiosity was piqued, and he was about to ask the two women to take off their masks to see if one of them was an 8 out of 10 goddess, when suddenly the system's voice rang in his ears. Ding! New rescue mission detected. Mission details: Lin Wanxi has been kidnapped, and her situation is critical. Mission difficulty: Nightmare. Task reward: 50,000 merit points, awaken 1 skill. Su Chen was taken aback. Another mission had come, and it was Lin Wanxi again. No, how come she had been kidnapped again? Never mind, let's go take a look first. Su Chen ignored the women and turned to leave. Only after he had walked away did Xia Mengyao and Xiao Qian dare to raise their heads. They were terrified when Su Chen looked at them earlier, and now they stared at each other in astonishment. Was that person really Su Chen, the one they knew? Sister Yao Yao, how did this guy become so powerful? Xiao Qian muttered. Xia Mengyao paused for a moment, then said, Did you notice? Not only is he wearing a protective suit, but he's also completely clean, looking no different from before the apocalypse. Xiao Qian said, it seems so. My God, is he born with the apocalypse holy body? How did he do that? Xia Mengyao said, the fact that he looks down on the supplies here only proves that he doesn't lack supplies at all. She paused, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes, and said, Shanxian, it seems we made a mistake. If we hadn't fallen out with him that day. Xiao Qian remained silent for a long time before suddenly snorting and saying, we can't predict the future. Who could have imagined that the apocalypse would suddenly happen? And who could have imagined that he would be doing so well in the apocalypse? This guy, he said he liked you, but he never even thought of helping you. He's heartless. Xia Mengyao nodded. After hearing what Xiao Qian said, it was indeed true. Su Chen had never taken the initiative to contact her. Even if she had done something wrong to him before, could he be so heartless and not care about her life or death? Forget it, I don't want to talk about it anymore. So what if he's powerful? Shanxian, we have food now, we don't need him. Xia Mengyao snorted. They only dared to say these things behind Su Chen's back. Just now, they didn't even dare to acknowledge Su Chen, because they knew very well that if Su Chen recognized them, the consequences would be severe. They should be burning incense in gratitude, but Su Chen ignored them. Su Chen hurriedly left Building 6 and then rushed back to Building 11. He was also very curious. What exactly happened over there while he was away? Why was Lin Wanxi being targeted again? This time, Su Chen moved even faster, directly using the skill Primary Wind Speed. He flew through the snowstorm like a gust of wind, leaving only a blur. If anyone saw him at this moment, they would probably think they had seen a ghost. Downstairs at Building 11, Su Chen stopped and looked at a snowmobile parked next to him. Where did it come from? Su Chen frowned and quickly went into the building. He Xiaofeng's body was still lying at the door, but Ai Qing's body was nowhere to be seen. Only a pool of blood that had frozen into ice remained on the ground. Who helped Ai Qing collect her body? Ring ring ring. Just then, his phone rang. Someone had sent him a voice call. Su Chen took out his phone and saw that it was Lin Wanxi. Su Chen answered the call. What came from the other end was a deep, resonant male voice, on the roof of Building 11, if you don't want Lin Wanxi to die, come now. I'll only wait for you for 10 minutes. It won't take 10 minutes, Su Chen said coldly, and hung up the call. Chapter 42 Giant Ikuan. Suburbs of Yuncheng. This area originally had vast farmlands. In late spring and early summer, it was the time to sow rice. During this period, the endless green shoots of the farmland were full of vitality, and the nearby villages added to the beautiful pastoral scenery. Now life is cut off, there is no greenery, and the world is filled with gloom and death. As far as the eye can see, there is only endless snow. The surrounding villages also seem to have become deadlands, with no living creatures left. That day, just before dawn, a snowmobile was suddenly seen speeding across the snow from a distance, heading towards Yuncheng. Not long after, the snowmobile stopped on a small hill. A burly man jumped off, opened a map in his hand, and looked around to determine the direction. The giant was over 2 meters tall, with a robust and imposing physique. He wore a black fur coat, his face was tightly wrapped in black silk, and his eyes were piercing. He looked like a standing black bear, exuding a sense of oppression. The city of Yunqing is just ahead, and Yunqing University is located here. The giant muttered to himself, looking up at the distance with excitement in his eyes. Qingqing, wait a little longer, your brother will be here soon. This man's name is Ai Kuan, and he is from northern China. Before the apocalypse, he was a professional bodyguard, guarding the home of a wealthy man in Jiangzhou City, 1,000 miles away from Yunqing. After the apocalypse began, Ai Kuan's first thought was of his younger sister Ai Qing, who was studying at Yunqing University, and he decisively decided to go to Yunqing to find her. This process was not easy. Transportation around the world was paralyzed, the land was frozen solid, making it impossible to move an inch. Coupled with the raging toxic snow, it was a matter of life and death. The wealthy boss persuaded him, Kuan, stay and protect me, I'll give you a raise and adopt you as my son. Ai Kuan refused. My sister is my only family in the world. I must find her and make sure she is safe. He tried every means of transportation he could find, and finally only the snowmobile beside him was feasible. It took him a full week of arduous travel to finally reach this place. With Yunqing in sight, he couldn't hide his joy he was finally about to see his sister. He has been keeping in touch with his sister these days and knows that although conditions are tough, she is doing well, which makes him quite relieved. His sister, like him, was not weak. She was tall, had a strong personality, and had learned some self-defense skills from him, which were enough for her to protect herself in the short term. Sure enough, his sister told him that she had become the boss of their dormitory building and no one dared to bully her. He's not too worried about his sister's safety right now, he's just missing her terribly and wants to see her as soon as possible. After identifying the direction, Ai Kuan immediately returned to the snowmobile, started the engine, and sped off towards Yunqing City. During this time, the wind and snow started again, but he didn't want to hide from the snow. After more than 2 hours of trekking, he finally arrived at Yunqing University and came to the undergraduate dormitory area. The undergraduate dormitory area is divided into 2 sections. Buildings 11 to 15 were added later and are located in a separate area. Ai Qing lives in building 11. Ai Kuan parked his snowmobile outside the building, ignoring the snow and wind covering him, and excitedly went into the dormitory building. To his utter surprise, as soon as he stepped into the dormitory building, he saw a familiar figure lying in a pool of blood. Ai Qing is dead. He died a horrible death. First, he was slashed in the shoulder, the cut so deep that the bone was visible. Then, someone twisted his neck, leaving him with wide open eyes, dying with his eyes wide open. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Great joy turned into great sorrow. Ai Kuan rushed over and picked up Ai Qing's body, heartbroken. Then anger took hold of him. He wanted to know who had killed his sister, and he vowed to skin the culprit alive to avenge her. The answer wasn't hard to find. He went to Ai Qing's dormitory and quickly learned the answer from Xiao Jimei. Su Chen. The rooftop of Building 11. The scene still bears the remnants of the scramble for supplies, with several frozen corpses buried in the snow, barely visible. When Su Chen stepped out of the stairwell, he saw a scene that he would never forget. A giant man in a black fur coat stood like an iron tower opposite, seemingly oblivious to the wind and snow, which indeed could not shake him in the slightest. At the giant's feet, Lin Wanxi knelt on the ground, shivering. Her face was completely exposed, and snowflakes were hitting her face wildly. Her pretty face was already red from the cold, and her lips were purple. Help me. Upon seeing Su Chen, Lin Wanxi's eyes brightened. She spoke with difficulty, and as she spoke, tears welled up and instantly froze on her face. Su Chen's heart sank instantly. If she hadn't been rescued sooner, she might have frozen to death. Even if she had been rescued, she would still have been at high risk of contracting the virus. Su Chen activated his Eye of Insight, and a panel appeared beside the giant. Name, Ai Kuan. Strength, 24. Agility, 20. Physical Constitution, 18. Energy, 20. Blessed by Bajikwan. Overall Combat Strength, 7 stars. Damn it! Su Chen was a little speechless, this guy was too awesome. The part about naturally strong people. His stats even completely surpassed those of Su Chen, who had been doubled in power. Before being strengthened, Su Chen was no different from a chick in front of him. He could crush him with one hand. The sheer pressure from his size alone was enough to make Su Chen's legs go weak. Moreover, he possesses genuine martial arts skills. Bajikwan? Su Chen didn't understand. Judging from the name, it seemed like something out of a martial arts novel, but since it was included by the Eye of Insight, it meant it was a real skill. Fortunately, I have strengthened myself, so I don't need to fear my opponent. However, winning will probably not be easy, and I must go all out. You are Su Chen. You are the one who killed my sister. Ai Kuan stared at Su Chen, his eyes burning with rage. Su Chen recalled Ai Qing's dying words, saying that her brother was on his way. At the time, Su Chen didn't pay much attention, never expecting him to be such a formidable person. Su Chen did not regret killing Ai Chang. If he had to do it again, he would still do it without hesitation. However, he would definitely be more cautious and make more preparations before coming to find Ai Kuan. Now it feels like we have to bite the bullet and go for it. This battle will be more difficult than ever before. She tried to kill me, so I killed her in retaliation. She only had herself to blame, Su Chen said calmly. Ai Kuan's rage intensified. Fine, then killing you is your own doing. I'll peel back your skin and repay you tenfold for the harm you inflicted on my sister. The conversation ended there, and neither side had any further interest in speaking. The current situation is that Su Chen must save Lin Wansi as soon as possible, so he is in a passive position and must take the initiative to buy time. Su Chen took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and moved closer to Ai Kuan. Ai Kuan clenched his fists, like an angler waiting for a fish to bite, ready to reel in his line at any moment. However, Su Chen walked at a leisurely pace, and as the distance between them closed, Su Chen showed no intention of throwing a punch. Ai Kuan frowned slightly, realizing Su Chen's intention. Although this guy took the initiative to approach, he did not intend to throw the first punch. Why is that? Normally, the one who takes the initiative will strike first to gain the upper hand. Su Chen, however, did not play by the rules and showed no defensive posture, leaving his defense wide open. Where did this guy get his confidence? Feeling provoked, Ai Kuan's anger flared, and he delivered a swift and powerful elbow strike to Su Chen, intending to finish him off in one blow. However, the next second, a blur flashed before his eyes, and Su Chen vanished into thin air. Ai Kuan's elbow strike missed its mark, causing his expression to change. Chapter 43. Is it human? Ai Kuan has absolute confidence in his abilities. Besides his innate superhuman strength and robust physique, he also practiced boxing from a young age and was proficient in close combat. He rarely encountered an opponent in his life. His Bajikwan was not the kind of flashy but intimidating style, but a real killing technique, making him an outstanding figure among his peers. Even his wealthy boss said that it was a waste of his talents to have him guard the house, but Ai Kuan didn't think so. His mercenary career, which had taken countless lives and killed countless people, had made him tired of fighting and he just wanted to have some peace and quiet. When Ai Kuan saw Su Chen just now, he was a little disappointed from the perspective of the opponent. How could someone with such a small build be worthy of being his opponent? With his strength, dealing with Su Chen would be a piece of cake. He could easily crush him. He was confident that he could finish off his opponent in 3 seconds at most. In the first second, he neutralized Su Chen's frontal attack. In the second, he counterattacked, and in the third second, Su Chen was lying on the ground. Seeing that Su Chen didn't intend to make the first move, they went even faster, delivering a powerful elbow strike that would instantly kill him. Bajikwan is characterized by its hard-hitting and fierce fighting style. The move he used was the Bajikwan technique, Fierce Tiger Climbing the Mountain, which has killed countless people in the past. Su Chen will be no exception. However, Su Chen was an exception. Su Chen disappeared in an instant? Ai Kuan's expression changed after his attack missed. He turned around abruptly and saw Su Chen standing 2 meters behind him. Ai Kuan was shocked. Was this movement speed real? How could a person move so fast? What kind of kung fu was this? He had never heard of it before. He understood where Su Chen's confidence came from. It was from his strangely fast movement technique. Ai Kuan's competitive spirit was instantly ignited. He refused to believe in bad luck. He turned around, pressed forward, and threw a punch. The movements were fluid, seamless, and as fast as a tiger. I underestimated my opponent just now. Now that I'm fully focused, I should succeed, right? No. The attack missed again, and Su Chen disappeared in front of him once more. This time, however, Su Chen retreated instead of circling behind him, and he saw it clearly. Fast, really fast, like the wind, leaving a fleeting afterimage as he moved. With snow and wind all around, it even felt like Su Chen could blend into the snow and wind at any moment. Damn it, is this guy a fox? AI Kuan was shocked beyond words. Since acquiring the basic wind speed skill, Su Chen has finally put it to good use. With his enhanced body alone, he has almost no chance of winning, but fortunately, he still has a trump card. He retreated to lure AI Kuan away so as not to accidentally injure Lin Wansi, but his main purpose was to observe AI Kuan's skills. He knew nothing about Bajiquan and could not rashly get close. He had to be extremely cautious. His strategy was to learn about it first, ensure his own safety, and then seek a counterattack. Keep going, you must have more than just this much ability, right? Su Chen chuckled, using words to provoke the other party. AI Kuan fell for the trap as expected, and with a deep shout, he chased after Su Chen and attacked him fiercely. The third punch, the fourth punch, the fifth punch. In the blink of an eye, AI Kuan had thrown no less than 10 punches, all of them incredibly powerful attacks. Unfortunately, all his punches missed. However, Ikuan's talent is too strong. He has a great advantage in height and strength, and he is a real martial arts expert. His moves are very disciplined and almost flawless. The two sides were locked in a stalemate for a time. Seeing that he couldn't hit Su Chen, AI Kuan got a little impatient and shouted, "If you've got the guts, don't hide. Fight me properly." Su Chen chuckled and said, "Don't talk to me about skills. Show me how you can hit me first." AI Kuan roared, "Let's see how long you can hide." Besides strength and speed, physical condition and stamina are also factors that determine the outcome of a fight. AI Kuan is confident that he is stronger than Su Chen, and Su Chen's stamina will definitely run out first, at which point he will only get beaten up. Indeed, Su Chen wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. He was worried about his physical strength. But Bajiquan has endless variations in its moves, but they can be summarized into just a few styles. Although Su Chen didn't understand boxing, after some observation, he basically figured it out. Su Chen realized with despair that AI Kuan's offense and defense were tight. Once he got close, it would be equivalent to entering the opponent's territory, and he would most likely be captured. Then he would have no chance to escape. There was almost no possibility of counterattacking while ensuring his own safety. If this continues, once his stamina begins to wane, there will be no chance of victory. Su Chen gritted his teeth and made an extremely bold decision, which he was forced to make. When AI Kuan threw another punch, Su Chen pretended to be unable to dodge and let AI Kuan's fist land on him. Bang! AI Kuan punched Su Chen squarely in the chest. Su Chen felt a tightness in his chest, as if two of his ribs were broken. A surge of blood rushed through his body, and blood immediately spilled from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced, otherwise he might have died on the spot from that punch. It looks a bit pathetic, but this is exactly Su Chen's plan. He deliberately takes the beating in order to gain the only chance to fight back. AI Kuan never expected that his punch would hit Su Chen. It was so unexpected that he didn't react for a moment. The next second, Su Chen's left hand instantly grabbed AI Kuan's hand, while his right hand, already clenched into a fist, slammed into AI Kuan's face. Skill, one punch critical strike. Bang! In an instant, Su Chen's power index soared to 36. Where his fist passed, the air was torn apart. It was a ferocious punch that shattered AI Kuan's nose. AI Kuan suddenly felt dizzy, his vision went black, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. Success! Su Chen was overjoyed, but out of caution, he did not press his advantage. Instead, he immediately used his primary wind speed to retreat several meters and observe the situation first. AI Kuan was still conscious. That day, he killed the berserker with a single punch. This guy is truly a born fighter. He's incredibly resilient. Now it's time to switch to ranged attacks. With a flick of his wrist, Su Chen had already taken the kitchen knife from his hand. AI Kuan's state of mind at this moment can only be described as a collapse of his Dao heart. He was truly devastated. Su Chen's speed was one thing, but what was with that punch? He asked himself if he could even unleash such power. With such a small frame, it actually unleashed such terrifying power. Is this Su Chen even human? Suddenly blinded by the light, AI Kuan noticed the kitchen knife in Su Chen's hand. In a moment of panic, his hand touched a female corpse next to him. He roared, grabbed the female corpse with one hand, and swung it at Su Chen. The stiff corpse, like a piece of wood, hurtled towards Su Chen. But Su Chen no longer took this desperate attack seriously. He easily dodged it by turning to the side, took a step forward, and threw the kitchen knife out of his hand. Ah! AI Kuan, who had just stood up, let out a muffled groan as the cleaver instantly cleaved into his chest, blood gushing out of his fur coat. Aikuin staggered backward again, unaware that he had reached the edge of the rooftop. Suddenly, he lost his footing and plummeted to the ground. Chapter 44. The Master has a real taste for the extreme. Holy crap! Su Chen blurted out. In fact, affected by the wind and snow, he didn't notice that Aikuin had reached the edge of the rooftop. He quickly ran over and looked down. Aikuin had fallen into the snow below, smashing a large, V-shaped crater in the snow. He lay there, twisted in a contorted position, motionless. Su Chen assessed the situation and concluded that even if there was snow below, someone at such a height would likely have fallen to their death. Moreover, Aikuin still had a kitchen knife stuck in his chest, which was already a fatal blow. Su Chen didn't have time to run downstairs to check. He quickly turned around and ran to Lin Wanxi's side, only to find that Lin Wanxi had collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. His battle with Aikuin took quite a while, and Lin Wanxi's face was exposed to the extreme cold. It's no wonder she couldn't withstand it. Without thinking twice, Su Chen quickly picked her up and ran back to the stairwell. After placing Lin Wanxi on the ground, Su Chen reached out to check her breathing. Fortunately, she was still alive. Su Chen used the communication system to buy several bottles of water and began quickly washing away the snowflakes from Lin Wanxi. He didn't know how long Lin Wanxi had been exposed to the snowflakes, but as long as it was within an hour, washing away the snowflakes could prevent infection. After a short while, they finally finished cleaning all the snowflakes off Lin Wanxi. Tonzi, is she at risk of infection? Su Chen asked in his mind. Ding. Currently unknown, requires further observation. Okay. Su Chen nodded. In other words, Lin Wanxi might be fine, or she might be crippled. But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, Su Chen does not intend to give up. Lin Wanxi is a goddess with a rating of 8.9. Among all his goddesses, she is the highest-rated tool who can help him accumulate a lot of merit. If it's confirmed later that she's infected, then we can just discard it without hesitation. Su Chen made up his mind and used the system to purchase another set of protective clothing for Lin Wanxi. The protective clothing could not only protect against the virus, but also keep her warm, which could at least save Lin Wanxi's life for now. After doing all that, Su Chen picked up Lin Wanxi and carried her downstairs. He could no longer send Lin Wanxi back to her dormitory, he could only bring her back to the fortress. Before long, we arrived downstairs and walked out of the dormitory building. Su Chen then spotted the snowmobile parked outside the door and thought to himself, this thing can travel on snow, which will make it convenient to get around in the future. It can go anywhere outside of Yunqing University, let alone Yunqing University. Actually, he had researched snow transportation before. The system also sells snowmobiles, but the price is outrageously high, costing 100,000 merit points per vehicle. He couldn't afford to buy one. Now that there are ready-made ones, he can save some money. System, collect it for me. Su Chen thought to himself. The snowmobile in front of them vanished instantly and was stored in the system space. Fortunately, there was no one else conscious nearby at the time, otherwise, witnessing this amazing scene would probably have caused them to scream like a groundhog. Su Chen continued carrying Lin Wanxi, preparing to return to the dormitory. After taking a few steps, Su Chen suddenly stopped, turned his head, and his expression immediately changed. It's gone. Aikuin's body has disappeared. Only a human-shaped pit remained on the snow, being filled by the wind and snow. There were no footprints or bloodstains around, probably covered by the snow. Damn, this guy is too strong, how did he survive? Su Chen was speechless, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. With a kitchen knife stuck in his chest, and falling from the 10th floor, how could he not die? Is he even human? This person is the biggest threat he has ever faced in his life. He must find a way to eliminate him as soon as possible. The two have a deep-seated hatred for each other, and keeping him alive will only cause endless trouble. Doomsday Fortress. A beast-like roar echoed through the living room. Let me go. I'm going to kill you all. Kill you all. Chen Lanyu had already woken up, her eyes were bloodshot, she was baring her teeth, and fresh blood was flowing from her head. She was covered in blood and looked like a demon. Fortunately, her hands and feet were firmly chained, and she couldn't move at all. Even so, Xing Fei and Jiang Xiaolu were so frightened that their pretty faces turned pale and their delicate bodies trembled. They huddled together in a corner and dared not approach each other at all. Oh my god, when is our master coming back? What the hell? Why did he bring this thing in? Both women were extremely depressed. Chen Lanyu is not bad looking. Although she is not as good looking as them, she can barely get an 8 out of 10. However, she has become a berserker now and her face is all rotten. Does Su Chen not even spare her? My owner is such a pervert. My owner has such a heavy taste. Just as the two girls were in a panic, the door opened, and Su Chen walked in carrying someone. The two women were taken aback again. The master is back, but who did he bring back this time? Su Chen entered the fortress, closed the door, and saw Chen Lanyu screaming. He strode over and kicked Chen Lanyu on the head. Screw you! Chen Lanyu fainted on the spot, finally giving everyone some peace and quiet. Su Chen then looked at the two women in the corner and said, "Come here." Xing Fei and Jiang Xiaolu quickly ran over. "Master, what are your orders?" Xing Fei asked. Su Chen said, "Take her to the bathroom, wash her with warm water, change her into clean clothes, and then take her to the maid's room number 2. The two women exchanged bewildered glances. Maid's room number 2? Su Chen said calmly, "You'll find out soon enough. Don't ask anymore, just go." The two women didn't dare ask any more questions, so they took Lin Wansi and carried her into the bathroom. Without taking off his protective suit, Su Chen thought to himself, "System, build me another room." Ding! Consumed 10,000 merit points, gained 1 room. In an instant, the layout of the fortress was slightly adjusted once again, with an additional room appearing next to the maid's quarters. Su Chen designated it as the second maid's room, but currently only Lin Wansi is allowed to stay there for quarantine and observation. After the expansion was completed, Su Chen still didn't take off his protective suit. He grabbed Chen Lanyu with one hand, took her into his room, and closed the door. System, add a cage to my room, Su Chen thought to himself. Ding! 3,000 merit points consumed, cage construction complete. On one wall of the room, a doorway appeared out of nowhere. The door was made of iron bars, and inside was a cage that was only 5 square meters in size. Master, from today onwards, I will nurture and transform this woman. Give me the medicine, and let me see what she will become in the future, Su Chen said calmly. Ding! You have obtained a bottle of special gene-modifying medicine life and death pill by consuming 1,000 merit points. Please feed it to your target once a day, 1 pill each time. Su Chen flipped his hand, and a porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. Open the porcelain bottle, pour out the contents, and a green pill rolled into your palm. Without hesitation, Su Chen stuffed the pill into Chen Lanyu's mouth and fed it to her with water. Only then did they unlock the chains binding her hands and feet, pick her up, and throw her into the cage. The next step was to observe her changes. What kind of being would a berserker become after undergoing life-extending modifications? He was genuinely curious. Chapter 45 Liquidation. Doomsday Fortress, inside the bathroom. When they peeled off the protective suits and saw Lin Wansi inside, Jiang Xiaolu and Xing Fei were both stunned. So beautiful. Jiang Xiaolu couldn't help but exclaim. Xing Fei blurted out, "It was her." Jiang Xiaolu asked, "Fei, do you know her?" Xing Fei said, "Yes, Lin Wansi, the most famous campus belle at our Yunnan University." Jiang Xiaolu said, "Master has been out for a long time today. It seems he went to rescue her." What happened? Why did she faint? Xing Fei said, "It looks like she's frozen. Let's stop talking and quickly help her clean up." Soon, they helped Lin Wansi undress. The two girls exclaimed in admiration. As girls, and even as school beauties, they were both amazed by Lin Wansi's beauty. She's just too perfect in every way. If I were a man, I would want her too. Master is so lucky. After washing her up, the two women helped Lin Wansi change into clean clothes and then carried her out of the bathroom. They then discovered that a new room had appeared right next to their room. Jiang Xiaolu almost dropped her jaw in shock. How could this be? This definitely didn't happen before. Fei, am I having memory problems? This really didn't happen before? Xing Fei remained calm and said, "Let's carry her inside first." Once inside the room, there was a bed and a wardrobe. The two women lifted Lin Wansi onto the bed and covered her with a blanket. Xing Fei suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Sister Xiaolu, I suspect that the master is not human." Jiang Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise, "Not a person? Could it be a ghost?" Xing Fei said, "What I mean is, he's not an ordinary person, but a magician who can manipulate space. This isn't the first time. You know, before you came here, there was only one room here, the one where the owner lived." Jiang Xiaolu was stunned, as if she had heard a fairy tale. Years of education have taught her that this is absurd. This is the real world, not some magical world. But if Xing Fei's words are not true, then how can the facts before her be explained? But. Jiang Xiaolu tried to refute. You said this only happens in movies and novels, how could it possibly exist in reality? Xing Fei sighed slightly and said, 10 days ago, the end of the world was something that only happened in movies and novels. Jiang Xiaolu was speechless for a moment. Xing Fei cautioned, let's just speculate in private. Don't ask the master. What if he doesn't want us to know and upsets him? I don't want to be kicked out. Jiang Xiaolu nodded, I understand. Inside Su Chen's room. After dealing with Chen Lanyu, Su Chen began to tend to his own injuries. He had broken 2 ribs in his chest from a punch Ai Kuan had landed on him, and was in excruciating pain. Tonzi, open the shop. I need to buy some healing medicine. The interface of the system store unfolds before your eyes. Su Chen searched for healing medicine. External injury pill, quantity 1, price 100 merit points. Efficacy, can quickly repair all external injuries. Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately bought a wound medicine. Ding! You have consumed 100 merit points and obtained 1 external injury pill. In an instant, a dark, unremarkable pill appeared in Su Chen's palm. Su Chen took off his gas mask, threw the pill into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. Miraculously, as soon as the pill was swallowed, Su Chen felt the pain greatly reduced and his injuries began to heal. Su Chen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This external injury pill was amazing. He couldn't think of any medicine in reality that could compare. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and waited for his body to recover. Half an hour later, he had fully recovered, the pain was gone, and he was as if he had never been injured. My injuries have healed, it's time to go out again, Su Chen murmured, his gaze sharpening. He then stood up and walked out of the room. Xing Fei leaned closer, Master, she's in her room. We've already given her a bath. Okay. Su Chen nodded and went to maid's room number 2, where he saw that Lin Wanxi was still unconscious. Su Chen shook his head inwardly. The system still hadn't given any feedback on the reward. Should he wait for Lin Wanxi to wake up, or should he kill Ai Kuan? Xing Fei said, Master, she seems to be freezing. Should we make some ginger soup to warm her up? Su Chen said, okay, go ahead and do it. Oh, by the way, I have to go out for a bit soon. If she wakes up, keep an eye on her. The 2 women nodded in agreement. Su Chen left the fortress again and went straight upstairs to room 620, intending to settle the accounts from the morning. The door to dormitory 620 was ajar. Su Chen kicked it open and found the room in a mess, empty of everyone. Clearly, Zhao Feng and the others had fled in a hurry, leaving behind a lot of supplies. They must have escaped when Su Chen left, which is why Su Chen didn't notice. He fled to avoid punishment. It seems that Zhao Feng is undoubtedly the mastermind behind it all. Unless you escape to the outside of school and fly far away, as long as you're still in this school, I'll find you sooner or later, Su Chen sneered. He made a mental note of the debt and then rushed to Building 11 to try to track down Ai Kuan. Unfortunately, fate was on Ai Kuan's side. The snowstorm had erased all traces, so even if Su Chen opened his eye of insight, he would have no use for it. In addition, as a former mercenary king, Ai Kuan could hide so well that ordinary people would not be able to find him. The fact that he couldn't find Zhao Feng or Ai Kuan left Su Chen feeling rather frustrated, especially Ai Kuan. He wouldn't feel at ease until he killed him. Dormitory area, supermarket. It had been looted before, and there was nothing left to eat. It was a complete wasteland. At this moment, a giant man was hiding there. His clothes were open at the chest, revealing an extremely muscular chest with a wound more than a foot long, the skin torn and blood gushing out. The giant was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. To keep his breathing clear, he tore off the black silk covering his face, revealing a face with sharp features, resolute and fierce, with a powerful aura. He used the debris on the ground, made simple modifications, and turned it into a sewing tool. He threaded the needle and began to suture the wound himself, without uttering a sound or even frowning. After stitching, he tore off a piece of cloth and bandaged the wound. This giant was none other than Iqian. After treating the wound, Ai Kuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze gradually turning cold. Luckily, my clothes absorbed most of the force, otherwise, that knife would have killed me instantly. Plus, the snow was soft enough that I survived the fall from the roof. What's going on with that kid? His movement skills and strength are actually superior to mine, it's unbelievable. My sister's hatred is irreconcilable, I swear to kill this bastard. But I'm afraid I'll have to find a different method. I can't confront him directly. Heh, that's perfect, assassination is my specialty. He clenched his fists tightly, his hatred burning fiercely. Su-chen, just wait for my reckoning. Chapter 46 Taizu Long Fist. Building 3, Dormitory 408. It was almost noon. Why hasn't my junior come yet? Is he not coming? Su Lingling asked anxiously. Thanks to Xin Yue and the supplies provided by Su Chen, she has survived until now. If the supplies are cut off, she will starve to death. No, he might have been distracted by something else. Xin Yue comforted her, but she herself was more anxious than Su Lingling. She wasn't hungry, but worried about Su Chen. The situation outside is getting more and more serious. Overnight, many freaks appeared in the dormitory area, and the group chat was in an uproar because of this. Could it be that Su Chen didn't come because of the berserker? Her biggest fear was that Su Chen had encountered a berserker on his way here, or even met with misfortune. This thought made her restless. Why don't we give him a call and ask? Su Lingling suggested. Xin Yue said, I've already sent him a message. Don't call him, just in case. Her mind raced, and she wondered if Su Chen was hiding from the madman. If she called him and made a sound, it would endanger Su Chen. Su Chen wasn't replying to my messages, and I didn't dare call him. It was really torturous. Su Lingling let her mind wander. Maybe my junior brother has already given up on us. Lingling, there's something I want to tell you. Suddenly, Lin Wansi looked at Su Lingling and said seriously. Su Lingling asked, what? Xin Yue said, I've made up my mind. When Su Chen comes this time, I'm going with him. I can't let him risk his life for me anymore. In fact, she had been thinking about this for the past few days. Su Chen risked his life to bring her food and drink every day. What did she have that made Su Chen do this for her? There was only one place. If this is what Su Chen wanted, and he has already done so much for her, then she should just give it to him. It's what he deserves, and she's willing to accept it. Su Lingling's expression changed, and she exclaimed in surprise, You're not kidding me, are you? If you leave, what will I do? You know, my junior won't take me and he only likes you. Yes, she was just following Xin Yue around for a living. Su Chen wouldn't come to deliver supplies to her every day. With Xin Yue gone, it was like a death sentence for her. Xin Yue was in a dilemma. Su Chen had said he wouldn't take in Su Lingling, but Su Lingling was her best friend. Could she bear to watch her die? Xiao Wei, are you really going to give up on me? Su Lingling grabbed Lin Wansi's hand and started crying. Princess! Just then, there was a knock on the door. It's Su Chen. Xin Yue rushed over to open the door, and sure enough, there was a familiar figure outside. Xin Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen walked in and said apologetically, Sorry I'm late, something came up today. Xin Yue smiled and said, It's good that you're all right. Seeing Su Lingling crying, Su Chen asked curiously, What happened? Why are you crying, senior sister? Xin Yue hesitated for a moment, but seeing the pleading look in Su Lingling's eyes, she finally sighed silently and said, It's nothing, we were just worried about you. We heard that there are berserkers everywhere now. Su Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, they can't threaten me. As he spoke, he took out some food from his person and handed it to Xin Yue. Ding! You have successfully rescued Xin Yue and have earned 45,000 merit points. Seeing that Xin Yue did not suggest going with Su Chen, Su Lingling was relieved and smiled through her tears. Brother, are you really that amazing? You're not even afraid of the berserkers? I saw in the group that the berserkers are very scary. Su Chen said, I'll let you see what a berserker is like when I get the chance. One punch is all it takes. Su Lingling exclaimed in surprise, knocked down with one punch? Su Chen shook his head, kill him. The two women looked at each other, thinking, is he bragging? How could Su Chen really kill a berserker with one punch? Xin Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Su Chen must not want them to worry, so he was just exaggerating. Su Chen is truly a very, very good person. She became increasingly determined to go with Su Chen, but because of Su Lingling, she couldn't say for the time being. Alright, I'm leaving now. Remember to close the doors and windows. Don't open the door for anyone except me, Su Chen reminded them. I know. Be careful on your way back, and don't be careless, Xin Yue instructed. Su Chen then took his leave. Su Lingling came up and grabbed Xin Yue's hand, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Xiaowei, thank you for not giving up on me." Xin Yue smiled, but her heart had already gone with Su Chen. Su Chen left Building 3 and returned directly to the fortress. He belatedly clicked his tongue, realizing that Xin Yue seemed a little different than before. When she looked at him, there seemed to be something in her eyes, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Su Chen has been single since birth and has never been liked by a girl, so he has no idea what it means. Doomsday Fortress. When Su Chen returned, Xing Fei was already busy in the kitchen, and Zhang Xiaolu was taking care of Lin Wanxi. Zhang Xiaolu told him that Lin Wanxi briefly woke up after drinking the ginger soup, but fell asleep again because she was too weak. Compared to that, Su Chen was more concerned that the system still hadn't given any reward. Did he really have to kill AI Kuan to get it? Soon, Xing Fei finished preparing lunch. After spending most of the day preparing, Su Chen was starving and ate first. Lin Wanxi didn't wake up until evening. The moment she woke up, Su Chen finally received a system notification. Ding! You have successfully rescued Lin Wanxi and have gained 50,000 merit points. Congratulations! You have awakened the skill, Taizu Long Fist. In an instant, as if inspired by a divine inspiration, a set of boxing techniques was engraved in Su Chen's memory, and he could use it at will. Before this, although he possessed superhuman strength and speed, he lacked the skills to utilize them. Now he does. This Taizu Long Fist, known as the mother of all fists, doesn't have many fancy moves, it's all basic fist and foot techniques. But it's simple yet profound, and with Su Chen's strength and speed, it can easily dismantle any attack. To put it another way, if Su Chen had fought AI Kuan this morning, he would have been confident that he could have defeated AI Kuan within 3 moves, or even killed him instantly. He wouldn't have had to go through such a tough time today, risking injury to win. Putting his thoughts aside, Su Chen said to Zhang Xiaolu, "Xiaolu, bring her out." Lin Wanxi was now fully awake and could hardly believe that she was in a beautiful room, lying on a soft bed, clean and warm, without a trace of cold. Her last memory was of kneeling in the wind and snow, watching Su Chen fight the giant man, and then she couldn't hold on any longer and everything went black. Am I already dead? Is this heaven? Lin Wanxi couldn't help but think, and a wave of sadness washed over her. She was only 19 years old. It was truly a case of heaven being jealous of beauty. Just then, a pretty girl dressed as a maid walked in and smiled, saying, "Little sister, get up. I'll take you out to see your master." Owner? Lin Wanxi almost cried, confirming that she was really dead. The master the other party was talking about must be God. Chapter 47, Taking in Lin Wanxi. Lin Wanxi firmly believed that she was dead, mainly because of AI Kuan. AI Kuan was like a giant beast that suddenly appeared. He picked her up with one hand and abducted her to the rooftop, leaving her face exposed to the wind and snow, which brought her extreme fear and despair. Even when she saw Su Chen come to save her, her despair did not lessen in the slightest. She did not believe in her heart that Su Chen could save her. AI Kuan's size was too amazing. Even if there were a few more of them, Su Chen probably wouldn't be a match for him. "Sister, are you an angel?" Lin Wanxi couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xiaolu chuckled and said, "All girls are angels with broken wings. Come on, your master is waiting for you." Lin Wanxi got out of bed and walked out of the room. She was immediately attracted by the spacious and bright living room in front of her, which made her even more convinced that she was indeed dead. In the post-apocalyptic world, where else could she find such a good place except for heaven? The next second, when she saw Su Chen sitting on the sofa, she was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "You're dead too?" Yes, how could he possibly be a match for that beast? Su Chen. Then, the other pretty girl in a maid outfit standing behind Su Chen frowned and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Xiaolu smoothed things over, saying, "Master, she just woke up, and her mind might still be a little confused." Su Chen nodded, "It's all right, Lin Wanxi. I'm still alive, and you're still alive too. I told you before that I have a safe place to live, and this is it." Lin Wanxi looked at Zhang Xiaolu, then at Su Chen, and was stunned. So the master Zhang Xiaolu was talking about was Su Chen? I'm still alive, which means this isn't heaven anymore, but why does this place seem no different from heaven? That giant, you beat him? Lin Wanxi asked, snapping out of her daze. Su Chen said, he was seriously injured, but he didn't die. He's currently on the run. Lin Wanxi was shocked. Su Chen was able to seriously injure such a terrifying giant. He was too strong. How could he be so strong? Lin Wanxi calmed herself down and asked, So where exactly are we now? Are we already off campus? Su Chen said, no, you've been here before. The food I gave you is right at the door. Lin Wansi asked in surprise, you mean, this is dormitory 513 in building 9? Her gaze fell on the balcony and she was shocked to see the girls' dormitory across the way. Her emotions, which had just calmed down, surged up again. It seems to be true, but how could it be? From the outside it looks like an ordinary dormitory, but inside it is a completely different world. How is that possible? Jiang Xiaolu chuckled and said, I was just as surprised as you when I first arrived, but you'll get used to it. She remembered what Xing Fei had said, Su Chen was a magician who could manipulate space. In fact, her current state of mind was not much different from Lin Wansi's. Su Chen said calmly, I've modified this place. You've had a tough time today, you look very weak. See that refrigerator over there? Go get something to eat first. Following Su Chen's gaze, Lin Wansi indeed saw a large refrigerator. She hadn't eaten anything all day and was indeed starving, so she couldn't help but walk over and open the refrigerator. The refrigerator was filled with a dazzling array of food, which shocked her once again. This was not the end of the world, but a vacation. You've got frostbite, I suggest you eat something high in calories to replenish your energy, Su Chen added. Lin Wansi involuntarily swallowed, grabbed a carton of milk, and greedily gulped down several mouthfuls. This was the taste she had been longing for, it was so satisfying. Then he grabbed a piece of cream bread, stuffed it haphazardly into his mouth, and began to eat it in large bites. Looking at her like this, Xing Fei was reminded of herself back then and couldn't help but smile. Although Lin Wansi's appetite was not as good as hers, she looked even more like a reincarnated ravenous ghost. Before long, after consuming 2 cartons of milk and 3 pieces of bread, Lin Wansi felt full and stopped eating, still wanting more. Su Chen asked, Are you full? Lin Wansi mumbled, wiping the bread crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Su Chen said calmly, Your clothes should be in the bathroom. Go change and then leave. Lin Wansi was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, You want me to leave? Jiang Xiaolu and Xing Fei were also a little surprised. What was their master trying to do? He brought the person back but was now going to send them away? Su Chen said, Bringing you back was not in my plan. I only did it because you were dying. Now that you've recovered, it's time for you to leave. After a pause, Su Chen added, Don't worry, you can continue to come and collect food every day. Thump! Before Su Chen could finish speaking, Lin Wansi had already knelt down on the ground, pleading, Su Chen, please don't send me away. I can't go back, I'll die if I go back. She never wanted to stay in the outside world again, and now that she had experienced the beauty of the fortress, good food, comfortable accommodations, no freezing temperatures, and no fear, she couldn't think of any reason to leave. Su Chen said, If your life is in danger, I will still come to your rescue. Lin Wansi quickly said, I don't want to. We're not that far apart, but we're not that close either. Can you possibly save me in time every time? There are berserkers everywhere outside, and that giant is still alive. I don't want to stay outside for even a minute, no, not even a second. Su Chen chuckled and said, If you're scared, I can just deliver food to your building every day, so you won't have to risk going out. Lin Wansi shook her head and said, No, I want to stay here. You can't kick me out. Su Chen's face turned cold, Do you really think I'm discussing this with you? He still sees Lin Wansi as a tool, especially since she is now at risk of contracting the virus. He should make the most of her and take as much advantage of her as possible. Seeing Su Chen's heartless attitude, Lin Wansi couldn't help but cry. She lost all her usual temper and pleaded on the ground, I'm begging you, I'm really begging you. As long as you don't send me away, I'll do anything you want. I'm willing to be your maid and do whatever you say from now on, okay? Su Chen thought to himself, oh, somewhat surprised. So humble, so submissive, was this still the same Lin Wansi with her foul temper? It seems she's genuinely scared. In her current state, if you force her to go out, she might not last long before she dies. His original intention was simply to fleece her more, not to kill her. A dead goddess is worthless and a losing proposition. I like to lay the hard truth out in front of you. The maid's code is, first, you must be obedient, second, you must be loyal. If you can't do these things, I will kill you with my own hands. Can you accept that? Su Chen asked. Lin Wansi replied without hesitation, okay. Su Chen nodded, my fortress doesn't tolerate idlers. What can you do? Seeing that he seemed to be relenting, Lin Wansi was overjoyed and quickly said, "Although I don't know anything, I can learn. I'll learn whatever you ask me to do." Su Chen broke out in a cold sweat. "You only have a pretty face, right? But your face is indeed extremely beautiful, and your figure is also outstanding. Isn't that a kind of competence? You'll just work as an assistant to Xiaolu and Feifei for now," Su Chen said calmly. Lin Wansi was overjoyed. "You're willing to take me in?" Thank you so much, Su Chen." Jiang Xiaolu laughed and said, "Little sister, you should change how you address me." Lin Wansi nodded and said, "Yes, thank you, master." Ding! Lin Wansi has become your maid. Quickly assign her tasks and earn merit points. The system's voice then rang in Su Chen's ears. That night, Su Chen arrived outside the two maids' rooms, thought for a moment, and then pushed open Lin Wansi's door. Chapter 48: The New Goddess. We finally managed to stay. Lying in her soft, comfortable bed, Lin Wansi still couldn't calm her excitement. This is the perfect sanctuary, this is where she should be. She's starting to regret it. If she'd known there was such a great place, she should have clung to Su Chen's coattails on the day the apocalypse came, and she wouldn't have suffered so much. That Su Chen guy, why didn't he reveal the shelter as his trump card sooner? Just then, Su Chen suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. "What are you going to do?" Lin Wansi was startled and subconsciously sat up, looking at Su Chen warily. Breaking into a girl's dorm room late at night is incredibly presumptuous. If it were anyone else, she would have already started yelling at them. Su Chen chuckled and said, "Have you forgotten your place so quickly? What are you going to call me when you see me?" Lin Wansi's tone softened. "Master, why aren't you asleep so late? Is there something you need?" Su Chen asked, "What is the first rule for a maid?" Lin Wansi scratched her head. "Be obedient?" She hadn't really paid much attention to what Su Chen had said, but she had vaguely remembered it. Su Chen said, "That's right. It means I can contact you anytime, and you should be ready to serve me at any time. So don't ask me what I need, but ask what you can do for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Wansi felt an instinctive sense of disgust. This was simply too much. Although she said she would be Su Chen's maid, she wasn't really prepared. She only agreed to everything so that she could stay. Now that the purpose of staying has been achieved, it's really hard to accept Su Chen's request to keep smashing things. Is there a way to stay without having to comply with Su Chen's excessive demands? What, are you regretting it? Su Chen's tone turned cold. "It's too late for you to regret it now, because you are now my maid, and you no longer have the right to make choices. Regret means you have violated the second rule, loyalty, and I have no choice but to kill you." Lin Wansi had witnessed Su Chen kill someone with her own eyes, so she naturally knew that Su Chen wasn't just talking. Biting her lip, Lin Wansi nodded and said, "Master, what are your orders?" Su Chen smiled slightly. "You are my maid and my woman. From now on, you can only belong to me. Do you understand what I mean? If you understand, turn around and lie down properly." Lin Wansi's head buzzed. She wasn't stupid, so how could she not understand what Su Chen was going to do? In an instant, anger, shame, humiliation, tension, fear, and all sorts of feelings surged into her heart. But even though she resisted in her heart, she knew that she had no choice. Su Chen had already made it very clear that her only options were to obey or die. "I did all this just to survive." Lin Wansi could only comfort herself in her heart, and followed Su Chen's words, turning around, but her eyes were uncontrollably filled with tears. She simply closed her eyes and waited to accept her fate. Suddenly, she felt Su Chen lean close to her ear from behind, whispering like a devil, "It's good that you understand. You are at risk of infection now. I will come back for you in 7 days." Su Chen laughed. Lin Wansi collapsed weakly onto the bed, tears of humiliation streaming down her face. "If I fall ill 7 days later, then all of this will have been meaningless. But if she doesn't develop the disease, it means that she will also completely become Su Chen's maid. Is there really no other way? Should she turn the tables and make Su Chen submit to her, or simply kill him? But no matter which one she chooses, it's an impossible task. If she fails, or if her thoughts are exposed, she'll face certain death." Meanwhile, in the next room, Su Chen pushed open the door and walked in, only to find Jiang Xiaolu and Xing Fei already in bed. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, the two women immediately sat up, preparing to greet him. "No need to get up," Su Chen said with a smile, and climbed into bed. The two women exchanged a glance and chuckled, then stepped aside to let Su Chen stand between them. Inside the fortress, they were so carefree that they lost track of time. 3 days later in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 days, Su Chen has still gone out once a day to deliver supplies to Xin Yue. After taking in Lin Wanxi, Xin Yue is now his only remaining tool. He urgently needs a new goddess to fill the void left by Lin Wanxi. To this end, he had to post a new advertisement in the mutual aid group and openly stated that he would accept any requests for help from the beauties. Unfortunately, no new goddess has come to ask for help in the past few days. The 14th day of the apocalypse, early morning. Girls' building number 5, room 307, inside the bathroom. This place had been transformed into a bedroom, stuffed with bedding and clothes. A girl peeked out from under the covers, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes suddenly opening wide. Although she was a bit unkempt from not showering for a long time, it didn't hide her beauty. Her fair and delicate skin, her slightly chubby round face, and the clear eyes common among college students made her look like a daffodil blooming in the mud, radiating a lively vitality. She woke up and the first thing she did was check her hands and feet. Then she grabbed a mirror and repeatedly examined her face and neck. The inspection ended with a long sigh of relief, and a relieved smile immediately appeared on her face. "Great, you're not infected," she muttered to herself, trying to encourage herself. "Today is the 7th day. As long as you don't get sick before noon, you'll definitely be fine. There's still half a day left, Song Bauer, you must hang in there." A week ago, she also went to the rooftop to grab supplies. These days she lives in fear, afraid that she might get infected. The reason she was so scared was that all her roommates had fallen ill, and she was the only one left. While other dormitories locked up and isolated infected people, she did the opposite and voluntarily locked herself in the bathroom. After making sure she was alright, she picked up her phone and saw a new message on WeChat. The other person's contact name is older sister. "Sister, baby, hang in there a little longer. I found some connections, and someone will come to pick you up from school in the next couple of days. Remember to let me know you're safe when you wake up." She replied casually, "Yeah, I'm fine." But then she heard a series of groans coming from outside the bathroom door. It was the sound of her roommates being tormented by the erythema. These sounds had been going on day and night for the past few days. Because of the lack of medicine, everyone could only endure it after the onset of the disease. They said that the red spots were itchy and painful, as if a group of ants were crawling and biting on their bodies, which was extremely uncomfortable. Some people can't resist scratching it, but even if they scratch until their skin breaks, it's useless and will only make them feel worse. Under such torment, the infected person's temper will only get worse and worse, and they may even eventually become a berserker. Her biggest fear right now is that one of her roommates will become a madman, and she will be the first to suffer. His brow furrowed slightly. "Before I leave, I need to find a way to keep them calm. I need to get them some skin medicine, but where can I get it?" Chapter 49, The Most Beautiful Girl in the School of Economics. Doomsday Fortress. Inside Su Chen's room. Su Chen sat in front of the cage and observed. Inside, Chen Lanyu was curled up in a ball, lying on the ground, shivering as if she were very cold. Her clothes were tattered. The ulcers have started to scab over, and the redness seems to have lessened a bit. Could her symptoms be going away? Su Chen murmured. "I remember the system saying that poison snow is incurable and can only be prolonged by drug modification, but it is impossible to say what it will eventually become. It is certain that Chen Lanyu is suffering endless torment. Her clothes were torn by herself during her struggle. On the first day of taking the medication, Chen Lanyu still recognized Su Chen and angrily declared that she wanted to kill him. But now, her mind seems to have completely fallen into chaos. She can no longer recognize Su Chen, and even her language function shows signs of decline." Su Chen activated his Eye of Insight, and a panel appeared next to Chen Lanyu. Name, Chen Lanyu. Strength, 15. Agility, 10. Constitution, 11. Energy, 10. Overall combat strength, 3 stars. Awesome, all the data are still rising. Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. The power of a berserker is bound to increase dramatically, but that's all it is. However, since the transformation began, all 4 of Chen Lanyu's stats have been rising daily, and she is actually getting stronger. If this continues, even Su Chen might not be a match for her in the future. "Hungry, hungry, I'm hungry." Chen Lanyu mumbled incoherently, clearly asking Su Chen for food. Su Chen took out the medicine bottle and poured out a life and death pill. Upon seeing the medicine, Chen Lanyu looked terrified, as if she had seen a ghost. She jumped up and hid in the corner. This was an instinctive fear, because after taking the medication, she was met with immense pain and torment. Su-Chen chuckled and said, "Didn't you want to eat? Take this medicine first, or you can forget about eating." With that, he threw the pills onto the floor of the cage. He wasn't worried at all that Chen Lanyu wouldn't take her medicine, because with the improvement in various data, her body needed to replenish food more than ever before. The feeling of hunger was even more unbearable for her than the pain brought by the life and death pill. Sure enough, after struggling for a moment, Chen Lanyu obediently crawled over, picked up the pills on the ground, and put them in her mouth. As soon as the pill went down, Chen Lanyu seemed to suddenly fall ill, writhing and struggling on the ground in agony, screaming and frantically clawing at her body. If she had a choice, she would most likely rather die than suffer like this. Su-Chen chuckled, "For you, this is just your karma in this life, and you deserve it." He flipped his hand, took out a bottle of water and a piece of bread, threw them into the cage, ignored Chen Lanyu, got up and walked out of the room. It's another morning. The three maids had already gotten up. Xing Fei was making breakfast in the kitchen, while Lin Wanxi was cleaning with Jiang Xiaolu. Su-Chen went to wash up first, then sat on the sofa, waiting for breakfast, and habitually picked up his phone to check it. A new verification message caught his attention. Economics expert Song Bauer requests to add as a friend. Su-Chen recognized the name Song Bauer. A freshman, the most beautiful girl in the School of Economics, and she once participated in the Yunnan University campus beauty pageant. This girl has a round face, giving people a pure and cute feeling. In Su-Chen's personal aesthetic opinion, her appearance is not much worse than Jiang Xiaolu's. Finally, a new goddess is asking for help. Su-Chen was overjoyed and quickly approved it. Song Bauer sent a message from over there. Economics Song Bauer, classmate, can I ask for your help? Su-Chen replied, please send a photo for verification first. Thank you for your cooperation. Economics Song Bauer, sorry, I forgot, I'll post it now. 2 photos were then sent over. The unedited, natural face photo shows a round, chubby face with fair, tender skin full of collagen, looking like a manga girl, very cute. A punch to that face would probably make her cry for a long time. The second photo was a full body shot, which made Su-Chen's eyes light up even more. No way. With that face, her figure is amazing? I never would have guessed. She's definitely a total beauty queen. Ahem. Su-Chen cleared his throat and typed a reply. Congratulations on passing the verification. What do you need help with? Economics Song Bauer, thank you, could you please give me some skin medication? Su-Chen's heart skipped a beat, you're infected? Damn it, we finally got a goddess like her, and she's so cute. If she gets infected, wouldn't that be a waste? Economics Song Bauer, it's not me, it's my roommates. They've all gotten infected, and I'm a little worried about them. If possible, please help me. Su-Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Song Bauer wasn't infected. That girl was lucky the whole dormitory was infected, but she escaped unscathed. Su-Chen, would you mind video chatting with me? I need to confirm. Economics Song Bauer, okay. Su-Chen then made a video call, which was answered. The person in the video, Song Bauer, looked almost exactly like her photo, except that she was a bit disheveled. Song Bauer was indeed not infected. Of course, Su-Chen's main purpose was to trigger the mission. The system's voice then sounded. Ding, new rescue mission detected, data generation in progress. Name, Song Bauer. Age, 18. Rating, 8.5. Grade, excellent, blank sheet of paper. Mission details, a violent individual has emerged among your roommates, your personal safety is in imminent danger. Mission difficulty, nightmare. Quest reward, 30,000 merit points. Su-Chen was a little surprised. The rescue mission he triggered wasn't because Song Bauer needed skin medicine, but because she was about to be in danger. See? Don't worry, I check myself every day when I wake up, and I'm definitely not infected, Song Bauer said with a smile. Su-Chen asked in a deep voice, where are you now? Song Bauer said, I'm currently staying in the bathroom, and I've been here for a few days now. Su-Chen said, tell me your room number, and I'll come over and deliver your medicine now. Song Bauer said, Building 5, room 307. Su-Chen said, from now on, close the door properly and then ask the defense for help. Song Bauer asked curiously, what do you mean? Your roommate is a berserker, so you must do as I say. After saying that, Su-Chen hung up the phone, stood up, and began to put on his protective suit. On the other side, Song Bauer stared blankly at the disconnected call. Berserker, how did he know? Even she didn't know that her roommate had become a berserker, but Su Chin did. Is that reasonable? At this point, the usual reaction would be to take Su Chin's words as a prank. However, Song Bauer hesitated a bit because Su Chin seemed quite serious just now, not like he was joking with her. Doomsday Fortress. Su Chen had just finished putting on his protective suit and was about to go out when a voice call came, and it was from Xin Yue. Su Chen frowned. Xin Yue usually wouldn't contact him because they all had an unspoken understanding. Had something happened? As soon as the call connected, Xin Yue cried out, Su Chen, what should we do? Lingling, she's infected. Chapter 50 Dormitory Defense Team. Su Lingling is infected? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Yes, 7 days have passed since the rooftop scramble for supplies, and Su Lingling fell ill on the very last day. Su Chen didn't really care about Su Lingling's condition, but the main reason Xin Yue stayed there was because she was inseparable from Su Lingling. What would Xin Yue do if Su Lingling were gone? He's not in a hurry to take Xin Yue in, after all, she's the only tool he has left. Another question is there a risk that Su Lingling will become a berserker? All he knew was that he absolutely could not allow a ticking time bomb to remain by Xin Yue's side. On the other end of the phone, Xin Yue described Su Lingling's illness. Su Lingling started having a low-grade fever in the middle of the night yesterday, and by this morning, dense red rashes had appeared all over her body. She is currently in a low mood. Su Chen instructed, pay close attention to her emotional changes. If she shows signs of becoming agitated, get away from her immediately. I will get there as soon as possible. In comparison, Song Bauer's situation is more urgent, and Su Chen needs to go and help Song Bauer first. After hanging up the call, Su Chen immediately went out. It's been almost half a month since the apocalypse, and the external environment has become extremely harsh. First, the temperature has dropped further, approaching minus 50 degrees Celsius, and snowy weather is becoming more and more frequent, sometimes with heavy snow falling for several days in a row. Most people don't dare to go out at all. Although it didn't snow today, Su Chen was more cautious than ever before, keeping his eye of insight active the whole time after he went out, without letting his guard down for a moment. Suddenly, 3 figures rushed out from the stairwell next door and charged madly toward Su Chen. Although their faces were covered up, their bloodshot eyes and fierce gazes revealed them to be berserkers. Food. I want food. A berserker roared and was the first to approach Su Chen. Su Chen showed no mercy, clenched his fist, and unleashed his ultimate move. Skill, one-punch critical strike. The surge of power instantly flowed into his fist, which slammed into the berserker's face. The berserker was sent flying 3 meters, his head exploded, and he was straight for life. The remaining 2 berserkers were terrified when they saw this, and dared not rush forward. They quickly turned around and ran away. Su Chen shook his head, they really don't learn their lesson. Even a berserker retains reason and knows fear, though their thoughts are confused and they may quickly forget it. Su Chen did not pursue the fleeing berserkers, but continued on his way. In the blink of an eye, downstairs at a building, Su Chen saw several more berserkers frantically digging through the garbage, trying to find food. Since the other party didn't attack him, Su Chen didn't bother with it. He had become accustomed to this kind of scene over the past few days. Because the Rabbiters kept emerging, posing a great threat to the normal students, everyone was forced to unite and fight against the Rabbiters. Each dormitory building had a defense team. The rioters were expelled from the dormitory and left to fend for themselves. With the extreme cold and lack of food, these exiled rabbits probably won't survive more than a few days. In Building 5, the door to the lobby on the first floor was closed and locked. 2 girls were on duty inside, keeping a close watch on the outside to prevent any violent individuals from approaching. The defense teams for each building are on call 24/7, with members taking turns on duty, but because it's so cold, they have to rotate every hour. Su Chen was speechless. If it were up to him, he wouldn't exile the berserker, he would simply kill him to avoid future trouble. There had been discussions in the group before about how to deal with the registers. Some students even suggested execution, which was met with a lot of criticism. In the end, everyone voted and the majority agreed to exile. In Su Chen's opinion, this was simply asking for trouble, but he also understood, since everyone was a student and most people wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone a human. Su Chen's arrival quickly attracted the attention of the 2 female guards, who came up to question him. "What are you doing in our girls' dormitory? A guy like you," a girl asked warily. Su Chen said, "I'm here to find someone, and I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could you please open the door?" The girl said, "I'm sorry, our leader said that men and rioters are not allowed to enter our building. This is for our safety." Another girl yelled, "Get out. We're not opening the door for you." Su Chen frowned. Since the defense team came into being, some girls' dormitories have indeed become not only for preventing violent individuals, but also for preventing male individuals. The same applies to Building 3. Su Chen encountered this situation when he went to see Xin Yue the day before yesterday. He was only able to enter the building after negotiating with the big sister there, at the cost of giving her a batch of skin medicine. "I'd like to have a talk with your boss. Could you please invite her over?" Su Chen asked. One of the girls said, "Sorry, boss, I'm busy right now." Another said, "Can't you understand human language? There's no room for negotiation, get out of here." Su Chen's heart sank. Song Bauer could be attacked by the berserker at any moment, and he had to go up as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in dormitory 307, the dormitory door was knocked open, and a group of girls wielding sticks, led by an overweight girl, stormed into the dormitory. "Where is the berserker?" the obese girl called out, scanning the room. There were 5 girls in the dormitory, all of whom had red spots on their skin. They were all dumbfounded when the defense team suddenly barged in. "Why are you here?" "We don't have any berserkers here," a girl asked in surprise. The chubby girl frowned. "Which of you is Song Bauer?" "I am." Then the bathroom door opened, and a cute, round-faced girl came out, speaking somewhat timidly. The overweight girl looked at Song Bauer. "You told us there was a madman in the dormitory, where is he?" Song Bauer glanced at her roommates, her face flushed, and she hesitated to speak. She ultimately chose to trust Su Chen and sought help from the defense team, but now things are a bit awkward. Her roommates realized what was happening and became quite annoyed. "Hey, Mr. Song, what do you mean by this? Yes, we are sick, but calling us berserkers is going too far, isn't it? We've never harmed you, yet you want to drive us away. Do you have any conscience?" Song Bauer's roommates all started criticizing her. For a moment, everyone glared angrily at Song Bauer. The overweight girl was also furious and retorted, "So you're saying you made a false police report? You think it's funny? Are you trying to make fun of us because we're already tired enough?" Song Bauer was very embarrassed and said, "I didn't mean that, it's just... I'm sorry, I don't know how to explain it to everyone." She couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Had she been tricked by Su Chen? She shouldn't have trusted him so easily. Now, she had no way to defend herself. She couldn't very well say that Su Chen had tricked her, that would only make everyone angrier. Besides, she'd heard that the boss really disliked boys. The obese girl's name is Li Jinlan. She is the leader of the building's defense team and also the boss of the building. Everyone is used to calling her big sister. Li Jinlan snorted, "Listen to me, if there's a next time, don't blame me for being impolite. Let's go." After saying that, he turned and left angrily. Just as the defense team members left the dormitory, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, one of Song Bauer's roommates suddenly began to convulse strangely, his eyes instantly becoming bloodshot. Chapter 51. Where did this divine person come from? One theory suggests that all infected individuals are potential freaks who can transform at any time, making them impossible to guard against. However, another viewpoint suggests that berserkers are only a very small minority, a low-probability event, so there is no need to worry excessively. Of course, these are all folk beliefs, and there is currently no official guidance. There are many opinions on how to manage infected people, and it is difficult to reach a consensus. During the group discussion, someone suggested that infected people be centralized, but this was not adopted because it was difficult to implement. It has become the norm for normal students to live together with infected individuals, and out of fear, some normal students inevitably become paranoid. Li Jinlan didn't scold Song Bauer too much just now because she understood her psychological pressure. As they left, the others were still criticizing Song Bauer. Li Jinlan said, "Forget it. She's living with 5 patients all by herself. She must be under too much pressure." She even felt a little sorry for Song Bauer and considered whether to help Song Bauer change dormitories. Although no one wanted to change dormitories now, she was the leader of this building, and if she stepped in to coordinate, it was still possible. When Li Jinlan returned to her dormitory, she suddenly received a message notification on WeChat. Building 5, Jimei Group. 307 Song Bauer, help! There's a berserker here. Upon seeing this message, Li Jinlan frowned. Not again? No, is Song Bauer sick in the head? Li Jinlan at Song Bauer, that's enough. I was even feeling sorry for you just now, and you've played us for fools again. Have you ever heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? Upon learning that Song Bauer had made a false police report, the girls in the group immediately began to curse her. Song Bauer did not send any more messages. Li Jinlan waited for a while, then felt inexplicably uneasy. Suddenly, a message popped up. Luo Xiaowan, I live in room 308, and it seems really noisy next door. Li Jinlan's expression immediately changed. Dormitory 307. After the defense team left, several roommates continued to chatter on about Song Bauer. Suddenly, they were drawn to a strange sound and turned to look. What they saw was a nightmare. One of their roommates was lying on the ground, convulsing. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was extremely ferocious. It's turned into a berserker. However, that's not all. Immediately afterwards, another roommate suddenly started convulsing, fell to his knees, and instantly turned into a berserker. The two berserkers let out beast-like roars from their throats. The three roommates were so frightened that they forgot to run away for a moment. Song Bauer's face turned pale, and she frantically pulled out her phone and sent a message for help in the group chat. Just then, the two berserkers suddenly attacked, lunging at the three roommates like madmen. One roommate was the first to be tackled to the ground, his head hitting the floor hard, and he immediately lost consciousness. I feel so bad, I feel so bad. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. The two berserkers were screaming in pain. One straddled his unconscious roommate and pounded on him, while the other grabbed another roommate and started tearing at him. In the blink of an eye, all three roommates were in trouble too or unconscious, and one fell to the ground screaming in pain. The two berserkers raised their heads at the same time, their gazes falling on Song Bauer. Ah! Song Bauer screamed in fright, dropping her phone in shock. Her first instinct was to run back to the bathroom, but her legs went weak and she couldn't move. Hurry up and move your legs. Song Bauer cried anxiously. Just as the two berserkers roared and pounced on Song Bauer at the same time, a hand suddenly reached out from behind Song Bauer and grabbed her shoulder, pulling her backward against her will. By the time Song Bauer realized what was happening, she was already being protected by someone in protective gear. Su Chen is here. Facing the two berserkers, Su Chen's eyes turned cold. He immediately used the skill Taizu Long Fist, reaching out with one hand to grab one of the berserkers by the throat, and then kicking the other berserker away. The berserker, whose throat was being choked, began to struggle desperately, trying to pry Su Chen off with his hands, and mumbled, I'm going to kill you. Su Chen sneered, raised his fist, and punched the other person in the face. With a bang, blood splattered. With just one punch, the berserker was unrecognizable, fell silent, and slumped down. Su Chen released her, letting her collapse to the ground like a sack of potatoes. He then strode toward another berserker, who was kicked to the ground, vomiting blood, and struggling to get up. Su Chen walked up to her and stomped on her again. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free at all. Song Bauer was stunned, looking at Su Chen as if she were watching a myth. Was this really happening? He subdued two berserkers all by himself. Where did this amazing person come from? Because Su Chen was still wearing a gas mask, she didn't know it was Su Chen who had come. She thought she was hallucinating before she died, otherwise why would a divine soldier descend from the sky? Just then, Su Chen bent down, grabbed the berserker's hair, and was about to slam him to the floor. Stop! A shout came from the doorway, and Li Jinlan rushed in with a group of girls. Su Chen paused, then turned to look at Li Jinlan. The defense force? You're too late, Su Chen chuckled. Boy! The women looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Jinlan's face darkened. Who are you? How did you get up here? Song Bauer exclaimed, It's you. She recognized Su Chen's voice. The divine being was indeed Su Chen. Absolutely. It's incredible. He said there were berserkers here, and they really were. Isn't that prophecy? Su Chen ignored Li Jinlan and turned to Song Bauer, saying, I told you to ask the defense team for help, didn't you notify them? Song Bauer blushed and said, I've already notified them, but... Su Chen said, It doesn't matter anymore, you're fine now. Li Jinlan said angrily, Hey, I'm asking you a question, how did you get up here? Su Chen smiled and said, The girl guarding the door opened it for me, and I came up. Li Jinlan said, Impossible. I told you not to let men in. You must have sneaked in. How dare you? Su Chen smiled, too lazy to explain further. In fact, he was telling the truth. It was indeed the two girls on duty who opened the door and let him upstairs. Because he reasoned with them, he punched the doorknob away, and even threatened to smash the glass door and kill them as soon as he got in. "Big sister, I'm sorry, I called Su-chen to help, please don't blame him," Song Bauer said, trying to ease the tension. Li Jinlan was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Su-chen? You're the guy in the group who claimed he could help beautiful women." Su-chen said, "Let's not talk about whether I'll lower my head or not, just tell me if I've been of any help." Li Jinlan snorted. Although she didn't like men, she had to admit that Su-chen had indeed subdued the two berserkers. "You can let go now and hand her over to us," Li Jinlan said coldly. But Su-chen shook his head and said, "I still have a little bit left to do." Li Jinlan asked, "What are you going to do?" Su-chen said, "Kill her." Li Jinlan was shocked. "Stop. Stop right now." Click. With a crisp sound, Su-chen grabbed the berserker's head and snapped his neck without hesitation. Chapter 52. The Big Sister Backs Down. Dead? Everyone was stunned to see the berserker with its neck tilted to the side, motionless. Su-chen dared to kill someone right in front of her. Li Jinlan was furious and hissed, "Are you fucking crazy?" Su-chen said calmly, "I just did the right thing." Li Jinlan angrily retorted, "Correct? You actually call murder correct? You perverted freak, murderer. Get out of here right now and never come to our dormitory again, do you hear me?" Su-chen looked up at Li Jinlan, his gaze turning cold. "I'm a pervert, I'm a murderer, then what are you? Exiling the berserkers to suffer in the extreme cold and die, isn't that murder? I killed her directly, at least she suffered less, and I reduced the threat to everyone. It's much better than you hypocrites. Don't you dare criticize me, you have no right to do so." Li Jinlan said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't kill anyone. The exile was only out of necessity. Even if she's exiled, she might still survive." Su-chen said, "Really? Why don't you go down and see for yourself how many of those girls you exiled are still alive?" Li Jinlan retorted defiantly, "Anyway, it's wrong of you to just kill someone." Su-chen chuckled, "All right, then I'll exile you too. If you can survive for 3 days outside, then come back and tell me, right?" As he spoke, Su-chen took a step forward. Li Jinlan thought he was about to attack and was terrified. "What are you doing? Don't move." She couldn't help but be shocked. Although there were many of them, they couldn't guarantee that they were a match for Su-chen, who was capable of killing two berserkers all by himself. Su-chen chuckled, "Do you want me to leave, or do you want me to stay put?" Li Jinlan quickly said, "You're willing to leave? Then hurry up and go." Su-chen said, "I will leave when I want to. Also, if I want to come back in the future, I don't want to be stopped like this again." Upon hearing this, one of the girls retorted indignantly, "Why should we listen to you? You're coming again? What are you up to? Men aren't welcome in our building. There are so many of us, don't think we're afraid of you." For a moment, the girls glared angrily at Su-chen. Su-chen ignored them and only looked at Li Jinlan. Li Jinlan was silent for a moment, then finally chickened out and gritted her teeth, saying, "I understand." Su-chen said, "Also, let's help these infected people change dormitories later. Bauer can stay here by herself, is that all right?" Li Jinlan nodded, "Okay." She had already intended to help Song Bauer change dormitories, so now it's just a natural progression. Su-chen smiled and said, "Then I'd like to trouble you, big sister, to help me deal with the bodies here. I have something to say to Bauer." Li Jinlan turned around and glanced at the girls. "Did you all hear that? Hurry up and carry the body out onto the balcony and throw it away." Su-chen walked straight up to Song Bauer, who was still in a daze and hadn't come to her senses for a moment. The scene of Su-chen killing the berserker was too brutal for her. As a little lamb who had been well protected by her family since childhood, when had she ever seen such a scene? So powerful, so domineering, yet so reassuring. Su-chen quickly formed an image in her mind. "You asked me for skin medication, but now that I don't need it, I won't give it to you," Su-chen said with a smile. Song Bauer nodded, Thank you for saving my life." Su-chen asked, "Is there anything else you need help with? For example, how are your food supplies?" Song Bauer said, "There's still some left. If we eat it sparingly, it can last for several more days." Su-chen was secretly delighted this girl had the potential to be a tool. "Then come find me when you haven't eaten. Remember, safety comes first during this time," Su-chen instructed. But Song Bauer shook her head and smiled sweetly, "Thank you, but I don't think I need to trouble you anymore. My sister will send someone to pick me up in the next couple of days. Su Chen was taken aback. Your sister? Song Bauer said, yes, my sister told me this morning that she has found a connection. Su Chen was speechless. This was like a duck that was about to be eaten flying away. He said, is your sister's place safer than you staying at school? Song Bauer said, yes, my brother-in-law is a rich man and his house is a big villa. The main reason is that I really want to be with my sister. Alright, then I wish you all the best, Su Chen said with a smile. Since she had said that, that was all she could do. Sometimes he thought he was an utterly wicked person who would stop at nothing to possess things, but ultimately he preferred to uphold his bottom line and principles. Song Bauer said, thank you. You helped me. I don't know how to repay you. I don't have anything to give you. You're welcome, Su Chen said. In fact, Song Bauer had already repaid him. He just received a system notification that 30,000 merit points have been credited to his account. It's just a bit of a pity that Song Bauer was a one-time rescue recipient. He had a good impression of her. She was pleasing to his eye in both looks and figure, and had a gentle temperament. If he could develop her into a maid, she would definitely be less troublesome than Xing Fei and Lin Wanxi. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Su Chen said goodbye and left. After Su Chen left, Li Jinlan approached Song Bauer. What's your relationship with that guy? Song Bauer said, it's nothing, I just wanted to ask him for some skin medicine. Li Jinlan snorted, I told you men aren't allowed in our building, and you still messed with him. Why do you think this guy would help you? Isn't it because you're good looking and have ulterior motives? Song Bauer muttered, Su Chen doesn't seem like a bad person. What did you say? Li Jinlan frowned. Song Bauer quickly replied, it's nothing, I understand, big sister. I'm sorry for troubling you. At this moment, the girls finished disposing of the body and returned from the balcony. Boss, that guy is so annoying. There are so many of us, why are you giving in to him? A girl asked, puzzled. Li Jinlan paused briefly, a hint of seriousness flashing in her eyes, and slowly said, you all know the legend of room 513 in building 9, but there's one thing you don't know, it's said that the people who live there wear protective suits when they go out. Upon hearing this, the girls were all shocked. Room 513 in Building 9 is rumored to have been the site where a group of berserkers were shot and killed with a heavy machine gun. No one knows exactly who lives there, but everyone knows they are definitely not to be trifled with. He can kill 2 berserkers with his bare hands. If he were to pull out the truth, Li Jinlan smiled bitterly. She didn't need to say more. In front of Su Chen, none of them would be good enough to die. Song Bauer was also filled with longing. Oh right, she forgot to ask Su Chen how he knew in advance that her roommate would become a berserker. If there's another chance in the future, I must ask Su Chen in person, Song Bauer thought to herself. At this moment, Su Chen had already left Building 5 and was heading towards Building 3 to deal with Su Lingling's infection. Chapter 53 I'll wait for you. Building 3, Dormitory 408. Su Lingling lay on the bed with her eyes wide open, looking utterly hopeless. Her face was covered with shocking red spots. This morning, her world collapsed. She woke up to find out she was infected. She couldn't accept it and hid under the covers, not wanting Shen Yue to know. Shen Yue finally managed to pull back the quilt and saw what was happening. She was so frightened that she burst into tears on the spot, even more devastated than Su Lingling. She immediately called Su Chen for help. It's all right, Lingling, Su Chen will be here soon. He'll definitely have a way to save you. Shen Yue tried to comfort her. Su Lingling said with a bitter smile, there's no need to comfort me. It's all over the internet. The mortality rate of this virus is 100%. I'm beyond saving. Shen Yue quickly said, those people are just talking nonsense, they have no evidence. Su Lingling said, that's good too. If I die, you can move to Su Chen's shelter and won't have to suffer anymore. Shen Yue said, don't say that, you'll be alright. Xiaowei, I'm so scared. Su Lingling turned her head and glanced at Shen Yue, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. I'm an only child. When I was little, my parents were very busy with work. One time, my mom left me alone at home watching TV. Suddenly, the power went out. I was terrified and kept crying and crying. When my mom came back, my voice was hoarse from crying. I've told you about this before, Haven Ti? Shen Yue nodded, yes, I did. Su Lingling said, that's why I've been afraid of being alone since I was little. I always want to find a companion wherever I go. Hell must be terrifying. How am I supposed to face it alone? Xiao Wei, would you be willing to die with me? Xin Yue was stunned. Put. Su Lingling chuckled. Silly girl, I was just kidding. You're my best friend, how could I bear to see you die? As she spoke, Su Lingling reached out and grabbed Xin Yue's hand, putting on a serious face. Promise me, when Su Chen arrives, you'll go with him. Don't let me drag you down anymore. My fate is already sealed, it's not worth it. Xin Yue's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up in them. Lingling. When Su Chen arrived, he saw that both women had red eyes, as if they had just been crying their hearts out. Such deep sisterly affection. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't care about Su Lingling, he was grateful for Su Lingling's existence in Xin Yue's case, otherwise, Xin Yue wouldn't have been able to be used as a tool. Su Chen took out some skin medication and gave it to Su Lingling to use free of charge, as a thank you fee. Xin Yue took the skin medicine and applied it to Su Lingling, whose symptoms were relieved and she felt much better immediately. Su Chen, can Lingling's illness be cured? Xin Yue asked with concern. Su Lingling also looked at Su Chen expectantly, hoping to hear good news from him. Su Chen shook his head and said, I don't want to lie to you. In any case, the skin medicine can relieve the pain, so let's hope Sister Lingling lives one more day. Actually, there is another way, which is to use the life and death pill to prolong life, just like Chen Lan Yu did. But if this is worse than death, why make Su Lingling suffer like this? Upon hearing this, Xin Yue couldn't help but burst into tears again, feeling extremely heartbroken. Su Lingling seemed relieved and smiled. I knew it would be like this. It's okay, brother. Take Xiao Wei away in a bit. In my current condition, death is a small matter. I'm afraid I'll turn into a berserker. Su Chen nodded. There was indeed this safety hazard. If Xin Yue wanted to go with him, he would have no choice but to take her in. In that case, his only tool would be gone. I'm not leaving. But Shen Yue responded firmly. Su Lingling hurriedly said, Xiao Wei, you. Xin Yue interrupted her, you don't need to persuade me anymore. In your current state, how can I abandon you? Would I even be human? I've made up my mind. No matter what happens in the future, as long as you live, I'll stay with you. The two sisters teared up again. Su Chen couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. This was perfect, he could take advantage of every extra day. However, the security issues still need to be addressed. After thinking it over, Su Chen had an idea. Su Chen then took out the food, completed his task for the day, and called Xin Yue aside before leaving. Before Su Chen could speak, Xin Yue said first, I'm sorry. Su Chen smiled and said, why are you apologizing to me? Xin Yue blushed and lowered her head, there's something I want to tell you. Actually, I thought about leaving with you a few days ago, but Lingling can't live without me. Su Chen was a little surprised. Was that really the case? Xin Yue had wanted to be with him all along? She was the first one, not out of desperation, but willingly with his goddess. To put it bluntly, Xin Yue had already developed genuine feelings for him. Only those who have experienced it truly understand that feelings are the most precious thing in the world. Beauty is no match for mutual affection. Only someone who truly loves you will be willing to share hardships with you without complaint. A hypocritical spouse won't leave when you're successful, but will be the first to run away when you're down on your luck. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Su Chen, you still treat people like tools? Are you even human? It's okay, I'll wait for you. Su Chen smiled gently. However, for your safety, despite your sisterly bond, you must take precautions. From now on, you must isolate yourselves, especially when you are asleep, make sure to close the door. If you discover any signs of mutation, tell me immediately. Also, keep this on your person, just in case. Su Chen shoved a folding knife into Xin Yue's hand. Xin Yue hesitated for a moment, then put the knife away and said, okay, I understand. Looking at her pretty face, Su Chen felt a surge of emotion. He reached out and gently stroked her face, smiling as he said, I look forward to the day you become my maid. Su Chen laughed. Xin Yue's cheeks were still flushed, her heart pounding. How could she not be looking forward to it? Doomsday Fortress. That evening arrived. After dinner, Su Chen went back to his lover's company. Although he enjoyed himself as much as ever, today he had an extra thought. He had never wanted to take Shen Yue into his life like this before. In addition, another problem has become increasingly urgent. Having failed to use Song Bauer as a tool, and with Shen Yue readily available, he urgently needs to develop new tools. Perhaps he should take the initiative and not just wait for new goddesses to come to him, but should start to discover them. Su Chen took out his phone, intending to search for it in the group. Suddenly, a call came in from an unknown number. Su Chen was a little curious. Why was someone calling him now? Who was it? The call connected, and a girl's voice came from the other end, speaking in broken Chinese. "Hello, are you Su Chen?" Su Chen thought to himself, huh? Could the other person be a foreign friend with such broken Chinese? Chapter 54 Long black hair, a Japanese girl? Yunqing University, International Student Dormitory. According to data released by Yunnan University, there are more than 500 international students on campus this year, but after the apocalypse, no one knows how many survivors there are. In one of the apartments lived two foreign boys, dressed rather lightly, seemingly unaffected by the sub-zero temperatures of -40 degrees Celsius. That evening, as usual, they prepared to eat. Their food consisted of hot dog buns and milk, both of which were heated and still steaming. Just then, with a loud bang, the apartment door was forcibly kicked open, and several tall, burly students rushed in, each carrying a stick. If Su Chen were here, he would recognize them at a glance. They were all familiar faces, the physical education students from dormitory building number 9, with Zhao Feng leading the group. The two foreign students screamed in fright, babbling a string of incomprehensible words in their native language. "What kind of gibberish are you spouting? Beat them up," Zhao Feng said coldly, and charged forward first, carrying a baseball bat. In the blink of an eye, both international students, their heads bleeding, collapsed to the ground unconscious. "Search it out, take all the food with you." Zhao Feng gave the order, went straight to the table, picked up a hot dog bun, and started taking a big bite. "Damn it, we're starving and freezing, while these bastards are eating and living so well, and they even have electric heating in their rooms. I should have come here from the beginning." Zhao Feng cursed and swore. Thinking of something, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Su Chen, I should thank you instead. If you hadn't forced us to stay there, we wouldn't have come here." A few days ago, Zhao Feng orchestrated the attack on Su Chen's dormitory. He spent an entire night inciting the top-ranking members of each building to release berserkers at the same time to attack Su Chen's dormitory. He claimed that Su Chen's dormitory contained a large amount of supplies and medicines, and that as long as the dormitory was captured, the supplies could be divided equally. At that time, rumors about the mysterious dormitory 513 were already circulating among the students, so he easily persuaded the dormitory kings. As a large number of berserkers surged toward 513, Zhao Feng let out a triumphant laugh. His real purpose was revenge. He thought that Su Chen was doomed this time, and he would surely get his revenge. With so many berserkers, no matter how powerful Su Chen is, how can he possibly deal with them all by himself? The result shocked him immensely, almost scaring him out of his wits. He heard gunshots coming from downstairs, and an eyewitness in the group said that a heavy machine gun had appeared in dormitory 513. Under the barrage of the heavy machine gun, all the berserkers who came to attack were riddled with bullets. At that moment, he only had one thought: to escape before Su Chen found him. He didn't even dare to stay in the undergraduate dormitory area anymore, so he fled here. They were in a hurry to escape, so they didn't take many supplies with them. Besides, it was difficult to travel outside, and carrying too much food would make it inconvenient to escape. So after arriving here, they soon faced a food shortage crisis. So they went back to their old ways, only this time, their targets were the international students here. Firstly, he had no choice, and secondly, he didn't believe there were such formidable people as Su Chen here. Su Chen was too abnormally strong. How could there be such people everywhere? In no time, the sports students ransacked the apartment, finding all the international students' belongings, including various medications and plenty of food in the refrigerator, enough to sustain them for 10 days to half a month. Zhao Feng went up to take a look and couldn't help but swear a few more times. It was clear that the official rescue hadn't left out the international students, and they even received preferential treatment. "Pack everything up and take it back," Zhao Feng instructed. After they arrived, they occupied an apartment as their new base. Zhao Feng added, "It's still early. Let's grab another room later, and we won't need to go out for the next few days." Just as they were busy packing supplies, a figure quietly appeared at the door. Zhao Feng was the first to notice, and his expression changed. However, he calmed down when he saw what the person looked like. The visitor was a girl. And she's also a pretty woman. She had long, straight black hair that reached her shoulders, a high-nose bridge, and a bare face. Only her plump, cherry-like lips were painted with bright red lipstick, giving her an indescribable charm that made her particularly eye-catching. She was wearing a long, large goose-feather coat that reached her ankles, even though she was 1.7 meters tall. She also tied a belt around her waist, which instantly made the originally bulky and ugly coat look much more fashionable and attractive. For some reason, despite the girl having an Asian face, Zhao Feng immediately recognized her unique aura as indicating that she was not Chinese but rather more like a Japanese girl. You've got some nerve. What, are they your classmates? Zhao Feng sneered. The girl's voice was cold as she spoke in fluent Chinese. These past 2 days, you've been stealing our food, the international students' food? Zhao Feng said, so what? The girl silently reached into her coat, and a corner of the coat was lifted, revealing a corner of a sailor uniform underneath. But she wasn't going to take off her clothes instead, she suddenly pulled out a gleaming long knife from her waist. This is a long sword with a distinctly Japanese style. It's certain now, she is a Japanese girl. I'm giving you one chance, leave this place and never come back, the girl said calmly. Zhao Feng chuckled and said, you? Although the knife looked quite sharp, what did he have to fear from a delicate girl? Besides, there were so many of them, were they afraid they couldn't handle a woman? 3 minutes later. As the sounds of fighting subsided, Zhao Feng fell to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The baseball bat lay to the side, broken in half. The others were also lying haphazardly on the ground, writhing in pain, leaving the entire apartment in a mess. The girl stood in front of Zhao Feng, looking down at him, holding a knife in both hands, and finally a smile appeared on her lips. Just me. Zhao Feng was already terrified. Putting aside the fact that the girl's knife could cut through iron like mud, how could this delicate beauty actually have such superb fighting skills? They were utterly helpless against her. It could be said that the shock this girl gave him was even greater than that of Su Chen that day, since Su Chen was, after all, a man. A thought popped into Zhao Feng's mind: would Su Chen be a match for this girl? Don't kill us. We had no choice but to come here. Zhao Feng said hurriedly. The girl said, this has nothing to do with us. I just want you to leave. Zhao Feng said, if I told you I have important information to give you, would you let us stay here? The girl responded with an "oh," a hint of curiosity in her eyes. What information? Zhao Feng said, I know someone who possesses a large amount of supplies. Chapter 55 Alice. Su Chen? Why does that name sound so familiar? When Zhao Feng mentioned Su Chen's name, the girl with long, straight black hair frowned. Zhao Feng said, this guy claims to be able to provide assistance in the dormitory's mutual aid group, but the assistance is limited to beautiful women. The girl suddenly realized and said, oh, right, that's why the name sounds so familiar. I've vaguely heard of it before. So, he does indeed have supplies? Zhao Feng said, yes, he has a lot of supplies. I suspect he made ample preparations before the apocalypse. The girl said, oh, what do you mean? Does he know in advance that the end of the world is coming? Zhao Feng said, I don't know the specifics, I just have this guess. His dormitory door was reinforced. The three of us couldn't break it open before. He also has very professional protective clothing, which he wears every time he goes out. These can only have been prepared before the apocalypse. The girl nodded thoughtfully. Although we don't lack supplies right now, given the current situation, the next official rescue is nowhere in sight, and our supplies will eventually run out. Zhao Feng was delighted. It was right that this woman thought that way. He said, that makes sense. So if this guy has readily available supplies, you won't have to go out and risk your life. The girl said, okay, I'll go and meet him. Zhao Feng quickly said, wait, are you planning to go find him? The girl said, yes, one knife is enough for me, it's just that it will be troublesome for you when we are carrying supplies. Zhao Feng broke out in a cold sweat. This woman was too fierce. Although she was indeed skilled, this was Su Chen's territory. As I just said, Su Chen's dormitory door is reinforced, so you won't be able to get in. I have a better way, Zhao Feng said. The girl asked, what method? Zhao Feng said, we'll lure him here and set a trap, then he'll have nowhere to hide. The girl touched her chin. Are you saying I'm lying? I still prefer my method. He has a heavy machine gun. Zhao Feng blurted out. The girl was taken aback. Huh? Zhao Feng said, I didn't want to say this, afraid it would scare you, but this guy has set up a heavy machine gun at the dormitory entrance, so there's no way you can get close. The girl stared at Zhao Feng with some surprise, as if trying to see if he was lying. Not to mention that guns are prohibited in China. Where did Su Chen, a college student, get a heavy machine gun? Zhao Feng said, I'm not lying to you. All signs indicate that this guy is very cautious. It's absolutely impossible to break into his dormitory. The only way is to lure him here. With your skills, he'll be doomed. The girl was silent for a moment, then asked, so what's your suggestion? Zhao Feng said, there's only one reason he might go out, to rescue a beautiful woman. We need to find a beautiful woman, pretend to ask him for help, and trick him into coming here. The girl said, I wouldn't lie. Zhao Feng said, I didn't want you to lie to me. The girl glared at him, are you implying I'm not beautiful? Zhao Feng broke out in a cold sweat, no, I meant, you don't look like the kind of beautiful woman who needs help from others. We need to find a beautiful woman with a weaker aura. The girl said, okay, let me think about it. She did indeed think about it seriously for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, I've thought of a suitable candidate. She's Alice from the apartment next to mine. She's American, but she's basically a useless beauty. Zhao Feng exclaimed happily, that's wonderful. The girl smiled sweetly, a rare sight, your information is excellent, thank you. By the way, I still don't know your name? Zhao Feng said, my name is Zhao Feng. The girl put away her knife, extended her hand to Zhao Feng, and said, my name is Yukishiro Sakura. That night, inside the Doomsday Fortress, Su Chen received an unexpected phone call. The person on the other end of the phone was a girl speaking in very broken Chinese. Hello, are you Su Chen? Su Chen asked, who are you? The person on the other end said, hello, my name is Alice, and I'm an international student at Yunnan University. I'd like to ask for your help, is that all right? Su Chen was a little surprised. Was his business going to expand internationally? How did you get my phone number? Su Chen asked again. Alice said, I heard from my classmates in China that you can help beautiful women. I found out your name and then dug it up. I study computer science. This woman actually went so far as to frankly dig up his information, which seemed quite honest. Su Chen asked, what kind of help do you need? Alice said, I have asthma and need inhalers regularly, but we're almost out here. I wonder if you have any? I can pay you for them. If the other person said they were short of food, Su Chen might be skeptical, thinking that international students shouldn't be short of food. He had never been to the international student dormitories, but he had heard that the dormitories were very nice, with all single or double apartments, complete with kitchens and refrigerators, which was incomparable to ordinary dormitories. However, Alice's statement about the lack of a specific medicine makes this quite likely. Foreign girls, huh? I do have some on my D drive too. Su Chen asked, Alice, do you use WeChat? Alice said, yes, I will. Su Chen said, then let's add each other as WeChat friends. You've probably heard that I only help beautiful women, so I need to verify your identity. After hanging up the phone, the two added each other as friends. Su Chen immediately made a video call. The video call connected, and on Su Chen's phone screen appeared a foreign girl with snow-white skin, blonde hair, a small and delicate nose, and skin as tender as a freshly peeled egg, so smooth and delicate it seemed like it could be broken with a touch. Usually, European and American girls have a more mature style, but this Alice was very girlish. Although he couldn't see her figure at this moment, Su Chen could already imagine how slender she was. That's absolutely amazing. Hi, classmate, I'm Alice. Do you have any aerosol spray I can use? Alice took the initiative to strike up a conversation. However, at that moment, Su Chen heard the system's voice. Ding! Target goddess found, data generation in progress. Name, Alice. Age, 19. Rating, 8.8. Grade, excellent blank sheet of paper. Mission details, kind-hearted by nature, but forced to lie and deceive the host under threat of death, causing inner turmoil. Mission difficulty, nightmare. Quest reward, 45,000 merit points and activation of a new skill. Su Chen was puzzled. This task from the system surprised him more than once. First of all, how can a 19-year-old American girl, who is so beautiful, still be a blank slate? Given the open environment of the United States, this is such a rare species. What surprised Su Chen the most was the content of the triggered task. What the heck? It turns out that Alice didn't have asthma, but was lying to him. Who is forcing her to lie, and why? Regardless of who's behind it all, one thing is certain, they're after Su Chen. Chapter 56 Golden Desert Eagle. Knowing that Alice was lying, Su-Chen did not intend to expose her on the spot, as the person who was threatening her was likely watching from the sidelines. Then I'll play along with your performance. I need to look for it to find out. If I have it, I can give it to you, because you are very good looking, Su-Chen said with a smile. Alice said, Really? Thank you for the compliment. Su-Chen said, Wait a moment. He put down his phone, pretending to show off, but actually using the communication system. He bought a bottle of aerosol spray. He picked up his phone again and laughed. Found it, you're lucky. Alice exclaimed with delight, Thank goodness, thank you so much, classmate. Please give it to me. Su-Chen said, I found the medicine, but we're a bit far apart. How can I deliver it to you? Alice said, I really can't go out. I'll die. Can you bring it to me? Kind man, I'm willing to trade half of my supplies for it, and I can give you all my money. Su-Chen sneered inwardly. So, they were planning to trick me? They probably dug a pit for me to fall into. I don't need supplies, and I don't want your money. I want you, Su-Chen said. Alice was taken aback. What do you mean by you want me? Su-Chen said, the literal meaning. Alice seemed to understand, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She glanced ahead before calming down. Excuse me, I don't quite understand what you mean. I haven't been learning Chinese for very long. Could you explain it to me? Alice asked. Su-Chen said, I want you to be my woman, I want to sleep with you. Alice's face instantly turned bright red, and she froze, clearly at a loss for what to do. Su-Chen waited for her without any hurry. The person behind her was trying to trick him into going there. Let alone this request, Alice would definitely agree to any request, no matter how outrageous. Since that's the case, he didn't hold back at all and took the opportunity to propose his conditions for taking Alice in. Once Alice agreed, she wouldn't be allowed to back out. Although this woman was forced to deceive him, Su-Chen believed that since she participated in deceiving him, she should also bear the corresponding consequences. As for the mastermind behind her, whoever it may be, the price they will have to pay will be even greater. As expected, Su-Chen was right. Alice then regained her composure and nodded, okay. Su-Chen confirmed, okay? Alice said, yes, as long as you give me the medicine, I am willing to become your woman, because you gave me the life-saving medicine, so you are my savior. Su-Chen smiled and nodded, saying, deal. Alice asked, so when do you plan to come? Su-Chen said, send me your address in a bit. I'll be there at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Alice smiled and said, okay, I look forward to your arrival. Su-Chen then hung up the video call. He frowned. Who exactly is targeting me? Knowing it was a trap, he could have easily avoided taking the mission. However, Su-Chen would still go. Firstly, fortune favors the bold, and he really needed a new goddess, especially one he could use as a tool. Secondly, as long as he made sufficient preparations, he didn't believe there was anyone in the school he would hide from. Thirdly, he really wanted to know who the other party was who dared to make a move on him. It was getting late, and Su-Chen was a little sleepy, so he stopped thinking about it, put down his phone, and went to sleep. The next day, Su-Chen woke up early. It's necessary to make some preparations for the upcoming mission. Open the system store. Su-Chen first checked his merit balance as usual, 502,200. Unbeknownst to him, his merit points had already exceeded 500,000. If it weren't for the 300,000 he spent on installing external defense equipment, he would be close to 1 million now. Of course, this is still far from his small goal. It may allow him to lie down for a while, but it is far from enough for him to lie down for a lifetime. Su-Chen then analyzed the situation. We don't yet know how many people the other side has, their strength, or what kind of traps they've set. If they only intended to gang up on him, he wasn't worried at all, and there was no need to even use melee weapons, because melee weapons would only hinder him from performing Taizu Chinquan. The system clearly stated that because of the freezing, the virus has not yet completed its evolution, so it is currently impossible for humans to mutate. He would only need to be wary if a group of berserkers ganged up on him. For ordinary people, no matter how many came, they would all die. What we really need to guard against is treachery, such as being shot in the back or attacked from the sidelines. These are impossible to prevent. The protective suit protects him from the cold and poisons, but it is not armor. Ordinary weapons can destroy it, and arrows and bullets can easily penetrate it. Tonzi, do you have any recommendations for bulletproof outdoor gear? Su-Chen asked in his mind. Ding. Outdoor defensive gear, we recommend purchasing a Level 1 protective down jacket. Level 1 protective feather armor, full body protective gear, lightweight and flexible, bulletproof and arrowproof, impervious to knives and spears, can withstand a maximum impact of 3,000 caddies. Price, 50,000 merit points. Su Chen was overjoyed and said, "Buy it." Ding! You have obtained a Level 1 protective feather robe by consuming 50,000 merit points. Then a set of feathered robes appeared out of thin air, as thin as a cicada's wing. Su Chen wore it, and it felt as light as nothing, without affecting his movements in the slightest. Su Chen was very satisfied. This thing was indeed good, especially since it could withstand a 3,000-pound impact. An average human punch can only deliver a maximum of 2,000 gene 1,000 caddies. Even a monster like Icon could potentially break the 2,000 gene mark with a single punch, but it would be impossible for him to reach 3,000 gene 1,000 caddies. Because even with the added boost of a powerful punch, Su Chen only managed to break the 3,000-pound mark. If he had been wearing the protective feather armor that day, Ikuan's punch wouldn't have hurt him at all. Since I've already bought a bulletproof vest, I might as well buy a truth weapon too. Su Chen smiled. In fact, he had the idea of buying truth a long time ago. When he was out and about, he felt safe because of truth. As I said before, he didn't have many merit points before, so he was reluctant to spend them. When it comes to truth, the Desert Eagle is naturally the first choice. Tonzi, buy another Desert Eagle. Su Chen said. Ding! Please select a version. The following versions are available for selection. Standard version, 10,000 merit points. Colorful Radiance, 20,000 merit points. Silver, 25,000 merit points. Gold Edition Biohazard Magazine, 30,000 merit points. Various versions of Desert Eagle images were displayed before Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen was immediately drawn to the golden Desert Eagle. It was simply stunning. I choose gold. Su Chen said without hesitation. Ding! You have obtained a golden Desert Eagle and 100 rounds of ammunition by consuming 30,000 merit points. A golden truth appears out of nowhere. It's pure violent aesthetics. Su Chen tried to pick it up. Although this was the first time in his life that he had ever touched a truth, it didn't stop him from falling in love with it at first sight and being reluctant to put it down. After playing with it for a while, Su Chen reluctantly put it away, then put on his protective suit. Fully equipped, it was time to go out. Chapter 57 Going to the Meeting Alone. This purchase of equipment cost a full 80,000 merit points, which made Su Chen feel quite pained. After leaving the house, he quickly ran to deliver food to Xin Yue, which restored 45,000 merit points. Then he set off for the International Student Dormitory. The International Student Apartments are located in the north area of the school, about 3 miles away from the undergraduate dormitory area. It wouldn't normally be considered far, but in this harsh environment, it seems very far. Su Chen didn't want to waste his energy, so he immediately brought out his snowmobile. He had kept this thing for a few days and now it was finally coming in handy. It was a little after 9 in the morning. Inside a room in the International Student Dormitory. A group of people are gathered here. Besides Zhao Feng and his group of sports students, there was also a group of international students of various skin colors, all of whom were surrounding the girl Yukishiro Sakura. Yukishiro Sakura was kneeling on the carpet in a standard samurai posture, with her long sword, its scabbard dark and striking, placed beside her. Beside Yukishiro Sakura stood a stunningly beautiful white girl with blonde hair, blue eyes, and flawless skin that seemed to glow. It was Alice. Send a message to Su Chen to see if he is set off yet, Yukishiro Sakura said calmly. Alice looked a little anxious and said, Miss Yukishiro, you've called so many people here, you don't mean you want to kill Su Chen, do you? Yukishiro Sakura said, this is not your business. Just do as I say. Alice pleaded, please, Miss Yukishiro, don't hurt Su Chen, okay? I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Yukishiro Sakura turned her head and glanced at her, coldly saying, give me your phone. From now on, don't say another word, or I'll have them throw you out. Alice shuddered, and as expected, she was too frightened to speak, obediently handing the phone to Yukishiro Sakura. Although she had no intention of harming others, she clearly didn't want to hurt herself even more. She held Ms. Yukishiro in the utmost respect. After the apocalypse began, the International Student Dormitory was in chaos, especially as some male students became lawless and repeatedly assaulted female students. At this moment, Yukishiro Sakura stepped forward and single-handedly subdued the entire apartment building. No boy could stand against her. No matter what race or size you were, you couldn't last more than 3 moves against Yukishiro Sakura. Even if a dozen boys attacked at once, as long as she drew her long sword, she would be invincible. Everyone became obedient and regarded Yukishiro Sakura as their leader, obeying her every command. So when Yukishiro Sakura found her and asked her to trick Su-chun into coming over, Alice, despite her inner reluctance, dared not disobey. Given Yukishiro Sakura's personality, if she said she would kill her, she really would. Sakura Yukishiro sent a message to Su-chun using Alice's WeChat account, but Su-chun did not reply. Sakura Yukishiro put down her phone and said, "He's most likely on his way. Go and get ready. We won't need you most of the time, but just in case, we can't let him escape." Everyone bowed their heads and accepted the order. Yukishiro Sakura looked at Zhao Feng and smiled sweetly. "I hope this Su-chun won't disappoint me. He'd better really have a lot of supplies, otherwise, with all this fuss, I'll hold you accountable." Zhao Feng quickly replied, "Don't worry, Miss Yukishiro, you'll be satisfied." Zhao Feng was also quite excited at this moment, and couldn't wait to see Su-chun suffer. After yesterday, he chatted with the international students here and learned about Yukishiro Sakura's achievements. He became even more certain that Yukishiro Sakura could subdue Su-chun, and that she might be the only one in the entire Yin University who could do so. "Su-chun, you're dead meat today," Zhao Feng thought venomously to himself. 10 a.m. Su-chun arrived at the International Cultural Academy on his snowmobile. Not wanting to draw too much attention, Su-chun put away his snowmobile before reaching the international student apartment. He walked for a while and saw 3 European-style apartment buildings standing in front of him, which should be his destination. Su-chun had never been here before, but he had heard that the dormitories for international students were very beautiful. Today he could finally see them for himself. Alice gave him the address, room 311, building 2. Su-chun went straight to the middle building. The door on the first floor was closed, but Su-chun pushed it open. Su-chun found it amusing that they weren't even going to act anymore. He had already activated his eye of insight, paying attention to the movements around him. Upon entering, the first thing he saw was a spacious hall. In stark contrast to the cramped and shabby undergraduate dormitories, this place is not only beautifully decorated, but also has spacious corridors and passageways with complete facilities and elevators, making it comparable to a high-end apartment. Not to mention undergraduate dormitories, even graduate dormitories are far inferior. If it weren't for the Doomsday Fortress, I would definitely come here to live and drive all those foreign devils out. Su-chun thought to himself, feeling rather indignant. These international students are really asking for trouble, actually trying to take advantage of him. They're practically digging their own graves. Su-chun didn't take the elevator, but walked up the stairs instead. When he arrived on the second floor, he noticed that a group of people with sticks were lying in ambush outside the stairwell. Su-chun pretended not to notice and continued upstairs. When he reached the third floor, the group of people who had been lying in ambush on the second floor rushed into the stairwell and cut off his escape route. Stepping into the corridor, you see rooms on both sides, one side with odd numbers and the other with even numbers. Su-chun also noticed that there were people lying in ambush behind the doors in the rooms on both sides, ready to intercept and surround him at any time. Su-chun was not afraid at all. In fact, he was a little disappointed. He thought it was some kind of den of dragons and tigers, but it turned out to be nothing. However, Su-chun was still a little curious. These international students were able to mobilize so many people to deal with him. There must be a leader among them, and this person must have some real skills. Unlike the other rooms, the door to room 311 was wide open. Su-chun walked to the door and saw a striking scene inside. A girl with long, straight black hair, dressed in cherry blossom style, with a plain face and red lips, knelt on the carpet. She was wearing a goosefeather coat, which was open, revealing a sailor uniform underneath. Her long, white, slender legs were even exposed, and a dark long sword was placed beside her legs. Behind this girl sat another stunningly beautiful white girl. Unlike the calm and composed cherry blossom girl, this white girl appeared anxious and uneasy. Su-chun had already recognized that the latter was Alice. To his surprise, the appearance of the cherry blossom girl in front of him was quite something. She was a sailor uniform girl with long, straight black hair and a sword. Under the eye of insight, a panel unfolds above the cherry blossom girl's head. Name, Yukishiro Sakura. Strength, 12. Agility, 18. Constitution, 13. Energy, 13. Blessed with Samurai Sword, Yagyu Shinkijiryu, a single slash against the wind. Overall combat strength, 6.5 stars. Su Chen was stunned. This girl was so powerful. A delicate girl with a combat power of 6.5 stars could even rival Ai Kuan, who had a combat power of 7 stars. Her agility, in particular, is simply astonishing. And the Yagyu Shinkage Ryu, the one slash against the wind, does that refer to swordsmanship? Chapter 58, a single slash against the wind. Before the apocalypse, Su Chen was just an ordinary college student with very little experience. In his mind, he only recognized boxing when it came to fighting, and Tyson was the real deal. Traditional martial arts were nothing more than slackers like Teacher Ma. Unexpectedly, after the apocalypse, I've actually seen a lot. First, he encountered the giant Ai Kuan, whose Bagua fist taught him that Kung Fu is a killing technique. If he hadn't also had his own skills, he would have been in trouble. Now, the delicate cherry blossom girl in front of him actually has a combat power of 6.5 stars. So, there really are martial arts masters in places he doesn't know about. Just then, people came out from both ends of the corridor, each holding a stick, blocking Su Chen's escape routes on both sides. One side was mainly composed of international students, mostly boys of various skin colors, while the other side was a group of Chinese students, with the leaders being tall and muscular. Hee, Su Chen, you've fallen for my trap. Let's see where you can run now, a voice laughed triumphantly. Su Chen turned his head to look. Holy crap, aren't these familiar faces? So you guys came here. Su Chen chuckled. The case is solved. No wonder the international students suddenly started targeting me. It turns out it was Zhao Feng's doing again. Zhao Feng laughed and said, You knew we ran away, which means you looked for us. It seems we made the right choice. Su Chen said, So, you were the one who planned what happened that day. You're the mastermind behind it all. So what if it is? You killed my brother, I swear I'll kill you. It's just a pity the operation failed that day. I didn't expect your dormitory to be so hard to break into. But now you have no dormitory to protect you, you're doomed. Zhao Feng sneered. Su Chen said, Really? Is it this Japanese girl who gave you your confidence? Zhao Feng said smugly, That's right, Miss Yukishiro's skills are so good that killing you would be a piece of cake. You'll see soon enough. Su Chen. At that moment, Yukishiro Sakura spoke up. My name is Yukishiro Sakura. Zhao told me you have a lot of supplies, is that right? Su Chen's gaze returned to her, and he said calmly, You speak Chinese quite well. Yukishiro Sakura smiled and said, Thank you. We members of the Yukishiro family have been learning the culture and language of China since we were young, and I have been in China for 3 years now. Su Chen said, Oh. He had heard before that some nobles would insist on learning Chinese culture, but he had never heard of the Yukishiro family. Yukishiro Sakura said again, Su Chen, please promise me that you will hand over your supplies, and I promise I won't take your life. Su Chen smiled and asked, Are you the person in charge here? Yukishiro Sakura said, Yes, they all listen to me. Do you know why? Su Chen said, Because you're good-looking? Sakura Yukishiro chuckled, In the apocalypse, being good-looking is a disaster for girls. They'll only be seen as prey by men. I heard you've been rescuing beautiful women, but that's just a disguise. You're also treating us as prey, aren't you? Su Chen said, You're right. I'm here today to collect my prey, Alice. She agreed to be my woman last night. Upon hearing this, Alice shook her head and said, Su Chen, just agree to Miss Yukishiro's request. Don't go against her, or you'll be in great danger. Yukishiro Sakura said, What I was going to say was that I started learning the Yagyu Shinkage Ryu style from my grandfather when I was 3 years old. At 8, I learned the family's secret technique, the wind facing one slash. At 13, I mastered the technique. My mother often warned me not to make a move lightly, because when I reached my level, my sword strikes were as if divinely aided. Even if I didn't want to kill, my sword would kill on its own. Su Chen couldn't help but glance at the long sword at her feet. Was it really that mysterious? If I hadn't been able to see her combat power index, I almost would have believed it. Sorry, I never compromise with people who rob me, Su Chen chuckled. A hint of disappointment flashed in Yukishiro Sakura's eyes, That's such a shame. As she spoke, she grabbed the long sword, stood up, leaving her goose feather coat on the ground. She was only wearing her sailor uniform, with her legs hanging down from the skirt. With one hand gripping the hilt, a clang rang out, and a flash of cold light appeared as the long sword was drawn from its sheath. Just as the battle between the two was about to break out, Zhao Feng excitedly took out his phone, turned on the camera, and seemed to intend to record the scene of Su Chen being killed. Suchen had no time to spare, his attention was entirely focused on Yukishiro Sakura. Although he was not afraid, he dared not let his guard down. After all, the knife looked really sharp. A level 1 protective feather robe can make you impervious to swords and spears, but it depends on what kind of sword it is. You're fighting bare-handed, this isn't fair to you. I'll allow you to find a weapon first, Yukishiro Sakura said calmly. Once her long sword was drawn, her entire demeanor seemed to change, and a cold killing intent emanated from her. Suchen smiled and said, "No need to look anymore. I have a weapon, but I don't plan to use it because it would only be more unfair to you. That's for sure. No matter how fast your Japanese girl's knife is, can it be faster than a bullet?" Yukishiro Sakura seemed to have lost patience with Suchen's banter. She nodded, and the scabbard fell to the ground. She gripped the hilt with both hands and assumed a drawing stance. Suddenly, her delicate body sprang forward with such force that it was like a flying stone or a cheetah launching a surprise attack. A sharp glint of light flashed as she slashed towards Suchen. It must be said that her strike was indeed very fast. She was using the Yagyu Shinkage Ryu style, a sword technique that, combined with agile movements, makes the strike swift and unpredictable, making it impossible for ordinary people to dodge. However, in the next instant, Suchen turned into a blur and disappeared from the spot, while Yukishiro Sakura's sword slashed into the air. Sakura Yukishiro couldn't help but let out a surprised "eh," but her reaction was incredibly fast. She spotted Suchen's direction out of the corner of her eye, shifted her feet, turned around, and swung her sword again, chasing after Suchen. Suchen had just retreated to the side of a solid wood chair when Yukishiro Sakura swung her sword. He dodged again, and the chair was cleaved in two with a single stroke, the solid wood as easily as tofu. The room wasn't actually small, but it felt too small when a fight broke out, and the furniture and other items really hindered the two of them from fighting. In the blink of an eye, the room was a complete mess. Tables, chairs, cabinets, and even the bed frame were smashed. Yukishiro Sakura's sword was truly razor-sharp, and the iron frame, as thick as a child's arm, snapped in two. On one hand, Yukishiro Sakura's swordsmanship was divine, constantly relentlessly pursuing and attacking Suchen. On the other hand, Suchen's movements were as swift as the wind, his agility always surpassing his opponents, allowing him to remain unscathed. Alice was the one suffering the most. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. She was terrified of being stabbed. She covered her head with her hands and didn't dare to look at anything. Her delicate body trembled incessantly. The people outside the corridor didn't dare to run over to watch, but they looked at each other in bewilderment as to why Yukishiro Sakura couldn't defeat Suchen even after so long. What kind of movement technique is that? Seeing that she couldn't hit Suchen with her attacks, Yukishiro Sakura couldn't help but ask, "This guy is unexpectedly powerful. No, he's too powerful." Suchen did not respond, but instead kept his eye of insight active, trying to find the other party's weakness. No wonder this woman is so confident. She is indeed very powerful. I wonder if she is using the Yagyu Shinkage Ryu or the Kazuyatsuzen. Fine, you won't tell me then, but you forced me to use this trick. Sakura Yukishiro gritted her teeth, her posture suddenly changed, and the light of her sword pierced the sun like a rainbow, with a sudden chill. A single slash against the wind. Chapter 59 Hidden Master? Suchen understood. Yukishiro Sakura had been using the Yagyu Shinkage Ryu style, and the wind-facing one slash was her secret weapon. This strike was a surprise attack. It appeared simple, but it was actually swift, ruthless, and precise, containing endless variations, as if it had blocked all of Suchen's paths with a single blow. Moreover, being inside the room with a wall behind him, Suchen had nowhere to retreat and was suddenly forced into a desperate situation. A hint of pity flashed across Yukishiro Sakura's face. She truly had no intention of killing Suchen, but now it was beyond her control. With this slash, the blade itself seemed to have gained its own will. Just as it seemed that Suchen was doomed, he suddenly shouted, "Now!" His body moved in unison with his words, and he suddenly threw a punch and charged forward, fiercely rushing towards the blade. What? Sakura Yukishiro was taken aback. But before she could even form a thought, Suchen had already broken through her blade and appeared before her like a ghost, slamming his fist into the hilt of her sword. The dazzling light of the blade was instantly shattered. Yukishiro Sakura cried out in surprise as the long sword slipped from her hand and fell to the side. There was nothing she could do. Both her hands were numb. At this moment, Suchen was less than a meter away from her, and a powerful sense of oppression enveloped her. "You are indeed very capable, but unfortunately you are not as fast as me." Suchen chuckled. If Yukishiro Sakura continues to use the Yagyu Shinkage Ryu style, she can hold out against him for a longer period of time, because her swordsmanship is almost flawless, and Su-Chen will not be able to find a breakthrough in a short period of time. But Yukishiro Sakura chose to unleash her ultimate skill. The wind-facing slash is indeed a powerful move, but it has a flaw: it sacrifices defense and recklessly charges forward, exposing her weaknesses. If it were an ordinary opponent, even if they saw her open defense, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her and could only helplessly watch as she swiftly and decisively killed them. Unfortunately, she was facing Su-Chen, a Su-Chen who was no longer the same as before. Now, Su-Chen had the support of Taizu Changquan and was no longer as clueless about martial arts as he was when he fought Ai Kuan. With the addition of the basic wind speed and Eye of Insight skills, he seized her weakness and broke through in one fell swoop. Yes, Yukishiro Sakura's swordsmanship is amazing, but even if she is amazing, she is still within the realm of normal humans. However, Su-Chen has superpowers, he's a cheater. Startled, Yukishiro Sakura instinctively tried to back away, but Su-Chen didn't give her the chance. You want to retreat? I'll see you off. Bang! Su-Chen punched Yukishiro Sakura in the stomach. Sakura Yukishiro cried out and was sent flying backward, out the door, across the corridor, and crashing into the opposite wall before falling to the ground. She felt a sweet taste in her throat and vomited a mouthful of blood, already injured. The next second, Su-Chen turned into a blur and chased after her, stepping out and crushing her under his feet. For a moment, everyone was stunned, petrified, staring at the scene in disbelief. Zhao Feng, who was recording the video, froze, his smile froze, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Inside the room, Alice, who had been holding her head, suddenly felt the room was empty. She looked up and was stunned. Oh my god, Ms. Yukishiro lost? Sakura Yukishiro's shock at this moment was stronger than anyone else's, because she knew better than anyone how powerful Su-Chen was. Was he even human? Who exactly are you? Yukishiro Sakura stared wide-eyed at Su-Chen in astonishment. Su-Chen said, Su-Chen, didn't you already know? Yukishiro Sakura said, no, what I mean is, are you the legendary reclusive master from the Dragon Kingdom? Su-Chen responded with an O, and said, I don't understand what you mean. Yukishiro Sakura said, stop pretending, you are. Although traditional Chinese martial arts seem to be all show and no substance, and have made quite a few jokes in recent years, I've heard that the real masters have all hidden themselves away and won't easily show themselves in this era. Su-Chen shook his head, you're overthinking it. As Yukishiro Sakura spoke, she revealed an excited expression, I came from my hometown across the sea to find the legendary masters of China and compete with them. Today, I have finally achieved my wish. Su-Chen, I am convinced of my defeat and I am willing to follow you. Ding! You have defeated your opponent, relieved Alice of her troubles, and successfully rescued the goddess. You have gained 45,000 merit points. You have gained the skill, perfect shot. The system's voice rang in Su-Chen's ears. Su-Chen was pleasantly surprised. The system's feedback was quite fast this time, hitting the target every time. The skill seemed pretty awesome. Furthermore, this also suggests that Yukishiro Sakura seems to have truly given up. You were just about to kill me, and now you want to follow me? Su-Chen chuckled. Sakura Yukishiro said, please believe in my sincerity. We Sakura people have always bowed to the strong. If Yukishiro Sakura were a man, Su-Chen would have already crushed her to death, regardless of whether she was convinced or not. But she was an incredibly beautiful girl, and she was from the same hometown as most of the teachers in his D-Drive. The sense of accomplishment that came with conquering her was something Su-Chen found hard to resist. Sakura Yukishiro added, besides, I didn't mean to kill you just now. It's just that sometimes I can't even control my own swordsmanship. Su-Chen said, you may not know me. I never let anyone who tries to take advantage of me get away with it. Most of them are already dead. Before Yukishiro Sakura could react to these words, Zhao Feng seemed to be awakened, and without thinking, he immediately turned around and ran away. He was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have provoked Su-Chen. But how could he have imagined that even Yukishiro Sakura couldn't beat Su-Chen? Just then, Su-Chen flipped his hand, and a golden handful of truth appeared in his hand. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, a bloody hole appeared between Zhao Feng's eyebrows, still wisps of smoke rising from it. Zhao Feng's eyes widened in terror as he fell straight to the ground, his phone also falling to the floor. Perfect hit. Su-Chen was overjoyed. This newly acquired skill, shoot with 100% accuracy, was really great. He quickly learned about it and found that it seemed to be applicable to marksmanship, archery, and throwing knives. Also, this golden desert eagle is really powerful. I'm very satisfied. Ah. Zhao Feng was dead, and Su Chen possessed the truth. The remaining physical education students were all terrified, letting out screams of panic as they turned and fled. Su Chen did not continue firing at them. His gaze returned to Yukishiro Sakura, who was also stunned and dared not move. Only then did she realize what Su Chen meant by what he said earlier. Indeed, it would be very unfair to her if he took out a weapon. Are you kidding me? You're using a firearm. If Su Chen had presented the truth from the start, what would have been the point of fighting? In this era, no martial art can defeat modern firearms. This is also why those traditional martial arts masters choose to keep a low profile and live in seclusion. It's not that they don't want to be high profile, but that they simply dare not. Su Chen didn't use the truth, he defeated her with his bare hands. At that moment, Yukishiro Sakura was completely convinced and even developed a sense of admiration for him. You say you want to follow me? These people have tried to kill me time and time again, and now they want to escape. What do you think we should do? Su Chen said with a smile. Sakura Yukishiro snapped out of her daze and quickly said, "Give them to me, and I'll give you a satisfactory answer." Chapter 60 Alliance Group. Screams could be heard from downstairs from time to time. Su Chen went straight to Zhao Feng's body, but instead of looking at the body, he picked up Zhao Feng's phone. The phone screen was still on. He had noticed it earlier. Zhao Feng was recording a video on his phone while seemingly talking to someone. Clicking into his WeChat account revealed an active group. It was a small group with only a dozen or so members, named Destroy 9513 Alliance. This is a group created by Zhao Feng. Apart from Zhao Feng, Su Chen doesn't know anyone in the group, but the content of their conversation is all about him. Zhao Feng, everyone better not leave the group. We're all involved in this. Do you think Su Chen won't trace it back to you? Now we have to work together and figure out how to deal with Su Chen. These people were actually discussing ways to deal with Su Chen. Some suggested poisoning Su Chen, others suggested attacking the dormitory again while Su Chen was out, and still others suggested using a honey trap to lure and kill Su Chen. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this was a topic being discussed by a group of college students. Then yesterday, Zhao Feng excitedly announced in the group that he had found a way to kill Su Chen and told everyone to wait for good news. Everyone expressed their high expectations. Some people say that they haven't been able to sleep well these days because they're hoping Su Chen will die soon. Some people said they wouldn't feel at ease until they saw Su Chen's body with their own eyes. Then, just now, Zhao Feng posted a video in the group chat. In the video, Su Chen is standing at the door confronting Yukishiro Sakura. Zhao Feng added a voiceover, "Su Chen is about to die." Immediately, everyone in the group got excited, and messages kept popping up. Brother Zhao is awesome. We're waiting for your good news. I really want to see him die with my own eyes, Brother Zhao. Why don't you start a live stream? How is it, Brother Zhao? Is he dead or not? Whether I can get a good night's sleep tonight depends on Brother Zhao. Su Chen sneered. Zhao Feng made notes for all these people, including their names and the dormitory buildings they lived in. Surprisingly, he made notes for every single dormitory building. Su Chen guessed that these people were probably small bosses like Chen Jinxue and Zhao Feng, with a group of underlings. They had a certain amount of influence in their dormitory building, and might even be the most powerful people in the building. They were all encouraged by Zhao Feng and participated in that day's operation. After the operation failed, they were all afraid that Su Chen would retaliate, so they were restless and wished that Su Chen would die quickly. You miss me so much? Then let's meet up. Su Chen sneered and sent a message in the group using Zhao Feng's account. Everyone, let's meet downstairs at Building 9. I have some news that will help you all sleep soundly, and I want to tell you in person. After sending the message, Su Chen crushed his phone and threw it onto Zhao Feng's corpse. Su Chen then returned to Alice's dormitory. The dormitory was now a mess, and Alice was still slumped on the floor, her legs still weak from being a coward. Alice was shocked to see Su Chen enter. Was Su Chen going to settle scores with her? I'm sorry, Su Chen, I didn't mean to hurt you. They forced me to do it. If I didn't comply, they would kill me, Alice said, her eyes reddening. Su Chen said coldly, so, to save your own life, you're willing to take mine? Alice lowered her head, I'm so sorry, I was wrong, Su Chen, can you forgive me? Su Chen said, weakness and fear of death are not reasons for you to hurt others. Do you know that the accomplice is more despicable than the murderer? You want me to forgive an accomplice who tried to kill me? Alice trembled. Su Chen's words were like needles piercing her heart. Guilt and despair surged up at the same time. She said, I understand. I deserve to die. I don't deserve your forgiveness. If you want to kill me, then do it. She tilted her head back, closed her eyes, seemingly prepared to await death, but the fear in her heart made her body tremble even more violently. With things having come to this point and the atmosphere so tense, it seemed Su Chen had no choice but to kill her. After all, accomplices are indeed despicable. If it were a man or an ugly woman, Su Chen would have shot him dead. But Su Chen's earlier preparations were not intended to kill Alice, but rather to make her realize her sins and feel remorse. To put it bluntly, this is Su Chen's method of winning her over. Kneel properly, become my maid from this moment on, swear eternal loyalty to me, and I will spare your life, Su Chen said coldly. Alice was taken aback, opened her eyes and looked at Su Chen. Maid? Su Chen said, can't understand Chinese? Slave, understand? Alice understood, and without any hesitation, she changed to a kneeling position, prostrating herself on the ground. I am willing to be your slave, forever loyal. How could she not understand? If she said she didn't want to, she would be met with bullets the next second, and she would have no choice. Besides, as long as she could live, she had nothing she wouldn't be willing to do. What was wrong with being a slave? At least she could live. Su Chen said, I heard you're from the US? Alice said, yes. Su Chen nodded, very good, I like how spineless you Americans are. Remember, your life is mine. If you make any mistakes in the future, I can take it away at any time. Alice lowered her head and said, I understand. I know what a slave should do. Thank you, master, for giving me the chance to live. She remained kneeling, motionless until she received Su Chen's instruction. This woman is quite perceptive. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, he saw Yukishiro Sakura walk in from outside. At this moment, Yukishiro Sakura was covered in blood, and blood was dripping from the blade. Combined with her temperament, she looked somewhat like a crazy female villain from an anime. He's really a dangerous individual. It's hard for Su Chen not to feel apprehensive. Master, those people have been eliminated, not a single one escaped. Yukishiro Sakura switched to a submissive state, bowing respectfully as she spoke, even changing her form of address for Su Chen. Su Chen gave a no sound. He had planned to wipe out those sports students long ago. Yukishiro Sakura helped him, saving him the trouble. However, this Japanese girl wanted to follow him after helping him kill a few people, but it wasn't that easy. Su Chen ignored her and turned to Alice, saying, get up. Alice then raised her head with a sigh of relief and said gratefully, yes, thank you, master. She stood up, looking obedient and humble, much like a maidservant serving the emperor in a palace drama. Seeing her like this, Yukishiro Sakura frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. In her eyes, Alice was just a cowardly and useless beauty. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Su Chen's ear. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recruiting a maid. Please assign her tasks. Su Chen said, let's go, you're coming back with me. With that, he turned and walked out, and Alice quickly followed. Sakura Yukishiro was stunned. Was Su Chen really going to let Alice be his woman? She quickly caught up and asked, Master, what about me? Chapter 61 Test. In the undergraduate dormitory area, people gradually gathered from different directions at the foot of Building 9. There were men and women, and each person was surrounded by several people. Gradually, no less than 20 or 30 people gathered. These were all the building kings of their respective buildings, along with their subordinates. They came over after receiving Zhao Feng's message. However, since there were still berserkers surviving outside, the tower kings all brought their underlings out, each with a weapon in hand. At first glance, it looked like a gang team building activity. After the apocalypse, the situation in the dormitory area was indeed similar to that of a gang. Each building was a faction, and each faction had at least one gang. Some buildings even had several gangs, and every day, a scene reminiscent of the classic gangster movies unfolded. Brother Zhao called us here, it must mean that Su Chen is already dead. We risked our lives to come out here, but if we can see Su Chen die with our own eyes, it will be worth it. I have a suggestion. Once we've confirmed that Su Chen is dead, let's attack 513 directly. The group discussed it, and finally, everyone agreed to the suggestion. They couldn't help but get excited when they thought about the large amount of supplies that might be in Su Chen's dormitory. What a great day! Our biggest threat is gone, and we've managed to snatch some new supplies. It's like a double blessing. Supplies are secondary, the main thing is that I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. Yeah, I haven't been able to sleep for several nights. That Su-chen is fucking despicable. The crowd grumbled and complained, suddenly becoming like a group of comrades in arms, united in their hatred of the enemy, and eager to see Su-chen's corpse. International Student Apartments, downstairs in Building 2. Su-chen led Alice to the apartment entrance, where fine snowflakes were falling. Su-chen took out a protective suit and handed it to Alice, saying, "Put this on." Alice obediently took it and put it on. "Master, what about mine? Don't I have one?" Sakura Yukishiro's eyes lit up and she said, "Su-chen even gave us protective suits. Does that mean we can move around outside from now on?" Su-chen ignored her. Once Alice had put on her protective suit, Su-chen summoned the snowmobile from the system space. Then a snowmobile appeared out of thin air and landed steadily on the snow. This scene left Alice and Yukishiro Sakura speechless. "Ha? Wang Defa?" Both women involuntarily exclaimed in their mother tongue. Su-chen actually conjured a car out of thin air. Was this really not a hallucination for them? Sakura Yukishiro couldn't help but ask, "Master, how did you do that? Are you a magician? After practicing martial arts for over a decade, you're telling me this is a fantasy world?" Su-chen had already gone out and called out, "Alice, follow me. They're here." Alice snapped out of her shock and quickly followed them out. The two got into the snowmobile, with Su-chen in the driver's seat. The snowmobile could only seat two people. Looking at the snowflakes, Yukishiro Sakura didn't dare to go out at all, and couldn't help but worry, "Master, what should I do?" Su-chen then looked at Yukishiro Sakura and said calmly, "Your test is not over yet. If you really want to follow me, let me see your sincerity. Starting today, walk to the undergraduate dormitory every day to pay your respects to me until I am satisfied. If you can't do it, unless you disappear from the public eye, I will take the time to come and deal with you." Sakura Yukishiro was stunned. Su-chen started the snowmobile and said, "By the way, I live in Building 9, Room 513. Remember to cover yourself up well when you go out. If you get infected, I'll kill you too." After saying that, Su-chen abandoned Yukishiro Sakura, drove off at breakneck speed, and was soon far away. As Yukishiro Sakura watched the snowmobile disappear, her expression gradually became complicated. Su-chen's request was too difficult for her. Although it wasn't a matter of life and death, it was still inhuman torture. Perhaps disappearing from public view is her best option. As long as Su-chen can't find her, he won't be able to kill her. As for revenge, she doesn't even dare to think about it. Besides, she didn't have any hatred towards Su-chen. She had schemed against Su-chen first, and she lost the fight to him. She accepted her defeat wholeheartedly. As a member of the Sakura family, she, like her ancestors, only submits to the strong. In her mind, bowing to the strong is not a disgrace, but a matter of course. But just now, she witnessed a magical scene. Su-chen conjured a snowmobile out of thin air. In her mind, Su-chen was immediately shrouded in an extremely mysterious veil. Not only was he highly skilled and well-equipped, but he also possessed godlike abilities. Her intense curiosity made it impossible for her to resist her inner desire to explore. "It's just walking a few kilometers to say hello, I can do it." Sakura Yukishiro clenched her fists, her eyes instantly hardening. On the other side, Su-chen had already driven out of the international college and back to the undergraduate dormitory area. Su-chen was a little conflicted about Yukishiro Sakura. This Japanese girl is special. Compared to other goddesses, she possesses formidable fighting skills and can even threaten him. If he were to take her into his fortress now, he would have to be constantly on guard against her. Therefore, he did not intend to take her into his life until he was certain of her absolute loyalty. Another point is that this Japanese girl is not someone he is trying to rescue. He hasn't triggered a rescue mission yet, so he can't just take her in so easily. Perhaps killing her would be the best option, but to be honest, Su-chen was a little reluctant. Such a stunningly beautiful Japanese girl would be a waste to kill. Let's see if she can withstand the test. She might not be able to take it and run away, or she might die as a result. That depends on her fate. In any case, he didn't lose anything. At this moment, Alice's feelings were also somewhat complicated. It would seem abnormal if a girl who has received a modern education, especially one who grew up in a free country like the United States, suddenly became someone else's slave and accepted it all at once. The reason she knelt down before Su Chen was not only out of guilt, but also out of fear. So, deep in her heart, there was still a glimmer of hope, wondering if she would ever be able to escape the clutches of evil. After all, Su Chen didn't even kill Yukishiro Sakura, so it seems like he wouldn't kill a woman? The snowmobile sped along, quickly returning to the undergraduate dormitory area in no time, heading straight for Building 9. With a graceful drift, the snowmobile came to a stop in front of Building 9, immediately attracting the attention of a group of people downstairs. They all looked up and showed expressions of surprise. Su Chen was also a little surprised, not expecting so many people to come, but he didn't mind if there were more people. Su Chen didn't get out of the car, he just sat there and looked at everyone. One of the people on the other side couldn't hold back any longer and tentatively called out, "Brother Zhao?" Su Chen shook his head and finally spoke, "Is everyone here? Zhao Feng is dead. I am Su Chen." Ah! Everyone was shocked. Some people were the first to realize that they had fallen into a trap. The person who called them here was not Zhao Feng at all, but Su Chen. Su Chen was going to wipe them all out. The person who realized what was happening turned around and ran away without thinking. Then a deafening gunshot rang out. Chapter 62 Sweep. Xu Fan, the king of the building in Dormitory Building 8, is a third-year economics and management major. He became the king of the building purely because his roommates pushed him into it. He is the dormitory head, and his roommates wanted to become bigger and stronger. The decision to release berserkers into Su Chen's dormitory that day was also the result of everyone's discussion, and he could not object. He's been suffering from insomnia these past few days, fearing Su Chen's revenge. Looking through the chat history of the Alliance group, Xu Fan was the most active member. He was more eager than anyone else for Su Chen to die. At this moment, facing the living Su Chen, Xu Fan was the first to react, and was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. But the next second, a deafening gunshot rang out, startling him so much that he froze, and despite the extreme cold, he broke out in a cold sweat. However, Su Chen didn't shoot him, but fired the shot into the air, intending to intimidate everyone. "I'm not dead, I'm not dead." Xu Fan felt he was on the verge of collapse, and thought it better for Su Chen to give him a quick death with a single shot. Thump! The immense mental pressure caused him to kneel down. The others weren't much better off, they were all completely stunned. "I'll shoot anyone who tries to escape in the head," Su Chen chuckled, seemingly casually toying with the golden desert eagle in his hand. Truth really works. The effect was remarkable, no one dared to move. Su Chen said, "Those whose names I call, step forward so I can see who's missing." Yu Rong from Building 1. A girl stepped forward hesitantly. Lin Yulong from Building 2. Building number 3. For every name called, one person would step forward. Building 8, Xu Fan. What, Xu Fan didn't he come? Su Chen frowned. "I'm here. Sorry, my legs are weak." Xu Fan stumbled out, looking like his legs were really too weak to walk. Continue. After reading out all the names, everyone in the Alliance group arrived and lined up neatly in a row. Su Chen expressed his satisfaction, saying that it was good that everyone had arrived, saving him the trouble of dealing with the remaining troublemakers. "Su Chen, what are you doing?" a girl asked with a forced smile. This was Yu Rong from Building 1. Su Chen smiled and said, "You should all understand now. I was the one who sent the message to call you here. Just as I said, I'm here to let you all get a good night's sleep." Yu Rong exclaimed with joy, "You're not going to hold us accountable?" "Thank you, really. I was just confused for a moment, from now on." Bang! Before she could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out, revealing a gaping wound between her eyebrows. The bullet had pierced her head and exited from the back, spraying blood onto the ground and splattering the people behind her. Her eyes widened, she collapsed, and never moved again. Ah! There was a gasp of surprise at the scene, everyone was terrified. Xu Fan collapsed to the ground, feeling a warm current flow down his trouser leg, which was quickly frozen by the cold, leaving only the smell of urine. Alice, standing behind Su Chen, was also instantly terrified as she watched Yu Rong fall. Wasn't her master supposed to never kill women? Am I right? "Look how peacefully she's sleeping," Su Chen said with a smile. "He's going to kill us all. Come at him all at once. I don't believe he can handle so many of us." Suddenly, a boy shouted and led the charge towards Su Chen. Upon seeing that it was one of the top-tier landlords, Su Chen immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! Impartial and unbiased, yet penetrating right to the center of one's brow. "You killed our leader, we'll fight you to the death." At this moment, someone roared in grief and indignation, and 4 people carrying sticks rushed out and pounced on Su Chen. The remaining lords realized what had happened. The man was right. They outnumbered Su Chen, and he might not be able to handle them. Quick, let's attack together. We can definitely kill him. Charge. Fight him. Tear him to pieces. The Tower Kings each called to their subordinates, and in an instant, 20 or 30 men rushed towards Su Chen. Alice was terrified by the sight. Su Chen laughed and let out a long roar. Well done. Since you all want to kill me, I have no qualms about it. As he spoke, he jumped off his snowmobile and went to meet them alone. It appears to be a group of people surrounding and killing one person, but in reality, it is one person sweeping across the entire scene. The skill of Taizu Longfist, combined with unerring marksmanship, what kind of fighting style is this? It involves knocking down opponents with fists and feet, then finishing them off with a gun. After the gunshots ring out, some get headshots, some get broken legs, and not a single shot misses. As more and more people died, the remaining people were terrified. Some instinctively wanted to escape, but Su Chen would not let them get away. He sent them flying with a bullet to the back. In the end, the ground was littered with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood, and no one survived. Only one person remained, Chu Fan. He did not participate in the battle because he was paralyzed with fear from beginning to end and could not move at all. Su Chen stepped over the corpse and stood in front of him. Don't kill me, spare my life. It's not my fault, they did it all, I didn't want to. Chu Fan finally moved, but kept kowtowing. Your name is Chu Fan? Su Chen asked. Chu Fan said, Bang! Su Chen pulled the trigger, ignoring his attempts to explain. Chu Fan's eyes widened, his body slumped, and he fell silent on the spot. You're the most sarcastic person in the whole group. Su Chen shook his head and put his gun away. Su Chen then returned to the snowmobile and said to the dazed Alice, Get off, we've arrived. Alice got out of the car, her delicate body trembling. Su Chen waved his hand and put the snowmobile away. It's gone. Alice was shocked. This time she could see it clearly, he really did have magic. At this point, the last glimmer of hope deep in her heart vanished completely. From now on, her life would only have 2 options, become Su Chen's maid, or die. Su Chen led Alice to the dormitory building entrance and knocked on the closed glass door. A boy hurriedly walked over and opened the door. Junior Su Chen is back. The boy said with a smile, but his face was pale and his hands and feet were trembling. He tried hard not to look at the corpses scattered on the ground outside. This boy is the captain of the defense team of Building 9. He is a sophomore named Wang Guangwei. When the defense team was formed in Building 9, everyone invited Su Chen to be the captain, but Su Chen declined. In the end, Wang Guangwei was chosen instead. In the entire Building 9, only Su Chen could freely enter and exit. The defense team dared not stop him at all. The group of people who ran over just now also attracted the attention of the building's defense team. Wang Guangwei came to find out what was going on, but seeing their aggressive demeanor, he dared not show his face. It turns out this group came for Su Chen, but now Su Chen has wiped them all out by himself. In Wang Guangwei's eyes, Su Chen was simply a demon from hell. Su Chen glanced at Wang Guangwei, then at the group of defense team members hiding inside, and smiled. Senior Wang, thank you for your hard work in cleaning up the outside. I'll treat you all to a good meal later, thank you. Chapter 63 English Teacher. Inside the Doomsday Fortress. After much trouble, Su Chen finally brought Alice back. Alice entered the fortress and, like Xing Fei and the others, was completely stunned. In her eyes, Su Chen had become a god-like figure. She is a believer in God and believes in the existence of God. Obviously, Su Chen is a god. Otherwise, how can you explain that he can conjure up a snowmobile, and how can you explain that his dormitory contains a hidden universe? Xing Fei and Zhang Xiaolu were both very curious about Alice's arrival. The master went out today and actually brought back a foreign girl, a stunningly beautiful blonde with blue eyes. What, has the master expanded his business internationally now? Lin Wansi, who was wiping the floor, glanced up at Alice, then looked away and continued working. However, there was a hint of complexity in her eyes, and it was unclear what she was thinking. These are your new sisters, let's get to know each other. Su Chen said with a smile. Alice snapped out of her daze, quickly put on a smile, and said, Hi, my name is Alice. Xing Fei and Zhang Xiaolu came over, also showing warm smiles. My name is Xing Fei. Welcome, Alice. I'm Zhang Xiaolu, welcome. You're so pretty, your skin is so fair. They're white, of course their skin is white. The three women chatted enthusiastically. Su Chen glanced at Lin Wansi and said, "Aren't you coming?" "You're here." Lin Wansi stood up, walked up to Alice, and said calmly, "Hello, my name is Lin Wansi." "Hello?" Alice replied, looking at this one and then at that one, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You are all so beautiful." Lin Wansi forced a smile and turned to Su Chen, saying, "Can I continue cleaning?" "Go ahead," Su Chen said. Lin Wansi then turned around and went back to wiping the floor. Su Chen didn't care about her. She was still under observation and could be infected with the virus at any time. Her life here could end at any time, so he understood that she was in a bad mood. After all, if she really got infected, Su Chen would indeed drive her away without hesitation, and it would be impossible for her to live a good life here. "Fei Fei, take Alice to take a bath," Su Chen said, turning to Xing Fei. Xing Fei understood immediately. "Yes, master." "Alice, come with me." Maid room number 1. About 10 minutes later, Alice, who had just finished showering, was led into the room by Xing Fei, where Su Chen was already waiting on the bed. Alice was radiant, her face flushed, whether from shyness or the steam of the hot water, it was hard to tell. Her golden hair cascaded down one shoulder like a waterfall, revealing her long, fair swan neck. She wore a thin bathrobe, the stunning curves of which were faintly visible beneath. Su Chen felt a pang of envy. Putting everything else aside, this foreign woman is really something else. I don't know how she managed to remain a blank slate in a place as open as the United States. "Alice, have you never had a boyfriend before?" Su Chen asked. Alice said, "My family is conservative. Our faith forbids premarital sex, and I'm still young, only 18 this year, so I've never had a boyfriend." Su Chen nodded and smiled, "I see. Now, I want you to do something against your beliefs. Are you willing?" Alice quickly replied, "I have no faith anymore. My only faith is in my master. My master is my God, and my whole being belongs to him." Su Chen gave an "oh," thinking that this girl was quite perceptive. Suddenly remembering something, he smiled and said, "Fei Fei taught you this, right?" Alice stuck out her tongue a little shyly, Su Chen said, "That's right. I am your only faith, and you are my loyal servant. My fortress doesn't keep idle people. What should I arrange for you to do?" Alice asked, "What does master need me to do?" Su Chen said, "You seem to be studying computer science?" Alice said, "Yes, master, I am a hacker." Su Chen nodded, "That's right, but this skill of yours isn't very useful right now. Maybe it will come in handy later. As for now, my English has always been very bad, so you can be my English teacher for now." Alice readily agreed, "Yes, master." Su Chen smiled slightly, "Come and teach me now, let's have an in-depth discussion." Alice, quick-witted as ever, understood Su Chen's meaning. Actually, it was Xing Fei who had taught her. She reached out and loosened the belt of her bathrobe, which slid down its silky smooth surface. Maid room number 2. After finishing cleaning, Lin Wansi returned to her room, sat on the bed with her knees drawn up to her chest, and tears welled up in her eyes. Although the room was very soundproof and she couldn't hear anything from next door, she knew very well what was happening there. She has been deeply anxious these past few days, fearing that she might have contracted the virus. She was left in the snow by Ikuan and exposed to snowflakes for so long, so the possibility of that is extremely high. The better her life was here, the more intense her anxiety became, because she was afraid of losing it at any moment. If she could, she would love to be as carefree as Xing Fei and Zhang Xiaolu. Alice's arrival exacerbated her anxiety. This foreign girl is really beautiful, her looks are in no way inferior to hers, and she even has more exotic charm. What does this mean? It means that she is not irreplaceable. Su Chen can find top-notch beauties anytime, and she is not that important. What she cherished most no longer seemed so important. Now, her thoughts had changed. As long as she could survive, she was willing to give her most precious possession to Su Chen. Even if she were willing to give it to him before the observation period ends, Su Chen probably wouldn't accept it. Thinking about it this way, she couldn't help but feel extremely wronged. She used to be such a proud and noble school beauty goddess, but now she was in such a situation. In front of Su Chen, she had no pride left. About an hour later. After finishing his in-depth conversation with Alice, Su Chen heard a system notification in his ear. Ding! Successfully captured the goddess's heart, triggering a hidden reward. You have gained 90,000 merit points. Su Chen was overjoyed. The highest single reward had been broken again, reaching 90,000. Today's trip was worth it. This made Su Chen look forward to Lin Wansi a few days later. If Lin Wansi does not fall ill at that time, the merit points for a single interaction with her will be refreshed again, reaching 100,000. After all, Lin Wansi is still his highest scoring goddess. Alice lay exhausted in bed, her face still flushed. Unlike her first time with Xing and Zhang, this time it wasn't shyness, but rather enjoyment, her eyes naturally exuding a seductive charm. Foreign girls are really something else. Seeing her like this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel an urge to hold her down again. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After receiving Su Chen's permission, Xingfei pushed open the door and bowed, saying, "Master, a girl has come outside and says she wants to pay her respects to you." Su Chen said "Oh," indicating that Yukishiro Sakura had arrived. Chapter 64 Yukishiro Sakura's Greeting. Downstairs in dormitory building number 9. Wang Guangwei and his defense team are working hard to clear the battlefield. This is a very difficult task. On the one hand, they need to prevent the snow from getting in, and on the other hand, they need to be wary of the violent attackers who may come after hearing the news. They dared not disobey Su Chen's orders. Although Su Chen was somewhat conscientious and did not expect them to give anything for free, they had no choice but to obey even if Su Chen did not give them a single penny. Now everyone in the building knows that the person living in 513 is someone you absolutely must not mess with. Of course, Su Chen's existence is not without its benefits to them. Conflicts might break out between other buildings, but no one dares to cause trouble in Building 9 anymore. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed team member noticed something and reminded Wang Guangwei, "Boss, look over there." Following his gaze, Wang Guangwei saw a figure slowly walking towards Building 9 through the wind and snow. Someone's coming. Everyone looked wary. In this environment, besides Su Chen, who else would dare to walk around alone? As they drew closer, everyone was surprised to discover that the newcomer was actually a woman. Although her face was covered by a thick scarf, her long, straight black hair was not completely hidden. He was wrapped in a goosefeather coat, with a leather belt tightly around his waist, and a long black knife was prominently attached to the belt. She walked slowly, but each step was steady. However, perhaps due to the long journey, there was a hint of fatigue in her eyes. "Hello, is this Building 9? I'm here to see your boss." The girl glanced at everyone and spoke. Wang Guangwei was startled. Although the other party was a woman, the knife she was carrying made her seem like someone not to be trifled with, which inexplicably frightened him. "What do you want from me?" Wang Guangwei asked warily. The girl said, "Oh, I meant Su Chen." "Isn't he your leader?" Wang Guangwei breathed a sigh of relief, but inwardly smiled bitterly. Who said Su Chen wasn't the boss? Su Chen was practically the boss of the entire dormitory area now. "So you're looking for Junior Su Chen, he's..." Wang Guangwei's heart suddenly tightened. "Wait a minute, what do you want with him? Is this woman here to cause trouble for Su Chen? If he lets her in, what if Su Chen blames him? This girl is, of course, Yukishiro Sakura." Sakura Yukishiro smiled and said, "He asked me to come. I was going to pay my respects to him. I am his." She was interrupted before she could finish speaking. "The berserkers, oh, they're here," a student cried out. Then a roar was heard, and sure enough, a group of berserkers were rushing towards them. It turns out that the exiled rabbits finally noticed the commotion and were coming to rob us. "Go inside quickly." Wang Guangwei was shocked and urged everyone to quickly go inside the building. Just then, a figure darted out and charged straight at the group of berserkers. When everyone reacted, they realized that it was the girl who had just arrived. In the blink of an eye, Yukishiro Sakura encountered the berserker. With a clang, her long sword was drawn from its sheath. She gripped the sword with both hands, and the dazzling light of the blade danced up and down. In just a moment, the group of berserkers all fell to the ground and lay motionless, their blood splattering across the snow, staining a large patch of it red. Yukishiro Sakura shook her long sword, removing the bloodstains from the blade, sheathed it, turned around, and went to the doorway, looking at the stunned crowd. "Can I go up now?" Yukishiro Sakura asked with a smile. Everyone looked terrified. What they had just witnessed was truly shocking. My God, one person wiped out a group of berserkers in an instant, and she was a girl? The last person to shock them this much was Su Chen. Wang Guangwei hurriedly nodded and stepped aside, not daring to stop her at all. He didn't want to get stabbed by this woman. Sakura Yukishiro walked past the crowd, took a few steps, then stopped and smiled, saying, "Oh, right, I didn't finish earlier. I am Su-chan's servant." Everyone's eyes widened. Sakura Yukishiro seemed to only then notice the corpses around her, and asked curiously, "What happened here?" Wang Guangwei wiped away his cold sweat and said, "It's junior brother Su-chen." He then recounted how Su-chen had single-handedly fought off 20 or 30 people. Sakura Yukishiro's eyes lit up as she exclaimed with delight, "As expected of our master, you are truly amazing. You even said you weren't a reclusive master." After saying that, she couldn't wait to go inside. When they arrived at the door of dormitory 513, Yukishiro Sakura stepped forward and knocked on the door. Her response was a woman's voice from behind the door, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Yukishiro Sakura thought to herself, "Oh, Su-chen has more than one maid in his dormitory." She then said, "Su-chen asked me to come. I want to pay my respects to him." "Wait a minute," came the reply from inside the house, and then there was no more sound. Sakura Yukishiro had no choice but to wait. After waiting for a full 10 minutes, the dormitory door finally opened, and a girl dressed as a maid poked her head out and said, "Master wants you to come in." "Thank you." Yukishiro Sakura nodded and followed the other person into the house. "Ha!" The scene before her made her gasp in surprise. Her reaction was more exaggerated than any goddess's first visit. When it came to making a fuss, no one could compare to Sakura. Then, Yukishiro Sakura saw Su-chen sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, while Alice, with her blonde hair and wearing a bathrobe, sat lazily on the floor like a pet, leaning against Su-chen's feet. Behind Su-chen stood two other maids, each more beautiful than the last. Even Yukishiro Sakura, a woman herself, was filled with envy at this scene. Su-chen's treatment was practically that of an emperor, especially in this apocalyptic world. He was enjoying himself immensely. What surprised her even more was that Alice seemed to have already. "You arrived faster than I expected," Su-chen said. Yukishiro Sakura snapped out of her daze, quickly bowed, and said, "Yukishiro Sakura greets master and pays her respects." Su-chen nodded, "Okay, you can go back now. Come back tomorrow." Having seen the beauty inside the fortress, Yukishiro Sakura fell in love with it at first sight. Moreover, she was exhausted from the long journey and had no desire to go any further. She said, "Master, can you take me in? I promise to be absolutely loyal to you, or else I, Yukishiro Sakura, will be pierced by 1,000 arrows and die a horrible death." Su-chen said, "When I wanted to take you in, I would have said so. If you ask me, then I won't. Go on, I don't want to say it a second time." Sakura Yukishiro bit her lip, and without hesitation, bowed and said, "I understand." He then turned and walked out. The fortress gates closed, and she was back in the extreme cold outside. Just a door away, it felt like two different worlds. Sakura Yukishiro was still reeling from the shock. It was all so magical it felt like a beautiful dream. How did Su-chen manage to make the dormitory so spacious and warm? Is he really a deity? Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. But no matter what, her determination was now unwavering. She would follow Su-chen no matter what. Chapter 65. Xiao Mengyao asks for help a second time. Sakura Yukishiro did not return to the student dormitory. She had already exhausted most of her energy on the way there, and now a fierce snowstorm was raging outside. If she went out now, she would probably be in grave danger. She was determined to stay and went to Su-chen's door every day to beg him to open it. She would kneel until he opened the door if he didn't. She believed in perseverance. She had practiced martial arts since childhood and honed her skills through perseverance. Now, she could also move Su-chen with her perseverance. She found an empty dormitory room in Building 9 and settled down temporarily. Fortunately, she had brought some food with her before leaving, which she hid in her coat, so at least she wouldn't go hungry today. Undergraduate dormitories, especially male dormitories, are in terrible condition. After the apocalypse, there's no water to wash them, and the smell is unbearable. Compared to international student apartments, they're practically uninhabitable. But Yukishiro Sakura endured it and regarded it as part of the test. As long as she could hold out until Su-chen opened the door for her, she would be able to live in a heavenly fortress. She felt that Su-chen's dormitory was a doomsday fortress because she remembered Zhao Feng's words. Zhao Feng said that Su-chen's dormitory door was reinforced and a group of berserkers couldn't break it open. It was also equipped with heavy machine guns. Wasn't that a fortress? When she went inside, she noticed that there was a large refrigerator inside the fortress, and the kitchen was filled with fresh vegetables and fruits, and even fresh meat. There were damp water stains at the bathroom entrance, which hadn't been cleaned yet. Everyone inside was clean, including Alice, who had just entered. She looked like she had just taken a shower. Everything indicated that there was plenty of water for daily use inside the fortress. It was still warm inside the fortress. She felt hot even wearing a coat, while Su Chen's maids were all dressed in revealing maid outfits. That was a miracle, it was heaven. Inside the Doomsday Fortress. Before we knew it, night had fallen again. After dinner, Su Chen sat on the sofa in the living room and turned on the monitoring equipment. On the other side, Xing Fei, Jiang Xiaolu, Lin Wanxi, and Alice, 4 maids, sat around the table eating. Inside the fortress, there was a clear distinction between master and servant and a strict hierarchy. They could only eat after Su Chen had finished eating and with his permission. Fortunately, Su Chen never made things difficult for them and always made sure they were well fed. Of course, this is on the premise that they do not make any mistakes, otherwise, they will go hungry. Nothing reminds them of their identity better than going hungry. They are Su Chen's maids and must offer their loyalty. At this moment, Su Chen looked at the monitoring screen and locked onto a dormitory room. Inside the dormitory, Yukishiro Sakura sat on a metal bunk bed, wrapped in a dirty quilt, holding a piece of dry food in her hand, munching on it slowly. The woman seemed to have disobeyed his orders and did not return to the student dormitory. Since she came back, the snow outside has never stopped. He understood that if she went out, she would most likely die on the road, and even if she didn't die, the risk of infection would be greatly increased. However, this girl had actually tidied up the boys' dormitory carefully, so it seems that she wasn't just staying there temporarily for one night. Is this a sign that you're not planning to go back? What are you planning to do? Su Chen was a little curious. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. A call came in. Su Chen glanced at the caller ID and saw that the caller ID read, Xia Mengyao. Oh, it's this woman? By the way, he blocked Xia Mengyao on WeChat, but forgot to block her on his phone. It's not his fault, people rarely contact each other by phone these days anyway. Su Chen's first reaction was, this woman is still alive? After all, it had been many days since he last contacted this woman, probably more than 10 days. She had begged him for food back then, and it's not easy for her to have survived until now. He had almost forgotten Xia Mengyao's existence, but he couldn't easily forget what Xia Mengyao had done to him. Seeing her name brought it all back to mind. Su Chen didn't care what this woman was up to. The only thing he wanted to know was whether she was dead or alive. The more tragically she died, the happier he would be. So Su Chen hung up the phone directly, too lazy to listen. To prevent her from calling again, Su Chen unlocked his phone and planned to block her number. But then a notification popped up, and Xia Mengyao sent a text message. Su Chen couldn't ignore it. Xia Mengyao, Su Chen, answer the phone now, or you'll regret it. Su Chen chuckled. This woman really hadn't changed at all. Her speech was still as succinct as ever, and she even resorted to threats. What could I possibly regret about her? Block them immediately. Building number 6. Since Su Chen wiped out the Golden Character Gang, the situation in Building 6 has become quite delicate. Everyone banded together for warmth, and many gangs imitating the Golden Character Gang emerged, numbering more than a dozen in total, large and small. None of them were willing to submit to the others, and they were constantly in a state of turmoil, fighting and robbing each other for resources. After the madman appeared, the gangs quieted down a bit and collectively agreed to take turns guarding the gate to prevent the madman from entering. Regardless, the 3rd floor became a forbidden zone for all the gangs. Because on the day the Golden Gang was wiped out, someone saw the legendary mysterious person wearing a protective suit. The Golden Gang was destroyed by that mysterious person, so everything belonging to the Golden Gang was naturally assumed to be that person's property, and no one dared to touch it. In reality, it was Xia Mengyao and a group of women who inherited the Golden Gang's legacy. Xia Mengyao and the others, as well as Su Chen himself, never expected that Su Chen's lingering influence would protect them for more than 10 days. If Xia Mengyao and the others had known that Su Chen didn't care about the Golden Gang's inheritance at all, they would have been devoured by the wolves long ago. They also experienced internal strife, and in the end, Xia Mengyao, who was the most intelligent, emerged victorious and became the leader. Xia Mengyao's biggest worry every day is the boys in the building, fearing that they will target her. Therefore, she warns all the girls not to go out and not to let the boys know that they live here. Her biggest wish is to leave the boys' dormitory with the supplies, but this plan is currently impossible. As time went on, the 3rd floor eventually attracted attention. Boys would occasionally sneak down to the 3rd floor corridor to look around, and once someone even knocked on the door, scaring all the girls half to death. Fortunately, Xiao Mangyao and the others had already locked the doors and windows tightly and covered the glass with paper, so no one outside could see what was happening inside. But they were all uncertain about how much time they had left before the boys found out. After much deliberation, Xiao Mangyao decided to ask Su Chen for help. There's no harm in comparison. She once looked down on Su Chen and even used him as a negative example to warn her admirers, so she didn't hesitate to tease him without any remorse. After the apocalypse, she discovered that Su Chen was actually her best choice. Su Chen possesses the formidable strength to single-handedly wipe out the Golden Character Gang. Moreover, he also has a large amount of supplies. If she ultimately can't escape being defiled by a man, then she'd rather that man be Su Chen, and she'd rather be the one willingly taking advantage of Su Chen. Chapter 66 The Noblewoman Song Jiai. Su Chen, I know I might have gone a little too far that day, but it's all in the past, isn't it? Even if the world ends, you don't have to be so petty, still holding on to such a small thing, right? Here's the thing, to show my apology, I'd like to meet you. Didn't you want to be my boyfriend? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I sent Su Chen a WeChat message, but he never replied. I don't know if he even saw it. I guess he might have blocked me. Left with no other option, Xiao Mangyao called Su Chen, but the call was ruthlessly hung up on her. She can only send messages now. This is the second message. Edit it and click send. As a result, the transmission failed. Damn it, Su Chen has even blocked her phone number this time. Su Chen, you bastard, your heart is smaller than the eye of a pin. Xiao Mangyao was almost furious. At this moment, Su Chen felt a sense of exhilaration. He hoped that the next time he heard news of Xiao Mangyao, it would be news of her death. Heh, you bitch, just think of me as petty. I'd rather help a pig than you. Su Chen sneered inwardly. Just as he was about to put down his phone, a WeChat message popped up with a ding, which was unexpected for Su Chen. It was from Song Bauer. Wasn't Song Bauer going to be picked up by her sister? Was she saying goodbye to me? Su Chen thought for a moment and then opened the message. Economic Song Bauer, Su Chen, my sister wants to add you on WeChat, could you accept? Su Chen said oh, and casually replied, no problem. Hearing Song Bauer say that her brother-in-law was a tycoon and her sister was a wealthy lady, Su Chen couldn't help but become a little interested. Song Bauer was so beautiful, he wondered what her wealthy sister was like. There were many new verification messages on WeChat. Su Chen was too busy today to check them. When he clicked on one, the first verification message read, Sister Song Bauer. Su Chen clicked accept. After adding her as a friend, I saw her ID, Song Jiai. When a guy adds a girl on WeChat, the first thing he usually does is check her moments. Su Chen was no exception. The wealthy Song Jiai has set her WeChat moments to be visible only for the past 6 months. Her latest post was posted 3 days before the end of the world, showing her dining alone at an upscale restaurant, surrounded by a pile of expensive food and a single selfie in the center. The woman in the photo is in her 30s, with one hand supporting her chin, smiling broadly and looking very happy. Whether it's the grace of a noblewoman or the power of Photoshop, the woman has fair skin, bright eyes and white teeth, and her face shape and eyebrows bear a resemblance to Song Bauer. She has a face that brings good fortune to her husband, perfectly fitting the image of a virtuous wife and loving mother, and a peaceful and prosperous nation. What a lovely young woman! Moreover, these two sisters, I don't know what they ate to grow up, both of them had magnificent breasts, which made Su Chen envious. Ding dong! At this moment, Song Jiai took the initiative to send a message. Su Chen exited his WeChat moments and took a look. Song Jiai, you must be Su Chen, right? I heard about yesterday from Bauer, so I came here specifically to thank you. Thank you for saving my baby. Su Chen replied, it was nothing, you're welcome. Song Jiai, you're a good student, and I want to repay you, but unfortunately money isn't worth much these days, and I have nothing else to give you besides money. Su Chen really wanted to tell her, no, you do. Su Chen, hee, no need. Song Jiai, you're so good to me, I owe you a favor. After a while, Song Jiai sent another message. Song Jiai, after thinking about it, I'll transfer you some money. I feel bad if I don't give you anything. Then Su Chen received multiple transfers, totaling a whopping 2 million yuan. Moreover, this was already the maximum amount that could be transferred, otherwise, Song Jiai would likely have continued to transfer. Su Chen was both amused and exasperated. If it were before the apocalypse, he would be overjoyed to have so much money, but now he's too lazy to even click to receive it. That concludes my conversation with Song Jiai. Although Su-chun was somewhat attracted to the wealthy woman, he was not a frivolous person and did not want to ruin her good impression of him. He is not the traitor Chow Chow. My connection with the Song sisters has come to an end. Unexpectedly, Su-chun suddenly received a system notification the next morning. Ding! New rescue mission detected. Mission details: Song Bauer is about to face personal danger. A group of armed men are approaching her. Quest level: Nightmare Plus. Task reward: 60,000. Su-chan was a little surprised. The mission level has been upgraded to Nightmare Plus for the first time. The task reward has been increased tenfold, reaching 60,000 merit points. What's going on? A group of armed men are coming for Song Bauer? All he knew was that, according to Song Bauer herself, her sister Song Jiayi had found a way to send someone to pick her up. So, are the people Song Jiayi sent to pick her up the same group of people who pose a threat to her personal safety? If not, then who are these armed men? If so, how could Song Jiayi, as the older sister, harm her own younger sister? He communicated with Song Jiayi via WeChat last night, and he found it hard to imagine that Song Jiayi would be the kind of person who would hurt her own sister. After all, he could feel from their conversation that Song Jiayi cared a lot about her sister. Su-chun saved Song Bauer, and Song Jiayi was extremely grateful. Is there some misunderstanding here? Su-chun was quite puzzled for a moment. You should know that when he went to the international student dormitory yesterday, he was surrounded by a group of people. Facing Yukishiro Sakura, the mission was only a nightmare. This mission is indeed a Nightmare Plus level, which means that the enemy's so-called armament is probably firearms. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this is his first contact with forces outside the school. Our opponents are really getting more and more troublesome. Su-chun shook his head, the faces of the Song sisters appearing in his mind. If he let things go unchecked, would these two extraordinary sisters really be lost forever? Fine. Su-chun gritted his teeth. The end of the world is not a dinner party. The campus is not a greenhouse forever. The world outside the campus is much bigger, and it is bound to be more complex and dangerous. As time goes by, contact with people outside of school is almost inevitable. It's just a matter of time. Let's take this opportunity to get a feel for things in practice. Su-chun picked up his phone and sent a voice call to Song Bauer. Song Bauer answered the phone. Su-chun? What's wrong? Su-chun smiled and said, I'd like to ask you, when are you leaving the school? Song Bauer said happily, I received a message from my sister this morning. She's on her way. I'm leaving soon. Su-chun, thank you again for saving me that day. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. Su-chun said, to be honest, we've known each other for a while now, and I'm really reluctant to see you leave like this. Song Bauer chuckled, really? Are you confessing your feelings to me? Su-chun chuckled and said, so, Bauer, let me come and see you off. Song Bauer said, is it really okay? Won't this put you at risk? After all, it seems like it's still snowing lightly outside. Su-chun said, it's okay, I really want to see you. Chapter 67 External Forces. Upon hearing Su-chun's blunt words, Song Bauer's face flushed red on the other end of the phone. This is quite unexpected. Did Su-chun fall in love with her at first sight? Otherwise, why would he insist on coming to see me off when he heard that I was leaving soon? She was quite confident in her appearance. Before the apocalypse, countless boys pursued her, but she didn't accept any of them. Her sister told her not to date too early, as most campus romances end without fruition, only causing losses and no benefits. She wants to retain her most valuable assets when she enters society to increase her competitiveness. To put it bluntly, her sister hopes that she can also marry into a wealthy family. The older sister may not necessarily look down on poor people, she may simply not want her younger sister to suffer the hardships of life. In other words, according to the original plan, the two sisters were women that a poor student like Su-chun could never even touch, let alone even think about. It was only under the special circumstances of the apocalypse that Su-chun had the opportunity to get to know them. However, Song Bauer has her own opinion on the apocalypse. Although everyone talks about the apocalypse all the time, Song Bauer doesn't think it's the end of the world. She thinks it's just a temporary natural disaster that will pass quickly. Moreover, this kind of natural disaster is not considered very serious for wealthy people. As far as she knows, her brother-in-law moved into a safe house the day after the disaster. I've heard that the safe houses of the wealthy are built to cope with natural disasters. They are not only well stocked but also isolated from the outside environment. They will not be affected by extreme cold, floods, or even asteroid impacts. Actually, Song Bauer also had a good impression of Su Chen. In her mind, Su Chen's performance last time was simply divine. But she probably can't accept Su Chen's kindness, because her sister definitely won't agree. Her sister is still waiting for the natural disaster to end so she can introduce her to some top-tier rich young master. Of course, Song Bauer wouldn't say these things to Su Chen. She was kind-hearted by nature and couldn't bring herself to say hurtful things. Thank you, Su Chen, but coming all this way would put you at risk again. I think it's unnecessary, Song Bauer said tactfully. Su Chen had no idea about her inner thoughts, and his offer to see her off was just an excuse. Su Chen didn't say much at the moment, and smiled, I understand. Then he hung up the phone. Building number 5. The 2 guards on duty at the gate suddenly looked tense. That man is here again. Quickly tell the boss. One of the girls quickly took out her phone to contact Li Jinlan. Seeing that Su Chen had reached the door, he reached out and knocked. The other girl didn't dare to stop him at all and obediently went over and opened the door. Su Chen entered the room, nodded, and said, "Thank you. By the way, more people will be coming later. I don't know the exact number, but you'd better not stop them." The girl was bewildered. Are they with you? What are they doing here? Su Chen said, they're not in cahoots. Just listen to me. Let them in, then stay as far away from them as possible, because they are all dangerous individuals. The girl gave a no and seemed a little skeptical. Is there anyone in this school more dangerous than Su Chen? Su Chen went upstairs and arrived at Song Bauer's dormitory. Song Bauer was in high spirits and was looking forward to her sister's people coming to pick her up. She could finally leave school. Her hard times were finally over. It was too dangerous here, and she was all alone. Her sister's big villa was much safer. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door. Song Bauer thought that the person who was supposed to pick her up had arrived, so she happily went to open the door, only to see Su Chen standing outside. Su Chen? Song Bauer asked in surprise. Didn't she say she didn't need him to see her off? He still came. It seems he really can't bear to part with her. They've only met once. Is this love at first sight? Song Bauer blushed, feeling a little apologetic. How could she tell Su Chen that a relationship between them was impossible? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Anyway, once they leave today, they will basically never have the chance to meet again. Su Chen smiled and said, I've thought about it. Since we've known each other, I'd better come and see you off. Song Bauer smiled sweetly and said, yes, thank you. Please come in. Not long after Su Chen entered the house, before he could even sit down properly, Li Jinlan arrived with several of her girlfriends. Su Chen, you said someone else is coming later, is that true? What exactly is going on? Li Jinlan asked bluntly. Song Bauer quickly said, Big sister, it's like this, my sister will send someone to pick me up later. Li Jinlan said, oh, really? How come I've never heard you mention this before? Song Bauer said, I originally planned to tell Big Sister after they arrived. Li Jinlan said, since you are the one who took Bauer away, then what do you mean by this, Su Chen? Why do you want our people to hide? Song Bauer also looked at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen smiled and said, I was just worried that they might clash with the girls. After all, doesn't the boss not welcome men? Song Bauer breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. She apologized and said, I'm sorry, Big Sister, I should have told you sooner. Big Sister, can I ask you for a favor? Su Chen suddenly asked. Did Li Jinlan dare to say no? She replied, go ahead. Su Chen said, have the girl guarding the gate keep an eye out for people coming, and then tell me how many people are here and what weapons they are carrying? Li Jinlan was puzzled. Since the other party was there to pick up Song Bauer, why did Su Chen want to know this information? However, she didn't ask any further questions and nodded, saying, okay. Then, everyone waited. About 10 minutes later, Li Jinlan suddenly received a message notification. She looked down at it and said, they're here. There are 3 men in total. They have truth. She looked at Su Chen and Song Bauer in surprise. Su Chen nodded, understood. No wonder the mission level is Nightmare plus 3 men who uphold the truth. This is indeed extremely dangerous. Song Bauer hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and comforted her, Big Sister, it's okay. It must be very dangerous outside. They brought Chun-Li with them to protect me. A few minutes earlier, two snowmobiles sped across the snow and entered the undergraduate dormitory area. Two cars, three men, all heavily armed, wearing thick hats, goggles, and scarves wrapped around their faces, moved nimbly, looking like well-equipped professionals. Finally here. Boss, really, is it really necessary for us to come all this way to capture a little girl? A man complained loudly. In the other car, the man who seemed to be in charge said, why not? The boss told me that this girl is crucial. We absolutely cannot fail and must bring her back safely, so everyone be careful. The man in front laughed loudly. What could possibly go wrong in a student's place? That girl is completely unaware of what's going on, she's probably just happy to see us. The third man nodded in agreement. Aside from being a bit far, this is definitely the easiest task we've ever done. Chapter 68 Snow Wolfgang and the Billionaire. Three armed men arrived at Building 5, parked the snowmobile, jumped out, and walked to the door. The situation in the dormitory building caught their attention. The door is locked, and there's someone guarding it. So there are berserkers here too, a man said in a deep voice. Be careful, if you see a berserker, kill them without mercy. The man in the lead said, stepped forward, knocked on the door, and waved to the girl on duty inside. Seeing that the three men were burly and fully armed, the two girls inside were terrified. They quickly came up to open the door, keeping their heads down and not daring to look the three men in the eye. The three men entered the room and sized up the two girls with unrestrained gazes. One of them couldn't resist reaching out and pinching the little girl's face, which made her tremble with fear. Hee, it's still better to be a female college student with fair and tender skin. Since we've come all this way to school, how about we pick out a few nice ones to take back and let the brothers have some fun? Forget it, there are only 2 cars. How many more do you want to take with you? Shall we just take care of it here, have our fun, and then leave? That's a good idea. The three of them discussed without any restraint, letting out a series of wicked laughs as they went upstairs. Unbeknownst to them, one of the girls had already taken out her phone and texted Li Jinlan, 3 people have arrived, all carrying the truth, and they are not good people. Song Bauer's dormitory. Li Jinlan didn't take Xiao Jimei's comment that she was not a good person to heart, because in her opinion, all men were bad people. She just hoped this matter would end quickly, and that after Song Bauer left, no more men would come to Building 5, including Su Chen, especially Su Chen. She had already heard about what happened yesterday. Su Chen had killed more than a dozen gang leaders. While she was relieved that she hadn't been involved, she grew increasingly wary of Su Chen. This guy was a devil, and she had no desire to associate with him. He. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. They're here. Song Bauer said happily, and got up to open the door, but Su Chen pulled her back down and made her sit back down. Boss, could you please open the door? Su Chen said with a smile. Song Bauer was taken aback. What was Su Chen doing? Why was he stopping her from opening the door? Li Jinlan was also confused, but she could only listen to Su Chen's instructions, so she went over and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, 3 armed men barged in. They were very relaxed, chatting and laughing without any restraint, completely without any precautions. The armed leader glanced at the crowd, so lively, which one is Song Bao? Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots suddenly rang out, interrupting him. Blood splattered as his 2 accomplices were instantly and accurately shot in the head. One of the people's blood splattered all over Li Jinlan's body and face, which terrified her. The armed leader reacted quickly, clearly having received professional training. He instinctively reached for his submachine gun to retaliate, even though he hadn't even figured out where the enemy was. But he was too late. Bang! Bang! 2 more deafening gunshots rang out, and the leader of the armed men let out a heart-wrenching scream. He was shot in the left shoulder and right hand, rendering both hands useless. His right palm was even shattered by the bullet, with all 5 fingers broken off and blood gushing out. After the gunshots subsided, he finally saw the other person clearly. It was a boy sitting inside, wearing a protective suit, with his hood off, legs crossed, and holding a golden desert eagle in his hand, the muzzle still smoking. What the hell are you doing? The armed leader hissed. The excruciating pain from his wounds had left him drenched in sweat and even somewhat delirious, but he was determined to find out what was going on, even if it meant his death. Forget about him, all the women were stunned at this point. They never expected that Su Chen would suddenly turn on the newcomers and kill them. Song Bauer, in particular, turned pale with fright and froze. Su Chen killed the person who came to pick her up without saying a word? No, it wasn't a disagreement at all. To be more precise, it was a matter of not saying a word. The moment the other person walked in, Su-chen struck. Su-chen remained calm. More than half a month had passed since the apocalypse, and he had lost count of how many people he had killed. He was no longer bothered by it. He doesn't agonize over whether or not to kill, but rather how to kill. For example, when faced with these three armed men, all of whom were extremely dangerous individuals, he chose to strike first. Tell me, why did you come here to capture Song Bauer? What is your purpose? Su-chen looked at the other party calmly. The armed man roared, damn it, we were entrusted by her sister to escort her. Who the hell are you and what's wrong with you? Song Bauer couldn't hold back any longer and mechanically turned her head to look at Su-chen. Su-chen, what are you doing? Ah. Before she could finish speaking, another gunshot rang out, startling her so much that she screamed and covered her ears with her hands. Bang! After the gunshot, blood spurted from the gunman's knees. He couldn't help but scream and collapse to his knees. It was too tragic, 3 of his limbs were already useless. Su-chen said coldly, if you don't behave, the next shot will be to your head. What exactly do you want to ask? The armed man was terrified and burst into tears, crying like a child, Mom, I ran into a mad dog today. Su-chen said, I know you came here to kidnap Song Bauer. I just want to know why, and who gave you permission to do this? Kidnapping? How could this be? Song Bauer was extremely surprised. How could the people her sister sent to pick her up be the ones who kidnapped her? And how did Su-chen know? Li Jinlan and the others were also baffled. Had Su-chen really gone mad? I'll talk. Seeing the dark muzzle of a gun pointed at his head, the armed man was terrified and hurriedly said, we kidnapped her to threaten her sister and obtain information. Ah? Song Bauer was dumbfounded once again. No. Did I hear that right? These men really are here to kidnap me? Su-chen said, explain in detail. The armed man said, we are all from the Snow Wolf Gang. After the apocalypse began, the city was in chaos. Everyone was killing each other to fight for supplies. We all came from a security company. Our boss was our captain. In order to survive, we had no choice but to stick together and formed the Snow Wolf Gang under his organization. Thanks to their superior weaponry, the Snow Wolf Gang thrived in the apocalypse, with no shortage of supplies and women to rely on. Other survivor groups simply couldn't compete with them. But the leader of the Snow Wolf Gang was not satisfied with this. He learned that after the apocalypse, a group of billionaires had vanished without a trace, their whereabouts a mystery. According to reliable intelligence, they had actually taken refuge in safe houses. Billionaires are different. While ants suffer outside, they maintain a luxurious and comfortable life in their safe houses, without having to endure cold or hunger. Our boss wants to find a safe house, and the only clue we have is her sister. The armed man said, looking at Song Bauer. Chapter 69, 9.1 points. Regarding doomsday safe houses, wealthy individuals were already building them long before the apocalypse. A simple online search will yield relevant information, such as a top tycoon secretly building a doomsday fortress, and some people have even posted photos of the interior of these safe houses. Most of these safe houses are built underground, and their size and security level are linked to financial resources. The armed men told Su-chen that their Snow Wolf Gang leader, due to his profession, frequently dealt with billionaires and was well informed. It is said that there is a billion-dollar club in the wealthy circle of Yuncheng. As the name suggests, only billionaires with a net worth of at least 1 billion can join this circle. There are probably 20 or 30 wealthy people in this circle. Before the apocalypse, this group of wealthy individuals collectively funded the construction of a post-apocalyptic safe house through shareholding, and agreed that once the apocalypse arrived, the shareholders could bring their families to live in the safe house. Song Jiayi's husband, Lin Guicheng, is a member of the 1 billion club. Perhaps because of Song Bauer, Song Jiayi did not go to the safe house with Lin Guicheng after the apocalypse. As Mrs. Lin, Song Jiayi must have known the address of the safe house. The Snow Wolf Gang's plan was to kidnap Song Bauer and force Song Jiayi to reveal the address of the safe house. The poor Song sisters were kept in the dark by the Snow Wolf Gang. Song Jiayi thought she had found someone to bring her sister to her side, but she didn't expect that she had let the wolf into her house. How did Song Jiayi find you? Su-chen asked curiously. The armed man said, it was introduced by one of her best friends. That woman knows our boss. Su-chen then asked, where are the rest of you? What was the original plan? The armed man said, the boss and the others have already gone to find Song Jiayi and asked us to come and pick up Song Bauer. It's just to have more leverage. With Song Bauer in our hands, we're not afraid that Song Jiayi won't confess. Upon hearing this, Song Bauer panicked immediately. Her sister was in danger. The armed man, pale from blood loss, said, I've told you everything you asked. Can you let me go now? I promised the boss I'd report to him as soon as I got the men. If he finds out you killed us, he definitely won't let you get away with it. Bang! The next second, a bullet pierced his forehead. The system's feedback rang in Su Chen's ears. Ding! You have killed the armed man and successfully rescued the goddess. You have gained 60,000 merit points. Mission accomplished. The next question is Song Jiayi, should we go and rescue her? Without triggering a mission, Su Chen wouldn't travel a long way to rescue people. He doesn't do business without risk. However, the Snow Wolf gang needs to be taken into account. He had already killed members of the Snow Wolf gang. Even if he didn't go, the Snow Wolf gang would come looking for him sooner or later. It was unlikely that they would let it go so easily. If he waits for them to come to him, he'll be at a disadvantage. It's better to catch them off guard now, wipe them out, and end it all. I'm considering it. A ringtone sounded. It was Song Bauer's phone. Song Bauer took out her phone and looked at it, then asked anxiously, It's my sister's video call, should I answer it? Su Chen decisively said, Take the call. Stay calm, pretend nothing happened, and see what's going on over there. Song Bauer hummed in agreement, took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and answered the video call. On the other end of the video, the face of a beautiful and wealthy woman appeared. It was Song Jiayi. Song Bauer forced a smile and asked casually, Sister, what's wrong? Song Jiayi said, Let me see if the person who's supposed to pick you up has arrived. Also, make sure you take precautions when you go out later, and absolutely avoid touching the snowflakes, okay? Song Bauer said, Okay, I know. What about you, sister? Song Bauer wanted to ask about Song Jiayi's situation, but saw Su Chen take her phone and greet her with a smile. Sister Jiayi, this is Su Chen. Song Jiayi was a little surprised. It's you? What are you doing here? Su Chen smiled and said, I heard that Bauer is leaving, so I came to see her off. Song Jiayi said oh, and added, You're so thoughtful, you're such a good classmate. Just then, Su Chen heard a system notification in his ear. Ding! New target goddess detected, data generation in progress. Name, Song Jiayi. Age, 33. Rating, 9.1. Grade, Excellent Severe Drought. Mission details, imminent capture by armed men, personal safety at risk. Quest level, Nightmare Plus. Task reward, 120,000 merit points, randomly activate one skill. Su Chen was overjoyed he had a mission. To his surprise, the lady opposite him had a rating as high as 9.1, and with the Nightmare Plus mission level, the reward for a single mission reached an unprecedented 120,000. Plus a random skill. What more could we ask for? Let's just get to it. And while we're at it, wipe out the Snow Wolf gang to prevent future troubles. Wait, what does long drought mean in the ranking? Sister Jiayi, actually the person who's supposed to pick up Bauer has already arrived. Let me show you, Su Chen said with a smile, turning the camera around. Song Jiayi saw the three armed men's corpses and was shocked. Ah, what happened? Su Chen said, Sister, you've entrusted the wrong person this time. These people are planning to kidnap Bauer and force you to reveal the address of the safe house. Song Bauer said anxiously, Sister, they've already gone looking for you, you have to hide quickly. Song Jiayi paused for a moment, then her expression suddenly changed. She lowered her voice and said, I think I heard some noise outside. Wait a moment, I'll call you back later. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the video call. Elder sister. Song Bauer burst into tears, grabbing Su Chen and saying, What should we do? It seems they've already come looking for my sister. Su Chen asked, How far is your sister's villa from here? Song Bauer said, The villa is in the eastern suburbs. It usually takes me more than an hour to get there by taxi. I don't know now, Su Chen, are you going to? Suddenly, a cell phone rang from the leader of the armed men's pocket, interrupting Song Bauer. Su Chen walked over, took out a satellite phone, and saw that the caller ID read, Boss. Su Chen didn't answer, waiting for the call to hang up automatically. He then casually put the phone into his system space, found the satellite phones of the other two people, and took them as well. Finally, he also took the three people's submachine guns. Come with me to find your sister. put this protective suit on first. As Suchen spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a set of protective clothing, handing it to Song Bauer. Then he turned to Li Jinlan and said, "Big sister, could you please dispose of the body?" Li Jinlan nodded mechanically. Even now, she was still in a daze, feeling as if she had just had a nightmare. After Song Bauer put on her protective suit, Suchen took her downstairs. At the entrance of the dormitory building, Ji Mei, who was on duty, was no longer there. She had probably hidden herself. Suchen walked straight outside and saw 2 snowmobiles parked there. Suchen found another free means of transportation and casually took one. "Let's go, get in the car." Suchen turned around and said to Song Bauer, who looked completely bewildered. More than half a month after the apocalypse, Suchen finally left school for the first time, ready to explore the outside world. Chapter 70: The World Outside of School. Song Bauer wondered if she was hallucinating. Just a second ago, there were 2 snowmobiles in front of him, but as Suchen waved his hand, one of the snowmobiles disappeared as if by magic. Could it be that I was so worried about my sister that I was distracted and that's why my vision was blurry? That doesn't seem to be the case. Is it possible that this Suchen is just too strange? For example, when they were upstairs, he suddenly took out a set of protective clothing, and she didn't even see where he took it from. Song Bauer was bewildered as she followed Suchen onto the snowmobile. Suchen said, "Hold on tight, I'm about to start driving." The snowmobile started up, drifted, turned around, and drove out of the dormitory area. Meanwhile, in Song Bauer's dormitory. After Su and Song left, Li Jinlan finally recovered and was dealing with the bodies of the 3 armed men with the girls. The 2 girls who had been guarding the gate walked in and were shocked by the horrific scene before them. "Big sister, how come they're all dead?" one of the girls asked. Li Jinlan said, "Is there even a need to ask? That bastard Suchen is a killer." This episode's female character paused for a moment, then let out a long sigh of relief. "Great, good riddance." Li Jinlan glared at her, "What did you say?" Ji-mei said, "Big sister, you don't know this, these 3 are really wicked. When they came in, they said they wanted to pick a few good-looking girls from here and take them with them, and if they couldn't take any, they would play with them until they were done." Another girl nodded, "Yeah, someone even touched my face, I was almost scared to death." Li Jinlan said, "Oh, is that so?" Ji-mei said, "Yes, that's why I said it was good that he killed us. Suchen saved us all this time." Another said, "Although Suchen is also scary, at least he won't hurt us. Anyway, I think he's a pretty good person now." As if realizing she had said something wrong, her voice immediately lowered. Li Jinlan didn't blame her. Instead, she remained silent. She had always viewed Suchen as a murderous demon, but now it seemed that those people Suchen had killed might have deserved to die anyway. The snowmobile carried Suchen and Song Bauer straight out of the dormitory area, then crossed the campus and drove out from the east gate of the school. Finally, after the apocalypse, I left the campus for the first time. There used to be a river outside the east gate called Yunha River, but it is no longer visible. The river has merged with the riverbank and become a vast expanse of snow. Only a large ship that has run aground and half of its hull is buried in the ice and snow can prove that this was indeed a river. Even a bridge a few kilometers away on the river was trapped in the ice and snow, looking like a giant ice sculpture. On the other side of the river, what used to be a commercial district lined with high-rise buildings is now covered in ice and snow, lifeless and frozen as if it had become countless huge blocks of ice. The entire world was silent, and no one could be found on any path. This was also Song Bauer's first time leaving the dormitory. She was dumbfounded. Everyone always said that the end of the world was coming, but she didn't believe it. Now she finally had a personal experience. This is the end of the world. The unprecedented torrential rain before the onset of the extreme cold caused the river to swell and paralyze traffic on the bridge. At this time, many vehicles could be seen frozen on the bridge surface, lying haphazardly. Suchen drove directly across the river with such a thick layer of ice, there was no need to worry about it collapsing. After crossing the river and entering the commercial district, the snowmobile weaved between the buildings, allowing us to experience firsthand the devastation of the post-apocalyptic world. When the torrential rain came, many workers were still at get-off work and were trapped in the company. They thought it would be fine after one night, but it turned out to be extremely cold in the middle of the night, and no one knows how many people were trapped and died there. Corpses could be seen everywhere buried in the snow, some with only half their heads or a hand sticking out, a horrifying sight. On the 10th floor of one of the buildings. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman, still alive, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and her gaze locked onto a snowmobile speeding below. There were two people wearing protective suits on the snowmobile. The woman looked on with envy and murmured, "If only I had a car like that, I could leave this place." A thought flickered in her mind, an impulse arose within her. Should she try to attract the attention of the people in the car? Perhaps they could help her. However, she quickly dismissed the idea, sighing silently, "Forget it, who knows if they're a bad person." In the end, she could only watch with regret as the snowmobile drove past her building and disappeared into the distance to the east. On the snowmobile. As Su Chin drove, he used his eye of insight to keep an eye on his surroundings. Although the area was eerily quiet, he dared not be careless. His eye of insight covers a range of 50 meters, and nothing within that range can escape his detection. Suddenly, Su Chin had a thought and turned around to look at a building behind him. "It seems like we've detected signs of life." The snowmobile was going too fast, and in an instant, the signs of life were out of the detection range. It seems there are still people alive here, but Su Chen is in a hurry to rescue Song Jiayi and doesn't have time to investigate. What he was thinking was that the number of goddesses in the school was limited. After he finished collecting the school beauties, he would have to consider collecting goddesses outside the school, because the outside world was indeed a bigger world. "Today, I'm going out to check out the road conditions first. Su Chen, may I ask you a few questions?" At this moment, Song Bauer spoke. Su Chen collected his thoughts and replied, "Yes, what do you want to ask?" Song Bauer said, "How did you know those people were here to kidnap me? And last time, it seems you also knew in advance that my roommate would turn into a berserker?" Su Chen is really too mysterious. He can always predict the future. She really can't help but be curious. Su Chen smiled and said, "If I told you I have a special ability to sense danger, would you believe me?" The existence of the system was something she couldn't be told about. Song Bauer exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Just like the superpowers in superhero comics?" Su Chen said, "That's right. That's amazing." Song Bauer exclaimed. Su Chen found it amusing these innocent-looking female college students were quite easy to fool. "So you sense danger and that's why you said you were coming to see me off?" "I thought." Song Bauer said, her face turning red. Su Chen asked, "What do you think it is?" Song Bauer said shyly, "It's nothing." She thought Su Chen liked her and couldn't bear to see her leave, but it seemed she was just overthinking it. However, on the other hand, Su Chen sensed the danger and rushed over to save her immediately. Now he is going to save her sister. Doesn't this also show that Su Chen cares about her? Otherwise, why would he risk his life to help her when they are not related? She suddenly reached out and hugged Su Chen's waist from behind, gently resting her head on his back, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Su Chen, you saved me again today, and thank you especially for helping me save my sister." Su Chen felt the softness behind him and broke out in a cold sweat. "Girl, do you know that doing this will make me distracted? We're driving, this is too dangerous." He didn't understand Song Bauer's thoughts. Song Bauer thought he liked her, but she couldn't reciprocate his feelings. Her sister was determined to marry her off to a top-tier rich young man, so they were destined not to be together. All she could do in return was give him a hug. Well, Su Chen is truly an exceptionally kind and considerate man. Chapter 71: The Tale of a Warm-Hearted Man in the Apocalypse. Is Su Chen a warm-hearted man in the apocalypse? Su Chen had no idea he had this persona, and was inexplicably given a good person card by Song Bauer. Of course, Song Bauer can't be blamed for this. The system's task types are indeed easy to misunderstand. When Su Chen asked her to kneel down and call him master, she naturally came to her senses. At this moment, she hugged Su Chen from behind, feeling a little guilty. She knew she couldn't be with Su Chen, but she couldn't explicitly refuse his kindness, otherwise Su Chen might not help her. "Su Chen, I'm so sorry. After I save my sister, I will try my best to repay you. I can't let you be the kind of person who only gives and never gets anything in return." Song Bauer made a decision in her heart. The eastern suburbs of Yuncheng. Although it's called the suburbs, it's actually a district within Yuncheng's jurisdiction, with bustling streets. It's nestled against the mountains and by the water, with a very pleasant environment. Therefore, before the apocalypse, this was the area with the most villas in Yuncheng. Many of the top developers in China have built villa complexes here. It's no exaggeration to say that it's a gathering place for the wealthy. Tianfu Mingyuan Villa District. Among the villa complexes in the eastern suburbs, this is considered one of the top-tier ones, with rows of high-end villas, each with its own private garden, neatly arranged. Before the apocalypse, this place was completely inaccessible to poor students like Su Chen. At this moment, it looked as desolate as the simple village houses. Almost all the villas were half buried in the snow and ice. If the extreme cold continued, the entire villa area might be buried in the snow and ice in time. A total of 7 snowmobiles roared into the villa area. 7 vehicles, carrying a total of 13 people, all of whom were fully armed men. They were laughing and talking freely, their eyes filled with excitement. It's so quiet here. Could all those rich people be dead? There must be a lot of good stuff in these buildings. I really want to go inside and take a look. I wonder if there are any women out there. Rich men's wives might not be that great, but their mistresses and other women are definitely top-notch. These women were never within our reach before they were all played with by those rich bastards. If they were in our hands now, we'd definitely have our fill. Everyone grinned wickedly, their eyes burning with intense energy. On one of the snowmobiles, a burly man remained silent, frowning as he looked down at the satellite phone in his hand. A busy tone sounded on the line, and the call automatically ended. What the hell are the third brother and his gang up on? The burly man couldn't help but curse. This group of people is the Snow Wolf Gang. This burly man is named Zhou Hao, the leader of the Snow Wolf Gang, the former captain of Steel Shield Security Company, and a former Special Forces soldier. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, in order to survive, Zhou Hao led a group of men to establish the Snow Wolf Gang, occupying an underground warehouse in the city center, and plundering supplies with their superior weapons and equipment. Zhou Hao's original plan was to build a post-apocalyptic shelter so that his brothers could live a good life. But he soon realized that no matter how much they struggled, they would hardly be comfortable. What threatened them was not hunger, but extreme cold. That all-pervasive chill was a dead end that they could not escape. At this moment, Zhou Hao recalled a rumor he had heard in the circle of the wealthy, which said that the rich had spent money to build safe houses for the apocalypse before the end of the world. That's a safe house that can withstand a nuclear attack. This is the best place for them. However, he was troubled by the lack of any clues and had no idea where the safe house was. After all, a safe house must be very well hidden, and even a security captain like him had no way of finding out about it. Unexpectedly, a pleasant surprise followed. A few days ago, one of his old customers suddenly contacted him, asking for his help. This regular customer was a wealthy woman who said that one of her best friends was trapped in a villa after the apocalypse and wanted to bring her younger sister, who was stuck at school, to her side. Zhou Hao learned through inquiries that this wealthy woman named Song Jiayi was actually the wife of billionaire Lin Guicheng. Lin Guicheng, the CEO of Yunqing Light Catering Group, has a net worth of over 1 billion yuan and is a member of the billionaire club in the rich circle. The rumors Zhou Hao had heard before were that the people who collectively funded the construction of safe houses before the apocalypse were billionaires from the $1 billion club. Song Jiayi most likely knows the location of the safe house. But would Song Jiayi confess honestly? Zhou Hao wasn't sure. If Song Bauer were in his hands, he might be able to force Song Jiayi to comply. Therefore, under the guise of helping Song Jiayi, his real intention was to kidnap Song Bauer. He sent 3 people to pick up Song Bauer, thinking that everything would be foolproof. She was just a female college student who didn't know the truth, so she would obediently go with them. But right now, they seem to have lost contact. He called several times, but no one answered. His professional instincts told him that something might have happened to the 3 of them. Damn it, what could possibly happen? They're all well-trained brothers, and they have the truth in their hands. It's one thing if they're in other places, but in a university full of intellectuals, who could possibly threaten them? Zhou Hao shook his head, trying to deny his worries. He decided to put everything else aside for now and go find Song Jiayi first. The group eventually stopped in front of a villa. Zhou Hao said in a deep voice, "Quiet down, everyone. This woman doesn't know we're here. Be polite and don't scare her." The villa's main gate was half buried in the snow and could not be opened, so they smashed a large floor-to-ceiling window to get inside. The interior was dimly lit, deathly still, and eerily silent, unlike any place that anyone lived in. What was once a luxuriously decorated villa now resembled a cold, lifeless tomb. Zhou Hao nodded to everyone, and the group dispersed to search the house. As a result, no one could be found anywhere in the entire villa. "Boss," a member of the Snow Wolf Gang called out, gesturing for Zhou Hao to come and take a look. It turned out he had found a hidden door, which, if all went well, should be the entrance to the basement. Zhou Hao tried to open the door from the outside but couldn't. He frowned, not caring about disturbing the other party. He told the onlookers to step back, picked up his submachine gun, and fired several shots at the door. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the door's lock was broken. Finally, he went up to the door and kicked it open. Before him was a staircase leading to the basement, and below was complete darkness. Zhou Hao took out a flashlight and shone it down, but saw nothing. Zhou Hao turned around and gestured, then raised his gun and led the way down. As they descended the stairs and entered the basement, they suddenly heard a click ahead, clearly the sound of a gun being loaded. Shining their flashlights forward, they saw a stunningly beautiful young woman standing opposite them, her face filled with terror, her hands holding a gun. "Don't move, I really will shoot," the stunning young woman said in a trembling voice, her body shaking as well. The Snow Wolf gang members all breathed a sigh of relief, and some even laughed. In an instant, their gazes became fiery as they blatantly sized up the stunning young woman. Chapter 72 The Caller, Old Third. The woman in her 30s had an absolutely stunning face and an excellent temperament. She was truly a beauty of unparalleled grace, with a face that seemed to bring good fortune to her husband. Her skin was firm, fair, and flawless. Even in bulky winter clothes, her curvaceous figure was still undeniable. From head to toe, there was not a single flaw to be found. She was a rare and exquisite beauty. Her frightened appearance at that moment made her even more pitiful. No wonder the Snow Wolf gang members weren't afraid at all, even though she had the truth in her hands, because they were all certain that this woman would never dare to fire a shot. "Don't be afraid, we're not bad people." Zhou Hao smiled, trying to comfort the other person. "Are you Ms. Song Jiai?" "I'm Zhou Hao, and we're here to pick up your sister." The young woman said, "Is it you?" "Where is my sister?" Zhou Hao said, "Miss Song, could you please put down your gun first?" Song Jiai was terrified at this moment and did not relax at all because of Zhou Hao's words. If she didn't know anything, it would be fine, but now she knew Zhou Hao's true intentions and that his subordinates had been killed by Su Chen. If Zhou Hao finds out, will he let her go? She doesn't expect Su Chen to come to her rescue. That's simply unrealistic. For now, we can only pretend we know nothing and wait and see what happens. So Song Jiai pretended to calm down and put the gun down. Zhou Hao gave his subordinate a wink, and one of the men walked over and took away Song Jiai's truth. "Miss Song, your sister is still on her way. My people have already picked her up. We came ahead of time because we were thinking of you. It's not safe for you to be stranded here alone," Zhou Hao said with a smile. Song Jiai had calmed down and nodded, saying, "Yes, thank you. I'm sorry about earlier, I thought you were bad people." Zhou Hao said, "It's alright, I understand. By the way, Miss Zhou, may I ask you why you're trapped here alone? Where is your husband?" Song Jiai said sadly, "This disaster came too suddenly. My husband was on a business trip at the time and then he went missing. I don't know if he is alive or dead." Zhou Hao said, "Oh, is that so? I heard your husband is Mr. Lin Guicheng, a very well-known tycoon and philanthropist in Yuncheng. I sincerely hope he is still alive." Song Jiai asked, "Do you know my husband?" Zhou Hao said, "Miss Song is joking. How could someone as insignificant as me be qualified to know Mr. Lin? I only heard about him from Sister Lu." Sister Lu was Song Jiai's best friend. Song Jiai cursed her best friend for being a terrible teammate, but on the surface she sighed and said, "What big shot or small shot? In the face of the apocalypse, we are all the same, just ants." Zhou Hao said, "Speaking of Mr. Lin, I just remembered something. I heard that the wealthy built safe houses before the apocalypse. Is it possible that Mr. Lin went to a safe house?" Song Jiai frowned and said, "Safe house? You mean this place? My husband likes to read apocalyptic novels, and he does have this kind of awareness. This is the place he built before the apocalypse. I've survived until now thanks to this place. Wait a minute." As she spoke, Song Jiai walked to the side, pulled a switch, and the lights immediately turned on, illuminating the entire basement. The basement is about 100 square meters, and most of the space is filled with shelves, crammed with supplies including food, medicine, tools, and so on. It could probably support 2 people for a year and a half without any problem. But this was not the answer Zhou Hao wanted. "No, I heard that your husband is a member of the Billionaire Club. The wealthy people in their circle once jointly funded the construction of a large shelter. Is that true?" Zhou Hao asked. Song Jiai chuckled, "So Mr. Zhou has also heard this rumor. It's just a fabricated story by busybodies. I remember I even asked my husband about it, and his answer was, nobody has that much spare money." "Really? It's not true?" Zhou Hao chuckled, but his heart sank. This woman looked honest, but she was probably more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. If he didn't put her under pressure, she would really try to brush him off. Song Jae said, "I wish it were true, so at least my husband could live." But unfortunately, before the disaster struck, everyone thought it was just science fiction. When the disaster really came, it was too late. Jo-ha smiled and said, "Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Song, I'll make a call and ask them where they are." As he spoke, Jo-ha walked to the side to make a phone call. Song Jae was anxious. She couldn't get through to Jo-ha on the phone. What should she do next? How could she get out of this mess? The Snow Wolf gang members stared at Song Jae with eager eyes, like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing a big piece of fat meat, their mouths watering and wishing they could pounce on her and take a bite. It's really not their fault. Song Jae is just too beautiful. Before the disaster, they would never have met a woman like her in their entire lives, but now she's a lamb in their hands. If it weren't for the boss's sake, they would have already started eating. In their view, if Song Jae were taught a lesson, wouldn't that woman have something to say? The boss was just making a fuss over nothing. Jo-ha had a different idea. This only clue could not be compromised. What if Song Jae was a virtuous and chaste woman? If she couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide, then everything would be over. Using Song Bauer to threaten her is still the most feasible option. As long as she cares about Song Bauer, she won't be afraid that Song Bauer won't speak up. Once they found out the location of the safe house, the brothers could do whatever they wanted, it didn't matter. Besides, Jo-ha was a man too. With such a stunningly beautiful woman, how could he not want to have a meal with her? The phone still wouldn't go through. None of the three people answered. Jo-ha was both angry and anxious. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was 100% certain that something had gone wrong over there. It seems we can't count on Song Bauer. Without Song Bauer as leverage, how can we get Song Jae to speak? Jo-ha put away his phone, walked back with a gloomy face, parted the crowd, and went straight to Song Jae. Song Jae's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was wrong. She forced a smile and asked, "Mr. Jo, what's wrong?" Jo-ha seemed like a completely different person from before, and said coldly, "Give me your phone." Song Jae exclaimed in surprise, "Why?" Snap. Jo-ha slapped Song Jae across the face, making her stagger and almost lose her balance, her face instantly turning red. "Give me the phone, I don't want to say it a third time," Jo-ha said fiercely. Seeing this, the Snow Wolf gang members were overjoyed. Their leader had finally seen the light. Were they about to start eating? "Here, don't be angry." Song Jae was afraid that Jo-ha would do something reckless, so she quickly said, took out her phone from her body, and handed it to Jo-ha. Jo-ha took the phone, then grabbed Song Jae's hair and brought her face close to the front camera. Facial recognition unlocked the phone. Then Jo-ha looked down and started searching through his phone. Suddenly, he noticed something, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Song Jae. "Oh, Mrs. Lin, you actually dared to lie to me. Explain what this is?" Song Jae was shocked. Had Jo-ha discovered her conversation with her sister? Jo-ha was about to show his phone to Song Jae. Just then, suddenly, the satellite phone on his waist rang. Jo-ha quickly picked up the phone and saw on the screen that the caller was Lao San. Chapter 73 Chicken Dinner. The leader of the three Snow Wolf gang members sent to pick up Song Bauer was the third brother. After searching for a long time without finding anyone, the third brother has now called back. So what exactly happened over there? Jo-ha quickly picked up the phone and answered it. "Hey, third brother, what the hell are you guys doing? Where are you now? Have you picked up the person?" Jo-ha yelled into the phone. However, all he received in response to the phone call was silence, and then the call was abruptly disconnected. Hey, what the hell?" Jo-ha was furious. Just then, a loud crash was heard from upstairs, as if something had been knocked over. Everyone immediately became alert. They had all come to the basement. Who made this noise? Jo-ha's heart sank. He had already keenly sensed that something was wrong. Coupled with that strange phone call just now, it would be strange if things were not going well. Sixth brother, seventh brother. Jo-ha gestured to the two people next to him. The two then grabbed the truth and cautiously approached the stairs. After making sure no one was at the door, they carefully began to climb up. A moment later, 2 gunshots rang out. The stairs tumbled down, and a corpse rolled down, its head tilted to the side, a bloody gash between its brows, its eyes wide open, dying with its eyes wide open. It was one of the 2 men. Ah! The Snow Wolf gang members were shocked. Enemies are coming. The question is, who the hell is this? Who would appear here at this time to oppose them? Holy crap, who the hell is this? Let's charge in and kill that son of a bitch. The crowd started shouting. Zhou Hao was both shocked and furious. He turned and glared at Song Jiai. You bitch, who are these people from upstairs? Song Jiai shook her head and said, I don't know either. She was truly bewildered. After the apocalypse, everyone she knew was either dead or out of contact. She had only managed to contact Zhou Hao and his group through her best friend, who were able to help her bring her sister over. Who else would come looking for her, and why would they target the Snow Wolf gang right away? She suddenly thought of a possibility, but then dismissed it. Impossible, right? Would Su Chen really come all this way to save her? Although her sister had told her that Su Chen was amazing and liked to rescue beautiful women, how far away was Yun University? What would Su Chen be after? My sister said that she didn't know Su Chen at all before, and they had no relationship whatsoever. Stay here and don't move, I'll deal with you later. Zhou Hao said fiercely, and then made an attack gesture to everyone. A group of people picked up guns and charged. Outside the basement door lay the body of another accomplice, also shot right between the eyebrows. Zhou Hao frowned. The other man's marksmanship was too good, and he was very likely a professional as well. The other party then seemed to have disappeared. Leave no survivors, kill them all. Zhou Hao gave the order. A battle royale game has begun. The Snow Wolf gang members began searching the villa for the enemy. With two of their comrades dead, everyone was seething with rage, wishing they could riddle the enemy with bullets. When they were searching for Song Jiai, they had already become familiar with the interior layout of the villa. The villa had 2 floors, several hundred square meters, and more than a dozen rooms. This time, they used a carpet sweep tactic. The 11 men were divided into 3 teams and launched operations simultaneously, so that the enemy had no way to hide. Zhou Hao, as expected of a special forces soldier, demonstrated a very reasonable and usually effective tactic. However, this time they seemed to have encountered a mysterious and unpredictable opponent. In the end, they searched the entire villa but could not find any trace of the enemy. When they regrouped in the lobby on the first floor, everyone looked puzzled. Had the enemy already escaped? They killed the 2 of them and then ran away. What was going on? One of them couldn't help but say angrily, "Boss, it seems like he's playing us." Just then, a gunshot rang out outside, and one of the floor-to-ceiling glass doors in the living room shattered instantly, with broken glass scattering all over the floor. Outside, someone shouted, "Tap tap tap." The crowd immediately opened fire, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted. As they fired their guns, the group chased after the enemy, but when they reached the garden outside, they couldn't find them anywhere. Zhou Hao glanced at the snow and saw a row of clear footprints. He sneered, "He seems to be alone. No wonder he doesn't dare to confront us head-on. Looks like someone wants to have some kind of war game. Hee, then let's grant his wish. With so many of us, surely we can kill one of him? Damn it, when we find this bastard, we'll tear him to pieces." The crowd shouted in unison. Basement. Song Jiai was restless and terrified, especially when gunshots came from above. She was so nervous she felt like she could hardly breathe. Human beings' greatest fear comes from the unknown, and right now she is completely ignorant of everything. What exactly did Zhou Hao find on her phone? Who was that uninvited guest, and was he an enemy or a friend? After an unknown amount of time, it seemed to suddenly become quiet upstairs. Although gunshots could be heard from time to time, they sounded somewhat distant, as if the fighting had moved away from inside the building. Song Jiai struggled internally, wondering if she should take this opportunity to escape. She didn't want to sit here and wait to die, but the snow outside was poisonous. She hadn't left her door since the apocalypse, and if she ran out now, she would probably face a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Just as they were arguing, they suddenly heard footsteps and saw someone coming down the stairs. Song Jiai involuntarily retreated until she was backed into a corner with nowhere left to go, her heart pounding in her chest. Then a person wearing protective clothing came down, and the two made eye contact. Who are you?" Song Jiai asked in a trembling voice. This person's attire was completely different from Zhou Hao's and the others, so it was clear that he was not one of the Snow Wolf gang. Then she saw the other person reach out and take off their gas mask, revealing a cute round face, and call out to her, "Sister." Song Jiai was stunned for a moment. Baby? The visitor was none other than her beloved younger sister, Song Bauer. "Ah, my baby. Song Jiayi realized what was happening, cried out, and ran towards Song Bauer. The two sisters hugged each other, tears of joy and excitement streaming down their faces. Overwhelmed with emotion, Song Jiayi was filled with self-reproach. "I'm so sorry, baby, I entrusted you to the wrong person this time, and I almost got you into trouble." Song Bauer smiled and said, "It's all right, sister, I'm perfectly fine." Song Jiayi had so many questions in her mind that she couldn't help but ask, "Baby, what exactly happened? How did you come to be?" Song Bauer said, "Su Chen brought me here. He came specifically to rescue you." "It really is him?" Song Jiayi asked in surprise, grabbing Song Bauer's shoulders and saying in a deep voice, "Baby, tell me honestly, who exactly is this Su Chen? What is your relationship with him? Why is he helping us?" Song Bauer said, "Didn't I already tell my sister that he is a student at our school? We didn't know each other before the disaster." Song Jiayi frowned and asked, "Has he mentioned to you what he wants?" Song Bauer said, "No, Su Chen has been saying he can help beautiful ladies ever since the disaster. Sister, I think he might have fallen for me." Song Jiayi said, "Oh, is that so? So his goal is to win the heart of the beauty by playing the hero and rescuing her?" Chapter 74: The Abandoned Wife of a Wealthy Family. Song Bauer blushed. "Sister, Su Chen is a very nice person. He has never made any unreasonable demands on me. On the contrary, I feel a little guilty and don't know how to repay him." Song Jiayi glanced at her. "You wouldn't be thinking of offering yourself to him, would you? You know I've already contacted young Master Jean, there's no way you and him are going to be together." Song Bauer said, "But Su Chen has done so much, we have to compensate him. I don't want him to become boiling sheep." Song Jiayi nodded. "I know, I have my own plans, just leave it to me." Song Bauer said, "Oh, right, sister, has your brother-in-law looked for you?" Mentioning her husband, Song Jiayi's face immediately turned pale. "Don't mention him, I consider him dead." Song Bauer sighed and said nothing more. The faint sound of gunfire could still be heard outside, but it was getting farther and farther away. Song Jiayi couldn't help but worry. "Baby, there are so many of them, can Su Chen handle them all by himself? What if?" Song Bauer smiled and said, "Don't worry, sister, Su Chen is a genius. He has superpowers." Song Jiayi was taken aback. "Superpowers?" He reached out and touched Song Bauer's forehead. She didn't have a fever. Song Bauer said, "I'm not making this up. Su Chen told me himself that he has the superpower to sense danger in advance. It's incredibly amazing." Song Jiayi was a little annoyed. Her younger sister was really naive. She actually believed such a ridiculous story. Fortunately, her sister had one good point: she listened to her older sister. As the older sister, she had to protect her silly sister. In any case, now that her younger sister is finally back by her side, it all depends on whether Su Chen can handle the Snow Wolf gang. Outside the villa, the corpses were scattered around. The blood stained the white snow, a truly shocking sight. Beneath the wall of a house, a gunshot rang out, and Zhou Hao let out a heart-wrenching scream as a bullet struck his right knee, blood splattering out. At the same time, his right hand was also pierced by a bullet, and the gun had fallen 10 meters away. Zhou Hao was filled with fear and despair. He never dreamed that the outcome would be like this. He thought that 11 people were chasing one person and that victory was assured, but it turned out that the other party was picking them off one by one. As his men fell one by one, Zhou Hao realized with horror that if this was really a battle royale game, then the opponent was simply a cheater with wall hacks. No matter where they were, even if they hid under cover, the other side could find them with ease. They couldn't even find a trace of their opponent, unless the opponent deliberately revealed a flaw to lure them. From beginning to end, they could only desperately accept the arrival of death, with no other options. So what if you're a special forces soldier? You're still a hopeless noob when facing a cheater. Who the hell are you? Zhou Hao couldn't help but scream. A shadow flickered, and a person emerged from the alley ahead, wearing a protective suit, a gas mask, an oxygen device, and a golden desert eagle in his hand. Damn it! It's like they stepped right out of Resident Evil. This outfit alone was impressive enough, and coupled with his proven track record, Zhou Hao was stunned. You're the only one left, boss. Tell me, are there any remnants left in your stronghold? Su Chen said calmly. Zhou Hao asked, who exactly are you? Do you know me? Su Chen said, we didn't know each other before, we just met. With his eye of insight activated, he could naturally tell that the guy in front of him was the leader. What he was concerned about now was whether there were any remaining followers that he needed to eliminate. Zhou Hao snorted, "You'd better let me leave, or if anything happens to me, my brothers will never let you off the hook." Su Chen shook his head, "Sorry, that's not the right answer." As he spoke, Su Chen raised his gun. Seeing that he was about to pull the trigger, Zhou Hao was terrified and hurriedly said, "Don't shoot. Just spare my life, and you can have anything you want." Su Chen said coldly, "What do you have to give me?" Zhou Hao said, "I have a lot of supplies, I can give them all to you. I can take you to get them. I was just lying to you. All my men are dead, there's no one there anymore, you can go without worry." Su Chen asked, "How far?" Zhou Hao said, "We can get there in an hour or two by snowmobile." Su Chen was a little disappointed. If it were closer, he would be more interested, as more supplies would naturally be better. But since it was so far away, it became a useless resource. Seeing that Su Chen didn't seem very interested, Zhou Hao quickly said, "I have a secret to tell you, you definitely won't be disappointed." Su Chen said, "Really? Tell me about it." Zhou Hao said, "There is a post-apocalyptic safe house that was built by a group of wealthy people." Su Chen said, "Oh," and then asked, "Do you know where it is?" Seeing his interest, Zhou Hao was delighted and said, "I don't know yet, but I was about to find out. The rich woman living in that villa knows about it." Su Chen asked, "How do you know she knows?" Zhou Hao said, "I've seen her phone. It's still on me. If you don't believe me, ask her to unlock it, and you'll see." Su Chen asked, "Oh, what did you see on her phone?" Zhou Hao said, "Her chat history with her husband, who is the famous billionaire Lin Guicheng, shows that after the apocalypse, he took his mistress to the safe house and abandoned her. She was furious and vowed to go to the safe house to take revenge." Su Chen. So, are the melodramatic family feuds in those silly online novels actually real? This explains why Song Jiayi was alone in the villa. She was apparently an abandoned woman. By the way, the system's rating of Song Jiayi mentioned that she was long drought-stricken, which is probably for this reason. What a waste. This Lin Guicheng, he's like a well-fed man who doesn't know the hunger of a starving man. He has such a wonderful wife, yet he's still looking for someone else outside. Zhou Hao chuckled awkwardly, "Big brother, I see you're all alone, so you probably don't have a team. Although you're very skilled, in this apocalypse, more people mean more strength. I'm willing to acknowledge you as my big brother. There must be bodyguards in the safe house, and I can help you fight there. I used to be a special forces soldier." Su Chen interrupted him, "Do you know why I'm here?" Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment. "Why?" Su Chen said, "The people you sent to pick up Song Bauer have all been killed by me." Zhou Hao stared at Su Chen in astonishment. So it was him. My God, who is this guy? How did he get involved? Su Chen continued, "I just killed all your men again, don't you hate me?" Zhou Hao quickly replied, "How could that be? In the end, they are just my former colleagues. I only banded together with them to survive. As long as you are willing to give me a way out, I'll even acknowledge you as my father." Su Chen shook his head. What a pity. Zhou Hao was about to ask Su Chen what he regretted when a gunshot rang out. He had been shot in the forehead and died instantly. Su Chen then said, "It's a pity you're not a goddess." As he spoke, Su Chen walked over and, sure enough, found a cell phone on Zhou Hao. Su Chen murmured, "A discarded woman from a wealthy family, huh? I wonder if I can win her over today." Chapter 75 Deep Blue Skill Point Allocation. Whether she's an abandoned wife or a favored concubine, a goddess with a 9.1 rating is someone Su Chen has never encountered before. He might as well take her. Getting her is a win. He's determined to be this traitor. At that moment, Su Chen heard the system feedback in his ear. Ding! You have eliminated the armed men and successfully rescued the goddess. You have gained 120,000 merit points. You have acquired the skill, Deep Blue Skill Point Allocation. Su Chen was taken aback. Add points? I quickly looked into it. Deep Blue Skill Points, passive skill. With this skill, all your other skills will gain points each time they are used, allowing you to become stronger. Holy crap! Su Chen's heart began to race. This skill is amazing. It's even more exciting than getting a 9.1 rating from a goddess. This mission was a long way and the level of danger was unprecedented, but it was definitely worth it. The Deep Blue Skill Point alone was well worth it. Basement. The Song sisters were waiting. Song Jiayi was filled with anxiety, but Song Bauer was not worried at all. She had already run to the shelf and started eating by herself, her cheeks bulging out like a little hamster, stuffed full of food. After more than half a month of hardship at school, it's so much better here at my sister's place, where there are plenty of supplies. She was in a good mood. As long as Suchen dealt with those bad guys, she could be with her sister again. She wouldn't have to worry about food or live in fear anymore. Everything would be alright. Suddenly hearing footsteps on the stairs, Song Jiayi stood up in surprise, looking wary. Then a voice said, "It's me." Song Bauer exclaimed happily, "It's Suchen. I knew he was amazing." He dropped the cookie box he was holding and went to meet them. Suchen got down and even took off his gas mask. Song Jiayi recognized Suchen's face and couldn't help but pat her chest and breathe a long sigh of relief. Suchen's gaze fell on Song Jiayi, and his heart stirred. As expected of a goddess with a score of 9.1, she was stunningly beautiful. Perhaps she doesn't photograph well, but she was much prettier in person than in the videos. Her face, her figure, were also big, fair, and smooth. What a stunningly beautiful woman, abandoned by a wealthy family. Suchen, what happened to those people? Song Jiayi came up to him and asked. Suchen smiled and said, "Don't worry, they've all been sent to be reincarnated." "Jiayi, is this yours?" Suchen took out a cell phone and handed it to Song Jiayi. Song Jiayi accepted it with delight. "Yes, it's mine, thank you." Suchen said, "I didn't look inside, it was locked." Song Jiayi chuckled, "Kid, you're so funny. I'm so grateful to you this time. I never expected you to come and save me. I don't even know how to thank you enough." Song Bauer pouted and said, "Sister, Suchen is such a good person, such a sweet guy, we can't let him make a wasted trip." Song Jiayi smiled and said, "Of course, Suchen. My husband's company is a food group. I originally planned to use a warehouse's worth of inventory to thank the Snow Wolf Gang. Now I'm going to give it to you. You must accept it. If it's not enough, just let me know and I can add more." Suchen responded with an "oh," remarking that wealthy women were indeed different, spending so lavishly. However, compared to a warehouse full of food, what Suchen wanted more was her. If he gets her, the warehouse will be his too, and not just one, but the whole thing. "Thanks, Jiayi. What are your plans for the future?" Suchen asked with a smile. The two sisters exchanged a glance, and Song Bauer gave her sister a look, signaling her not to say anything inappropriate to Suchen. She didn't want Suchen to know that her sister had already betrothed her to young Master Jean. Song Jiayi laughed and said, "What else can we do? It's the end of the world. We can only live one day at a time. Fortunately, there is still a lot of food here. We can last for a long time. Hopefully, we can survive until the end of the world. The abandoned woman is dishonest." Suchen smiled. "The reason why the apocalypse is that it will never end unless the whole world restarts. Sister Jiayi, I suggest you plan ahead, otherwise you will die sooner or later." Seeing that the other party was silent, Suchen continued, "To survive in the apocalypse for a long time, you need to find a safe shelter. Under normal circumstances, the safer the shelter, the longer you can live." Upon hearing him mention the shelter, Song Jiayi's expression immediately became a little unnatural. "That's true, but where can you find such a shelter?" Suchen said, "I know at least 2 shelters that meet the safety requirements." Both sisters stared wide-eyed, with Song Bauer's eyes filled with clear questions. "2? There are actually 2. Suchen said, "Sister Jiayi, I know, you actually know that there is at least one such shelter, right?" Song Jiayi's delicate body trembled. "What did you say?" Suchen smiled and said, "Before the leader of the Snow Wolf Gang died, he said some things to me." "He looked at your phone." Song Jiayi bit her lip. "What did he say to you?" Suchen said, "He said everything he needed to say, so everything he said is true, right?" Song Jiayi was silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly and said, "Alright, since you already know, I won't hide it from you anymore. Yes, I was abandoned by my husband. Yes, I betrothed Bauer to young Master Jean. Child, I know your feelings for Bauer, but I'm so sorry. I did this to protect Bauer. She's my only sister, and I must protect her." Suchen? Wait a minute, there's a lot of information here. He already knew that Song Jiayi was a discarded woman, but what happened next? Song Bauer blushed and lowered her head, whispering, "I'm sorry, Suchen, I can only disappoint you. I don't want you to be disappointed, but remember, you are not boiling sheep, really not. I won't allow you to think of yourself like that." Suchen, wait, let me sort this out. After a moment, Suchen, having figured out what was going on, couldn't help but find it a little funny. Because he helped them and seemed to ask for nothing in return, they mistook him for boiling sheep. Song Bauer also felt guilty towards him because her sister had already betrothed her to someone else. No wonder Song Jai was so generous, giving him money and even taking it from the warehouse. It seemed like she was trying to make up for him, but actually, she probably hoped he would stop bothering Song Bauer. Although he wasn't a simp, he did have a possessive desire for Song Bauer and Song Jai, but this possession meant making them his maids. Even if they refused to be his maids, he wouldn't really care that much. But the appearance of this young Master Jean changed the nature of the matter. So it turns out she was helping another man and saving his woman. Even though he completed the system task and received merit points, it still felt unsettling no matter how I looked at it. Ring ring ring. Just then, Song Jai's phone rang. Song Jai glanced at it and exclaimed, "It's young Master Jin's call." She immediately answered the phone and said with a smile, "Young Master Jean, I have good news for you. I have picked up Bauer." "Congratulations, young Master Jean. You can send someone over now." On the other end of the phone came a young man's voice, "Great, but I have some bad news." Song Jai's expression changed. "What's wrong, young Master Jean?" The young man said, "My father already knows about this. There are no bodyguards left, so you'll have to find your own way to get here. But you absolutely cannot bring anyone unrelated to us. You understand what I mean?" After saying that, the phone call ended. Song Jai was stunned. Song Bauer asked curiously, "Sister, what happened?" Song Jai shook her head with a wry smile. "I made an agreement with young Master Jean that he would send a bodyguard to pick you up after you arrived, but now the bodyguard isn't coming. It seems that old Master Jean is against this marriage." As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and looked at Su Chen. "Su Chen, can I ask you for a favor? Could you help us one more time and send Bauer to young Master Jean?" Su Chen was amused. "How funny. You want me to send women to other men?" Chapter 76, Offering Loyalty. "Su Chen, please help us one more time. Just name your reward. One warehouse isn't enough, we can give you more. What do you think?" Song Jai pleaded earnestly, her tone revealing her genuine desire to send her younger sister to Jin Shao. Su Chen would never agree to her request. Moreover, the system did not trigger any related tasks, so it seems that the system doesn't want him to become boiling sheep. What a joke! The system has a maid function. The system's logic is that after he rescues the goddess, he will eventually bring her into the fortress as a maid. Sending away the goddess and then giving her to another man? It would be strange if the system agreed. However, Su Chen did not refuse immediately. There were still some things he needed to figure out. "Sister Jai, why are you so determined to give Bauer to that young Master Jean?" Su Chen asked. Song Jai sighed and said, "Because this is the best arrangement." Su Chen responded with an "oh," and asked, "Explain in detail?" Song Jai said, "The Snow Wolf gang members didn't miss here. The rumor is true. Before the apocalypse, the wealthy did raise funds to build a shelter because they obtained a top-secret message from higher-ups." Su Chen frowned. Top secret information? He knew about the apocalypse in advance because of the system. Could it be that someone knew about it even earlier than him? Song Jai said, "I don't know the specifics of this news, but the wealthy people started secretly building shelters 3 years ago. Each wealthy person gets a place to stay according to their investment ratio. My husband, Lin Guicheng, was only at the bottom of that group of wealthy people, and there were only 2 places available. According to the original plan, I would go with him, but that bastard betrayed me and went with his mistress, abandoning me here." At this point, Song Jai's chest heaved with anger, and she clenched her teeth, clearly showing her genuine hatred. "I hate him for betraying me, and I hate even more that the position that should have been mine was given to that woman. How can I swallow this insult?" Su Chen nodded in understanding. Song Jai calmed herself down and continued, "As I said before, my husband only has 2 spots, but I also have Bauer. I have to find a way to get her in too, which is why I approached the Jean family. The Jean family is a top-tier wealthy family in Yuncheng. They also received the most spots in that doomsday shelter. By betrothing Song Bauer to young Master Jean and making her his fiancée, Song Bauer would also be able to secure a spot. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel trick on them. The apocalypse came too suddenly. Song Jai was abandoned by her husband, and Song Bauer was trapped at school. Neither of the sisters were able to enter the shelter. So, Su Chen, do you understand my good intentions now? I'm doing this all for Bauer's sake, it's the only way, Song Jai concluded. Song Bauer suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Then what about you, sister? Didn't you run out of spots? Did young Master Jean give you one too?" Song Jiai fell silent. Song Bauer immediately understood, her eyes reddening instantly. She shook her head and said, "It shouldn't be like this. I finally came back to your side, thinking that we would never be separated again. You want me to go to the shelter, but you can't go yourself. What kind of logic is this?" Song Jiai said, "Baby, you have to be good. I told you I wouldn't let you suffer. As long as you can get in, I'll be satisfied." "No." Song Bauer said firmly, "If my sister doesn't go, I won't go either." Song Jiai said, "Baby, aren't you listening to your sister?" Song Bauer cried, "I've always listened to my sister since I was little, but not this time. I don't want to be separated from you again." Song Jiai gritted her teeth and looked at Su Chen. "Su Chen, agree to help me with this favor, and I'll give you everything. The company has 4 warehouses in Yunqing, and I'll give them all to you." Su Chen smiled and said, "Sister Jiai, are you sure sending Bauer there is the best choice? It seems that there are differing opinions within the Jean family. Whether Bauer can even get in is still a question. Even if she does get in, are you sure she won't be bullied? Are you sure it's not a pit of fire?" Song Jiai said, "Old Master Jean really doesn't know about this. Marriages in wealthy families are very complicated. I can understand why the old man is angry, but I'm confident I can persuade him. No matter what, Bauer can at least stay alive inside." Su Chen nodded, "I understand your good intentions, but what if I had a better option for you?" Song Jiai was taken aback. "A better choice?" Su Chen said, "My choice will not only allow you all to survive and avoid the suffering of this apocalypse, but also ensure that you sisters will not be separated." Song Bauer's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Su Chen, can you really do it?" "Yes, you definitely can, right?" In her eyes, Su Chen was a god, and what couldn't a god do? Song Jiai was somewhat suspicious, a cautious look flashing in her eyes. "I know you care about Bauer. It was indeed a bit much for you to ask me to send her to young Master Jean, but if you truly understand my good intentions, please be more open-minded. Liking someone doesn't necessarily mean you have to possess them. As long as she's doing well, that's the best thing. What do you think?" Su Chen smiled and said, "I think you're wrong. Saying that it's okay as long as she's doing well is just self-comforting talk from someone who can't have what they want. They may seem relaxed, but they're actually seething inside. That's your first mistake." Song Jiai, Su Chen said, "The second one is wrong. I think you misunderstood. I'm helping you not because I'm some kind of doomsday hero, nor because I'm some kind of boiling sheep. I'm giving you another option simply because I can, and you're not getting it for free. To a certain extent, you can treat me as a businessman, and treat this as a transaction." Song Jiai was taken aback. Doing business? She was very familiar with that. She became a wealthy lady by helping Lin Guicheng build his empire. Su Chen's words made her realize that he was serious. "Then what is the second option you mentioned?" Song Jiai asked. Su Chen said, "As I just said, I know at least 2 shelters. One is the one you mentioned, and the second is my own shelter." Song Bauer asked in surprise, "Su Chen, do you have a shelter?" Su Chen said, "That's right. My shelter is indestructible, well supplied, warm in winter and cool in summer. It's better than any shelter built by a group of wealthy people. This is not bragging, it's just an objective fact." Although he had never seen that so-called shelter, no matter how good it was still man-made. His was a system fortress, which could easily crush the former. Song Jiai's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and she asked, "If what you're saying is true, and you really have such a wonderful shelter, what are the conditions for us to go in?" Su Chen smiled slightly. "Since the apocalypse, I have been helping beautiful women. Bauer should know this. I do this not because I am a warm man, nor am I doing charity. If you want to enter my fortress, you need to become my maids and offer your loyalty." Chapter 77 Su Chen's Methods. Maid. Upon hearing Su Chen's request, the Song sisters were both stunned. Su Chen looked at them, waiting for them to process the information. He realized that these goddesses always reacted with disbelief whenever they heard that they would be his maids. So far, it's actually the Cherry Blossom girl who, after being defeated by him, took the initiative to ask to follow him. In terms of loyalty, the seemingly most terrifying Yukishiro Sakura is probably more reliable. Unfortunately, the system didn't include a feature similar to a favorability rating, or more accurately, a loyalty rating, where you could see each maid's level of loyalty to him. But from another perspective, it's fortunate that nothing happened otherwise. Su Chen had reason to believe that even women like Xing Fei and Jiang Xiaolu, who had already submitted to him, would likely have very low levels of loyalty. There's nothing we can do about it after all, it's a modern society, and everyone here has received a modern education, especially considering the current situation of young women. Su Chen, you want us to be maids? Are you kidding us? No, you must be kidding, right? Song Bao realized what was happening and exclaimed in surprise. See, you said you didn't want Su Chen to be boiling sheep, but this time he really isn't boiling sheep, and you're unhappy again. Song Jai chuckled, kid, thank you for livening things up. You did make me laugh, but aren't we making a deal? You should be more serious. Su Chen said calmly, I'm serious. As he spoke, Su Chen took out his phone and made a video call to Xing Fei. Xing Fei answered the phone, Master, it's past noon. When are you coming back for lunch? Su Chen said, I won't eat lunch. You guys can eat by yourselves. Xing Fei replied, yes, master. Su Chen said, Fei, I have two beautiful women here. I need you to introduce our fortress to them, and also tell them your identity. After saying that, Su Chen handed the phone to Song Jai. The two sisters then saw Xing Fei across from them, only to find that she was dressed in a maid outfit. What was going on? Was she cosplaying? Xing Fei greeted you warmly with a smile. Hello, my name is Xing Fei, I'll show you around the fortress. Under Xing Fei's guidance, the Song sisters saw a near-perfect post-apocalyptic shelter. Unlimited water and electricity, ample food, constant temperature. Moreover, the fortress is very beautiful, and its quality is in no way inferior to the villa where Song Jai lives. After introducing the villa, Xing Fei concluded by saying, let me tell you about my identity. I am the master's loyal maid. Welcome to our warm family. Su Chen took the phone back from Song Jai, who was stunned again, and smiled, so, did I not lie to you? It's true, it's true. Song Bao murmured, deeply moved. She finally accepted the fact that Su Chen was not the boiling sheep at all. Not only was he not the boiling sheep, but he was also so unpredictable. This was too subversive. Song Jai could no longer laugh. At this point, it would be self-deception to say that Su Chen was just teasing them. Su Chen, I just noticed that your shelter doesn't seem to be underground, right? How safe is it? Song Jai asked. Su Chen said, Sister Jai has observed very carefully. Indeed, my fortress is not underground. The advantage is that no one has to live like rats in the gutter. As for security, it's true that ground fortresses seem a bit unreliable, but my fortress is nuclear-level secure. Do you have any other concerns? Song Jai fell silent. Her only concern was safety. If it was nuclear-level safe, then there was no problem. Su Chen said, Sister Jai, I don't need to go over your current predicament with you again. If you give Bauer to young Master Jean, you two sisters will be separated. If you become my maid, you won't be separated. You make this choice yourself. Yes, he doesn't force it. But not forcing doesn't mean not fighting. Since he was at risk of being taken advantage of and giving his daughter away to someone else, he had no choice but to resort to other means. Song Jai bit her lip. Being your maid means serving you? What exactly do you do? Su Chen said, the Fei you just saw is my little cook. There are also a few other maids. They all have their own chores to do. After all, I don't keep idle people around. Song Jai said, so, it's about taking care of your daily needs? If it's just about doing chores, it's not unacceptable. Although she used to be a noblewoman who was served by others, when the horse dies, the ground must be used. Now, given the circumstances, she has no choice but to accept it. Su Chen smiled, I haven't finished yet. Working for me is only one of my obligations. There is another obligation, all my maids are also my women, and they must be loyal to me alone. Ah? Song Jai's expression changed. That's right, how could men only make them do the work? She was being naive. Song Jai gritted her teeth and looked at Su Chen. What if I don't choose either of them, Su Chen? Will you make things difficult for us? Su Chen said, oh, not choosing either one? Song Jai said, I think my sister and I should stay here. The food here is enough to sustain us. Sister is right. Song Bao walked over and took her sister's hand. I believe this natural disaster will end soon. Su Chen said, really? Jai, are you just as naive as your sister? Do you really think this disaster will end? Song Jiayi remained silent. Silence was the best answer. Of course, she wasn't that naive. It's very simple. If the disaster will end quickly, why would a bunch of billionaires need to build shelters? Suchen said, you will run out of supplies here sooner or later, and you won't even last until the supplies run out. I haven't told you yet, but the Snow Wolf gang still has remnants. Do you think those people will let this go so easily? What did you say? The two sisters were terrified. They hadn't realized this at all. They thought Suchen had already wiped out the Snow Wolf gang. Suchen found it amusing. He couldn't help but scare them. The Snow Wolf gang has been wiped out, but only he knows this. He can say whatever he wants, and they wouldn't dare not believe him. Who would risk their life for this? If you're not willing to be my maids, my help ends here. I wonder if you'll regret it when you fall into the hands of the Snow Wolf gang, Suchen said with a smile. Song Jiayi panicked, her mind in turmoil. She suddenly realized that she and her sister were in dire straits, and Suchen was their best option, perhaps even their only option. Faced with death, even the maid seemed to find it acceptable. Compared to the Snow Wolf gang, Suchen was at least a young man, and the kind that grows on you, with a touch of handsomeness. The person is still the same person, but when you look at them with different eyes and in different states of mind, their image is completely different. When they thought Suchen was a sheep, they didn't even pay attention to what he looked like. Now, Suchen is looking down on them and can decide their fate. When they look up to him, they realize that Suchen is the real male lead. Chapter 78 I am your grandfather. Suchen insisted on not forcing anyone, not because he was soft-hearted, but because it was the best approach. What is obtained by force will only ever be hatred. If betrayed in the future, the person will feel no guilt. If the hatred is strong enough, they may even be willing to die. The path you chose is now Suchen's responsibility. From now on, betraying him will be your mistake, and you'll have to consider whether you can bear Suchen's punishment. Okay, we'll go with you. Song Jiayi gritted her teeth and made a decision. I finally got it. Suchen nodded, from now on, you will be my maids. Let me make this clear, I will take drastic measures against any disloyal maids. From this moment on, if you have any regrets, it will be considered a betrayal of me. Song Jiayi said, I understand. Song Bauer asked, Suchen, will you continue to help us? Suchen said, no one can harm my maids except me. As long as you are loyal to me, I will not harm you either. You can consider this a benefit for you. Also, from now on, you have to call me master. Song Bauer blushed, master. Having to change my way of addressing someone suddenly feels a bit embarrassing and also very strange. Yes, master. Song Jiayi lowered her head and said, as expected of a worldly woman, she understands the situation clearly. Master. Song Bauer finally called out after her sister. A system notification sounded in Suchen's ear. You've acquired 2 maids. Assign them tasks. Pack your things, and come back to the fortress with me in a bit, Suchen instructed. Song Jiayi said, Master, do you need me to tell you the addresses of the 4 warehouses? Now that I am your maid, these warehouses also belong to you. Suchen smiled and said, no rush, we can talk about it later. Let's leave here first. Okay. Song Jiayi stood up and went to pack her luggage. Suchen didn't hesitate to put all the supplies in the basement into his system space. The Song sisters were both shocked to see the shelves emptied in the blink of an eye. Song Jiayi recalled what her sister had said before and was shocked. It turned out that her sister wasn't naive. Suchen really did have superpowers, and these superpowers seemed to be related to space. Being a maid is humiliating, but her decision seems to be right. Suchen is strong and mysterious, and following him will probably save her from the suffering of this apocalypse. After collecting the supplies, Suchen used the system to buy Song Jiayi a set of protective clothing. This is a warm and protective suit. Put it on before you go out, and you can walk freely outdoors, Suchen said. Thank you, master. Song Jiayi gladly accepted it. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, Song Jiayi's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, Song Jiayi felt a chill run down her spine. It's young Master Jean on the phone. What's wrong? Suchen asked. Song Jiayi said, reporting to Master, it is young Master Jean who is looking for me. Suchen said, okay, let's answer it and see what he has to say. Song Jiayi answered the phone and thoughtfully turned on the speakerphone. A woman with experience is different from a naive young girl. Hey, Mr. Jean, what can I do for you? Song Jiayi asked. On the other end of the phone, Jin Xiao said, "Have you thought about how to get your sister here? I only have one chance to open the shelter entrance, and I have to keep it a secret from my dad. You'd better get here within the next 2 hours." Song Jiai. Now that she no longer needs to go to that shelter, she has a clearer understanding from an outsider's perspective that trying to get there without help would be an agonizing ordeal. Su Chen is not only her best choice, but also her only choice. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you coming over or not? Young Master Jean seemed a little impatient. Song Jiai smiled sweetly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jean, we have decided not to go, and the engagement between you and my sister is cancelled." Jin Xiao was furious. "Song Jiai, what do you mean by this? Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Song Jiai said, "You're asking us sisters to go there without any protection, which is no different from taking our lives. I have no other choice but to make this decision." Jin Xiao said, "Didn't I say that my dad doesn't allow bodyguards to help?" Song Jiai said, "Then I should do it even more. Since Grandpa Jean doesn't want this daughter-in-law, even if I force her on him, my sister probably won't have a good life." Jin Xiao snorted. "Song Jiai, listen to me, only I can say no. It's not your place to make the decision. You can't just cancel it like that. Your sister is my fiancée, you have to send her over." Song Jiai chuckled and said, "First of all, she's my sister. Secondly, what right do you have to order me around? Have you been watching too many domineering CEO dramas? Also, you broke your promise first, and now you're blaming me?" Seeing that his attempt to intimidate her was ineffective, Jin Xiao seemed to realize that Song Jiai responded better to gentle persuasion than force. He softened his tone and said, "How about this? I'll think of another way to see if I can find someone to pick you up, okay?" Song Jiai said, "No, I was just informing you, not bargaining with you. We don't need to contact each other anymore." Jin Xiao was furious. "You surname Song, don't push your luck. Don't forget, your husband is here too. Aren't you afraid I'll deal with him?" Song Jiai laughed and said, "I'm so scared. You'd better really go and teach this bastard a lesson, please." Jin Xiao said, "Something's not right with you. Where do you get the nerve to challenge me? Do you think I can't do anything to you just because I'm here? I know your address. I can find someone to deal with you anytime, believe it or not." Upon hearing this, Song Jiai couldn't help but get angry. Sure enough, it's only when there's a conflict of interest that you can see a person's true colors. This young Master Jean started threatening her at the slightest disagreement. In comparison, Su Chen was like an angel. From beginning to end, Su Chen never said anything harsh. He just presented the facts and reasoned with her, letting her make her own choice. Her final choice of Su Chen was a decision she made after weighing the pros and cons, and she would take full responsibility for any negative consequences that might arise. "You insulted my sister, you're not a good person, I won't marry you," Song Bauer said angrily from the side. Jin Xiao sneered, "I told you, it's not your place to decide. If you don't marry me, you can expect to be ruined by me." Suddenly, a soft sigh escaped. "Why bother?" Jin Xiao was startled. Who's speaking?" "Song Jiai, who's this man?" Su Chen said calmly, "Who am I? I'm your grandfather, your grandson." Put. Song Bauer couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her master was so humorous, how come she hadn't noticed before? Grandpa? How could that be? Grandpa is already. You're fucking insulting me. Jin Xiao realized what was happening and was furious. Who the hell are you? If you've got the guts, tell me your name and I'll show you what I'm made of. Su Chen smiled and said, "Whether your grandpa has guts or not, you can call your mother over to try. As for your grandpa's name, I'm not telling you. What can you do about it?" Jin Xiao was so angry he jumped up and down. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you, you hear me? I'm going to kill you." Beep. Su Chen hung up the phone, letting the other person fume to death on their own. Chapter 79. Two more arrived. To the east of Yunqing lies a mountain range called Broken Cliff Mountain. Before the apocalypse, it was just an ordinary place. Few people know that deep within these cliff-like mountains lies a massive doomsday shelter. This shelter was built with funds raised by a group of billionaires in Yunqing. One day 3 years later, these billionaires from the $1 billion Club suddenly held a secret meeting for 3 days and 3 nights, after which this top-secret project was launched. Now, inside this shelter, there is a man in his 30s with fair skin, who looks like he has been pampered since childhood. He has a sense of superiority in his eyes. He gripped his phone tightly, staring at the call that had just been ended, gritting his teeth in anger. They've gone too far. They've gone too far. No one, except my father, dares to talk to me like that. He is young Master Jean, whose full name is Jean Yuba. He is the young master of the Jean family, a top family in Yuncheng. His father, Jean Xiaoxian, is worth billions. The safe house grants occupancy slots based on the proportion of funds invested. Some wealthy individuals don't have enough spots available, but the Kim family has more than they can use. Song Jiai set her sights on Jean Yuba because only Jean Yuba could offer Song Bauer a spot. Jean Yuba agreed to Song Jiai's request not because he liked Song Bauer that much. In fact, he hadn't even officially met Song Bauer yet. It was just out of a superior mentality he enjoyed the feeling of holding other people's fate in his hands in the apocalypse. He never expected that Song Jiai would change her mind and give up her spot, thus escaping his control, which made him feel offended. Song Jiai, I didn't understand why you suddenly gave up, but now I do. It's because of this guy. Jean Yuba's face was gloomy. After a while, he seemed to have calmed down a bit and sneered. What idiots! You have no idea how terrible this disaster is. The worst is yet to come. Apart from this shelter, you're all doomed. Song Jiai, you'll regret this. I'll be waiting for you to come back and beg me. Tianfu Mingyuan Villa District. The Song sisters, already dressed in protective suits, followed Su Chen outside. This was the first time Song Jiai had come out since the apocalypse. The snow-covered landscape outside shocked her, and the sight of corpses lying haphazardly along the street in pools of blood was even more horrifying. Song Bauer was calmer than her sister and tried to distract her. Sister, isn't the protective suit that Master Su gave you very warm? Song Jiai nodded. She had to admit, it was really amazing. How could Su Chen have such a good thing? Su Chen had taken away all the snowmobiles that the Snow Wolf gang had parked outside, leaving only 2. Su Chen turned around and asked, Jiai, can you drive this kind of car? Song Jiai said, yes, I spent half a year on vacation in Iceland last winter, and I drove this around every day. Su Chen said, that's good. I'll give Bauer a ride, and you can drive one yourself. The sky is a bit overcast, it might snow again. Let's hurry. A few minutes later, 2 snowmobiles sped out of the villa area, heading back to Yuncheng University. The weather in the apocalypse is unpredictable. Sure enough, it started snowing again halfway through their journey. Fortunately, it was just light snow, and they were protected by their protective suits, so they were not significantly affected. As they got closer to Yunnan University, Song Bauer suddenly realized something and asked curiously, Master, are we going back to school? Su Chen said, yes, the fortress is located in the school. Song Bauer seemed to understand something. No wonder Su Chen kept saying he was helping a beautiful girl in the school group chat. He was taking advantage of his proximity. She was now a little curious about the exact location of Su Chen's fortress on campus. She was very familiar with the campus and had never noticed its existence before. When Su Chen parked the snowmobile downstairs in Building 9 of the undergraduate dormitory area, Song Bauer was dumbfounded. Where's the fortress we were promised? This is just a boys' dormitory. Song Jiai was also secretly wondering, something was wrong. Had she and her sister been deceived by Su Chen? But she had clearly video chatted with Xing Fei before and saw the beautiful big house. What was going on? Master, are you here to get something? Song Jiai couldn't help but ask. Su Chen said, no, the fortress is up there. Come up with me. The Song sisters? The 2 dared not disobey. After all, they were now mates, and Su Chen had made it very clear that going back on one's word would be betrayal. They dared not gamble with their lives, so they could only follow Su Chen upstairs with a belly full of suspicion. 2 more have arrived. After they went upstairs, the 2 boys guarding the gate whispered to each other, their eyes full of envy. How many girls do you think live in Su Chen's dorm? Who knows? All I know is that they are all stunning beauties. I'm so envious. I'd be lucky to have even one of these. He probably has so many that his dorm room can't even accommodate them all. And that Japanese girl who came yesterday, he didn't seem to want her. Sigh, if he doesn't want her, can I have her instead? That Japanese girl, would you dare take her? That's true. On the 5th floor, Su Chen had just returned when he saw a familiar figure kneeling at the entrance of the fortress, his back straight but his head bowed, a standard posture of pleading guilty. Yukishiro Sakura. Seeing this, the Song sisters looked at each other in bewilderment. What was this girl doing? Sensing footsteps, Yukishiro Sakura looked up, saw Su Chen, and immediately lowered her head again. Master is back. Yukishiro Sakura greets Master. Greetings? No, it's so cold outside. She's kneeling here just to pay her respects to Su-chen? The Song sisters were deeply shocked. Su-chen said calmly, Alright, you can leave now. Yukishiro Sakura said, Master, have you forgiven me today? Can you let me in? Please take me in and let me serve you. Su-chen said, I've already told you, the answer is no. Try asking me again. Yukishiro Sakura quickly replied, Yes. I understand. I will come to pay my respects to Master again tomorrow. After saying that, she stood up and left on her own, seemingly not noticing the Song sisters at all. Master, who was that woman just now? Song Bauer asked curiously. Song Jiai was also uneasy. That girl seemed to be a maid as well. Why was Su-chen treating her like this? Was he making an example of her to scare the other girls? Su-chen said calmly, She is not my maid. She just tried to rob me before, but I defeated her. Now she is begging me to take her in. The two sisters exchanged a glance. So that's how it is. There are actually beautiful women so humble, begging to become Su-chen's maid. Robbing the master? If this were a man, the master would have shot him already. Song Bauer couldn't help but think. Song Jiai thought to herself, it's probably because she's not a maid that Su-chen didn't kill her. If a maid dared to harm him. This is my fortress. Go in, Su-chen said, opening the dormitory door with a thought. The moment the Song sisters stepped into the fortress, their previous worries vanished instantly, replaced by amazement. The spacious and beautiful shelter in front of me was indeed the one I had video chatted with Xing Fei about, but who would have thought that what appeared to be an ordinary-looking male dormitory would turn out to be a hidden gem inside? Song Bauer couldn't help but lean close to Song Jiai's ear and ask, Sister, does he know magic? Chapter 80 Enhancing Relationships. Welcome home, Master. Inside the Doomsday Fortress. Xing Fei led the way, followed by Zhang Xiaolu, Lin Wanxi, and Alice, all dressed in maid outfits. They bowed to Su-chen and shouted in unison. Su-chen. What's going on here? Are you trying to be awkward? Master, this was Sister Little Dear's idea. How was this welcoming ceremony? Are you touched, Master? Xing Fei asked with a smile. Su-chen wiped away his cold sweat. He was about to say that this shouldn't happen again, but when he saw Zhang Xiaolu's expectant look, his heart softened. That's right, I'm very touched. The maids all laughed, especially Zhang Xiaolu, who laughed the most happily. Lin Wanxi's smile was forced, because she was already attracted to the Song sisters. Damn, 2 more goddesses have arrived. Xing Fei and Zhang Xiaolu jogged over and attentively helped Su-chen take off his protective suit. Su-chen walked to the sofa and sat down. Looking at the Song sisters who were taking off their protective suits, he said, They are my new maids today. Why don't you get to know each other? Jiai, Bauer, please introduce yourselves first. Looking at the young maids, all in their early 20s, and some even under 20, Song Jiai felt a little embarrassed. She was a woman in her 30s, and the shame overwhelmed her. Even though she was experienced in worldly wise, she became a little shy. Hello, I'm Song Jiai. Song Bauer was much more relaxed after all, they were all around the same age. She smiled and said, My name is Song Bauer. Oh, Senior Lin, you're here too? Lin Wanxi truly lived up to her reputation as the school's most famous beauty. Song Bauer only recognized her. Lin Wanxi nodded slowly, her gaze shifting to Song Jiai. A sense of pressure and crisis washed over her. In terms of looks, few could threaten her, but Song Jiai was undoubtedly one. She was too beautiful and had a more mature air about her. Hey, you have the same surname, are you sisters? Xing Fei asked curiously. Song Bauer said, Yes, she is my older sister. For a moment, the maids were busy getting to know each other. Su-chen communicated with the system in his mind. With 2 more maids, we'll need to add another room inside the fortress. Ding! 10,000 merit points consumed, room +1. The fortress has been upgraded to LV4. Without the maids noticing, the layout of the fortress was rearranged, and an extra room appeared out of nowhere. After they got to know each other, Su-chen said, Jiai, Bauer, you 2 go take a shower first. Xiaolu, you take care of them. Fei, Wanxi, you 2 go prepare dinner. The maids obeyed and left, leaving Alice alone. Alice said shyly, Master, everyone has work to do. Is there anything I can do to help? Su-chen said, Come here. Yes, Master. Alice walked over and obediently knelt at Su-chen's feet. Suchen said, didn't you say you were a hacker? Now I need your help. Help me investigate information related to this apocalyptic disaster. Alice asked curiously, what exactly does Master want to know? Suchen said, I suspect that as early as several years ago, someone already knew that the apocalypse was coming. The apocalypse is relevant to everyone, including Suchen. If there are any secrets behind this natural disaster, Suchen really wants to find out. He doesn't like being confused. Alice looked surprised, then nodded, I understand, Master, leave it to me. It gradually got dark. After dinner, Suchen called the Song sisters over. The two sisters had both taken a bath and changed into refreshing maid outfits. Song Bauer is a young girl with an adorable round face, which makes her a perfect match for the maid outfit. Compared to other maids, this even becomes an advantage for her. What's remarkable is that Song Jai, this young woman, doesn't seem out of place at all. In fact, she adds a kind of tension to the scene, causing Suchen to be distracted while eating, with the spirit of an ancient person stirring within him. Well, you too, my fortress didn't disappoint you, did it? Suchen said with a smile. Song Bauer smiled and said, I'm very satisfied. I haven't taken a bath for half a month. Master, can I take a bath every day from now on? Suchen said, of course, the water here is unlimited, so you can make as much as you want. Even before the apocalypse, people were still promoting water conservation. Now, with extreme water shortages outside, can Suchen build whatever he wants inside his fortress? Suchen dared to speak, but the two sisters dared not listen. Song Jai said, I'm very satisfied. I'm finally able to eat a hot meal, and it's warm here. I don't have to freeze anymore. Thank you, Master. She wasn't saying this to flatter Suchen, but rather from the bottom of her heart. The biggest surprise the fortress had given her so far was its constant temperature. From every angle, this place is simply perfect. She doesn't think it's better than the safe houses for the wealthy. She and her sisters made the right choice. Suchen said, I have fulfilled my promise. Now it is your turn to fulfill your obligations. Song Jai said, please give your orders, Master. Suchen smiled and said, now that there are more people, our little cooks are all very busy. Jai, you and Fei Fei will be in charge of 3 meals a day from now on. Song Jai replied, yes, Master. What about me? I can't cook. I don't think I can do anything. Song Bauer said, blushing. Song Jai said, she can learn if she doesn't know how, Master. It's all my fault for spoiling her in the past. Just give me your instructions, and I will make sure she learns well. Suchen said, then let her come with you. Song Jai said, thank you, Master. Suchen smiled slightly. Bauer, go and chat with Fei Fei and the others to strengthen your relationship. Your sister and I also need to strengthen our master-servant relationship. Song Jai understood perfectly well, and her face instantly turned red. Master, can I tell you something? Suchen said, speak. Song Jai glanced at her younger sister, then leaned closer to Suchen, a little embarrassed, and whispered, Master, I just got my period these past few days. Suchen. At this moment, the spirit of the ancient person within him felt somewhat helpless. So? Song Jai said, blushing, let Bauer get to know her master better first? Suchen could only nod, all right, then Bauer, come into the room with me. Song Bauer was a little confused as she followed Suchen into the newly added maid's room number 3, and the door closed. Half an hour later. In the living room, Song Jai, who hadn't seen any sign of the door opening, couldn't help but feel a little worried. With such a deep affection between the owners, would Bauer be able to handle it? Suddenly, she heard her phone ring. Someone had sent her a video call. She was fine until she saw it, and then she got angry. The caller was her husband, Lin Guicheng, the scumbag who abandoned her after the apocalypse and moved into a safe house with his mistress. This guy is playing hide and seek, refusing to answer her calls no matter what, and she can't even yell at him. They actually went looking for a fight. Song Jai answered the video call, intending to give the other person a good scolding, when she saw a bruised and swollen face appear in the video, looking like a pig's head. She almost didn't recognize him. He was her husband. Song Jai, you son of a bitch, you've ruined my life. Lin Guicheng cursed as soon as he opened his mouth. You deliberately offended young Master Jean, didn't you? Chapter 81 Mobile Fortress. Looking at her husband across from her, who was beaten to a pulp, Song Jai felt a surge of relief and her mood improved. Jin Xiao really went to vent his anger on this scumbag. Well done. I don't understand what you mean, Song Jai said gloatingly. Lin Guicheng said angrily, "You're still pretending. You said you'd give Bauer to young Master Jean, but then you suddenly went back on your word. Wasn't that just deliberately trying to anger young Master Jean? He couldn't come after you, so he came after me instead." "Well, Song Jiai, I never thought you were so vicious." Song Jiai said, "First of all, please watch your mouth. What do you mean by giving Bauer to young Master Jean? I'm betrothing Bauer to him so that Bauer can enter the safe house." Lin Guicheng asked, "Then why did you go back on your word?" Song Jiai said, "I haven't finished yet. Secondly, how dare you accuse me of being a vicious dog who abandoned my wife and took my mistress to a safe house?" Lin Guicheng said, "I'm asking you why you changed your mind. Don't you care about Bauer's safety? Can you please send her over here quickly?" Song Jiai chuckled and said, "Why should I listen to you? Besides, haven't you always looked down on her for being a country girl? Why are you suddenly concerned about her?" Lin Guicheng said, "What are you saying? I'm her brother-in-law, how can I not care about my sister-in-law?" Song Jiai spat and said, "Stop disgusting me. Don't contact me again. I'll block you right away." Lin Guicheng hurriedly said, "Don't hang up, wife, listen to me, you must send Bauer over. Young Master Jean said that if I don't see Bauer for a day, he'll beat me up every day." Song Jiai couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Really? That's great news. Congratulations." Lin Guicheng pleaded with a mournful face, "I'm begging you, okay? I know it was wrong of me to abandon you, but I had my reasons. We've been married for 3 years and you still haven't gotten pregnant, while Xiao Hong is already pregnant. I'm only doing this for the sake of the Lin family's descendants." Song Jiai sneered, "You've really been wronged. If you dislike that I can't have children, you can just divorce me instead of having an affair behind my back. You're only doing this to avoid giving me a share of the property." Lin Guicheng said, "I admit I was wrong, okay? I'm sorry, I can make it up to you, any amount of money is fine, please, send Bauer over here." Song Jiai said, "You're only thinking of giving me money now? Do you think I'm stupid? Keep your money for yourself to keep warm, you idiot." Lin Guicheng seemed to realize that he couldn't offer Song Jiai any benefits, he was useless except for money. He immediately changed his strategy, saying, "As the older sister, don't you think about your younger sister? She could lose her life at any moment out there." Song Jiai said, "I don't need your concern." Lin Guicheng said, "Where are you now? Who are you with? Otherwise, you can't possibly ignore Bauer's life or death. This isn't like you." Song Jiai sneered, "Did young Master Jean send you to sound him out? Well, you're going to be disappointed. Tell young Master Jean to give up on that idea. Bauer has nothing to do with him anymore." As she spoke, Song Jiai glanced at the still-closed door of maid's room number 3. Lin Guicheng chuckled and said, "Bauer isn't dead, how can it have nothing to do with young Master Jean?" Lin Guicheng, listen to me, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Don't think you're the only one who knows how to find women. Song Jiai smiled. Lin Guicheng's expression changed. "What do you mean, Song Jiai? Have you hooked up with another man? You're my wife. If you dare to do this, I'll kill you." Ha ha ha. Song Jiai couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Excuse me, it's really hilarious to hear you say that, you cheating bastard. Anyway, have fun getting beaten up, my dear husband." After saying that, Song Jiai hung up the video call and then deleted all of the other party's contact information. In her eyes, Lin Guicheng was no different from a dead man. From now on, she was Su Chen's woman, and only wanted to follow her master wholeheartedly. After her period ended in a few days, another half-hour passed. The door to room number 3 finally opened, and Su Chen walked out alone. Song Jiai quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Master, Bauer, she?" Su Chen smiled and said, "She's crying. Go and comfort her. I'm going to take a shower. Good night." "Good night," Song Jiai replied, and hurriedly went into her room. Inside the room, Song Bauer lay in bed with her hair disheveled, sobbing softly. Her first words to Song Jiai were, "Sister, it hurts." After taking a shower, Su Chen returned to his room to prepare for bed. Today was his first time away from school, and it had been quite a journey. He needed to get a good night's sleep. "Before going to sleep, I check my daily earnings as usual. My merit points balance is 896,700. Su Chen was very satisfied. "I just strengthened my bond with Song Bauer and gained another 60,000 merit points. By this calculation, the Song sisters performed 240,000 good deeds for him in one day. In addition, I also acquired the skill Deep Blue points today, and found a batch of food in Song Jiayi's basement, as well as a bunch of weapons, vehicles, and supplies from the Snow Wolf gang. This was the most fruitful day ever. It was truly a day of great success. Overall, today's trip away from school, although a bit dangerous, was totally worth it. Fortune really is found in danger. However, now that I've taken the Song sisters in, they can only work as maids from now on and won't be able to earn me a lot of merit for the time being. Right now, my only tool is Xin Yue. Su Chen murmured. It seems he still needs a new goddess. I wonder how many goddesses are in this school. Do I really have to start exploring? Today I had my first taste of the world outside of school. Well, maybe it's because he hasn't explored it in depth yet, but I felt the difficulty was manageable. The only thing that bothered him was the distance. The fortress was located in the school, which was too far from the outside world. It would take at least 1 or 2 hours to get there, which not only wasted time but also greatly increased the risk. Su Chen suddenly remembered something and communicated with the system. System, can my fortress be moved? He remembered that the leader had said the fortress was immovable, but only temporarily. Ding! The fortress is temporarily immobile. Moving the fortress requires upgrading to LV10. Current level, LV4. Su Chen said oh. Actually, he hadn't paid much attention to the level of the fortress, since it was indestructible from the start anyway. Now it seems we have to pay attention to this. Master, what are the upgrade rules for the fortress? Su Chen asked. Ding! Fortress upgrade requires recruiting maids and fortress expansion. Both factors need to be evaluated. Note that fortress expansion must be done according to need and cannot be done blindly, as blind expansion will be ineffective. Su Chen nodded. In other words, I need to hire more maids. With more maids, there will naturally be a need to expand the fortress. Ding! Yes, that makes sense. Su Chen couldn't help but think, if I have hundreds of millions of maids in the future, wouldn't the fortress be able to expand into a planet? Chapter 82 New Tool Person. The thought of having millions of maids in the future, expanding the fortress into a small world, or even a planet, made Su Chen a little excited, but he quickly calmed down. This is way too far-fetched. It's completely impractical. Well, how should I put it? With a population of 8 billion on Earth, even if there are 4 billion women, how many of them are actually 8 points or above in terms of looks? The vast majority are just average looking. Besides, this is the end of the world. How many living people are left on Earth? Even if there were hundreds of millions of goddesses who could become his maids, how strong would his kidneys have to be to handle them all? Such unrealistic ideas are just a wild thought, something to laugh about and then forget. Su Chen stopped thinking about it and lay down to sleep. The 17th day of the apocalypse. Early in the morning, Su Chen woke up and turned on his phone, where he was immediately drawn to the lively atmosphere of the mutual aid group. Since the last official rescue, and with each dormitory building now having its own building cluster, the mutual aid groups that were set up earlier have become much quieter. It was that official relief effort that temporarily relieved the students of the famine, which meant that some of the school's most beautiful girls no longer needed to ask Su Chen for food. You should know that Su Chen still has the poster for the school beauty pageant. Of the dozen or so school beauties who scored 8 or higher on the poster, Su Chen has only met 5 so far. Xing Fei, Lin Wanxi, and Song Bauer all became his maids. Xia Mengyao was disliked by him. There was also Chen Lanyu, who was used as an experimental subject and locked in a cage. As for the others, Su Chen didn't know their current situation. Apart from their names, he didn't recognize them. Perhaps they were dead, sick, or alive and well and didn't need his help. Moreover, the campus beauties of Yunnan University are not limited to those shown on the poster. For example, Xin Yue is not on the poster, and he would not have known of her existence if he had not asked for help. As for Jiang Xiaolu and Alice, they were purely unexpected surprises. At this time, the latest messages in several mutual aid groups all showed 99+ for the first time in a long time. Su Chen clicked in and took a look, and roughly understood what was going on. It turned out that the school authorities that had disappeared for a long time had come back to life, and the student council was online and making a statement. Student Union President Yao Tongwei et all students, thanks to the tireless efforts of the school leaders, the official rescue operation will begin its second phase tomorrow at noon. Given the chaos caused by the previous rescue and the subsequent disastrous outbreak, I would like to remind all students to maintain order, take necessary precautions, and queue in an orderly manner to receive supplies. The elders of each dormitory building are requested to play a leadership role and prevent a repeat of this tragedy. The students reacted with cheers and excitement to the announcement, with some saying that they knew they were wrong for not listening to the student council last time and would definitely abide by it this time. The group chat was filled with a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. After all, it has been 10 days since the last rescue, and the supplies from that rescue are almost gone. Some dormitories have even fallen into famine again. This rescue was a godsend, giving everyone a second chance at life. Su Chen. Judging from the current situation, I'm likely to find myself with no tasks to do. Should I just give up? Well, he hasn't rested since the apocalypse. Now that he has nearly 1 million merits in his hands and a group of maids around him, he has the means to lie down and live a carefree and happy life like a god. This is exactly his ideal, so why not? Ding! New rescue mission detected. A system notification sounded in my ear. It was time to deliver supplies to the daily helper, Xin Yue, again. He'll probably take her in soon too. Once he does, he can really become a shut-in in the fortress. With that in mind, Su Chen got up, ate breakfast, put on his protective suit, and went out. When we arrived at Xin Yue's dormitory, before we even entered, we heard Xin Yue crying. Su Chen, Lingling seems to be dying. When Xin Yue opened the door for Su Chen, her eyes were red from crying, and she looked very pitiful. Su Chen instinctively reached out and pulled her into his arms, giving her a comforting hug. Xin Yue did not refuse. This was their first hug, but they both felt that it was a natural progression. This was probably what a relationship should be like when things fall into place naturally. I'll go see her, Su Chen said, taking Xin Yue's hand. Arriving at Su Lingling's bedside, they saw her lying on the bed, breathing weakly. She had only been ill for a few days, but she had already become emaciated and unrecognizable. The red spots on her face had turned black, which was even more shocking. These are symptoms of the later stages of snow poisoning, indicating that there is no hope of recovery. The illness will last anywhere from 3 to 5 days to 1 or 2 days. The only consolation is that Su Lingling is no longer in danger of turning into a rage. Berserkers are a minority. Cases like Su Lingling's are typical examples of normal death from illness. Brother, am I going to die soon? Su Lingling smiled sadly, her gaze falling on the hands that Su Chen and Xin Yue were holding. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, but she quickly looked away. Su Chen said, "How could that be, Sister Lingling? You'll get better." After all, she was Xin Yue's good friend, and Su Chen couldn't bear to tell the truth. Su Lingling said, "You don't need to lie to me. I can feel it. My life is like a river, constantly flowing away from my body. I can even hear the sound of it flowing away." These words made Xin Yue cry again. Su Chen said, "Sister Lingling, don't overthink it. I brought you some medicine. Take it and get some sleep, and you'll feel better." Afterwards, Su Chen handed the food to Xin Yue, completing his task for the day, and then bought painkillers for Su Lingling. At this point, the skin medication was no longer effective, and the only thing that could be used was painkillers to help relieve her pain. Xin Yue escorted Su Chen to the door, then nestled in his arms, reluctant to part. Su Chen whispered words of comfort in her ear, just like a couple deeply in love. Unbeknownst to them, Su Lingling on the bed was desperately turning her head to look at them through the gap in the bed frame, her eyes filled with an indescribable expression. On the way back to the fortress, Su Chen was still thinking about Xin Yue. Her feelings for him were truly different from those of the other maids, and this was something he could sense. His maids were either forced into it, feared him, or admired him, but none of them truly loved him at the moment. What does it feel like to be with someone who truly likes you? Su Chen wondered, feeling a bit longing for it. Back at the dormitory entrance, Su Chen saw Yukishiro Sakura kneeling at the door again. "Master, Yukishiro Sakura greets you." Yukishiro Sakura said, bowing her head. "Okay." Su Chen nodded. Sakura Yukishiro then raised her head, and Su Chen noticed that her face was a little pale, much worse than the previous 2 days. Ding! New rescue target detected, data generation in progress. Name, Yukishiro Sakura. Age, 21. Rating, 8.9. Grade, excellent. Blank sheet of paper. Mission details, food shortage, starvation. Mission level, nightmare. Task reward, 50,000. Su Chen thought to himself, huh? I've actually triggered a mission. This Japanese girl has the potential to be a tool. She's perfect for replacing Xin Yue. Moreover, this Japanese girl would even come to collect food, making it much easier than rescuing Xin Yue. Master, I will come again tomorrow, Yukishiro Sakura said. Su-chen was secretly delighted, but remained indifferent on the surface. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a day's worth of food and water, and said calmly, "Here, take this. Don't starve." Sakura Yukishiro was taken aback. She hadn't brought much food with her when she came from the student dormitory, and she had indeed been hungry since last night. However, due to her weakness, she was no longer able to return to the student dormitory. Finding food here isn't easy, unless you rob other students, but Yukishiro Sakura doesn't want to do that. She had originally planned to ask Su-chen for food today, but she held back the words. Su-chen was still punishing her, so he probably wouldn't give her any food. Why bother asking? Unexpectedly, Su-chen noticed that she was hungry and offered her food. "Arigato," Yukishiro Sakura said gratefully as she caught the food. Hearing the system's feedback on his merits, Su-chen entered the fortress with satisfaction. Yukishiro Sakura had no idea that Su-chen was already using her as a tool. She looked down at the food in her hand, her heart pounding with excitement. "My master may seem cold and ruthless, but he's actually a kind-hearted god. I see hope, and he'll definitely take me in the end." As soon as Su-chen entered the fortress, Xingfei jogged up to greet him. "Master, something bad has happened," Xingfei said anxiously. Su-chen frowned. "What's going on?" Xingfei said, "It's Wanxi, she seems to be sick." Su-chen's heart sank. He calculated the time today was exactly the 7th day of Lin Wanxi's quarantine. Could it be? Please use your lucky hands to rate this post, thank you. Chapter 83: A dramatic temperature drop. Before she knew it, Lin Wanxi had completed 7 days of quarantine, and today was the last day. These days, apart from helping Xingfei and Jiang Xiaolu with chores, she spends most of her time in isolation in her room. Because she is worried about contracting the disease, she has been in low spirits. Su-chen understood her feelings and didn't pay much attention to her. Hearing that she was sick, Su-chen smiled bitterly to himself. Had all his efforts been in vain? He had ultimately failed to keep the most beautiful girl in the school. It's understandable. After all, Lin Wanxi suffered more from the poisonous snow than other infected people. She almost died on the spot that day. It was extremely lucky that she didn't develop symptoms, and it would be perfectly normal for her to develop symptoms. "Where is she?" Su-chen asked. Xingfei said, "She locked herself in the bathroom." Su-chen arrived at the toilet door and heard vomiting sounds coming from inside, which sounded a bit scary. "Open the door, it's me." Su-chen knocked on the door. Lin Wanxi's voice came from inside, "Don't come in. I know you want to kick me out. I'd rather die than go back to that godforsaken place. If you dare come in, I'll kill myself right now." Squeak! Before Lin Wanxi could finish speaking, the door was pushed open. She seemed unaware that Su-chen could open the doors inside the fortress at will using his mind. As soon as Su-chen entered, he saw Lin Wanxi vomiting on the toilet. Even for a top-tier school beauty, this scene was quite touching. Upon seeing Su-chen, Lin Wanxi felt both ashamed and furious. As if in a state of stress, she immediately tried to bang her head against the toilet, attempting to kill herself. She really wanted to die, not only because she was sick and desperate, but also because Su-chen had seen her in such a wretched state, a sight she had always been known for as a sweet and gentle fairy. She felt utterly humiliated and had nowhere to hide her face if she didn't die. But in front of Su-chen, it wasn't so easy for her to die. Su-chen made a slight move and grabbed her. "Ahem, don't be impulsive." Su-chen pinched his nose and said. Unfortunately, Lin Wanxi happened to see him pinching his nose. "If you want me to die, I won't live," Lin Wanxi screamed. If she really died, it would most likely be because she was too ashamed to live. Su-chen looked at her face and then examined her hands and feet, and thought to himself, "Master, is she ill? She doesn't look like it to me." Ding! No toxic snow lesions detected. Su-chen thought to himself, "What's wrong with her?" Ding! Based on the symptoms, it appears to be gastroenteritis causing vomiting and diarrhea. Please urge the maid to take her medication promptly. Even so, today isn't over yet, and there's still a chance she could get infected with the poisonous snow, right? Su-chen asked worriedly. Ding! Congratulations, host. Based on the characteristics of the poisonous snow virus, if other symptoms appear during the quarantine period, poisonous snow infection can be ruled out. Your maid has safely completed the quarantine period. Su-chen was overjoyed. So that's how it is. It was the first time he had known that poison snow had such a characteristic. What a scare! Thank goodness, everything is safe. I'm begging you, just let me die. I won't survive if you kick me out anyway. Lin Wansi was still yelling. Suchin smiled and said, if I told you that I wouldn't kick you out and you weren't infected with the poisonous snow, would you still want to die? Lin Wansi was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Suchin said, what I mean is, you finished your quarantine, you're safe now, you just have a cold. Lin Wansi couldn't believe it. Is this real? You're not lying to me? Suchin said, why would I lie to you? If you were really infected, I would have already thrown you out. Indeed, without a doubt, Suchin was capable of such an act. It seemed that she was really alright, and Lin Wansi was overjoyed. Suchin released her and said, if you still want to die, I won't stop you. Lin Wansi certainly didn't want to die, but she was still very embarrassed and hurriedly said, Master, please get out of here, it's dirty. Get ready and come out to take your medicine, Suchin said, then walked out. A moment later, Lin Wansi came out of the bathroom with a flushed face, came to the sofa, and whispered, Master, can you come into the room with me? I have something I want to tell you in private. Suchin said, okay. Upon arriving at Lin Wansi's room, Lin Wansi immediately buried her face in Suchin's chest and said, Master, please come with me. As she spoke, her face flushed red, and she leaned closer to Suchin. But Suchin grabbed his chin just in time. It was so unexpected. She almost got her way. Who would have thought that just a week ago, the aloof school beauty who was trembling and resisting when approached would become so proactive, even like a hungry wolf? What kind of emotional change did she go through? I already said I wouldn't kick you out, so there's no need to be in such a hurry, Suchin said with a smile. Lin Wansi's initiative stemmed from her desire for security. Every maid needs to go through this process before she can officially become Suchin's maid. Over the past week, she had already figured it out and was even eager to make it happen so that she could finally feel at ease. How could Suchin possibly refuse this #1 campus beauty goddess? But now he really had to refuse. You want to pass on your cold to me? Suchin chuckled. Lin Wansi quickly shook her head. Suchin leaned close to her ear and said, although I also crave you, you'd better go out and take your medicine today. That's an order. After Lin Wansi nodded, Suchin gently pushed her away. Lin Wansi said shyly, I'm sorry, Master, I acted impulsively just now. Suchin walked to the bedside and sat down, saying, I don't know if you're impulsive or not, but I'm a little impulsive right now. Go out and call Fei Fei and Xiaolu in. For the rest of the day, without asking for help or having any tasks, Suchin didn't go out again. He ate when he was hungry, and after eating, he would immerse himself in a world of pleasure, another blissful day. Unaware that a terrible catastrophe was brewing outside that afternoon, he and his maids were completely oblivious. It was around 3 p.m. The sky darkened, and without a breath of wind, a heavy snowfall began to fall silently. People suddenly felt the temperature around them dropping rapidly, to the point that the temperature change was visible to the naked eye. Prior to this, the temperature had been dropping, but it was a slow and gradual drop over a long period of time. It took about half a month for the temperature to drop from -30 degrees Celsius to around -50 degrees Celsius, and then it remained at -50 degrees Celsius, seemingly stabilizing. But now, it has suddenly dropped, catching everyone off guard. Previously, simply closing doors and windows could keep ice out of the outdoors. Now, however, people are horrified to discover that extreme cold is frantically invading indoor spaces, and the freezing process is visible to the naked eye, spreading like a crawling insect. By evening, the latest indoor temperature recorded was 61 C. Chapter 84: The School Beauty's Third Plea for Help. Oh no, it's so cold. What should I do? I feel like I'm freezing to death. It's unbearable indoors now. Does anyone have extra blankets? I'll trade all my food for them. Boss, could you please give us more warm clothing supplies for tomorrow's rescue operation? In every group chat, people are complaining bitterly. This sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard, and tonight is destined to be a tough night. Like a filter, those who cannot adapt may not see tomorrow. Fortunately, there is one belief supporting everyone: the official rescue tomorrow. In the various buildings, the residents comforted the students, saying, hang in there, everyone. The rescue will arrive tomorrow, and the authorities will definitely adjust their plans and provide more warm clothing. The students encouraged each other and resolved to make it to tomorrow no matter what. With the sharp drop in temperature, it quickly got dark, and the coldest night in Yunqing's history began. Just as everyone was gritting their teeth, holding their breath, and preparing to fight the extreme cold all night, the student council suddenly tagged everyone in the group chat. Student Union President Yao Tongwei at everyone, please note the latest news. We regret to inform you that due to a sudden and severe drop in temperature, the helicopter is no longer operational, and the planned rescue operation for tomorrow has been cancelled. Extreme cold poses a deadly risk. Please stay indoors and do not go outside. This devastating announcement caused an uproar as soon as it was sent out. Are you kidding me? The rescue has been cancelled? What are we supposed to do? It's cold enough, but you're telling me we don't even have anything to eat now? So when will rescue operations resume? I estimate we can only hold out for 3 days at most. That depends on the weather. When the weather warms up, the rescue team can come. That's it, I've checked. The temperature has been dropping straight down since the apocalypse, and it hasn't warmed up at all. Damn, I'm really not going to survive this. As people discussed the matter, the atmosphere gradually became shrouded in despair and anger. What is most despairing is not the absence of hope, but the cruel taking away of hope after it has been given. This can truly drive a person insane. Building number 6. Xiao Mengyao suddenly woke up in room 305. Sister Yao Yao, it sounds like someone was knocking on our door just now. Xiao Qian squatted by her bedside, her face filled with terror, and whispered. To avoid being discovered by the boys, they haven't turned on the lights at all these days. They go to sleep as soon as night falls, and 2 of them have to stay on duty all night to keep an eye on the outside. Xiao Mengyao said in a deep voice, Are you sure? With tears welling up in her eyes, Xiao Qian said, Yes, Sister Yao Yao, I'm so scared. What if they find out about us? Xiao Mengyao frowned. The official cancellation of tomorrow's rescue operation had stirred up emotions in the group chat, and they could even hear the roars of the boys in the building. Under the double blow of extreme cold and hunger, many people's emotions are nearing a breaking point, and they may collapse at any moment and do crazy things. Previously, some people had already set their sights on the Golden Character Gang's legacy, loitering outside their door, observing, and even probing, but they dared not make any rash moves because of Su Chen. Right now, if these people fall into despair, even Su Chen's reputation might not be able to intimidate them. There were 9 of them in total, which wasn't a small number, but they were all weak women, so how could they possibly withstand the boys? We can't stay here any longer. Wake everyone up, we're leaving tonight. Xiao Mengyao said. While Xiao Qian went to wake up the other women, Xiao Mengyao threw off the covers and quickly put on her clothes and hat. Leaving here means abandoning the supplies here, and they cannot move all the supplies with them. Thinking of this, Xiao Mengyao felt a pang of heartache. She really couldn't bear to part with it. The legacy left by the Golden Gang was so rich that the 9 of them could survive on food and water for several months by living frugally. There are also warm mattresses. It's minus 60 degrees Celsius now, and they each have 5 quilts, so there's absolutely no need to panic. If she could, she would wish all the boys in the building were dead. If only Su Chen could come and help me. Xiao Mengyao couldn't help but think, biting her lip, she was really unwilling. Su Chen has been claiming to rescue beautiful women, and he's rescued countless beauties these past few days. At least he knows of a girl named Xing Fei, whom he never mentioned before the apocalypse, so she probably doesn't know her, yet she still received Su Chen's help. Unfortunately, Su Chen refused to help her and even blocked her phone number. All she did was tease him a little. Why is he still angry with her over such a small thing? The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she became, so she picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Chen. Yao Yao, Su Chen, don't be angry about what happened that day anymore. Just consider it my fault, okay? I'm in a dangerous situation right now, can you come and save me immediately? Reply received. The message was sent successfully, which means that Su Chen at least didn't block her on WeChat. But Su Chen didn't reply to the message. He might not have seen it at all, or he might have seen it but chose not to reply. The situation was critical, and Xiao Mengyao didn't care about anything else. She made a video call to Su Chen directly. Before, she had been hiding her whereabouts from Su Chen, but it was time to tell him. As a result, Su Chen did not answer the call even after the call was automatically disconnected. Little did she know, Su Chen was still busy in the maids' quarters, with Xing Fei, Jiang Xiaolu, Alice, and Song Bauer 4 women in one day. Xiao Mengyao was furious. That damn Su Chen, you stingy guy. I've already apologized to you, what more do you want? Do you want me to kneel down and beg you? Even if you want me to kneel, you have to give me a chance. What is this now? She realized she couldn't count on Su Chen, so she left him a final message. Yao Yao, I'm in apartment 305 of building 6. If you don't come to help me, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. You'll regret it later. At this moment, all the women woke up and gathered around Xia Mengyao bedside, waiting for her to speak. Suppressing her anger, Xia Mengyao put down her phone and said, "We need to leave here immediately. We can't stay any longer. Everyone, grab a backpack and pack as much supplies as you can." One of the girls asked, "It's so cold outside, where should we go?" Xia Mengyao said, "Let's go to building 3 next door, it's the closest one." "Okay, let's get moving now. Let's load the supplies first, be quiet and don't make any noise." So the women picked up their backpacks and stuffed supplies into them. Just as they were busy working, the dormitory door suddenly slammed shut. Someone was knocking on the door from the outside, which startled the girls so much that they stopped in their tracks and didn't even dare to breathe. Then I heard 2 boys talking outside. "Are you sure you heard a sound inside?" "I'm sure, but I might have misheard." "Never mind, let's break down the door and see what's going on." As they were talking, a series of loud bangs were heard, and the dormitory door began to shake violently. At this rate, it would probably be broken open in no time. The women were horrified. Seeing that the door was about to be forced open, Xia Mengyao exclaimed, "Quick, let's go up and hold the door open. We can't let them in." The women rushed over and desperately used their bodies to hold the door shut. Now they were finally exposed, and the boys outside realized that there was someone inside, and it was a woman. 2 boys shouted, "Come quick and help. There seems to be a girl inside." Chapter 85 Su Chen, I hate you. The dormitory door has also suffered a lot. Several boys outside were frantically banging on the door, and more boys kept running over to join the fray. Inside, a group of girls were desperately holding the door shut. With the combined efforts of both parties, the bolts were broken by the impact. The girls were no match for the boys. The door was quickly pushed open a crack, and some boys peeked through the gap and saw that there were indeed girls inside, and a group of girls at that. This made them even more excited. "Lots of girls, and food too. Hurry, everyone, give it your all," a boy shouted. Inside the door, Xia Mengyao cried out urgently, "Everyone, don't give up. Hold on, we can do it." Even so, she had already taken a few steps back. Seeing the crack in the door getting wider and wider, she couldn't help but panic. What a load of crap! It would be strange if she could hold it up. She gritted her teeth decisively, and while her friends weren't paying attention, she quietly retreated inside, grabbed a backpack, and ran to the balcony. Xiao Chen, who was still desperately trying to hold the door shut, suddenly realized that Yao Yao was no longer there. She turned her head in surprise and saw that Xia Mengyao had already retreated to the balcony. Sister Yao Yao actually plans to abandon everyone and run away for her own life. Xiao Qian observed the other girls and saw that they were all closing their eyes and blocking the door, not paying attention. She quickly followed suit and quietly retreated. By the time she ran to the balcony with a backpack, Xia Mengyao had already climbed over the railing and was preparing to jump. "Sister Yao Yao, help me!" Xiao Qian said hurriedly, trying to climb onto the railing in a flustered manner, but her foot slipped and she fell on the spot. Xia Mengyao said urgently, "Get up quickly, don't leave your backpack behind." As he spoke, he reached out his hand, ready to help Xiao Qian. Just then, a loud crash came from inside the room. With the boys' frantic pounding, the dormitory door finally broke open. The girls were knocked off their feet, while the boys rushed in like a swarm of bees, laughing and shouting, their faces full of excitement. Xia Mengyao was shocked and urged, "Hurry up." Xiao Qian hurriedly got up, and as expected, she didn't want to carry her backpack anymore. She grabbed Xia Mengyao's outstretched hand and was about to climb over the railing. "There are 2 more outside, don't let them get away." Then a boy shouted that he had spotted them. Xia Mengyao was terrified, and gritted her teeth, "Qian, forgive me." Xiao Qian realized something and exclaimed, "No." Before she could finish speaking, Xia Mengyao pulled her hand back and jumped off the cliff without hesitation. Landing on the snowy ground below, Xia Mengyao quickly scrambled to her feet. She then heard Xiao Qian's heart-wrenching cries from upstairs, "Ah! What are you doing? Let me go." Xia Mengyao didn't care about anything else and quickly ran away. Afraid that a boy would jump down and chase her, she deliberately ran into dark places so that even if she couldn't outrun him, she could hide. As she ran, she could no longer hold back her tears. "I'm sorry, Qian, I really wanted to save you, but it's too late. I'm sorry, everyone, you've all been violated by the Golden Water Gang, but I am still pure and innocent. I cannot fall into their hands. Su-chan, I hate you. Why didn't you come to save me? You've ruined my life. You killed Shanshan and all the girls. She was only concerned with escaping, and in the dead of night, no one knows where she ran off to. The outdoor temperature was as low as minus 60 degrees Celsius, and she was in the snow. She felt her body heat draining away rapidly, and she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. When she arrived at the foot of a building, she saw a broken roller shutter door next to it and quickly squeezed inside. After walking a few steps, Xiao Mangyao turned on her phone's flashlight and exclaimed, "Huh? This seems to be the supermarket in the dormitory area?" She was overjoyed. Although the surroundings were a mess and had obviously been looted, there might still be useful supplies in the warehouse. And even if there were no supplies, at least it would be warmer inside, allowing her to catch her breath. So she jogged inside, but as soon as she reached the warehouse door, she suddenly stopped, her pupils contracted, and she almost suffocated from fright. On the warehouse floor sat a burly man, dressed in a black fur coat, who at first glance looked just like a black bear. At this moment, the giant's eyes were closed, and he was motionless, appearing as if he were already dead. Xia Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. If he was dead, she wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. However, at that moment, the sitting giant suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her. Ah! Xia Mengyao screamed in surprise, dropping her phone in fright, which landed on the ground with a thud. Midnight. Su-chan walked out of maid room number 3 with great satisfaction. It was Lin Wansi who had piqued his interest during the day. He first went to find Xing Fei and Zhang Xiaolu, but he wasn't satisfied. Then he went to find Alice, but he still wasn't satisfied. Then he went to find Song Bauer. If he weren't a little sleepy, he could have played another round. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the passive skill, Deep Blue Points, was working. Adding points to Deep Blue can make his other skills stronger the more he uses them. Moreover, it's not limited to skills, you can also add points to his 4-dimensional stats and his physical attributes. With strength, strength increases. Using speed makes the speed faster. Using the kidneys strengthens them. This skill is amazing. It's like giving me a way to level up, and I can become stronger while lying down. Su-chan was overjoyed. Back in his room, Su-chan habitually picked up his phone and checked it. There was a missed video call from Xia Mengyao, and she also sent 2 messages. Su-chan frowned. What did this woman want with him so late at night? Did she encounter some difficulties? He kept Xia Mengyao's WeChat account so he could wait and see her suffer. If she really did, he'd have a good laugh. So Su-chan clicked in and took a look. As expected, Xia Mengyao asked her for help again. Wait, Building 6, Room 305? Isn't that the Golden Gang's dormitory? What's she doing there? Su-chan was a little surprised. The Golden Gang had once taken in a group of girls. After he wiped out the Golden Gang, he left all the supplies there to those girls and then ignored them. He didn't remember Xia Mengyao being among those girls. It was really strange. When did she sneak in? Regardless of how she managed to sneak in, it seems she encountered some difficulties, which is why she was so desperate that she had to apologize to him and beg him to help her. The Golden Gang has plenty of supplies, so they shouldn't be lacking food. Building 6 is a boys' dormitory, so could it be that they've been targeted by those boys? Everything has a cause and an effect. These girls initially attached themselves to the Golden Character Gang for food, but later, they probably couldn't bear to part with the supplies and stayed in the wolf's den. It's not surprising that they were targeted by the wolves. But why tonight? Isn't there going to be a rescue tomorrow? Logically speaking, everyone should have enough supplies. Wait a minute. Su-chan suddenly realized something. What? The temperature has dropped drastically. It's 63 degrees Celsius outside? What? Tomorrow's rescue operation has been cancelled? Su-chan was surprised while he was enjoying himself. The weather outside had suddenly changed. He realized that this would drive people crazy. Oh no, Shin Yue. Su-chan's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 86 Moral Blackmail. What does minus 60 degrees Celsius mean? As a southerner, Su-chan had never personally experienced this, but in the past, winters in the south were unbearable as long as the temperature approached zero. After the apocalypse, many people actually froze to death overnight, especially the 3 unfortunate brothers in the southernmost part, where the temperature was only minus 30 degrees Celsius at the time, and the temperature continued to drop to minus 50 degrees Celsius before stopping. There are daily reports of people freezing to death online, but no one keeps track of the numbers, so we don't know exactly how many have died. This weather is so cruel. The temperature suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. Does it think that not enough people have frozen to death already? Thinking of Xin Yuwei, Su Chen quickly made a video call to her. Xin Yuwei answered the video call, still half asleep. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she was still alive. Yes, he had been a little anxious. If something had really happened to Xin Yuwei, the system would definitely have triggered a mission. Why are you calling me so late? Is something the matter? Xin Yuwei asked softly, showing no impatience despite being woken up by Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, It's nothing. I just realized it got really cold outside. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Xin Yuwei smiled and said, It's freezing. I've been using the blankets and clothes my roommates left behind to barely keep warm. Aren't you cold? Su Chen said, I'm not cold. I just finished exercising, so I'm a little hot. Shen Yuwei. Su Chen said, It's good that you're alright. Go to sleep. I'll come see you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Remember to wear more clothes when you go out, it's really cold. Shen Yuwei reminded her before hanging up the phone. Orphan Su Chen held his phone, his feelings a mix of emotions. He lacked love growing up, had no parents to care for him, and had never been in a relationship. So, what's the meaning of feeling warm inside? Is this what it feels like to be cared for? Su Chen returned to bed, ready to sleep. Just as he was about to put down his phone, he discovered that someone in the group was tagging him, and not just one person, but many people were tagging him at the same time. When Su Chen clicked in, he saw that many people were still awake at this hour, discussing the rescue efforts. Many were demanding a solution from the student council regarding the cancellation of tomorrow's rescue. Some suggested that since official helicopters couldn't be used, snow transport should be used instead. Some people said that if the authorities don't provide relief, then people shouldn't blame others for stealing from others. Some even clamored that they would form a group to raid the girls' dormitory tomorrow. As they were chatting, someone suddenly tagged Su Chen. At physics department Su Chen, I heard this student has been helping beautiful women, so he must have a lot of supplies. Shouldn't he take them out and help everyone now? This sparked a huge wave of discussion, with many people tagging Su Chen in their messages. Yes, we're all from the same school, anyone with a conscience would step in and help each other through this difficult time. I'm not a beauty, but I agree with Su Chen handing over the supplies. Su Chen, you can't be so selfish. At a time like this, you're still thinking about picking up girls, and only pretty girls. I just want to say everyone is equal, we all have the right to live. I'm not trying to morally blackmail you, I just think what you're doing, Su Chen, is very unethical. I used to call you a scoundrel, but if you're willing to help others, I'll forgive you. Su Chen, you better hurry up. Don't think we're afraid of you. If you don't hand it over, I'll take you down, you hear me? Su Chen chuckled. So these people were trying to awaken his conscience? Some were even resorting to intimidation, using both the good cop and the bad cop tactics. What a bunch of idiots. They didn't know that his supplies were obtained through good deeds. They didn't know that he had earned all his merits little by little on his own. If he were a saint, and he were to use his own power to save the entire dormitory area, his merits would be wiped out instantly. Do I look like the Virgin Mary to you? If it's just empty talk, Su Chen won't bother arguing with them. But if they dare to confront him in person, then he'll have to give them a try. Su Chen ignored it, put down his phone, and went to sleep. No matter how tough things were outside, Su Chen was unaffected and slept soundly and comfortably until he woke up naturally the next morning. The 18th day of the apocalypse. Su Chen was waiting for the system to trigger a mission. He usually accepted the mission before leaving home, but even after he finished breakfast, the system remained silent. Su Chen frowned. Did Xin Yuwei have food and no longer need his help? Just as he was wondering, Su Chen finally heard a system notification. Although there was a slight delay, the mission had finally arrived. Ding! New rescue mission detected. However, when Su Chen saw the details of the mission, his expression changed. Building 3, Dormitory 408. Xiaowei, I think I really can't go on. Su Lingling lay on the bed, looking weakly at Xin Yuwei. She was already on the verge of death, and the sharp drop in temperature made things even worse, causing her health to deteriorate rapidly, and it seemed she was doomed. With tears welling in her eyes, Xin Yuwei held her best friend's hand. No, Su Chen said, you'll get better. You have to hang in there. I'll call Su Chen right now. Su Lingling said, no, it's no use. Even if a celestial being came, they couldn't save me now. Shin Yue knew perfectly well that saying Su Lingling could get better was just self-deception and comforting words. She was really about to lose her best friend. Lingling, is there anything you still wish for? Tell me, and I will help you fulfill it as long as it is within my power, Shin Yue said, her voice choked with emotion. Su Lingling gave a desolate smile. I'm still so young, I've never been in love, I've never tasted a man's touch. I want to get married, I want to have children, I want to live. Shin Yue felt as if her heart was being torn apart. It was such a simple and ordinary wish, but now it had become a luxury. She was heartbroken. Xiaowei, I have another secret to tell you, and I really want you to know it. Su Lingling continued, but her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Shin Yue couldn't possibly miss her last words, so she involuntarily leaned closer and put her ear to Su Lingling's ear, wanting to hear clearly what she had to say. Just then, Shin Yue suddenly felt a tightness in her throat as Su Lingling grabbed her neck with both hands, making it difficult for her to breathe. In the blink of an eye, her face turned red. Lingling, what are you doing? Shin Yue said with difficulty. Su Lingling seemed to instantly regain her normal strength, tightly gripping Shin Yue's neck with a ferocious expression. I want to say, why should I be the one to die? Why can you live a good life? Why can you have Su Chen, but I don't? Shin Yue was shocked and couldn't believe that Su Lingling would have such a thought. Lingling. She instinctively struggled, but Su Lingling, in her final moments of lucidity and determined to kill her, found it difficult to break free. As her breathing became increasingly suffocating, she gradually lost her ability to resist. Do you remember what I asked you that day? Could you die with me? I was serious. I really wanted you to die with me. You are my best friend, how could I bear to abandon you? You said you could grant my wish, so stop struggling and die with me. Even in the afterlife, we'll still be best friends. Chapter 87 Strike First. Shin Yue never dreamed that her best friend, on her deathbed, would think of taking her with her. Caught completely off guard, she was grabbed by the neck by Su Lingling. As her breathing became increasingly difficult, she gradually lost any chance of breaking free. A string of tears slid down her cheeks, tears that contained shock, despair, disappointment, and sorrow. At that moment, she recalled all the things she had done with Su Lingling in the past. They met on their first day of college and quickly became best friends who could talk about anything. They eventually became the closest of best friends. She had good grades, while Su Lingling did not. She patiently tutored her and often helped her with her homework on weekends. Her family was wealthy, while Su Lingling's family was poor. So she deliberately took more food and made an excuse that she couldn't finish it, asking Su Lingling to help her eat it. Su Lingling also helped her a lot. She was pretty, and many boys came to pick her up. Su Lingling would come out to help her out. Su Lingling was ugly, had a loud voice, and a fierce temper, which scared away all the boys. They've always been best friends, even closer than blood sisters. Even though she wanted to leave with Su Chen after the apocalypse, she stayed for Su Lingling's sake, because if she left, Su Lingling would have nothing to eat. After Su Lingling contracted the virus, she took meticulous care of her. She couldn't understand why Su Lingling wanted to kill her. Shouldn't a true best friend hope that she could live well? Why did she do the opposite? So, all along, it was just a fake friendship? Let me tell you another truth. Su Lingling then grinned maliciously. I've never liked you. From the very first day I met you, I hated you. Why do you get all the benefits while I live such a lowly life? The nicer you are to me, the more disgusted I feel. What are you pretending to be, you saint? You're just showing off your superiority. Do you think I'll be grateful to you just because you're doing me a favor? No, I'll only hate you more. This damn world is so unfair. Why is it treating me like this? You're alive and well, but I'm going to die. Now that's settled, I'm going to fix this world. You'll die with me, that's fair. Ha ha ha. Su Lingling laughed maniacally. Coupled with her withered, pale face and the rotting red spots on her skin, she was not a madman, but she was more terrifying than any madman. Suddenly, her laughter stopped abruptly, and the hands that had been gripping Shin Yue's throat loosened their grip. She looked down in surprise and saw that a small knife was stuck in her chest, and Shin Yue was holding the hilt. At the critical moment, Shin Yue pulled a small knife from her pocket. Warm blood flowed out, staining Shin Yue's hand that held the knife, but she held on tightly, refusing to let go, while panting heavily. Xiao Wei, what are you doing? Su Lingling collapsed weakly onto the bed, her breath shallow, and her face returned to its pitiful state. Xin Yue caught her breath, raised her head, stared into Su Lingling's eyes, and said, "This is the knife Su Chen gave me. It was originally meant to protect you from becoming a berserker. I thought I wouldn't need it anymore, but I never expected that you were a berserker from the very beginning. Xiao Wei, I don't want to die." Blood also welled up from the corner of Su Lingling's mouth. She spoke with difficulty, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Xin Yue reached out her other hand and gently stroked her hair, saying softly, "Be good, you should just die. Besides, I will definitely live well." Su Lingling died, and no one knows what she was thinking in her last moments. Even after she died, her eyes remained wide open. Seeing that she was no longer moving, Xin Yue finally let go of her hand and collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "I killed someone." God knows how scared and heartbroken she was. Tears streamed down her face again. Su Chen. Su Chen's image flashed through her mind. She wanted to see him more than ever before. She struggled to pull out her phone, wanting to tell Su Chen what had happened and ask him to take her away from here. She didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. However, at this very moment, with a bang, her dormitory door was suddenly kicked open, and a group of girls rushed in. "It's her. She's here. Grab her." The girl was shouting. Two tall girls pounced on Xin Yue, pinning her to the ground from both sides. "What are you doing?" Xin Yue asked in surprise. Then a square-faced girl wearing black-rimmed glasses, who looked like a young, muscular man, walked over through the crowd, looking down at Xin Yue with a cold gaze. "Senior sister's son, it's you. What brings you here?" Xin Yue asked the square-faced girl. This square-faced girl is named Sun Meiguei, a senior student, the leader of the defense team in Building 3, and also the big sister of Building 3. Xin Yue remembered that in order to move freely in and out of Building 3, Su Chen once made a deal with Sun Meiguei, giving Building 3 a batch of supplies. Sun Meiguei said coldly, "The person Su Chen comes to see every day is you, Xin Yue. As expected of the school beauty, you are really beautiful. No wonder Su Chen comes here every day. This guy is really a lecherous scoundrel." The other girls sized up Xin Yue, feeling indignant. Why should she? We have everything she has. She's just a little prettier. Is it pretty? I don't think so. It's not as pretty as our Rose sister. Exactly, Rose has the real high-class look. In my opinion, she's just provocative. Those shallow, scumbag men only like this kind of seductive vixen. Xin Yue stared in astonishment at their distorted faces and listened to their malicious words, unable to believe her ears. How did they change like this overnight? Sun Meiguei suddenly noticed the bloodstains on Xin Yue's body and exclaimed, "Xin Yue, why are you covered in blood?" "Ah!" Then a girl screamed, looking at Su Lingling on the bed in horror. "Sister Rose, she's killed someone." Sun Meiguei walked over and, sure enough, saw a knife still stuck in Su Lingling's chest. She turned around and chuckled, "I didn't realize you were so delicate and ruthless, even killing your own roommate." Xin Yue quickly said, "It's not what you think, Lingling, she..." Sun Meiguei interrupted her, "Stop making excuses, you're disgusting. Take her away." Two tall girls roughly grabbed Xin Yue and pulled her up. Sun Meiguei reached out and pinched Xin Yue's chin, sneering, "Whether you live or die depends on how much Su Chen values you. If he doesn't show sincerity today, he can forget about ever seeing you again." Xin Yue exclaimed in surprise, "You're doing this for Su Chen? You want his supplies?" Sun Meiguei said, "Who told him to keep showing off in the group chat all day long, talking about rescuing beautiful women? Now a lot of people are eyeing him, so I just struck first." Xin Yue's expression changed. Yes, because of the sharp drop in temperature, the rescue scheduled for today was cancelled, and there probably wouldn't be any more rescues in the future, so everyone is now eyeing Su Chen. As Sun Meiguei spoke, she picked up Xin Yue's phone, unlocked it, found Su Chen's WeChat, and called him, preparing to talk to Su Chen. Ring ring ring. The bell rang. Everyone suddenly realized that the bell seemed to be coming from the doorway, and they all turned to look at the door. Chapter 88 Armed Maid. Ding. New rescue mission detected. Mission details: Xin Yue is about to be kidnapped. A group of students are trying to use her to blackmail you into handing over supplies. Mission level, Nightmare. Quest reward, 45,000 merit points. Rewind to 20 minutes earlier, inside the Doomsday Fortress. Su Chen's expression changed as he looked at the mission details. Last night, a bunch of people in the group tried to morally blackmail him, demanding that he hand over the supplies. Some of them, taking advantage of their numbers, even spoke rudely to him and claimed they would take him down. Now, some people are actually meeting him in person. Who kidnapped Xing Yue? The only people who know that he goes to rescue Xing Yue every day are the people in Building 3, so it is highly likely that he is a girl from Building 3, and the one leading him is probably Sun Rose, the big sister of Building 3. Heh, what did I say? You can talk big and I'll let it go. I'll assume you're starving and won't bother with you. But if you dare to confront me offline, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Su Chen sneered. Su Chen immediately put on protective clothing and prepared to go out. He called the maids over and instructed them, "You all stay here quietly. If anyone knocks on the door, don't panic. Just wait for me to come back and handle it." Xing Fei asked worriedly, "Master, has something happened? I saw the messages in the group chat, they..." Su Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing, you don't need to worry about it." Zhang Xiaolu said sadly, "It's all our fault for being so incompetent and unable to help our master." Upon hearing this, Su Chen seemed to understand. He was right, his maids were all too weak, just delicate little flowers. If he had armed maids. After putting on his protective suit, Su Chen went out. As soon as she arrived at the door, Yukishiro Sakura's familiar figure was already kneeling beside her. "Master, Yukishiro Sakura greets you," Yukishiro Sakura said, bowing her head. In the sub-zero temperatures of -60 degrees Celsius, even her heavy down coat seemed to be struggling to keep up, and she could be seen shivering slightly. A notification sounded in Su Chen's ear, triggering a rescue mission. Yukishiro Sakura was in a food crisis. Su Chen flipped his hand and took out the food, handing it to Yukishiro Sakura, saying, "Are you hungry? Eat now." Sakura Yukishiro was a little surprised. "Eat here?" Su Chen said, "That's right, come with me after you finish eating." Sakura Yukishiro was even more surprised. "Master, where are you taking me?" Su Chen said calmly, "Go and kill someone." "Armed maids, huh? There's one right in front of us. And this Japanese girl's knife is really sharp." "Yes, I'll eat right away." The Japanese girl's eyes lit up. She immediately took the food and started eating it in big bites. In no time, the food was gone. Ding! You have successfully rescued the goddess and have gained 50,000 merit points. Hearing the system feedback, Su Chen stepped out. Sakura Yukishiro wiped her mouth and quickly followed, covering her face with her scarf. The two arrived on the first floor and saw Wang Wangawei leading a group of defense teams, who were gathered in the lobby, blocking their way. Everyone's eyes were filled with sternness. Su Chen chuckled and said, "Senior brother Wang, what are you doing?" Behind Su Chen, Yukishiro Sakura looked at everyone and quietly touched the hilt of her long sword. Wang Guangwei's throat tightened with nervousness, and he quickly said, "Junior brother Su Chen, don't misunderstand. You've seen the messages in the group, right? I'm worried that people from other buildings might come and cause trouble, so I'm keeping watch here." Su Chen said, "Okay, everyone disperse. If someone really comes to cause trouble, you won't be able to handle it, and it will only cause unnecessary harm. Go back to your dorms and don't come out for the next 2 days." Wang Guangwei said, "Junior brother Su Chen, are you sure you can handle this with just the two of you?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Let's give it a try." Wang Guangwei gritted his teeth, "Okay, I understand. Listen to Junior Su Chen, everyone disperse." The crowd then made way. Su Chen and Yukishiro Sakura then went outside. We got outside. Yukishiro Sakura asked, "Master, do you really think those people just now wanted to help you?" Su Chen smiled, "What do you think?" Yukishiro Sakura said, "I think they're more like they chickened out temporarily. After all, it's just them now, and I could kill them all by myself." Su Chen nodded and said, "Let's go, quicken our pace." Building number 3, the main entrance is tightly closed. Several girls were inside, nervously watching the door. "He's here!" Suddenly someone exclaimed. Sure enough, the familiar figure of the boy in the protective suit appeared outside the door. Unlike before, today he was followed by a girl in a down coat. In the past, when they saw Su Chen arrive, they would immediately come up to open the door without Su Chen needing to say a word. But today, they didn't move. "Calm down," Sister Rose said, "our mission is to stall him. If we don't open the door for him, he won't be able to get in anytime soon. This is a bulletproof glass door, even a berserker couldn't break it, let alone him." The girls encouraged each other. Su-Chen didn't need to ask to know what was going on. It was indeed the people from Building 3 who were trying to take Shin Yue hostage. Since that's the case, he didn't bother with any more words. He clenched his fist and slammed it into the glass door. Skill, 1-punch critical strike. Boom! The bulletproof glass door was smashed to pieces instantly, shattering into countless fragments on the ground. The girls inside were completely stunned. Even Yukishiro Sakura's eyes narrowed. Master's strength is incredible. Is this even human? No, this is definitely not human. Su-Chen walked into the hall and glanced at the girls, who was trying to kidnap Shin Yue. Where is she now? The girls were all terrified. One girl stammered, It's Sister Rose. She brought some people upstairs, but I don't know the specifics. Seeing that he wouldn't get any information from them, Su-Chen ignored them and headed for the stairs. Behind them, screams of agony from the girls immediately rang out. Yukishiro Sakura brandished her long sword, shook off the blood, and quickly caught up with Su-Chen. Dormitory 408. As Su-Chen and Yukishiro Sakura reached the door, they heard a ringtone. Su-Chen took out his phone and saw that it was Shin Yue calling him on video. Inside the dormitory, Shin Yue was being held by two tall girls, while her phone was in Sun Megue's hands. Sun Megue was surrounded by a group of beautiful girls. Senior sister Sun, you had someone arrest Shin Yue, and then used her phone to call me. What are you doing? Su-Chen asked calmly. Sun Megue and her group of girlfriends were all startled and looked at Su-Chen with panic on their faces. Before they could hide Shin Yue or even hide themselves, Su-Chen arrived and they were caught red-handed. Sun Megue's heart tightened, and she completely lost the arrogance she had shown when dealing with Shin Yue. Su-Chen was a notorious killer, and she never intended to confront him directly. In fact, if it weren't for the girls in the building being desperate for food, and she had no other choice, she wouldn't have set her sights on Su-Chen. Senior sister Sun, what are you asking me? Seeing that the other party was stunned, Su-Chen repeated himself. Sun Megue came to her senses. At this point, there was no room for maneuver, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. With Shin Yue in her hands, Su-Chen certainly wouldn't dare to act recklessly. He snorted and said, Su-Chen, you've come at the right time. It saves me the trouble of looking for you. Shin Yue killed someone, and I must punish her. Su-Chen frowned, somewhat surprised, and then he saw Su Lingling lying dead on the bed, with a knife stuck in her chest. Wasn't that the knife he had given to Shin Yue? Did Shin Yue kill Su Lingling? Chapter 89. The true colors are revealed. Su-Chen gave Shin Yue a knife for self-defense to prevent Su Lingling from becoming a berserker. However, as Su Lingling's condition worsened, it became clear that she would not become a berserker and would eventually die from exhaustion. Logically speaking, Shin Yue had no need to kill Su Lingling. Su-Chen, it was Lingling who tried to kill me, I had no choice but to fight back. Shin Yue choked up, saying that only she knew how Su Lingling had treated her, and even Su-Chen didn't know Su Lingling's true colors. Nonsense! Sun Megue retorted sharply, who doesn't know that Su Lingling is your best friend? Besides, she's on her deathbed, how could she possibly kill you? You clearly murdered your own best friend, you're a vicious woman. That's not how it is. Shin Yue argued. Lingling has hated me from the very beginning. Ever since she got sick, she has been planning to take me with her. Sun Megue sneered, can't you make your lies more believable? Hating you, yet becoming your best friend? Who would believe that? Exactly. To get away with it, she even slandered her best friend. It's truly eye-opening. Isn't it just because they're dead, and there's no way to prove it? How stupid and wicked. The girls started criticizing it all at once. Sun Megue looked at Su-Chen and chuckled, Su-Chen, you saw it all. She killed someone and was full of lies. As the leader of this building, I'm certified by the student council. If I don't handle this fairly, how can I convince everyone? Su-Chen's gaze swept over Shin Yue and he noticed the handprint on her neck. Although the specifics are unclear, Shin Yue was indeed choked, and the perpetrator used considerable force, clearly intending to kill her. Su-Chen said, there must be a motive for killing someone, right, senior sister Sun? What do you think her motive was for killing Su Lingling? Sun Megue snorted, who knows? I haven't even had a chance to interrogate her yet. Maybe she just doesn't want Su Lingling to drag her down. I believe that venomous snake is capable of doing it. Su-Chen chuckled and said, you haven't even interrogated her yet, and without any evidence, you've already concluded that she's a viper. Is this how you act as a boss? Sun Meguei said, she killed the person, that's a fact. No speculation is too much when it comes to murderers. Suchen said, is that so? Then I believe her. Su Lingling tried to kill her first, and she was just acting in self-defense. Besides, I'm different from you, I have evidence. Sun Meguei sneered, you weren't there when she killed him, so what proof do you have? Suchen said, did you see the handprint on her neck? Who do you think strangled her? There are only her and Su Lingling here. Sun Meguei looked closely and indeed saw a handprint on Xin Yue's neck. Her heart sank, but she stubbornly said, who knows if she strangled herself and is trying to get away with it. The girls nodded in agreement. That's exactly right. That snake is so wicked. This is a ruse. Suchen said, she still has a wound on her neck because the other person used too much force and their nails dug into her flesh. Just look at Su Lingling's nails to see if there are any marks, and you'll know. Master, I'll go. Yukishiro Sakura asked. Suchen nodded, and Yukishiro Sakura walked over. The women wanted to stop her, but seeing Yukishiro Sakura's cold eyes and the long sword at her waist, they instinctively dodged away. Sakura Yukishiro came to the bedside, took Su Lingling's hands and examined them, then said, there is indeed blood and flesh residue on her fingernails, which is consistent with the wound on Xin Yue's neck. Suchen looked at Sun Meguei, well, senior sister Sun, you have nothing to say now, right? Sun Meguei was anxious. She didn't care at all how Su Lingling died. She just wanted to use it as an excuse to control Xin Yue and force Suchen to submit. I don't care, she killed someone and must be punished. Sun Meguei steeled herself and simply resorted to pleading, Suchen, I know you two have a good relationship, so of course you should protect her. If you don't want her to be punished, you should exchange her for supplies. Suchen chuckled, so, you finally revealed your true intentions, senior sister Sun? From beginning to end, all you've wanted is to get supplies from me, right? Xin Yue then said, Suchen, she was just after your supplies. It just so happened that she caught me killing Lingling when she came to arrest me. Suchen nodded, good, the case is finally solved. Forgive me for wasting so much time. I like to be in the right and I can't tolerate such slander. Sun Meguei sneered, so what? Suchen, Xin Yue is in my hands now. If you don't hand over the supplies, I'll kill her. Clang. Before Sun Meguei could finish speaking, a crisp sound of a sword being drawn rang out. A flash of light. The girls were horrified to see Sun Meguei's head fall to the ground. Behind her, Yukishiro Sakura shook off the bloodstains on her sword and slowly sheathed it. Ah! The girls immediately screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. The two tall girls who were holding on to Xin Yue also let go in fright and collapsed to the ground. Xin Yue broke free and ran quickly to Suchen, throwing herself into his arms and hugging him tightly. She burst into tears, crying, Suchen. Suchen felt her delicate body trembling, and he didn't know how much fright she had suffered or how much grievance she had felt. His heart softened, and he reached out to pat her back, smiling as he said, it's all right now. I'll take you away, okay? Xin Yue said, okay, from now on, wherever you go, I'll go. I'll always follow you. As Yukishiro Sakura watched the scene, a complex look flashed in her eyes. It seemed that her master cared a lot about this girl, treating her differently from the other maids. At this moment, Suchen raised his head and glanced at Yukishiro Sakura, get ready and follow me. After saying that, he led Xin Yue outside and slammed the door shut. As he and Xin Yue turned to go downstairs, they heard a series of shrill screams coming from the dormitory behind them. Ding! You have successfully rescued the goddess. Gained 45,000 merit points. The system feedback sound then rang out. Suchen felt a bit emotional. He hadn't expected to take Xin Yue in under such circumstances. Well, it was good that it was too cold outside now, and the temperature might drop further. He wouldn't feel at ease leaving her outside. In this light, Su Lingling's death was timely. Suchen, I'll explain Lingling's situation to you later, Xin Yue said, clearly still feeling lingering fear. Suchen smiled and said, okay, let's talk about it when we get back to the fortress. Xin Yue couldn't help but feel a little excited about Suchen's fortress. Suchen had said it was very safe there, but she didn't know exactly what it was like. Suchen, am I your maid now? Xin Yue asked. She would never forget the conditions Suchen had given her. If she went to his fortress, she would have to become his maid. Suchen replied, yes. Xin Yue nodded without hesitation, then I am. Ding! You have acquired a new maid. Assign her tasks. The system's voice rang in Su Chen's ears. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the lobby on the first floor. That's Su Chen. Su Chen, come out and give everyone an explanation. Suddenly, I heard someone shouting outside. Su Chen looked towards the door, his expression hardening. He saw that a large group of people, both men and women, had gathered outside. There were probably hundreds of them. Su Chen flipped his hand and took out a set of protective clothing, handing it to Shen Yue. Put this on, then follow behind me. Today we're going to have to fight our way through. Chapter 90 Public Outrage. Su Chen was indeed a little surprised that hundreds of people had come to him, but it wasn't entirely unexpected, since the group had been clamoring for him to hand over the supplies since last night. These people must be starving. Su Chen walked out, glanced at everyone, and said calmly, I've seen the messages in the group, so you don't need to waste any more words. I know what you're after. Su Chen, in this freezing weather, we wouldn't have come out to find you if we had no other choice. We're all risking our lives. Since you know, then hurry up and take out the supplies and distribute them to everyone. We're all hungry. Hand over the supplies and nothing will happen. We're all classmates, there's no need to ruin things. Why waste words with him? There are so many of us. If we grab him, are we afraid he won't submit? Don't rush, let's try diplomacy first, then resort to force. So, Su Chen, what is your answer? The crowd chattered amongst themselves, all looking at Su Chen with anticipation. Some were even secretly rubbing their hands together, ready to take him down at any moment. Su Chen said calmly, Do you know that I am an orphan, all alone? I have no parents, no relatives, no wife, and no children. Su Chen, what does it matter whether you're an orphan or not? What exactly are you trying to say? Someone sneered. Su Chen said, I want to say that you've come to the wrong person. I'm a student just like you. If you're hungry, you can go to the school, the authorities, or your parents. The last person you should come to is me. I have no obligation to raise you. Do I look like your father? Upon hearing this, many people became angry and indignant. You brat, you want a beating, don't you? Why are you swearing at me like that? Don't be ungrateful. We're doing you a favor by asking you for food. Su Chen, you're wrong. We're all classmates, and we should help each other. It's just a matter of public morality. You can't be so selfish. Exactly. Helping others and acting bravely for a just cause are traditional virtues. If everyone were as selfish as you, how would the world function? Humanity would have gone extinct long ago. Some people started hurling insults, while others tried to reason with them. Su Chen said, Stop with this moral blackmail. The choice of whether or not to help someone is mine, not yours. These words made Su Chen seem like he had committed a heinous crime, arousing public outrage. So you mean you're not going to help us and just let us fend for ourselves, that you're just letting us starve to death? Su Chen, do you even have any humanity left? What a moral depravity, Su Chen. You've truly taken exquisite selfishness to the extreme. At this moment, Shen Yue, having put on her protective suit, came out and stood behind Su Chen. Upon seeing this, someone immediately shouted, Su Chen, you let everyone fend for themselves, so why did you save her? If you can save her, why can't you save everyone else? How can you be so unfair by treating everyone differently? In your words, are you her father? Shen Yue had never seen such a scene before, and panic showed in her eyes. She involuntarily clung tightly to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, I remember the advertisement I posted in the group was about rescuing beautiful women, right? If you all consider yourselves to be 8 out of 10 beauties, you can leave now and add me on WeChat to chat in detail. Believe it or not, quite a few confident girls in the crowd were swayed by these words, and some had already quietly retreated to the back of the group. Su Chen added, also, although I am not her father, everyone understands the concepts of ruler and subject, father and son, master and servant, right? She is my maid, and it is reasonable for me, as her master, to support my own maid, isn't it? The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment at first, and then began to condemn Su Chen even more fiercely. Oh my god, I knew that guy had ulterior motives, forcing a beautiful woman to be a maid. What era are we living in? Maids? Is he some feudal remnant who crawled out of an ancient tomb? Damn it, this scoundrel is utterly wicked. Beat him up. We have to beat this disgusting bastard to a pulp today. This time, the girls were the loudest in their insults, each one filled with righteous indignation, spitting as they spoke, as if they wanted to skin Su-chen alive. Meanwhile, the boys were cursing while being extremely envious. Damn it, Su-chen only has resources, yet he can still collect maids, and they are all beauties with a score of 8 or higher. It's enough to make people green with envy. For a time, regardless of gender, everyone felt that Su-chen was extremely hateful, and the curses came one after another. Su-chen became a villain condemned by everyone. Seeing this scene, Xin Yue, who was still afraid, somehow mustered up her courage and retorted, "You're talking nonsense, Master is not a bad person." Su-chen smiled and said, "Xiao Wei, don't you think they're right? I do only save beautiful women." Xin Yue shook her head and said, "Master must have your reasons for doing this. Besides, you can save whomever you want, it's your freedom. They have no right to force you." Su-chen nodded, "That makes sense." Xin Yue said, "Master, I am not saying this because I am a beneficiary and that is why I am defending you. If you had not saved me back then, I would not have joined them and forced you like they did." Su-chen said, "I know you're not that kind of person, but they are. Believe it or not, as long as I tell them I'll give them food, they'll turn around and defend me. Even if I was truly wicked and did terrible things before, they'll still praise me to the skies." Xin Yue asked, "Master, are you going to help them?" Su-chen smiled and said, "Everyone acts based on their own feelings. People who like to help the weak and fight the strong will feel uncomfortable if they don't intervene when they see injustice, and they will feel guilty if they don't jump in to save someone who has fallen into the water. But these people in front of me think, I am weak, therefore I am right. They only know how to use moral blackmail and threaten and intimidate others because they have more people. Do they even have the slightest bit of a begging attitude?" Bang! Su-chen took out the golden desert eagle and fired a shot into the sky. The deafening gunshots completely drowned out the curses from the crowd. Seeing that Su-chen had the truth, everyone panicked, and some people involuntarily retreated. "Are you going to continue making trouble?" Su-chen said coldly. A brief silence. But seeing that Su-chen didn't intend to continue firing, some people thought that was enough. "Su-chen, stop trying to scare us. There are so many of us, do you think you can kill us all? We're giving you a chance to reform by asking you to hand over the food. You should be grateful. Yes, as long as you hand over the food, we will forgive and forget the bad things you've done. As long as there's food, everything is negotiable, it's not a problem." Hearing these words, Xin Yue couldn't help but shake her head. Her master was right. These people were indeed opportunistic. Their righteous denunciation of Su-chen was just to force Su-chen to release the grain. Su-chen said calmly, "I'll say it again, you've come to the wrong place. We're leaving, please make way. This guy is really stubborn, stop wasting words with him, brothers, charge and grab him. You surnamed Su, you're not getting away today. Charge. Everyone, charge." A dozen or so boys shouted and rushed towards Su-chen. Chapter 91 Sneak Attack. In the crowd. A girl, wrapped up tightly in a thick cotton coat, couldn't hide her stunning figure. Unlike the others, she didn't seem to be there for food. She remained silent throughout, quietly observing the situation. Her gaze never left Su-chen, as if she had a great interest in him and had come specifically to observe him. Seeing that Su-chen refused to back down even when threatened by hundreds of people, a hint of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes. Did Su-chen actually intend to fight against everyone? How could he dare to do that alone? No matter how good one person is at fighting, can they defeat hundreds of people? In her opinion, Su-chen had better ways of handling things, and more than one. One option is compromise, share some supplies to appease the situation, and that's how it will pass. One tactic is to play the victim, claiming that they actually have no supplies and begging everyone to let them go. They could even deceive others, pretending to agree to everyone's requests so they could escape first. Either way, it's better than going head to head with everyone. Is this guy so stubborn? Can't he adapt at all? Finally, the conflict broke out because Su-chen refused to provide supplies. The dozen or so boys in the lead rushed towards Su-chen, intending to take him down. The girl thought Su-chen was going to be in trouble, but what happened next left her speechless. Su-chen showed no fear whatsoever. He knocked down the first man with a punch, shot the second in the head with a bullet, kicked the third away, and then turned around to fire another shot at the first man. In the blink of an eye, half of the people had fallen to the ground dead, their blood splattered everywhere. This wasn't a siege at all, it was Su-chen's one-sided crushing victory. That's not all. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the building. It was a tall girl with long, straight black hair and a long, black knife in her hand. Before the man even arrived, the long sword was drawn, and where the blade flashed, blood splattered. With the two working together, in the blink of an eye, all the remaining boys also fell to the ground. The entire team was wiped out. Not only was the girl surprised, but everyone else was also dumbfounded. Anyone else who's not afraid of death? You can all come at me at once, as many as you come, I'll kill them all. Suchin said loudly. As he spoke, he took a step closer to the crowd, startling the students in the front row who hurriedly took a few steps back. Suchin added, "Don't think that a few hundred of you can do anything to me. If you really force me to go on a killing spree, then I'll slaughter you all and create a river of blood." At this moment, Suchen's eyes were sharp, and he held truth in one hand, as if a god of death had descended. Beside him, Yukishiro Sakura held a knife in both hands, and her gaze was as cold as the light of her blade. Everyone was intimidated and trembling with fear. No one dared to go up and risk their lives. On the contrary, many people were already considering retreating and were just one step away from escaping. Suchen delivered the kick. "You neither fight nor retreat. Are you trying to make me send you on your way?" Suchen sneered, put away the golden desert eagle, and with a flick of his hand, took out a submachine gun, which he had snatched from the Snow Wolf gang. He had more than 10 of them in his system space, including submachine guns and pistols. Ta-da-ta-da. Suchen pulled the trigger into the air. Ah! Some people were so terrified on the spot that they couldn't hold on any longer and turned to run away. Once the first one appeared, there was a second, a third. Chaos erupted at the scene, with everyone fleeing in disarray. Hundreds of people fled in a panic, fearing being hit by bullets, running as fast as they could, wishing they had more legs. TCH, I thought I could finally have a good kill. Sakura Yukishiro spat, abandoned her fighting stance, and lowered her long sword. They're just hungry, not crazy, Suchen said with a smile. Sakura Yukishiro asked, Master, did you know they would be scared away by you? Suchen said, they are just relying on their numbers to try to force me to submit. Apart from a few brainless ones, most people will not really fight to the death. On the contrary, they value their lives very much. When they see that I really can kill people, they are afraid. Among the crowd, the girl did not flee with the others, she remained standing, looking at Suchen. So that's how it is. He knew all along that they were just a rabble, which is why he chose to confront them head-on. The girl murmured. But even if he anticipated the situation, it would still require immense courage. After all, what if everyone really fought into the death? Unless... The girl's eyes sharpened. Unless he truly has the ability to fight his way through an attack by hundreds of people, that's his greatest source of confidence. Thinking of this, the girl's gaze became somewhat intense. This Suchen is so strong. How could there be such a powerful being in this world? Is this still the real world she knows? There. Suchen turned around and called to Xin Yue, let's go. Xin Yue nodded and happily walked to Suchen's side. Suchen's gaze immediately fell in one direction, watching a girl's figure disappear into the crowd. He frowned. He had noticed earlier that the girl was unhurried, as if she was just there to watch the show. Suchen didn't take it too seriously, looked away, and led the two women back to Building 9. Xin Yue glanced at Xue Daiying beside her. Back in the dormitory, she had become curious about this dashing girl. She was amazing. If Suchen was the most amazing boy she had ever met, then Xue Daiying was the most amazing girl she had ever met. She had no idea when Suchen took in such a capable maid. Hello, my name is Xin Yue. Where is your sister? Xin Yue greeted her. Yukishiro Sakura didn't even glance at her, but still said calmly, Yukishiro Sakura. Xin Yue was taken aback. Yukishiro, could it be a cherry blossom person? Yukishiro Sakura ignored her and looked at Suchen, saying, Master, are you willing to? She wanted to know if Suchen's decision to bring her along to rescue Xin Yue meant that Suchen had accepted her and was willing to take her in. That was what she cared about most. However, before she could finish speaking, suddenly, with a whoosh, as if tearing through the air, an arrowhead shot out from the side. Ah! By the time Yukishiro Sakura realized what was happening, it was too late to react. The arrow was heading straight for Suchen and could pierce his neck in the blink of an eye. However, in the next instant, Suchen suddenly reached out and grabbed, the sound of the arrow disappearing instantly, and he had already caught the arrowhead in his hand, abruptly stopping its momentum. Immediately afterward, Suchen's figure flashed, turning into a blur, and rushed towards the direction from which the arrows had been shot. Take her back to Building 9 and wait for me to return. Su-chen's voice came back, and as soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared into a corner. Sakura Yukishiro stared blankly at the arrowhead that Su-chen had casually discarded on the ground, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Her mind was filled with the scene of Su-chen catching the arrowhead just now, and her eyes were filled with shock. Even though she already knew Su-chen was very powerful, catching a flying arrow with bare hands was beyond the scope of normal human beings, wasn't it? Sister Yukishiro, who attacked Master? What should we do now? Is Master in danger? Shin Yu-wei asked worriedly. Sakura Yukishiro finally snapped out of her daze and gave her a cold look. No matter who it is, the one who will suffer is the other person. Let's go. Chapter 92: A lack of martial morality. Having just been surrounded by hundreds of people, Su-chen did not let his guard down at all. Before returning to the fortress, his eye of insight remained open. This means that anything that enters within 50 meters of him cannot escape his detection. This naturally includes the arrow that was shot at him. Catching a flying arrow with his bare hands wasn't too difficult for him. After all, his agility and strength were far superior to that of ordinary people. Let alone flying arrows, even bullets could be dodged if he sensed them in advance. Of course, catching bullets with his bare hands is one thing, but he's not as powerful as the Fire Cloud Evil God yet. Furthermore, even if he didn't dodge the arrows or bullets, don't forget that he was wearing a level 1 protective feather robe, which was enough to withstand the damage from the arrows and bullets. It can be said that unless he encounters a weapon more powerful than a bullet, Su-chen is basically immune to injury. Now there's only one thing left: deal with the person who ambushed him from the shadows. Using the skill, Basic Wind Speed, Su-chen leaped and landed in a few bounds, arriving at the corner where the opponent was hiding. It was right here that the opponent had shot an arrow, and footprints were still visible on the ground. The other party was no ordinary person either, as they had already disappeared. Unfortunately, the other party never dreamed that Su-chen possessed the Eye of Insight, which was like having X-ray vision, and had already locked onto his whereabouts. Su-chen chased after him immediately. Call out. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out, and another arrow shot towards them. Su-chen dodged the arrow with a slight movement, and his gaze fell forward. He saw a huge figure flash and disappear into the corner of the wall next to him. Ikuan, I know it's you. I failed to kill you last time, so let's settle things today. Su-chen said loudly. That enormous figure could only be Ikuan. Last time, Ikuan was stabbed in the chest and fell from the 10th floor, yet he still survived. He knew this day would come sooner or later. This guy was his number one threat. Of course, that was before. Now he is absolutely confident he can kill Ikuan. You killed my sister, what right do you have to say that? The one who should settle this is me. Ikuan's voice came through. Su-chen smiled and said, fine, hiding like a turtle and shooting arrows from the shadows, is this your way of taking revenge? As they were talking, Su-chen had already given chase, but Ikuan cleverly escaped again when he turned into a corner. Su-chen stopped and said, stop running. I'll give you a chance to get revenge in a decent way. Come out and fight me fairly. Ikuan's voice came from dozens of meters away, you have the truth, but where is the fairness? It seems that Ikuan has been observing Su-chen from the shadows for a long time, witnessing his confrontation with hundreds of people, and has been waiting for the most opportune moment to strike. Finally, taking advantage of Su-chen's most relaxed moment on his way back to the dormitory, while he was talking to Yukishiro Sakura and his attention was diverted, Su-chen launched a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, the sneak attack failed, and Su-chen was incredibly strong, catching his arrow with his bare hands. He was already starting to regret it. He had underestimated Su-chen. He should have been more cautious. If he had managed to get his hands on a sniper rifle, Su-chen would have been dead just now. However, one can't blame him for being impatient. He couldn't calm his anger until he avenged his sister's death. He had only just recovered from his injuries and was already eager to take revenge. Su-chen said, I can promise you, I will never use a gun. You can come out now without worry, right? Ikuan sneered, do you think I'd believe you? Su-chen said, you'd better believe me. You should have already realized that you can't shake me off at all. It won't be long before I catch up with you, and then you won't have any chance. The other side remained silent. Immediately, Ikuan cautiously emerged from his hiding place, still wearing a fur coat, with a quiver at his waist and a giant bow in his hand, which he was drawing and nocking an arrow, the bowstring taut and the arrowhead aimed at Su-chen. Then throw away the gun first. Ikuan stared at Su-chen warily. Su-chen smiled slightly, took out the golden desert eagle, and tossed it several meters away. "There's more," AI Kuan said. Su Chen took out his submachine gun and threw it away, saying, "Are you satisfied now?" AI Kuan stared at Su Chen, still somewhat surprised and uncertain. This guy had actually hidden 2 truth weapons in his protective suit, including a large weapon like a submachine gun, but there seemed to be no trace of it on the surface, which was a bit strange. However, Su Chen wouldn't have hidden 3 guns on his person, would he? Logically speaking, carrying so many guns would be unnecessary and cumbersome, and there was really no sign that he had any guns on him. Ikuan then slowly released the bowstring, threw the bow and arrows aside, stretched his neck, and cracked his knuckles. He knew Su Chen was no ordinary person. Last time they fought, he was careless and fell into Su Chen's trap. But as long as Su Chen didn't use the truth, and since he was no longer a rival in love, dealing with Su Chen shouldn't be a problem. "Boy, I've killed many self-proclaimed kings of soldiers in my life, but you are the only true opponent I've ever faced. If it weren't for this deep-seated blood feud, I would rather be your friend than your adversary. But you dared to kill my sister, and today I will make you pay for it with your blood." AI Kuan gritted his teeth and said that he was ready to fight Su Chen to the death, but he suddenly stopped talking. To his horror, he discovered that Su Chen had suddenly produced another pistol. Not good. Ikuan realized what was happening, was shocked, and was about to retreat. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and Su Chen had already pulled the trigger. Skill, 100% accuracy. In an instant, Ikuan was shot in the throat, the bullet piercing through it, and blood gushed out. Thump! Ikuan knelt helplessly on the snow, desperately covering his throat with both hands, opening his mouth wide and making a hissing sound. "You are despicable." AI Kuan stared intently at Su Chen, his eyes blazing with fury. Su Chen smiled and said, "I don't mind using any means to kill those who want to kill me, including disregarding martial ethics. You can shoot me in the back, so why can't I lie to you? It's perfectly fair." He now possesses the Taizu long fist technique, giving him a strong chance of winning against AI Kuan. But since he has a gun, why bother with all that effort? Ikuan felt his life draining away with his blood. He clenched his fists and let out a final roar, "I'm not reconciled." Immediately, his hand loosened, his head slumped down, and he died. Ding! Passive activated, deep blue skill points added. Skill, basic wind speed +1. Skill, 1 punch critical hit +1. Skill, accurate shot +1. A system notification sounded in my ear. Su Chen was delighted. Sure enough, as long as he used the skill, he could trigger the deep blue stat boost. Su Chen walked to the side, picked up the gun, and then went to AI Kuan's corpse, picked up the giant bow, and examined it. "This must have been homemade by you. It's very good, and it's very powerful. It's mine now." As he spoke, he casually stored it in the system space. Turning his head to glance at Ikuan's corpse, Su Chen muttered again, "This guy never left the dormitory area? Where was he hiding before? But it doesn't matter anymore." Shaking his head, Su Chen turned and left, leaving AI Kuan's enormous corpse kneeling in the extreme cold, gradually cooling into a magnificent ice sculpture. Dormitory area, supermarket. Inside the warehouse, in the darkness, a fire burned, but the warmth of the fire could not dispel the biting cold. Xia Mengyao shivered as she got up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. "That person went out," Xia Mengyao murmured, her eyes darting around as she began to plan. "He doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me and even allowed me to stay here. I'm afraid he's bewitched by my beauty. He's so powerful, isn't he even more formidable than that Su Chen? If I can win him over and make him submit to me, who can threaten my safety in the future? Su Chen, you ignored me, see? I don't need you at all." Thinking of this, Xia Mengyao chuckled happily. Chapter 93 Dong Ruoxuan. High in the sky, a dark cloud was slowly gathering, looking like a giant vortex pressing down on the city. The heavy snow, which had subsided for less than half a day, began to fall silently again. There was still not a breath of wind in the world. "This awful weather, it's probably going to get even colder, it's not safe to stay outside for long." Su Chen muttered to himself, averting his gaze from the sky and unconsciously quickening his pace. Building 9, first floor lobby. Yukishiro Sakura and Shin Yue waited in the hall. Sakura Yukishiro remained very calm and showed no concern for Su Chen. If she felt any unease, it was her uncertainty about Su Chen's attitude towards her. Shin Yue felt a little anxious. Although she knew Su Chen was very capable, concern made her uneasy, and she couldn't put her mind at ease until she saw Su Chen return. Master is back. Suddenly, Xin Yue happily went to the door, where a familiar figure walked in from outside. Xin Yue took Su Chen's hand and asked, Master, are you alright? Who attacked you? Su Chen smiled and said, It's alright, I've already killed that person. Sakura Yukishiro leaned closer and bowed, saying, Master, Su Chen knew what she wanted to say and said, Give me your knife. Yukishiro Sakura was taken aback, not understanding Su Chen's purpose. You see, after the apocalypse, this sword was her personal possession, her constant companion, let alone handing it over to someone else. But she still obediently took the long sword from her waist, held it with both hands, and respectfully handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen took it and casually tossed it into the system space. You don't need to use a knife inside the fortress, Su Chen said calmly. Sakura Yukishiro immediately understood and was overjoyed, kneeling down on the ground. Thank you for taking me in, Master. Su Chen said, Get up and come upstairs with me. He hadn't originally planned to take in Yukishiro Sakura so quickly. After all, now that he had taken in Xin Yue, Yukishiro Sakura had become his only tool. But considering the harsh weather, he wasn't sure if Yukishiro Sakura could hold on. Since Yukishiro Sakura helped out today, I'll just take her in as well. At this point, Su Chen had no more goddesses to acquire. Dormitory area, Building 15. This is the girls' dormitory, room 717. There are 6 beds in total, but only 3 of them have mattresses on them. The other 3 beds are piled with various supplies, mostly food and drinks, as well as medicine, warm clothing, and so on. Moreover, in addition to what's on the bed, there are also various supplies piled up under the bed and in the bookshelves. This abundance is enough to last 3 people for more than 3 months without any problem. There were only 2 girls in the dormitory at that moment, pacing back and forth as if anxiously waiting for something. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The dormitory door was pushed open, and a tall girl wearing a bulky, thick cotton coat walked in. This girl was the one who had been observing Su Chen while mingling in the crowd. Young miss, you're finally back. 2 girls came up to greet them, saying happily, and both breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, we don't lack supplies, why did you run off to join in the fun? You made us worry, a girl scolded. The tall girl untied the scarf wrapped around her face, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold, which made her look even more radiant. I'm fine, aren't I? I've heard of Su Chen's reputation more than once, so I just went to see for myself, the tall girl said with a smile. A girl frowned and said, Su Chen? Is that the loser guy who claimed he would save the beautiful girl? Another girl said, Miss, that guy is probably not normal. I heard he even killed someone. Why did you provoke him? The tall girl chuckled, I've made up my mind, I'm going to side with Su Chen. Ah? The 2 girls were taken aback and looked at each other in disbelief. Young miss, are you running a fever? Why are you talking nonsense? That guy clearly has ill intentions. His real purpose is hard to guess, he's just pretending to help the beautiful woman. The tall girl laughed and said, I know. Those beautiful women he rescued all became his maids. He said it himself. The 2 girls stared wide-eyed. Damn, Su Chen really is a pervert. So, miss, are you still going to send yourself into the lion's den? It's over, our young lady has probably really gone mad. How are we going to explain this to the head of the family? The tall girl said, What do you know? His maids are all top-notch beauties, any one of them is a school beauty. If he didn't have some skills, could he have won them over? One girl curled her lip and said, He's taking advantage of people's misfortune. The tall girl said, Even if it's taking advantage of someone's misfortune, not just anyone can do it. I witnessed the whole confrontation between him and hundreds of people with my own eyes, so I can't be wrong about it. But, miss, even if he is truly capable, how can you willingly submit to him and become his maid? A girl asked anxiously. The tall girl smiled sweetly. Who said I wanted to be his maid? I don't care about the other girls, what I, Dong Ruoxuan, want is for him to become my man. The 2 girls looked surprised. What does the young lady mean? Dong Ruoxuan said, I want to marry him, and he will become the son-in-law of the Dong family. This is a momentous decision. Miss, are you familiar with his family background? That's right, the patriarch won't accept a son-in-law who is not a good match for the young lady, unless he is also a young master from a top family. The Dong family of Jiangzhou is a prominent family in the entire southeast province. Many family members are influential figures in both official and business circles. Dong Ruoxuan's father is the current head of the Dong family. When large families arrange marriages, the most important thing is to match each other in terms of social standing. There are very few families in Yunqing that are a good match for Dong Ruoxuan. As far as I know, there is no large family with the surname Su in Yunqing. There is a Su family in the southwest province that runs a liquor company, but even if Su Chen is a member of that family, it's too far removed from the world. The two girls whispered to each other. Besides matching social status, family marriages often emphasize mutual benefit. If two families have no shared interests, it is difficult for them to come together. Dong Ruoxuan couldn't help but laugh. I think you guys still haven't grasped the situation. What era are we in? Still talking about family background? This is the end of the world. Money is useless now. Can family background put food on the table? The world has changed. She paused, her expression turned serious, and continued, now, only those who can roam freely in the apocalypse are truly great figures. Even if he was just a penniless student before the apocalypse, it doesn't change the fact that he is my perfect match now. One of the girls said, young miss, even if you are right, shouldn't such a big matter as marriage be discussed with the head of the family and their consent obtained first? Dong Ruoxuan said, I am an adult now. I have the right to choose my own marriage. Even before the apocalypse, my father could not interfere with me, let alone now, he has even less right to interfere. The two girls exchanged a glance. It seemed the young lady had entered her rebellious phase. These two girls, one named Xiao Zhu and the other Xiao Zi, were servants of the Dong family. When Dong Ruoxuan came to Yunnan University to study, they came along as her companions to take care of her. Another task was to act as the head of the family's eyes and ears, reporting the young lady's movements to him at any time. The head of the family was quite worried about his daughter, who had always liked to do things her own way since she was a child. Now she actually planned to marry a man of unknown family background. This was too ridiculous. We must report this to the head of the family. Over here, Dong Ruoxuan ignored them and took out her phone. She found Su Chen's profile picture in a mutual aid group, clicked on it, and added him as a friend. Chapter 90 for the Rich and Beautiful Woman's Marriage Proposal. Inside the Doomsday Fortress. Su Chen sat on the sofa, looking down at his phone. The mutual aid group was in an uproar, with everyone launching an unprecedented verbal attack on Su Chen, who seemed to have become an unforgivable supervillain. The most vocal critics were the hundreds of people who had been scared away by Su Chen. They were just as furious as they had been when they were routed. In a short time, Su Chen acquired titles such as Yin Demon, Murderer, Superhero, and Demon Pill. Interestingly, while there was a frenzied condemnation, the number of verification messages was soaring, and most of them were from girls, a phenomenon that was very rare before. Surprisingly, this incident ultimately achieved a positive publicity effect. As for the insults, Su Chen didn't take them to heart at all. Those people couldn't get anything out of him by ganging up on him offline, so they wouldn't hurt him at all now. Adding new goddesses is the real priority. Su Chen started selecting from the verification information, and suddenly, a familiar name caught his eye, Dong Ruoxuan. Dong Ruoxuan is one of the goddesses in the school beauty pageant. This girl is pretty and tall. Among all the school beauties, she is the tallest. She is tall, with a slender waist and a curvaceous figure. This kind of figure is usually only seen in models, and international supermodels at that. It is said that Dong Ruoxuan's figure gave her the capital to compete with Lin Wanxi and Xia Mengyao for the title of the most beautiful girl in Yunnan University. They are usually ranked as the three most beautiful girls in the university. Among the three campus beauties, Dong Ruoxuan is the most mysterious. People know very little about her. There are rumors that her family background is the best. Lin Wanxi and Xia Mengyao are just ordinary campus beauties from well-off families, but Dong Ruoxuan is said to be from a very wealthy family. Has the situation outside become so bad that even the young lady has to ask for help? Su Chen accepted Dong Ruoxuan's friend request. The message had just been sent when Dong Ruoxuan proactively messaged me. Dong Ruoxuan from the School of Economics and Management. Hi Su Chen, this is Dong Ruoxuan. Su Chen replied, I know you, but the procedures still need to be followed. Dong Ruoxuan then sent 2 photos. The headshot was quite stunning, but in terms of looks alone, Su Chen had eaten better ones, so he remained unmoved. The photos of her figure were truly stunning. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He had eaten good food before, but he had never eaten such a tall and beautiful woman. She truly lived up to her reputation and made him drool. Dong Ruoxuan from the School of Economics and Management, how about it, are you satisfied? Jpg. Su Chen, Physics Department, extremely satisfied. Tell me, how can I help you? Dong Ruoxuan from the Department of Economics and Management, I'm not here to ask for your help, I'm here to propose. Su Chen, I've fallen for you, be my man. Su Chen? That's really unexpected. Is it right for a girl I've never met before, who is also one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the school, to propose to me right away? Su Chen, Physics Department, Dong, the campus bell, are you kidding me? Dong Ruoxuan from the Department of Economics and Management, I never joke, especially since this is a major life event like marriage. I know you're hiring maids, but I want to make an exception. Upon seeing this, Su Chen became somewhat interested. As the owner of the Doomsday Fortress, it seemed reasonable for him to find a female owner for the fortress. But to be a hostess, looks or figure alone are far from enough. So, what kind of goddesses qualify to be a hostess? Su Chen had never thought about this before, and he didn't really have a specific standard, only a vague understanding that this goddess was no ordinary person. Is Dong Ruoxuan qualified? Su Chen, Physics Department, you want to marry me, so what makes you think you're better than my maids? Dong Ruoxuan from the Business Administration Department, good question. I come from a prestigious family and have been groomed as the family heir since childhood. According to the plan, I will take charge of a multi-billion-dollar group in the future. You don't need to question my abilities, right? Moreover, I can now provide you with more assistance in surviving the apocalypse. The rumors seem to be true. Dong Ruoxuan comes from a good family, and her confident tone is not something that can be easily faked. Su Chen, Department of Physics, what kind of help are you referring to? Dong Ruoxuan from the School of Economics and Management, I can't reveal too much right now, but I can tell you that the apocalyptic disaster isn't as simple as it seems now. Sooner or later, you'll need me, and at that time, I'll be your best help. Su Chen thought to himself, how come these rich people seem to know something? Those billionaires in Yunqing built safe houses for the apocalypse in advance. It seems that Dong Ruoxuan also has information about the apocalypse. Su Chen, Physics Department, I'm just a poor student, why would you marry me? What do you see in me? Dong Ruoxuan from the Department of Economics and Management, it's simple. I also need to survive. What I value is your ability. If we work together and support each other, we can definitely carve out a place for ourselves in this apocalyptic world. Su Chen fell silent, having to admit that Dong Ruoxuan's words were indeed very attractive, and other boys would probably find it hard to refuse. Unfortunately, he wasn't another boy. Not to mention that Dong Ruoxuan's words were just empty talk and did not provide him with any substantial help. Take marriage for example. If he really gets married, what will happen to his maids? Will he be able to continue his carefree life? She's incredibly naive to think she can win him over with just a few words. Dong Ruoxuan from the School of Economics and Management, so, Su Chen, will you marry me? Su Chen, Physics Department, let's video chat. Dong Ruoxuan from the Department of Economics and Management, okay, I'll send it over. Dong Ruoxuan then made a video call. Su Chen answered the call and saw a beautiful face on the screen. Every smile and frown exuded a natural confidence and noble temperament, a quality that could only be cultivated from a life of privilege. Su Chen communicated with the system in his mind. System, is there a mission? Ding. A goddess who meets the rescue criteria has been detected, but she does not currently require assistance. Su Chen thought to himself, let's take a look at the data. A panel expands. Name, Dong Ruoxuan. Age, 20. Rating, 8.8. Grade, excellent. Blank sheet of paper. If we're just talking about looks, this woman is about the same as Xing Fei, scoring 8.8 points. It seems her figure really does add a lot to her score. Dong Ruoxuan said with a charming smile, Su Chen, what's wrong? Am I not as good looking as in the photos? Su Chen smiled, no, you look exactly the same in person as in your photos. Dong Ruoxuan said, oh, so there's no difference? Su Chen smiled. It seems that women all like to hear others say that they are prettier in person than in photos, and this rich and beautiful woman was no exception. Dong Ruoxuan said, you've surprised me quite a bit, you're much more handsome than I imagined. Thank you, Su Chen said calmly. Dong Ruoxuan said, alright, now that we're video chatting, what do you want to say? Su Chen said, thank you for your kind words. If you ever encounter any difficulties, remember to come to me, and I will help you. As for marriage, let's forget about it. Dong Ruoxuan was stunned. Su Chen, you actually rejected me? Chapter 95 Global Internet Disconnection. Su Chen chuckled and said, if you want to be my maid, I don't mind going out to take you in, but it will be at least tomorrow, because I'm tired today and don't want to go out again. What? Dong Ruoxuan was immediately furious. It was hard not to be angry. She had originally thought that with her qualifications, Su Chen would not refuse. As a result, not only was Su Chen unwilling to marry her, but he also seemed completely unhurried about taking her in as a maid. Su Chen, there's no way I'll ever be your maid. Dong Ruoxuan said angrily. Su Chen smiled but didn't say anything. Miss, don't speak so soon. Dong Ruoxuan continued, Su Chen, give me a reason for refusing. Why won't you marry me? Is it because my offer wasn't good enough? Su Chen said, maybe. You said it could help me, or could you explain in more detail? Dong Ruoxuan said, I told you, I can't reveal too much for now, Su Chen. If you reject my proposal, you'll regret it later. Su Chen said nonchalantly, let's talk about it later. I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. Building 15, Dormitory 717. Dong Ruoxuan bit her lip, looking at the video call that had been disconnected, a hint of frustration appearing on her face. Miss, this Su Chen is so ungrateful. Who does he think he is, daring to refuse you? Xiao Zhu said indignantly from the side. Xiao Zi snorted coldly, what an arrogant man. He wants to take our young lady as his maid? Dream on. The two girls gave her a good scolding. Shut up. Dong Ruoxuan said irritably. She really couldn't understand why Su Chen didn't want to get married. Could it be? She suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that he doesn't want to appear too easy to get and is playing hard to get with me? Dong Ruoxuan murmured. The more I think about it, the more I realize that's how it is. Dong Ruoxuan's face regained its confident smile. Su Chen, I won't let you off so easily. When you need me, you'll be begging to marry me. Just then, the lights in the dormitory suddenly went out, plunging the room into darkness. Oh no, young lady, the power seems to have gone out. Oh my god, the internet is down too. Xiao Zhu and Xiao Zi started shouting and yelling. Dong Ruoxuan looked down at her phone, and sure enough, the signal had been lost. Dong Ruoxuan looked up at the window, a complex expression flashing across her face. Has it finally come to this? It only lasted for a moment. All the lights in the entire dormitory area were turned off. Not only the dormitory area, but the entire Yunqing, the entire Longhua, and even the entire Blue Star, lost power and internet access in that instant. The apocalypse has entered a new phase. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Su Chen had already put down his phone and his gaze fell on the maids gathered together. After he brought Xin Yuwei and Xue Daiying back, he introduced them to each other. The women were chatting enthusiastically, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Even the usually aloof Yukishiro Sakura had a slight smile on her face at this moment. Su Chen admired their stunningly beautiful faces and felt quite gratified. Unbeknownst to him, he already had 8 beautiful maids. Is this the blessing of having multiple wives that Tang Bohu spoke of? No, he was much happier than Tang Bohu. All 8 of his maids were Qiu Xiang, and they were absolutely obedient to him. And this is only the beginning. He will have more maids later on, and we can even expect them to be even prettier than the ones he has now. Of course, he'll think about the future later. He doesn't like to overthink things and prefers to enjoy the present. Of these 8 maids, he has only had in-depth conversations with half of them. The other 4 are still waiting for him. Each one represents a considerable amount of merit points. Lin Wanxi, Song Jiai, Xin Yuwei, and Xue Daiying are all top-tier beauties. Who should come first? It's so hard to choose. Never mind, it's not dark yet. Let's expand the fortress first, or maybe it can be upgraded. Su Chen thought to himself. He hadn't forgotten that once the fortress was upgraded to level 10, it could become a mobile fortress and could be refused. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen communicated with the system in his mind. System, I want to upgrade this majorly. First, expand the maid's quarters. I want each maid to have her own room. Ding. Okay, host, 50,000 merit points have been consumed to add 5 new rooms. Ding. Fortress upgraded to level 5. Su Chen thought to himself, very good, continue to expand. With more people, we need to increase the activity space. Let's build a garden so that we can enjoy the view. Ding. 20,000 merit points consumed, increasing the number of gardens by 1. Ding! Fortress upgraded to level 6. Su Chen was delighted. Not bad, not bad. He had leveled up twice and was not far from level 10. He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, "System, what suggestions do you have? Can we continue upgrading today?" Ding! The host can freely expand the fortress. Theoretically, it can be expanded indefinitely. However, please note that excessive expansion beyond the required capacity will be considered invalid and will not be able to be upgraded. No further expansion needs have been detected at present. Alright, Su Chen could only nod. Ding! Host's request fulfilled, fortress expansion in progress. In an instant, the layout of the fortress began to change visibly. First, the rooms were expanded, with 5 new rooms added. Including the master bedroom where Su Chen lived, the number of rooms in the fortress reached 9. The 8 maid rooms were arranged in 2 rows, forming a pattern of stars surrounding the master bedroom. Next came the garden, an indoor garden that appeared out of nowhere, covering an area of 1 acre. Inside the garden, there were artificial hills and ponds, trees and flowers, all lush and verdant, with various flowers vying for attention, just like a garden. At this point, if you were to separate the fortress and look at it from the outside, the entire fortress would resemble a luxurious villa with its own private garden. The changes to the fortress immediately caught the attention of the maids. This time, they finally witnessed the expansion of the fortress with their own eyes, and all the women were dumbfounded, feeling as if they were dreaming. Rooms, so many rooms. Am I dreaming? Is this a garden? Wow, so many flowers and plants, so beautiful. The maids ran around admiring the view, all looking like they'd never seen anything like it before. Master, what's going on? Why is this happening? Xingfei finally couldn't hold back and asked the question everyone wanted to ask. The maids all looked at Su Chen, waiting for his answer. They had long suspected that Su Chen knew magic. Could it be true? Su Chen smiled and asked, "Do you believe in superpowers?" The women looked at each other in bewilderment. Song Baoer's round eyes widened, and she was the first to ask, "Master, besides your superpower of sensing danger in advance, do you have any other superpowers?" Su Chen nodded, "That's right. I also have a space-related superpower. This fortress, in the end, was developed by me using my space ability, and it can be expanded as I wish." The women were all stunned, deeply shocked. Su Chen's words had undoubtedly refreshed their worldview, as if they had been pulled from the real world into a fantasy world. Superpowers, are they really something that exists in the real world? If Su Chen was lying to them, how could they explain the real changes happening before their eyes? Seeing their incredulous expressions, Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "If I told you that the world is about to undergo a major cataclysmic change, would you believe me?" Chapter 96: Great Changes in Heaven and Earth. A cataclysmic change in the world? The women were completely bewildered. "Master, what do you mean? Isn't this already a major upheaval in the world?" "Yes, the whole world is frozen, what else can we change? Could temperatures drop drastically, leading to human extinction?" The women all raised questions. Su Chen said, "The global freeze is just the beginning of this apocalyptic disaster. The bigger disaster is yet to come." "Master, how did you know?" Xingfei couldn't help but ask. Su Chen said, "As early as 3 years ago, the billionaires in Yunqing had already begun building doomsday-safe houses, and Jiayi knows this best." Song Jiayi nodded, "Yes, that's right. 3 years ago, the wealthy people obtained a top-secret message through higher-ups. I told the master about it, but I don't know the specifics." She was also very curious, did Su Chen already know this top-secret information? Su Chen looked at Alice, "I asked you to investigate information about this apocalypse. How's your investigation going?" Alice said, "After the apocalypse, many hackers around the world have been infiltrating official networks, trying to find secret information related to the apocalypse. However, the official networks of the world's major powers have not been paralyzed. On the contrary, they have strengthened their defenses. So far, no hacker has been able to successfully infiltrate them. Some small countries have been paralyzed, but we can't find any useful information on the servers of these small countries." Su Chen asked, "Strengthen protection? Why do we need to strengthen network protection after the apocalypse?" Alice said, "I don't know, but we found that the strongest defenses are for space agencies, such as NASA, the China Space Agency, and the European Space Agency. Their defenses have reached unprecedented levels, and even a team of the world's top hackers couldn't break through them. Moreover, we also found that 3 years ago, major powers secretly increased their investment in space agencies, generally by dozens of times, with the United States increasing its investment in NASA by 100 times. Suchin said, in that case, the answer is very likely to be in the space agencies. What did these space agencies discover 3 years ago? Alice said, Master, we are currently working together to infiltrate the European Space Agency. It is the weakest of these space agencies, and we may have the answer soon. Okay. Suchen nodded. He was really curious. Could it be that these major powers, like him, knew that there were even bigger ones to come? So, after all this talk, what's the even bigger one coming up? Song Bauer tilted her head and couldn't help but ask curiously. Previously, she thought the disaster was temporary and would pass sooner or later. It was only in the last 2 days that she realized this might really be the end of the world. Suchin said, You know the snow outside is poisonous, but actually, this poisonous snow is only in its initial state. One day, I don't know exactly which day, the extreme cold will end, the ice and snow will melt, and on that day, the virus in the snow will evolve. At that time, all life on Blue Star will undergo mutation, and the dead will rise up again and become bloodthirsty zombies. What? The women stared in disbelief, as if they were hearing a fairy tale. Master, are you joking with us? Song Bauer asked in a trembling voice. Suchin smiled wryly, I also hope I'm joking. Song Jiayi asked, Master, Alice said she couldn't hack into the official network, how did you know that? Suchin said, I have my own sources, but I can't reveal them to you. I believe in Master, Xing Fei interjected. If I'm not mistaken, Master possessed superpowers before the apocalypse, developed the fortress in advance, and prepared to fight against the apocalypse. Su Chen nodded. As expected of the first mate he took in, Xing Fei had witnessed the changes of the fortress from its initial form. Xin Yue said, I don't think our master would lie to us. We shouldn't ask too many questions. We should just trust our master. Song Bauer began to tremble, muttering, Zombies, so scary. Suchin said, Don't worry, as long as you don't leave the fortress, even if there's a raging flood outside, it won't affect you. Master, you just said that there are global biological mutations and the dead have turned into zombies, so, what about the living? Yukishiro Sakura suddenly asked, looking at Su-chen with expectant eyes. Will the living also become stronger? Su-chen smiled slightly, I'd also like to know that. Sakura Yukishiro clenched her fists secretly. If the living could become stronger, she really wanted to know what she would become. Was it possible that she could overtake Su-chen and become even more powerful? If she really becomes stronger than Su-chen. Sakura Yukishiro stopped herself from thinking about it any longer, because as Su-chen's maid, she knew very well that she shouldn't even have such thoughts. My phone seems to have lost internet connection. Is that happening to you too? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise. After hearing Alice's words, she was about to go online to check netizens' discussions about the apocalypse when she suddenly found that she couldn't access the internet. Upon hearing this, everyone took out their phones to check. Without exception, everyone's internet connection was down. Holy crap! Su-chen's heart sank. He summoned the monitoring equipment and activated the surveillance footage. The entire Building 9 was gripped by panic. Everyone had lost power and internet access, and each dormitory room felt like an isolated island, cut off from the outside world. This means that the possibility of receiving rescue has also been cut off. It seems things are getting even crazier outside, Su-chen murmured. If people had known there would be a power outage and internet shutdown, the hundreds of people who surrounded him today probably wouldn't have been so easily scared off they might even have actually fought him. It's not advisable to go out for the next while let's wait and see how things develop. Su-chen thought to himself, perfect timing. Before the power and internet outages, I've already added all the goddesses I have to my collection, so there's no need for me to go out for the time being. As for Dong Ruoxuan, this rich girl might run into trouble, but without the internet, he wouldn't know, since he didn't even know where she lived. In short, he had no choice but to lie down. Alright, we've put in a lot of work over the past 2 weeks, it's time to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Su-chen smiled. With 8 angelic maids by his side, he was never lonely. His only worry was that he might get tired of them after a while. Let's check the merit points balance, 1,031,100. In fact, his merit points exceeded 1 million yesterday, and even after deducting the cost of expanding the fortress, they still remain at 1 million. Having surplus grain at home means you won't panic. This million merits allowed him to lie down for a while. After all, even though the maids were inside the fortress, they worked for him, and he still received merit income. If the only expense was food, then he would still make a profit. At this moment, all the women were discussing the internet outage. Everyone was sighing and lamenting that life would be much less interesting without the internet. Modern people can be said to be heavily dependent on the internet. Su Chen returned to the sofa in the hall and sat down, saying, "Come here, everyone, I'll tell you about the arrangements for the next step. Can we talk about Chapter 97? From today onwards, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will likely not leave the house again for the foreseeable future." Su Chen sat on the sofa and addressed the row of maids standing in front of him. Upon hearing this, all the women were delighted. Right now, their survival depends entirely on Su Chen. Especially after learning about the great changes that are about to happen in the Heaven and Earth Society, they rely on Su Chen even more. With Su Chen around, they are safe. Since Su Chen no longer goes out, there will be no danger, and they will not have to worry about losing this support. In addition, this also means that no more maids will be added. The 8 of them will share Su Chen's affection. You should know that the more maids there are, the less affection they will receive. It's a simple calculation. It's good that we're not going out. Master will have more time to spend with us. Song Bauer said happily. Xingfei chuckled and asked, "Bauer, what do you mean by accompanying? This little girl has just started her first taste of sex, she's probably already addicted," Jiang Xiaolu joked. Song Bauer's face turned bright red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Song Jiayi couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. She wondered just how powerful her master was. Seeing Bauer like this, she was truly content. In a few days, after her period was over, Lin Wansi cursed inwardly, wishing her damn cold would get better soon, or else all the affection would be stolen by others. Xin Yuwei was secretly relieved. Her master went out most of the time to bring her food, and now she was finally free from being a burden to him. For a moment, each of the women had their own thoughts. Su Chen continued, "All right, next is your work issue. Now that there are more people and the fortress has expanded, it's necessary to redistribute the work." The women quieted down and listened. Su Chen said, "Feifei, Jai, and Bauer, the 3 of you are the cooks, responsible for 3 meals a day. Xingfei, Song Jai, and Song Bauer, yes, master. Su Chen, Wansi, Alice, and Xiaolu, the 3 of you are housekeepers, responsible for the daily management of the fortress. Lin Wansi, Alice, and Jiang Xiaolu, yes, master. Su Chen, Xiaowei, you're studying horticulture, so I'll leave the garden to you to take care of and maintain." Xin Yuwei replied happily, "Yes, master." Sakura Yukishiro panicked, "What about me? Everyone else has a job, except for her." Su Chen smiled and said, "Don't rush, I have other important uses for you. Listen, everyone, the situation in the apocalypse will become severe. Don't think about staying in the fortress forever. That's unrealistic. Even if I wanted to, after a while, you would feel like you're in prison. Sooner or later, you would all be thinking about running away." Upon hearing this, the women fell silent. What Su Chen said was indeed very realistic, or rather, this is human nature. Su Chen continued, "Therefore, if you want to go out, you need to make yourselves stronger, otherwise going out will be very dangerous. In view of this, my expectation for you is that you all arm yourselves and become armed maids." Armed maids. The women's eyes lit up immediately. Could it be that they could all become like Su Chen and become powerful figures who could dominate the battlefield? Su Chen looked at Yukishiro Sakura, "Therefore, the fortress will establish an armed forces department. Yukishiro Sakura, you will be the head of the armed forces department, responsible for managing and training others." Sakura Yukishiro was overjoyed, "Yes, master." Su Chen said, "In addition, we will establish an internal affairs department. Feifei, you are my first maid, so you can be considered a veteran. You will be in charge of the internal affairs department, and all members of the internal affairs department must obey Feifei's management." "Yes." The women all spoke in unison. Xingfei knelt down excitedly, "Thank you, master. I will do my best." Su Chen nodded, "Okay, that's all for the work arrangements. In the future, as the number of maids increases, I will make corresponding adjustments, or even establish more departments. Each of you has the potential to become an independent entity." The women had mixed feelings. Bad news, the number of maids will increase. Good news, they are all veterans. Su Chen assigned them tasks mainly so they could generate income for him. Of course, a clear division of labor also helps in managing the maids. With too many people, problems might arise, so this is an inevitable step. One last thing. Su Chen glanced at the group of women. You just mentioned companionship. I won't make any hard and fast rules about that, otherwise it wouldn't be fun. Other things can have rules and regulations, but this kind of thing is all about what you feel like doing. Whoever makes me feel interested will naturally get my company. You should understand. The women all chuckled and said, "We understand, master." Song Jiayi couldn't help but think that her master's move was brilliant. In the future, although the maids wouldn't fight over him, they would definitely try their best to show themselves to their master and win his favor. Alright, it's getting dark outside, everyone go and get busy. Xiaowei, come into the room with me. Su Chen's gaze fell on Xin Yuwei. Xin Yuwei understood perfectly well. In Su Chen's words, this was just a spontaneous impulse. Her face flushed instantly, and she whispered, "Yes, master." According to the order of admission, Xin Yuwei was assigned to maid room number 7. Inside maid's room number 7, Xin Yuwei and Su Chen were alone. When Xin Yuwei first arrived at the fortress, she had already taken a bath. Now, having washed away the filth of the past few days and changed into a maid outfit, she exuded a clean and fresh fragrance. Her beauty, which had seemed to be sealed away before, was now fully revealed. It's worth noting that Xin Yuwei's score is 8.8, mainly due to her appearance. Her figure is slightly immature, so her face is on par with Lin Wanxi's among all the women. As for Song Jiayi 9.1 points and Xue Shiriying 8.9 points, their main advantage is not their appearance. Xiaowei, I haven't figured out Lingling's situation yet. You can tell me now, Su Chen said with a smile. Mentioning Su Lingling, Xin Yuwei couldn't help but feel sad, her eyes reddening as she said, "I only found out today that she disliked me from the very first day we met." So she told Su Chen in detail how Su Lingling had tried to kill her. By the end, she was in tears. "I'm sorry, master. If I had known she was this kind of person, I should have come here with you instead of making you run around for me every day." Su Chen comforted him, "It's okay, it's not too late now." I found it amusing. I wondered what she would think if she knew she had been used as a tool for half a month. Xin Yuwei naturally threw herself into Su Chen's arms. Su Chen took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her and picked her up in his arms. "I remember you said that you wanted to come back with me a long time ago." Xin Yuwei blushed and said, "Yes, I feel sorry for master and don't want you to take risks for me." Su Chen smiled and said, "Do you know that I've been looking forward to this day for a long time? Now my wish is finally coming true. Xiaowei, put aside our master-servant relationship, tell me how you feel about me." "Can I say it?" Xin Yuwei asked shyly. Su Chen said, "Mm." Xin Yuwei rested her head on Su Chen's chest, her voice barely a whisper, "I like you." Chapter 98. Half a month later. Ding. Detected that you have successfully won over the goddess, triggering a hidden reward. You have gained 90,000 double merit points. You have obtained the hidden skill reward, Steel Body. More than an hour later. Su Chen heard the system's feedback. The double merit points were within Su Chen's expectations, as this would be triggered by every goddess. The hidden skill, however, was a pleasant surprise for him. He had been saving Xin Yuwei for so long without triggering any skill rewards, but finally he did so during the strategy quest. You should find out more about it. Iron Body, passive skill. When the host is attacked from the outside, the iron body protection is automatically triggered, making the host impervious to blades, spears, wind, and cold. A strange feeling washed over my whole body. Su Chen was overjoyed. This skill was incredibly powerful. In this way, the protective feather robe he had bought earlier was now unnecessary. Moreover, the steel body could not only resist physical attacks but also resist the cold. If it weren't for the poisonous snow, he wouldn't even need the protective suit. If he were to acquire the ability to become immune to viruses, he could truly discard his protective suit. At this moment, Xin Yuwei, with her head resting on his arm, had fallen into a peaceful sleep, her face still flushed. Reflecting on the past hour, Su Chen felt quite pleased. Sure enough, Xin Yuwei was different from the other maids. Although the other maids would also try to please him, Xin Yuwei truly embodied the concept of perfect harmony, making the experience far superior. Su Chen found it hard not to dote on her. He understood why emperors in the past always had favored concubines, or even why some emperors favored only 1 out of 3,000 concubines. The reason was the same. For several days afterward, Su Chen went to Xin Yuwei's room every night. After a while, Shin Yue was no longer as shy and awkward as she had been at the beginning. The two became more and more comfortable with each other, which made Su Chen linger there more and more. This caused the other maids to feel threatened, so they competed to find ways to please Su Chen, hoping to gain his favor. Fearing that Shin Yue would be exhausted, Su Chen turned his attention to the other maids several days later. Just then, Song Jiayi's relatives left, and that night, Su Chen pushed open Song Jiayi's door. Su Chen had been craving this top-tier noblewoman with a rating of 9.1 for quite some time, and he was also very curious about the long drought status on Song Jiayi's profile. "Jiayi, is it because you can't have children that your husband doesn't touch you?" Su Chen asked. Song Jiayi sighed, sounding rather resentful. "My marriage to Lin Guicheng was a mistake. He always looked down on me because of my low social status, and he never touched me again after our first time. How am I supposed to have children?" Su Chen was speechless. In some people's eyes, is background really that important? Just because of their background, even a 9-point beauty is looked down upon? The case is solved. So that's what long drought meant. She wasn't rejected because she couldn't have children because she was rejected. It's alright, Jiayi. Your husband is a big idiot who doesn't know what's good for him. From now on, I will pamper and spoil you," Su Chen said with a smile. Song Jiayi hummed in agreement, looking at Su Chen with seductive eyes. "Then can I have your child, master?" Su Chen nodded. "Of course, if you serve me well, you can have as many children as you want in the future." Song Jiayi knelt down in front of Su Chen, looked up at him, and sincerely said, "Allow me to serve my master. From now on, I will only serve my master." At this moment, the spirit of the ancient person within Su Chen completely erupted. An hour and a half later, Su Chen received feedback from the system. Ding! Detected that you have successfully won over the goddess, triggering a hidden reward. You have gained 120,000 double merit points. Su Chen was very satisfied. He could sum up his opinion of Song Jiayi in one word: moisturizing. As Su Chen got up to leave, Song Jiayi grabbed him, her face flushed. "Master, I still want to." Without saying a word, Su Chen moved closer again, until dawn. The following evening, Su Chen went to Yukishiro Sakura's room. The Japanese girl knelt on the ground in a standard posture to greet Su Chen. "Master, you are my first man, please be gentle with me," Yukishiro Sakura pleaded. At this moment, Yukishiro Sakura was wearing her sailor uniform, her long, straight black hair cascading down her shoulders, her face bare and her lips red. Her kneeling posture and her aloof temperament created a stark contrast, which stirred a strong desire to conquer in Su Chen's heart. Gentleness no longer exists. 2 hours later, Su Chen finally let the Japanese girl go. Ding! Detected that you have successfully won over the goddess, triggering a hidden reward. You have gained 100,000 double merit points. When Su Chen returned to his room, Yukishiro Sakura, still exhausted, knelt on the ground, saying, "Respectfully seeing off master. I must say, the people of Sakura are really polite." Having won over 3 goddesses in succession, Su Chen finally set his sights on Lin Wansi, preparing for a quadra kill. However, Lin Wansi's condition fluctuated during this period, sometimes worsening and sometimes improving. She was always sick. Although she did not contract the poisonous snow, the experience still caused her great harm. Those who know her name as Lin Wansi, those who don't might mistake her for Lin Dayu. Su Chen could only accept it and wait for her to recover before making any decisions. With 7 other maids, he wasn't in a hurry. Lin Wansi was much more anxious than Su Chen. Whenever she felt a little better, she would ask Su Chen to come into her room. After Su Chen refused, she worked extra hard and attentively in her daily work, afraid that Su Chen would dislike her. As the days went by, Su Chen indeed did not go out again. With nothing to do and plenty of food and clothing, he spent his days shamelessly with the maids, living a happier life than a god. Because of the major internet outage, Su Chen had no idea what was happening outside. He could only observe the situation in Building 9 every day through monitoring equipment. After the power and internet were cut off, the outdoor temperature dropped to -70 degrees Celsius. Without any warm clothing, people continued to freeze to death. Coupled with the increasing food shortage, the students in Building 9 began to fight amongst themselves, with people dying in the struggles every day. Corpses were constantly being thrown down the building, gradually piling up in the snow below. The scene was extremely gruesome and shocking. If the inside of the fortress was paradise, then the outside was nothing short of hell. If Building 9 is like this, the other buildings are probably in a similar situation, and even the entire Cloud City, and the entire world, has lost countless more people. If this continues, the extinction of humankind is not impossible. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The time has come to the 34th day after the apocalypse. That morning, Suchin woke up and was drawn to the glaring sunlight outside the window. He quickly got up and went to the window to look out. Early in the morning, the huge sun hung in the sky, casting countless rays of dawn. The sky was no longer gloomy and gloomy, it was as if it had been washed clean, with a clear blue sky that was incredibly bright and clean. Under the sunlight, water dripped from the icy eaves. The trees that were previously covered by ice and snow now revealed their withered trunks. Suchen was stunned. The ice and snow seemed to be melting? He picked up his phone and checked the temperature. It was 70 degrees Celsius last night, but overnight it had soared to 5 degrees Celsius, and it looked like it was still rising. It's warming up. Suchen did not feel happy, instead, his heart sank. It had only been a month, and it seemed that the extreme cold was about to end. However, the end of the extreme cold is not the end of the world, on the contrary, it means that something big is finally coming. Chapter 99 Universal Celebration. The ice and snow melt, the virus mutates, and the dead come back to life. The apocalypse has entered a new version, Apocalypse 2.0, which has officially launched. Suchen frowned. He wasn't really a person who liked change, because change meant having to readjust, especially such a huge change. Everything will be different. In the past, he could wander around outside as long as he wore a protective suit, and he basically didn't have to worry about danger. The biggest danger was just being spied on by other people, and these people were just ordinary people, with the strongest being someone like AI Kuan. But what he's about to face is a world overrun by zombies, and the difficulty is likely to skyrocket to hell level. Of course, every cloud has a silver lining. The increased difficulty means that the merit points he can obtain will also increase exponentially. Thinking about it this way, Suchen actually started to look forward to it. After lying in bed for half a month, it's about time to come out of the mountains. The changes outside also caught the attention of the maids. The women gathered around the window, discussing the matter. Our master didn't lie to us. It's getting warmer, and the ice and snow are really melting, Xing Fei murmured. Song Bauer said in a trembling voice, does that mean the zombies are coming? How scary. Sakura Yukishiro, however, looked excited. I didn't expect this day master was talking about to come so soon. I really want to see what happens next. Seeing that everyone believed Suchen's words without a doubt, Lin Wansi lowered her head and remained silent. She had an idea, but dared not say it aloud. Is it possible that Suchen lied to them? Does the melting of the ice and snow actually mean that the disaster is over? It should be noted that she was forced to follow Suchen that day. She was poisoned by the snow and, while unconscious, was taken back to the fortress by Suchen. Deep down, she didn't want to be a maid. Even if they were maids, what difference was there between them and becoming Suchen's playthings? If the disaster were truly over and she had a choice, she would definitely choose to leave the fortress and leave Suchen. Moreover, and crucially, because she has been ill for some time, she is the only maid who has not yet been defiled by Suchen. If she escapes Suchen's clutches now, she can still retain her purity. Therefore, it's hard for her not to have doubts now. Could it be that Suchen was afraid they would run away, so he made up the lie about zombies to scare them and make them stay here to serve him? If so, what should she do? Should she persuade the other maids to help her find a way to escape the fortress? I can't act rashly. I'll observe first and then make a decision if I'm certain the disaster is over. Lin Wansi thought to herself. Everyone else seemed to have complete faith in Suchen. Only by obtaining evidence could they get the other maids to stand with her. Unless one has supernatural abilities, most people's normal reaction upon seeing the temperature rise is to assume that the disaster is over. At this moment, the entire dormitory area was in an uproar, with screams and cheers rising and falling. Many students even took off their cotton-padded coats and ran out of their dormitories in ecstasy to celebrate. How could they not be overjoyed? Just last night they were struggling on the brink of death, organizing a group buy for a piece of bread, and overnight, the disaster is over, and everything is going to be alright. Over the past 2 weeks, the extreme low temperatures have claimed countless lives. They have survived and become the lucky ones. Isn't that something to celebrate? The situation does indeed seem to be improving. Shortly after the weather warmed up, power was restored to the dormitory area. Then the network was restored. Through the internet, people have reconnected with the outside world. Recovery is underway globally. Yunqing. The survivors emerged from their hiding places, shopping malls, residential areas, office buildings, and all sorts of unexpected corners, some even crawling out of the sewers. Everyone was running, cheering, and dancing in the warm sunshine. We've won. We've defeated the natural disaster. This is a great victory in human history. Everything is getting better, and I will cherish these hard-won days from now on. The commercial center is located on the banks of the Yunha River. One of the buildings, 10 stories high, is the headquarters of the Lu Group. Great, Mr. Lu, we're saved. The young female assistant looked at the stunningly beautiful woman opposite her, Lu Yanran, the president of the Lu Group, with ecstatic joy. When the extreme cold struck, they were trapped in the company and survived on the company's stock of supplies. After a month, just when the supplies were running out and they were about to fall into despair, the natural disaster ended. Lu Yanran also showed a happy smile. The female assistant thought that her icy boss hadn't smiled like that in a long time. He was used to having a cold face, and after the natural disaster, he hadn't smiled at all because of his worry. Mr. Lu, are you planning to go home next? I'd like to see if I can arrange a car for you. It might not be easy to find one right away, since the traffic was paralyzed before, the female assistant asked. Lu Yanran's smile gradually faded, and she said, Shaolin, go outside now, but don't go too far. Stay nearby and buy as much food as you can to bring back. The female assistant, puzzled, asked, President Lu, why is this? The natural disasters are over, is there still any need? Lu Yanran said in a deep voice, just do as I say. I'll explain later. Go now and be back before noon. Yes, Mr. Lu. The female assistant had no choice but to obey and leave. A complex expression flashed across Lu Yanran's face as she murmured, I hope my guess is wrong, I hope the disaster is truly over. Inside the Doomsday Fortress. The moment the network was restored, Su Chen's phone started vibrating non-stop, and messages in the WeChat group were flying by. The student union issued a notice on behalf of the school immediately. Student Union President Yao Tongwei at everyone, please note from school leaders that the natural disaster has just ended, but the external environment remains complex. To avoid accidental injury, please continue to stay indoors and do not go out. Please wait for order to be restored. In addition, the official relief efforts will resume today. Please wait patiently for further notice. This notice had no binding force whatsoever, and could not stop the ecstatic students from rushing outdoors to celebrate. In this notice, everyone seemed to see only 4 words, the natural disaster is over. At first, the group chat was filled with laughter from those who had survived the ordeal. Until someone suddenly mentioned Su Chen. The natural disaster is over, but it's time to settle some scores, especially regarding the murderer, Su Chen. These words immediately sparked another wave of condemnation against Su Chen in the group chat. Su Chen, that scoundrel, took advantage of the disaster to harass female classmates. He deserves to die. He did more than just harass, taking advantage of his food supply, he coerced and bribed female students into becoming his maids. Don't forget, he also killed many people. That's the truly heinous crime. Compared to that, they only lost their lives, but the girl's innocence was defiled by him, which is the most intolerable thing. We must report this to the school and severely punish Su Chen. Let's call the police right away, this guy definitely can't escape. Chapter 100. See it with your own eyes. Su Chen, we've already called the police. Release the girls immediately. Stop hiding, come out and turn yourself in. You can't escape. The natural disaster is over, but your good days are over too. It's time to pay the price for your evil deeds. Seeing the students' shouts in the group, Su Chen chuckled, feeling no psychological pressure whatsoever. Not to mention that these people are celebrating too soon, even if the natural disaster really ends, they can't do anything to him. They only dare to shout in the group, but no one dares to approach 513, and no one even dares to approach Building 9. Ever since he used his defensive equipment to shoot down a group of berserkers, news of his dormitory being equipped with a heavy machine gun has spread like wildfire and is now widely known. Therefore, even those few hundred people from half a month ago only dared to block him in Building 3. No one dared to come to Building 9. Let alone a few hundred people, even a few thousand people wouldn't be enough to die if the heavy machine guns were turned on. Su Chen was too lazy to argue. You wouldn't usually mind if a dog barked at you, right? Until the student council tagged him in a message. Student Union President Yao Tongwei at Physics Department. Su Chen, I have reported your misconduct to the school. The school will take appropriate action against you soon. If nothing unexpected happens, you will receive the maximum penalty and be expelled. As for the police, I suggest you turn yourself in as soon as possible. Su-Chen smiled and typed a reply. Su-Chen, Physics Department, attention ladies, my assistance continues. There's plenty of food and water, and a safe shelter to protect you from the apocalypse. Feel free to bother me. After this reply was sent, the group fell into a brief silence. Then everyone went crazy, jumping up and down and cursing. My God, has this guy gone mad? That's hilarious. The disaster's over, who needs your rescue efforts anymore? You're still dreaming. He's clearly provoking us. Don't be so smug, Sue. I don't believe you'd dare not come out when the security guards arrive. Su-Chen, stop courting death and get out here right now. Student Union President Yao Tongwei, Su-Chen, you've really opened my eyes. What kind of time is this to deliberately post something like this? Do you really think we can't do anything to you? Su-Chen, Physics Department, stop barking like a dog. I'm just advertising normally. Student Union President Yao Tongwei, you dare to insult me? You really don't want your degree, do you? Su-Chen, Physics Department, what's wrong with me being insulted? Who do you think you are? You even want to expel me. I've clearly been helping others and doing good deeds, but in your dogmouths it's become an evil act. It's utterly ridiculous. Student Council President Yao Tongwei, my God, my worldview is shattered. You're forcing female students to be your maids. What is this if not an evil act? Su-Chen, Physics Department, there was no coercion, they all volunteered. You disagree? Student Union President Yao Tongwei, voluntary? Does anyone believe that? Then the group chat was flooded with I don't believe it. Suddenly, several messages popped up. Xingfei Foreign Languages, don't slander my master, I did it voluntarily. Gardener Xin Yue, I am my master's maid, and I did it voluntarily. Economist Song Bauer, I did it voluntarily. Lin Wansi, a teacher trainee, I did it voluntarily. Dead silence. The group chat fell silent again. Lin Wansi's appearance, in particular, was like dropping a bomb, blowing everything away. Even the school's #1 beauty goddess, Lin Wansi, has become Su-Chen's maid. In an instant, many boys in front of the screen had tears in their eyes. Student Council President Yao Tongwei, Su-Chen forced you to say this, didn't he? Don't be afraid, you'll be saved soon. Xingfei Foreign Languages, don't talk nonsense. We're doing just fine now. You guys should save yourselves. Student Union President Yao Tongwei at Physics Department, Su-Chen, you pointed a gun at them, didn't you? Don't be so smug. Just wait and see. Even if it's true, you won't escape legal punishment for murder. Su-Chen, Physics Department, oh, really? They targeted my supplies, hundreds of people surrounded me, threatening and coercing me to hand over the supplies, and even tried to attack me. It's all self-defense, by all accounts. You can't even tell right from wrong. How did you become the Student Council President? If I were you, I'd rather be dead. Student Union President Yao Tongwei, fine, still being stubborn, huh? Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Su-Chen, Department of Physics, goodbye. After typing this reply, Su-Chen put down his phone. He had said what needed to be said and advertised, so there was no need to waste any more words. He wasn't worried at all about not having goddesses to ask for his help in the future. On the contrary, the insults in the group would become his best assist. Now, all we have to do is wait for the zombie outbreak. He had already sat down on the living room sofa, with 8 beautiful maids standing in a row in front of him. Master, they're still cursing at you, I'll curse them back. Xingfei said angrily. No need. You've done what you were supposed to do. Just wait for the results. Su-Chen smiled slightly and glanced at the women. It's normal for them to react this way because they don't know what's going to happen next. As for you, do you have anything to say? Xingfei laughed and said, if Master said there's a zombie outbreak, then there definitely is. I'm just curious when it will come. Song Bauer said, zombies are so scary, I'd rather our master was lying to us. Song Jai quickly said, baby, don't talk nonsense. Of course, master wouldn't lie to us. Su-Chen's gaze fell on Lin Wansi, a half smile playing on his lips, and you? Lin Wansi felt a sudden panic and quickly said, Master, zombies must be terrifying, I'm a little scared. Su-Chen didn't use his eye of insight, but he could still tell that Lin Wansi was uneasy. He knew very well that, apart from Xin Yue, The other maids had all followed him voluntarily, but each had their own reasons for doing so, and they couldn't be said to be particularly loyal to him. If the disaster were truly over now, it's hard to guarantee they wouldn't consider leaving. He had considered not telling the maids about the zombies yet, and waiting for the snow to melt to see their reaction, but he eventually gave up on the idea. Simply put, it's best not to test human nature unless absolutely necessary. He has already revealed it in advance, and he is quite satisfied with the maids' reactions, except for Lin Wansi, who clearly doesn't believe him. I can't really describe how terrifying zombies are. How about this, you go outside and see for yourself, then come back and tell me your personal experience, Suchin said with a smile. Lin Wansi's delicate body trembled. Master wants me to go out? Suchen nodded. Yes, that's an order. Upon hearing this, the women exchanged bewildered glances. What was going on? Their master had actually summoned Wansi out. This was terrifying. Had Wansi broken some heavenly law? Lin Wansi's voice trembled slightly, whether from fear or excitement. Master, how far do I need to go? Suchen said, you can go as far as you want. You can go to the gate, downstairs, or even back to your dormitory. It's up to you. Chapter 101 Resurrection. Is it casual? Lin Wansi was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Why did Su Chen specifically ask her to go out? Did he see through her thoughts? Impossible. She was clearly keeping a low profile and remaining calm. How could Su Chen see through her? He couldn't possibly read minds. However, this is a rare opportunity to escape, perhaps even the only one. Once she gets out, she can either hide or go directly to the police. Master, I'm scared and I don't dare to go out, but it's your order and I can only obey, Lin Wansi said. Su Chen found it amusing. Did she think she was being clever? He was also quite curious about what Lin Wansi would do next. Go ahead, pack your things and head out, Su Chen said calmly. Lin Wansi bowed. Yes, master. Su Chen glanced at the maids. Is there anyone else who wants to go out with her to see the excitement? The maids all shook their heads, and Song Bauer shook her head so hard it was like a rattledrum. What a joke! Those were legendary zombies. She was already scared inside the fortress, how could she dare to go out? After spending more than 20 days inside the fortress, Lin Wansi stepped out of the fortress for the first time. The temperature has now risen further to around 10 degrees Celsius, and the ice and snow are melting rapidly. The torrential rain before the apocalypse caused the entire city to be flooded, and the accumulated water later turned into ice. Now the ice has returned to its original state of water accumulation and is gradually receding, revealing the deposited silt. Adding to the previously carelessly discarded garbage and excrement, and the countless corpses. The scene before me was utterly chaotic, disgusting, and terrifying. Even without the zombies, it was still shocking and unbearable to look at. Lin Wansi swallowed hard and involuntarily tensed up, her little hands clenching tightly. However, she did not back down. All she wanted to do now was leave Su Chen as soon as possible. So she mustered up her courage and went downstairs. Along the way, she encountered some boys running around, celebrating, hugging each other, and dancing. Everyone had a bright smile on their face, and some of them were completely unaware that they were covered in water and mud. Lin Wansi was also affected by their emotions, and her mood relaxed, with a smile appearing on her lips. Good things keep happening. After being closed for more than a month, the gates of Yunnan University were opened, and large trucks drove into the dormitory area, led by an escort vehicle. At the same time, a rumbling sound rang out in the sky as helicopters flew low overhead. A scene of post-disaster reconstruction. This scene, it seems the disaster is truly over. Lin Wansi was overjoyed. Her guess was right, Su Chen had indeed been deceiving them. Fortunately, she was sober and could break free from Su Chen's control soon. Once downstairs, Lin Wansi pondered where to go first, and finally decided to go back to the girls' dormitory to hide. She wouldn't go back to her original dormitory, but would find a new one so that Su Chen wouldn't be able to find her. If Su Chen tries to find her later, she will immediately call the police and seek protection from the authorities. In reality, 110 has been completely destroyed and cannot be penetrated at all. Hiding is indeed the only feasible option. Lin Wansi suppressed her nausea and stepped into the mud, heading towards the girls' dormitory. As she was walking along, her steps faltering, she came to a stop in front of her, where piles of corpses blocked her path. A chill ran through her. Although she didn't believe Su Chen, she couldn't help but stare at the corpses a few more times, afraid that they might suddenly move on their own. At that moment, a large truck stopped downstairs, and a group of boys suddenly ran over, scrambling to move the body. Hurry up! 100 yuan for moving a corpse. Don't try to take it from me, I want a daily wage of over 10,000. What are you robbing? There are plenty of corpses, you won't be able to carry them all away. The boys were shouting. Seeing this, Lin Wansi was no longer afraid. Honestly, Su Chen is just trying to scare people, he's really annoying. Lin Wansi snorted. The boys' enthusiastic participation in the post-disaster cleanup shows that the money has been put to good use again. And it makes sense, the natural disaster is over, and everything is naturally returning to normal. The authorities are very efficient. In less than half a day, the post-disaster cleanup work was in full swing, and it is estimated that it will be back to the pre-disaster state in a few days. Lin Wansi couldn't help but dream that she could go to class again, wear pretty clothes again, and be the school beauty that everyone would admire again. Ah! Suddenly a scream rang out, and a boy wearing glasses, looking terrified, sat down hard in the mud. Everyone looked at him, and someone asked him what was wrong. The boy pointed to a corpse that had just been moved. It seems to have moved. This remark elicited a burst of laughter from the audience. Because the corpse's neck had been pierced by a wooden stick, there was absolutely no chance of it being alive. Ha ha ha, you little coward. You shouldn't do this job, it's not suitable for you. Don't tell me it's a zombie, buddy, you really know how to liven things up. Everyone started joking and teasing each other. Hearing everyone's words, the boy calmed down a bit, patted his head, and muttered, "Was I just hallucinating because I was starving?" At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Suddenly, the corpse with the wooden stick stuck in its neck began to convulse, its eyes snapping open to reveal dark yellow pupils. Then, it struggled to crawl out of the mud, letting out a roar like that of a wild beast. The surroundings fell silent, no one spoke or laughed, and everyone stared in disbelief. The corpse actually moved. It didn't just move, it practically came to life. And this is just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, all the surrounding corpses began to move, opening their eyes, convulsing, struggling, and crawling up from the mud and ice. The bodies that had already been loaded onto the trucks were still moving, with living corpses constantly rolling onto the ground. Just as everyone was stunned by this scene, the first zombie to get up suddenly raised its head, locked its gaze on the bespectacled boy in front of it, pounced on him, knocked the boy to the ground, and bit down. Ah! As the bespectacled boy screamed, blood splattered out. The strong smell of blood acted like a catalyst, activating the surrounding zombies, who locked onto their target and pounced, creating a deafening roar. After several people were tackled to the ground, the terrified crowd finally came to their senses, letting out screams of horror and turning to run away. The zombies, however, refused to let them go and chased after them, howling as they went. Chaos erupted at the scene. Zombies, there really are zombies. Upon seeing the first zombie, Lin Wansi was terrified and instinctively backed away, then ran for her life. But because he was so scared, his legs were trembling, and he fell into the mud after running only a few steps. Driven by a strong will to survive, she struggled to her feet, ignoring the mud and filth covering her body. She had only one thought in mind: she had to get back to the fortress. People were constantly being pounced on by zombies all around, their screams echoing endlessly. Lin Wansi stumbled and ran towards the entrance of Building 9, her fear reaching its peak. "Master, please come and save me. I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have distrusted you, I don't want to die." Chapter 102. It's all Su Chen's fault. In the dark supermarket warehouse of Yunnan University's undergraduate dormitory area, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Xia Mengyao woke up from her sleep. For the past 2 weeks, she has been hiding here, surviving on a backpack full of supplies she brought with her when she fled. She glanced at the fire beside her, it had gone out some time earlier. Thanks to the fact that the warehouse shelves were all made of solid wood, she relied on the fire for warmth to get through the coldest days. But the shelves were almost completely burned, and she was still worrying about heating in the future last night. "Why do I feel not cold anymore?" Xia Mengyao asked, somewhat surprised. The fire had gone out, but she felt warmer than if she were sitting by the fire, as if the temperature in the room was rising rapidly. "Is the weather getting warmer?" Xia Mengyao murmured, but unfortunately her phone had long since run out of battery, so she couldn't see the temperature. But it didn't matter, a ray of sunlight shone through the small window of the warehouse. She hadn't seen such strong sunlight since the apocalypse. Could it be that the extreme cold is over, and the natural disasters are over? Xia Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then immediately became overjoyed. She carefully walked out of the warehouse and arrived at the supermarket entrance. The warm sunlight shone on her face, and the ice and snow in front of her were melting in the sunlight. Cheers rose and fell around her, and she saw many people who were overjoyed. There was also a rumbling sound coming from mid-air, as helicopters flew overhead. It's really over. Xia Mengyao was so excited that she couldn't help but burst into tears. Do you know what I've been through this past month? It's been so hard, so incredibly hard. She cried with immense grievance. This disaster caused her immense suffering and also led to the death of her best friend, Xiao Qian. It's all Su Chen's fault, that bastard. He clearly has the ability, but he repeatedly stood by and watched me die, ignoring my pleas for help. Su Chen, you're the one who made me so miserable, you're the one who killed Qian. I will never let you get away with this. Xia Mengyao clenched her fists. The disaster is over, Su Chen. Just wait and see, I'll settle the score with you. I'm definitely calling the police to have you arrested, you murderer. Now that the disaster was over, she no longer needed to hide in the supermarket and decided to return to her original dormitory. As Xia Mengyao walked into the muddy road, she stumbled along, her steps uneven. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared ahead of her. Qian? Xia Mengyao blurted it out. The person ahead was disheveled, unkempt, and covered in wounds. He stumbled along, his expression blank, as if he had suffered prolonged inhuman torture. It was Xiao Qian. Qian, thank goodness, you're still alive. Xia Mengyao ran over, hugged Xiao Qian with overwhelming joy, and shed tears of excitement. Xiao Qian stood there like a statue for a moment before recognizing Xia Mengyao, and then suddenly pushed Xia Mengyao away. Xia Mengyao lost her footing and fell into the mud. Do you know how I got through this? Why did you abandon me that night? You bitch, you don't deserve to be my best friend. Xiao Qian hissed, tears of humiliation streaming down her face. Xia Mengyao quickly defended herself. Qian, I'm sorry, but it's not entirely my fault. If I hadn't run away that night, none of us would have been able to escape. Xiao Qian retorted angrily, don't call me that, it disgusts me. You abandoned everyone and ran away, and you still have the nerve to argue. Xia Mengyao said, that's not how it is, Qian, let me explain. Su Chen. Yes, it's all Su Chen's fault, Su Chen ruined us. Xiao Qian snorted, what does your disgusting behavior have to do with Su Chen? Xia Mengyao said, you don't know this, but that night I contacted Su Chen, and he agreed to come and save us. I didn't run away, I went to ask him for help. But he changed his mind at the last minute. Not only did he not come to save you, but he also broke up with me and dumped me. Xiao Qian was stunned, are you serious? Xia Mengyao said, of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? It's a pity my phone is dead, otherwise I would have shown you the chat history. Qian, you have to believe me. I really never thought of abandoning you. After so many years of relationship, don't you trust me? Looking into Xia Mengyao's sincere gaze, Xiao Qian remained silent for a moment, but finally believed her. Yes, Sister Yao Yao was her best friend, how could she possibly betray her? Sister Yao Yao. Qian. The two girls hugged each other and cried. We fell into the hands of those boys, and every day they tortured us in different ways. Some of my friends couldn't take it and committed suicide, some were tortured to death by those guys, and so did I. Xiao Qian trembled as she recounted her nightmarish experience of the past 2 weeks. Xia Mengyao was furious, truly furious. She hugged Xiao Qian tightly and said, stop talking, it's all in the past, Qian. I won't let you suffer in vain. I will definitely get justice and make those who were born pay the price. What does Sister Yao Yao mean? Xiao Qian asked, her eyes shining. Xia Mengyao said, the disaster is over. Once everything returns to normal, we'll call the police and find all those who tormented you. We won't let a single one of them get away with it, and we'll make sure they spend the rest of their lives in jail. Xiao Qian nodded excitedly, yes, and Su Chen too. Xia Mengyao said, of course, the one we can't let go of is this bastard. He's a despicable dog who refused to help someone in distress. Xiao Qian said, we were just teasing him that day, but he's so petty. He's held a grudge and won't help us. When we expose him online, all the girls online will definitely curse him to death. Xia Mengyao said, that's absolutely right. Let's do it. Once the phone is charged, we'll expose him immediately. Xiao Qian hugged Xia Mengyao tightly and said gratefully, Sister Yao Yao, you're the best to me. Xia Mengyao said, of course. We're best friends. Let's go back to the dorm. The two best friends, now back to normal, walked hand in hand back to their dorm. They saw many corpses along the way, but they weren't afraid. What was there to be afraid of in the dead? The living were 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than the dead. Suddenly, Xia Mengyao stopped in her tracks, her gaze falling on a corpse. Following her gaze, Xiao Qian saw a rather shocking corpse. The deceased was a giant wearing a black fur coat. Such a large human body was rare in the world, and it was the first time she had ever seen one. The giant man had been frozen into an ice sculpture by the snow and ice, and he looked very lifelike. Now the snow and ice on his body had melted, but his body was still stiff, maintaining the kneeling position he was in when he died. There was a gun muzzle in his throat, which meant that he had been shot to death. It's him. Xia Mengyao was stunned. 2 weeks ago, the giant left the supermarket warehouse and never returned. She thought she had found a powerful backer, but in the end she was disappointed. She thought that the giant man was just like Su Chen, a heartless scoundrel who had abandoned her. It turned out that the giant hadn't returned because he was dead. Bullet. He was shot and killed. Who in the dormitory area possesses the truth, except for one person? Su Chen. It was Su Chen who killed him. Xia Mengyao blurted out. Chapter 103 The Great Outbreak. Sister Yao Yao, do you know him? Who is he? Xiao Qian asked curiously. Xia Mengyao said, that night after I ran away, I met him. I was freezing, and he made a fire for me to warm up. Xiao Qian said, so he was your savior, then how did he end up dying here? Xia Mengyao shook her head, I don't know, but I know for sure that Su Chen must have killed him. There's truth in the dormitory area, it could only be that guy. Xiao Qian exclaimed indignantly, why is it Su Chen again? Is this guy just bringing bad luck on us? Xia Mengyao gritted her teeth and said, you're despicable, utterly despicable. Su Chen, I'll make you pay. On one hand, she hated Su Chen to death. On the other hand, a deep sense of dread arose in her heart. After meeting Ai Kuan, she thought he was very powerful, much stronger than Su Chen, and could be her backer. Little did she know that this backer would be killed by Su Chen. In the end, Su Chen was still stronger. How could Su Chen be so powerful? She really couldn't understand it. Before the apocalypse, she couldn't have seen it at all. Before the apocalypse, Su Chen's impression on her was that of an honest man and a sycophant. Despite being complete strangers, Su Chen took her to the hospital when she was sick and even paid her medical bills in advance, without asking for them back afterwards. She chose Su Chen as a negative example because she thought he was easy to bully, to warn other sycophants to stop harassing her. If she had known Su Chen was so capable, she definitely wouldn't have teased him. On the contrary, she would have clung to Su Chen's coattails. If she had done that, she wouldn't have had such a miserable time over the past month. There was a time when she regretted her actions, but now she only feels hatred towards Su Chen. The disaster is over, and she no longer needs to ask Su Chen for help. It's time for Su Chen to pay the price. Sister Yao Yao, let's go quickly. Xiao Qian suddenly said in fear, because she had been staring at Ai Kuan's corpse and suddenly noticed that the corpse seemed to move. She wasn't sure if she was seeing things, but it was probably because she had been tortured so badly these past few days. Xia Mengyao nodded and then went back to the dormitory with Xiao Qian. Just then, suddenly, a series of panicked screams came from nearby, as if a group of ruthless armed men had suddenly stormed into the peaceful village, causing everyone to flee in terror. Both girls were taken aback. What happened? What's going on? Xia Mengyao asked, bewildered. Xiao Qian said in a trembling voice, Sister Yao Yao, it seems like they're running away, it seems like something is chasing them. As they were talking, Ai Kuan's corpse in front of them suddenly moved. Click. The not yet completely melted ice fell to the ground as Ai Kuan's corpse convulsed. The two girls witnessed a scene that terrified them. Ai Kuan's corpse had opened its eyes, its pupils a deathly dark yellow, and it was letting out a beast-like roar. Has it come back to life? Ah! The two girls screamed in fright and hugged each other. Ai Kuan's corpse raised its head, its gaze instantly locking onto them. Run! Xia Mengyao realized what was happening, yelled, and grabbed Xiao Qian, turning around and running away. Ai Kuan's corpse struggled to its feet and staggered after them. At this moment, the corpses they encountered along the way also began to twitch, as if they had come back to life and were getting up from the ground. Xiao Qian burst into tears, terrified, what's wrong? Am I having a nightmare? Forget about it, run! Xia Mengyao urged. She didn't have time to think about so much right now, she just wanted to get back to the supermarket warehouse and hide there, which was the only safe place she could think of. As she was running, Xiao Qian accidentally stepped into a pothole, twisted her ankle, and fell to the ground, knocking Xiao Mengyao down with her. The two girls ended up in the dirty mud, looking disheveled. Ikuan's corpse followed closely behind, and the other newly resurrected corpses around them also noticed them, roaring as they drew closer. This scene was like being in hell. Xiao Mengyao got up and grabbed Xiao Qian. "Get up quickly, or it will be too late." Xiao Qian was in excruciating pain in her ankle, so much so that she broke out in a cold sweat. But in order to survive, she had no choice but to endure the pain, get up, and run away with Xiao Mengyao. But after running only a few steps, he was in so much pain that he grimaced and almost fell down again, seriously slowing him down. As their numbers waned, Ikuan's corpse drew closer, threatening to catch up with them. Xiao Mengyao was shocked and realized that if things continued like this, neither of them would be able to escape, and Xiao Qian was simply a burden. With a determined look, Xiao Mengyao stopped in her tracks and grabbed Xiao Qian's shoulders with both hands. "Qian, I'm sorry." Xiao Qian realized what was happening and was terrified. "Sister Yao Yao, you." Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Mengyao shoved her hard, causing her to stumble back a few steps and fall to the ground. Xiao Mengyao ignored her and ran away. The next second, Ai Kuan's corpse caught up and pounced on Xiao Qian. "Ah!" Xiao Qian let out a heart-wrenching scream, which stopped abruptly as blood splattered. She remained motionless, her eyes wide open, her pupils reflecting Xiao Mengyao's hastily fleeing figure. A zombie outbreak has occurred. Unexpectedly and without warning, a hellish catastrophe began to unfold across the globe. The dormitory area of Yunnan University is just the tip of the iceberg, a small microcosm. Yunqing, a commercial center located on the banks of the Yunhe River. Lu Yanran stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the building with a look of astonishment on her face. The scene that had just been one of universal celebration suddenly turned into a hellish spectacle. All the dead had come back to life and were biting the survivors as people fled in panic. Blood, screams, cries, and sobs, all in complete chaos. What's going on? This world has gone mad. The female assistant stood next to Lu Yanran, trembling all over and her voice was shaking. Lu Yanran asked in a hoarse voice, "Have you ever seen a zombie movie?" The female assistant trembled. "Zombies?" "Yes, the scene before us is not only not different from what is shown in zombie movies, it is practically identical." Lu Yanran seemed to realize something and murmured, "So that's how it is." The female assistant said, "President Lu, it seems you knew it would turn out this way? Otherwise." When the ice and snow melted, she, like everyone else, thought the disaster was over. But Lu Yanran inexplicably ordered her to go out and buy supplies, as if she wanted to continue hiding. Lu Yanran shook her head. "I knew the disaster wasn't over, but I didn't expect it to be zombies." "Oh, it's because of the poisonous snow. So the poison in the poisonous snow is a zombie virus." The female assistant became even more curious. "President Lu, how do you know the disaster isn't over yet?" Lu Yanran said, "It's very simple. I heard a rumor that a group of billionaires in Yun City raised funds to build a shelter before the apocalypse. If the disaster was only going to last a month, why would they go to such lengths? So I don't think things are that simple. I wasn't sure at first either, but I was just being cautious." The female assistant understood. Luckily, the president was cautious, otherwise, she might be being chased and killed by zombies right now. "Mr. Lu, what should we do next?" the female assistant asked. Chapter 104. She didn't know she was wrong. Lu Yanran said, "Let's wait and see. The supplies you brought back are enough to last us for a while. Come on, let's reinforce the company gate and seal it off. We absolutely cannot let these bastards find us." Mid-air. The helicopter fleet continued to fly over the city. Inside one of the helicopters, the two pilots looked down at the chaos below, both with shocked expressions. Suddenly, a voice came through the intercom. It was an emergency return order from above. "Receive," the pilot replied. Then, the helicopters that were carrying out rescue missions all turned around and withdrew in the same direction. Yunqing University, undergraduate dormitory area. Several helicopters landed and dropped a few supply packages before receiving orders to retreat. The remaining supply packages could not be dropped in time, so they took off again and evacuated urgently. From the pilot's perspective, the dormitory area had become a living hell, with zombies chasing and tearing at the surviving students. Building number 9. Lin Wansi stumbled and crawled back to the lobby on the first floor, with several zombies chasing after her. Although she was already out of breath and extremely frightened, her hands and feet were weak, But she didn't dare to stop for a moment and ran upstairs as fast as she could. The entire building was in chaos. The students who had been celebrating outside fled into the building in a panic. They tried to close the door, but the zombies were closing in, and they didn't have time to do so. And so the zombies chased them into the building. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, a virtual screen is unfolding, displaying monitoring footage of Building 9. The zombie outbreak has begun, and chaos is erupting inside the building. The maids leaned against the window, watching the changes outside. Zombies, just like the ones in the movies. Song Bauer said in a trembling voice, so frightened that she buried her head in Song Jai's surging arms and dared not look at her again. The women were all shocked. Even though they had prepared themselves, seeing the zombies in front of them was still terrifying. If they weren't inside the fortress, how long could they have survived in such an environment outside? Senior Sister Wansi is still outside, what will she do? Xin Yuwei asked worriedly. Upon hearing this, all the women looked at Su Chen. They didn't understand why Su Chen had called Lin Wansi outside. Had he really broken a law? Su Chen is now sitting on the sofa, showing no intention whatsoever of bringing Lin Wansi back. Su Chen glanced at the women and said, "Are you all wondering why I let Lin Wansi go out?" The women all nodded in agreement. Su Chen said, "It's very simple. I told you that the world would change drastically and zombies would appear, but she doesn't seem to believe me. So I can only let her go out and see for herself." The women were startled. In their memory, Lin Wansi never said she didn't believe Su Chen. Could it be that their master could read minds and see through other people's thoughts? Su Chen was punishing Lin Wansi, but wasn't he also giving them a warning? Loyalty is not just about putting on a show, it requires complete and wholehearted trust. "Master, are you not planning to keep Senior Sister Wansi?" Xin Yuwei asked. Zhang Xiaolu also pleaded, "I believe Wansi must already know she was wrong. Can Master forgive her this once?" Su Chen smiled, "If I want her dead, your pleas are useless. If I don't want her dead, I don't need your pleas. Remember that?" "Yes." The women bowed their heads. Su Chen's gaze fell on the monitoring screen. A familiar figure entered the frame. Although Lin Wansi was covered in mud and water, as if she had just crawled out of a cesspool, Su Chen recognized her at a glance. She returned, panicked and disoriented, like a fish that had slipped through the net, with several zombies relentlessly pursuing her from behind. The system's voice rang in Su Chen's ears. Ding! New rescue mission detected. Mission details: Lin Wansi is being chased by zombies and her life is in danger. Quest level, Nightmare Plus. Quest reward, 100,000 merit points. Su Chen thought to himself, oh, sure enough, the world has changed drastically. The mission level is Nightmare Plus right off the bat, and this is just being chased by a few zombies. Su Chen's attention fell on the zombies. The zombies weren't particularly fast, which gave Lin Wansi a chance to escape. Su Chen had watched many zombie movies before, and in those movies, the zombies varied in speed, with the majority moving slowly and a few moving at lightning speed. The real zombies in front of us are not fast, but they are not slow either. They are just a little slower than normal humans because of their leg problems. If a normal person's legs go weak from fear, they will surely die. Su Chen had always been puzzled as to how those zombies, who walked with the same unsteady gait as the old lady, managed to destroy the world. The destructive power of zombies comes largely from their speed. They run faster than normal humans, making it impossible for them not to cause the apocalypse. As Su Chen was thinking this, outside, Lin Wansi had already rushed upstairs and arrived at the door of 513, banging on the door desperately. "Master, I know I was wrong, please open the door and let me in." Lin Wansi pleaded, crying. Hearing Lin Wansi's knocking and cries for help, all the women felt a pang of anxiety and looked at Su Chen. They remembered what Su Chen had just said, and dared not plead for Lin Wansi, much less open the door for her without permission. Now it remains to be seen whether Su Chen truly intends to give up on Lin Wansi. Su Chen sat leisurely on the sofa, seemingly showing no intention of opening the door. Outside, Lin Wansi was extremely anxious. She pounded on the door and begged for mercy, but the door wouldn't open. Oh my God, does Su Chen not intend to let her in? She was filled with remorse. She had lived a clean, comfortable, and safe life inside the fortress, but because she didn't trust Su Chen, she ended up like this. It turned out that Su Chen hadn't lied to her at all. The disaster really wasn't over, and the zombies really had arrived. "Master, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time. Please, please save me." Lin Wansi knelt down on the ground, banging on the door and crying bitterly. Inside the fortress, listening to Lin Wansi's heart-wrenching pleas for mercy, the women couldn't help but feel anxious, a sense of shared sorrow for the fate of their fellow sufferers. "Master, she seems to really know she was wrong," Song Bauer couldn't Baratin murmured. Before he could finish speaking, Song Jiai covered his mouth. Yukishiro Sakura said coldly, "She doesn't know she's wrong, she knows she's going to die. Since she dared to question her master, she should be prepared to accept her fate." Su Chen nodded, Xiaoying is right. If the disaster is really over, will she come back and beg me to open the door? She'll probably hide far away, afraid that I'll find her. I even believe she'll call the police to arrest me. Su Chen had no doubt that Lin Wansi was capable of doing this. Roar! Just then, the roars of zombies echoed from outside the door. The zombies are catching up. Chapter 105 Top School Beauty. Lin Wansi never imagined that Su Chen would refuse to open the door for her. She thought that by outrunning the zombies and getting back to the door first, she had already won, so she didn't think much about it or consider hiding somewhere else. She was focused solely on running back. Now, Su Chen won't open the door for her, and with the zombies chasing after her, she has no way out and is in dire straits. Instead of asking Su Chen for help, they went to knock on other dormitory doors? Not to mention that if others knew she was Su Chen's maid, they might not even be willing to open the door. Even if someone dared to take her in, then she would be proven to have betrayed Su Chen. Would Su Chen let her go? Besides, we're facing zombies now. Can the ordinary doors in the other dormitories withstand the zombies' breakthrough? Actually, she wasn't stupid, on the contrary, she was very shrewd. Now, she only had one option, to keep banging on the door and beg Su Chen to forgive her. This was her only hope, a hope she was willing to risk her life for. If you win, you live. If you lose, you die. A roar came from the stairwell, and Lin Wansi was terrified. Without even turning around, she knew that zombies were chasing after her. The moment of the lottery draw is approaching. "Master, please save me. Master, open the door. I really won't do it again. I swear, if this happens again, may I be struck by lightning, and I'll die on my own without my master having to lift a finger." The door remained closed. The zombies had already charged straight at her, and the first zombie stretched out its hand menacingly to grab her. "Ah!" Lin Wansi screamed. The zombie's hand was about to touch her. Just then, ta-da-ta-da. Gunshots rang out, and a burst of bullets riddled the zombies with holes. Above the entrance, a gap opened, and a heavy machine gun extended out like a mechanical arm. The external defense system was activated, and under the dense gunfire, the zombies all fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Lin Wansi was so frightened that she covered her head with her hands, and only dared to raise her head after the gunshot stopped. All the zombies were dead, but at the last moment, the master still made a move. Lin Wansi was overjoyed. Squeak! The fortress door opened, and Su Chen's voice came from inside, "Come in." Lin Wansi hurriedly scrambled into the fortress. Seeing the fortress gate close behind her, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was back, finally back. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to Su Chen, "Thank you, master, for showing leniency. I will never dare to do it again." Su Chen said calmly, "Remember what you just said. If there's a next time, I hope you can keep your promise, because you no longer have the chance." Lin Wansi said, "Yes, master, rest assured, I swear there will never be a next time." Su Chen let her go not out of kindness, but because her actions hadn't reached the point of killing him, such as calling the police to arrest him, which didn't actually happen. If he were to kill her simply because she didn't trust him, it would be difficult to convince the others. What he wanted was the submission of the maids, not to use high-pressure tactics to keep them living in constant fear. That would be too boring. It was also because the zombie outbreak was too rapid that Lin Wansi didn't have time to make a big mistake and completely lost her chance. Imagine if the zombie outbreak had been delayed by a day, Lin Wansi might have actually called the police, or made some dissenting remarks about him in group chats or online. In that case, she would truly have no way back, and Su Chen would definitely end her life. Ding! You have killed the zombie and successfully rescued Lin Wansi. You have gained 100,000 merit points. A system notification sounded. Go and tidy yourself up. I saw you ran so fast, you're almost fully recovered. Come to my room later and have a deep conversation with me, Su Chen said calmly. The fact that I haven't tried to win her over is probably one of the reasons she's having second thoughts. I'll get things done today so she can settle down and stop indulging in pointless fantasies. Yes, master, I'll go right away. Lin Wansi agreed and quickly ran to the bathroom. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, she was filled with ecstatic joy and relief at surviving such a close call. Compared to her life, nothing else mattered. She would agree to any request, even more outrageous ones, as long as Su Chen was satisfied, let alone ask for her body. She was filled with regret. She should never have doubted Su Chen. Now, she had to put in 1,000 times more effort to please him than before. Half an hour later, Lin Wansi had just come out of the bathroom, looking clean and fresh again. She had changed into a loose bathrobe, and her hair was still a little wet. Su Chen was no longer in the living room. Xing Fei and the others helped her clean up the dirty floor. Wansi, the master is in his room, you should go quickly. Xing Yuwei reminded her. Lin Wansi blushed and quickly returned to her maid's room, where she saw Su Chen already sitting on the bed waiting for her. Master, I'm ready. Please allow me to serve you. Lin Wansi said shyly. Su Chen looked up at her and his heart skipped a beat. She truly deserved to be the #1 beauty in the school. Just the sight of her snow-white neck peeking out from under her wet hair was enough to kill off a whole bunch of girls. Su Chen smiled slightly. Come here, I prepared a few short videos for you and sent them to your phone. Follow along in a bit. Lin Wansi picked up her phone and looked at it. Her face flushed and her heart pounded. This was going to torture her half to death. This wasn't communication, it was punishment. What, you have a problem with that? Su Chen asked. Lin Wansi quickly replied, no objection, I will do as you say. Clearly, her master was punishing and testing her. No matter how perverse his demands were, she not only had to comply, but she also had to put in double the effort to show him her sincerity in repenting. Lin Wansi gritted her teeth and walked towards Su Chen. 2 hours later, Su Chen abandoned Lin Wansi and walked out of the room. At this moment, Lin Wansi, like a ravaged flower, had fainted from exhaustion. Su Chen turned his head and glanced at her from the doorway, quite satisfied. He had finally won over this campus belle of Yun University. As expected of the #1 campus belle of Yun University, she truly achieved a perfect combination of beauty and figure. She was flawless in terms of being a femme fatale. She was practically the perfect example of Nuwa. The reason it's rated 8.9 is because she's a bit young. In a few years, surpassing Song Jiayi won't be a problem. Ding! Successfully won over the goddess. Hidden reward triggered. You have gained 200,000 double merit points. You have acquired a hidden skill, immunity to all poisons. Hearing the system feedback, Su Chen was overjoyed. First of all, the merit points are a whopping 200,000. Yes, double merit points seem to be calculated based on the merit points obtained last time. He saved Lin Wansi today and obtained 100,000 merit points, so double is 200,000. But that wasn't the biggest surprise. The biggest surprise was this hidden skill, immunity to all poisons, which was exactly the skill he had been longing for. Immune to all poisons, passive skill, immune to any virus, including the zombie virus. In other words, even if he were accidentally bitten by a zombie, he wouldn't turn into a zombie, the virus would have no effect on him. Chapter 106 Wishing Well. Su Chen lay half reclined in his room, his personal panel displayed before him. Host, Su Chen. Strength, 24. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Energy, 22. Merit points, 1,538,000. Skills, 1 punch critical strike 289,300, basic wind speed 9,100. Ever since I got the deep blue skill point, my 4-dimensional stats have been increasing day by day. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. Even without a powerful punch, his strength has now reached the level of Ikuan before. Moreover, the skills 1 punch critical strike and basic wind speed can also be upgraded. Originally, 1 punch critical strike only had double power, but in the future it could potentially have triple, quadruple, or even 100 or 1,000 times the power. Basic wind speed will also become intermediate and advanced. This is the kind of path he's taking towards baldness, and he doesn't even have to go bald. The key to allocating points to Deep Blue lies in its usage. Allocate points only when you use it, so I really need to go out and do some missions, otherwise, my skills will be useless, Su Chen murmured. Although he triggered a mission today by punishing Lin Wansi, he didn't have to lift a finger from beginning to end. We need to develop a new goddess. The zombie outbreak has already occurred, and we don't know what the situation is like outside. After putting away the control panel, Su Chen picked up his phone and went online. The internet is in an uproar over the zombie outbreak. The whole world is in chaos, and the internet is full of cries for help. At first, people didn't realize what was happening, and countless people died tragically at the hands of zombies. Then, these dead people also turned into zombies, and the number of zombies increased exponentially in a short period of time. People who realized what was happening began to hide, but because there were too many zombies, people continued to be killed. An emergency notice was issued by the authorities. A message to the entire nation: the natural disaster is not over. The toxic snow has mutated unexpectedly, and the extreme cold disaster has transformed into a global zombie apocalypse, posing an even more severe challenge to humanity. The authorities have launched a zombie eradication operation. Please stay hidden and avoid contact with zombies as much as possible. If you accidentally encounter a zombie, attack its head to kill it. In addition, be sure to isolate people around you who have been bitten by zombies. It has been preliminarily confirmed that they will also turn into zombies after being bitten, and the mutation is irreversible. Finally, let me remind you again, natural disasters are not over. Natural disasters are not over. Natural disasters are not over. Upon seeing the announcement, Su Chen stroked his chin. Attack the head? That's just like the setup in those zombie movies. He used a heavy machine gun today, riddling several zombies with bullets, so he didn't notice this. Immediately, Su Chen opened WeChat and saw that, wow, the verification messages had exploded. As expected, the more people criticized him before, the more frantically they begged for his help after the zombie outbreak. The group chat was incredibly lively. The students, who thought the disaster was over, felt like the sky had fallen and the earth had collapsed. How could this be? Wasn't the natural disaster over? Help! There are zombies outside the dorm. Someone please save me. What do we do? What about the school? What about the authorities? When will they come to our rescue? Why did all those helicopters fly away and abandon us? The student council should say something. Everyone frantically tagged the student council. Student Union President Yao Tongwei at all students, please calm down. We are already communicating with the school. Everything happened so suddenly, and rescue will take time. Right now, everyone needs to focus on self-rescue. Make sure to close all doors and windows tightly. The student council's response failed to satisfy everyone. When exactly will they rescue us? Is it going to be another indefinite wait? I can endure hunger and cold, but this time it's zombies. Exactly. What are you student council members good for? You can never count on them. He was met with a barrage of insults. Student Union President Yao Tongwei. This amused Su Chen. It was a classic case of dogs fighting each other. The unexpected rescue operation left everyone feeling anxious. To make matters worse, during this time, many people's avatars turned gray, and after this disconnection, they might never be able to log back in. Several groups with 500 members each have less than half of their members online, and some smaller groups are almost completely empty. Panic is spreading, even more so than when the extreme cold first arrived. At the beginning of the cold snap, people were just worried, but now it's like hell from the start, and everyone is terrified. Soon, someone remembered Su Chen, and Su Chen was once again bombarded with tags. However, this time, no one cursed him. Instead, he became a wishing well. Su Chen, I apologize for insulting you before. You have to save me this time. I'm willing to do anything for you. Please, Su Chen, can you let me into your dorm? Even though I'm a guy, I look better than the school beauty with a wig on. Chen Ji, would you consider it? Brother Su Chen, I've added you. Can you accept my request? I'll send you a picture of myself without clothes. Su Chen found it somewhat amusing. It seemed that he hadn't suffered enough before. It turned out that when people are in extreme fear, all their sarcastic remarks and moral blackmail disappear, leaving only pure wishing. At this point, his verification messages reached an unprecedented level. Regardless of gender, people who had added him before or hadn't added him before all came to add him. For a time, he seemed to be everyone's only lifeline. Su Chen naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to cries for help that were not worthwhile. After looking around, several familiar names caught Su Chen's attention. Xiaoyan, Guruoli, Muingying. These are all beauties who participated in the school beauty pageant. Su Chen was a little curious. They had never asked him for help in the past month, and he wondered how they had managed to get through it. However, it's not surprising. With a human population of 8 billion, a month-long extreme cold disaster is unlikely to wipe out humanity. There will always be people who survive for various reasons. Perhaps these goddesses had no shortage of supplies before, which is why they survived the extreme cold and hunger. Now, facing the threat of zombies, it's something they can't withstand. This is the rhythm of a bountiful harvest. Suchen added them one by one and began to learn about their situations. While I was chatting with the goddesses, a call suddenly came in from an unknown number. Suchen casually swiped the message away. Immediately afterward, a text message arrived. Suchen, this is Zhu Qingya. Can you take this call? Suchen exclaimed, huh? Zhu Qingya, that name sounds familiar. Yes. Isn't that the famous and talented female teacher from the School of Literature? Suchen was an engineering student, so he didn't know much about the School of Humanities. However, he had heard the name of this talented female teacher several times before. I heard that Zhu Qingya is extremely beautiful, practically a succubus. She is an assistant professor at the School of Liberal Arts of Yunnan University. Many male students specially enroll in her elective courses just to catch a glimpse of her. The courses are usually quite dry, but they are packed with students, more than 90% of whom are male, and they all listen attentively. Just how beautiful is she that makes the boys go crazy? Suchen was also very curious, but unfortunately Zhu Qingya rarely showed up except when she was in class, so Suchen never had the chance to meet her. Now, this female teacher who has amazed countless boys has taken the initiative to come to him? Chapter 107 The Talented Succubus. Yunqing University, Faculty and Staff Dormitory. Located in the northeast corner of Yunnan University, it looks more like a residential community. After the apocalypse, the trapped faculty and staff were not much better off than the students, and in fact, they were even more short of supplies, because the authorities had prioritized rescuing the students. In one of the two-bedroom apartments, a woman with a pure and beautiful face and an excellent temperament was squatting on the sofa in the living room, holding a knife in her hands and staring nervously at the door. Zhu Qingya, assistant professor of the School of Literature, single, talented woman, succubus. People with succubus attributes don't need to have a strong physique or abundant material possessions, they can even be penniless, because someone will always provide them with these things. All they need to do is exude charm appropriately. Before the apocalypse, Zhu Qingya could attract countless boys to enroll in her elective courses. Her dry and boring literary theory courses could draw crowds of students, and even her male colleagues and school leaders were all infatuated with her, showering her with attention. She didn't need to repay them with anything, a simple wave or a smile would suffice. After the apocalypse, she survived to this day thanks to her succubus attributes. She had no food at home, but she posted a short message on her WeChat Moments, and the male teachers immediately started bringing her food. A married male teacher beat his wife half to death after she tried to stop him. In no time, food piled up in her house, more than she could eat in a month. When the official rescue team arrived, the male teachers gave her the supplies they had managed to salvage first. She only took the leftovers back to her wife and children. Hearing that she lacked warm clothing, a male teacher insisted on giving her his only quilt, even though he himself was freezing. What's even more remarkable is that the male teachers all know in their hearts that they have no chance with her, and they also know that there are countless competitors, but they are still obsessed with the competition and cannot extricate themselves, as if they are bewitched. 2 weeks ago, when the temperature dropped drastically, the male teacher who gave his quilt to Zhu Qingya froze to death. He even had a smile on his lips when he died, simply because he thought that his quilt had warmed the goddess, and that he had died a worthy death. Zhu Qingya herself was well aware that as long as the men around her didn't all die, she wouldn't need to worry too much in the apocalypse. For a succubus who knew her own succubus, controlling men was just a simple game she could play with. She only started to panic when the zombie outbreak occurred. The men seem a bit unreliable. It's not that I doubt their loyalty, but rather their ability to fight the zombies. Just now, a shrill scream came from outside the room. A male teacher who volunteered to protect her was killed by zombies outside the door. Blood seeped in through the crack in the door, terrifying her. Fortunately, the commotion outside had subsided by then, and the zombies seemed not to have noticed her or tried to break down her door. She put the knife down and breathed a sigh of relief. No, zombies are too terrifying. This can't go on forever. I need to find better shelter. Zhu Qingya pondered. She suddenly remembered an interesting rumor she had heard before. It's about the undergraduate dormitory area, where there's a male student who claims he can rescue beautiful women after the apocalypse, and his deeds have been spread like wildfire. Some say he has a safe haven, others say he has an endless supply of food, and still others say he is exceptionally skilled and well equipped, practically a god of war in the apocalypse. She had initially treated it as just entertainment, but now, thinking about it, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If only I could control him. Isn't that perfect? She needs stronger protection, and this student named Su Chen claims to only rescue beautiful women. Su Chen, I've made up my mind. I want you to be my protector. As long as you can keep me safe, you'll become my #1 devoted follower. I'm sure you won't refuse this honor. Xu Qingya revealed a captivating smile that could bring ruin to the country. To date, no one has been able to resist her smile. Countless men have become weak in the knees and willing to go through fire and water for her. Su Chen will be no exception. She picked up her phone and first called the director of the school's academic affairs office. Director Zhang, it's me. The man on the other end of the phone beamed. Qingya, how many times have I told you not to call me director, just call me brother Zhang? I thought I was hallucinating. Teacher Qingya actually took the initiative to contact me. Is there anything I can do for you? Just let me know. Xu Qingya said softly, there are zombies outside, I'm so scared to be alone. Brother Zhang, can you come and protect me? Director Zhang seemed completely swayed, replying decisively, I'm going right now. Wait a minute, let me find a knife for self-defense. Xu Qingya chuckled, I was just kidding. It's so dangerous outside, Brother Zhang, please don't go out. Your wife needs you. Director Zhang said, what are you saying? If you need me, I'll do anything, even die for you. Xu Qingya said, actually, I wanted to ask you for a student's contact information. His name is Su Chen, and I think he's in the physics department. Okay, I'll get it to you within 3 minutes. Director Zhang said happily. Having easily obtained Su Chen's contact information, Xu Qingya immediately called him. Su Chen hung up on the first call, but Xu Qingya didn't take it to heart. Su Chen didn't know who she was, so it was normal for him to hang up on a stranger's call. So she sent Su Chen a message, revealing her identity. Then they made a second call. Su Chen rejected the call again. Xu Qingya frowned. What was going on? She had already given her name. Did Su Chen, a student of Yun University, not even know her name? Unbeknownst to her, Su Chen was simultaneously chatting with several campus beauties. One of them sent him a stunning photo of her figure, but the internet connection was interrupted by a phone call halfway through loading. Su Chen simply hung up the call to restore the connection. After Su Chen had finished admiring the photos of the school beauty's figure to his heart's content, he took the initiative to call Xu Qingya back. Seeing Su Chen's call, Xu Qingya couldn't help but smile. So you're so thoughtful, even thinking of saving me phone bills. What a shrewd sycophant. Xu Qingya answered the phone. Hello, are you Su Chen's classmate? This is Xu Qingya. On the other end of the phone, Su Chen said, this is Teacher Xu. How can I help you? Xu Qingya smiled and said, I heard you offer assistance to beautiful women. I wonder if I, your teacher, could also have the honor of receiving your help? Su Chen said, add me on WeChat. I need to verify if you are really the teacher. No problem, I'll add you right away, Xu Qingya said readily. The two quickly added each other on WeChat. Xu Qingya found 2 photos in her album and sent them to Su Chen. Teacher Qingya, these are all unedited photos I took before. If you feel it's not enough, I can continue to post them. Su Chen replied, no need, that's enough. Xu Qingya smiled slightly. She knew it. He was just a male student, and she could easily handle him. She guessed that Su Chen was already completely infatuated with her photos. He was determined to be her lapdog. Chapter 108 Recruiting Maids? Recruiting female demons. Inside the Doomsday Fortress. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 photos sent by Xu Qingya. Xu Qingya was neither beautiful nor alluring, on the contrary, she had a very pure and beautiful appearance. But for some reason, looking at her face would evoke a strong impulse in one's heart, as if one were bewitched. Especially in the second photo, Xu Qingya is lecturing in class, wearing a white shirt, short skirt, black stockings, and glasses, with her hair casually tied up in a bun. On the one hand, she exudes a pure and scholarly temperament, and on the other hand, she radiates a wildly alluring charm. Su Chen understood a little better. That's why the boys were all vying to attend her classes. With a teacher like that standing in the classroom, who wouldn't be confused? Su Chen sighed. If he had a Chinese teacher like that in high school, he was sure he wouldn't have dozed off, and his Chinese grades wouldn't have been at the bottom of all his subjects. Xu Qingya is definitely a succubus. If possible, taking her in as a maid and having her tutor him in academic subjects every night would be a good idea. It has to be said that Xu Qingya is quite shrewd. This classroom photo must be her god-tier photo. She sent it to him on purpose, just to attract his attention. Woman, I admit I am indeed attracted to you. Su Chen smiled slightly. Teacher Zhu, let's have a video call. After all, photos can't verify if it's really you. Teacher Qingya, okay, please send it over. Su Chen then made a video call. The call was connected very quickly. When Xu Qingya herself appeared on screen, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The animated Xu Qingya was even more captivating with every smile and gesture, making one fall in love at first sight. The phrase "bring disaster to the country and its people" popped into my mind. Teacher, are you the reincarnation of the femme fatale Daji? So, Su Chen, are you relieved now? Xu Qingya said with a smile. Su Chen calmed himself down and said, yes, it's definitely the teacher. Just then, a system voice sounded in my ear. Ding! New target goddess detected, data generation in progress. Name, Xu Qingya. Age, 26. Rating, 9.0. Level, excellent, naturally alluring. Mission details, facing the threat of zombies, she is extremely frightened and intends to recruit you as her protector. Provide her with safety and ensure her safety to complete the mission. Quest level, Nightmare Plus. Task reward, 110,000 merit points. Su Chen thought to himself, oh, she really is dodgy. Her pure and scholarly demeanor is just a facade, her true nature is innate seductiveness. But what's the deal with this mission? Xu Qingya wants to take him in as her protector and provide her with safety? This reminded Su Chen of Dong Ruoxuan. Dong Ruoxuan also made it clear that she did not want to be his maid, but wanted to marry him. This vixen is even more cunning, she even wanted him to be her male servant, which is truly going against the natural order. How come these women all have such unrealistic expectations? Su Chen? Seeing that he seemed to be in a daze, Xu Qingya smiled. Little brat, you're completely infatuated with your teacher, aren't you? She'd seen similar scenes on countless men's faces. Su Chen chuckled, sorry, I was a little distracted. Teacher, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me, and I'll see if I can help you. Xu Qingya sighed and said softly, I didn't want to trouble you, but there are zombies all over the outside. I'm just a helpless little woman with no one to rely on. Su Chen, could you come and protect your teacher? Su Chen asked, how do you want me to protect you? Xu Qingya said, it's very simple. You come over and stand guard for the teacher. The house next to mine is empty, so you can move there. If there are zombies, you can just kill them. Su Chen found it amusing. She wanted to protect him and live next door. Was she treating him like a lapdog? Did she really think he would agree? Believe it or not, that's exactly what Xu Qingya thought, because no man had ever refused her, never. It was clearly a request where she was at a disadvantage, yet those men would eagerly agree and obey unconditionally. Su Chen smiled and said, teacher, it's not really appropriate for me to live next door. What if I can't save you in time? It would be better if I lived with you. Xu Qingya looked at Su Chen incredulously. Su Chen, how could you make such an outrageous request? Men and women shouldn't be so close. We're still teacher and student. How can we live together? People will gossip. Su Chen. Okay, so this is how you play it? You only want the benefits and don't want to give anything in return. How much pampering did you receive to cultivate this kind of confidence? I thought Lin Wansi was already spoiled, but now there's someone even more extreme. The story is supposed to be about recruiting maids, but it feels more like taming demons. What the teacher said makes sense. I was being presumptuous. Sorry. Su Chen grinned. Xu Qingya said, it's alright, the teacher doesn't blame you. Will you come over now? Su Chen said, okay, give me the address, and I'll get there as soon as possible. Xu Qingya flashed a captivating smile, okay, then I'll be waiting for you. I'll be relying on you for my safety from now on. Su Chen, please be careful on your way home. After hanging up the video call, Su Chen received the address sent by Xu Qingya. Su Chen didn't rush over immediately. It was already dark outside, and Xu Qingya's task wasn't that urgent, so he didn't need to. Besides, he wanted to see how this prodigy would react if he went tomorrow. Faculty and Staff Dormitory. After ending her call with Su Chen, Zhu Qingya breathed a sigh of relief. Easy peasy. Simp plus one. She was just waiting for Su Chen to move in next door. With this doomsday war god, her safety would be guaranteed, and she could rest assured. As for supplies, she didn't have any demands on Su Chen. The male teachers would provide them. Su Chen only needs to ensure her safety. We can't let our guard down until Su Chen arrives. Zhu Qingya stood up, thought for a moment, and decided to move the sofa over to block the door, but she tried and couldn't move it. In the past, even something as simple as moving a stool would be done for her by the male teachers, but unfortunately, in this environment, it's not so easy to get people to help her anymore. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhu Qingya was startled. Were the zombies here? Zhu Qingya dared not make a sound. Trembling, she approached the door and checked the access control. The scene outside was horrifying. A male teacher's body lay in a pool of blood, torn to pieces by zombies. The newcomer was not a zombie, but a bald, middle-aged man holding a kitchen knife and covered in blood. Isn't this Director Zhang from the Academic Affairs Office? Zhu Qingya couldn't help but chuckle. She had already said that she was just joking with him and didn't need him to come and protect her, but he still came anyway. Fine, let Director Zhang protect me before Su Chen arrives. Through the door, Zhu Qingya said softly, Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Director Zhang said, Teacher Qingya, I'm here to protect you. You need protection now, so of course I have no choice but to help. Zhu Qingya said, Thank you for your hard work, Brother Zhang. You're really amazing. You must have killed a lot of zombies when you came over. Director Zhang gave a strange look. I didn't kill any zombies. I was very careful the whole way and didn't encounter any. This is my wife's blood. Chapter 109. Is this even acceptable? Zhu Qingya was a little surprised and said sympathetically, I didn't know your sister-in-law had turned into a zombie. Please accept my condolences, Brother Zhang. Director Zhang snorted and said, if she had turned into a zombie, that would be one thing. I was going to come and protect you, but she insisted on obstructing me. I had no choice but to stab her. Ha! Zhu Qingya was stunned. Even she was a little surprised. Had Director Zhang gone mad? He actually killed his own wife for her sake? It's best to be careful with this kind of mental illness. Director Zhang said with a grin, Teacher Qingya, don't worry, I, Zheng Shuangdong, will take full responsibility for your safety. Teacher Qingya, it's been so long, could you open the door and let me see you for a moment? Zhu Qingya smiled gently, I was so scared that I cried and ruined my makeup. Let's do it another day. Director Zhang quickly replied, okay, don't be afraid. I'm here now. I'll guard the door for you. Zhu Qingya said, thank you for your hard work, Brother Zhang. It's getting late, I need to go to sleep. Good night. She didn't go to sleep immediately, but observed for a while. Seeing that Director Zhang didn't intend to break down the door, but instead stood guard at the door with a knife, ready to face any danger, she felt relieved. Even if Director Zhang really went crazy and wanted to do something reckless, she wasn't afraid. Su Chen should be on his way now, she just needed to stall Director Zhang. She originally intended to wait for Su Chen to arrive before going to sleep, but she was so tired that she accidentally fell asleep. She woke up the next morning when the sunlight hit her face. I fell asleep last night and didn't know when Su Chen arrived. I checked my phone and Su Chen hadn't sent me any messages. Director Zhang must have told Su Chen that I was asleep, which is why he didn't disturb me. He's probably already moved into the room next door. Zhu Qingya thought happily. So she sent Su Chen a message, Su Chen, I'm awake. You can come to the door to greet me now. Remember to check on me every morning, noon, and evening to make sure I'm safe. Thank you for your help, moi. She got up, tidied herself up, and walked to the door, ready to wait for Su Chen to come and greet her. Since Su Chen was new to the area, she needed to test his loyalty, so she didn't plan to open the door for him. Instead, she would let him greet her through the door. Moreover, this is a form of scarcity marketing. Su Chen will only be motivated to see her true face. This trick works very well on men and never fails. However, she didn't see Su Chen outside the door, but instead saw Director Zhang, who was lying on the ground, his death gruesome. A zombie was squatting on the ground, rummaging through his stomach. Zhu Qingya was so frightened that she took several steps back. He quickly grabbed his phone and texted Su Chen, come out quick. There are zombies outside. However, there was no reply from Su Chen, nor any sound of fighting with the zombies outside the door. Only the sound of the zombies continuing to devour Director Zhang was chilling. What's going on? Why isn't Su Chen replying to messages? Is he still asleep? Xu Qingya then made a voice call to Su Chen. Su Chen answered the phone a dozen seconds later. Su Chen, there's a zombie outside my door. Come out and deal with it. Xu Qingya said in a trembling voice. Su Chen gave an O and said casually, don't panic. One zombie can't break down your door. Don't make any noise and let the zombie hear you. I'll be there after I finish breakfast, in about an hour. Xu Qingya exclaimed in surprise, why is it taking so long? Can't you come out for a moment? Su Chen said, I can't fly, and it will take me time to get there. It's several kilometers away. Xu Qingya's expression changed, what? You're still over there? You haven't come over yet? Su Chen said, yes, that's all for now. We'll talk more when I get there. Without saying a word, he hung up the phone. Xu Qingya was furious. Su Chen hadn't even rushed over last night. How could that be? It seems the sycophant isn't quite up to par yet. When he arrives, I'll definitely have to teach him a lesson. Su Chen, as punishment for you, you can forget about seeing me unless you guard the door for half a month. Xu Qingya said angrily. Inside the Doomsday Fortress. Su Chen hung up the call and then saw the message Xu Qingya had sent him, which made him chuckle. Greeting someone once in the morning, noon, and evening? He wasn't even this strict with his own maids. This woman really treats him like a male servant. It seems we'll have to use some drastic measures to subdue this monster. After breakfast, Su Chen gathered the maids and said, starting today, I will resume going out to recruit more maids. When I am out, you just need to follow the rules and do your jobs. Yes, master. The maids replied. The women were somewhat surprised. With a zombie outbreak outside, their master had actually gone out again. To expand their group, their master was really going all out. Master, you must be careful. Xin Yue said worriedly. Song Bauer said, Master, could you please not go out? Bauer is scared. Su Chen smiled and said, don't worry, it's just a zombie. It can't harm me. But I do need a companion. Xiaoying, you come with me and assist me. Sakura Yukishiro was not surprised but rather delighted, yes, master. She had been cooped up inside the fortress for half a month and was completely bored, but she didn't say anything. It was a good opportunity to go out and kill some zombies to relieve her boredom. After lying down for half a month, Su Chen finally stepped out of the fortress. This time, he wasn't wearing a protective suit, and this was the first time he had appeared outside the fortress since the apocalypse. Today the temperature has risen above 15 degrees Celsius, it's very warm, the ice and snow have completely melted, and even the mud on the roads has been dried by the sun. Sakura Yukishiro went out wearing only a sailor uniform, retrieved the long sword from Su Chen, and followed behind him, holding the hilt in one hand. The surrounding scene can only be described as horrific. Severed limbs and remains were everywhere, and pools of blood were scattered all around, a truly shocking sight. This was the scene left behind after yesterday's zombie outbreak, with zombies devouring living people. Those who are still alive have all gone into hiding, and no one dares to wander around outside anymore. The zombies roamed around, searching, and would swarm over at the slightest unusual noise. Some dormitories were attacked by hordes of zombies because of the noise they made. The dormitory doors were broken open, and all the people inside became food for the zombies. After they died, they also turned into zombies, further expanding the zombie population. Su Chen's target was a large truck parked there. He planned to drive it to the faculty dormitory. Before they even reached the bottom of the stairs, they were spotted by zombies. Several zombies emerged, roaring as they pounced on them. Clang! Sakura Yukishiro drew her long sword and killed most of them, with only one escaping and closing in on Su Chen. Su Chen punched the zombie in the forehead, and the zombie's head exploded like a rotten tomato, and it fell to the ground, unable to get up. Ding! You have killed one zombie, merit points +1. Chapter 110. I've come to take you in. Su Chen was overjoyed to hear the notification in his ear. A new way to obtain merit points has been unlocked. You can also get merit points by killing zombies? Although killing a zombie only grants 1 point of merit, there are many zombies, so it can accumulate into a lot over time. Sakura, can you drive? Su Chen asked. Sakura Yukishiro nodded, yes. That's all. She was trained by her family from a young age, and in addition to martial arts, she also needed to learn various survival skills. Suchin smiled and said, "You drive later. If there are any zombie attacks, just leave it to me." Then another zombie attack occurred. The master and servant fought their way through, and what was originally a short distance took them several minutes to complete. However, it was not difficult, and they successfully arrived at the truck. The commotion had already attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, and in an instant, roars erupted as a dense swarm of zombies rushed towards them. The truck had come to collect the bodies yesterday. When the zombie outbreak occurred, the driver didn't have time to escape, and the key was still in the ignition. Yukishiro Sakura immediately started the vehicle, made a neat turn, and the truck drove out of the dormitory area, leaving a large group of zombies behind. Since the commotion had already been made, Suchin didn't hold back at all. He took out a submachine gun and opened fire on the zombies outside the car. Ta-da-ta-da. As the gunshot rang out, Suchin simultaneously heard continuous feedback from the system. Merit points +1. Merit points +1. In the blink of an eye, dozens of merit points were earned. If Yukishiro Sakura hadn't been such a good driver and quickly shaken off the zombie horde, Suchin could have killed even more. This commotion was witnessed by some students hiding in their dormitories, who were all shocked and bewildered. It must be Suchin. How dare he go out at a time like this? Amazing. We're being chased by zombies, but he's killing them. We're all students, so why is he so outstanding? To get from the undergraduate dormitory area to the faculty dormitory, you have to cross the campus. The campus is desolate and deserted, with withered trees everywhere, a scene of bleakness and decay. One good thing about the school is that the area outside the dormitory is relatively safe. Since most people have returned to their dormitories after the apocalypse, the truck drove smoothly for a while after leaving the dormitory area. There were also a few trapped people on campus, who had turned into zombies and were all killed by Suchin. To avoid causing a commotion, Suchin took out the bow and arrows left by Ai-kun, shooting 1 arrow at a time, or 3 arrows at a time. Soon, Suchin had killed more than 100 zombies. It has to be said that although mosquitoes are meat too, killing zombies like this earns far too few merit points, far less than rescuing a goddess, which can earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Little did they know that Yukishiro Sakura, who was driving next to them, was deeply shocked. She noticed that no matter whether her master fired a gun or released an arrow, not a single shot missed. He was an unerring marksman. No matter how many times, she would marvel at the existence of such amazing humans in the world. As someone who naturally admires strength, Yukishiro Sakura's awe and respect for Suchin grew ever stronger. Master Yukishiro Sakura called softly. Suchin didn't turn around. "What's wrong?" Yukishiro Sakura said, "Master hasn't been to my room for 2 days. May I serve you tonight?" Suchin said calmly, "There are new faces tonight." Sakura Yukishiro lowered her head in slight disappointment. "Yes, I understand, Master." Suchin turned around and smiled slightly. "Would you mind coming together?" Sakura Yukishiro excitedly stepped on the gas, the car's speed soared, and the truck shot forward. As they approached the faculty and staff dormitory, they found several fallen trees blocking the road. Yukishiro Sakura had no choice but to stop the car. The next option was either to clear the roadblocks or to get out and walk. "Let's walk, that's better. Trucks are too noisy," Suchin said. The two got out of the car and continued on foot. A few minutes later, the entrance to the faculty dormitory appeared before them, and the howls of zombies came from inside. "Shu Qingya lived there." Suchin chuckled, "You monster, I've come to subdue you." Inside one of the houses in the residential complex, Shu Qingya suddenly heard a knock on the door. Was it Suchin? Upon checking the gate, it turned out not to be him. It was Director Zhang knocking on the door. He and the zombie that had eaten him earlier had become friends. "Brother Zhang, please don't do this, I'm scared." Shu Qingya's pretty face turned pale. After Brother Zhang turned into a zombie, he actually learned to knock on her door. He deserves to die. Suchin hasn't come yet. She doesn't know if he's just playing her or if something happened on the way, and she probably can't count on him. Shu Qingya quickly opened WeChat, posted a selfie in the teachers group, and captioned it, "There are zombies outside the door, where are my warriors? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves." The succubus has struck again, and the male teachers are responding in droves. "Wait for me. Let's go out now. Teacher Qingya, I'll protect you." However, not long after, a female teacher came forward to complain, "At Shu Qingya, my husband was eaten by zombies as soon as he went downstairs. Give me back my husband." Haven't you men seen her true colors yet? She's a jinx, more terrifying than zombies. The zombies were rampaging outside, and the warriors were dying one after another on the road. No one could reach Zhu Qingya's door, but the commotion caused by the two zombies quickly attracted another group of zombies who joined the knocking. The deafening banging on the door, and the precariously fastened door, finally terrified Zhu Qingya, causing her to collapse to the ground. Am I going to die? No, I'm still so young and beautiful. I don't want to die. Even if I do die, I don't want to be eaten by zombies. Zhu Qingya panicked. She knew that the men all wanted to eat her. Could it be that they really got to eat her this time? You men are all useless. Zhu Qingya was both angry and anxious, and couldn't help but curse at the warriors who died on the road. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the door was kicked open. Ah! Zhu Qingya screamed in fright, thinking that zombies were about to flood in and that she was really doomed. Instead of zombies, a young man entered, accompanied by a beautiful girl in a sailor uniform with long, straight black hair and a long sword. Behind them, the zombies lay scattered and mangled on the ground. Su Chen? Zhu Qingya recognized the boy's appearance and blurted out, overjoyed. The doomsday war god she had been longing for had finally arrived. Su Chen's gaze fell on Zhu Qingya, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This woman was truly stunningly beautiful, even more so than in photos and videos. Her real-life allure was more than 10 times greater. It's really hard not to fall for it. Even Yukishiro Sakura was staring at Zhu Qingya, unable to look away. What a seductive vixen. Teacher, don't be afraid. From now on, I will protect your safety. Su Chen smiled slightly. Ha? Sakura Yukishiro looked at Su Chen in surprise. Could it be that her master had also been bewitched by this vixen? Chapter 111. Are you awake? No wonder Yukishiro Sakura was confused. Su Chen took her in, along with the other maids, but he never said anything about protecting them. After all, he was the master, not the other way around. Zhu Qingya was overjoyed. Firstly, Su Chen was truly strong, killing zombies as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Secondly, judging from Su Chen's appearance, he was just like any other man, completely infatuated with her. She was quite confident in her looks, and it was only natural that men would be captivated by her, just like eating and drinking. Su Chen, I hereby declare you to be my #1 simp, Zhu Qingya thought to herself. She stood up and smiled sweetly. Su Chen, thank you. It's so good that you came. I wasn't planning to meet you so soon, but I don't blame you for what happened earlier. Su Chen said oh, and then asked, what do you mean by not wanting to meet me? I came all this way to save you, can't I even see you once? Zhu Qingya said, that's right, after all, we're a man and a woman alone together, and the teacher is also thinking about his own safety. You should be able to understand, right? Su Chen. Sakura Yukishiro frowned, finally unable to hold back any longer. What nonsense are you spouting? Master saved you, and now you think I'm offending you? Zhu Qingya asked, Su Chen, who is she? Su Chen said, her name is Yukishiro Sakura, and she is my maid. A maid? Zhu Qingya was surprised. She had heard that Su Chen rescued beautiful women, but she had never heard that Su Chen had a maid. Yes, Su Chen is probably the son of a wealthy family, so it's normal for him to have several subordinates. Su Chen, I'm your teacher. It's very impolite of your subordinate to talk to me like that. Tell her to apologize to me. Zhu Qingya said with a smile. You. Yukishiro Sakura was furious, but also a little annoyed. It seemed that her master was bewitched by this vixen. Would she really make her apologize? But Su Chen changed the subject. Teacher Zhu, what are your plans for the future? Zhu Qingya smiled and said, just do as I said last night. You can stay in the house next to mine. Come to my door once every morning, noon and evening to greet me. If there are zombies, you can come out and clean them up to ensure my safety. Sakura Yukishiro? This is outrageous. They opened the door for something so outrageous. It's ridiculous beyond belief. Would the owner agree to let her guard the door? Etc. The master is so infatuated with her, could he really be so foolish as to agree to her request? Sakura Yukishiro couldn't help but feel a little worried. Su Chen found it amusing. The system's task was to ensure Zhu Qingya's safety, not to act as a sycophant. Teacher Zhu, I have a better suggestion. I have a safe shelter and plenty of food. If you come back with me, I can ensure your safety, Suchin said with a smile. This Xu Qingya was stunned for a moment. Then we'll have to live together, which isn't a good idea. Let us do it my way. You can go next door now. Snap. Then a crisp slapping sound was heard. It turned out that Suchin slapped Xu Qingya across the face. Teacher Xu, are you more awake now? Suchen chuckled. Xu Qingya felt a burning pain on her face and was completely stunned by the slap. You hit me? Suchen said calmly, we hit you because you haven't grasped the situation. We saved your life just now, and it wasn't for nothing. How do you plan to repay us? Xu Qingya couldn't believe it. I asked you to protect me, and you want something in return? Suchen said, don't you have to pay when you eat at a restaurant? What, am I supposed to thank you for giving me this opportunity because I'm protecting you? Do I owe you something? Xu Qingya panicked. In the past, when she ate out, she didn't have to pay when she encountered male restaurant owners. Wait a minute. Weren't all those men eager to help her? She never had to give anything in return. Why is Su Chen different? Shouldn't he be like the other men now, obediently listening to her? What kind of reward do you want? Do you want money? Xu Qingya asked tentatively. Su Chen smiled, I saved your life, so I want it back. From now on, come into my fortress, be my maid, and serve me. Xu Qingya was shocked. What? You want me to be your maid? No way, this is impossible. Su Chen, how could you be so unreasonable? I'm your teacher. Teacher? Su Chen laughed. I'm from the physics department, and you're from the humanities department. Just say you were my teacher, whatever you taught me. Xu Qingya said, I am your teacher and you are your student, so I am your teacher. How can you expect your teacher to be your maid? Is there any justice in this world? Su Chen shook his head, if you don't agree, then fine, I'll take back the protection I gave you earlier. Xu Qingya's heart skipped a beat. What do you want to do? Su Chen said, you were just eaten by zombies, so I'll restore you to your original state. Xiaoying, throw her downstairs to feed the zombies. Yes. Yukishiro Sakura replied, taking a step forward and grabbing Xu Qingya's hand. Xu Qingya's face paled. Let go, Su Chen. Let's talk this out. Tell her to let me go. Su Chen asked, what, is the teacher awake now? Xu Qingya quickly replied, I understand, Su Chen. You're doing this to get the teacher's attention, right? Actually, you're already very important to me. At most, I'll allow you to see me once a day and have a meal together, okay? Su Chen was a little flustered. He had never seen such a confident woman before. What are you doing? Release Teacher Qingya at once. Just then, a shout was heard, and a middle-aged man rushed to the door, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. Xu Qingya said happily, Teacher Chen, you've come at the perfect time. Please help me persuade Su Chen. This child is a bit rebellious. Teacher Chen was both happy and angry. He was happy that Xu Qingya could use him, which was like a favor. He was angry that Su Chen, that brat, dared to offend Teacher Qingya. Kid, wait until I teach you a lesson. Teacher Chen snorted and was about to deal with Su Chen when a middle-aged woman ran up behind him, grabbed him, and cursed, you heartless bastard. You've abandoned your wife and daughter for this vixen. Come home with me now. Teacher Chen shoved the woman away roughly and said angrily, mind your own business. Teacher Qingya needs me right now, what do you know? The woman collapsed to the ground, wailing, what a tragedy. What's wrong with you men? You've all been bewitched by this vixen. You've gone mad. You've really gone mad. Bang. Suddenly, Teacher Chen collapsed in front of the woman, his face bruised and swollen from Su Chen's punch, and he slept peacefully. Auntie, no need to thank me. The house next door is empty. Take him there to hide for a while, and he can go home when it's safe. Su Chen looked at the woman and smiled slightly. The woman was stunned for a moment, then quickly got up, nodded gratefully to Su Chen, and dragged Teacher Chen to the next house like a dead dog. Su Chen shook his head, understanding. It was precisely because there were many men like Teacher Chen that Xu Qingya had such strong self-confidence. Roar! A roar echoed in the stairwell. Su Chen turned his gaze to Xu Qingya, Teacher Xu, it seems I don't need to throw you downstairs. Become my maid or be devoured by zombies. You don't have much time left to choose. Chapter 112 Car Theft. Su Chen gave other maids ample freedom of choice, but he decided to use a different approach with the prodigy Zhu Qingya, a method he called teaching according to aptitude. Only this kind of extremely high-pressure either-or choice can shatter her deep-rooted self-confidence. Listening to the approaching footsteps of the zombies, Zhu Qingya finally realized that Su Chen was serious. He was really different from other men. He wasn't just eager to be her lapdog, but rather he was there to subdue her. What she found incredible was that there could be a man in the world with such high magic resistance as Su Chen. She was a succubus, after all. How could he be so heartless and show no mercy to a woman like her? The zombies came up and reached the stairwell. The first few zombies spotted them and immediately pounced on them excitedly. "Don't let them come any closer, I'll be your maid." Zhu Qingya couldn't take it anymore and broke down screaming. Su Chen nodded to Yukishiro Sakura. Yukishiro Sakura put Zhu Qingya down, drew her long sword, and went straight to meet the zombies. Su Chen said calmly, "Since you've chosen to be my maid, then from now on you are. You need to pledge your loyalty to me. Betraying me means that I can punish you by any means necessary. Do you understand?" Zhu Qingya nodded, understood. A system notification sounded in Su Chen's ear. Ding! You have acquired a maid. Assign her appropriate tasks. Su Chen nodded inwardly. It wasn't a system reward. It seemed that he had to bring Zhu Qingya back to the fortress to ensure her safety. "Get up and come with me. The zombies will only gather more and more, and there's no time to pack your things. Once we get to the fortress, everything will be there," Su Chen said. Zhu Qingya scrambled to her feet and quickly hid behind Su Chen, looking outside with trepidation. She didn't have time to think about anything else. She just wanted to get rid of the zombies outside as soon as possible. To their astonishment, Yukishiro Sakura wielded her sword with lightning speed, and zombies fell one after another. If Su Chen is a god of war in the apocalypse, then this girl is simply a goddess of war. Su Chen, along with Zhu Qingya, joined the battle. The two of them, master and servant, slashed through the zombies, blocking their path as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, and arrived downstairs. The roars continued, and more zombies were rushing in from all directions. Without a word, Su Chen scooped Zhu Qingya up in his arms, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and shouted, "Go!" There were simply too many zombies, so the two dared not linger in the fight and fought their way out, eventually escaping the faculty and staff residential area. Once outside the residential area and having shaken off the zombies, Su Chen finally put Zhu Qingya down. Zhu Qingya looked at him with a complicated expression, bending down to straighten her disheveled clothes, as if to say, "I'm not clean anymore." Despite her usual interactions with men, she had never been touched by a man before. Su Chen immediately took advantage of her, hugging, carrying, and lifting her up, taking all the benefits she had kept for over 20 years. Su Chen ignored her and hurried back to the truck to avoid any unforeseen complications. Suddenly, a roar came from ahead, and a zombie staggered out. Sakura Yukishiro, sword in hand, was about to go and finish the job. Su Chen grabbed her arm, his gaze falling on the zombie, Li Xian. The zombie in front of him was none other than his homeroom teacher, Li Xian. She was still wearing protective clothing, and it seemed she had frozen to death. A box of skin medicine fell out of her pocket, which Su Chen recognized as the one he had left in Jiang Xiaolu's dormitory. The last time he contacted Li Xian was when she asked him for medicine, saying it was to save her son who had been infected with the poisonous snow. For this reason, she introduced him to Jiang Xiaolu. When Su Chen went to rescue Jiang Xiaolu, he encountered Li Xian's husband attempting to assault her. After killing Li Xian's husband, Su Chen left a box of skin medicine in Jiang Xiaolu's dormitory and told Li Xian to retrieve it herself. It seems that Li Xian really went to retrieve it, but she failed to return and unfortunately died outside the gate of the residential area. And her son. Su Chen shook his head. Li Xian, you cheated the students out of all their supplies that day, this is your retribution. As he spoke, Su Chen bent down, picked up a pebble, flicked it with his finger, and with a whoosh, the pebble pierced through Li Xian's head, causing her to collapse like a sack of potatoes. Upon seeing this, Zhu Qingya gasped in astonishment. This was incredible. The pebble that Su Chen casually flicked out was comparable to a bullet. Master, I'm sorry. At that moment, Yukishiro Sakura suddenly blushed and lowered her head. Su Chen responded with an "oh," and then asked, "Why are you suddenly apologizing?" Yukishiro Sakura said, "Just now upstairs, I thought Master was bewitched by this vixen. It was my fault." "Why?" Zhu Qingya glared at her, "You little brat, how dare you talk like that? Who are you calling a vixen?" Su Chen chuckled, "It's all right. Actually, you're right. This master really does crave this vixen. Tonight, I'll play King Joe. Let's go back, we have a mission later. Shu Qingya. Sakura Yukishiro bowed her head. Yes, master. Wait, master is also going to help other women? Suchin said, that's right. Yesterday he talked about more than just Shu Qingya, there were several other school beauties and goddesses too. Today, he decided to take them all in and expand his maid army. Shu Qingya, being pampered, was out of breath after only a few steps, and what should have been a short walk took her 10 minutes to get back. Before we even got close to the truck, we could hear voices coming from ahead. Suchen stopped in his tracks and frowned. For fully armed men were seen looking at their truck, seemingly interested in it. This person is clearly not from the school, I don't know how they got into the school. Boss, this car can still be driven, but we don't have the key. It'll take a while, a man said. Hurry up. One of the men, a burly man, spoke in a deep voice. He appeared to be the leader of the group. They're stealing the car. Sakura Yukishiro's pretty face darkened, and she prepared to go over and kill him. Suchin stopped her, saying, they have guns, you won't be able to handle them. Wait for me. With a flick of his wrist, the golden desert eagle appeared in his hand. The apocalypse is not a dinner party, there are no social niceties. In such a situation, it's either you or me who dies, even if it's just for a minute. You've never met each other before, and you have no grudges against each other. These people will most likely kill Suchen for this car, and even take possession of Yukishiro Sakura and Shu Qingya. Suchen wasn't going to gamble on the probability of encountering a good person, he simply killed them and that was it. Bang! 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 3 shots, 3 lives. It was swift and decisive, giving the other side no time to react. Bang! The 4th shot crippled the strong man's hand. The reason he spared his life was that Suchen wanted to know why these uninvited guests had come. The burly man looked terrified. He hadn't even seen the enemy yet, but his entire team had been wiped out, and he was finished. Immediately, he saw a young man walking over with 2 stunningly beautiful women. The young man was casually toying with a golden desert eagle in his hand. Who are you? Why are you killing us when we have no grudge against you? The burly man roared. Suchen smiled and asked, so, do you like this car? Chapter 113 Innate Allure. Is this your car? The burly man immediately understood that he had messed with someone powerful. He was secretly shocked. The young man opposite him, who clearly looked like a student, was more decisive and ruthless than he had ever seen before. Suchen showed the car keys. The keys are here, what do you say? The burly man broke out in a cold sweat, his imposing manner weakening. He said, brother, I'm sorry, we were in the wrong first. Please forgive us, I'll leave right now and never offend you again. Suchen said, you're not from our school, so why did you come here and try to steal a car? The burly man said, to be honest, we came here to pick someone up, but our car broke down as soon as we got in. We were just looking around for a car that we could drive, and we really didn't know it belonged to you. If they had known this would happen, they should have avoided this car like the plague. Suchen asked, who are you picking up? The burly man smiled wryly and said, dude, you don't need to know this, it has nothing to do with you. I promise we'll just let it go, and we can each go our separate ways, okay? Suchen said calmly, everything that happens in this school is related to me. I walk around the school every day and don't want to be disturbed by things I don't know. Go ahead and speak. The burly man gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll tell you. We are from the Dong family of Jiangzhou. We've come to pick up our young lady, Dong Ruoxuan. After the apocalypse, she was trapped in a student dormitory. Our patriarch has been trying to find a way to get her out, but because of the distance and the loss of contact with our connections here, it has been delayed until now. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Dong Ruoxuan, the long-legged school beauty who said she wanted to marry him. Her family background is indeed extraordinary. If she knew she had ruined her plans, I wonder how she would feel. Click. Suchen raised his gun, pointing it at the burly man. The burly man was terrified and shouted, boy, if you kill me, our family head. Bang! Suchen pulled the trigger, interrupting the burly man. Shu Qingya was terrified, looking at Suchen as if he were a demon. This guy was a real murderous maniac. What sins had she committed? She thought she had found a sycophant, but she had ended up with a demon. After the minor incident ended and their belongings were confiscated, the 3 of them boarded a large truck and returned to the dormitory area. The following tasks were all similar. The three school beauties were trapped in their respective dormitories, facing the threat of zombies, and needed to seek shelter. Su-chen found them one by one and took them in as maids. The three women were quite sensible. Knowing that Su-chen wanted them to be his maids, they not only did not resist at all, but also begged Su-chen to take them in. That evening, Su-chen safely returned to the Doomsday Fortress with his 4 newly acquired goddesses. As soon as I entered, the system feedback rang in my ears. Ding! You have successfully rescued the goddess, ensuring her safety. Gained 110,000 merit points. Ding! You have provided safety for Guruoli and successfully rescued the goddess. Gained 50,000 merit points. Ding! You have successfully rescued the goddess by providing safety for Xiaoyan. Gained 30,000 merit points. Ding! You have successfully rescued the goddess by providing safety for Moingying. Gained 20,000 merit points. Based on the feedback, Su-chen gained a total of 210,000 merits from this trip. Of the 4 new goddesses today, apart from Zhu Qingya, the others all scored below 8.5, with Moingying having the lowest score at only 8.1. Of course, even with a score of 8.1, she is still much prettier than most ordinary girls, definitely goddess level, only slightly inferior to Lin Wanxi, Xin Yue, and others. Unfortunately, none of the 4 newcomers brought any skill rewards, but that's only a matter of time, since each goddess can help him activate at least one skill. Su-chen's current goal is to upgrade the fortress to level 10 and turn it into a mobile fortress. He has a feeling that with the outbreak of zombies, the missions will become increasingly difficult. If the entire surrounding area is overrun with zombies, then there will be no goddess to help, and we will need to expand outwards, which will make distance a major problem. This place is no longer safe to stay. In fact, Su-chen had considered using a teleportation array similar to those in games to travel long distances, and the system did indeed have such a long-distance teleportation item. The problem is that it's too expensive. A teleportation item requires millions of merit points, and each use also consumes merit points. With his current financial resources, he should just focus on upgrading the fortress. Su-chen's plan is to recruit as many maids as possible, expand the scale of the maids, thereby creating a demand for expanding the fortress and achieving the goal of upgrading. Upon returning, Su-chen's first task was to expand the rooms, adding 4 more maids' quarters to the fortress. But this time, the fortress was not upgraded because the upgrade requirements were not met. Upgrading the fortress becomes increasingly difficult and demanding as you progress, requiring him to have more maids. That's for tomorrow. It's getting dark. After a hard day's work, it's time to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Su-chen's thoughts turn to Zhu Qingya. This succubus has countless men bowing down to her, yet none of them have been able to have her. And even though they know they can't have her, they still relish it. What exactly is the magic behind her innate allure? Su-chen is determined to explore this for those sycophants. Maid room number 9. Zhu Qingya sat on the bed, completely bewildered. From the moment she stepped into the fortress, she was inevitably shocked by everything about it, and at the same time, she fully understood the truth behind Su-chen's rescue of the beautiful woman. If she had known from the beginning that she would become Su-chen's maid, would she have still sought Su-chen's help in the first place? The answer is yes. Before meeting Su-chen, she was extremely confident, believing that all men would be easily captivated by her and become her devoted followers. So even though she knew Su-chen was taking in maids, she still felt that she was an exception. Moreover, given the current situation, what other options does she have besides seeking help from Su-chen? It seems I have no choice but to accept my fate. Zhu Qingya gave a wry smile. The door was pushed open, and Su-chen walked in, followed by Yukishiro Sakura. Su-chen, you guys are still awake. What do you want with me? Zhu Qingya asked. Su-chen said calmly, what did you call me? Zhu Qingya bit her lip, enduring a slight sense of humiliation. Master. Su-chen nodded, that's right. The past is the past. Remember our current relationship. I am the master and you are the servant. Now is your time to serve your master. Zhu Qingya was startled. Master, what do you want me to do? Su-chen said, tonight, I am King Zhou. While Su-chen was busy playing King Zhou. Dormitory Building 15, Room 717. The 2 girls, Xiao Zhu and Xiao Zi, were pacing anxiously back and forth in the room. Stop it, you guys are making me dizzy. Dong Ruoxuan said irritably from sitting to the side. Xiao Zhu said anxiously, Miss, why are you still so calm? It's almost midnight. Didn't we agree that someone would come to rescue us? Where is that person? Xiaozi said, there are more and more zombies outside. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to get out. Chapter 114 King Zhou. Dong Ruoxuan, however, was not in a hurry at all. What's the rush? Even if they can't come, I'll just ask Dad to send someone over tomorrow. Her father, the head of the Dong family in Jiangzhou, or rather, the Dong family she belonged to, was her greatest source of confidence. Although Yunqing is not Dong family territory, given the Dong family's connections, it would be quite easy for them to use their influence to provide her with assistance. The extreme cold weather that paralyzed traffic was an exceptional case, and besides, she insisted on staying in the school dormitory, which was indeed the safest place at the time. The situation is different now, we can no longer stay here. Ring ring ring. Just then, a phone call came in. Dong Ruoxuan picked up her phone and saw that the caller was her father, Dong Changzhou. Xiaoxian, the rescue team has made multiple unsuccessful attempts to contact her. It's now confirmed that everyone is missing. This rescue operation has failed. Dong Changzhou's tone was quite heavy. Dong Ruoxuan said, oh, weren't they supposed to be well-trained mercenaries? If even they can't defeat the zombies, what do we do next? Dong Changzhou said, Yunqing has a dense population, and the zombie virus is spreading too fast. Your Uncle Lin said that zombies are already everywhere, and the situation is very serious. If we miss today's rescue, it will be difficult to carry out a land rescue. Okay. Dong Ruoxuan frowned, finally showing a bit of a sense of crisis. However, the fact that the rescue team died on their way here isn't entirely bad news. If she had been taken away by the rescue team before the accident happened, she would most likely be dead by now. Dong Changzhou said, the situation is constantly changing, and things could change in the long run. I have already asked your Uncle Lin to arrange for a helicopter to pick you up. Be prepared at any time. Dong Ruoxuan replied. The two girls next to them breathed a sigh of relief. The head of the family was reliable after all, at least there was still a rescue. But Dong Changzhou paused, his voice heavy, air rescue is very difficult. The noise of the helicopter will definitely attract a large number of zombies, so you need to get to the roof before the helicopter arrives and block the door on the roof. Dong Ruoxuan's expression changed. Although they were on the 7th floor, not far from the rooftop, the area outside was full of zombies, making the difficulty level hellish. Xiao Zhu, standing nearby, couldn't help but say, Patriarch, I'm Xiao Zhu. Isn't there any other way? This is too difficult for us. Dong Changzhou said, if there were any other way, I wouldn't have told you this. I know it's difficult, but this is the only way right now. If we drag this out any longer, we'll lose even this hope. Dong Ruoxuan fell silent. The failure of the rescue team had far more serious consequences than she had imagined, and now it had become a situation where life or death was the only possibility. Father, I have a way to ensure we reach the roof safely. Dong Ruoxuan suddenly said. What method? Dong Changzhou asked hurriedly. Dong Ruoxuan said, there is a boy named Su Chen in the dormitory area. He is very skilled and well equipped. If we get his help, we can safely reach the rooftop. Dong Changzhou was delighted. If there really is such a talented student, will he help you? Dong Ruoxuan said, that's not a problem. But, Dad, there's something I want to tell you. I'm planning to marry Su Chen. What? Dong Changzhou's surprise turned to astonishment. Marriage? Who is this guy? You're actually going to marry him? Dong Ruoxuan said, his background doesn't matter. The man I've chosen can't be wrong. No. Dong Changzhou responded firmly, I will not allow my daughter to marry someone of unknown origin. You are the daughter of the Dong family, not some nobody is worthy of you. Besides, have you forgotten? Your father has already arranged a marriage between you and the Chen family. Dong Ruoxuan snorted, I don't care about that spoiled brat from the Chen family. Dad, it's the apocalypse now, everything needs to be reshuffled. Su Chen is the one we can entrust with the future. With him, our family will definitely benefit. Dong Changzhou chuckled, you trust him that much? Do you know him well? Have you ever had any dealings with him? Dong Ruoxuan said, no, I've only chatted with him once, we haven't officially met in person yet. Dong Changzhou said angrily, this is outrageous. You dare to marry him without even having met him? Dong Ruoxuan said, Dad, you don't understand. Dong Changzhou interrupted her, no need to say more, I will not agree to it, you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. But Dad, without him, I might not even make it through tonight. Dong Ruoxuan said. Dong Changzhou said, if he can help you get out of this mess, I will reward him handsomely, but you two getting married is out of the question. I will never approve of it, and there is no room for discussion on this matter. The call ended. On the other end of the phone, a pampered, middle-aged man put down his phone and said to his secretary standing beside him, find out who this Suchen is. How did he manage to make Xiao Xian lose her mind? Over here, Dong Ruoxuan looked a little aggrieved, not expecting her father to be so strongly opposed to her marrying Su Chen. I won't easily change my mind once I've made a decision. Dad, you don't understand Su Chen, so you can get to know him later. Dong Ruoxuan made a decision, even if it meant acting first and asking questions later, she would be with Su Chen. Young miss, we knew it. The head of the family wouldn't approve of this marriage. Young miss, I admit that poor boy is indeed quite capable, but he is really not good enough for you. Xiao Zhu and Xiao Zi said one after another. Shut up. Dong Ruoxuan glared at them, picked up her phone, and made a video call to Su Chen. Not only did she insist on marrying Su Chen, but she also planned to persuade him to leave with her. Since they were going to be husband and wife, she naturally couldn't leave Su Chen behind. However, Su Chen did not answer the phone. She tried sending messages several more times, but Su Chen didn't reply. Dong Ruoxuan became a little anxious. What happened? Is he asleep? Didn't he hear you? Or did something happen to him too? After all, it had been half a month since they last contacted each other. Back then, it was still extremely cold and the zombie outbreak hadn't started yet. Anything could have happened in such a long time. She naturally didn't know. At this moment, Su Chen is deeply experiencing the role of King Zhou. Tonight, he has his own bewitching concubine. The succubus Zhu Qingye seems to have awakened her innate allure. It turned out that Su Chen was forced to play the role of King Zhou again. What a prodigy! Su Chen smiled bitterly to himself. When Zhu Qingye still wanted Su Chen to play King Zhou for the third time. Yukishiro Sakura glared at her from the side. That's enough. Chapter 115. No need for rescue. Zhu Qingye was subdued by Su Chen, but she wasn't really afraid of him. Instead, she was quite wary of Yukishiro Sakura, because this Japanese girl's sword was too sharp. In her opinion, she was still confident that Su Chen would not be willing to kill her, but if Yukishiro Sakura wanted to kill her, she had no chance of begging for mercy. After being scolded by Yukishiro Sakura, she lowered her head and dared not speak. Just then, Zhu Qingye's phone, which was on the bedside table, rang. Someone was calling her. Who is it in the middle of the night? Su Chen asked. Zhu Qingye picked up her phone and looked at it, saying, it's a male teacher. He's probably concerned about my whereabouts. They've already discovered I'm missing and have been tagging me in the group chat. Su Chen said, oh, don't answer the phone, but just say it in the group chat. Tell them you're my woman and I don't want any other men contacting you in the future. Understood, master, Zhu Qingye replied with a smile. He then opened WeChat and sent a message in the group. Just letting you know I'm alright. Thank you all for your concern. From now on, I am Su Chen's maid and his woman. My master is my first man and the only man in my life. I am safe and happy with him. You don't need to look for me anymore, or my master will be unhappy. The group chat exploded as soon as the message was posted. The wails of men echoed from the faculty and staff dormitory. The sky has fallen. The goddess they looked up to, the swan meat they could never have, has been devoured by Su Chen. And that's not all, she's even become Su Chen's maid. Is there any justice left? This is the real apocalypse. On the contrary, some women in the group felt like the sun had risen, praising Su Chen and thanking him for finally taming this devilish man, so they no longer had to worry about their men being seduced by him. Master, is this a good way to send it? Zhu Qingye asked. Su Chen nodded, not bad. Zhu Qingye thought with a hint of resentment, does Master really enjoy seeing those sycophants break down like that? Ding! You have successfully won over the goddess, triggering a hidden reward. You have gained 220,000 double merit points. You have awakened a hidden skill, Wind Blade. A system notification sounded in Su Chen's ear. Skill rewards may be late, but they've arrived. A blade of wind? Wind Blade, a long-range attack skill that uses the palm as a blade and the wind as a weapon to kill enemies invisibly. Initial range, 10 meters. A wonderful sensation surged into my body. Su Chen couldn't help but look down at his palm. This skill seemed pretty good. Master, could you give me a reward? Shu Qingya looked at Su Chen with her alluring eyes, her charm penetrating to the bone. Su Chen. 4 hours has passed, and it's still not enough. I'm scared and want to slip away. Yukishiro Sakura said coldly, You vixen, I advise you to stop now. Shu Qingya smiled and said, What I mean is, can I fall asleep in Master's arms tonight? Master's chest feels so safe. Su Chen smiled, I never sleep with my maid in my arms. Do you know why? Shu Qingya asked, Why? Su Chen said, Because I have a habit of killing people in my dreams, are you afraid? Shu Qingya was stunned. Wasn't this the same as Amon's situation? She couldn't be sure if Su Chen was joking. Su Chen was joking, but he really didn't have the habit of sleeping next to a maid. The reason was that he was afraid of being killed in his dreams. After the King Zhou era ended, Su Chen returned to his room and prepared to sleep. I just saw the incoming call notification on my phone. Dong Ruoxuan contacted me? Dong Ruoxuan sent him several video calls and messages more than 2 hours ago. At that time, he was still enjoying himself. It was really bad timing. Judging from the message Dong Ruoxuan sent, it seems she needs his help and is in a hurry to contact him. Su Chen couldn't help but think of the 4 people he killed during the day. They were there to rescue Dong Ruoxuan. Could it be related to this? Although those 4 people brought this upon themselves and couldn't be blamed, objectively speaking, they did ruin Dong Ruoxuan's plans. The campus belle of Dong University needs my help. Is this the opportunity to win her over? Su Chen immediately made a video call back. Dong Ruoxuan answered the call quickly. Her face was bruised, and her body was trembling involuntarily, as if she had just been through a lot of fright. Sorry, I was asleep and didn't hear you. What's wrong? Su Chen asked. Dong Ruoxuan smiled bitterly, It doesn't matter anymore, it's all over, it's all over. Su Chen frowned, What happened? Dong Ruoxuan said, Originally, a rescue team was supposed to come and pick me up during the day, but they disappeared on their way. So my dad arranged for a helicopter to come and pick me up instead. Because there were too many zombies outside, the helicopter could only pick up Dong Ruoxuan from the rooftop. Furthermore, Dong Ruoxuan needs to reach the rooftop on her own before the noise of the helicopter attracts the zombies' attention. This was an extremely difficult task for Dong Ruoxuan, which is why she sought help from Su Chen. As a result, Su Chen missed it. Su Chen wondered if he had missed a rescue mission. Because he hasn't rescued Dong Ruoxuan yet, he needs to be face to face with her to trigger the mission. However, what's done is done. If the mission required him to put Dong Ruoxuan on a helicopter, he wouldn't be willing. He only wanted to send the school beauty into his own fortress. Unable to get Su Chen's help, Dong Ruoxuan had no choice but to risk going to the rooftop on her own, and that's when the tragedy occurred. 3 floors, just 3 floors were too short for Dong Ruoxuan and her 2 servants to traverse before they were besieged by zombies. They had to retreat, and only at the cost of a servant's life did they manage to return safely to their dormitory. With the plan failing, and the helicopter arriving, they had to execute Plan B. 2 armed men would force their way through with machine guns, attempting to storm the dormitory and pick up Dong Ruoxuan. Unfortunately, the noise of the helicopter unsurprisingly attracted countless zombies. Unable to complete their mission, the 2 armed men had no choice but to retreat in panic. That's not even the worst part. Dong Ruoxuan gave another bitter smile. After the 2 armed men returned to the helicopter flew away, intending to return at another time. However, one of the armed men was bitten by a zombie and concealed the fact that he had been bitten. On the helicopter, the armed man turned into a zombie, ultimately causing the helicopter to crash. The rescue mission has now completely failed. After hearing this, Su Chen was speechless. It all started when the rescue team stole the car during the day, which unexpectedly triggered such a chain reaction. System, is there a mission? Su Chen asked in his mind. Ding. The target goddess is currently safe and requires no assistance. Su Chen chuckled. As expected of you, Commander. Isn't Dong Ruoxuan's need obvious? She wants to leave. It seems that the system won't generate a quest for sending the goddess away. Su Chen. Dong Ruoxuan looked at Su Chen and said, Now you're all I have left. Can I ask you for a favor? Su Chen asked, What is it? Chapter 116, The Patriarch's Request. Dad just said that I am his only daughter, and he will not abandon me. There will be another rescue. Su Chen, I hope you will come with me next time we are rescued, Dong Ruoxuan said. Su Chen said, Oh, and then added, "Let's go together. Mississippi, haven't you given up on the idea of marrying me yet?" Dong Ruoxuan said, "I need your help, Su Chen. Marrying me will also benefit you. In the future, I will inherit the Dong family, and the Dong family's resources will also be yours." Su Chen asked, "What aspects of the Dong family's resources are attractive to me?" Dong Ruoxuan said, "Do you remember what I told you last time?" Su Chen nodded, "I remember, you said natural disasters aren't that simple." She said this during the extreme cold disaster, before the zombie outbreak. Dong Ruoxuan said, "Now you understand, I am right." "Do you know why?" "Because I have information that you don't know. And the reason I know is because of my family. The power of my family is beyond your comprehension." Su Chen chuckled, "Really? Your family is so powerful, how come you, a dignified young lady, are trapped here and have to ask me for help?" Dong Ruoxuan, "This is because the apocalypse came too suddenly, and the Dong family is far away in Jiangzhou. We were just caught off guard. This is only a temporary setback, and everything will be alright." Su Chen asked, "Does your family know anything about this natural disaster?" Dong Ruoxuan said, "I can't tell you more for now because it involves confidential information, but once we get married and you become a member of the Dong family, you'll know. I can assure you it's worth it." Su Chen paused for a moment. He could tell that Dong Ruoxuan wasn't lying, and combined with Alice's previous investigation, there were definitely people who knew more about this natural disaster than him, such as the space agencies of major countries. Perhaps through Dong Ruoxuan, one can indeed obtain some unknown secrets. Natural disasters are relevant to everyone, and Su Chen is no exception, so he also wants to know what the truth is. That is not enough, Su Chen shook his head. Dong Ruoxuan bit her lip and said, "Okay, let me tell you something else I can. 3 years ago, our family was already secretly taking action to resist the natural disaster." Su Chen, "Do you think the preparations we made 3 years in advance will be of no help to you?" Su Chen nodded, "I believe you." Dong Ruoxuan asked with delight, "So, you've agreed to marry me?" "Young miss, didn't the head of the family say?" At this moment, the only remaining servant, Xiao Zhu, chimed in. "Don't speak." Dong Ruoxuan stopped Xiao Zhu. Su Chen's curiosity was successfully piqued. "What did your father say?" Dong Ruoxuan said, "It's nothing. Marriage is between the two of us. What others say doesn't matter. Su Chen, just remember, you are the man I've chosen." Su Chen chuckled and said, "Let me guess, is it that your father doesn't approve of our marriage?" Dong Ruoxuan said, "Father doesn't understand you, he doesn't see your value, but I do. I will make him accept you in the future. I promise I won't let you suffer any injustice." Su Chen chuckled inwardly. Was he the kind of person who needed to rely on others to avoid being wronged? He would never experience being wronged in the first place. "I understand," Su Chen said. Dong Ruoxuan said, "I don't like to drag things out. You come over tomorrow, and we'll get married right away. It'll be a fait accompli, and that'll be a guarantee for both of us." Su Chen. It must be said that this Miss Dong does indeed have the demeanor of a strong woman. While other young girls would blush when talking about this kind of thing, she does it as if she's discussing a business deal. "I'm sorry, I don't think I agreed to your request," Su Chen said with a smile. Dong Ruoxuan asked in surprise, "What did you say?" Su Chen said, "I admit that what you said does tempt me a little, but I still stand by what I said, marriage is out of the question. Become my maid, and I'll guarantee your safety. You won't have to run around and cause trouble anymore." It turned out that all her talking had been for nothing. Dong Ruoxuan gritted her teeth and said, "Su Chen, you bastard." Su Chen smiled and said, "Tell me when you change your mind." After saying that, Su Chen hung up the call. On the other end of the phone, Dong Ruoxuan looked at the ended call with a frustrated expression. Xiao Zhu said, "Miss, you should give up now. That guy is just an ungrateful bastard." Dong Ruoxuan rolled her eyes at her, "It's all your fault. Why did you bring up Dad? He must be angry with me because Dad doesn't agree." Xiao Zhu stuck out her tongue. Dong Ruoxuan snorted, "Forget it, I'll try to persuade him again tomorrow. We might need his help to leave this place." Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Su Chen had already put down his phone and was getting ready to go to sleep when a call came in from an unknown number. "Is it like Xu Qingya, someone else seeking help?" Su Chen answered the phone, only to hear a man's voice on the other end. "Su Chen, a freshman in the physics department of Yunqing University, 18 years old this year, am I right?" Su Chen asked, "Who is it?" The man said, "My name is Dong Changjo, and Ruoxuan is my daughter." Su Chen asked, "Is there anything you need, Patriarch Dong?" If he hadn't known the other party was against it, he would have thought they were also there to persuade him to get married. Dong Changjo said, "Mr. Su, please forgive my daughter's abruptness. She was immature and proposed to you. In fact, she is already engaged, so your marriage is impossible." Su Chen said, "Oh," and then asked, "Patriarch Dong must have something else to discuss with me, right?" Dong Changjo said, "That's right. I would like to ask Mr. Su to help my daughter evacuate from the school. As for the reward, Mr. Su can name whatever he wants. I will give you anything I can, except for marrying my daughter." Su Chen smiled and said, "Patriarch Dong, you've ruined my plans. How can you be so confident that I would agree to your request?" Dong Changjo chuckled and said, "You and my daughter have never even met, so you can say there's no affection between you. You agreed to marry her because you're after the resources of my Dong family. Am I right?" Su Chen said, "Continue." Dong Changjo said, "In return for assisting my daughter's retreat, I will give you all the resources of my Dong family, except for the fact that I will not receive my daughter herself. What do you think of this offer?" Su Chen said calmly, announcing the engagement. Dong Changjo was overjoyed and said, "Mr. Su agreed to my request? This kid is definitely after the Dong family's resources. I've already had someone investigate. Su Chen is an orphan with no background. There's no way he'd take someone like that as his son-in-law. An orphan is an orphan, so easy to manipulate." As soon as he heard that the Dong family was offering him resources, he immediately agreed. But then Su Chen said, "I mean, no matter who Miss Dong was engaged to before, cancel that engagement." Dong Changjo was stunned for a moment. "What did you say?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Don't you understand? Your daughter is mine, and the resources of your Dong family are also mine." Dong Changjo was furious. "Su Chen, don't push your luck. You dare to dream of marrying my daughter?" Su Chen chuckled. "Who said I was going to marry her?" Chapter 117 Temporary Safe Zone. Zhangzhou is a city thousands of miles away from Yuncheng. Inside a mysterious bunker. Looking at the phone that had been hung up, Dong Changzhou frowned. What did Su Chen mean by what he just said? He made him cancel his daughter's previous engagement, but it seems he doesn't want to marry her and still wants to have her. What is this guy thinking? Who does this kid think he is? He's just a poor, destitute orphan with no one to rely on, yet he thinks he can get away with marrying the rich young lady of the Dong family? He's completely out of his mind. Dong Changzhou thought for a moment, then turned to his bodyguard behind him and said, "Prepare the plane. I'm going to Yunqing myself. I'll go save my daughter myself." Doomsday Fortress. Su Chen hung up Dong Changzhou's call, sneering inwardly. "Before the apocalypse, you called me an orphan and I didn't care. Now you look down on me because of my background. Well, just you wait and see." He really wanted to see what expression this high-ranking family head would have when he learned that his daughter had become his maid. He stopped thinking about it and put down his phone to go to sleep. The following day, Su Chen continued his rescue operation. After the zombie outbreak, many previously silent goddesses could no longer sit still and were forced to step forward. At this time, when everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, Su Chen became the only light in their lives. Over the next 3 days, Su Chen led Yukishiro Sakura to sweep across the entire Yin University campus, covering all the dormitories and bringing back every goddess he could find to his fortress. Over the course of 3 days, a total of 8 new goddesses were taken in. The number of maids inside the fortress has exceeded 20. With the increase in maids, Su Chen expanded the number of rooms. The fortress has finally been successfully upgraded to LV7. Su Chen was very pleased his efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Among these newly recruited maids, the lowest score is 8.0 and the highest is only 8.5, which is normal. There are only a few top school beauties and goddesses, and the vast majority of girls are below 8 points. Reaching 8 points is already 1 in a million. Moreover, the system has a level requirement. All the 8-point goddesses who can trigger the rescue mission are selected by the system, so Su Chen doesn't pick and choose. Meanwhile, the situation outside was becoming increasingly dire. The zombie virus was spreading far too fast, and the high population density of Yunqing, a major city, further accelerated the spread. In just a few days, the number of zombies surged, the entire city was overrun, and the situation was completely out of control. Because some survivors from outside the school ran into the school to hide, a large number of zombies from outside the school were attracted and filled the campus. In a short time, Yunnan University also became a disaster area. At a glance, there were hordes of zombies, all starving for food. The dwindling number of living people has led to the zombies becoming increasingly hungry. Once they spot a living person, the zombies attack like mad dogs. If someone unfortunately falls into their hands, they can tear a living person to pieces in just a few seconds. When fear reaches its extreme, it becomes despair. Extremely negative emotions spread among the survivors, and many did not die at the hands of zombies, but instead suffered mental breakdowns and committed suicide. What's terrifying is that no matter how a person dies, whether bitten by a zombie or commits suicide once they die, they will quickly come back to life and join the zombie family. One expert's statement that has been widely circulated online is that everyone has actually been infected with the zombie virus, and their bodies will be taken over by the virus after death. This is why the number of zombies increases so rapidly. Buildings often collapse from the inside out. For example, in a dormitory, everyone is hiding well, but then one person commits suicide and turns into a zombie, causing the entire dormitory to suffer. This happens every single moment. A pessimistic sentiment has emerged online: humanity is really going to go extinct this time. Despite the zombie outbreak, the authorities have not given up on rescue operations. Over the course of several days, Yunqing established a total of 38 temporary safe zones, organized by district, to accommodate survivors. On the fifth day after the zombie outbreak, as the situation spiraled out of control, the Yunqing authorities issued a notice to all citizens. Notice to all citizens, warning. Due to the current out-of-control situation, in 24 hours, fighter jets will launch a large-scale bombardment operation against the zombie-infested areas. Survivors are requested to seek refuge in the nearest safe zone within 24 hours to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Natural disasters are merciless, but humanity is compassionate. We have been taking action, and we urge all citizens to cooperate so that we can overcome these difficult times together. The announcement was followed by the addresses of all temporary safe zones, as well as a list of the hardest-hit areas. Yunqing University was prominently listed. Cloud City Central District, 9th Temporary Security Zone. The entire safe zone is the size of 4 football fields, surrounded by barbed wire several meters high, and guarded by heavily armed soldiers. Within the safe zone, many temporary tents have been set up to house survivors, and there is also an open space used as a helipad. Spiraling engines roared in the air as military helicopters took off and landed continuously, all carrying out rescue operations, a scene of bustling activity. On this day, a non-military helicopter landed in the 9th Temporary Security Zone. The person who got off the helicopter was Dong Ruoxuan's father, Dong Changzhou, the head of the Dong family. Dong Changzhou was received by an official representative upon his arrival. Currently, the main rescue methods are for survivors to come on their own, undergo checks, and then enter. Secondly, we dispatch rescue teams because there are simply too many people in need of help, and we are severely understaffed. We can only carry out targeted rescues according to the order of urgency, the official representative explained. Dong Changzhou looked serious and said, "Captain Zhang, I'd like to know when you can bring my daughter over?" Team leader Zhang said, "Yunqing University is a severely affected area, and the rescue is extremely difficult. However, Mr. Dong, rest assured, the students are our key rescue targets, and we will take action tonight." Dong Changzhou pulled out a black card from his pocket and stuffed it into Captain Zhang's hand. "There is 100 million in here. As long as my daughter arrives safely, I will reward you handsomely. Please take care of me, Captain Zhang." Captain Zhang quickly shoved the black card back and said solemnly, "Mr. Dong, what do you mean by this? We do our best for every student. You don't need to do this. I can assure you that as long as your daughter is healthy and alive, we will rescue you." Yunnan University, undergraduate dormitory area. The students received a notification from the school. Notice, at 6 p.m., the authorities will conduct a targeted rescue operation at Yunnan University. All surviving students will be transferred to a temporary safe zone. Please be prepared. This news was like a ray of light shining into the darkness, and the surviving students finally showed their long-lost smiles. Building 15, Dormitory 717. Dong Ruoxuan then received a message from her father, Xiaoxian, "Dad will pick you up tonight." Upon receiving the news, Dong Ruoxuan immediately made a video call to Su Chen. "Su Chen, I'm leaving tonight. I'm asking you one last time, are you really not coming with me?" Chapter 118. What else? Doomsday Fortress. In the hall, Su Chen sat on the sofa, surrounded by 20 maids, all dressed in maid outfits, standing in 2 rows in front of him, their positions arranged according to the order in which he was taken in. The 11 maids in the second row were all newly recruited in the last few days. These past few days, Su Chen has been engrossed in playing King Zhou, visiting Zhu Qingya's room every night. The 11 new maids haven't even had a chance to win Su Chen's favor yet. Right now, he's taken all the goddesses that Yunde can collect, and Su Chen has no missions to do for the time being. Moreover, the zombies outside are ferocious, and it seems that there are hardly any living people left. Even Su Chen is not very willing to go out anymore. With the fortress now successfully upgraded to LV7, Su Chen had the idea of lying low for a while and observing the situation. Fortunately, he had 20 maids to keep him company inside the fortress, so he wasn't worried about being bored at all. There are so many maids that he could fill 24 hours a day. In Su Chen's view, there are 3 things in life that are never enough: food, for example. After eating one meal, you still have to eat the next. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. To increase the newcomers' sense of belonging, Su Chen planned to pamper them all as soon as possible, treating them equally. Tonight he will continue to play King Zhou, and he will be King Zhou 2.0, from his exclusive favor to his concubine to his indulgence in wine and meat. We've had quite a few new people arrive in the last few days, and everyone has been quite frightened by the zombies. Tonight, we'll have a celebration party to celebrate your new life. Everyone can have fun and relax, Su Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing about the party, the maids became excited, especially Xing Fei and the others. Having lived in the fortress for so long, they were all a bit bored. A party was great. Fei, the party is in your hands now. Everyone will follow your instructions. As for me, I'll just sit back and enjoy myself, Su Chen said. Xing Fei readily agreed, yes, master. Su Chen glanced at the women and said, you are free to dress as you please tonight. Wear whatever you want. The women were overjoyed. Great. I can wear my favorite cheongsam now. Tonight, I'm going to be a sexy little wildcat. It's time to bring out my most treasured JK uniform. The women were all secretly competing with each other, each trying to present their most beautiful side to please their master. Just as the women were excitedly preparing for the party, Su Chen received a video call from Dong Ruoxuan. If nothing unexpected happens, Dong Ruoxuan will likely be the last goddess that Yunnan University can recruit. Su Chen, I'm leaving tonight. I'm asking you one last time, are you really not coming with me? Once the video call connected, Dong Ruoxuan got straight to the point. Su Chen smiled, I have a safe haven here, why would you leave? You should consider becoming my maid and receiving my protection. It's your best choice. Dong Ruoxuan said angrily, Su Chen, how long are you going to be so stubborn? Didn't you see the official announcement? Yunde is a disaster area. Tonight at midnight, fighter jets will be deployed to bomb the zombies. Your so-called shelter will also be blown to smithereens. Su Chen said, I've seen it. He read not only the official announcement from Yunqing, but also the notice from the school. This evening, authorities will dispatch rescue teams to Yunnan University to transfer students to a temporary safe zone. Dong Ruoxuan said, now that you've seen it, you should know that this is our last hope of leaving. Please, stop being so angry. Su Chen responded with an oh, me, angry? Dong Ruoxuan said, aren't you angry because my father doesn't approve of our marriage? Su Chen chuckled, that's what you think? Although Dawn, the campus belle, is indeed very beautiful, and her hot model figure is even more captivating, her confident demeanor is still full of humor. Just then, a system notification sounded in Su Chen's ear. Ding! New target goddess detected. Data generation in progress. Name, Dong Ruoxuan. Age, 20. Rating, 8.8. Grade, excellent blank sheet of paper. Mission details, during the evacuation of the school, the team was surrounded by zombies and their lives were hanging by a thread. Mission level, Nightmare++. Task reward, 180,000. The mission has begun. This mission's difficulty level is so high, with 2+ signs after Nightmare, which is the first time I've encountered this. It's clear that the zombie outbreak outside has reached a terrifying level. The mission reward is 180,000, which is 20 times the starting merit points. Having a mission means he has a reason to take action. Su Chen, come here and leave with me. I guarantee this will be the best decision you've ever made. As long as you help me leave and make a contribution, I'm confident I can persuade Dad to accept you. Dong Ruoxuan continued to offer her advice. Su Chen laughed, haha, accept me? Just because I come from a humble background and am not good enough for you, a rich young lady, I need to perform meritorious deeds and curry favor with him to gain his worthless acceptance? Dong Ruoxuan said, I know this is a bit unfair to you. Your father is an old-fashioned person who values family background and has rather stubborn ideas. I hope you can understand. Suchin shook his head, sorry, I don't understand, and I don't need it. Dong Ruoxuan was getting a little anxious. Suchen, why are you so stubborn? Can't you take a longer-term view? With your narrow-mindedness, do you think I've misjudged you? Suchen nodded, you really are blind. Please, can you stop having so many wild ideas? You said all this based on my desire to marry you, but from beginning to end, have I ever agreed to marry you? Dong Ruoxuan frowned and asked, what do you mean? Suchen said, agree to be my maid, and I will save your life. Dong Ruoxuan said angrily, from beginning to end, all you wanted was for me to be your maid, without ever considering marrying me? Suchen chuckled and said, otherwise what? The young lady was furious. Suchen, this rescue operation is led by the government. You don't think I can't leave without you, do you? Since you betrayed my sincere heart, then I'll just pretend I was blind all these days and misjudged you. Drop. In a fit of anger, the young lady hung up the phone. Suchen chuckled. You're right this time, Mississippi. Without me, you really might not be able to leave. Building 15, Dormitory 717. You stinking Suchen, you big bastard, you want me to be your maid? Dream on. Dong Ruoxuan said angrily. Xiao Zhu chimed in from the side, Miss, I told you long ago that this guy is arrogant and doesn't know what's good for him, but you wouldn't believe me. Ring ring ring. At that moment, Dong Changzhou called. Xiao Xian, the rescue operation is about to begin. Stay in the dormitory and don't wander around. Wait for Dad to come pick you up. Dong Changzhou instructed. Dong Ruoxuan hummed in agreement, okay, Dad. Dong Changzhou said, that Suchen hasn't bothered you anymore, has he, daughter? Don't pay him any attention. He's just an orphan with no background. Listen to your father, he's really not suitable for you. Marriage should be based on matching social status. Dong Ruoxuan interrupted him, don't talk about him, Dad. There's no possibility between us anymore. Dong Changzhou was overjoyed, that's right. This kid doesn't know what's good for him. Once we get to the safe zone, I'll definitely teach him a lesson in person. Dong Ruoxuan said, there's no need for that, Dad. It was all my fault before. I misjudged him. Besides, he probably won't go to the safe zone. Dong Changzhou asked curiously, could it be that something has happened to this kid? Dong Ruoxuan said, he. Just as she was about to speak, Dong Changzhou interrupted her on the other end, let's not talk now, daughter, we're about to leave. Chapter 119 Doomsday Party. Night was falling. In a building in Yuncheng. A man ran frantically. In the dim light, coupled with his fear, he stumbled, bumped, and tripped several times, looking utterly disheveled. Behind him, the chilling roars of the zombies clung to him like maggots to his bones. The man's name is Xiao Shuai. He was a food delivery man. When the apocalypse began, he was delivering food when he was caught in a rainstorm and trapped in this building. Thanks to his good luck, he survived until the end of the extreme cold. After the zombie outbreak, he initially intended to continue hiding, but with the number of zombies increasing and supplies becoming increasingly scarce, it was no longer a long-term solution. He received an official notification from Cloud City and made up his mind to risk going to the temporary safe zone. God have mercy. He scrambled and stumbled his way to the outside of the building, slammed the iron gate behind him, and with a click, the gate locked itself, trapping the surging zombies inside. Call. Xiao Shuai breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could even show a victorious smile, a strange sound came from behind him. He turned around trembling and his eyes widened in horror. A rotting zombie dog emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light, its gaze fierce, baring its teeth, drooling, and emitting a low growl. Then, countless pairs of eyes glowing red appeared, and a pack of zombie dogs materialized, pressing towards Xiao Shuai like an invading army. 6 o'clock in the evening. Yunqing University, undergraduate dormitory area. A group of helicopters flew low overhead. The rescue team had arrived. The mission is to transfer the surviving students to the nearest temporary safety zone, the 9th zone. Before the rescue operation, the school had already counted the number of surviving students. The dormitory area, which had more than 15,000 people before the apocalypse, had seen its population reduced by more than half after a month of extreme cold. After the zombie outbreak, the number of survivors plummeted in just 5 days, dropping to less than 1,000, with only a few hundred remaining. This is because Yunqing University is located in the central area of Yunqing, surrounded by a dense population. Even though the campus is relatively closed, it inevitably becomes a disaster area when survivors and zombies from outside the campus enter. In addition, there was a severe shortage of rescue personnel, and countless more people died while waiting in line for rescue. Even so, the rescue operation remains very difficult, as helicopter carrying capacity is limited, and the number of helicopters that can be mobilized in each temporary safe zone is also quite limited. To evacuate all the hundreds of surviving students, these helicopters would have to make multiple round trips. That's not the hardest part. The most difficult part is rescuing the students from their dormitories and getting them onto the helicopter. At this point, every dormitory building is filled with countless zombies. Once they see a living person, these zombies will definitely attack and bite them frantically. What makes it even more difficult is that these hundreds of surviving students are scattered in different buildings in different dormitories, making it extremely difficult to gather them together. Fortunately, as a professional soldier, he had carried out various high-difficulty missions and had rich combat experience, and had already formulated a rescue plan. First, deploy a group of fully armed soldiers downstairs in the dormitory building. Their purpose is to create noise and act as walking blood bags to lure away most of the zombies inside the dormitory building. Then, another group of soldiers were deployed to the rooftop of the dormitory building to quickly clear out the remaining zombies inside. The third step was to let the surviving students inside the building come out on their own and, with the help of rescue workers, head to the rooftop. The helicopters that were already waiting on the rooftop could quickly take these surviving students away. This is currently the most reasonable and feasible rescue plan, but it is still very risky. It requires precise timing, speed, and may involve some sacrifices. It is quite thrilling and dangerous, a scene straight out of hell. Just as helicopters roared, gunfire erupted, and zombies surged outside, a thrilling and dramatic rescue unfolded. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, a joyous party begins. The lights were deliberately dimmed, the lamps flickered, and there was an abundance of snacks, fruits, and drinks all you could eat and drink. Xingfei pressed the play button on the speaker, and a high-energy dance track started playing. "Girls, let the party begin!" Xingfei shouted. The women cheered. The most dazzling people in the entire venue were naturally them. They were already 8 out of 10 goddesses, and with their careful dressing up, some wore cheongsams, some wore JK uniforms, some wore tank tops, some had long legs and black stockings, and some had wasp waists and slender willows. It was truly a contest of beauties, a feast for the eyes. Suchen sat on the sofa like a lord, with the blonde, blue-eyed Alice on his left and the gentle, water-like Xin Yue on his right. One of them held a fruit platter and fed him fruit. "Master, is it delicious?" A woman massaged him with her delicate, spring-like hands. "Master, how's the pressure?" There were also 18 beautiful women, singing, dancing, and acting, laughing and having a great time. What? It's the apocalypse now? Su Chen only realized the dire situation outside by checking his phone. Rescue efforts are underway, and people are still chatting in the WeChat group. Seeing that they were about to be saved, some people felt they had gotten away with it and turned their hostility towards Su Chen. You should know that in the past few days, these people have been crying and begging Su Chen to help them in the group, practically treating the WeChat group as a wishing well. "You, surnamed Su, do you think we can't survive without you? We're about to be saved." Exactly. I only asked you for favors before, and you really think you're something special. I have a suggestion. Once we reach the safe zone, let's all find this guy and settle the score. I agree. This guy has committed numerous evil deeds. When the authorities uphold justice for us, he will definitely be punished. Haha, Su Chen, if you're so tough, why don't you stay away from the safe zone? You'll just get blown away along with the zombies. That's great. Now he's in a dilemma, let's see what he does. Su Chen shook his head with amusement. What are you thinking? I have an invincible fortress, why would I need to go to the safe zone? I'm so grateful to myself for not having a single bit of saintly compassion from beginning to end, and for never intending to help these people. I just treated it as watching a clown show. Su Chen wasn't without tolerance. Most of his maids weren't perfect, some had looked down on him, some had been aloof, and some had even schemed against him. But he still took them in, or rather, conquered them, helped them get rid of their bad habits, and made them loyal. He clearly enjoys helping others, he'll help anyone who deserves it. Unfortunately, these clowns in the group aren't worth it. Student Union President Yao Tongwei at Physics Department Su Chen, neither you nor the female student you took in participated in the survivor list compilation. What are your intentions? At this moment, the student council also jumped out to question Su Chen. Su Chen casually replied, "No, thank you." Student Council President Yao Tongwei, you're absolutely ridiculous. You're courting death, fine, but I order you to release those female students. Su Chen, oh. Chapter 120 Zombie Woof Woof. Student Council President Yao Tongwei, oh, so you agreed. At least you have some conscience. Once we're in the safe zone, I'll put in a good word for you and reduce your sentence. Su Chen, Physics Department, thank you. That sounds wonderful, but it's just a joke. At this point, people in the group started mocking Su Chen. This guy chickened out. Scared now? Don't you even know who's doing the rescue? How could he not be scared? Don't think we'll let you off the hook just like that. The student council might put in a good word for you, but we won't. Su Chen didn't reply, but sneered inwardly. These people were jumping around so high now, but they would fall just as hard later. Besides, this was the last time. After tonight, Yunnan University will cease to exist. But the fortress will continue to exist. He will not only not let the maid go, but will also take in more. Looking at the time, Su Chen gently pushed away Alice's little hand that was offering him food, stood up, and said, "You all continue, I'm going out for a bit." Xin Yue exclaimed, "Master, you need to go out now. There are zombies everywhere outside, and it's already dark." The women all stopped and looked at Su Chen, exchanging bewildered glances. Su Chen smiled and said, "It's all right, I'll be right back. The main event tonight will begin after I return." Sakura Yukishiro walked over and said, "Master, I'll go with you." Su Chen shook his head, "No need. It's too dangerous outside. Bringing you along would be inconvenient. Wait for me here." "Understood, Master." Yukishiro Sakura could only bow her head, feeling a little disappointed. Was she useless now? Did her master no longer care about her? Su Chen laughed and said, "What are you all standing there for? Keep the music playing and keep dancing." Building 15, Dormitory 717. Dong Ruoxuan rested her chin on her hands, looking preoccupied and sullen. "Miss, we're about to leave, why do you seem unhappy?" Xiao Zhu asked. Dong Ruoxuan smiled and said, "It's nothing." Xiao Zhu said, "Miss is still thinking about that wretched guy, isn't she?" Dong Ruoxuan remained silent. She was indeed thinking about Su Chen, recalling the scene of Su Chen dispersing the hundreds of people who had surrounded him that day. At that time, Su Chen seemed to be shining in her eyes. At that moment, she realized that Su Chen was the right match for her. In the apocalypse, only a strong person like Su Chen was someone she could entrust her life to. She was determined to marry Su Chen and make him her greatest help. Little did she know that Su Chen only wanted to take her in as a maid from beginning to end. She had misjudged him and given her heart to the wrong person. Does Su Chen not even consider her worthy of being his wife? How could that be? The thought that once she left tonight, she would be completely separated from Su Chen filled her with a sense of resentment. Etc. Dong Ruoxuan suddenly thought of something and blurted it out, startling Xiao Zhu who was next to her. "Young miss, are you all right?" Dong Ruoxuan said, "Why doesn't Su Chen leave? Isn't he afraid of being blown up?" She was so angry before that she overlooked this issue. She thought Su Chen was just saying it in anger, but now she knows that Su Chen has a clear goal, and it was just her own internal monologue from beginning to end. So, given Su Chen's survival skills in the apocalypse, how could he be so foolish as to make the decision not to leave? Unless he really didn't need to leave, he was so powerful that he could ignore the massive bombing raids by fighter squadrons. Xiao Zhu sneered, "That guy is too arrogant, or maybe he knows he's not clean and is afraid of being punished by the authorities, so he doesn't dare to go." Dong Ruoxuan shook her head. No, Su Chen would never disregard life and death. Every decision he makes must be what he considers the best solution. She picked up her phone and made a video call to Su Chen. But this time, Su Chen didn't answer. "He seems to be ignoring me," Dong Ruoxuan murmured, her sense of loss growing stronger. Outside, rescue efforts are in full swing. The rescue plan devised by the soldiers worked, and students were successfully put on helicopters one after another, with good news coming in frequently. The relocation of Building 1 is complete. The relocation of Building 11 is complete. The relocation of Building 10 is complete. Finally, the order came through the walkie-talkie: execute the rescue operation for Building 15 now. Team 1, prepare to drop blood packs. Team 1 deployment complete, drones follow. Zombie guidance complete in Building 15, Team 2 ready to drop. Team 2 has entered the building and is clearing out the remaining zombies. Gunshots could be heard intermittently from inside Building 15 as soldiers rapidly cleared out the zombies inside. 5 helicopters were circling overhead, 4 of which were military helicopters and 1 was a non-military helicopter. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, the non-military helicopter landed, almost at the height of the roof. Dong Changzhou and his bodyguards then got out of the cabin and landed on the roof. I'm finally going to see my precious daughter, Xiaoxian. Daddy's here to pick you up. Dong Changzhou couldn't hide his excitement. Dong Ruoxuan lived on the 7th floor, which was very close to the roof. If he hadn't been denied permission, Dong Changzhou would have gone down to pick her up himself. Now, once the zombies inside the building are cleared out, Dong Ruoxuan and the other students can leave the dormitory and go to the rooftop. With things progressing smoothly, victory is not far away. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The zombies downstairs seemed to have been struck by something, and they roared loudly, mixed with eerie barks, like the wailing of ghosts and howls of wolves. Boom! Gunshots, screams, and even explosions rang out one after another. An anxious voice came through the walkie-talkie. Pack of zombie dogs spotted. Team 1, retreat immediately. Zombie dogs have entered the building, and a large number of zombies have returned. Team 2, evacuate immediately. Rescue operation has failed. Rescue operation has failed. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Rooftop. Dong Changzhou didn't see his daughter. Instead, he saw several soldiers retreating hastily back to the rooftop, followed by a terrifying roar. What happened? What's going on? Dong Changzhou's expression changed drastically. The bodyguard quickly said, Master, please return to the plane immediately. Dong Changzhou cried out, No, Xiaoxian is still down there. The bodyguard cried out urgently, It's too late, Master. The zombies are catching up. Ta-da-ta-da. The soldiers who escaped back to the rooftop turned around and fired a burst of bullets at the stairwell. To everyone's surprise, 2 rotting zombie dogs fell to the ground. But immediately afterward, several more zombie dogs pounced out. These zombie dogs are extremely terrifying, with red eyes and an unusually fierce gaze. They are also incredibly fast, running several times faster than ordinary human zombies. With their large numbers mobilized, they were virtually invincible. A rescuer was suddenly pounced on by 2 zombie dogs and knocked to the ground within a second, blood splattered everywhere. The bodyguard was terrified and, without thinking twice, grabbed Dong Changzhou and dragged him back into the cabin. Get out of here, the bodyguard shouted. The helicopter quickly ascended and left the building. Don't go, my daughter. Please save my daughter. How could this happen? She was so close. Xiaoxian, I'm so useless, I'm so sorry. Dong Changzhou broke down, unable to control his emotions any longer, and burst into tears. Chapter 121 The Most Lovable People. Cloud City, the 9th Temporary Safe Zone. A middle-aged man with a square face strode into the Temporary Operations Command Room. Company Commander, we encountered a pack of zombie dogs while carrying out a rescue operation at Yunqing University. The mission has failed. A commander stood up and reported to the square-faced man. This man with the square face is named Zhang Yunlong, a company commander belonging to the Yunqing War Zone. His 7th company is responsible for guarding the 9th Temporary Safe Zone and rescuing survivors. What's the situation now? Zhang Yunlong asked solemnly, his brows furrowed, his gaze falling on the monitoring screen in the command center. The footage captured by the drone shows that the dormitory area of Yunnan University is teeming with zombies, but these human zombies are not the main characters. The main characters are a pack of hunting zombie dogs. Zombie dogs are far more ferocious than human zombies. They are several times faster and more powerful, and when they come out in packs, they are virtually invincible. Their sudden appearance directly ruined the rescue operation. The commander said, the squad deployed to guide the zombies on the ground is being attacked by zombie dogs. The personnel have been scattered. We are providing air support. Gunshots rang out across the ground. The team members are trying to save themselves. Meanwhile, several helicopters provided low-altitude support, and gunfire erupted, with bullets raining down on the zombies, turning them into mincemeat one after another. Even so, warriors continue to fall into the hands of zombies. Because it was nighttime and visibility was poor, and the soldiers and zombies were mixed together, the gunfire in the air was restrained to avoid accidentally hitting their own people. It could only clear out the zombies on the periphery, and the effect was limited. If this continues, the entire squad will likely be wiped out. On the screen, the drone was tracking and filming an escaping soldier. He was very young, only in his early 20s, with a clear and pure temperament, gritting his teeth, and his face full of determination. Despite the zombies swarming from all sides, he didn't give up. After running out of bullets, he threw away his gun, pulled out a dagger, and continued fighting the zombies. Knowing that the outcome was already predetermined, he remained fearless and determined to fight to the very last second. Unfortunately, the zombies were merciless, and more of them surged towards him, trapping him in a tight encirclement that was rapidly shrinking. Everyone in the command center felt their hearts clench, and some couldn't help but cry. John Yunlong also lowered his head in grief and indignation, unable to bear watching this cruel scene. Just as the soldier was about to be pounced on by the zombie, at that moment. "Look, what's that?" One of the sharp-eyed people in the command center suddenly noticed something and couldn't help but shout. Following his gaze, everyone witnessed a scene that shocked them all. John Yunlong looked up and was also shocked, his eyes widening. "That's a person?" Yes, a person appeared in the picture, but is it really a person? This person was running through a horde of zombies, yet it was as if he were in an empty field, like a walking harvester, with zombies falling to the ground wherever he went. What's even more terrifying is that this person's speed is simply too fast. Even a peak Usain Bolt would be a junior compared to him, let alone running through a horde of zombies. He's like the wind, running at wind speed. How could this be? John Yunlong was shocked. How could there be such a powerful person in the world? This is completely beyond the scope of normal humans. If this were not the real world, he would have thought he was living in a superhero world. But, that's not even the most amazing part. In the blink of an eye, the man approached the warrior, his hands moving in a slashing motion in the air. Instantly, the zombies surrounding the warrior were all decapitated, their heads rolling to the ground. The soldier was actually saved. The entire command room was completely silent. Everyone was dumbfounded and stood there dumbfounded. On sight. The rescued soldier was also dumbfounded. He looked up and stared at the newcomer in disbelief. He even wondered if it was a hallucination he had before he died, otherwise how could a deus ex machina, a plot only seen in superhero movies, occur? "Are you all right? Get up quickly, I'll take you to the Highlands." Su Chen smiled and extended his hand to the soldier. The soldier seemed to be dreaming, reaching out to touch Su Chen's hand, only to be pulled up by Su Chen. Not far away, there was a truck parked with the top of the truck bed more than 5 meters above the ground. Not even a zombie dog could jump up there, let alone a human zombie. Su Chen led the soldier, cutting down zombies along the way, and soon arrived at the truck. "Are you ready?" "I'll take you up," Su Chen said. Before the soldier could understand what Su Chen meant by send him up, Su Chen picked him up and lifted him into the air as if he were flying through the clouds, landing steadily on the roof of the carriage. The soldier was completely dumbfounded. He weighed 140 pounds, and this person had thrown him several meters up onto the roof of the vehicle with his bare hands? Was that strength something a normal person could possess? The soldier couldn't help but shout, "Who are you? Why are you saving me?" At this moment, Su Chen had already turned around and run 10 meters away, his voice carrying back from afar. "Who I am doesn't matter, you are the most lovable person, I must save you." Su Chen did not leave. In the following time, he charged in and out of the zombie horde 7 times, killing countless zombies and rescuing all the surviving soldiers, sending them to the top of the carriage. For him, it was just a matter of course. All the rescued soldiers were in a daze, as if they were in a dream, with a sense of unreality. Command Center, 9th Temporary Safe Zone. The crowd remained completely silent, watching the entire process of Su Chen saving people with trepidation, while some couldn't help but shed tears. Great! Great! They're all saved. John Yunlong was the first to come to his senses and immediately said, "Quickly, get a helicopter down from here and pick everyone up." A helicopter landed and dropped a ladder, which the rescued soldiers climbed one by one to the cabin. On the other side, John Yunlong said, "Where is that person? Quickly use the drone to track him. I need to see where he goes next." The drone spotted Su Chen and quickly followed. However, at that moment, Su Chen suddenly looked up at the camera, then flicked his wrist and threw a pebble, causing the screen to instantly fill with static. The drone is destroyed. Everyone. During Su Chen's rescue of the soldiers. In midair, Dong Changzhou was still pounding his chest and wailing in the cabin. If nothing unexpected happened, he had already lost his daughter. In this situation, who could save her? Master, look, what's that? The bodyguard suddenly said, looking down in shock. Seeing this, Dong Changzhou looked down curiously and saw Su Chen, like a Superman, weaving through the zombie horde and rescuing all the trapped soldiers. Who is this person? How can they be so powerful? Dong Changzhou was stunned. Suddenly, something occurred to me. He's the only one in the world who can save Xiaoxian. What should I do? How can I contact him and ask him to save Xiaoxian? Dong Changzhou murmured excitedly and anxiously. Chairman. The bodyguard lowered his binoculars, his expression odd. I feel like I've seen this guy before. Chapter 122 The Virtuous Son-in-Law. What do you mean? Do you know him? Dong Changzhou asked excitedly. The bodyguard suddenly remembered something and blurted out, It's him. Patriarch, you know this person too? He's the student named Su Chen that you asked me to investigate before. What? Dong Changzhou snatched the binoculars and began to observe, when suddenly he couldn't help but tremble all over. Yes, it was Su Chen. He had seen Su Chen's photo, and the man in front of him looked about 70% similar. However, the man in front of him was more handsome and had a better presence, while Su Chen in the photo looked a bit immature. Compared to the photo, Su Chen seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. It's Su Chen. It's Su Chen. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Dong Changzhou quickly took out his phone and called Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen had already rescued all the soldiers and shot down the drone that was trying to track him. He was preparing to enter Building 15. The phone suddenly rang. Su Chen was on his way to rescue Dong Ruoxuan and had not yet found her whereabouts. If it was Dong Ruoxuan calling, he would not want to miss it, so he answered the phone. Unexpectedly, it was Dong Changzhou on the other end of the phone. Mr. Su, please save my daughter. Only you can save her now. Dong Changzhou said anxiously. Su Chen paused, looked up at the sky, and scanned it. Are you looking at me? Su Chen asked. Dong Changzhou said, Yes, I'm on this non-military helicopter. Mr. Su, once you rescue Xiaoxian, I'll have the helicopter come down and pick you up. Su Chen said calmly, Then you can leave. Dong Changzhou was shocked. Mr. Su, are you going to stand by and watch me die? I know I was a bit harsh with my words earlier. I sincerely apologize to you, is that all right? He is the dignified head of the Dong family. For him to apologize to a young man with no background is already quite a condescension. Su Chen should give him face, right? Who knew? Su Chen chuckled and said, No. Dong Changzhou's heart sank. This Su Chen was really not easy to fool. He gritted his teeth and said with a forced smile, I didn't know that Mr. Su was such an outstanding young man. It was my fault. If Mr. Su saves my daughter, I will seriously consider your marriage. No. I agree to your marriage. I will dissolve the engagement with the Chen family. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. For now, let's keep Su Chen calm and let him rescue his daughter first. He still needed to investigate Su Chen afterwards. He didn't know Su Chen well enough, so he couldn't just marry his daughter to Su Chen like that. Anyway, his daughter would be safe by then, so even if he went back on his word, what could Su Chen do? Su Chen sneered, Patriarch Dong, I remember you said before that I was not worthy to marry your daughter. What, now that you need my help, you've changed your mind? Dong Changzhou chuckled and said, It's not that I changed my mind, it's that I changed my opinion. Yes, my opinion of Mr. Su, no, my opinion of you, my dear son-in-law, has changed, so naturally I agree with it. Su Chen said, I will save Dong Ruoxuan, but... At this moment, Su Chen had already arrived at the foot of dormitory building number 15. Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed. His discerning eye had already locked onto Dong Ruoxuan's aura. At this moment, Dong Ruoxuan was hiding in a dormitory, surrounded by a large number of zombies, and there was no time to lose. Su Chen didn't have time to talk to Dong Changzhou anymore. He hung up the phone and rushed into the building. Immediately, a group of zombies rushed towards him. Su Chen used his palm as a blade, slashing out from the void with the skill, Wind Blade. The blade swept out from the void, and the heads of the zombies blocking the road rolled. Upstairs, in dormitory 704. Dong Ruoxuan and her maid Xiao Zhu hid on the upper bunk, retreating to a corner. They were in dire straits, looking down at the hideous zombies below. Xiao Zhu cried in fear, and Dong Ruoxuan was also dumbfounded. Is it all over? Am I doomed? How could this happen? We were about to leave, how could it turn out like this? Xiao Zhu cried. What should we do, young lady? What should we do? Dong Ruoxuan smiled bitterly. What should I do? How would I know what to do? They had all received instructions that the zombies in the building had been cleared and they were free to leave, so they left 717 and prepared to go to the rooftop. Before they even reached the stairwell, a soldier ran up from downstairs and shouted at them, "Back off! Back off!" The next second, a zombie dog pounced and knocked the soldier to the ground. They were so terrified that they didn't even have time to return to their original dormitory before hiding in their current one. But they were still discovered by the zombies, and soon a group of zombies rushed at the dormitory door and eventually broke in. At this moment, the dormitory was full of zombies, their heads tilted back and their hands outstretched, trying to pull them down. They were almost climbing onto the top bunks. Dong Ruoxuan was in despair. Even if Su Chen came, he probably couldn't save himself in this situation. Su Chen's battle record is indeed verifiable, but the people he dispersed that day were hundreds of ordinary students, but now they are zombies, and there are more than a few hundred zombies upstairs and downstairs. No matter how powerful Su Chen is, he mainly relies on the truth. So many warriors couldn't save them, so Su Chen's arrival would be in vain. Besides, she and Su Chen had already broken up, and Su Chen wouldn't even answer her calls, so there was no way he would come to save her at a time like this. Dong Ruoxuan couldn't help but think. If I had agreed to be his maid before, would things have turned out this way? In this situation, the choice between death and becoming Su Chen's maid doesn't seem difficult. Unfortunately, she didn't even get a chance to do the questions. She closed her eyes in despair, awaiting death. Many people in this situation would choose to end their own lives, but if they die, they will become zombies. She would rather be eaten by zombies than become a zombie herself. When she closed her eyes, she suddenly had a strange feeling. It was quiet, unusually quiet, as if everything had been suddenly shut out. The zombie roars that had just filled her ears disappeared. Am I deaf? Dong Ruoxuan couldn't help but think. Young miss, look. Just then, she suddenly heard Xiao Zhu speak and shake her shoulder. Dong Ruoxuan opened her eyes and saw an unbelievable scene. The zombies that were just attacking them were suddenly all lying on the ground, their bodies torn apart, leaving behind a mess of severed limbs and remains. It wasn't that she had lost her hearing, it was that all the zombies had died. Dong Ruoxuan was shocked and her gaze fell on a figure standing at the door. He appeared suddenly, like a savior, much like the heroes who descend from the heavens in those beautiful legends. How could she forget that figure? She had personally witnessed him defeat hundreds of people that day. Su Chen. Su Chen looked at her calmly and said, "Become my maid and I will provide you with safety." That statement still holds true, but this is the last time. I promise you. Without any hesitation, Dong Ruoxuan blurted it out. Su Chen smiled slightly. Let's go, let's tell my father-in-law. Chapter 123. Thanks to the master. Now that Dong Ruoxuan is in his arms, it's time for her father-in-law to accept reality. Ding! You have successfully killed the surrounding zombies and rescued the goddess. You have gained 180,000 merit points. Ding! You have acquired a maid. Quickly assign her tasks. Su Chen heard a series of notifications. Put! Dong Ruoxuan suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud, but her laughter was filled with mixed feelings. There was the joy of surviving a disaster, the relief of accepting reality, and a touch of inexplicable absurdity when thinking about having to explain things to his father. But most importantly, I feel gratified. She hadn't misjudged Su Chen from beginning to end. Su Chen was truly remarkable, far more so than she had imagined. It's unclear whether he became even more powerful after defeating hundreds of people that day, or whether he was hiding his strength at the time. She hadn't witnessed it herself, so she couldn't possibly imagine how Su Chen had managed to kill all those zombies in such a short time. She's definitely sticking with Su Chen. Even if she couldn't be his wife, even if she could only be his maid, she would be willing. As long as they were together, she had already won. A person's perception is very important, and at this moment, she completely understood. That's how many things are. One step of victory leads to continuous victory, one step of mistake leads to continuous mistakes. Being with Su Chen, no matter how it happens, is the first step to winning. To achieve this, she will eliminate all obstacles. Even the King of Heaven himself cannot stop her. Dong Ruoxuan climbed down from the upper bunk, stepping over the broken corpses of the zombies, and resolutely walked to Su Chen's side. Xiao Shu followed immediately. Su Chen, although you saved our young lady, how dare you make her a maid? The head of the family will not allow it. Xiao Zhu glared at Su Chen and snorted coldly. Snap. Dong Ruoxuan slapped Xiao Zhu across the face. Apologize to him. Dong Ruoxuan said angrily. Xiao Zhu's face stung with pain. She was stunned by the blow. The young lady had always treated her and Xiao Zi very well. Although they were nominally mistress and servant, they were practically best friends. The young lady rarely even scolded them, let alone hit them. Now, for Su Chen's sake, the young lady slapped her for the first time. Is Su Chen really that important to the young lady that she'd rather be a maid than not be with him? I'm sorry. Xiao Zhu said through gritted teeth, a sense of humiliation welling up in her heart. Su Chen said coldly, Dong Ruoxuan, come with me. You stay here. Xiao Zhu was taken aback. You're not taking me with you? No, I've already apologized to you, how could you? Little Zhu. Dong Ruoxuan stopped Xiao Zhu and said to Su Chen, Xiao Zhu has grown up with me since we were little. She offended you because she was concerned about me. Can you forgive her this once for my sake? Su Chen said, first of all, let me correct you. You are now my maid, so you should change your address to call me master. Dong Ruoxuan bit her lip. I'm sorry, master. Su Chen said, secondly, the person I'm helping is you, so I don't want this free gift. Xiao Zhu's face turned red with anger. What did you say? Su Chen continued, besides, she's beyond saving. Dong Ruoxuan was startled. What do you mean by that, master? Su Chen said, you should ask her when she was bitten by a zombie. What? Dong Ruoxuan's expression changed as she looked at Xiao Zhu. You were bitten by a zombie? Xiao Zhu's face turned pale, her eyes reddened, and she stammered, when the zombies were ramming the door, I tried to hold it open, and I accidentally got bitten on the arm. She rolled up her sleeve, and there was a wound on her forearm. Although the wound was small, it had turned black, which was a symptom of infection with the zombie virus. Once bitten by a zombie, you enter an irreversible process, death and becoming a zombie. The speed of the bite depends on the severity of the bite. Xiao Zhu's wound wasn't large, so the mutation process wasn't too fast, and he could live for a while longer. Tears welled up in Dong Ruoxuan's eyes. Xiao Zhu. Thump. Xiao Zhu knelt down on the ground and burst into tears, pleading, young miss, I don't want to die. Please, for all these years, save me. Dong Ruoxuan said sadly, but the mutation is irreversible, and I can't make a decision right now. Xiao Zhu looked at Su Chen and cried, Mr. Su, I apologize to you, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, please save me. Her voice stopped abruptly. With a barely audible gust of wind, her head rolled to the ground. I'm seeing her off so she won't suffer from the virus and turn into a zombie. This is an act of mercy and a way of helping her. Do you have any objections? Su Chen looked at Dong Ruoxuan calmly. Tears welled up in Dong Ruoxuan's eyes, and she shook her head. Thank you, master. Although Su Chen's actions were a bit ruthless, she knew that Su Chen was right to do so. She was only heartbroken because of their years of friendship. Let's go quickly, or the zombies in the building will gather even more soon, Su Chen said. The two went out the door, and before they even reached the stairwell, 2 zombie dogs pounced on them. This thing is far more terrifying than human zombies. Dong Ruoxuan was terrified. Su Chen casually swept his hand, and the wind blade slashed out, instantly decapitating the 2 zombie dogs, which fell to the ground. Ha! Dong Ruoxuan was stunned. She finally understood how Su Chen killed zombies, but what kind of divine skill was this? If before this she thought Su Chen was just an extremely powerful human being, then at this moment, Su Chen was no longer an ordinary person, but more like a legendary superhuman. Outside, Dong Changzhou's helicopter was still hovering in the air. Dong Changzhou waited anxiously. Su Chen said he would save his daughter and even went into Building 15. He didn't know how things were going. He now deeply regrets it. If he had known Su Chen was so capable, he should have agreed to the marriage 3 days ago. That way, his daughter would have been rescued long ago. Judging Su Chen solely on his background seems like a mistake. God help me, Su Chen. If you really rescue Xiao Xian, I'll let you get married and I promise I won't go back on my word. Is that all right? God, please bless Xiao Xian. Dong Changzhou clasped his hands together in prayer. Master, look quickly, the bodyguard suddenly reminded him. Following the bodyguard's direction, Dong Changzhou looked down and saw Su Chen walking out of building 15, clearing the way with one hand and holding a woman in the other. It's Xiao Xian. Dong Changzhou was overjoyed. He succeeded. Xiao Xian is saved. Thank God. Etc. Something's not right. I thought Su Chen would do what he did when he rescued those soldiers, put Dong Ruoxuan on the top of the carriage so he could go down and pick her up. But after Su Chen left building 15, he headed in another direction, seemingly trying to break out of the area. What's going on? Where is he taking my daughter? Dong Changzhou's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. Ring ring ring. His phone suddenly rang. It was Dong Ruoxuan calling. Dong Changzhou quickly answered, Xiao Xian, thank goodness, are you alright? Are you hurt? Dong Ruoxuan smiled and said, Don't worry, Dad, I'm safe and sound. I was saved by my master. Dong Changzhou said happily, It's good that you're alright, it's good that you're alright. Wait, what master? Who are you calling master? Chapter 124, second half begins. Dong Ruoxuan said, Su Chen, he is now my master. For a few seconds, Dong Changzhou felt like his brain had shut down. Daughter, what's going on? Weren't you and Su Chen supposed to get married? Su Chen saved you, and Dad agreed to let you get married. Dong Changzhou asked, bewildered. Dong Ruoxuan said, We're not getting married, Dad. I've already become the master's maid. Maid. Dong Changzhou felt as if she had been struck by lightning. How could this be? This is outrageous. You are the dignified young lady of the Dong family, how can you be someone else's maid? This is not right. Are you kidding me? Yes, you are joking with me, right? Damn, do young couples these days like to do such weird things? Dong Ruoxuan sighed softly, I understand that it's hard for Dad to accept, but it's true, not a joke. No. Dong Changzhou roared, how could my daughter, Dong Changzhou's daughter, become someone else's maid? Where are you going? Come back. Come back here. Dong Ruoxuan said, Dad, I want to go with Master. Wherever Master goes, I will go. Dad, you should go back. Please take good care of yourself. When I have time and with Master's permission, I will come back to see you. Dong Changzhou was furious, what the hell is going on? Su Chen, didn't you say you were going to marry Xiao Xian? How dare you play me like this? Su Chen's voice rang out, Patriarch Dong, is there some misunderstanding? From beginning to end, did I ever say that I wanted to marry her? What? Did you intend to take Xiao Xian as your maid from the very beginning? Dong Changzhou was both shocked and furious. Su Chen smiled, you guessed right. Dong Changzhou roared, Su Chen, you've insulted me. Give Xiao Xian back to me immediately, or I will never let you off the hook. Su Chen said, fine, if you dare to come down, I'll give her back to you. Do you dare? Dong Changzhou. He wouldn't dare. If he went down now, he'd be devoured by zombies in seconds. Su Chen, you bastard, you must have forced Xiao Xian to comply. Xiao Xian, don't be afraid, Daddy will definitely rescue you. Dong Changzhou shouted. Dad, stop joking. I am willing to be my master's maid. This is the right choice. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now, you will understand later, Dong Ruoxuan said. Upon hearing this, Dong Changzhou was furious. Su Chen was a bastard, and now even his little darling was leaking air. While they were talking, Su Chen had already led Dong Ruoxuan far away, out of Dong Changzhou's sight. Dong Changzhou yelled at the driver, follow them, hurry up. However, where are they now? Dong Changzhou wanted to say something more, but found that the call had already ended. I don't believe it. This isn't over. Su Chen, I'm not done with you. Dong Changzhou gritted his teeth and smashed his phone. The bodyguard reminded him, Master, we should go. He paused, then added, look on the bright side, at least the young lady is still alive. Dong Changzhou did not respond, looking dejected, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Doomsday Fortress. The party is still going on. However, ever since Su Chen left, all the women have been worried about him, and their enthusiasm for playing around has diminished considerably. They all knew very well that without Su Chen, they wouldn't be who they are today. Without Su Chen, many of them would have died long ago, and some might still be alive, but living in fear of zombies, their fate uncertain. Some of the newcomers weren't too bothered yet, but people like Xing Fei, Jiang Xiaolu, and Xin Yue, who had spent a lot of time with Su Chen, had already developed a deep dependence on him, and even feelings for him. They absolutely didn't want anything to happen to Su Chen. If anyone secretly hopes something happens to Su Chen, it's not anyone at all. Even Lin Wansi is now behaving herself, knowing that only Su Chen can keep her safe. What are you thinking? If the master wasn't confident, why would he go out so rashly? Song Jiai smiled and stepped forward to try to liven up the atmosphere. Who will sing this song, A Grateful Heart, with me? Xing Fei nodded. Jiai is right, everyone cheer up, don't let the owner see you looking so dejected when he comes back. Jiai, I'll sing a duet with you. Squeak. Just then, the fortress door opened, and Su Chen walked in with Dong Ruoxuan. Master is back. Very good. Owner. 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 The women all smiled brightly and cheered. Su Chen laughed and said, all right, let me take a shower first, then the second half begins. The scene before her eyes left Dong Ruoxuan, who had just entered, completely stunned. She knew Su Chen was taking in maids, but she didn't expect him to take in so many, and each of them was a great beauty, some of whom were no less beautiful than her. Etc. Our school's #1 beauty, Lin Wansi, is here too. My goodness, isn't that the talented female teacher from the School of Literature? There's even a blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl here? Also, what's the deal with this big house? Su Chen turned around and said, I know you have a lot of questions. Go take a shower first, and then you can slowly find out. Fei Fei, can you help her get to know the girls? Xing Fei took Dong Ruoxuan to the bathroom, and Su Chen also went back to his room to take a shower. Since there were more maids, he had added a bathroom to his room as well. As soon as Su Chen returned, the party atmosphere returned to normal. The maids laughed, sang, and danced, having a wonderful time. At the same time, outside, zombie dogs began invading the entire dormitory area, wreaking havoc. Dormitories were being breached one after another, and the number of surviving students was rapidly decreasing. The rescue operation was a complete failure. In the WeChat group, cries of Dad, Mom, rang out again. Help! A zombie dog is ramming the door. Someone please save me. Why can't we hear the helicopters anymore? Have they all left? Su Chen, Brother Chen, please, can you save me? I promise I'll never curse you again. At Su Chen, Department of Physics, I take back what I said before. I won't hold you accountable anymore. I just want to live. After taking a shower, Su Chen dried his hair with a towel while scrolling through his phone. Many of the once popular mutual aid groups have all gone offline. The very few students still online are sending out their final cries for help, but is it even useful to make a wish now? Yunnan University is completely finished. Su Chen ignored them and was too lazy to leave the groups one by one. He would just keep them as a memento, but there was probably no need to open them again in the future. Putting down his phone, Su Chen opened the door and walked out, opening his arms to his group of beautiful maids. The Doomsday Party, second half begins. Command Center, 9th Temporary Safe Zone. Zhang Yunlong stared at the screen with a grave expression. The drone was still filming the scene at Yunnan University. He hadn't given up and was still trying to carry out the rescue. Company Commander, there's no hope. We can't contact any of the students on the survivor list, the commander said somberly. Yunnan University has been completely overrun by zombies. Zhang Yunlong asked, what about that person? Have you found any trace of him? The commander said, no, he seems to have disappeared. Zhang Yunlong said, I need to extract that video of him so I can find out his identity and report this matter to my superiors. He paused, then took a deep breath. Contact the fighter squadron and have them prepare to bombard us. Chapter 125 Massacre. Mengyao. Mengyao. The sun was shining brightly. In the colorful and vibrant campus, Xiao Mengyao was holding her music class textbook and walking side by side with her best friend Xiao Qian on the school path when someone suddenly called out to them from behind. Xiao Qian turned her head and chuckled, it's that simp Su Chen again. Xiao Mengyao pouted, how annoying. If I didn't need to save money for the God of Song's concert and not want to pay back his medical bills, I wouldn't talk to him at all. Xiao Qian's eyes lit up, Sister Yao Yao, why don't we use him as a negative example to warn those overconfident, sycophantic men who are just trying to seduce you, so they'll stop bothering you in the future? Xiao Mengyao hesitated for a moment, isn't this a bad idea? Will he force me to pay back the money? Xiao Qian said, "What are you afraid of? This guy looks like an honest person. If you don't pay him back, what can he do to you?" Xia Mengyao smiled and nodded, "All right then." Just then, Su Chen quickly caught up from behind, "Hi." Xia Mengyao smiled sweetly and said gently, "Hi, Su Chen, what a coincidence." Su Chen smiled and said, "Yes, I just delivered a takeout order here. I didn't tell you, did I? I've been working part-time as a takeout delivery driver recently." Xia Mengyao shook her head, "No." Xiao Qian chuckled from the side, "Brother Su Chen, you're so hardworking. A guy as diligent and practical as you will be so lucky to be your girlfriend in the future. Sister Yao Yao, am I right?" Xia Mengyao lowered her head, deliberately revealing a shy expression. Su Chen chuckled and said, "Thanks, but I'm just a poor student, and not very handsome." "Who would want me?" Xiao Qian asked with a grin, "Brother Su Chen, what do you think of our sister Yao Yao?" Xia Mengyao tugged at her sleeve and said shyly, "Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Qian laughed and said, "Brother Su Chen, you don't know yet, but our sister Yao Yao actually has a crush on you. She said she likes honest people like you who are so proud and honest." Su Chen's eyes lit up, "Huh?" Xia Mengyao, as if summoning her courage, glanced at Su Chen before lowering her head again. "Su Chen, I like romance. If you bring flowers here tomorrow and confess your love, I'll agree to be your girlfriend. Do you dare to do it?" Handsome Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he felt that the heavens had opened their eyes. He quickly said, "Dare? Of course I dare. You wait for me. It's a deal, no backing out. Anyone who goes back on their word is a little dog." Xia Mengyao said shyly. Then, watching Su Chen leave with excited steps, the two girls burst into laughter. "This fool, so easily fooled, he believed it so easily." Xiao Qian laughed heartily. Xia Mengyao spat, "Pa. He should look in the mirror. It's a miracle I even liked someone like him." Xiao Qian said, "He doesn't think he can win over our campus belle with sincerity, does he?" Xia Mengyao laughed, "Sincerity? It's worthless. Let's go, Qianqian, let's go eat, Qianqian." Suddenly, Xia Mengyao felt a chill coming from the side. She turned her head sharply and saw that Xiao Qian had changed completely. She was covered in blood, her face was rotting, she was baring her teeth, and she was making a hissing sound. "Xia Mengyao, give me back my life." Xiao Qian roared, stretched out her hands, and suddenly lunged at her. "Ah!" With a startled cry, Xia Mengyao sat up and found herself covered in a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare. She was hiding in the supermarket warehouse. She had returned there after the zombie outbreak and was doing everything she could to block the entrance. But she was still terrified of zombies, living in constant fear that they would break in. She couldn't get a good night's sleep, and even when she did, she would be awakened by nightmares, just like before. "I actually dreamed about what happened that day." Xia Mengyao's expression was complicated. Before the apocalypse, as one of the top beauties at Yunnan University, and also possessing the temperament of an art student, she was surrounded by countless admirers every day. To keep the sycophants away, she casually used Su Chen as a negative example. Who would have thought that the apocalypse would come on the very day they were teasing Su Chen? And even more unexpectedly, Su Chen became the biggest winner after the apocalypse. Because of this, she asked Su Chen for help time and time again, but Su Chen ignored her every time. "If it weren't for what happened that day, I would be in Su Chen's shelter right now, not living in such fear." "Do you regret it?" She regretted it, she really regretted it. She took out the last piece of bread from her backpack and nibbled on it. Thinking of her uncertain future, as fleeting as duckweed, she couldn't help but cry. She wanted to ask Su Chen for help again, but she lost her phone while escaping on the day of the zombie outbreak. Besides, even if she could find Su Chen, he probably wouldn't listen to her. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom came from outside. You see, she couldn't hear the sounds of zombies or even helicopters in this warehouse, but she heard this sonic boom. What happened? This sound, it sounds like a fighter jet. Inside the Doomsday Fortress. The party continued, but the second half was the real highlight. With Dong Ruoxuan in the household, the number of maids has reached 21. Surrounded by beauties, and with a femme fatale like Zhu Qingya. This is what they mean by a pool of wine and a forest of meat. Even if King Zhou came, he would be envious. Tonight, including Dong Ruoxuan, there are a total of 12 new maids. I'll do my best, I'll do my best. Su Chen made his plans in his mind. A man's happiness is actually very simple. For Su Chen, the greatest happiness comes from women. Thinking back to how he was easily teased by Xiao Mangyao because no woman liked him, Su Chen felt a bit emotional compared to his current situation. The best should be saved for last. Su Chen told Dong Ruoxuan to go and rest first. She had been quite frightened tonight and needed to recover. Then, Su Chen looked at the 11 new maids. Come on, let's have some fun. We have plenty of time. Come on, let's have some fun. There's plenty of scenery to enjoy. Just as Su Chen was busy having fun, outside the window, a roar swept across the sky. Even Su Chen was startled. He released the maid, went to the window, and looked up. High in the sky, a group of fighter jets was roaring past. Is this, the official massacre about to begin? Su Chen murmured. Immediately, the bomb bay of a fighter jet opened, and a missile roared out with exhaust fumes, falling into the distance. Boom! With a deafening roar, the bomb exploded, unleashing a dazzling, massive fireball that shot skyward, generating a powerful shockwave that spread wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the fighter jets began firing missiles in rapid succession, and the munitions fell on the zombie-infested area, exploding one after another. Suddenly, a shell came hurtling straight toward Building 9. From Su Chen's perspective, it was as if the bullet was aimed at him, just as it was aimed at his maid. Hit the bullseye. Chapter 126 Sequence 0. Yunqing, Central District. In the major zombie-infested areas, at this moment, countless human zombies, zombie dogs, zombie cats, all looked up, their eyes drawn to the enormous sonic boom in the sky. Immediately, missiles rained down, exploding among the zombie horde. In an instant, countless zombies were reduced to ashes by the intense heat of the flames. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions created a lively explosion party, just like the fireworks display during the Spring Festival. The bombing lasted throughout the latter half of the night. It wasn't until dawn that things calmed down. The entire central area of Yunqing has been reduced to ruins. Countless houses and buildings have been destroyed, leaving only broken walls and rubble, with fire burning and thick smoke billowing out. Countless zombie remains were scattered everywhere. Some of the zombies were still alive, with only their upper bodies remaining, and they could still crawl on the ground. 9th Temporary Security Zone. Inside the command center. The commander reported to Zhang Yunlong, Company Commander, the bombing mission has been completed. Last night, a total of 11 severely affected areas in the central district were bombed. According to current observations, the zombies in each affected area have suffered devastating damage, and most of the zombies are dead. The mission was a great success. Good. Zhang Yunlong led the applause. A round of applause and cheers erupted in the command center. Zhang Yunlong gestured for everyone to be quiet, then said, "We can't let our guard down yet. Send out combat teams to the disaster area to clean up the remaining zombies. Also, we need to pay extra attention to finding survivors." A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes as he murmured, "From destruction comes construction. In the near future, a brand new city will rise from the ruins. Cloud City will finally be reborn." Having not slept all night, Zhang Yunlong was also a little tired, so he walked out of the command room to go and rest for a while. Once outside, a middle-aged man greeted him with a smile, "Company Commander Jiang, good morning." Upon seeing him, Zhang Yunlong politely asked, "Mr. Dong, is there anything I can help you with?" "Your daughter." This man was none other than Dong Changzhou, the head of the Dong family in Jiangzhou. He was said to have connections that reached the heavens. He was able to participate in the rescue operation last night, and he did so solely to save his trapped daughter. Dong Changzhou's face was grave as he said, "I came here for my daughter. She has fallen into the hands of bad people." Ah? Zhang Yunlong was a little surprised. Either they were rescued or they were killed. What did it mean that they fell into the hands of bad guys? Dong Changzhou said, "The mysterious man who suddenly appeared last night is named Su Chen. I wonder if Company Commander Jiang knows his identity?" Zhang Yunlong's expression changed, and he said, "This is confidential right now, and I can't tell you." "But Mr. Dong, do you know that person?" Dong Changzhou said, "He's the one who kidnapped my daughter and forced her to be his maid." "Company Commander Jiang, I beg you to let me enter the disaster area again. I need to rescue my daughter." Zhang Yunlong exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? The bad guy you're talking about, is that the person?" Dong Changzhou said, "That's right. He is also a student at Yunqing University. He coveted my daughter's beauty and committed such a heinous crime. I beg Company Commander Jiang for help." Jiang Yunlong fell silent. Was he utterly heartless? But last night, this Su Chen had saved a group of his fellow soldiers. Company Commander Jiang, I only have this one daughter. I can't let anything happen to her. I'll just go in and search. If I can't find her, I'll accept it. But as an old father, I have to go. Otherwise, I won't be at peace even if I die. Dong Changzhou said with red eyes. Seeing his sincerity, Jiang Yunlong had no choice but to nod. All right, you can only observe from the air and cannot interfere with our work. Report to me if there are any issues. Dong Changzhou quickly said, thank you, Company Commander Jiang. Watching Dong Changzhou's retreating figure, Jiang Yunlong murmured, his daughter is in Su Chen's hands. Maybe he really can find Su Chen. At the same time, Cloud City Warzone, headquarters. Secret meeting room. A group of high-ranking military officers sat around a conference table, watching a video in which a young man, like a ghost, charged through a horde of zombies and rescued soldiers who were trapped inside. Everyone looked shocked. What do you think is going on? Asked a dignified-looking old man at the head of the table. Everyone fell silent, unable to explain. The old man sighed and said, this video has been submitted to the Doomsday Special Affairs Bureau. Hopefully, we'll get an answer soon. Yunqing, the site of the former Yunqing University. A helicopter came down from mid-air. Sitting in the cabin, Dong Changzhou looked down and couldn't help but feel a sense of solemnity. Yunqing University, which was fine last night, is now a scene of devastation, bombed into ruins. The undergraduate dormitory area, which has the most zombies, has had most of its dormitory buildings destroyed, and no living creatures can be seen in the ruins. This place doesn't look like there are any living people here at all. Su Chen, you bastard, where did you take my daughter? Dong Changzhou gritted his teeth. The bodyguard said, Master, could they have already left Yun University, or even the central area? After all, that person is so powerful he doesn't seem like the type to stay and wait for the bombing. Dong Changzhou had naturally thought of that as well, but he was unwilling to give up. Search for me. Search every place carefully, don't miss any suspicious traces. After saying that, he took out his phone and called Dong Ruoxuan. But no one answered the phone. After patrolling the dormitory area, the helicopter landed above the former Building 9. The bodyguard suddenly said, Master, that seems a bit strange. Following his gaze, Dong Changzhou saw a dormitory room standing perfectly intact amidst the collapsed ruins below, resembling a shipping container. Even the dormitory door was intact and tightly closed. Dong Changzhou frowned. It's just a coincidence, isn't it? What's so strange about it? The bodyguard hesitated, then said, it's too much of a coincidence. The whole building is in ruins, but this dormitory room is intact. It's strange, but it's not entirely impossible. Master, shall we go down and take a look? The bodyguard suggested. At the same time, Dragon Kingdom, Yanjing, Dragon Kingdom Space Agency Headquarters, Doomsday Special Affairs Bureau. A meeting room. The video of Su Chen rescuing soldiers from a horde of zombies is playing. A group of people who looked like scientists were watching, each with a serious expression. Everyone. After the video finished playing, an elderly man with white hair stood up. We've always had a question, if poisonous snow turns the dead into zombies, what about the living? What will they become? Perhaps the answer lies in this young man, Su Chen. His name is Su Chen, right? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Mr. He, in your opinion, what's the situation with this person? A young man asked. The white-haired old man, Mr. He, said, I don't know for the time being either, but we might as well call him a superhuman. A superhuman? The group looked at each other in bewilderment once again. Old He said, well, he was the first one to be discovered, so let's temporarily put him in sequence 0. Chapter 127 Union Academy. Let's go back to midnight last night. When the fighter jets launched a massive bombing raid on the zombie-infested area, the entire city was shaken. Not only were all the survivors watching the developments closely, but the zombies outside the disaster zone were also alarmed and looked up. Then, these zombies, scattered throughout the sub-district and even the suburbs, were attracted by this huge commotion and, with faltering steps, gathered in the city from all directions. The central area of Yunqing, the original site of Yunqing University. In mid-air, inside the helicopter cabin, Dong Changzhou hesitated after hearing the bodyguard say he wanted to go down and check. Jiang Yunlong had instructed him to report any situation immediately and that they were not allowed to go down without permission. However, if they could find any clues about their daughter, she would be their priority, and Jiang Yunlong's instructions would have to be put aside. Okay, let us go down and take a look. Dong Changjo decided. Just then, her phone rang. Dong Ruoxuan called back, and it was a video call. Dong Changjo made a gesture to wait a moment and quickly connected the video call. Xiaoxian, where are you? Dong Changjo asked anxiously. Dong Ruoxuan laughed and said, Sorry, Dad, I was just sleeping and didn't hear you. I'm in Master's fortress. Dong Changjo exclaimed in surprise, Fortress? You mean, Su Chen has a fortress? How is that possible? He's just a poor orphan. Dong Ruoxuan said, It's true, Dad. Look for yourself, this is my room. She turned the camera around and, sure enough, saw that she was in a beautifully decorated room, no less luxurious than the Dong family's villa. If this is a doomsday fortress, then it's far too luxurious. Even the bunker that the Dong family spent 3 years building didn't have this kind of environment. Dad, I didn't lie to you, did I? This is just one room in the fortress. There's a large living room outside, more than 20 rooms, and a beautiful garden. Dong Ruoxuan said. Dong Changjo was stunned. A fortress with more than 20 rooms and a large garden, how much money must it have cost to build? Did Su Chen have that kind of financial resources? Daughter, you're not lying to your father, are you? Did Su Chen tell you to lie to me? Dong Changjo asked. Dong Ruoxuan said, No, if Dad doesn't believe me, I'll take you shopping. So, Dong Ruoxuan got out of bed, opened the door, and went out. It was still early, and the maids were still hungover from a night of partying. There was no one outside. Following Dong Ruoxuan's camera, Dong Changjo saw the interior of the fortress. A spacious living room. Rows of rooms. A large garden as beautiful as a traditional garden. It was actually true. His daughter hadn't lied to him. Oh my God. Dong Changjo was shocked. Based on his experience, he estimated that this fortress would cost at least 1 billion yuan. Is Su Chen really a poor orphan? Could my investigation have gone wrong? Dong Ruoxuan then returned to her room and said, Dad, I didn't lie to you, did I? Don't worry, Dad, I told you, following Master was the best decision I ever made. I'll be fine. Dong Changjo calmed himself down and said, No matter what, you are my daughter, how can you become his maid? If word gets out, where will I put my old face? Dong Ruoxuan said, Dad, is your pride more important, or your daughter's life? My master is my savior. Dong Changjo. Ahem, are you really willing to leave your father? If you go with him, you'll abandon your father? Dong Changjo tried to appeal to people's emotions. Dong Ruoxuan smiled and said, My daughter has grown up and will leave the nest one day. It's not that I don't want her father, it's just that this is the life I chose. Dong Changjo fell silent, speechless. Okay, Dad, I won't talk to you anymore. Take care of yourself. Dong Ruoxuan said and then hung up the video call. The bodyguard cleared his throat and asked, Master, shall we go down? Dong Changjo said, Why go down there? Do you think this shabby little dormitory looks like a big fortress? The fortress my daughter just showed me is much bigger than the dormitory room below, just from the room she lives in. The bodyguard was speechless. Dong Changjo sighed, A daughter is like a cotton-padded jacket that can't be kept at home forever. Let's go. The bodyguard asked, Master, shall we return to the temporary safe zone? Dong Changjo shook his head, back to Jiangzhou. Inside the dilapidated dormitory in Dong Changjo's eyes. Doomsday Fortress. Sunlight streamed in through the window. Su Chen opened his eyes in his room and woke up. After getting out of bed, Su Chen went to the mirror and examined himself. The mirror reflected a tall, handsome young man, about 1.8 meters tall, with fair skin, a high-nose bridge, and an approachable, sunny disposition. Without realizing it, I'd become this handsome? Su Chen smiled. Since his body was enhanced, he has been on a one-way road to becoming more handsome. He hadn't really noticed it before, but he was surprised by his own appearance. Immediately, Su Chen turned his gaze to the window. Last night, a shell hit Building 9 squarely. Su Chen was somewhat worried at the time, not because he was worried that the fortress would be destroyed, which was impossible, because the fortress's inherent attribute was indestructible. His concern was that the fortress was on the 5th floor, and if the building was destroyed, would the fortress shake or even flip over? As it turned out, his worries were unnecessary. The building did collapse, but the fortress remained as solid as a rock, completely unaffected. It didn't even tremble or flip, and landed safely. And so the revelry continued. Outside, artillery fire raged, and inside the fortress, artillery fire raged as well. In the end, Suchen finished his business, having thoroughly enjoyed himself. A new day has begun, and the noise outside has subsided. I wonder what it's like outside after a night of bombing. Suchen murmured to himself, walked to the window, and looked outside. Good heavens, as far as the eye can see, there are only ruins. Suchen frowned. He was faced with a problem that he had to think about. What should he do next? Yunnan University no longer exists. A large area outside of Yunnan University is estimated to have been mostly destroyed by the bombing. Where should he go to find his goddess? My previous worries about the increasingly difficult tasks have indeed come true, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly, Suchen said with a wry smile. After thinking it over for a while, Suchen gritted his teeth. There's no other way, this is the only option. If Yunnan University is gone, I'll just find another school. The journey was too far, so we tried to find a way to get transportation. Suchen picked up his phone, opened the map, and started searching, mainly looking for universities in other areas after excluding the hardest hit areas. He wasn't necessarily looking to collect campus beauties, rather, compared to other places, university was a more definite and predictable goal, unlike other places where it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Finally, Suchen's gaze fell on the university closest to him. Yunqing Xingha Music Academy. Abbreviated as Yunin. A music academy, isn't that a place that professionally trains stars? There must be lots of beautiful women there, right? Suchen smiled. I hope you won't disappoint me. Upgrading the fortress depends on you. Looking at the distance, the school is more than 10 kilometers away from here. As for transportation, Suchen had a preliminary idea and decided to go out and look for it. Then, Suchen left the room and woke up the maids. Thanks to his hard work last night, of the 21 maids, only Dong Ruoxuan has yet to receive his favor. The new maids, who had gained the master's favor, were secretly delighted. Being favored by their master meant they had officially become part of the fortress and no longer had to worry about their safety. Suchen glanced at the women and said, I'm going out for a walk later, and I'll be bringing more maids back with me. Chapter 128 RV, Blue Star Wanderer. The clouds have been blown up, and the master is still thinking about taking in maids? The women were all puzzled. Was their master not satisfied with 21 of them? But there's one thing they all know perfectly well, their master is really fierce, and they probably just can't satisfy him. Suchen had always kept the secrets of the Doomsday Fortress system to himself, only revealing some to the maids. For example, the maids could see the expansion of the fortress, which he had to admit was due to his spatial abilities. Therefore, the maids were unaware that he needed to collect more maids in order to upgrade the fortress. Of course, the maids' guesses were not wrong. Their owner was indeed a fierce man with a strong addiction. Suchen said, now that there are more people, you can't just sit idle, especially the newcomers. Feifei, you're the head of the Internal Affairs Department, so you'll assign them tasks. Xingfei nodded and said, understood, master. Suchen pondered for a moment. With so many maids, it was impossible to make them all cooks and do housework. In order for the maids to have jobs, earn merit and generate income, and be self-sufficient, it was time to consider creating an industry and providing employment opportunities. Forget it, let's talk about this when he gets back. Suchen put aside his thoughts and looked at Yukishiro Sakura. Sakura, come out with me later and continue to be my support. Sakura Yukishiro was overjoyed. Yes, master. She was disappointed that her master didn't let her go out last night, but now her master needs her again, which is great. The maids were all a little envious of Yukishiro Sakura. She was so lucky to always be able to follow her master around. Her master must value her very much. Unfortunately, none of them had Yukishiro Sakura's fighting skills, so they could only be envious. Suchen then asked, does anyone among you know any students from Yunqing Conservatory of Music? As the women looked at each other in bewilderment, one of the maids raised her hand and said timidly, Master, I know him. Suchen took one look and saw that the woman's name was Mu Yingying, one of the newly recruited maids. Yingying, tell me about the other party's situation, Suchen said with a smile. Mu Yingying said, her name is Yi Ruoshi. She is my best friend from high school. She studies pop singing at Yunin. Suchen asked, your best friend is still alive, right? Mu Yingying said, yes, I contacted her yesterday, but her situation is not good. She is in the same situation as me and is about to run out of food. I heard that there are a lot of zombies over there, and no one dares to go out. Suchin said, okay, give me her WeChat ID, under the guise of a friend offering help. Mu Ying readily agreed, yes, master. If the owner could take her best friend in as well, that would be wonderful. At the very least, a little help would be enough to keep her best friend alive. Suchin stood up and said, Xiaoying, let's go. We went outside. Sakura Yukishiro was dumbfounded. Has the fortress landed? The entire Building 9 collapsed, leaving only Dormitory 513, where the fortress was located, standing alone on the ruins like a shipping container. How come I didn't feel anything at all while inside the fortress? This is amazing. Suchin smiled and said, it's good to be landed. I don't have to climb stairs anymore, right? Yukishiro Sakura couldn't help but smile slightly. Suchin said, let's go. We have to walk at least 5 miles. Yukishiro Sakura said, Master, I've checked. Yunqing Music Academy is more than 10 kilometers away. Where are we going now? Suchin smiled, you'll see when you get there. 5 miles is definitely not a short distance, but it wasn't too difficult for them. The benefits of the bombing were obvious. Along the way, they hardly saw any zombies that could still move. Occasionally a few would appear, but Yukishiro Sakura could easily deal with them without Suchin having to lift a finger. After walking 5 miles, they had left the Yunnan University ruins and arrived in front of a huge 4-story building. Yunqing's top luxury car exhibition center. The building was also damaged by artillery fire, but fortunately it was not completely destroyed. Hopefully we'll be lucky enough to find a car we can drive, Suchin said with a smile. They were lucky. On the second floor of the building, in a showroom that hadn't been destroyed, they saw rows of brand new luxury cars, all cool and stylish. Porsche, Cullinan, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lamborghini Veneno. These luxury cars and supercars each cost at least $1 million, and some even cost tens of millions. Now, you can choose any item you like, all for free. Pick one? Suchin turned to Yukishiro Sakura and asked. Sakura Yukishiro was unusually excited. To Suchin's surprise, Yukishiro Sakura quickly chose a black Hummer, a powerful and imposing off-road vehicle worth over $3 million. So this Japanese girl likes to drive such a dangerous car. The car is just as dangerous as its owner. Suchin was much more pragmatic and directly chose the Lamborghini Veneno. Suchin had only ever seen this top-of-the-line supercar, worth nearly 100 million yuan, in pictures before, and never dared to dream of owning it one day. As for the remaining luxury cars, Suchin didn't hesitate to put them all into his system space. This includes a top-of-the-line RV worth tens of millions of dollars, which has a very fitting name, Blue Star Wanderer. Once the fortress can be moved, we can integrate this RV, which would be a good idea. 10 minutes later. In the ruined city, engines roared on the road, raising clouds of dust. The black Hummer and Lamborghini Veneno roared past one after the other, speeding away with unparalleled flair, leaving behind 2 trails of exhaust fumes. Good speed, good handling, and fun to drive. Sitting in the Lamborghini Veneno, Suchin couldn't help but sigh, thinking how well the rich people ate before the apocalypse. What goes around comes around, now it's his turn to eat. While driving, Suchin added Mu Ying's best friend Yiruwashi as a contact. Suchin didn't talk to her much for the time being, but simply inquired about Yunin's zombie situation and said that he had come to Mu Ying's house to provide assistance at her request. With Mu Ying's help, Suchin easily gained Yiruwashi's trust and obtained her address. According to Suchin's plan, he would first find Yiruwashi, then inquire about the situation of the school beauties of Yunin through her, and then contact these school beauties. Suchin was quite looking forward to it. As a school that specializes in training stars, perhaps a single Yunin of virtual voice could help the fortress upgrade to level 10. Yunin Academy, Girls' Dormitory. A girl whose looks are around a 5 out of 10 is looking down at her phone, her expression revealing undisguised excitement. Yiruwashi is a sophomore majoring in pop singing at Yunin Conservatory of Music. Ying is so good to me. She knows my suffering and my difficulties. This boy named Suchin, is he someone she specially invited to save me? Will I be able to escape this sea of suffering soon? Yiruwashi thought to herself with delight. Ying said that she was also saved by Suchin. Suchin must be very powerful to be able to save Ying in a disaster-stricken area like Yunde University. I wonder what he looks like, is he handsome? Ying also said that he is not her boyfriend. Yiruwashi was filled with anticipation for Suchin's arrival, and her mind involuntarily conjured up a post-apocalyptic romance full of blood and romance. Snap! Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and knocked her phone away. A voice roared, "Yuruashi, are you deaf?"